Shocking news spread throughout Babylon. The mighty Black Dragon Guild had decided to attack the 40th floor of the tower, confidently showcasing the power of a top guild. But then, disappointment loomed. The Black Dragon Guild, once again, failed in its attempt to be the first, returning empty-handed with regret. The reason for that bitter failure was none other than the person standing before the camera, the Rank 1 Hunter, today's main character. He, the Fire Emperor, once again defeated the boss by himself, shattering the hopes of anyone who wished to surpass him. "Hello, Fire Emperor! You've set a new record again!" the reporter exclaimed excitedly, but the hunter only responded indifferently, his eyes filled with boredom. Since the tower appeared, he has been the only one capable of single-handedly defeating the boss. A glorious achievement, but also an invisible burden. As the reporter was about to ask more, the Fire Emperor abruptly cut him off, his cold voice ringing out, ending all question. "Why don't you change this damn nickname first?" he growled, his extremely annoyed expression leaving the reporter bewildered. He utterly detested the nickname Fire Emperor, preferring to be called Calamity instead. How shameful. Nevertheless, another voice rang out. "I envy him." In a dark room, a black-haired young man with tired eyes silently watched the screen, his expression complex. He sat on his bed, scrolling through his phone, secretly thinking he would find the person who gave him that nickname and punish them cruelly. An apology suddenly rang out, like an acknowledgement of the Strong's power. The phone screen displayed the Hunter Net forum, where the online community was buzzing with discussions about the Fire Emperor's interview. Those who criticized the Fire Emperor should be careful with their words, while others defended him as a legendary hunter. Amidst the comments, a small dream appeared. "I also want to be like the Fire Emperor." The heated debate continued. Rabid fans defended their idol, while others criticized the TV station's lack of professionalism. The dream of wanting to be like the Fire Emperor was repeated. A shocking rumor spread. The Saintess was dating the Fire Emperor. The online community exploded, constantly questioning this unexpected relationship. Immediately, a friend of the Saintess spoke up to deny the rumor. But amidst it all, a persistent voice remained. "I want to be like the Fire Emperor." The phone screen lit up, comments continuously pouring in. "I want to be like the Fire Emperor," a phrase repeated over and over, like a vow or an obsession. The black-haired young man, with tired eyes, scrolled past the screen. Those words echoed in his mind, a burning desire, yet also full of bitterness. On television, the Fire Emperor remained the center of attention. The reporter praised him for having everything, but the one called Fire Emperor merely grimaced. "Why do you still call me Fire Emperor? Call me by my name." In this world, if there were a novel, he would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Standing on the corpse of a monster, his spear ablaze, his spirit soaring amidst a sea of fire. And him? The black-haired young man was just a supporting character, a faint shadow amidst the dazzling glory of others. A heavy sigh. The reporter eagerly continued, mentioning countless young hunters who admired and strived to be like the Fire Emperor. He was an icon, a goal. Old black and white newspaper pages told of the legend. Awakened in his 20s, defeated a black dragon in less than a month. A person who wrote legends with his own hands. The Fire Emperor sighed, his face weary. "Please give a final word to your fans who are eager for success," the reporter urged. The black-haired young man was stunned in front of his laptop screen. The Fire Emperor finally agreed to speak, but with an indifferent attitude. "All right. I'll say a few words. Figure it out yourselves." He looked directly into the camera, his eyes sharp and cold. "Those who succeed will succeed." A concise statement, full of arrogance and defiance. The black-haired young man's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists. The Fire Emperor's next words were like a knife stabbing straight into his heart, cold and cruel. A malicious smirk, revealing sharp fangs. "Or I will kill you." The final declaration, a deadly warning. The Fire Emperor turned and walked away, leaving behind the buzzing, astonished crowd. "Fire Emperor!" A desperate cry rang out, but he didn't look back. The black-haired young man slumped onto his bed, his eyes glued to the screen. "Fire Emperor! What do you mean?" The announcer's words ended the broadcast, cutting off all hope. The screen went dark. A cold hand pressed a button, ending the shocking interview, leaving a terrifying aftertaste in the viewers' hearts. In the small apartment, the black-haired young man collapsed to his knees on the floor, his head bowed low. The light from the screen had gone out, leaving only darkness and despair to envelop him. Resentment surged, and the black-haired young man burst into sobs, crying out in despair, "I'm so mad I could die." Kneeling by the wall, covered with old newspaper clippings, he continued to torment himself. Is it really okay to ignore others just because you're too great? The reporter was ignored, but it felt like it was me. His trembling hands caressed the newspaper page, his eyes fixed on the news about the Fire Emperor. If I had a decent skill like the Fire Emperor, then I wouldn't have to live in this dump. I wouldn't be scorned for being an F-rank hunter, without even a single skill. Rage transformed into a burning desire. He gritted his teeth. his hands clenched until they were white. "I want to become the Fire Emperor." He bowed his head, tears streaming down. "I'm so jealous I could die. I also want to succeed with my own skills." Lying on the cold floor, his eyes stared blankly at the window. Or what if the Fire Emperor's skill was mine? Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the window frame, shining directly into the dark room. He looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. He rubbed his eyes, still teary. The mysterious light confused him. He didn't understand what was happening. Huh? The black-haired young man shot up, his gaze fixed on the light source. A strange yet familiar feeling washed over him. This island. In that instant, countless video clips flashed through his mind. It was a scene he had witnessed thousands of times. Lucky individuals receiving skills. From the dazzling light, a brilliant golden card appeared, hovering in midair. Could it be a skill card? A blue system interface suddenly appeared, accompanied by a sarcastic message. An ugly envy never before seen in history. He froze, eyes wide. Huh? The tower, astonished by your ugly envy, grants you a skill. He stared at the card, then looked back at the system notifications. The tower is moved by your determination. The tower praises your achievements. This is completely different from what I saw in the videos. Despite the somewhat mocking words, he still managed a wry smile. Whatever. Who cares about the tone, as long as I have a skill card? The brilliant golden skill card glowed. It was the moment he had longed for since coming to this world. A golden card, definitely a rare item. He reached out to embrace his destiny, enveloped by dazzling light. Unbelievable, this was an S-rank skill. But then, the message appeared like a curse. Activates upon death. Copies the skill of your killer. However, you will die. Tears streaming, he reread the cruel curse. You can copy the skill of your killer and make it your own. He was stunned, his hand still holding the glowing card, but despair had enveloped him. However, you will die. The warning echoed, like a thunderclap, drowning the young man's hopes in the small room. What kind of monstrous skill is this? He roared, his voice fading into the space where skyscrapers stretched upwards. Suddenly, a colossal tower appeared without warning, standing majestically against the blue sky, visible from everywhere on Earth. Those who had nothing left to lose risked their lives to enter the tower, exploring the terrifying mysteries within. Each floor was a world of monsters. A few survivors killed them and received valuable skills. Rumors spread, attracting countless people who flocked to the tower, becoming mighty hunters, craving power. The black-haired young man ambled down the street, his eyes lifelessly scanning the hunter rankings. Fire Emperor, Black Dragon, Viper. He clutched his head, feeling dizzy, a sharp pain throbbing in his mind. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, startling him, and he quickly covered his mouth. He hid behind a truck, witnessing the Fire Emperor confronting a purple-haired girl. She asked, "Please step aside, Fire Emperor. What is this?" The Fire Emperor turned, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Oh, good acting. If anyone saw this, they'd believe you're innocent, wouldn't they?" Saintess Isabel was stunned, her blue eyes wide as the Fire Emperor directly called out her title, shattering her dignified facade. He held up a shimmering vial of poison, declaring he had poisoned her drink. That deadly liquid was the basilisk stomach acid she had intended to use. The Fire Emperor burst out laughing, his voice full of sarcasm. He tossed the vial away, saying that if not for his special skill, he would have been in big trouble. The vial shattered, releasing a deadly green energy stream. Isabel panicked, hastily explaining it was just a misunderstanding, that she only wanted to conquer the tower with. The Fire Emperor closed in, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He said he once thought so too, but now realized his mistake. Hidden in the shadows, the black-haired young man was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if the rumors about their relationship were false. The Fire Emperor coldly responded to her pleas. He said her words sounded professional, but he was the one setting the rules for this conversation. The black-haired young man trembled, realizing this was no ordinary conversation. This was a dialogue between a killer and someone fighting for their life. The Fire Emperor gripped Isabel's neck tightly, his eyes cruel. He would ask the questions. She only needed to nod. With his lie detection skill, he wouldn't tolerate any falsehoods. The black-haired young man watched the scene in horror. The Fire Emperor forced Isabel to reveal the mastermind behind the assassination plot against him. The Fire Emperor tightened his grip on her neck, asking directly if the witch of the Black Dragon Guild had ordered her. Her ghostly silhouette appeared behind Isabel. Isabel bowed her head in pain. The black-haired young man thought to himself, even after reaching rank 1, the Fire Emperor still maintained an arrogant attitude, unlike any other hunter. She desperately clutched his arm, her face pale from pain and fear. Her breath came in gasps, her life seemingly draining away. Flames erupted from the Fire Emperor's hand, incinerating Isabel. The black-haired young man thought again, This was the kind of hero humanity needed right now, ruthless and efficient. The Fire Emperor turned and walked away, a cold farewell echoing. "Goodbye, Saintess Isabel." She screamed in the sea of flames, while the black-haired young man watched in horror. The black-haired young man's face contorted in fear, his eyes wide as he stared at the flames. He whispered, "A hero?" Filled with extreme doubt and horror, the Fire Emperor stood tall amidst the blazing sea of fire, the flames seemingly obeying him. His cold, golden eyes swept across, and a chilling question rang out, as if he had just completed an insignificant chore. Not far away, the black-haired young man cowered, dry heaving in fear. "Murderer! Madman!" The curses choked in his throat, utterly terrified. He had to escape. Each step was heavy as he tried to drag himself away in vain. Under his heels, invisible fragments seemed to shatter, reflecting his utter horror. His eyes were wide open, etched with extreme fear. The image of the blazing fire, along with the Fire Emperor's cruel face, was deeply imprinted in his mind. Impossible to erase. Just when he thought he was safe, a cold voice rang out. The Fire Emperor, the one who had just committed the crime, suddenly appeared right behind the wall, a mocking smirk on his face. His face showed arrogance, his golden eyes filled with disdain. "I thought I had chased all the rats out of here, but it turns out one is still left." His words were like a sharp knife, piercing straight into the heart of the one hiding. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked directly into the Fire Emperor's golden eyes, realizing they were not the eyes of a hero, but the chilling eyes of a true murderer. The Fire Emperor swooped down like lightning, flames erupting in his hand. The black-haired young man fled in panic, a horrifying question echoing in his mind. The Saintess wasn't the first? So how many people has he killed already? Fear turned into a frenzy. He ran for his life, his mind haunted by terrifying numbers. 10, 100, or even more than that? But fate was cruel. A desperate "ah" rang out as he tripped, his body painfully collapsing onto the cold ground. His blue and white shoe slipped off his foot, the loose shoelace like a thread of destiny binding him to a cruel fate. He tried to get up, but a sharp pain in his leg made him stop. A huge question mark appeared in his mind, an indescribable shock. "My leg," he whispered, clutching his throbbing foot. The lone shoe lay discarded, like a reminder of his helplessness. He looked up, and a horrifying image met his eyes. The Fire Emperor stood tall, holding a blazing sword, his gaze as cold as death itself. Ah! Extreme fear choked his throat. He screamed, his desperate cry echoing in the space, like a hopeless plea before the scythe of death. Cold footsteps echoed. The Fire Emperor approached, crushing the lone shoe, as if crushing the last bit of hope of the unfortunate man. The wretched man lay prostrate on the ground, pleading desperately. But the Fire Emperor merely smirked, asking in return why he still dared to run. A desperate plea of Fire Emperor. "Please," burst out. The rank 1 hunter sneered, his eyes sharp as razors, asking a loaded question. "Hey, what did you see?" The black-haired man was in extreme panic, tears streaming down his face, continuously screaming denials that he hadn't seen anything at all. The Fire Emperor lowered himself, the blazing fire sword in his hand, his scrutinizing gaze piercing through the trembling man, questioning, "So, you didn't see anything?" He tightened his grip on the man's neck, sarcastically remarking that he had called him the Fire Emperor, yet denied everything. The black-haired man begged him not to tell anyone. The Fire Emperor's face suddenly turned vicious, his eyes blazing like a demon's. He growled, calling the man a devil and asking who had sent him. In a panic, the black-haired man was shocked to realize that the entire world had been enchanted by the rank 1 hunter's glamorous news and images. "Choked," he stammered, mentioning a lie detection skill. The Fire Emperor raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled by his words. The man tried to explain, begging the Fire Emperor to use that skill to see that he was just an unknown, unrelated person. The Fire Emperor was surprised, his suspicious gaze fixed on the pleading man, asking again, "What lie detection skill?" The black-haired man thought of Saintess Isabel, then questioned the Fire Emperor if he had killed her without any evidence. He continued to question, his voice trembling, whether the Fire Emperor would kill someone just for being slightly suspicious. The Fire Emperor suddenly became enraged, pushing the black-haired man to the ground, growling and asking what kind of person he thought he was. The Fire Emperor explained that Saintess Isabel truly wanted to kill him, and if he hadn't acted first, he would have been poisoned. The black-haired man, horrified, asked how he knew. The Fire Emperor smirked mysteriously, confidently declaring that he just knew and had his own way of discerning the truth. The hunter patted the wretched man's head, saying that since he was worried about the lie detection skill, he must be innocent. The black-haired man joyfully thanked him. The Fire Emperor placed his hand on Kim Gongja's head, cruel flames erupting. The black-haired young man was utterly terrified, tears streaming down his face as he heard the cold verdict. "But you still saw everything." The Fire Emperor's smile twisted grotesquely. the flames in his hand burning even brighter. A final statement, like the scythe of death. Then die. In that moment of life and death, memories flooded back. The Fire Emperor revealed his true name was Yu Su-ha before finishing him off. Then, an image of a young Kim Gong-ja being told by his teacher to become a great person. "I don't want to die like this." The system screen coldly appeared. "You are dead." Kim Gong-ja collapsed, powerless. "Why must I die like this?" "No." His desperate inner voice echoed in the void. Amidst the dark night, another notification flashed. "Thanks to your death, skill conditions have been met." He wondered, why did his life have to end this way? "I should have lived a little better." Before his lament finished, the system announced, completely copying the skills of Hunter Yu Su-ha. Skill cards floated around. The system continued. "Greeting skill cards." A glimmer of hope flickered in the night of death. Kim Gong-ja's eyes were tightly shut, tears rolling down. "I deserved a little better," he whispered. Gold. The golden light of some card seemed to beckon. Amidst countless sparkling skill cards, a notification appeared. Choose a skill card. A final chance or a new beginning. A hand reached out, yearning to grasp destiny. If I had another chance. Light from the cards shone, illuminating his choice. His hand clenched a brilliant golden card, and a dazzling light erupted. Just one more time. Burning determination. A prayer for a new fate. Selection complete. Skill copying. A powerful surge of energy struck. Kim Gong-ja awoke, his eyes wide with surprise. As if escaping a nightmare. Breaking news from Babylon. A blurry TV screen showed a group of people, signaling an important event unfolding. The Black Dragon Guild is preparing to clear the 40th floor. The reporter's voice echoed. "They say today they will show us the skills of a top-tier guild." A confident declaration. Kim Gong-ja startled awake on his messy bed. Unfortunately, they returned empty-handed again. The TV narration surprised him. "What?" Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened, his gaze astonished and slightly panicked. Had he returned? Or was this just another dream? He awoke, the TV screen illuminating the messy room. Sensational news echoed. The Fire Emperor had once again defeated the boss alone, like a recurring curse. Kim Gong-ja jolted awake, his bewildered eyes scanning the room. "What is happening?" he mumbled, a sense of unease welling up. He stared around in a daze, his mind reeling. When did I get home? The old newspaper on the table still prominently displayed the image of the one who had ended him. A cold current ran down his spine. His eyes widened, extreme fear engulfing him, as if he had just escaped a nightmare. He hastily grabbed his phone, scrolling through familiar messages. "Have you seen the Fire Emperor's interview? That name again? Those same old words?" On the screen, the Fire Emperor was still fuming over his nickname. "Why do you keep calling me that stupid name when I have a real one?" His arrogant tone remained unchanged. He trembled, staring at the screen, his heart pounding. Why is everything exactly like yesterday? A crazy thought flashed through his mind. The horrifying moment suddenly rushed back. The Fire Emperor's cruel smile, the flames erupting and consuming everything. He had died. Then, a dazzling light, a brilliant golden skill card appeared, like a promise from the realm of death. He flinched, hastily reaching out his hand, as if to ward off the terrifying illusion. But the sensation was chillingly real. "Skill card. Open." Instinctively, he commanded. Two brilliant golden frames appeared before his eyes, containing unpredictable mysteries. A skill card appeared, bearing a strange name. "I want to be you." Rank S+, automatically copies the skills of the one who killed him. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "This island? No way! Is this the Fire Emperor's skill that I copied when I died?" The second card, the Regressor's Rewind Clock. Rank EX. A skill copied from Yu Su-ha. Dying will rewind time by 24 hours, retaining memories and experience. But the penalty will be heavier depending on the rank. "I automatically returned to the day before I died?" he mumbled, his voice full of astonishment, as if he had just uncovered a shocking secret. Amidst the gears of time and old news, he looked up. Retaining memories and experience? This is the secret to becoming a legendary hunter? A spark of hope ignited amidst the chaotic thoughts. The Fire Emperor's image appeared, his voice echoing. He killed the Saintess because the next day she would poison him. A cold, calculated confession. Those words pierced Kim Gong-ja like a knife. He growled, resentment surging. And me, an innocent person. He turned his back, trying to calm himself. The Fire Emperor's voice echoed again, like a cryptic farewell. "Well then, to conclude, may I send one last message to the viewers?" The Fire Emperor on screen, his eyes sharp and cold, declared, "Those destined will succeed, but even if you succeed, never cross me. The Fire Emperor's final warning was like a curse. You will die. Kim Gong-ja was stunned, his heart pounding. Die? He repeated, his voice full of defiance. Around him, particles of time seemed to dissipate, signaling a change. His hand reached out, the golden glow of a skill flashing. Let's see who dies this time, he swore, his eyes burning with determination. Suddenly, a desperate scream rang out. Fire! He flinched, quickly turning to the window. Before his eyes, ferocious flames were engulfing an entire building. Black smoke billowed, and panicked screams echoed. No! What should I do? Down on the street, the crowd was in a commotion. What are you standing there for? Go put out the fire. Shouts rang out, and people rushed into the inferno with fire extinguishers. He looked down at the chaotic city. This was not an ordinary world, but a city built by those who had entered the tower, those who yearned to become hunters. The scene was desolate, flames reaching for the sky. This was the first floor of the tower, where all tragedies began. He rushed through the hurried crowd, quickly pulling out his phone. What time is it now? A sense of unease arose. 6:37 a.m. on Monday. He was shocked to realize this was the time he had been drunk before he died. This fire was set by the Fire Emperor to destroy evidence. Amidst the crowd, those with water abilities began to extinguish the fire. Anyone with water abilities, don't act on your own. Coordinate, the commander's voice echoed. A purple-haired woman, the Black Witch, leader of the Rank 2 Black Dragon Guild, appeared, her voice full of authority. The Black Dragon Guild will temporarily take command. Everyone, follow orders. This city has too many names. The area has been secured. But is anyone still alive? A high-ranking sorceress, head of the medical department, proposed sending a rescue team. Her eyes were filled with worry amidst the city's chaotic scene. This city, known by many names, Babylon, Floor 1, or the Ascending City, a white-armored knight, leader of the patrol team, said that this place has been isolated for 5 years. What fortune awaits them? A city with no escape, where fierce flames are devouring everything. The citizens were already too familiar with this apocalyptic sight, but calls to extinguish the fire still echoed in vain. Where did all the water abilities go? Amidst the chaos, Kim Gong-ja suddenly felt something was off. The Saintess, who always appeared in every danger, why was she still nowhere to be found? An ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. The armored knight and the sorceress exchanged words. The Saintess had a date tonight, perhaps a romantic one? Lately, she had frequently been seen with the Fire Emperor, a name that made people ponder. The sorceress frowned, her eyes full of suspicion. I don't like him, she muttered. There was something about the Fire Emperor that made her uneasy, an indescribable chill. The crowd stirred, eyes fixed in one direction. A curse word slipped out, signaling the arrival of an important figure. Or a new trouble brewing? Amidst the smoke and flames, a figure appeared. He, the Fire Emperor, with his black hair tied up in a red coat, casually asked, Who has been playing with fire without my permission? Kim Gong-ja was stunned. He had arrived. The Fire Emperor's appearance made the atmosphere even more tense, like a prophecy of impending disaster. The armored knight greeted the Fire Emperor, his tone somewhat respectful. Thank you for coming, Fire Emperor. Another person added, Big Brother is here. He seemed to hold a special status. The armored knight presented the situation, pleading for help from the Fire Emperor. Fire has erupted in the old slums. Can you help us? The Fire Emperor smirked, asking in return, What do I get for helping? Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth, anger flaring. That crazy psychopath dares to demand a reward when he's the one who caused the fire? He clenched his fists, veins bulging. The crowd continued to chatter, some reminding the Fire Emperor of his reputation, others defending his character. Who cares about his personality? He's a legendary hunter. The Fire Emperor decisively refused, waving his hand and walking away. I don't do charity work. Goodbye. The citizens still took photos, some even praising his straightforwardness. He left, leaving Kim Gong-ja with eyes full of indignation. No one knew. Everyone just saw the Fire Emperor as an eccentric hero, a talented but somewhat unusual person. But only Kim Gong-ja truly understood his real nature. A cold-blooded killer, hiding beneath the guise of a hero. The Fire Emperor's shadow was like a mocking demon. Kim Gong-ja's eyes burned, and he whispered a deadly vow. I have to kill him. Despite the dissuasion from those around him, the black-haired young man continued to walk, leaving behind panicked cries. Hey, mister, where are you going? A young man in a baseball cap hastily blocked his path, warning, It's very dangerous. Don't go near. But Kim Gong-ja only muttered, For humanity and for the honor of hunters. The black-haired hunter steadfastly advanced towards the Fire Emperor, a dagger glinting in his hand. The Fire Emperor turned his head, his gaze sharp and cold, as if he had anticipated everything. Each of Kim Gong-ja's steps was heavy, each a testament to his unwavering resolve. Behind him, a desperate cry rang out, Mister, come to your senses! But the Fire Emperor merely glanced, like a beast waiting for its prey. Kim Gongja lunged like an arrow tearing through the wind, his dagger aimed directly at the back of the Fire Emperor, who was walking away. The Fire Emperor didn't flinch. He merely raised his hand, his eyes full of contempt. That monster should have been annihilated. In an instant, a sea of fire erupted, engulfing everything. Horrified screams echoed. "You're running into the fire!" The flames devoured everything, the terrifying heat warping the air. Heart-wrenching cries of pain. "It's so hot!" Those around them recoiled in horror, witnessing the dreadful sight. A desperate scream rang out. "It hurts so much!" Kim Gongja was consumed by the flames, his body gradually sinking into the blazing sea of fire, leaving only a faint silhouette. Amidst the sea of fire, the Fire Emperor stood tall, his eyes coldly looking down. He declared, "But this is the only way to kill this monster." A system notification appeared. "You have died. You will return 24 hours ago." Kim Gongja woke up with a start in his bed, the news echoing, "This is Babylon News, broadcasting live." The black-haired young man sat up abruptly in the messy room, the announcer continuing, "The Black Dragon Guild has set out to raid floor 40. After a hasty sleep, Kim Gongja checked his skills. A virtual screen appeared, confirming he was still an F-rank hunter. Everything was as expected. This special skill didn't demand any price. A weakling like him, a measly F-rank, wouldn't be punished for using it. Killing the Fire Emperor right now was unthinkable. Even if he miraculously managed to defeat him, that bastard would just rewind time 24 hours, because he also possessed a similar skill. Therefore, the only way for a lowly F-rank hunter like Kim Gongja to hunt the Fire Emperor was to learn about him. He stared at the old newspaper article where the Fire Emperor was being interviewed. In his memory, Yu Su-ha calmly answered about the day his abilities awakened. "The summer. I was 21. It's been 11 years. Not exactly." He took a sip of tea. "It's just that the day I awakened coincided with my birthday." The woman in the red shirt nodded. Kim Gongja gripped the dagger. 11 years ago, June 7th. Counting from today, that's 4,050 days. 4,050 days. You have to die 4,050 times. Only death can bring you back to the past, even before the Fire Emperor awakened his power. Blood gushed, his body motionless. He died. Once, in the blink of an eye, he was back 24 hours ago. "Good," Kim Gongja gasped. "Only 4,049 more days to go." Without hesitation, he ended his own life again. Another death. And so, the cruel loop continued. Each death was a step back, an opportunity to get closer to the goal. The pain was extreme, but his will remained unshaken. He had died countless times. Each time he revived, physical pain surged, but Kim Gongja knew this was the only way. Kim Gongja knelt, bowing his head in the empty room. Text appeared. "Returned to 24 hours ago. No penalty for using skill." He was ready for a new loop. Bone-piercing pain struck. Kim Gongja clutched his chest, writhing. The system's cold voice echoed, "You have died. A price to pay for each revival." Once again, he looked at the cold, sharp blade. 2,020 days. The haunting number of days that had passed. And then, death came again. Time passed. Old newspapers covered in snow. 543 days. Each death was a rewind of time, but not always to the same point. With a crazed smile on his lips, Kim Gongja knelt, the dagger pointed straight at his heart. Finally, he was ready for the next death. A price that carried hope. The blade pierced his flesh. A burst of golden light enveloped him. One day left, just one more day, and his goal would be achieved. The ticking of the clock echoed in the quiet room, counting down each moment. Kim Gongja lay sprawled on the bed, the dagger still beside him. The ticking continued steadily, like the controlled beat of time. Suddenly, he woke with a start, eyes wide as he looked around the familiar room. The ticking still hadn't stopped. Sitting up, Kim Gongja looked up at the wall clock, his gaze full of contemplation. Time had returned. Old newspapers appeared, with familiar headlines. "I did it. A small victory, but full of meaning." He picked up the dagger, his gaze resolute. "I have returned to the time before the legend of the Fire Emperor began." The plan had succeeded. Kim Gongja leaned against the wall, sighing deeply. The clock's ticking seemed to mock him. "I have died more than 30 times beyond the initially projected 4,050 times." He sat on the floor, clutching his head, including the times I ended my own life, and even moments of rest. A long, arduous journey, filled with death and pain. In his mind, the image of the Fire Emperor appeared, a sinister smile amidst a sea of fire. I tried all that time to prove that the legend of that demon was not eternal. Kim Gongja's bare feet walked on the wooden floor. A new journey, a new opportunity had opened up. The door creaked open. Kim Gong-ja stepped out, a gleaming dagger in his hand, his resolute gaze piercing through the bright light. He pulled his hood to cover his face, his hands clenched, a steely resolve evident. It's time to find my first prey. Time rewound 11 years to May 6th, the clock hands pointing precisely to 11 a.m. Kim Gong-ja stood silently, looking up at an old apartment building where his target was hiding. Through the window, he saw a long-haired man sound asleep, his muscular body exposed to the sunlight. A cheerful alarm clock rang, but was met only with an annoyed grumble from the man who had just woken up. The long-haired man sat up abruptly, clutching his aching head, complaining, "Damn headache." Kim Gong-ja observed him, hearing him mutter to himself, "I shouldn't have drunk so much last night." To formulate a perfect plan, he had repeated this day 10 times. Without fail, every day at 9 a.m., that person would wake up in the F-rank dormitory. The long-haired man prepared for work, muttering curses about his wretched life, while Kim Gong-ja continued to watch. By 3 p.m., the clock hands once again highlighted a series of repeated action. The long-haired man diligently hunted slimes on the second floor of the dungeon, an utterly boring job. He sighed wearily, complaining, "Damn it, hunting slimes every day is as boring as hell." Kim Gong-ja stood from afar, his cold gaze fixed on the 1-year-old F-rank hunter, who was dreaming of a life-changing ticket. The long-haired man continued to wish, "I wish I'd win the lottery, or at least get an S-rank skill." Normally, those fanciful wishes of his would come true just 1 week later. A crimson surge of power rushed forth. Kim Gong-ja raised his weapon, facing the danger. A blue light erupted from his weapon. A fierce clash between red and blue ensued. Kim Gong-ja faced his enemy, his gaze resolute. A narration echoed, "But that future will no longer come to one such as you." The scene abruptly shifted to a blood-soaked Kim Gong-ja, clutching his head in pain. A tragic end? Time passed. The clock hands pointed to 5:31 p.m. A fated moment was about to begin. Yu Su-ha, the long-haired man, stood in the shifting light, deciding to advance to the 6th floor. He was bored with hunting slimes and sought new challenges. He teleported to the 6th floor hunting ground, a desolate place rarely visited by new hunters. For the next 30 minutes, he would be alone. Amidst the dense forest, a pair of blood-stained feet appeared. A faint voice echoed, "I'm sorry." Yu Su-ha turned around, spear on his shoulder, his gaze annoyed. "Hunter, huh?" He hadn't expected to meet anyone here. Kim Gong-ja, covered in blood, pleaded, "Please, help me. I was attacked by wolves. Give me a potion." Yu Su-ha frowned, annoyed. "Damn it. Have you already stirred up the monsters here?" He raged. "Then what's the point of hunting here today? What damn potion? I haven't even completed my daily quota." Kim Gong-ja continued to beg. Yu Su-ha looked at Kim Gong-ja, his eyes calculating. "How much will you pay me?" Kim Gong-ja was stunned. He pointed his spear at Kim Gong-ja, growling, "How much will you pay me for that potion?" Yu Su-ha held up the pink potion, his face displeased. "My hunt is ruined and I'm supposed to give away this expensive potion for free? To a stranger? Do you have no morals?" Kim Gong-ja desperately said, "It's sold at the alchemist's castle. For 20 gold. I'll pay 2 to 20 gold. Please." Yu Su-ha coldly replied, "You don't seem to understand the situation here." Kim Gong-ja was severely wounded, covered in blood, a shining sword piercing him. Yu Su-ha stood there, coldly questioning, "You're on the verge of death and only want to pay 20 gold? Is your life only worth that much?" Kim Gong-ja desperately offered to raise the price. "Then 40 gold. But Yu Su-ha merely sneered, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's. "No," Yu Su-ha casually declared. "Give me everything you have." He knew Kim Gong-ja couldn't hand over the money himself, so he rummaged through his pockets. "Don't worry, I'll take it for you." Yu Su-ha didn't hesitate, reaching into Kim Gong-ja's pocket, searching for his wallet. Kim Gong-ja watched in pain and helplessness as he stole his last possessions. He slowly counted the money, then sneered dismissively. 1, 2, 3. About 60 gold? Good heavens, why are you so poor? You should carry more money. Kim Gong-ja exclaimed in horror. "That's all my life savings." Yu Su-ha merely patted his head lightly, a pat full of sarcasm. Yu Su-ha flashed a cunning smile, his eyes glinting with cruelty. "Don't worry, I'll spend it well." A remark that cut into Kim Gong-ja's heart like a knife. He looked up, the dazzling light from behind making his face even more obscured, but his smile remained clear. "That's just how life is, isn't it?" Kim Gong-ja, desperate, reached out, trying to cling to a last shred of hope. Then, the potion. Yu Su-ha turned his back, a surge of purple magic beginning to gather on his spear. He thought for a moment, then decided. The spear in Yu Suha's hand erupted with a brilliant purple light, magic swirling around its sharp tip. Kim Gongja stood there, still bleeding, his tired eyes looking directly at Yu Suha. He said, "If I let you live, you might come back for revenge later. I need to live without worries." He continued, his tone cruel. "But since you've seen my face, why don't you just die?" Kim Gongja replied with a single, resolute word. "All right." Yu Suha lunged to attack, the purple spear tearing through the air. Kim Gongja, despite being severely wounded, still tried to dodge, his eyes burning with the will to survive. He continued his relentless assault, purple magic exploding around them. Kim Gongja, with an iron will, roared, "I will live without worries." He refused to fall. Yu Suha angrily retreated. Damn it. He hadn't expected Kim Gongja to still have the strength to resist. Kim Gongja, though exhausted, still drew a dagger, ready to fight to the end. Both lunged at each other in a battle to the death. Yu Suha with his purple spear, Kim Gongja with his dagger, the will to survive burning fiercely in his eyes. Yu Suha's eyes widened, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't believe that, in a life-or-death moment, the weaker opponent could deliver a fatal counterattack. Kim Gongja gasped for breath, the dagger still firm in his hand. Though exhausted, he stood tall, his will to survive burning fiercely. He growled, "To prevent that 1 in a million chance of you awakening when your life is threatened," a death vow echoed, signaling an unavoidable end. His hand tightened around the dagger's hilt, the steel blade glinting coldly. "I will send you off properly." A final slash, sealing his fate. Kim Gongja's shadow stretched long, kneeling amidst the dazzling light. He had won, but the price was a devastated land. Yu Suha had fallen, blood staining the ground red. Kim Gongja sighed in relief, his eyes on the enemy's corpse, muttering his name like a farewell. He stood there, over the body of the one who had once taken his life. Killing me is one thing, but something strange keeps haunting me. A lingering question remained. In his memory, Yu Suha smiled, saying his name before striking. "My name is Yu Suha. Farewell." Those words, now, carried a different meaning. 4,090 days later, the truth came to light, awakening Kim Gongja in a fit of rage. "You bastard!" He gritted his teeth, hatred surging. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, words pouring out. "You're just a cold-blooded murderer, yet you want to pretend to be a knight in a duel of honor. Utter contempt." Memories resurfaced. Yu Suha smirked sinisterly at Saintess Isabel, then adopted a cold demeanor. "How dare you!" His fury erupted. Kim Gongja screamed, his face covered in blood. Hypocrisy after killing so many innocent people. A sharp accusation, filled with pain. He turned his back and walked away, a solitary figure in the twilight. Everything was over, but the emotional wound still lingered, smoldering. The young man continued walking, his dagger still his companion. But from the shadows, glowing red eyes watched, signaling new danger. 3 ferocious red wolves appeared, surrounding him. A voice echoed, "You want to eat him, don't you?" Kim Gongja fled, looking back. "I don't need him. Go ahead." Someone had given an order pushing him into a new circle of danger. The ferocious red wolves pounced on their prey, tearing through the night with terrifying roars. He looked back, his eyes as cold as ice. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, his solitary figure darting through the gloomy forest. A sense of unease crept in, as if something was close behind. His hand clenched something in his pocket, cold sweat breaking out. Every step was a battle, fighting against fear and the lurking death. In his pocket, 2 small vials were his last hope. He knew this was his only chance to escape this hell. He kept running, relentlessly, his blood-stained white hoodie looking even more desolate. The darkness swallowed him, but he couldn't stop. After a moment of hesitation, he reached into his blood-soaked pocket. Now was the time to decide, life or death. Escaping danger, he changed into a new jacket, adjusting his collar. The bloodstains had faded, but the horrifying memories remained. In the silent, deep forest, he stood, his eyes stunned. Is it really over? Or is it just the beginning of a new nightmare? A dazzling light enveloped him, pulling him into another space, moving to floor 1 city. A new world awaited. He set foot in an unfamiliar city, and immediately, a figure in white armor caught his attention. "Patrol squad!" The young man faced the patrol soldier. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, as if a wrong word could ignite disaster. Their eyes met, a silent scrutiny. He tried to maintain his composure, but his heart was filled with doubt. The white-armored soldier spoke, his face full of expression. He just stood there, listening, trying to grasp the situation. He turned his back and walked away, leaving the soldier behind. "Ah, that's it then." A swift end to the first encounter. In the city sky, dark clouds swirled. No one knew what had happened. The Floor 10 raid team had failed miserably again. A beer mug was slammed onto the table. Criticism of the Sword Saint grew harsher as he refused to participate in the raid despite being rank 1. The terrifying legend of Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha had ended, but the criticisms of the Sword Saint remained. Amidst it all, Kim Gong-ja carelessly raised his glass, ordering more beer. The bar manager wondered about the amount of beer he had drunk, but Kim Gong-ja just grinned, boasting that his hunt today was a big win. Meanwhile, Floor 10 had failed once again, rendering the ranking system useless, but Kim Gong-ja didn't care. He still sipped his beer, enjoying his own victory. He silently commanded, and a virtual status window appeared before his eyes, like a secret only he possessed. Name, Kim Gong-ja, rank F skills. I want to be like you, S+. The regressor's clock, EX. He smiled, the beer tasting sweet. He winked, smug about his valuable skills. But then, his smile faded, a harsh truth emerging. He had no combat skills whatsoever. Is this human greed? He wondered, then was reminded by the manager. Kim Gong-ja, don't push your luck if you want more to drink. Ignoring him, he continued to daydream. With these skills, he could win the lottery, or sell methods to clear the upper floors that no one else knew. Excellent! Everything is finally looking up for me. He was ecstatic, but then a strange figure appeared, interrupting his train of thought. An elderly man, elegant in a black suit and fedora, entered the bar, carrying an indescribable air of mystery. Milk. He spoke, a single word, but enough to draw the attention of the entire bar. Please, just mix a little vodka and sugar with warm milk. Honey instead of sugar would be even better. He made a strange request. Bright red sneakers stood out on his feet. A small but distinctive detail, breaking his stern appearance. The manager awkwardly refused, explaining he wasn't a bartender. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this old man is really strange. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Kim Gong-ja's attention. Hey, is that really him? Why is he here? Kim Gong-ja turned to look at the elderly man, who was now seated at a table. A big question arose. What was the significance of his appearance at this sensitive time? A voice echoed from the TV screen, calling for cooperation, while the blurry image of an old man appeared, like an omen. Kim Gong-ja was stunned, his eyes wide as he stared, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. Who is he? A question echoed, along with the image of Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry, a legend being sought. The Babylon Daily revealed a secret. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry had been missing for 22 days. Once the tower's overlord, even before the Fire Emperor, he was now just a forgotten name. The silver-haired old man sneered, a thought flashing through his mind. This guy, he's definitely the strongest of this era. Kim Gong-ja took a sip of beer, thinking to himself about his S+ rank skill, I want to be like you, an ability to copy skills from those who kill him. A light flashed in Kim Gong-ja's mind. He suddenly realized, wait, this skill, does it allow me to copy skills from any hunter, as long as I die by their hand? The old man's back appeared full of mystery. Kim Gong-ja wondered if he could even copy the skills of the current Tower Master. In a surreal space, Kim Gong-ja and the old man sat on the hands of a clock, chained by time. He realized that now, even death was no longer an escape. Kim Gong-ja scrolled through his phone, his expression a mix of surprise and calculation. This seems plausible, doesn't it? He thought to himself. He scrolled through anonymous rumors about the old man, from his noble origins, mysterious skills, to abandoning everything for the tower and his habit of muttering to himself. What? Kim Gong-ja was bewildered. This guy is completely shrouded in mystery. There's no useful information. It's all just nonsense rumors. He looked at the Fire Emperor's picture in the magazine, secretly wishing that old man had half of the Fire Emperor's fame to make it easier to find out more. Suddenly, the old man spun around, his sharp, cold eyes looking directly at Kim Gong-ja. Shut up, don't be so noisy, he snapped. Kim Gong-ja flinched, muttering. At first, he even scared me half to death. The old man Marcus Callenberry frowned, his expression annoyed. Understand? Whose feelings? He muttered, as if talking to someone invisible. Kim Gong-ja scrolled through his phone, his eyes tired. This old man really did mutter to himself. But why did only rankers like him have such strange problems? Suddenly, a news headline caught his eye, startling him. Warning. One thing you absolutely must not say in front of the Sword Saint. What was this? 8 months ago, at a criminal hunting ground, Sword Saint Marcus was blocked by 3 strangers. The dark-skinned man glared, shouting, Hey, old man, this is our territory. Know your place and get out. While Marcus calmly drew his sword, The dark-skinned man continued to prattle on about some high-ranking rankers who had caused trouble with the Sword Saint on the 9th floor. He even wondered why he had never heard of this. The dark-skinned man sneered, pointing directly at the old man's face. "Ha! Either you're deaf, or you're too arrogant to pay attention to anything." The Sword Saint's eyes suddenly turned bone-chillingly cold. The dark-skinned man's arrogant words abruptly died out when he mentioned the old man's descendants. With just one sword strike, the dark-skinned man bled. His companions panicked, stammering, "Did the Sword Saint kill someone? Or are you spreading false rumors to bring down a major guild?" The two remaining men were utterly terrified, running for their lives. One of them yelled as he ran, "Think what you want! I just wanted to share!" Kim Gongja read to the last line. "Anyway, if you don't want to die, never mention the Sword Saint's descendants in front of him." He stared at the screen, realizing he had just learned a harsh lesson. Absolutely do not say that in front of the old man. Suddenly, the Sword Saint roared, "Shut up! Let me handle it! I can't drink my vodka because of you! I need to test this!" He placed a pile of coins on the counter, a clinking sound echoing. "Thanks, barkeep. The drink was good," he said, his tone still a bit annoyed. Then he put on his hat, turned his back, and walked out of the bar, leaving a suffocating atmosphere. The manager quickly greeted, "Yes, yes. Have a good day, sir." Finally, silence returned to the bar, with only Kim Gong-ja sitting there, alone. He sighed in relief, muttering, "He's finally gone. Does he have Alzheimer's? Why does he keep muttering? It's such a mood killer." Another customer paid, breaking the silence. The manager cheerfully said, "Thank you. See you again." The doorbell rang, signaling a new beginning or an unexpected end. Under the crescent moon, Kim Gong-ja stood in the night street, his eyes full of determination, wondering, "Rank 1, where are you?" He and the others looked around in confusion, wondering, "Where did he go?" "I followed immediately. He couldn't have gone far," he muttered, his eyes constantly searching. In the distance, a familiar figure appeared. "Found him!" A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. The Sword Saint stood out in the crowd with his elegant suit. In this Babylon, only he dresses like that. Truly easy to find. He followed, full of curiosity. "I wonder what skills he has." A sinister smile spread across his lips. "The Fire Emperor has an EX grade regression skill, so what will the Sword Saint, who succeeded even before the Fire Emperor, have?" His eyes flashed with madness. "Does he have a cheating skill even beyond regression? That skill will be mine. Just a little luck is all I need." The Sword Saint stopped in a desolate grassland. This place should be enough. Kim Gong-ja flinched, realizing he had been discovered. Under the moonlight, the Sword Saint turned around, sword in hand. "Come out, young man." He hid behind a tree, his heart pounding. "He knew my location instantly. Here, no one knows what will happen." The Sword Saint slowly took each step, his eyes sharp and cold. Kim Gong-ja stepped out, trying to maintain his composure. "Forgive my rudeness. I just wanted to ask the Sword Saint for a favor." A mysterious smirk appeared on the Sword Saint's face, sending shivers down Kim Gong-ja's spine. The Sword Saint, with a smirk, questioned Kim Gong-ja about the favor he had just mentioned. He asserted that Kim Gong-ja had deliberately followed him to be discovered, then interrogated why he would make such a terrifying request from an ordinary old man. Kim Gong-ja was dumbfounded, "Uh-huh," echoing in his head. He realized the Sword Saint had misunderstood, thinking he had intentionally let himself be discovered. He told himself he wasn't specially armed or anything, but the Sword Saint was holding his sword, its tip pointed directly at him, as if ready to strike at any moment. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. He had only been observing him. This situation, though convenient, had a completely mysterious cause. The Sword Saint suddenly spoke, praising him as a talented actor, truly a first-rate assassin. Kim Gong-ja was speechless, only managing to utter, "What?" He wondered, how could an F-rank like him be an assassin? He congratulated himself on being about to die without offending the Sword Saint's descendants. I don't understand anything," he stammered. The Sword Saint maintained his cold expression, saying that Kim Gong-ja was truly cunning, still acting but unable to deceive his keen eyes. Kim Gong-ja frantically backed away, pleading with the Sword Saint. "Sir, please, I truly don't know anything." He explained, how could he possibly look like a first-rate assassin? He was even proud of his ordinary appearance. The Sword Saint raised his head, his eyes as sharp as knives. Suddenly, the Sword Saint swung his sword. A dazzling flash of light tore through the night, piercing straight through Kim Gong-ja. "Silence," he coldly commanded. In that moment, Kim Gong-ja thought about the skills he possessed, among which was a special skill, counting the number of people he had killed. That's right, he had killed people. No matter how justified the reason, killing was still killing. He might know that the people he killed would turn into monsters, but he had no excuse for the people of this era. A glowing red skull symbol along with the number 1 clearly appeared above his head. Kim Gong-ja understood. The Sword Saint could see the number 1 above his head. He accepted it, then hastily pleaded with the Sword Saint to listen, that he did it for a justifiable reason. Under the faint moonlight, the Sword Saint stood there, sword in hand, his eyes full of contempt. "You disgust me." Kim Gongja turned pale, utterly horrified. The Sword Saint swung his sword, his eyes full of contempt, declaring that someone who had swept away countless lives like him had no right to reason. He continued, his tone cold, saying that although he himself was not a benevolent person, he had never committed meaningless massacres. The sword glowed brightly, startling Kim Gongja. Kim Gongja tried to explain in a panic, denying that he was a mass murderer, saying that in his life he had only killed 1 person. The Sword Saint still stood there, under the ethereal moonlight, his sword still glowing brightly, coldly judging that he was shamelessly lying. A terrifying number appeared. 4,091. The Sword Saint affirmed that he could clearly see the number of lives Kim Gongja had taken above his head. Kim Gongja was stunned, then suddenly remembered. He admitted, I killed Yusuha once." Then he revealed the horrifying truth. "And I ended my own life 4,090 times to return to the past." The Sword Saint didn't believe him, suspecting he was sent by the Black Witch. Kim Gongja realized that in this old man's eyes, he was the mass murderer of all time, having killed 4,091 people. He dodged a lightning-fast attack, a thought swirling in his mind. This isn't about copying skills anymore. The Sword Saint interrogated him, but Kim Gongja knew that as long as the Sword Saint possessed that skill, all explanations would be meaningless. He told himself that the Sword Saint's question didn't matter. No matter when they met, the Sword Saint would find a way to kill him. The Sword Saint swung his sword down from above, the moonlight like a blade. Kim Gongja fiercely retorted, "I will kill you with all my might." The Sword Saint merely uttered coldly, "Demon!" A sword slash tore through the air. Kim Gongja swiftly dodged it by a hair's breadth. The Sword Saint was surprised that he dodged his blade, then nodded. Truly a first-rate assassin. Kim Gongja lay prone on the ground, panting, his heart filled with extreme anger. This deaf old man. He suddenly kicked the ground hard, creating a deep crack, surprised himself by the power he had just unleashed. Kim Gongja was pushed back, his body writhing in pain. He still hadn't fully adapted to his new power. Every blow felt like it was tearing his flesh, his body worn out. Kim Gongja collapsed. Last time, escaping death was just luck. Would he have another chance this time? The Sword Saint, Marcus Callenberry, attacked relentlessly. The cold moonlight illuminated the blade poised to finish off the young man. A voice echoed in his head, full of authority and coldness. "Shut up, Kim Gong." Ja grimaced, trying to endure. The Sword Saint, Marcus Callenberry, looked down at Kim Gongja, questioning an invisible entity. "You want to interrogate him? This devil?" The old man talked to himself, shouting, as if arguing with someone. Kim Gongja was suspicious, wondering if this was one of his special skills. The black-haired young man realized with a shock. Impossible. Is this telepathy? The Sword Saint, Marcus Callenberry, stood there amidst invisible streams of information. He had heard of such skills before. Kim Gongja shivered. Was the old man transmitting information about him to someone? A murderer who had killed 4,091 people? A terrifying vision appeared. Kim Gongja was being relentlessly hunted by the Hunters Association, his image plastered everywhere. He would be relentlessly hunted by powerful guilds and notorious bounty hunters until he was publicly executed on the first floor of the tower. No, that vision absolutely cannot come true. Kim Gongja swore inwardly, his eyes filled with determination. There's only one way. He must die immediately, before 24 hours pass. Kim Gongja looked at the Sword Saint, his gaze resolute. "Don't bother," the Sword Saint said, his voice firm. "Even if you are my master." But Kim Gongja asked about his nephew. He knew the Sword Saint came from a prestigious family in Northern Europe. Such families always had their own secrets and pressures. "The outside world is full of dangers," Kim Gongja warned, his words carrying a deep implication, his eyes fixed on the Sword Saint. Kim Gongja exclaimed in shock, worried about the unpredictable consequences if the Sword Saint's identity were revealed to the world. A stream of blue sword energy tore through the night. The Sword Saint acted without hesitation, his eyes as cold as ice. He tumbled down, the world turning upside down. A crescent moon hung inverted in the sky, a strange and haunting sight. Kim Gongja's body fell freely, while the Sword Saint stood tall and majestic beneath the crescent moon, like a god. The moonlight reflected in his eyes, a deadly beauty. He didn't even see the Sword Saint's final blow, a heartbreaking truth. Despite the excruciating pain, deep down, a burning desire arose, to be as strong as him, to reach that realm. He reached out in vain, envy surging at that absolute power and untouchable grandeur. He wanted to acquire that sword technique, to reach the realm the Sword Saint had attained, a distant dream. Then night fell, and the system announced his death. Kim Gongja once again returned to the starting point, a cruel loop. Finally, he looked at the skill cards, forming a calculating smirk hidden in his smile. Excellent! Where's my gold card? He eagerly searched among the myriad sparkling cards, full of hope. He intended to choose a card as he had done with the Flame Emperor, but his gaze suddenly stopped, noticing something unusual. An inexplicable confusion crept into his mind as he realized something wasn't as he expected. Why? Are there no gold cards? He was surprised not to see any S-rank skill cards appear. He realized something with a shock, an unbelievable truth slowly manifesting, leaving him speechless. Unlike the Flame Emperor, the legendary Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry had achieved his title without needing any S-rank skills. The young man's knees buckled, his whole body collapsing. An unbelievable truth was suffocating his mind. No way. He knelt, his eyes full of despair, reassuring himself. There must be some overpowered skill among these silver cards. Before his eyes, 3 dull brown cards appeared. Pathetically useless. A tear rolled down, soaked in utter disappointment, and then 4 sparkling silver cards appeared, bringing a faint glimmer of hope. Ignoring the useless cards, he looked up. My chances are 1 in 4. He gritted his teeth, the image of the death-counting skill appearing. That death-counting skill must be among these. He reached out, energy surging. I don't want that. Give me a cheat skill, he cried out desperately, energy surging. Please, I won't ask for anything else. The skill behind the Sword Saint's success. A cold notification appeared. Selection complete. Copying skill. You will return 24 hours ago. He shot up, panting, drenched in sweat. His eyes, filled with horror, scanned the familiar room. His face was still stunned, trying to process everything that had just happened. He sat up, looking at his hands. Open Hunter status window. Did I get it? The Sword Saint's main skill. The status window appeared. 2. Returner's Clockwork. EX. Passive. 3. Sword Throne. A+. Passive. He sighed in relief. At least it's A+, not a skill that counts lives. But then, he slumped back down, utterly disappointed. Passive again? I wanted a cool active skill, like Rare Martial Arts, or Aura Awakening. Still, he told himself not to complain. He reached out, commanding, Skill card, open. The skill card appeared, revealing the mysterious name. Sword Throne, A+. Kim Gong. Ja frowned. The name revealed nothing, making him even more confused. But then, a strange sound suddenly echoed, pulling Kim Gong-ja out of his thoughts. He lay sprawled on the bed, his tired eyes half open, bewildered by the sudden noise. His eyes widened, reflecting his shock. A huge question mark appeared in his mind as he tried to figure out what the hell was happening. Beside him, a muscular, fiery, red-haired figure grumbled. Old man, I told you. If you want to practice, go outside and do it in the middle of the night. Kim Gong-ja shot up, his face utterly bewildered. He completely failed to understand what was happening. An indescribable shock. The red-haired man continued to nag, his tone full of annoyance. Old man, please have some basic manners. Kim Gong-ja stared at the red-haired man, trying to interject. Excuse me, who are you? The red-haired man turned in surprise, his eyes wide. You can see me? Yes, Kim Gong-ja replied, then asked back. You can hear me too, right? He wondered. Weren't they both talking? The red-haired man exclaimed in shock. What? That's strange. This shouldn't be happening. He seemed to be facing an absurdity. The red-haired man jumped up, his eyes darting around the cramped room. Where is this? Why is it so small? Where's Marcus? Kim Gong-ja asked in surprise. Marcus Callenberry? Are you talking about the Sword Saint? The red-haired man looked out the window, clicking his tongue. Yeah, that old man. The title of Sword Saint is too much for a rookie like him. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. The Sword Saint is a rookie? The red-haired man continued to complain, searching for Marcus everywhere. The red-haired man kept grumbling because he couldn't see anything through the small window. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja suddenly looked down at his skill status panel. He read the skill description. Sword Throne, A+. From another world, having cleared 99 floors of the tower but failed on the 100th floor. Became a spirit. Unable to physically interact. Can communicate with the skill owner. Copied from Marcus Callenberry. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. From another world? And he's a ghost? Kim Gong-ja turned to the red-haired man, asking directly, Excuse me, but are you the Sword Saint's guardian spirit? The red-haired man hesitated. I guess so. Kim Gong-ja stammered, his face awkward as if he had just caused a huge mess. He had just realized he had accidentally copied a guardian spirit from the Sword Saint. His confession was like a bolt from the blue. The red-haired man's eyes widened, his face contorted in horror, unable to believe his ears. The red-haired man's spirit seemed to want to dissipate, screaming in despair. "Send me back to the old man immediately!" His cry echoed through the space. The red-haired man cried miserably, demanding unreasonably. "If you copied me, you should be able to undo it. Don't you know what a refund is? In this era, everything can be returned." Kim Gongja panicked completely, clutching his head and shouting, "I told you it's not something I can control, didn't I?" He was helpless in this ironic situation. The red-haired man flipped upside down in mid-air, still complaining incessantly, calling his disciple's name. Kim Gongja was about to go crazy, yelling back, "Can you stop crying upside down? I'm about to have a heart attack." The red-haired man remained upside down, grumbling about his disciple. "This is because that stupid disciple didn't respect me enough." Kim Gongja just wanted peace. "Excuse me, can we just live in peace?" "Live! Live! I'm already dead!" the red-haired man screamed. Kim Gongja, with a terrifying expression, retorted, "Then can you die quietly?" Tension rose. The red-haired man plopped onto the floor, pointing at Kim Gongja and yelling, "I've never been disrespected like this! Isn't dying once enough, huh?" His aura exploded, as if he wanted to devour the person opposite him. Amidst the chaos, a calm voice rang out. The Sword Saint appeared, coldly commanding. "What kind of magic?" Silence. The Sword Saint continued, his voice full of authority. "Be quiet. You're interfering too much." Kim Gongja flinched, then let out a long sigh. Kim Gongja sighed, lamenting his ironic fate of having to both avoid the Sword Saint and be stuck with this bizarre skill. The red-haired man asked, puzzled, "Avoiding the old man? He's kind, isn't he?" Kim Gongja sighed, whispering, "As long as you don't mention his niece." A secret about the Sword Saint was revealed. The red-haired man asked about the Sword Saint's detective's eye skill, which could see the number of people killed. Kim Gongja scoffed. "That's a trash skill, only good for distinguishing good from evil." Kim Gongja suddenly pointed at the red-haired man, uttering a cold number. 4,091. The red-haired man crossed his arms, raised his head, and proudly declared, "The number above my head is 4,091. An astonishing kill count." The black-haired young man revealed a horrifying truth. The number 4,091 was not the number of lives he had taken. He had only killed one person, a future tyrant. 4,090. That was the number of times he had ended his own life. He had returned from 11 years in the future, for only one purpose, to kill that tyrant. A bizarre ability allowed him to copy the skills of those who killed him. And from the tyrant's hands, he had acquired the fated return skill. Each time he fell, he was sent back 24 hours before the fateful moment. An immortal, trapped in a loop of life and death. His enemy, an invincible overlord, topped all rankings. To get revenge, he had turned back time, returning before the tyrant could acquire that horrifying ability. A race against fate. The red-haired man's eyes widened, his voice full of skepticism. "You turned back time, just to get revenge on a single person? By ending your own life for 11 years? He couldn't believe his ears. The black-haired young man bowed his head, silent as a grave. The red-haired man stared, his gaze scrutinizing. "What's your name?" the red-haired man suddenly asked. "Kim Gongja," he replied, his voice deep. "Gongja," the red-haired man repeated. "Why did you choose that old man? And why did you steal his skill right after getting revenge?" he questioned. "Because he was number one," Kim Gongja replied bluntly. "The fastest way to get stronger is to take the skill of the strongest." The red-haired man fell silent, his gaze sharp as a knife. "You're honest. Perhaps because the skill card said no one else could sense my presence. You can't tell anyone else, can you?" The red-haired man pressed. "Ah, yes," Kim Gongja reluctantly admitted. Suddenly, the red-haired man sprang to his feet, giving a decisive order. "Stand up!" Kim Gongja was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "You have enough perseverance," the red-haired man said, his eyes assessing. 3 of his clones suddenly appeared, pulling Kim Gongja to his feet. "You also have enough ambition." Kim Gongja was stunned. The red-haired man looked at him, his voice pensive. "I suppose it's not bad." "Hey, Gongja," the red-haired man called, his eyes blazing. "Let me see how you hunt monsters." Night fell. A crescent moon hung suspended in the sky, casting a silver light upon the tranquil, mystical forest. Beneath the foliage, brilliant red specks like giant drops of blood hid amidst the lush green grass, awaiting their prey. Kim Gongja looked at the monsters, asking, "You only want me to kill a few of them?" "Yes," Yu Suha replied curtly. Without hesitation, the young man drew a gleaming dagger. his determined gaze fixed as he charged towards the glowing red creatures. A flash of a blade tore through the air, piercing straight through the monster's soft shell, red blood splattering. But the monsters were not easily subdued. A glowing red tentacle reached out, coiling around Kim Gongja, intending to swallow him. He struggled within the monster's embrace, his gaze unwavering, determined not to give up. Kim Gongja was unharmed. He looked directly at his enemy, his face cold and resolute. A powerful, decisive punch pierced through the slimy flesh, red blood splattering like fireworks. Amidst the swarm of monsters, Kim Gongja spun like a whirlwind, continuously striking, taking down one after another. Yu Suha watched his every move, his eyes blazing, and nodded slightly. That's right. Mission accomplished. Kim Gongja stood amidst the battlefield. Monster blood splattered everywhere, he confidently said. I knew it. The young man was surprised, touching the blood stain on his face, and asked again, Knew what? Yu Suha began to recount his glorious past. When I was alive, I was known as the Sword Emperor. I was born in another world, where there was a tower that I quickly climbed to the top of. A shocking piece of information emerged. The Fire Emperor had become a legend after surpassing the 40th floor, climbing to the 99th floor of the tower. Kim Gongja was astonished. Surpassing the 99th floor? That's insane. Yu Suha explained, When you reach my level, you can see through talent with just a glance. Your talent for being a hunter is why I wanted to see you fight. In the silent dark night, the black-haired young man gave a knowing smile, his eyes sharp as if seeing through all secrets. He turned to the Fire Emperor, his tone full of confidence yet with a hint of challenge. Then you've wasted your time, because I have no talent for combat at all. That declaration made the Fire Emperor suddenly erupt in anger, his eyes blazing and a roar echoing. Nonsense. The Fire Emperor asserted firmly, his gaze sharp as a knife. You have talent, an extraordinary talent at that. Kim Gongja was stunned, unable to believe his ears. The black-haired young man was skeptical, thinking the Fire Emperor was joking. Are you kidding me? He explained that he had no martial arts aptitude. His body was clumsy, and he hadn't yet sensed chi. But the Fire Emperor remained steadfast, his blazing eyes seeing through to the core. You have a talent that no one else possesses. Kim Gongja's image suddenly exploded with power, his eyes resolute. You are not afraid of death, the Fire Emperor continued, explaining that the instinct to fear death is natural. But surprisingly, you don't have that instinct at all. The black-haired young man was stunned. The Fire Emperor believed that instinct had disappeared after more than 4,000 times he had died and revived. Does that also count as talent? He wondered. Wo Huang affirmed confidently. Of course, talent isn't something you're born with. Anyone can acquire talent at any point in their life. And one of the hardest talents to acquire is overcoming the fear of death, Wo Huang said, as images of heroes with various talents appeared as proof. Kim Gongja looked at the invisible hand reaching out, his eyes filled with astonishment. Unbelievable. He bowed his head, lost in thought. No one has ever told me that. I've never even thought of it myself. In a moment of recollection, a young Kim Gongja appeared, his eyes panicked and full of anguish. I couldn't stand being treated like an insect by Wo Huang. He recalled the decisive moment, holding a dagger to end his own life. I couldn't bear it, to the point of ending my life 4,000 times. Back in reality, Kim Gongja stood there, enveloped in a blue aura, his eyes resolute. That death became my talent. Let me ask you something. His gaze turned to Wo Huang, his voice calm. You died at the hands of the old Jiansheng, didn't you? What were you thinking then? Wo Huang smirked, a mysterious smile on his face. Ha! A loud laugh echoed through the forest. Wo Huang and Kim Gongja soaring through the air together, like two free souls between heaven and earth. He faced Kim Gongja, his eyes blazing with excitement. How interesting. Extremely interesting. Excellent. Wo Huang explained that Kim Gongja's ability was to copy, not steal, so Jiansheng still had another guardian spirit of his own. Wo Huang's feet gently touched the ground, his sharp eyes scanning the bushes. I want to see which of you two will become the greater hunter. He pointed directly at Kim Gongja, a radiant smile on his face. I will help you achieve that. Kim Gongja replied, his eyes full of determination. Yes, until I can stand equal to that old man. No, surpass him. We will conquer this tower. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air. Hey, Gongja, why aren't you up yet? Kim Gongja buried himself in his blanket, mumbling, 5 more minutes. Wo Huang's voice rang out again. 5 minutes? The fellow Wo Huang continued to scold, but he stubbornly buried his face in the pillow. You're too lazy. Old man Marcus might be clearing the 10th floor, and you want 5 minutes? Are you really covering your ears? Wo Huang threatened, his tone full of confidence. I'll sing folk songs until you wake up. You know, when I was alive, I learned sound manipulation techniques. Just one line of a song was enough to decapitate at least 30 people. Do you know what time it is now? Kim Gong-ja jolted awake, shouting back. Then what time is it? He held up his phone, the screen showing 4:01 a.m. It's still 4 a.m., you crazy bastard! Huo Huang yawned, his face tired. Even insects start crawling at 4 a.m. Since you're weaker than an insect, you have to wake up even earlier, Kim Gong-ja retorted angrily. You're only saying that because you're bored from not being able to sleep. Huo Huang finally admitted it, Kim Gong-ja sitting on the bed, his face helpless. I always wondered why Jian Sheng trained at 4 a.m. every day. Turns out it wasn't because he was diligent, but because you kept him awake. All right, I woke you up because I'm bored. Happy now? Huo Huang continued to taunt, telling Kim Gong-ja to be grateful for waking up early to train, and even made him bow. Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth, wishing he could just kill this annoying spirit and be done with it. Huo Huang sneered. I'm dead. How would you kill me? If you have a problem, why don't you try dying yourself? His teasing words only added fuel to the fire. He added a fatal blow. Oh, right. You can't even die. You damn zombie. From now on, your name is Kim Zombie. Kim Gong-ja was speechless, so furious he wanted to explode. In the early morning, Kim Gong-ja had to drag himself out for a run, drenched in sweat. Beside him, Huo Huang's spirit floated, leisurely crossing his legs as if taking a stroll. Huo Huang continued his lecture. Listen, zombie, besides your tenacious will, you have no talent. Your skill level isn't even enough for me to teach you the basics. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, 4 days had passed since he copied the Jian skill from Jian Sheng. He had also killed Yu Su-ha one more time, and tried to avoid Jian Sheng as much as possible. His life now revolved around training and evasion. Huo Huang continued to tease. In terms of potential, you're like a bottomless black hole. Truly amazing, I'm so jealous. Kim Gong-ja, panting, replied, Don't. Distract me. I'm running. He was strictly adhering to the training schedule set by this guardian spirit. Huo Huang then said, That's why you need special guidance, and to receive it, you must pay a high tuition fee. He flashed a cunning smile, his eyes sparkling as if hatching a plan. Hey zombie, let's go play the lottery, Huo Huang enthusiastically suggested, surprising Kim Gong-ja. There was a guild called Song Ryun, also officially known as the Lian Meng Shang Ren. The guild leader was a rank 3 hunter, Nu Ba Zhuwei. She was the only one who possessed the skill to trade with the outside world. Thanks to this hack skill, Song Ryun monopolized the tower's economy, becoming the only place in Babylon to sell lottery tickets. A man wearing a cat ear hat, an employee of Sang Ryun, warmly welcomed customers. Thank you for coming to Sang Ryun. How may I help you? Kim Gong-ja placed a winning lottery ticket on the table, his eyes full of confidence. I'm here to collect my winnings, he said. The cat-eared man exclaimed in surprise. Ah, you've won the Sang Ryun Happiness Lottery. Congratulations. Kim Gong-ja smiled faintly, while Huo Huang irritably asked about the cat ear hat. The Fire Emperor grumbled, criticizing the owner of this place, deeming her a weirdo for making others wear cat ear hats. Meanwhile, the receptionist maintained a professional smile, reminding them about the prize redemption deadline. Kim Gong-ja confidently replied that this lottery ticket was bought last week. He explained that the Sword Soul had told him he needed some startup capital, so the first thing he did after acquiring a guardian spirit was win the lottery. The receptionist smiled, extended his hand, preparing to check the young man's identification. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Suddenly, the receptionist's eyes widened in surprise. A surge of electricity flashed from the lottery ticket, as if it were radiating the aura of a rare item. He gaped, staring at the holographic screen that appeared before his eyes. First prize, 53,000 gold. The enormous number appeared, leaving him stunned. First prize? Whispers began to spread. Kim Gong-ja smirked, his eyes full of triumph, as if this were merely a trifle. The Fire Emperor stood beside him, bursting into laughter. Making money is as easy as pie, isn't it? He said, his tone full of teasing but also unable to hide his excitement. The employee quickly confirmed the ticket number, then stammered, asking permission to call the manager. Kim Gong-ja calmly nodded. The Fire Emperor whispered, wordly asking him what if he got robbed in an alley, Kim Gong-ja recalled. Before returning to this point in time, Yu Su-ha had also used a similar skill to win the lottery. From that, he had learned an important lesson. He looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. This is not something that can be hidden, no matter how hard one tries. The Fire Emperor stood behind him, scratching his head in confusion. If it's going to be revealed sooner or later, it's safer to make it public, he thought. If the lottery winner is attacked, the Sang Ryun Guild will suffer the heaviest losses. A distinguished man appeared, introducing himself as Director Arthur Taylor. Director Arthur smiled, telling him to call him by his alias, Safekeeper. Kim Gong-ja replied, thinking to himself that someone with such an alias must surely be a top-tier ranker. Director Arthur laughed heartily. I've heard that many times. He waved his hand, inviting Kim Gong-ja and the Fire Emperor to follow him upstairs. Kim Gong-ja walked, the Fire Emperor slinging an arm over his shoulder. Normally, an F-ranker like me would never have the chance to interact with a ranker. But today is different, he told himself, because he was a customer worth 50,000 gold. The Fire Emperor leaned close to his ear, whispering teasingly, "You're too easily impressed, probably because you've never been treated like this before. Last night I praised your talent, and you were even moved by it." Kim Gongja angrily spun around, his face darkening. "Can't you be quiet for 1 second?" he growled, unable to stand the spirit's teasing. The director of the Sangryun Guild, Arthur Taylor, turned back to ask if something was wrong, his face full of concern. Kim Gongja was startled, quickly replying that he was just a bit dazed. It was nothing. Arthur Taylor sighed in relief, saying that he had been worried someone might have treated him rudely before he arrived. Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Is this an angel?" Meanwhile, the Fire Emperor behind him merely sneered. How naive. Arthur Taylor led Kim Gongja to a luxurious room, introducing it as the VIP room. The black-haired young man looked around in surprise as Arthur Taylor continued to explain the reward. Before Kim Gongja's eyes was a dazzling mountain of gold. Arthur Taylor declared it to be 53,000 gold coins. Kim Gongja swallowed hard, realizing this amount of gold was equivalent to over $5 million in his old world. Empty bottles appeared in his mind, recalling a difficult past. With this money, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. Arthur Taylor asked him what he would do with it, but his goal was to conquer the tower. Money was just a small stepping stone. He had experienced far more beautiful gold. Kim Gongja decisively declared that he would deposit this gold into the Sangryun Guild safe. Arthur Taylor happily agreed, saying that it was a wise decision, and he always advised winners to do so. He explained that while he understood the desire to carry money, there were many bad people lurking out there. Kim Gongja smiled confidently, saying that he wanted the title of honorary member of the Sangryun Guild and would pay 10,000 gold up front. Arthur Taylor looked at him in surprise, asking if he still hadn't joined any guild. The black-haired young man nodded in confirmation, a confident smile still on his lips, as if everything was within his calculation. The Fire Emperor, Yusu-ha, crossed his arms, his eyes shrewd. "You're smarter than I thought. A guild isn't just a simple group of friends." The biggest reason hunters joined Guild's Island, a shield of light appeared, symbolizing protection. They want protection. "You are truly shrewd," the Fire Emperor continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. Kim Gongja smirked, a meaningful smile on his face, as if he had anticipated everything the Fire Emperor would say. This city is too chaotic to rely solely on guards and the Hunter Association. Kim Gongja recalled his death at the hands of the Fire Emperor and the Sword Saint, a brutal testament to that truth. The Fire Emperor, proud of his freedom, had never joined any guild. He had won big twice, but perhaps had never paid protection fees to anyone. A powerful individual like the Fire Emperor refusing guilds would naturally rub many people the wrong way. That was why he was almost poisoned. "There's no need to sour relations with major guilds yet," Kim Gongja thought to himself. "I won't be as foolish as the Fire Emperor." He had learned his lesson. "One more thing," Kim Gongja said, as Director Arthur Taylor was still taking notes. "Yes, anything. Currently, I'm staying in a cheap one-bedroom apartment. I'll pay the rent, so could you find me a better place to live?" Kim Gongja suggested. "And if any news agencies ask about the winner, tell them it was an anonymous honorary member of the Sangryun Guild." He made his final request. Director Arthur Taylor stopped writing, his eyes wide with surprise, completely speechless at the young man's calculation. "You've prepared very thoroughly," Director Arthur Taylor exclaimed. Behind him, the Flame Emperor burst out laughing. "Ha ha, look at his face!" "He probably thinks you're easy to bully," Kim Gongja said with a laugh. "It's a big world, so you have to be well prepared. Who called me easy to bully, anyway? Did I say that?" "I don't remember," the Flame Emperor teased, pointing at Director Arthur Taylor. "You're right, that foolish Emperor. Well, it seems you're quite capable of handling things yourself." The Flame Emperor patted his shoulder. "I thought I'd have to change your diapers." Kim Gongja secretly thought, "I wish you wouldn't say anything." Kim Gongja smiled, his eyes glinting with self-satisfaction. He knew that things were just beginning, and he was quite enjoying himself. His hand gently touched the pile of glittering gold coins. Of course, this was just the beginning of a new journey, a game where he would be in control. 4,000 deaths, returning to 400 days ago. The power once obscured by a thirst for revenge. Now it was time for him to fully enjoy it. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor's voice rang out, breaking his train of thought. "Hey zombie, I told you, tuition is the most important part of my lesson, right?" The Flame Emperor smirked, looking down at Kim Gongja. "You've just earned enough money to pay. What's the next step? A talented teacher?" He smugly cleared his throat, pointing at himself. Ahem, he's standing right in front of you. Kim Gongja could only frown, secretly cursing. Shameless bastard! The Flame Emperor sat cross-legged amidst rising smoke, surrounded by ancient scrolls and glittering potion bottles. Those are textbooks. Scrolls teaching martial arts or physical enhancement potions. He grabbed Kim Gongja's collar, his tone changing. But at your level, reading scrolls is useless. The only thing you can get are potions, extremely good ones. Kim Gongja was surprised, asking again, how good? His eyes were full of curiosity mixed with a hint of skepticism. The Flame Emperor pondered, hand on his chin. Was he thinking about how to describe the goodness of those things? Or was he simply being dramatic? It's called the Alchemy Castle, because there are countless mages and alchemists. You need the best from there. I know a shop. Kim Gongja stammered. Aren't they extremely expensive? The Flame Emperor grinned, raising a finger. Of course. Do you want to know how much they cost? His face was full of teasing. The Flame Emperor leaned close to his ear, whispering a horrifying number. Kim Gongja's eyes widened, his face pale with shock. Wait, with all my assets, I can only buy about 4 bottles. Kim Gongja panicked. The Flame Emperor roared. If you want to blame someone, blame your incompetence. Shut up and follow me. Kim Gongja panted, trying to keep up with the Flame Emperor's pace. Slow down, he cried out, but the red-haired man didn't slow down at all. The Flame Emperor didn't bother to wait, grabbing Kim Gongja and dragging him along. The black-haired young man could only let out a helpless ouch. The Flame Emperor suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes commanding, Gong-ja, hide. The black-haired young man was stunned, not yet understanding what had happened. The red-haired man turned his back and walked away as if nothing had happened. Kim Gongja scurried after him, asking in confusion. The Flame Emperor merely said indifferently, forgot to mention. Kim Gongja's eyes were tense, looking forward, a bad premonition rising in his heart. His footsteps echoed on the stone ground, heavy with questions. The Flame Emperor peeked from behind a pillar, whispering, This is Grandpa's potion shop. From a distance, an old man with silver hair and a neat beard was approaching. Kim Gongja's face turned pale, exclaiming in panic, Why didn't you say so sooner? His whole body seemed to freeze. The silver-haired old man continued to walk calmly. Kim Gongja just wanted to shout, You should have said something first. He knew he was in big trouble. The old man's footsteps were steady, each sound like a hammer blow to Kim Gongja's heart. The old man's blue eyes were sharp as knives, sweeping through the space, as if they could pierce through all secrets. Kim Gongja quickly hid behind a trash can, covering his mouth tightly, trying to hold his breath. The Flame Emperor stood there, facing the Sword Saint. The black-haired young man trembled, sweat pouring out. What should I do? If I get caught here, it'll be big trouble. The Sword Saint turned his back and walked away slowly, leaving behind an atmosphere as tense as a taut string. Kim Gongja remained huddled, his eyes panicked, his heart pounding as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. Hiding behind the trash can, the Flame Emperor whispered, What a relief. But this is where Grandpa usually comes. The red-haired man frowned, his expression serious. He's here, probably to clean up those potion bottles. A new danger emerged. Gongja, hurry! Follow me! The Flame Emperor suddenly grabbed Kim Gongja, pulling him away, leaving his astonishment behind. Ah! The Fire Emperor screamed, his face contorted in fear, while Kim Gongja peeked out from behind him, his eyes filled with astonishment. No! The scream echoed as Sword Saint Marcus Callenbury calmly walked out of a luxurious shop, leaving behind a lost opportunity. The Fire Emperor slammed his fist down, regretting, We're too late. What do we do now? The best shop in the area had been completely cleaned out by the Sword Saint. It would be too dangerous to use the same shop as the Sword Saint, Kim Gongja muttered. He scrolled through his phone, searching on Google for the hunter ranking list. He continued to scroll down, dozens, hundreds of names flashing by. Not in the top 20. Not in the top 100. Not even in the top 300. Kim Gongja looked up, his eyes annoyed. They're not here. The Fire Emperor frowned. Not what? Your luck? No, quite the opposite, Kim Gongja replied, his expression mysterious. He put away his phone, a glint flashing in his eyes. The black-haired young man smiled confidently. I don't think I'll have to spend as much money as you say. The Fire Emperor was surprised. What? Kim Gongja turned around, his eyes shining. We can buy those potions quite cheaply. A bold plan was forming. I know a pretty good alchemist, he said, leading the Fire Emperor deeper into the slums. Here, even sunlight struggled to reach. A burly man was snatching items from a green-haired girl. Please don't take my equipment, the girl pleaded. Kim Gongja muttered. Looks like we've come to the right place. Do you know how many times you've said that? The man yelled. The green-haired girl despaired. If you take my equipment, I can't make a living. Confiscate everything you see, the man ordered. The green-haired girl cried. 1 week. Please, just 1 more week. 5 days is fine too. Last time, 1 week turned into a month, and that month is now half a year, the man growled. The green-haired girl desperately clung to a cart full of potions. The green-haired girl was dragged, falling to the ground, a painful scream echoing. Ah! The man coldly continued to pull the cart away. The man turned back, his eyes contemptuous. If you want advice, find another profession. The green-haired girl lay huddled on the dusty ground, despairing. The green-haired girl remained sitting on the dusty ground, watching the cart disappear into the distance, despair overwhelming her. Then a group of people appeared, whispering about her shop. "That shop will go bankrupt sooner or later," one guy said. "Strength potion for 40 gold? That's highway robbery." The green-haired girl quickly stood up, angrily refuting. "It's not expensive at all. I barely make any profit. This quality, this price, you won't find it anywhere else in Babylon." But those guys just sneered, turning their backs and leaving. "Let's go. She thinks she's so great," the girl desperately called out. "Ah, wait." She tried to hold them back, offering, "Do you want to buy a bottle of my special strength potion, since you're already here?" But she only received a harsh retort. "We said no." Just then, the Fire Emperor appeared, his eyes contemptuously directed at the green-haired girl. "Hey, that failure isn't the once-in-a-millennium geniuses you were talking about." "Is she?" Kim Gongja turned around, his eyes sharp. "What if she is?" The Fire Emperor flinched, then angrily roared, "What? Are you blind?" The green-haired girl, frightened, collapsed to the ground, covering her face. Kim Gongja remained standing there, silently watching her. The black-haired young man slowly squatted down, a soft sigh escaping him. "Sorry," he said, breaking the silence. The green-haired girl looked up, her tear-filled eyes on him. "Are you still open?" Kim Gongja asked, his tone calm. He knew well that the person in front of him was not a crazy alchemist or a failure. "If you're still open, I want to place an order. Something expensive." Hearing those words, the green-haired girl seemed to awaken, her eyes shining brightly, happily replying, "Oh yes, of course. I can make anything you need." She sprang to her feet, full of hope, but still couldn't help but wonder. But what kind of price are we talking about?" Kim Gongja casually stated a number. I'm not sure. Around 20 kelvins?" The green-haired girl was utterly shocked, her entire body stiff. "If I can establish a connection with one of the high-ranked people." 20 kelvins. How much? Before they've even entered the rankings, she thought to herself, a glint flashing in her eyes. Kim Gongja smiled meaningfully. "A 24-carat golden goose." He urged, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to take my order? I'll be your #1 customer." The green-haired witch hastily invited Kim Gongja in. Although the house seemed dilapidated, her eyes shone with anticipation. Kim Gongja and the Fire Emperor stepped through the doorway, followed by the brightly smiling green-haired girl. A few passers-by merely glanced and then quickly walked away, as if not wanting to get involved. Inside, the scene was truly chaotic. Laboratory equipment, wooden barrels, and bottles scattered everywhere. The green-haired girl awkwardly admitted, "It's really dilapidated." The Fire Emperor couldn't hide his astonishment at the mess, letting out a surprised wow. Kim Gongja stood beside him, his eyes calmly observing. Kim Gongja stepped further inside, ignoring the Fire Emperor's skeptical question. "Hey, do you really want her to make the potions?" The black-haired young man just chuckled to himself, seemingly having his own calculations. The green-haired witch sat down at the table, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Kim Gongja, asking again with disbelief, "You really want to place an order with me for 20,000 gold?" Kim Gongja smiled, offering to pay in advance if she didn't trust him. The green-haired girl flinched, quickly waving her hands, but her eyes clearly showed her confusion. The green-haired witch hesitated, then her eyes suddenly lit up. Actually, if possible, paying in advance would be. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was perfectly clear. Kim Gongja turned to the Fire Emperor, explaining her dire situation. He generously ordered, "Take as much money as you need from my safe. I'll inform Song Ryun beforehand." The green-haired girl was astonished by his generosity. Kim Gongja then added, advising her to try and keep the budget within 20,000 gold, because my funds aren't limitless either. The green witch hastily grabbed a pen, ready to take notes. "So, what kind of potion do you want to commission?" "Ah," she asked, sounding a bit rushed. She looked up at the two of them, solemnly declaring, "If you want me to create forbidden potions, I must refuse." It was her unwavering principle. Even though the shop had just closed, she firmly refused tens of thousands of gold. Kim Gongja thought to himself, despite her messy appearance, she was undoubtedly a future alchemy master. Kim Gongja reassured her, swearing it wasn't a forbidden potion. The green-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief, then asked again, "So, exactly what kind of potion do you want to commission?" The Fire Emperor crossed his arms, assessing, "All right. She doesn't look very skilled, but I'll give you the formula." He seemed to have little faith in her talent. The Fire Emperor leaned closer, his voice dropping significantly as he instructed Kim Gongja. "Listen carefully. The liver of a rabbit pig." A mysterious formula had just been revealed. The Fire Emperor rattled off the secret formula, listing bizarre ingredients like balloon cat eyes, giant desert worm skin. The green-haired girl and Kim Gongja listened, their faces full of contemplation. "And ground lizard tails. 23 ingredients in total, right?" the green-haired girl asked, her voice filled with astonishment. The Fire Emperor nodded, confirming, As for the preparation method, that depends on the pharmacist's talent. A dazzling light flared up behind the Fire Emperor. He explained that this formula would combine everything, creating an effect that would enhance reaction speed to an incredible degree. The green-haired girl sat at a table full of herbs, taking careful notes. She realized this was an extremely advanced formula, requiring all ingredients to be mixed simultaneously, not refined one by one. The Fire Emperor and Kim Gongja looked at each other, then both nodded in confirmation. "That's right," the Fire Emperor said, his expression still full of mystery. The green-haired girl's eyes shone brightly like stars, and a radiant smile bloomed on her lips. She was completely captivated by the complexity and uniqueness of this formula. She explained that desert worm skin was poisonous, but rabbit pig liver could neutralize it. "It's true that such experts exist," she said, her voice full of admiration. However, she also warned about a side effect: forced metabolic acceleration. Kim Gong-ja didn't hesitate, immediately asking, "So, how long will it take you to prepare it?" The green-haired girl looked directly at Kim Gongja, her gaze firm. 4 days. The short but confident number reflected the young man's image in her glasses. She further explained, "As long as there's enough money, I can finish it in 4 days. Usually, it's even faster, but I need to repurchase equipment." Outside, a long line of people was waiting. "Anyone with a prescription from the alchemy grandmaster, please come in," a man shouted. "1 year? I've been waiting for a year and a half." Kim Gongja smiled confidently, his eyes sparkling. 4 days is nothing." A surprised expression appeared on the green-haired girl's face. The Fire Emperor was still dissatisfied, standing with his arms crossed next to Kim Gongja on the rooftop. "Hey, I still don't trust her. Do you know how many people are all talk but have garbage skills? Those guys are just swindlers. We've wasted our money," he grumbled. Kim Gongja turned and asked, "Where did you learn that formula?" The Fire Emperor replied, his voice full of pride. "It's a formula I came up with myself. The strongest potion, created after I drank all sorts of poisons." Kim Gongja smiled. She praised it as a high-level formula. She recognized the value of the formula immediately, so trust her. "Even if she looks like this now, in 10 years, she'll be the leader of the alchemy castle," Kim Gongja persuaded. The Fire Emperor remained skeptical, looking at Kim Gongja with a piercing gaze and issuing a warning. "Mark my words, you zombie. That girl will just take your money and run." 4 days later, the green-haired girl appeared, her arms laden with a towering stack of boxes, her face full of apology. "I'm sorry. I wanted to deliver it sooner, but experimenting with many formulas took longer than expected." In the luxurious apartment provided by Tang Lun, Kim Gongja sat opposite the Fire Emperor. He smiled with relief. "You said it would take 4 days, right? It's fine." The green-haired girl handed Kim Gongja one of the 3 boxes. She explained, "Each box contains 30 vials of potion, enough for 30 days in total." Kim Gongja was ecstatic. This was a huge bargain. The Fire Emperor, with a displeased expression, grumbled, "Hey, you just cursed me under your breath, didn't you? The green-haired girl was confused. She looked at Kim Gongja and softly asked, "This is a bit strange, but why would you entrust such an expensive task to an unknown pharmacist like me?" "Even though I'm confident in my skills." She looked into the distance, her voice sad. "Just looking at the formula, I think only about 2 people in Babylon could make it, but everyone sees me as a crazy person." Kim Gongja turned his back, his gaze firm. He declared, "The reason? Because the pharmacist standing before me is a once-in-a-millennium genius." The green-haired girl was surprised. A hazy scene appeared. She frantically called for a rescue team, as an area had just been sealed off, worried that there were still survivors. In a hazy memory, she was the first to rush to the scene when the city caught fire. A voice echoed, "She said she has something to do tonight. Probably a date?" "I've seen her with the Fire Emperor a lot lately." She frowned in annoyance, a voice whispering, "I don't like him. The one who wasn't deceived by the Fire Emperor. There's something about him that gives me the creeps." Kim Gongja looked at the green-haired girl, his gaze sharp. He thought to himself, "She's talented, kind, and also has the ability to discern people. It would be a great loss not to associate with someone like her." The green-haired girl was surprised. She looked at Kim Gongja and asked again, "Huh?" He smiled. "Because you seem kind." Kim Gongja smiled, his eyes full of confidence. "I'm helping you because you seem kind. Besides, I think even without me, you would still succeed." He extended his hand, his gaze firm. "Skilled hunters like us need to succeed, so we can help each other in the future." Kim Gongja looked directly at her, his voice full of determination. "It's truly annoying to only see crazy psychopaths succeed. I hope the best for both of us." Kim Gongja smiled meaningfully, asserting that everything he said was true. The green-haired girl pondered, replying that she couldn't be more honest. The two shook hands, sharing the same ambition. "We need to succeed first to change the world." The green-haired girl beamed, inviting him to call her any time if he had a request. and she would always prioritize it. Kim Gong-ja stood at the door, waving goodbye, showing his satisfaction. He waved, his smile still present, implicitly confirming that the agreement had been established. Suddenly, the Fire Emperor appeared, growling mockingly at Kim Gong-ja's phrase, "good hunters like us," startling him. The next day, Kim Gong-ja and the Fire Emperor teleported to the third-floor hunting ground, where monsters awaited. Facing the ferocious orcs and goblins, Kim Gong-ja frowned, wondering what to do against these overwhelming foes. The Fire Emperor calmly sat cross-legged, instructing him to drink the potion first. Kim Gong-ja opened the cap of the pitch-black potion bottle, and a small light flashed. He tilted his head back and drank it all, the Fire Emperor watching from behind with a scrutinizing gaze. Kim Gong-ja furrowed his brow, finding the potion's taste very ordinary, with only a faint hint of lemon and honey. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from his body, astonishing Kim Gong-ja. He collapsed, his body trembling, mysterious streams of light swirling around him, distorting space. Kim Gong-ja was utterly bewildered, feeling the changes happening within himself. He clutched his head, writhing in agony, humming sounds echoing like hammers in his mind, the world around him distorting. The Fire Emperor looked down, his eyes astonished. Her skill is truly remarkable. But Kim Gong-ja only felt his mind about to explode, the Fire Emperor's words repeating over and over. The Fire Emperor scoffed, his voice echoing. "How does it feel?" "As if you can count every strand of hair, every drop of sweat running down your body. That's the effect of the medicine. It accelerates the speed at which you perceive reality," the Fire Emperor explained, a mysterious smile on his face. Kim Gong-ja's eyes widened in horror. He perceived everything with terrifying clarity. "Don't you feel it?" the Fire Emperor asked. The Fire Emperor pointed to his chest, where a brilliant red light was swirling. "That thing wriggling in your heart." His heart pounded, as if about to burst, a mysterious power rising from deep within. Kim Gong-ja looked up, drenched in sweat. Around him, a brilliant stream of energy was swirling. "That's aura," the Fire Emperor said. The Fire Emperor explained, "Every hunter in the tower has an aura, but few can perceive it. The ability to control it is the decisive factor." He sneered. Kim Gong-ja clutched his head, writhing as intense pain tormented him. The aura around him grew stronger, yet also more chaotic. "Normally, you would perceive this energy flow through meditation," the Fire Emperor said, his tone still full of mystery, but the Fire Emperor merely smirked. "That takes too much time." Kim Gong-ja collapsed to the ground, his head spinning. "If you lack talent, at least you must train diligently," the Fire Emperor said. Suddenly, a giant green monster appeared behind him, growling menacingly. "Run, Kim Zombie!" the Fire Emperor shouted, his voice full of excitement. The monster closed in, but the Fire Emperor showed no mercy. "Hurry! If you don't want to be torn apart, unleash your aura! Someone like you needs to experience it for yourself!" Kim Gong-ja was utterly terrified, his eyes wide as he stared at the monster. You damn dead soul!" he screamed. The Fire Emperor still held Kim Gong-ja tightly, a sneer of contempt on his face. "You're a failure, unable to use aura. How could I understand?" His words cut like a knife, while the green monster was already close. The cruel Fire Emperor asked, "Does it hurt? If you can't bear it, just end yourself." He even taunted him about the increasing number of deaths and how the Sword Saint would be kinder. Kim Gong-ja was utterly horrified. The green monster roared, swinging its colossal arm down. Kim Gong-ja tried to dodge, but his body seemed terrifyingly slow. A voice echoed, "Too slow, like a judgment." Although his eyes clearly saw the attack, Kim Gong-ja's body didn't react at all. His legs felt heavy, unable to move as he wished, as if bound by invisible chains. The Fire Emperor stood behind, urging Kim Gong-ja to dodge, not allowing him to give up. "You can dodge it, don't give up." His words were like a command, pushing him to the brink of life and death. The Fire Emperor explained that the monster was just a low-level type with simple moves. "Focus your aura into your legs." But for Kim Gong-ja, that was easier said than done. He ran desperately, drenched in sweat. Kim Gong-ja poured all his will into it. Just one step, and he could escape. "Legs, please move!" he screamed in his mind, yearning for his body to obey him. In the depths, a brilliant red heart suddenly flared, like flowing lava, spreading primal power. That was the aura, awakening within his body. A surge of fiery red energy erupted from Kim Gong-ja's feet. The aura flowed fiercely, empowering him, helping him spring up and shoot off the ground like an arrow. In the decisive moment, Kim Gong-ja dodged, narrowly escaping the monster's fatal attack. The ground cracked open. Debris flew everywhere, proving the destructive power that had just grazed him. He dodged it! Kim Gong-ja was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. "Harder than you thought, isn't it?" The Fire Emperor sneered, as if he had anticipated his reaction. The Fire Emperor explained, Kim Gong-ja's body was like a narrow path, insufficient for the aura to flow. He needed to transform it into a grand avenue to properly utilize the energy. "You can feel the aura thanks to that medicine," the Fire Emperor said, while Kim Gong-ja was still running for his life from the monster's pursuit. "Normally, you wouldn't feel a damn thing." The monster swung another blow, and Kim Gong-ja continued to dodge. The Fire Emperor suddenly thought of the girl who had concocted the medicine. Though a bit unhygienic, her skills were absolutely top-notch. The monster let out a ferocious roar, baring its sharp fangs, its fiery red eyes blazing with rage as its target continuously slipped from its grasp. Kim Gong-ja looked up at the sky, tired and exhausted. He wondered, what would happen next? Could he survive this grueling trial? The Fire Emperor, with an arrogant gaze, declared the grand path he would forge. "Once I turned this narrow path into a grand avenue." Kim Gong-ja writhed in pain, fiery red energy erupting from his hands. Annoying, but the guardian spirit is right. Chi flow! Surrounded by monsters, Kim Gong-ja dodged desperately. He likened himself to a desolate path, but also wondered, if he overcame this, what would await him? The Fire Emperor smirked, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. His observation carried a challenging air. In the illusory space, the Fire Emperor recounted Kim Gong-ja's defeat at the hands of Sword Saint Marcus. His tone full of sarcasm. The silhouette of Sword Saint Marcus appeared, but the Fire Emperor remained contemptuous, deeming the old man's skills as merely mediocre. Kim Gong-ja was horrified. The Fire Emperor continued to mock both the Sword Saint and him, calling him a walking corpse, his words like daggers piercing his heart. The Fire Emperor's harsh words made Kim Gong-ja hang his head, cold sweat pouring down, a surge of humiliation washing over him. The green monster roared, swinging its arm to attack. Kim Gong-ja rolled to dodge, nearly getting crushed. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. He couldn't just collapse like this. His chi exploded, and Kim Gong-ja moved like a gust of wind, skillfully dodging the monster's attack. The Fire Emperor observed, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Oh, look at that!" A spark of interest flickered in his gaze. Kim Gong-ja knelt on one knee, a fiery red aura spreading around his body. The Fire Emperor chuckled, quite creative. The black-haired young man gathered all his strength, a green aura enveloping his arm, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. A devastating kick. Kim Gong-ja struck the monster's chest, a fiery red aura exploding, pushing it back. In the monster's horrified eyes, Kim Gong-ja's image appeared clearly, his face filled with fury and fighting spirit. Kim Gong-ja swung his sword, a stream of green chi tearing through the air, piercing straight into the giant green monster. Determined not to retreat, the Fire Emperor appeared, his voice echoing, "Don't let your guard down until the very end. These orcs have thick hides." The Fire Emperor instructed, telling Kim Gong-ja to focus all his chi into the sword blade, but then sarcastically added that it was probably too difficult for him. Without hesitation, Kim Gong-ja channeled all his strength into the sword tip, charging straight at the monster, giving it no chance to retaliate. He gritted his teeth, shouting in ragged gasps, expending all his life force to finish off the monster. "Die now." Kim Gong-ja's sword plunged deep into the monster's chest, a burst of chi exploding, pushing it back in helplessness. But then, with a sudden counterattack, Kim Gong-ja was flung away, writhing on the ground, his body in extreme pain. He collapsed, exhausted, while the monster still stood tall, its fiery red eyes looking down at the defeated foe. The Fire Emperor appeared, looking down at the motionless Kim Gong-ja, and asked sarcastically, "Does it hurt that much?" He continued to mock, saying that the boy hadn't even cleared his channels yet, was recklessly using chi, exhausting himself. Kim Gong-ja lay there, tears streaming down his face, weakly cursing the Fire Emperor, his body so broken he felt on the verge of death. Suddenly, the Fire Emperor laughed again, praising Kim Gong-ja for knowing how to compress his chi like a spring, emphasizing that a hunter must use their mind when fighting. That praise did nothing to make Kim Gong-ja feel better. He still writhed on the ground, feeling nauseous from exhaustion. The Fire Emperor hovered in the air, looking down at Kim Gong-ja with a smirk, asking, "Do you really feel like you're about to die?" Kim Gong-ja looked up, his eyes tear-filled, and weakly asked back, Are you blind?" The Fire Emperor maintained his sarcastic expression, replying with a challenging remark, "Then die, you'll be fine." The Fire Emperor patiently explained that if it weren't for the resurrection skill, he would never have proposed this insane training method. Marcus Callenberry only meditated after taking medicine, not torturing himself like Kim Gong-ja. "But you just die and come back? Isn't that too good?" The Fire Emperor scoffed, gesturing as he explained. No matter how harsh the training, Kim Gong-ja's body would remain intact. He even envied that ability. "Hey, zombie," the Fire Emperor called. then continued to explain. Because each time Kim Gongja ended his own life, his kill count increased, so a different method was needed. Let's use a method that doesn't increase your kill count, the Fire Emperor said. Kim Gongja sat there, and behind him, a gigantic monster was slowly appearing. You know, you've already grasped how to use aura on your first try, the Fire Emperor smirked. At this rate, dying about 100 times should be enough, right? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and 100 deaths also begin with the first death. Immediately, the gigantic green monster lunged forward, swinging its arm to attack from behind. Kim Gongja spun around, eyes wide with horror, unable to react in time. A terrifying sound echoed, and everything plunged into darkness. On the screen, a cold message appeared. You have died. Kim Gongja suddenly sprang up, clutching his head and writhing. Damn it, this sucks. My head hurts so much. The piercing pain tormented his brain relentlessly. Whoa, what the hell is this? Kim Gongja looked around in surprise. Then he was stunned to see the Fire Emperor also appear. You're here too? The Fire Emperor crossed his arms, explaining that this was where his soul resided after death, temporarily called the Netherworld. Kim Gongja, upon hearing this, exclaimed excitedly, Holy shit, this is super cool. In a moment, you'll hear a notification. You will return 24 hours into the past, the Fire Emperor said. Kim Gongja suddenly recalled the moment he was murdered by the Fire Emperor and the Sword Saint himself. Just as the Fire Emperor said, a system notification appeared. The conditions for your skill have been fulfilled by your death. Kim Gongja was surprised, muttering, A skill. Also, copied. The Fire Emperor whispered. Immediately, another notification appeared. Randomly copying Orc Monster skill. Both Kim Gongja and the Fire Emperor stood stunned, eyes wide open, staring at the system notification. Extreme surprise was evident on both their faces. Monsters have skills too? Kim Gongja and the Fire Emperor shouted in unison. What the hell is this? This is truly a super cheat skill. Astonishment and excitement erupted. The system screen continued to display. Please select a skill card. The Fire Emperor stared at it, his eyes burning with greed. I want this skill too. Kim Gongja stood frozen, looking at the skill selection screen, filled with indignation. What kind of freak is overseeing this tower? He roared, unable to believe that monsters possessed such overpowered skills. The Fire Emperor clutched his head and screamed, This will destroy the hunter meta, Kim Gongja whispered. A monster skill. Both were still reeling from the truth. The black-haired young man raised his hand, intending to randomly pick a skill card. I'll just pick one at random, he thought. Seemingly not caring much about the outcome, the Fire Emperor asked in surprise, Are you going to choose that one? Kim Gongja replied, What's the big deal? I can pick any of them. His indifference puzzled the Fire Emperor. Why don't you choose the best one when you have the chance? The Fire Emperor questioned. Kim Gongja sighed. How would I know which card is better? They're all the same, just a game of chance. The Fire Emperor angrily said, Don't you understand what I'm saying? Kim Gongja clutched his head. The cards are all the same color. I only see the back. How am I supposed to know which one is better? The Fire Emperor looked at the floating cards, his fiery eyes gleaming. He calmly declared, I can see them. A statement full of hidden meaning. What? Kim Gongja was startled. The Fire Emperor repeated, I can see them. The spirit's confidence made Kim Gongja even more confused. The front side, the Fire Emperor clarified. Kim Gongja looked at the skill cards, then back at the Fire Emperor. He suddenly realized, Position! A light flashed in his mind. Kim Gongja understood that the cards always had their backs to him, even if he looked up. He asked the Fire Emperor, So, you can read their contents? The Fire Emperor explained. A guardian spirit can fly freely. That's why I can see the other side of the cards. Don't you trust my eyes? He was full of self-satisfaction. Kim Gongja suddenly realized the Fire Emperor had possessed superhuman eyesight since childhood, even achieving true sight. He exclaimed, Eureka! Excitedly. A great discovery. Ah! The Fire Emperor shrieked in surprise. Are you crazy? Suddenly yelling so loudly? Kim Gongja hastily said, Never mind that. Just tell me what the skill is. The Fire Emperor sighed. All right. He crossed his arms and sternly instructed. I'll only read it once. Listen carefully. The atmosphere grew tense. The Fire Emperor began to read the first card. Blessing of Procreation. Rank F. The skill described the orc's incredible reproductive ability, despite all hardships. Next was the second card. Tweak. Rank F. A strange skill, featuring orcs wearing sunglasses, full of flex and incomprehensible sayings. The black-haired young man stood in the stark white void, his mouth slightly open, his eyes bewildered as if he had just realized something earth-shattering. The Fire Emperor hovered, questioning Kim Gongja about his orc skill choice. He snapped, Don't you see? If I hadn't stopped you, you would have chosen Chweek. Chweek! Is orc power even worth it? Kim Gong-ja bluntly replied. Both are trash, but Chweek is better. The black-haired young man remained resolute, his tone firm. Anyway, I think I'm right. Chweek is better than Blessing of Procreation. The Fire Emperor panicked, rushing forward, waving his hands to stop him. No, Gong-ja, wait, stop! Please think more carefully! But it seemed to be too late. Kim Gong-ja flashed a self-satisfied smirk, his eyes sharp and cold. Beside him, the Fire Emperor was utterly astonished, his mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes. A brilliant blue system panel appeared in midair. Selection complete. Copying skill. Kim Gong-ja plunged straight into the stream of light, while the Fire Emperor could only manage a cry. Kim Gong-ja soared upwards, his body enveloped in dazzling light, shouting, "That's right!" Below, the Fire Emperor desperately screamed, "No!" Startled awake, Kim Gong-ja sat bolt upright in bed. A system notification appeared before his eyes. You are currently a rank F hunter. The announcement continued. There is no penalty for using skills. The black-haired young man smiled with satisfaction. All right. Kim Gong-ja relaxed and enjoyed himself, praising the new residence as wonderful. Behind him, the Fire Emperor clutched his head, yelling regretfully, "Damn it! I thought he'd fall for the trap!" Kim Gong-ja walked leisurely, opening his hunter status window. He turned back and told the Fire Emperor to stop making a fuss, asking who would choose the Blessing of Fertility, then urged, "Let's go hunting." The status window clearly displayed. Name Kim Gong-ja. Rank F. 4 skills, including Chweek, F. The black-haired young man nodded. All right, I don't see any problems. The Fire Emperor seriously suggested Kim Gong-ja practice lotus meditation, emphasizing, dying hurts a lot. The black-haired young man asked in surprise, What? The Fire Emperor continued to ramble about helping Kim Gong-ja achieve aura within half a year, then loudly commanded, "To the hunting ground, 3rd floor." Kim Gong-ja stared blankly, while the Fire Emperor turned back, his face flushed and irritable. "Didn't you hear what I said?" A system notification appeared. Moving to the hunting ground, 3rd floor. The black-haired young man calmly took a sip of water, his face content. Delicious. After the tower announced the move to the 3rd floor hunting ground, Kim Gong-ja continued to calmly drink water. He turned to the Fire Emperor, asking with a straight face, "Hey, Sword Emperor, do you know something?" The Fire Emperor grumbled back, "Huh? Do you want to meditate?" The black-haired young man brandished his sword, his eyes sharp and cold. He replied coolly, "You call me zombie when you have the upper hand, and Gong-ja when you don't. Just now, you called me Gong-ja." Kim Gong-ja darted towards the greenish monster, his twin swords gleaming. He continued speaking, his tone like he was lecturing. "I'm just kindly reminding you, so you can fix that habit." The giant monster, with moss-green skin and sharp fangs, stared blankly at Kim Gong-ja, letting out an incomprehensible growl. Kim Gong-ja watched the monster swing its heavy axe. He thought to himself, as expected, its movements are as slow as a crawling turtle. The monster roared fiercely, swinging its axe to attack. Kim Gong-ja swiftly dodged, his figure gliding lightly. A system notification appeared, activating skill. The monster swung its axe again, but Kim Gong-ja was ready. Both Kim Gong-ja and the monster showed surprise. The monster let out strange cries, as if it didn't understand what was happening. Kim Gong-ja smirked confidently, charging straight at the monster. His sword flashed, incredibly fast. He continuously unleashed lightning-fast attacks, his body agile like a ghost, giving the giant monster no time to react. A fatal sword strike pierced its throat, causing the monster to spew out a disgusting stream of greenish liquid. The giant monster collapsed to the ground, its heavy body shaking the earth. Kim Gong-ja stood firm on its back, letting out a sigh of relief. He laughed triumphantly, his face content. Behind him, the Fire Emperor angrily yelled, "You damn cheater! I knew it!" The Fire Emperor continued to scold furiously. "Are you happy tricking such an innocent orc? Don't you even care how it feels?" The Fire Emperor angrily said, "The innocent orcs in this world are being hurt by filthy humans like you." Kim Gong-ja merely smirked. The Fire Emperor's face turned purple with rage, yelling, "Tower, why would you grant a cheating skill to a punk like this? Stop dawdling, follow me. We need to clear the 4th floor." A week later, on the 5th floor, an ancient goblin with a spiky crown was muttering an ancient word, Gorak. That was the Goblin King, the boss monster of the 5th floor, a giant with a majestic and terrifying appearance. The black-haired young man stepped in, his red eyes burning with determination as he activated a mysterious skill. He charged like an arrow tearing through the wind, roaring the skill's name. Gorak, an F-rank skill, belonging to Goblin High Society. The Goblin King's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe someone dared to speak its language. Gorak? How could anyone else but me? Kim Gongja gave his opponent no time to react, closing in, his bloodshot eyes seemingly wanting to devour the monster. He unleashed a fatal blow, piercing the Goblin King's body, ending the battle to the enemy's astonishment. Could speak the perfect language of the king. Kim Gongja withdrew his knife, looking down at the Goblin King's corpse, thinking to himself, "You were the strongest enemy I've faced this week." He bowed his head, saying a solemn farewell. "Farewell, my esteemed opponent." But the Fire Emperor grumbled. "Nonsense." The Fire Emperor angrily questioned. "Why are you getting so sentimental after defeating a monster?" he roared. "Oh my god, damn it!" Kim Gongja explained. "I just barely managed to defeat him after losing 6 coins. He asked back, "Am I not allowed to be a little emotional? 1 coin equals 1 life." The Fire Emperor wouldn't back down. "I'm just speaking the truth. Moreover, can you even call that an honorable battle?" Kim Gongja stammered. It Island. Kim Gongja defended himself. "Look, I fought fairly with a skill that cost me 6 life coins." He then read the skill information. "It's astonishing that even goblins worry about such worthless thing." The Fire Emperor concluded, "That's why they're goblins. Humans are no different." Kim Gongja was surprised. "Excuse me?" The Fire Emperor waved his hand, replying indifferently, "I'm just talking to myself." The young man was bewildered by the system notification. Your existence becomes more clearly defined. A mysterious surge of energy began to envelop him, signaling that something was about to change. Kim Gongja was astonished, feeling a surge of power. Behind him, the Flame Emperor frowned, his expression displeased as he watched the transformation unfold. Amidst the blazing red light, Kim Gongja stood, his body trembling. The system echoed. "Hunter Kim Gongja is leveling up." A fated moment, a new step forward. Finally. A radiant smile spread across Kim Gongja's face as the system announced, "Your skill slots have expanded. You are now an E-rank hunter." He had achieved his first advancement. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment of ascension. "Good luck," the system whispered, like a blessing for the arduous journey ahead. Kim Gongja confusedly asked the Flame Emperor about the recent leveling up effect, wondering if it was a spark or a drop of blood. The Flame Emperor grumbled in response. "That's a leveling up effect, not something to make you look cool. It's a kind of hint," the Flame Emperor explained. Kim Gongja asked again, surprised, his eyes full of curiosity. The Flame Emperor continued, "The shape of your aura is foreshadowed by the leveling up effect. For example, the Flame Emperor you killed, his aura was definitely fire. The image of a fire warrior appeared." "A spark, you say?" Kim Gongja murmured. A faint, warm image, like a distant memory, appeared in his mind. The Flame Emperor further explained that auras often take shape from a hunter's traumas, though not always from bad memory. It's based on a fated moment or event, reflected in the shape of your aura, like a form of subconsciousness, the Flame Emperor mused, trying to explain. The Flame Emperor surmised that Kim Gongja had an aura of fire or blood. The young man then asked about the shape of the Sword Saint's aura. "Moonlight." A young man stood silently under a crescent moon, amidst a dark, deep forest. That was the Sword Saint's aura. The Flame Emperor recounted that when he was young, the Sword Saint once got lost in the mountains. Not wanting to die, he tried to crawl to the top of the mountain. He said that the bright, clear moon in the clear sky at that time was astonishingly beautiful, the Flame Emperor continued. The moon doesn't shine on its own, but thanks to the sun's light. Yet a life that only receives can still be beautiful. He wanted to shine like the moon, by receiving. That was the Sword Saint's thought when he was 12, and he kept it forever. Kim Gongja exclaimed, "The Sword Saint really isn't normal." The Flame Emperor, with a smug smile, declared that they had cleared the 5th floor, and it was now time to advance to the 6th floor. But Kim Gongja, with a confident expression, made a bold suggestion. "How about we skip the middle floors and go straight to fight the 10th floor boss?" The Flame Emperor frowned, pointing directly at him, grumbling, "Hey, aren't you being too overconfident, even for a rookie?" Kim Gongja quickly denied it. The Flame Emperor angrily retorted, "Do you know how many great hunters have wasted how many years on the 10th floor?" Kim Gongja remained calm, held up 2 fingers, and confidently declared, "If I can't clear the 10th floor within 2 deaths, I promise to call you master." The Flame Emperor was surprised, asking again, "You mean you can defeat it after just 1 death?" He pointed at him, saying, "You don't know your place, but I won't go easy on you. However, I have one condition." Kim Gongja smiled, pointing back at the Flame Emperor, demanding that he honestly reveal the 10th floor boss's skills. The Flame Emperor crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, then nodded. That sounds reasonable." Then he added, "Also." Kim Gongja leaned in, his eyes sharp, stating his condition clearly. "If I win, You must call me Gongja Nim, as politely as possible." The Flame Emperor gritted his teeth. His face flushed, asking, "What? You want to give up? You can quit if you want." The Flame Emperor roared, filled with rage. "You bastard! Do you think you can mess with the Great Sword Emperor just because you have a cheat skill?" Kim Gongja sneered. "Bet." The Flame Emperor, with a crazed smile, replied, "All right, Kim Zombie, prepare to serve me as your master forever." Kim Gongja retorted, "Do you think you're Kong Zi?" The two men faced each other, laughing maniacally, invisible sparks flying between them. The atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Kim Gongja walked away, his sneering laughter still echoing. His two teammates watched, one muttering, "I think he's gone crazy." A soldier in white armor stood guard, his voice firm. "You are not allowed." Kim Gongja, now in a blue hoodie, asked in surprise, "Why not?" The Flame Emperor stood beside him, his expression pensive. The guard warned that hunting a boss alone was akin to suicide. He didn't believe Kim Gongja could survive facing such danger. Kim Gongja countered with the rules of the Hunters Association, which allowed anyone to participate in a raid. He also brought up the failure of the Black Dragon Guild. The soldier remained firm, explaining that he was responsible for recording all hunters entering and exiting, and his superiors would check these records. The soldier worried about being blamed if he let Kim Gongja walk to his death. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor was surprised by the existence of the Hunters Association, confused about what to do. The Flame Emperor was furious, believing that these ridiculous political games were what kept them stuck on the 10th floor. He urged Kim Gongja to knock out the soldier to get in. But Kim Gongja smiled, his voice full of bitterness. "Honestly, I really want to die." The unexpected confession stunned both the soldier and the Flame Emperor, who couldn't believe their ears. Kim Gongja recounted his tragedy. His lover was gone, and he himself had an incurable disease with only half a year left to live. He wanted to fight until his last breath, instead of waiting to die. Hearing the tragic story, the white-armored soldier couldn't hold back his tears, moved by the young man's cruel fate. Kim Gongja gave the soldier a bag of money, saying it was for his medical treatment. The soldier refused, not daring to accept it. Kim Gongja continued, saying he wanted to leave without anything. He asked the soldier not to record his entry, considering it his final wish. The soldier, with tear-filled eyes, finally agreed. He understood Kim Gongja and promised not to see anything. The Fire Emperor couldn't stand this tragic play. He grumbled, saying they were both acting and called them idiots. Ignoring the Fire Emperor's complaints, Kim Gongja and he continued walking. The young man only thought, no matter what, as long as I reach the 10th floor. Before them was the 10th floor, an ancient, gloomy mansion, appearing under a gray, deathly sky. Kim Gongja and the Fire Emperor advanced towards the mansion. This was the 10th floor, a place Yusuha should have conquered. Standing before the gate of the 10th floor mansion, Kim Gongja declared grandly, "I will write a legend even greater than the Fire Emperor." The heavy gate opened, and a blinding light swallowed the two, pulling them into a completely different world, where an ancient magic circle awaited. Inside, a magnificent yet gloomy hall appeared, with numerous lurking shadows and two terrifying dolls standing at the foot of the stairs, letting out eerie giggles. The chilling laughter echoed throughout the space. The yellow-haired and red-haired dolls' eyes glowed eerily, as if inviting them to a deadly game. The scene suddenly burst into fierce flames, and two other dolls appeared amidst the sea of fire, one of them speaking, "Do you want to play?" Kim Gongja and the Fire Emperor faced countless shadows and dolls, which repeatedly asked, "Do you want to play with us? What should we play? Freeze tag? Hide and seek?" Amidst the raging flames, the dolls with empty eyes and innocent smiles continued to invite, as if they were souls trapped in an eternal game. The system confirmed. You have entered the boss battle. Challenger. One person. Hunter Kim Gongja. A fiery vortex of energy surrounded him. Kim Gongja's eyes glowed red, and he decisively accepted the invitation. "All right, I'll play." A cold declaration of war. The system responded with a brief, cryptic message. "Good luck." His fate now completely depended on this game. The scene shifted to a group of people in black armor standing in another hall. A notification appeared. "Hey Long, the strongest guild has failed for the 30th time." Reporters surrounded, pressing the purple-haired woman with questions. "What do you think is the reason for your failure?" Pressure enveloped them. She coldly replied, "We don't lack skill. We simply lack luck." A weak justification. Suddenly, a long red-haired man appeared, smirking contemptuously. "Oh, are you sure?" Fireworks blazed behind him. He was surrounded by cameras, but still proudly declared, "Luck is also a skill, you weaklings." The system announced, "The 10th floor has been cleared." The red-haired man, despite a slightly tired expression, maintained an arrogant attitude. This interview will be known as a declaration from the weak in the future. Kim Gong-ja pondered, a big question swirling deep in his mind about the unsolved mysteries of the tower. He continued to ponder, wondering about the difference among the countless hunters who had set foot here. Finally, the question burst out, full of challenge. Why was the Fire Emperor the only one to clear the 10th floor? The scene of the 10th floor appeared, a fierce sea of fire raging. The system announced, entering boss stage, fire goblins surrounded, ready to attack. Amidst the sea of fire, the fire goddess appeared. 2 ghostly dolls, one blonde, one red-haired, gave a gruesome smile inviting, "Come play with us." A voice echoed, explaining the harsh rules of the 10th floor. The way to clear it is very simple. The mischievous blonde doll spoke, its lifeless eyes staring directly at Kim Gong-ja. "Mister, who are you? Who is the real one?" The narration continued, revealing the first clue about the challenge. "You must find in the mansion." The 2 ghostly dolls urged, their red eyes glowing with excitement. "Hurry, find it! Hurry, find it!" The narration completed the rule. A real doll and destroy it. Kim Gong-ja stood in the sea of fire, a bloodstain on his shirt. Yu Su-ha warned, "This isn't an ordinary fire." The Fire Emperor explained that this fire was hellfire, created by aura. He asserted that even with an aura shield, one could only last 10 minutes. Kim Gong-ja coughed, struggling. The Fire Emperor continued, pointing out a fatal weakness. But for hunters using fire aura, it has almost no effect. A man collapsed, the blonde doll coldly observing. Another red-haired man with a tired expression destroyed a blonde doll, exclaiming, "Failed again." The Fire Emperor scoffed, revealing the secret of how Kim Gong-ja cleared it. That's why that bastard could clear it safely. Then he even boasted that luck is also a skill. He sang a hide-and-seek song. Kim Gong-ja choked and coughed in the ring of fire. Kim Gong-ja exploded, yelling, "What do you mean? I live by luck? This temperature is killing me. I'm trying to endure with my aura right now." The Fire Emperor maintained his provocative demeanor, coldly declaring, "Even so, your limit will be reached in about another minute." He criticized Kim Gong-ja for only knowing half the truth. Kim Gong-ja, his body fiercely ablaze, floated in midair. He growled a challenge, declaring he'd see who the true victor was after he died once. The aura's depletion countdown was ticking. Only 10 seconds remained. Amidst the raging sea of fire, Kim Gong-ja approached the dolls, wondering if he should just pick one at random. His decision would change everything. A blonde doll looked up, its blue eyes sparkling. A twisted smile appeared on its lips, asking him, "Will you play with me?" An eerie invitation. Without hesitation, Kim Gong-ja reached out and grabbed the doll's head. "Gotcha," he said, his expression resolute. The game of life and death had begun. However, the blonde doll suddenly distorted, its face horribly twisted, mouth agape. It shrieked, "Wrong!" A piercing scream tore through the air. The doll melted gruesomely in Kim Gong-ja's hands, red liquid dripping. It continuously screamed, "I'm not it! I'm not it!" The horrifying sight stunned him. Only 5 seconds remained. Kim Gong-ja still held the melting doll, his face pained. Its scream still echoed, "I am not it. I am not." Time was running out. He dropped the distorted doll, and bright red electrical sparks erupted around his body. With only 3 seconds left, the flames around him grew fiercer, incinerating everything. Kim Gong-ja looked down at his hand, thoughtfully asking the Fire Emperor's soul beside him, "Do they really have to set up a boss fight like this? Who can understand the tower's intentions?" The Fire Emperor, in his red jacket form, smirked provocatively. Indeed, a mentally deranged weirdo granted a lazy bum like you a bugged skill. Kim Gong-ja frowned. "Hey, your words." Only 1 second remained. Kim Gong-ja's body began to crack, glittering fragments flying off. The aura exploded to its peak, signaling the imminent end. Flames engulfed Kim Gong-ja, and he screamed in ultimate agony. His heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the room, a tragic sight. The Fire Emperor coldly declared, "Time's up, zombie!" Kim Gong-ja cried out in anguish. "It's so hot!" The Fire Emperor continued to mock, "You truly are a pervert beyond even the tower." Kim Gong-ja begged to die faster, while the Fire Emperor laughed heartily, gloating. He mocked the boy's self-immolation plan, calling him Zombie Kim and a true pervert. A system notification appeared. "You have died, and, due to your death, the skill requirement has been met." An unexpected outcome. Kim Gong-ja stared dumbfounded at the notification, randomly copied the skill of the Hellfire Maiden. He turned to the Fire Emperor, hastily asking, "You haven't forgotten your promise, have you?" The Fire Emperor sneered, his hand sweeping over the glittering skill cards. "Do you think I'm a narrow-minded person who breaks promises? His voice rang out confidently, as if to dispel any doubts about his word. The Fire Emperor flipped upside down in midair, pointing at a brilliant golden card. "Yo, this is a jackpot!" he exclaimed, his eyes blazing, as if he had found an invaluable treasure. The S-rank skill Hellfire Barrier appeared, describing wrath and destruction. The Fire Emperor urged, "This is definitely it. Shut up and choose." This is the only S-rank skill that this boss monster has. The Fire Emperor burst out laughing, his hands sweeping out as if summoning hellfire. He excitedly explained, painting a vision of boundless power that could erupt whenever he wished. But Kim Gongja remained pensive, his eyes full of thought. Seeing this, the Fire Emperor frowned, asking, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" A look of confusion was clear on his face. The black-haired young man shook his head, his expression troubled. "No, it's just, I don't know why, but something is bothering me." A sense of unease crept into his heart. The image of the distorted, melting blonde doll appeared, like a warning. "I'm not it!" The painful scream echoed, haunting and tragic. Kim Gongja sighed. "That's certainly a good skill, but I feel heavy inside." He asked the Fire Emperor to read the other skills, even though he didn't fully understand this feeling of unease. The Fire Emperor lay on his back, lazily reading the names of the remaining skills. A. Rank Labyrinth Planning. B. Rank Doll Control. B. Rank Remote Control. C. Rank Trap Setting. He paused, awaiting the final skill. When it came to the last skill, both were stunned. A powerful premonition struck them, making them open their eyes wide simultaneously. Realizing something unusual, Kim Gongja smiled confidently. "I knew it." The Fire Emperor grumbled, "No, wait, listen to me." But the black-haired young man ignored him, seemingly having grasped something. The Fire Emperor still tried to persuade him. "Look at this, a golden card. Amazing. Everyone will be drawn to you." He praised the Hellfire Barrier, but Kim Gongja resolutely shook his head. "No, this is the card I want." The black-haired young man smirked faintly, his eyes sharp. "I felt something strange from the very beginning." He had seen through a hidden secret, a truth no one expected. Amidst tens of thousands of shadows, a single doll shone brightly. A real doll among tens of thousands. The real doll is the one with a fire aura, so it won't burn. A horrifying truth gradually unfolded. Kim Gongja raised his hand, his sharp gaze fixed on the void. "Then, why don't the fake dolls burn right away?" His question was like an arrow piercing straight to the core of the problem. The Fire Emperor furiously lunged forward, but Kim Gongja only smiled confidently, full of challenge. There's only one answer to that. The truth had been revealed, and he held the key. The skill Beware of Fire, Waking or Sleeping appeared, allowing the user to choose a target to not be burned. A wonderful ability, but also one that harbored immeasurable danger. Kim Gongja and the Fire Emperor fell, he exclaimed. "Damn it, this is a bad gamble." While the Fire Emperor laughed gleefully. "Go on, call me Mr. Gongja." Then the words "You have died" appeared. He returned to 24 hours earlier, as an E-rank hunter. He confidently thought the game had become too easy, and now he could freely search for the real doll. But then, an unexpected notification appeared. A penalty has occurred due to the skill. Kim Gongja was surprised, a bad premonition striking him. He and the Fire Emperor fell freely again, the notification continuing, recreating the injuries of the enemy who killed you. Injuries? Kim Gongja was horrified. The penalty level was W. The penalty began, recreating the injuries of the Hellfire Maiden monster. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion under a clear blue sky. A thin, white-haired little girl stood at the door, her eyes pleading. "Grandpa, I'm hungry. Just a piece of bread." A purple butterfly fluttered in the dark space. The man in the moss-green jacket opened the door, looked at the little girl, then slammed it shut, the sound echoing like a harsh refusal. The little girl wandered the deserted street, repeating her plea for a piece of bread, even moldy bread. The surrounding villagers were indifferent, complaining about the famine and the begging children. The little girl continued on, repeating her desperate plea. The adults standing in front of their houses just watched. No one helped. Some even wanted to clean up the poor children. The little girl accidentally bumped into the man in the moss-green coat and fell onto the sand. "Ouch!" she cried softly. He stood there, his eyes cold. "I'm sorry, sir," the little girl quickly said, but the man did not reply, only roughly grabbed her chin, her blue eyes reflecting fear. He asked the little girl if she had parents, his tone unclear whether kind or malicious. The surrounding villagers just stood by. No one intervened. His hand gently stroked the little girl's white hair. "You look very hungry. Your body must be aching all over too, isn't it?" The little girl looked up, her eyes full of wariness. A sinister smile spread across the man's lips. "Come with me." The invitation was mysterious, hinting at something ominous. He introduced himself as a doctor, promising many friends, and that he would treat the little girl at his mansion. The naive little girl followed him, stepping through the heavy iron gate. The heavy iron gate closed, trapping a tender soul. In the cold darkness, a faint whisper echoed. "Kind doctor." Chained, the naive, white-haired little girl asked through the bars. "When can I go out to play? I'm so hungry." The man in the moss-green coat merely smirked, tipping his fedora. A twisted, demonic smile distorted his lips. "Be patient," he replied, his voice like a knife cutting into the little girl's fragile hope. He walked away, uttering cruel insults. "Those who only seek food because they're hungry are beasts. Born as beasts, do you intend to grow up that way too?" His hand grabbed the little girl's silver hair, a gleaming blade pressed against her neck. "I know you orphans well," he growled, his eyes full of contempt. He screamed, his bloodshot eyes wild with madness. "You do nothing but wander from village to village, spreading disease like a virus." The little girl trembled, her pale blue eyes filled with terror. "I am a doctor, a protector, the one who will eliminate pathogens like you," he declared. A piercing sound, fresh blood splattered. "Sacrifice yourself," a cold voice echoed, ending a soul's fate. On the high platform, the man in the moss-green coat shouted, "The country's famine has only one cause, the orphans who only beg, children of witches, toxins of plague, viruses of the nation." The crowd was frenzied. A cloaked figure raised a torch, screaming, "I will save this land by sacrificing you to God." Mad eyes, resounding screams. "Kill them! Kill! Kill!" A surging wave of hatred swelled. Blood splattered again. A savage, gleeful laugh echoed. "Kind doctor." A faint voice, lost in the night. Under the dim moonlight, empty iron cages were stacked. "We don't have enough sacrifices. We need more for the next event." Amidst the foul pool of blood, Kim Gongja stood frozen. "Where did you take my friends?" he questioned, his eyes full of rage. Cages surrounded them, faint moans emanating from within. "Why do you keep harming us? Why?" he uttered, his voice choked. Kim Gongja's face was pale, his eyes wide with horror. "What the hell? What is this?" he mumbled, unable to believe the sight before him. Kim Gongja, stunned, asked the Fire Emperor if he saw this horrifying scene. The Fire Emperor replied that he had witnessed it from the beginning, and that only their consciousness was hovering. The black-haired young man brushed it off, saying that truth no longer mattered now. Rage flared within the Fire Emperor. He growled, unable to believe the cruelty of those who dared to sacrifice even innocent tiny lives. The black-haired young man stood in the pool of blood, memories of the monsters he had once annihilated flooding back. He had never imagined that a monster could take human form, having such a tragic past. The Fire Emperor sat down, explaining that not all monsters were this vicious. Only bosses were born from horrific events in another world, carrying their tragedy. The Fire Emperor continued, saying that from the 11th floor onwards, everything would become clearer. Creatures, heroes, all were manifestations of another world. The black-haired young man questioned why he hadn't been told this sooner. The Fire Emperor turned his back, coldly replying, "You didn't ask." A simple statement, yet it contained the harsh truth about the secrets he had kept hidden. The two lay on the bed, Kim Gongja feeling ravenously hungry. The Fire Emperor thought to himself, this was his first time experiencing the original version of a tragedy. The black-haired young man suddenly saw a silver-haired man enter, his heart heavy. The silver-haired man touched the young man, and a feeling of disgust arose. Utterly despicable, he cursed silently, witnessing the cruel truth firsthand. Suddenly, the scene changed. The black-haired young man looked down, a small flame burning in the void. Somewhere in the world, the tragedy continued. The tiny flame suddenly transformed into a raging inferno, devouring everything. Fire! A resounding scream signaling a terrifying catastrophe. In the mansion, maids and a blond man frantically fled. "Quickly, escape the mansion!" he yelled, but did not forget to instruct, "Take the jewelry on your way out!" The black-haired young man grabbed the blond man, his eyes blazing. "Right now! Aren't you forgetting something?" he roared, unable to tolerate such extreme indifference. "There are children in the basement!" The young man's heartbreaking scream echoed. The scene shifted to a white-haired boy, chained in a cage, watching the fierce flames devour the exit. The white-haired boy's golden eyes widened, filled with extreme horror. Cold sweat poured out, drenching his tender face. Could this hell get any worse? "No, no," the white-haired boy screamed in despair. "Is anyone there?" The scorching hot air blew on his face, burning every breath. "It's so hot." "Kind sir." The innocent boy's final cry for help was swallowed by an earth-shattering explosion. The flames erupted fiercely, ending everything. Amidst the towering inferno, painful whispers echoed, "We didn't do anything wrong." The flames devoured everything, but the inner voices still sobbed. "We don't want to starve." The simple desire of those tiny souls. "We want to play with our friends. Just play for a little while." Then everything sank into oblivion. Traumatic memory, complete. Punishment, ended. Kim Gong-ja sat stunned on the floor, his head buried in his hands, while Yu Su-ha observed coldly from the bed. Yu Su-ha was pensive, his gaze sharp as if wanting to pierce the young man's heart. Kim Gong-ja lifted his head, angrily questioning, "Is that the first thing you can say? You really?" Yu Su-ha retorted bluntly, his tone full of sarcasm. "Yes, I'm trash, but what can I do? The truth is never what you want to hear," he continued, his words like a knife. "The mastermind is now just a monster, and those children died in another world, long ago. It all happened before you were born. What can you do?" Yu Su-ha pointed directly at Kim Gong-ja's face. "If that happened in the tower, you could certainly die countless times until you saved them. But that's another world. No one can solve this problem. Find the real doll and kill it." The shadows of the deceased appeared, Yu Su-ha commanded, "and climb to the 11th floor, the 20th, 30th, 40th, 50th floors. You can only overcome them this way. If you want to become the strongest hunter, the top one, you must solve these problems yourself." Kim Gong-ja fell silent, the image of another person appearing in his mind. That is probably what Yan Di thought too. Yu Su-ha continued, his tone full of challenge. Yu Su-ha would certainly find the real doll and smash its head. Whether he saw this trauma or not, he wouldn't hesitate. Kim Gong-ja turned his back, replying, "So what?" The black-haired young man firmly stated, "I don't want to become a scumbag like Yan Di." Outside the ruined building, Yu Su-ha questioned, "So, what's your plan? Are you a child? So now, you won't defeat this boss just because you don't want to be like him?" Kim Gong-ja turned back, his eyes burning with determination, questioning in return. "Who decided that?" Kim Gong-ja exploded, punching hard into the void, filled with frustration. He blamed himself for being foolish, while Yu Su-ha coldly questioned, "What the hell are you talking about?" His anger unquenched, Kim Gong-ja roared, blaming both of them for their blindness. He bitterly realized he knew nothing from the start. "Damn it! I knew nothing from the beginning!" Yu Su-ha crossed his arms, his gaze sharp, recalling old memories. He asked Kim Gong-ja if he remembered being forced to choose an S-class skill, and Kim Gong-ja replied with annoyance. In the memory, a small white-haired girl held an adult's hand, walking under a blue sky. Words echoed about dark emotions. Resentment, hostility, revenge. The image of the girl in chains appeared, symbolizing unappeased resentments, unheard voices, unfinished dreams. A cold voice commanded, "Burn it all." Kim Gong-ja stood before the door, listening to the explanation of how the fiery hell was created. But a final sentence made him suddenly realize something unusual. "No one can escape this hell without your permission." Yu Su-ha lost patience, urging Kim Gong-ja to speak directly. He immediately pointed out the crucial part, the last part. "No one can escape this hell without your permission." A mysterious black-haired woman appeared in the memory. Kim Gong-ja realized, connecting the events. So the Black Dragon Guild escaped safely, without killing the boss. Kim Gong-ja stood still in the light, all the pieces slowly fitting together. He exclaimed, realizing the only truth behind it all. "You're right. How can that be?" Of course, there's only one answer. Amidst the raging inferno, Kim Gong-ja shouted the terrifying answer. "The boss gave permission. Permission to escape." A stage no one could overcome, where children with innocent eyes sat watching, giggling eerily. Kim Gong-ja strode across the fiery floor, surrounded by mysterious children. Giggles echoed like a haunting invitation. The children, with clear yet eerie eyes, spoke the only thing the boss wanted. "The boss only wants one thing from the guest. Play with us." Kim Gong-ja looked directly at them, a determined smile on his face. He accepted the invitation, power flaring around him, ready to face them. "Certainly. If it's playing, then let's play." The skill Caution with Fire was activated, protecting Kim Gong-ja amidst the surging inferno. He stood there defiantly, unflinching. The children looked bewildered, seeing Kim Gong-ja unharmed in the fire. They wondered, their childish voices sounding puzzled. Hey, uncle, you're not burning. Isn't it hot?" Amidst the still surging inferno, Kim Gong-ja gave a warm smile, asking a little girl if she wanted to play with him. "Yes," came the clear reply. He excitedly declared a game of hide-and-seek, confidently boasting he'd never lost as a child. The children looked bewildered at the flames behind him, one exclaiming, "Uncle is so strange." Kim Gong-ja covered his eyes, beginning to count. He teased the children who were rushing to find hiding spots. "I can see your hair." While he counted, other children rushed to hide. Yu Su-ha stood from afar, his cold gaze following the strange game amidst the inferno. "All right, here I come," Kim Gong-ja cheered, quickly finding a child, but the child immediately denied. "Wrong, it's not me." He repeatedly found other children, but all of them shook their heads, firmly denying, "It's not me! It's not me!" Kim Gongja was confused. The game turned out to be harder than he thought. The children surrounded him, still steadfastly denying when he asked, "So, is it you?" From afar, Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha quietly looked out the window, where doll-like fragments lay scattered on the floor. Kim Gongja sat down beside the children, his heart heavy. He realized this was not just a game, but a tragic memorial. He continued searching on the burning stairs, embracing a child but still receiving a cold denial. "It's not me." He knelt beside another child, his eyes filled with sorrow as it also said, "It's not me." Kim Gongja ran through the ruined corridor, holding a child in his arms, but the rejections still echoed. "It's not me! It's not me!" Finally, he stopped before an iron cage. Inside, a white-haired boy with golden eyes sat silently. The boy, with an empty expression and lifeless eyes, seemed to have been imprisoned in solitude for a very long time. Kim Gongja knelt down, gently asking the child in the cage, "Do you want to play with us?" The young man reached into the cage, gently touching the white-haired boy's head. I've caught you." Kim Gongja gave a mysterious smile, his eyes sharp, declaring, "It's your turn now. A challenge or a promise?" His hand gently rested on the boy's white hair. Amidst rolling tears, the child looked up, whispering thanks to the kind sir. Then, as if by magic, the white-haired boy smiled brightly, revealing his small teeth. Fear vanished, leaving only sincere gratitude. The scene changed abruptly. In the ruined arena, Kim Gongja lay slumped, while Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha stood tall, flames still blazing around his feet. Consecutive system notifications appeared, confirming a resounding victory. "Congratulations! Normal stage cleared. Hidden stage cleared. Boss stage cleared. Achievement recorded. Conqueror, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. 1 person. Rewards also announced. Entrance to the 11th floor activated in 24 hours. In the distance, an ancient structure appeared. Despite the victory, Kim Gongja remained pensive, his gaze distant. The Fire Emperor wondered, "Why do you have that expression?" The Fire Emperor frowned, saying that clearing the hidden stage wasn't easy even for him, but Kim Gongja had done it, and the rewards weren't bad either. Kim Gongja merely covered his face. The black-haired young man sighed, his eyes filled with sadness. I'm just thinking this world is truly terrible," he continued, his voice low. "The things we saw in the boss stage, whether it's this world or ours, such terrible things will always happen." The Fire Emperor looked at him, his gaze complex. "Well, all humans are the same." The two stood side by side under the gloomy sky, each with a different mood, but facing the same direction. Suddenly, the Fire Emperor yelled, waving his hand in annoyance. "Come on! I can't talk about these things." He clapped Kim Gongja on the shoulder, giving a radiant smile. "Instead, you're amazing. You cleared the boss stage in your own way. Well done." The Fire Emperor confidently gave a thumbs up, asserting it wasn't luck but skill. Kim Gongja looked at him suspiciously, but the Fire Emperor insisted. "I'm telling the truth." The Fire Emperor confidently gave a thumbs up, asserting it wasn't luck but skill. Kim Gongja looked at him suspiciously, but the Fire Emperor insisted. "We're partners, so we should celebrate good news." Fireworks lit up, and the notification "Floor 10 cleared" appeared, concluding a journey. Brilliant fireworks tore through the night, signaling a new era. The 11th floor would open in 24 hours, a challenging promise. Amidst the stunned crowd, questions began to erupt. "What are these fireworks?" An anonymous message echoed, breaking the silence. The fireworks were ceaseless, spreading everywhere. "There are fireworks on floor 1 too," another person wondered. "Is it only here?" From floor 3, another hunter also confirmed. Fireworks were erupting across all tower floors. The entire world was witnessing an unprecedented event. Amidst the sea of fireworks, Kim Gongja and the Fire Emperor stood, watching the countdown. News of floor 10 being cleared spread like wildfire. Everyone was stunned. Floor 10 has been cleared? Who did it? Time passed, each second heavy. Finally, a sigh of relief, or a statement full of hidden meaning, echoed through the space. The Fire Emperor turned to Kim Gongja, his eyes filled with emotion. "This scene, I've seen it in my previous life," he whispered. A mysterious remark. In a corner of a cafe, someone exclaimed, "This is the second time." A simple statement, yet it held surprise and an extraordinary past. The HunterNet forum exploded. Everyone was discussing who had cleared floor 10. "It's definitely not the Black Dragon," someone asserted, pushing curiosity to its peak. High-ranking leaders were meeting at a cafe on floor 1. They were also surprised by this event. No one knew what was happening. At the Pantheon Temple, the leaders were also praying. It wasn't them, someone reported, ruling out another powerful force. Every major power was ruled out. Viper was teaching. The Crusader was working at Babylon Plaza. Even the Trade Alliance denied involvement. Who was behind it then? Just as everyone began to suspect the Sword Saint, a surprising message appeared. The Sword Saint is drinking milk right next to me. He wasn't the culprit either. The entire world was plunged into confusion. What does this mean? No way. Does no one know who cleared it? Unanswered questions echoed. The Fire Emperor stood tall, his eyes full of pride. You've gone from a supporting role to the main character. How does it feel? He asked, like a declaration. Kim Gong-ja looked up, giving a meaningful smile. It feels amazing, he replied, amidst the brilliant fireworks. A new beginning had arrived. Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha, with a smug smile, declared, It feels like the whole world is in my hands, doesn't it? He looked at Kim Gong-ja, his eyes blazing, as if to burn away all doubt. He continued, his tone both sarcastic and praising. Don't misunderstand. You've only just barely cleared the 10th floor. But, in your world, you are the one closest to reaching the top of the tower. Kim Gong-ja merely curved his lips slightly, his eyes maintaining an oddly calm expression. I know, he replied, as if everything the Fire Emperor said was within his expectations. Now, we just need to actually reach the top of the tower, Kim Gong-ja said casually. Suddenly, a frantic cry rang out, and a silver-armored knight rushed over. Sir! Hunter! The knight panted, his eyes filled with astonishment and doubt. Island, is that you? He stammered, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. Kim Gong-ja coldly asked, What are you talking about? The knight, still in shock, pointed at him. The person who cleared the 10th floor. The phone in the knight's hand vibrated wildly, reflecting the chaos in his mind. It's really chaotic. My superiors keep asking me what happened. He thought to himself, sweat pouring down. Kim Gong-ja, with a provocative expression, retorted, And if it is me, what do you intend to do? The knight flinched, not expecting such directness from the other party. The knight was flustered. Huh? I haven't heard. Your name? I've already given you 100 gold coins. Please tell me your alias. Kim Gong-ja turned his back and walked away, ignoring the plea. He merely turned his head, his eyes empty, and replied curtly, I don't have one. A simple statement that completely stunned the knight. Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha burst into hearty laughter upon seeing the knight's dumbfounded expression. Look at his face, he mocked. The Fire Emperor, with a triumphant expression, began to offer advice. You chose correctly. Your name is very valuable. You must conceal your identity and let them come to you. Kim Gong-ja suddenly realized something. Huh? What did you realize? The Fire Emperor asked, while a system notification appeared, prompting to select a floor. Kim Gong-ja stretched and said, The reason you praised me so much. Kim Gong-ja suddenly growled, his face contorted with anger and triumph. You said you'd call me Lord Gong-ja if I defeated the boss with 2 coins, didn't you? Well, what now? I really did clear the 10th floor with just 2 coins. Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha flinched, his face changing color. He quickly tried to appease. Gong-ja, we're partners. The Fire Emperor quickly put his arm around Kim Gong-ja's shoulder, trying to persuade him. Think about it, we're partners. You and I, equals. The one who reached the 99th floor, and the one who will clear the 100th floor. Partners, friends. Kim Gong-ja calmly selected floor 1. The Fire Emperor was horrified. Gong-ja too? Kim Gong-ja, with a challenging smile, declared. Anyway, from now on, just call me Lord Gong-ja. His words echoed, like an undeniable command, accompanied by a dazzling blue light, concluding the sentence. For the rest of our lives. Scene change. Outside the cafe, passers-by whispered, Did someone really clear the 10th floor? Why is there no news? They suspected the Black Dragon Guild was intentionally covering it up. Inside the cafe, a girl asserted that the Sword Saint was the one who did it. Kim Gong-ja sat there, calmly sipping coffee, wearing headphones. His expression strangely relaxed. He softly asked his sword spirit, What do you think? Sweet victory, isn't it? Just like this caramel macchiato. Kim Gong-ja pretended not to hear, touching his headphones, asking if they were broken, which further infuriated the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor, in his sword spirit form, growled, calling him all sorts of unpleasant nicknames. Mr. Sword Spirit? Psychopath? Madman? Finally, Kim Gong-ja heard, smiling teasingly, I can finally hear you. Are you making Lord Gong-ja worry again? You shouldn't do that to... The Fire Emperor couldn't take it anymore, wailing miserably. Hey, can we talk normally? It's ridiculous that you use honorifics for me while I have to call you Lord Gong-ja. He was so angry he could cry. The Fire Emperor desperately pleaded, Just kill me. Find a new skill and replace this sword constellation. I want to go back to old Marcus. Kim Gong-ja calmly drank his coffee, reminding him, That's not a small decision. We're lifelong partners, aren't we? He firmly asserted. We'll be together forever. In the sky, a countdown clock appeared. 22 hours 30, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. An hour and a half has passed. It's time. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja flinched, a large exclamation mark appearing above his head. He seemed to have realized something important. Scene change. A small brown cat appeared, meowing. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I didn't expect such an important figure to seek me out. He hugged the cat, pretending ignorance, and affectionately asked, Are you lost? Want to play with me? The cat replied with a nya. Kim Gong-ja knew well that the person inside the cat was a madman, but he still praised the other party's acting skills. A man in white armor suddenly appeared, asking, Excuse me, are you Hunter Kim Gong-ja? Kim Gong-ja thoughtfully looked at the group standing before him. A mysterious lineup had appeared, including the man in white armor, a burly, dark-skinned man, 2 women, and a young man. Kim Gong-ja, with a calm expression, held his hunter card. He had known everything beforehand and calculated the waiting time precisely. Exactly 1 hour and 30 minutes. Meanwhile, 3 people from different guilds were frantically on the phone, announcing that they had found the target at the cafe in front of the bank, determined not to let anyone steal him away. The man in white armor, identifying himself as the recruitment leader of the Vigilante Guild, hurried forward, waving towards Kim Gong-ja, who was holding the cat and pretending not to hear. Kim Gong-ja raised a hand to cut off the other party, coldly declaring that he had 2 things to say. The dark-skinned man behind him was stunned, unable to react in time. In a flashback, Kim Gong-ja, in different attire, requested that his name not be leaked to the press. The young man in the green jacket surprisingly asked until when, and he replied that the press was hot on their heels. The past Kim Gong-ja gave a thumbs up, asserting it wouldn't be long. The other group, including the woman in blue, the dark-skinned man, and the young man in the green jacket, could only silently watch him. Back in the present, Kim Gong-ja still sat, sipping coffee, holding the cat, and wearing headphones. He explained that they just needed to keep it a secret until the clock struck 0 hours before he set foot on the 11th floor. The woman in blue nodded, accepting the first condition. She turned to the woman in the black cloak standing next to her, then declared loudly, And the second thing. Kim Gong-ja scanned the crowded cafe, reminding the group that this was a public place and they needed to be mindful of other customers. He took a sip of coffee, then feigned surprise, offering a dramatic apology as if just realizing his actions had drawn attention. The woman in the blue shirt smiled, thanking everyone for their cooperation. Meanwhile, the young man in the green jacket and the dark-skinned man were ordering more coffee for the group. Soon, 4 steaming cups of coffee were neatly placed on the table, ready for the upcoming negotiation. Kim Gong-ja looked directly at the group sitting opposite him, his calm voice resonating. Let's begin. Please state your condition. The man in white armor quickly made an offer. His guild would pay 10,000 gold up front. The dark-skinned man interjected, criticizing the militia guild as stingy and proposing 20,000 gold from the Adventure League. Other guilds were not to be outdone. Heavenly Gates promised 25,000 gold with training. 10,000 Temple offered an honorary title. Kim Gong-ja calmly observed, listening to every word. Holding the brown cat in his arms, Kim Gong-ja pondered. He realized their true objective. They wanted him to surpass the reputation of the Sword Saint. The Vigilante Guild had raised the price to 36,000 gold. Kim Gong-ja casually laid his cards on the table, exposing their intentions. He presented his condition, a business alliance, at an unimaginable price, 500,000 gold. The entire room seemed to hold its breath. The brown cat nonchalantly stretched, as if none of the ongoing events concerned it. A strange moment of peace amidst the tense negotiation. Suddenly, an explosion of energy, brilliant as gold. A pair of exquisite legs appeared, carrying a regal aura, shattering the silence. She was a countess, the leader of the Merchant Alliance Guild, ranked 3rd. The dark-skinned woman smiled confidently, declaring she would bestow upon him the title of Vice Guild Master. Kim Gong-ja smirked, adjusting his earpiece. He had pretended not to hear, but now it was different. Now I'm interested, he said, his eyes full of challenge. He calmly looked at her, praising her audacity. You're bold, Kim Gong-ja said. And you're not surprised to see a cat turn into a human? She burst into laughter, remarking that he was still in the mood for jokes. Kim Gong-ja secretly thought it was hard to believe that one of the wealthiest hunters could maintain such a youthful appearance. Another guild representative was about to speak, but the woman in yellow coldly cut him off. She would not permit any interruptions. The man in white armor awkwardly protested, arguing that 500,000 gold and the Vice Guild Master title were too much. Although Kim Gong-ja had conquered the 10th floor, his skills remained an unknown. The woman in yellow coldly asked, Are you finished speaking? The man in white armor immediately bowed his head, not daring to utter another word. She fanned herself, declaring bluntly, Before you bring more shame upon yourselves, call your bosses here. I cannot continue speaking with people like you. She stood up, her gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals. If anyone dares to offer more than 500,000 gold, then stay. A declaration full of authority. That damn cat, Kim Gongja muttered, but his eyes were fixed on the door. The woman in yellow also turned her head, sensing a new presence. A burst of pressure erupted. The gray-haired man with the eye patch appeared, his aura soaring, leading a formidable entourage. You bitch! You damn bastards! The leader of the Chenmu Gate Guild, Viper, roared furiously, pointing directly at the woman in yellow. I was a step too late. Another guild leader, the heretic interrogator of the 10,000 Temple, appeared with a faint smile, admitting his mistake. The Vice Guild Master of the Crusaders, with a calm expression, spoke up. He believed that the Black Witch's excessive actions had caused unnecessary chaos for the hunter. The Black Witch, with cold eyes, merely listened in silence. Her expression remained unchanged, as if the accusations didn't affect her at all. A welcoming voice rang out, but Kim Gongja felt a heavy pressure. He realized that everyone sitting there was among the highest-ranked hunters, the ones at the top of the tower. The woman in yellow smiled, reminiscing about the old days when they conquered the second floor together. But Viper, the leader of the Chenmu Gate Guild, growled menacingly, unwilling to hear such platitude. Viper was enraged by the enormous sum mentioned, but the heretic interrogator smiled, suggesting everyone order coffee first. A tense atmosphere enveloped them. He calmly stated that it was impolite not to order anything when at a cafe. The heretic interrogator continued, as if trying to control the situation, and asked everyone what they wanted to drink. One by one, the guild leaders began to order. Iced latte, hot hazelnut latte, hot Americano. Viper, the leader of the Chenmu Gate Guild, was so surprised he exclaimed in astonishment. Viper roared, unable to believe that while the world was in chaos, because the 10th floor had been cleared, they could calmly drink coffee. The heretic interrogator remained composed, noting down a black espresso order for him. Viper continued to yell, refusing to order from that damn Taoist. The heretic interrogator simply raised a hand, signaling the barista, ignoring the guild leader's rage. The young barista, a little flustered, quickly jotted down the orders. From iced cafe mocha, hot Americano, iced latte, hazelnut latte, to strong espresso, the list kept growing. Finally, all the leaders' eyes turned towards Kim Gongja. He realized this was not just an ordinary meeting, but a test of mental fortitude. Kim Gongja deduced that the gathering of guild leaders was a strategy to make him lose his composure. Yu Suha reassured him, saying they were just trying to intimidate him as a test. He replied, his gaze firm. For Kim Gongja, these intimidation tactics were nothing compared to the horror of being burned alive repeatedly. What Kim Gongja needed to display now was absolute composure. He calmly called for the manager, asking to see the menu, which surprised the barista a little. He explained that he had already had a macchiato earlier, so now he wanted a hot chocolate. The barista awkwardly jotted it down. Kim Gongja secretly thought the reason he wasn't afraid of them was. The heretic interrogator smiled, commenting on Kim Gongja's sudden change. Before conquering the 10th floor, he wasn't very remarkable, but now he was completely different. Kim Gongja calmly faced it, telling himself that death was the worst limit. The Flame Emperor stood behind him, nodding in agreement, seeing it as both a strength and a weakness. He thanked him for the advice, but was determined not to let the Flame Emperor go. Inside, a quiet curse escaped him. The yellow-clad woman gently fanned herself, smiling mysteriously. She revealed that this young man was no ordinary person, but the winner of her guild's lottery. Luck, courage, and perhaps even skill, 3 factors that determine a young person's success, she asserted. The gray-haired Viper growled, his expression annoyed. He grumbled, how could someone who cleared the 10th floor be a rookie? He demanded that everyone stop their useless theatrics and instead focus on recruiting this young man. Kim Gongja, with a calm expression, tilted his head slightly. He cut short the arguments, asserting that none of it was the main point. The purple-haired guildmaster, amidst the reflecting magic mirrors, spoke coldly. She reminded them that not all reputations were tainted, and internal conflicts should be set aside. With sharp eyes, she called Kim Gongja's name. With a scrutinizing gaze, the purple-haired guildmaster directly asked Kim Gongja, "Which guild do you intend to join?" She requested that he inform them beforehand if he had no intention of joining any guild, as they needed to prepare how to deal with the media. Kim Gongja smirked, asking back with a challenging look. "And what if I do intend to join?" The purple-haired guildmaster replied, her tone resolute. "Then, a fierce bidding war will erupt." The purple-haired guildmaster mused, admitting that they had been stuck on the 9th floor for too long. But now, thanks to Kim Gongja conquering the 10th floor, a golden opportunity had opened up to promote the tower's true value to the outside world. She continued, this was an opportunity to attract non-refugees from the outside world and to ignite the spirit of adventure for the idle hunters on the 1st floor. She raised questions about the world on the 11th floor, emphasizing that curiosity itself maintained the tower's existence. The purple-haired guildmaster added that the food shortage would also be resolved. Kim Gongja nodded in agreement, while she explained the difficulty of managing supplies with only 9 floors of the tower. The yellow-clad woman sighed softly, fanning herself. She admitted that she had tried to maintain a route from the outside world, but it wasn't enough. It was time, she declared, for a new product to change the situation. The purple-haired guildmaster looked straight ahead, her gaze firm. She declared that they needed to lead adventurers to the mysterious lands beyond the 10th floor and seek unique items that could only be obtained from there. To promote the tower to the world, she said, they needed a symbol, someone who could declare the beginning of a new era, just as the Flame Emperor once did. Kim Gongja, with his back turned and a brilliant aura, asked directly, "You're saying that's me, right?" But the purple-haired guildmaster warned that the Black Dragon was still plotting to assassinate this symbol. Kim Gongja asked if it was the Black Dragon's witch. He didn't know why, but the image of a woman being strangled suddenly appeared. Kim Gongja smiled meaningfully. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, he understood. Whichever guild successfully captured him would become the new symbol for the tower's development, while the other guilds would merely be pawns. Kim Gongja sat among the leaders, making an unexpected offer. It would be terrible if things just continued like this, he said. So let's do it this way. His hand flipped over a card, the Ace of Spades. A solitary card, yet it contained an entire game of destiny. Cards? Playing cards? A question echoed, full of doubt. Kim Gongja smiled confidently, fanning out the deck. I don't need money or status, but I will join the guild of whoever wins the most in a game of poker. 4 powerful faces, 4 different attitudes. The Viper frowned in annoyance. The Crusader was amused. The yellow-clad woman smiled mysteriously, and the Black Witch was pensive. He continued to state his conditions, his tone full of challenge. Outwardly, I'll just be a guild member, but in reality, you must treat me as an equal. The yellow-clad woman fanned herself, her smile hinting at disdain. A mere boy who just cleared a floor demands to be our equal? How amusing. I accept. The blonde heretic interrogator also smiled, fanning out his cards. As long as there are no dirty tricks, I'm willing. The Viper coldly laid down the rules. Don't use skills. Otherwise, you'll have too much of an advantage. Anyone caught using skills will be immediately disqualified. The Crusader Vice Guildmaster laughed heartily, cards in hand. My guild is dirt poor. We'd definitely lose in an auction. This method is great. The Black Witch Guildmaster closed her eyes, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Very well. I accept your proposal. Kim Gongja turned to the Sword Emperor Yu Su-ha, who was standing behind him. Sword Emperor, be honest. You don't like calling me Lord Kim Gongja, do you? Yu Su-ha was surprised. The Sword Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. Just call me that until the end of this game, Kim Gongja said. Huh? Can I really do that? Yu Su-ha thought to himself. Kim Gongja smiled mysteriously. In return, tell me what cards each of these players is holding. That's easy. Lord Kim Gongja, Yu Su-ha whispered. A series of phantom Sword Emperors appeared, cheering excitedly. Kya! I accept Lord Kim Gongja's generous offer. I'll even inform you if they cheat. Kim Gongja calmly looked at his opponents. All right, shall we begin? The Sword Emperor immediately whispered. Sir, this guy only has a straight. Fold this round. Kim Gongja smiled, his eyes flashing with deadly confidence, as if he had seen through everything. Die, the Sword Emperor whispered, pointing out. This guy only has a straight. Pathetic. Raise him back. Following the instruction, Kim Gongja didn't hesitate, slamming his chips onto the table decisively, raising. Once again, the Sword Emperor whispered into his ear, revealing the opponent's hand. He's trying to make a full house, but don't worry. I've checked the cards. He can't get it. Trust me, we'll win. With absolute confidence, Kim Gongja declared, all in. Fireworks erupted behind him, signaling an explosive game. The game continued, tension enveloping the poker table. The opponents were all trying to maintain poker faces, but their anxiety was starting to show. Suddenly, the Viper slammed the table, roaring furiously. What the hell is this? This is cheating, the Viper angrily accused. No way. We've played over 30 rounds and he hasn't lost once. I can't even bluff him. He's definitely cheating 100%. Kim Gongja calmly replied. Do you have proof? Kim Gongja smirked, raising 2 fingers in a victory sign. I might just be a poker genius. I don't appreciate you criticizing me without proof. The Viper was astonished. Oh my God, his audacity. There's no way he's F rank. Kim Gongja feigned surprise. Oh, how did you know I'm not F rank? I haven't had a chance to inform the association yet, but I was just promoted to E rank yesterday. The Viper was stunned, stammering. That's right. I knew it. Huh? Kim Gongja sneered. Thanks for the compliment. By the way, it seems you're out of chips. Viper was furious, only able to grit his teeth. In the cafe, the barista cheerfully greeted, "Welcome, Master Chun Moon." The heretic interrogator also teased Viper. "I thought it was about time you lost." The barista enthusiastically handed Viper a cup of coffee. "I've ordered an extra espresso for you. Drink to your heart's content," Viper roared. "I told you I don't want to drink it." The barista remained unfazed. "I know. You must overcome your desires." Viper was enraged. "You lunatic." The cafe now only had a few people left, the atmosphere less tense after the intense card games. The Crusader sighed, admitting defeat. "I lost. I was quite confident in my poker face." "Can you read other people's minds?" Kim Gongja calmly replied to the Crusader, hinting at his ability to see through cards. He provoked, "Or perhaps I can see through cards. Would you like to guess?" The Crusader could only sigh, weary of the unpredictability of the youth. Suddenly, Viper roared, rushing forward to question the Crusader. "Hey, why did you give up so easily, you loser?" He couldn't accept defeat. Viper continued to shout, his face contorted with anger. "You should have tried until the very end. Are you just going to let that swindler trick you?" His eyes were full of resentment. The Crusader turned his back, calmly stating, "Don't call our new hero a swindler." Viper still wouldn't let go, asserting, "He used a skill. I guarantee it." The Crusader smiled mysteriously, turning away. We all knew from the start. Viper was stunned, unable to believe his ears, only able to utter a bewildered "what?" The Crusader continued to explain, his tone casual. "It would be stranger if we didn't know. Do you really think a rookie would challenge us to a game of chance?" The woman in the yellow shirt began to deal new cards. Kim Gongja smiled, holding his cards, and the Crusader added, "He basically said, 'I'm confident enough to win without revealing my skills,' and we accepted that challenge." Viper was completely shocked, his eyes wide and mouth agape. The Crusader shook his head, advising, "Master Chun, Moon, I know you like to exercise, but you should use your head too." The Crusader continued to analyze. "We never had anything to lose in this game. Winning is great, but even if we don't win, we still benefit." Viper was furious, growling about self-respect. The Crusader looked directly at Viper, his tone firm. "Self-respect won't help us overcome the tower." A cold reminder of the harsh reality. The heretic interrogator smiled mischievously, forcing Viper to finish his half-empty espresso. Viper angrily spat out the coffee, roaring a helpless curse. Kim Gongja calmly said, "I'm glad." The heretic interrogator curiously asked back, "About what?" The atmosphere had settled a bit after Viper's outburst. Kim Gongja looked towards the Black Witch, replying, "At least, you are a rational person." The Black Witch sat before the card table, her eyes pensive, holding a 5 of clubs and a Jack of hearts. The Black Witch gently touched the pile of chips, her soft voice echoing, "I originally came from Ukraine. More precisely, from a place that used to be called Ukraine." A sorrowful past slowly unfolded. She continued to recount, an image of a lonely girl amidst ruins appearing. "After losing my family in the Civil War, I became a wanderer. Living alone is terrible, whether inside or outside the tower." Kim Gongja pushed his chips forward, a decisive call echoing. The mysterious gaze of the woman in the yellow shirt deepened, questioning his true intentions. Kim Gongja calmly replied, "Everyone who ascends the tower, especially the first generation, has a painful story. I'm just an ordinary orphan in this tower." The Flame Emperor stood behind, signaling that the Black Witch's hand was a diamond flush. She softly said, "This tower, essentially, is my homeland. In this tower, no one cares where you come from," the Black Witch continued. "Whether it's Korea, Ukraine, or even the Wusheng Tianji from China," her gaze distant. "All of that, here, means nothing. Thanks to the tower's blessing, we can understand each other," she said. "All are equal challengers, much fairer than the world outside." The woman in the yellow shirt calmly dealt the cards. Kim Gongja lightly touched the glittering pile of gold chips, his voice deepening. "Those outside, they see this tower as a trash can." The Black Witch subtly curled her lips. "A trash can can hold everything. It's not that it can't." A statement full of hidden meaning. The Black Witch looked at Kim Gongja. "When the clock strikes 0, the media will explode because of you. Your life will change completely." Time continued to tick. 18 hours, 9 minutes, and 12 seconds. "I trust you'll handle everything wisely," she said. Kim Gongja smiled. "That sounds good. I'm not bragging, but I like being the center of attention," Kim Gongja stated frankly. "I want everyone to admire and respect me, that's all." The woman in the yellow shirt chuckled softly. "You're honest, quite unlike the Sword Saint." "She still has a flush," the Black Witch mused. Kim Gongja gently touched his ring. "It's a disadvantage right now." But, without hesitation, The Black Witch pushed all her remaining chips to the center of the table, declaring, "All in!" Kim Gong-ja looked at the glittering pile of gold chips, his eyes gleaming with absolute confidence. "I'm confident. Let me be clearer," Kim Gong-ja declared. "I don't expect special treatment just for clearing the 10th floor. I will be the one to conquer the 20th, 30th, 50th, and even the 100th floor. No matter how long it takes, I will conquer this tower." The woman in the yellow shirt spoke, her tone full of respect. "I admire your devotion to this tower." She continued to affirm that she did not want to confront Kim Gong-ja. The Black Witch, with sharp eyes, pondered who would be the first to climb to the top of the tower, and who truly deserved to be called a hero. But then, she declared, "I will consider you my rival." Kim Gong-ja looked directly at the indifferent faces, the Crusader, Viper, and the Heretic Interrogator. He explained that his goal was not just to explore the tower, but the world beyond it. He didn't care about famine or refugee issues, but allowed them to use his name to solve those problems. Kim Gong-ja, his hand on the pile of gold chips, his eyes burning with ambition. "However, I want your support in conquering this tower." He needed that feeling of supremacy again. The Black Witch leaned back in her chair, her gaze distant as she looked out the window, seemingly considering Kim Gong-ja's words. She sighed, closed her eyes, one hand holding the poker cards. It seemed she had made her decision. Hei Fushi opened her eyes, her gaze filled with surprise and a hint of helplessness. "I was wrong. You truly are just like Jan Sheng." Kim Gong-ja flipped a card, his eyes cunning. "Is that a compliment?" Hei Fushi also flipped a card, replying sarcastically, "No, I'm just exposing your greed." The poker table was clear. Hei Long Shifu had a straight. Kim Gong-ja had a full house. The woman in the yellow shirt announced, "Kim Gong-ja wins." Kim Gong-ja smiled triumphantly, shrugging. "So it really was a compliment. Thanks." Hei Fushi looked at Kim Gong-ja, her tone challenging. "All right, I'm looking forward to the equal treatment you promised." She further asked if he would bear the corresponding responsibility. Kim Gong-ja took a sip of water, his gaze firm. "Isn't a hunter's responsibility to climb the tower? Don't worry about that." Hei Fushi scoffed, remarking, "You talk big for a rookie." Another voice rang out, mocking, "Exactly. If shamelessness were a skill, he'd definitely be S-rank." A crowd of burly, red-haired hunters in white shirts roared in indignation, calling Kim Gong-ja a zombie. Kim Gong-ja remained calm, while one of them exclaimed, "Is this the one they call Jian Wang?" "How pathetic," Kim Gong-ja asked. "Are you leaving already?" Kim Gong-ja confidently declared that the 11th floor was about to open, and he had to prepare so as not to be left behind. Hei Fushi questioned how he could prepare when he knew nothing about it. The black-haired young man merely smiled meaningfully, as if he held the secrets of the entire world. Hei Fushi revealed a shocking secret. The theme of floors 11 to 20 is role-playing. Hearing this, the elite group of hunters behind her all looked astonished. Kim Gong-ja admitted he only knew that much, because he had received a special hint after clearing the 10th floor. He still maintained his mysterious smile. Hei Fushi gazed at him thoughtfully, her purple eyes holding complex thoughts after Kim Gong-ja's explanation. Outside, the giant countdown clock in the sky continued to tick away, with just over 17 hours remaining until the fated moment. Amidst the buzzing crowd, people discussed how there was no official announcement for the 10th floor. They mentioned Jian Sheng's video denying he was the one who cleared it, and the news remained silent. Someone recounted seeing the guildmasters gathered, all curious. Who exactly was the one who cleared the legendary 10th floor? Suddenly, cheers erupted, as the countdown clock in the sky showed only 11 seconds remaining. The entire crowd looked up, filled with excitement. Time passed quickly, the number 10 clearly visible, like a war drum echoing everywhere. The crowd erupted, chanting each number in unison, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. With each passing second, the suspense intensified. All eyes were fixed on the countdown screen, awaiting the historic moment. Meanwhile, a hand hastily scrolled through a phone, searching for information about the 10th floor clearer. The clock continued to tick, with only 4 seconds left. The phone screen was still loading, as if the whole world was holding its breath, awaiting a shocking truth. The breaking news finally appeared. The 10th floor clearer. But time waited for no one. With only 2 seconds left, until the decisive moment, time seemed to stop, with only one final second remaining. Amidst the cheering crowd, Kim Gong-ja remained calm, his eyes fixed on his phone screen. And then, a deafening explosion tore through the air, the sky suddenly blazing as if thousands of stars had ignited simultaneously. Amidst the dazzling light, Kim Gong-ja looked up, a mysterious smile on his lips. A voice echoed throughout the space. "Everyone, from today, the tutorial phase has ended." The voice repeated, like a fated declaration. "I repeat, the tutorial phase has ended. Floor 11, open the 11th floor." Amidst the clouds, a blonde, celestial maiden appeared, her figure graceful like a deity. She spoke, "O warriors, tower climbers, Congratulations on resolving the grievances of the infernal mansion." Before the surreal sight, the crowd buzzed. Is it an angel or a goddess? Stunned, astonished faces looked up at the sky. Kim Gong-ja subtly smirked, uttering coldly, "Wake up. That's not a goddess." A red-haired man soared upwards, heading towards the celestial maiden. Kim Gong-ja explained, "That's just a quest guidance system, like an NPC?" The celestial maiden continued, "Oh, warriors, there is a world that needs your help. There, humans are suffering from the invasion of the Demon King. From now on, you will be summoned here as warriors, tasked with protecting humanity." The man in the white shirt asked, "How do you know that?" Kim Gong-ja smiled mysteriously. That's because," the celestial maiden's voice rang out, "if you wish to accept this quest, say teleport." A powerful foot stomped down, as if about to rush into battle. Kim Gong-ja looked up. A figure shot into the air, swift as a flash, leaving a dazzling trail of light, heading straight towards the new challenge. Space distorted. A fleeting image of a silver-haired man fighting appeared, like a premonition of fierce battles to come. The silver-haired man deftly dodged, crouching low, his eyes sharp and cold as if to tear through the night. An attack had just whizzed past. The celestial maiden's image reappeared, but this time it flickered and distorted like a corrupted video. She continued her unfinished words. "If you wish to accept." Finally, her image stabilized, her lips curving into an enchanting smile. "This quest, say teleport." The faded invitation rang out. The celestial maiden still hovered, but the crowd had realized the harsh truth. What the hell? Is that a hologram? A man in black stood on the rooftop, looking down arrogant. Amidst the crowd, a silver-haired old man with a full beard, his eyes flashing with determination, was surrounded by a blazing red aura as if about to explode. Kim Gong-ja, with blazing red eyes and a similar aura, smirked slightly. "I used to do that too. See? That's an NPC." The silver-haired old man didn't say much, only decisively uttered one word. Teleport. The word echoed like a command. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the top of the building, signaling the imminent spatial transfer. The crowd below buzzed, some surprised, others excited. A man in a blue shirt burst into hearty laughter, breaking the tense atmosphere. The heretic interrogator, a curly blonde-haired man, appeared with a smug smile. "I lost again. What a beautiful day." A black-haired girl beside him called his name. The heretic interrogator flashed a radiant smile, excitedly declaring, "Then I'll see everyone on the 11th floor. Teleport." Then he vanished in a shimmering light. Excitement spread. A man in a blue-orange shirt stammered, Teleport," as the transfer light enveloped him. Kim Gong-ja looked up at the hovering blonde celestial maiden who spoke, "Warriors, tower climbers." The call echoed. "From the 11th floor to the 20th floor, you will face the trial of faith." The blonde celestial maiden clasped her hands, her eyes closed, her voice full of mystery. "You must find your own answers. Those answers will reveal who you are." Kim Gong-ja stared straight into the void, his gaze profound, pondering the celestial maiden's words. "You must understand yourselves." He turned to the crusader, the man in armor, and softly said, "What a pity." The crusader asked back in surprise, and Kim Gong-ja replied, "Just think about it." Kim Gong-ja continued his explanation, his gaze directed at the celestial maiden. "The tower's creators put in a lot of effort. That's the message they left behind, but no one cares. The tower's existence, the skills, everything is an incredible miracle." The crusader looked at Kim Gong-ja with surprise. He concluded, "But we've gotten used to everything on the 10th floor." The crusader remarked, "You're surprisingly sensitive." The crusader revealed that he used to study music in the outside world, then asked Kim Gong-ja if he was more charming knowing that. Kim Gong-ja bluntly remarked that the profession was hard to make money from, causing Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha to let out a bitter laugh and call him a zombie. The Fire Emperor warned that the crusader was suspicious. Kim Gong-ja sighed, then suddenly heard another voice ask if he was Hunter Kim Gong-ja. Kim Gong-ja was startled to realize the attention was on him. The crusader gave a sly smile, apologized, and promised to see him again on the 11th floor. A swarm of reporters rushed over, surrounding Kim Gong-ja. He frantically realized the crusader's intention, yelling to ask if this was why he approached him. From a distance, the crusader casually explained that he had the ability to read people, and his recent actions were just a way of showing interest. Kim Gong-ja stammered, asking what kind of person he thought he was. The crusader just smiled mysteriously, said the answer lay in his heart, then vanished in the teleportation light. Kim Gong-ja was stunned when he vanished. Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha roared in anger, scolding him as a zombie for not heeding the warning about the crusader's suspicious nature. Kim Gong-ja was surrounded by a barrage of questions from reporters, about clearing the 10th floor alone, about rumors that joining multiple guilds was a conspiracy by major guild. He was tense, thinking of a way to escape to the 11th floor, while other questions continued to swarm him about his relationship with the militia, about his E-class level. Faced with a flood of questions, Kim Gong-ja unexpectedly declared with conviction, "I'll clear the 20th floor too." Leaving the reporters stunned, he decisively said, "Well then, everyone did a great job. Teleport!" Then vanished in a dazzling light, leaving the reporters screaming in shock. In the deep blue sky, the blonde celestial maiden hovered amidst pillars of light, her blessing echoing, "Oh, tower climbers, may good fortune always be with you." A series of brilliant light pillars descended from the sky, teleporting countless hunters to the next floor, opening a new journey full of challenges. In the silent space, a silver-haired man with sharp eyes appeared, as if observing all developments from afar. A chaotic battlefield unfolded, screams echoing amidst smoke and fire. The silver-haired man, sword in hand, roared amidst the demonic encirclement, "Don't retreat! Stop the Demon King's legion! For the Agum Empire!" Tens of thousands of grotesque creatures, small but ferocious, swarmed everywhere, forming a black tide that swallowed all hope. They crawled up the crumbling walls, overwhelming all defenses. Desperate cries rang out, "No retreat! If we fall, the Empire will collapse!" But the only reply was helplessness. "No way. There are too many of them." Amidst the sea of fire, the silver-haired man still fought valiantly, his eyes wide with disbelief. He exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" A rallying cry echoed, "Don't give up! We are the elites!" Arrows tore through the wind. A dark-skinned man yelled, "Everyone, watch out for the arrows!" Kim Gong-ja stood behind, his eyes sharp, witnessing the chaotic scene. An armored knight appeared, his voice resounding. "The tutorial ended after the 10th floor. From now on, every stage will be like this." He called out, "Oh, warriors who will save the Empire!" The knight bowed his head. His sword plunged into the ground. A desperate plea. "Please, help us save the Empire." Kim Gong-ja listened, silently thinking about his improved sight and hearing. The knight continued, "This port is the last lifeline. It must be protected so the capital can receive reinforcements." The quest appeared. "Protect the supply line." The knight pleaded, "Oh, warriors from another world, please help the Agum Empire. The Demon King has risen, seeking to sever the Empire's lifeline. Fail, and the 12th floor will not open." The crowd buzzed, questions pouring out. "A quest? Is there really a Demon King? What the hell is the Agum Empire?" Amidst the clash of weapons, the demons continued their relentless assault. Cries of despair. "They're too persistent. How are we supposed to complete this mission?" The silver-haired man swung his sword, striking down a demon. He commanded, "The details aren't clear, but let's take them down first. Follow the Sword Saint." A black-haired hunter with a goatee roared, "You foolish goblins! In the past 6 years, I've killed 6,000 like you." He charged into battle like a beast, amidst shouts of, "Annihilate them! Kill them!" Kim Gong-ja calmly observed. A system notification appeared. "Welcome, Hunter Kim Gong-ja." Kim Gong-ja smiled, enveloped in a dazzling light. Yu Su-ha appeared behind him, and the notification for completing the 10th floor reward popped up. A new journey had begun. The young man stood before a brilliant map, as if a new world was opening up. This was where he would set foot, where new challenges awaited. He floated in mid-air. Beside him, the astonished Flame Emperor. A barrage of system notifications poured down, granting terrifying privileges. "The blessings of the gods are with you, and access to everything from floors 11 to 20. The young man flashed a cunning smile, surrounded by countless illusory items. The Flame Emperor was still in shock. "The blessings of the merchant god are with you." The notification rang out, allowing him to choose a valuable item from higher floors. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, overjoyed. "This is entirely a skill-based game," he declared confidently, while the Flame Emperor thrashed about, screaming about this damn game of chance. The tower stretched towards the blue sky, each floor with a distinct theme. Floors 1 to 10 were tutorial, a city for new players to get acquainted, where hunting was predetermined. From floors 11 to 20, the theme shifted to Demon Lord Quest. The tower was now engulfed in a storm, a fiery red eye gazing down. To defeat the Demon Lord, there were only 2 options. One was to possess enough power oneself to confront an entire army. The silver-haired man was charging into battle, unleashing powerful attacks. The second was to lead an army oneself. The young man smiled meaningfully, amidst armored warriors awaiting orders. The Flame Emperor was astonished, questioning him. "You're going to choose the second option? Do you have that talent? Have you ever led an army before?" "Of course not," he replied casually, a mystical blue light flickering in his palm. "But talent, I can create." His hand glided over the skill board, where extraordinary abilities awaited activation. From want to be like you, S+, to Swordmaster, A+. He held his sword, asking the Flame Emperor, "Hey, Sword Emperor, did you just say this game is a damn game of chance?" The Flame Emperor roared, "That's right, you bastard!" The young man raised his hand, and a massive NPC list appeared, containing information about each person's location and role. He gave a command, and the information board immediately changed, displaying only NPCs currently on floor 11. Next, he requested to filter out the 100 highest skilled NPCs. 2 names, Korea, appeared, who were just ordinary soldiers in the port city. Sword Emperor Yu Su-ha roared, grabbing Kim Gongja, questioning his excessive abuse of privileges. He called Kim Gongja a scheming bastard, but the black-haired young man calmly replied, "Not at all." Then, he continued to command, asking the system to display NPCs capable of commanding soldiers. The young man didn't stop, pointing into the air, asking the system to filter out only the top 3 most elite names. 3 illustrious titles appeared: Rohan Panbasa, Panbasa Knight Captain, Sarbas Agam, Concord Division Commander, and Jeshua Ko, Emof. Furthermore, he wanted to see the locations of these 3 on the map, as well as his own location. A massive map appeared, with 3 sparkling blue dots and a single red dot, marking where he stood. Kim Gongja crossed his arms, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. "Well, is this still not a game that requires skill?" he casually declared. "This privilege has already become an ultimate privilege. Doesn't it all depend on how you use your wits?" The Sword Emperor furiously roared, "Are you kidding me? Is that using your wits? That's just cheating." But Kim Gongja merely scoffed. "Cheating is a skill too." He scanned the map, searching the closest place to this blue dot. The scene shifted to a fierce battlefield, where an armored knight was bravely fighting monsters. Kim Gongja appeared beside the knight, his gaze sharp. "This is the NPC, Commander Sarbas Agim." He had found his target, a talented military commander. Knight Sarbas Agim suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes wide. "Oh ho!" A stranger abruptly appearing in the chaotic battlefield couldn't help but astonish him. The commander questioned, "Warrior from another world, what is your business?" Kim Gongja casually replied with an unexpected compliment. "Your mustache is splendid." Kim Gongja continued, "You must also have an excellent skill. If you believe I am a warrior, I have a favor to ask." Behind him, Sword Emperor Yu Su-ha frantically yelled, "Run, foolish NPC. This guy is a scammer." Commander Sarbas Agim, with a stern but benevolent expression, replied, "Please tell me. If I can, I will try." He was willing to listen to the request. Kim Gongja looked directly into the commander's eyes, making a chilling proposition. "Please kill me." Sarbas Agim froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Huh?" Kim Gongja placed a hand on his chest, explaining, "I truly have a secret ability. If I die, the entire battlefield will receive blessings from the gods." Yu Su-ha behind him exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is that so?" "It's a self-sacrifice skill," Kim Gongja continued. "Once this blessing is activated, the Empire will win." But Sarbas Agim still firmly refused. "What blessing? But to kill a warrior, I cannot do that." Kim Gongja raised his sword towards him, his voice heavy with conviction. "Consider what's more important. If you don't kill me, I will do it myself. This is the best way to help the Empire. I am merely asking for your assistance." Sarbas Agim was confused. Assistance? Port City Commander Sarbas Agim would rather die by the hand of a talented leader than commit suicide or be torn apart by monsters. He had accepted this cruel fate. Sarbas Agim was still stunned. Killing someone from another world who came to help, did that young man truly believe in it? Time was running out, but he still hesitated. "This world is cursed," Sarbas Agim lamented. "The Demon Lord's army attacks, and now he must kill a warrior." He blamed himself, but also couldn't comprehend the young man's thoughts. With a fervent prayer, Sarbas Agim closed his eyes, his sword now bearing the weight of an unforgivable sin. The silver blade gleamed. Sarbas Agim promised to grant him a painless death. Kim Gongja, with a strangely calm expression, sincerely thanked him. Before the final moment, the commander bowed, wanting to know the name of the warrior who had chosen this death. "Kim Gongja," he replied, his voice echoing in the silent space, like a final testament. "Kim Gongja," Sarbas Agim repeated, then bowed once more, on behalf of the Empire, sending his deepest gratitude to the young man. The sword plunged down, and in that fated moment, Sarbas Agim uttered a final tribute. "You are a true warrior." The system screen displayed a cold message. "You have died." But the story wasn't over. An ancient saying echoed. Sarbas Agim's skill had been completely copied. For everyone who flees, there is one who soars. A profound philosophy containing latent power. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, warriors roared, annihilating the hateful goblins. Another saying appeared, like a prophecy. 3 soldiers looked up at the blazing red sky, their faces filled with bewilderment. What awaited them ahead? For every hunter who uses a sword, there is a hunter who uses soldiers. A mighty cavalry army charged forward, astonishing the onlookers. What kind of hunter is he? And then Kim Gong-ja appeared, his sword gleaming in his hand. A saying of his, like an affirmation, echoed throughout the space. A B-rank skill, Unicorn Battlefield, possesses the qualities of a brilliant general. It allows the wielder to perceive the essence of battle. This is an ability Kim Gong-ja created himself, copied from Sarbus Ejim. Kim Gong-ja calmly directed a knight. Just go straight, then turn right, and you'll encounter the demon general. There are some monsters loitering around, but just clear them out. The knight obeyed, full of trust in his instructions. A resounding cry echoed. The hero of the goddess will protect us. The knight army charged forward like a storm, a tactical map shimmering in the air, guiding the steel spears. That skill helped Kim Gong-ja impersonate a military expert, gaining the general's trust. Clear them out. The lowly goblins were crushed under hooves, curses echoing in the chaos. Turn right here. Kim Gong-ja pointed at the map, continuing to command his troops. He thought to himself, this skill is so effective, all thanks to that small map, and the knowledge from repeating this day a few more times. The young man thought to himself. A goblin was sent flying into the sky, and he smirked. Well, that goblin flew quite far today. Skills aren't everything. Kim Gong-ja raised the glowing sword high. This is the light of the goddess, Leifanta Ajim's holy sword of protection. A legendary artifact rested firmly in his hand. The divine sword of the founder. Legend has it, a goddess bestowed it upon the founder of the Ejim Empire, a gift from the divine realm. But before history could become legend, the founder disappeared, and the holy sword also vanished, leaving only a prophecy. When the day of destiny arrives, the wielder of the holy sword shall also appear. The wielder of the holy sword of protection would receive absolute trust and fervent support from the entire Ejim Empire. The prophecy echoed, promising a glorious future. That is the founder's holy sword. The gods have not abandoned the empire. Amidst a pile of enemy corpses, Kim Gong-ja raised the holy sword high. Long live the empire. Long live the hero. Cheers resounded, and hope ignited. Attack! Kim Gong-ja smiled triumphantly, raising a small potion bottle. Good. Truly good. It was worth overcoming the hidden stage to witness this spectacle. He was satisfied with his perfect act. What's so valuable about it? Fire Emperor Yu Su-ha roared, blinding light enveloping him. You traded it all for a piece of junk! Disappointment and fury erupted in his eyes. It's just a damn hard and shiny sword. The Fire Emperor continued to scream. There are so many epic items, why did you choose that thing? Kim Gong-ja merely smirked. It's durable, shiny, and makes all NPCs from floor 1 to floor 20 go crazy for it, Kim Gong-ja calmly explained, his hand still gripping the shimmering sword, a meaningful smile on his face. Don't you get it? NPCs aren't just tools for giving quests. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping over the army, worshipping him. Oh, hero, please protect us. The shouts echoed, a bitter contrast. 3 soldiers stood watching Kim Gong-ja and Sarbus Ejim, secretly wondering why only that young man was allowed to accompany the general, and he looked no different from an ordinary hunter. Kim Gong-ja smirked, his eyes full of disdain. He knew all about the jealous gossip behind his back, and didn't bother to hide his contempt. On the map, the left flank of the demon army had been completely wiped out. So what? Sue me, he challenged, arrogantly declaring victory. The young man raised his hand and pointed straight ahead, blue light flaring up. Don't stop! Charge straight into their main force, he commanded, his voice authoritative. Cheers resounded, and the soldiers surged forward like a storm. We will win. Follow the general. Follow the hero. The entire battlefield ignited with fervent morale. But then, a giant shadow appeared behind the goblin horde. He's the general of the demon army. A trembling voice echoed. The goblin emperor, floor 11 boss, appeared with a ferocious appearance. He roared in astonishment upon seeing the enemy continue to advance. Gogoruk, Goru, stop them, you fools! The goblin emperor frantically commanded, but the cavalry unit charged forward without hesitation. Kim Gong-ja leapt into the air, activating a skill. Blue light enveloped him, preparing for a decisive attack. Go Rook! He yelled, his blazing sword slashing straight at the goblin emperor, unleashing the F-rank move Goblin Aristocracy Assembly. The goblin emperor collapsed, his massive body crashing to the ground. The demon horde scattered, and the cavalry unit continued to surge over the enemy corpses. Cheers of victory echoed across the battlefield. We have defeated the evil demons. The hero of the goddess has defeated the enemy leader. Long live the Aegim Empire! The acclamations resounded. Meanwhile, a small goblin gasped for breath, groaning its last breaths. Kim Gongja's sword was still shimmering brightly. He muttered, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, as if something was still amiss. Suddenly, 3 men appeared, one of them smirking maliciously, carrying a large weapon. "Look at these pieces of trash," he said disdainfully. "Solo hunting is our specialty. Wipe them all out," he commanded, and with his companions charged in, sweeping through the remaining goblins. The battlefield was devastated. Goblin corpses littered the ground. A blinding notification appeared, confirming, "Floor 11! Cleared!" The crowd erupted in a mix of astonishment and cheers. Cleared floor 11 inches one day? Unbelievable. The system began its evaluation, then concluded. "We're damn strong, aren't we?" A cold notification echoed. Exceeded maximum participation limit. The contribution ranking board appeared, shocking the entire guild. Kim Gongja sat comfortably at the top, while the Sword Saint reluctantly took second place. First place has no alias? Even the Sword Saint is only second place? Everyone wondered, who is Kim Gongja? All eyes fell upon the young man. A shout rang out, shattering the silence. "He's the one who cleared floor 10! Sword Saint Yusuha frowned, his eyes full of doubt. "Is he a hidden master?" The Sword Saint scoffed. "Hidden master, my ass. He's just a weak, cunning bastard." Kim Gongja smirked, retorting, "So you finally admit this is a high-level skill game?" The Sword Saint argued stubbornly. "No, I refuse to admit it." He turned his back, cursing inwardly. This monster. The young man merely smiled, thinking to himself, "He truly values individual ability more than skills." Kim Gongja reassured, "I promise to practice swordsmanship before clearing the 20th floor, so don't be sulky anymore." The Sword Saint was surprised. "Really?" The Sword Saint burst out laughing, full of self-satisfaction. "Of course. Do you think I'd miss the chance to learn from the Sword Emperor? In fact, you should be begging me to teach you swordsmanship, shouldn't you?" The Sword Saint danced joyfully, elated. "You zombie. You finally realize my true worth." Kim Gongja just shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, "Pleasing this ghost is as easy as pie." The clanking of armor echoed. A deep voice spoke. "O hero of the goddess!" Sarbus Agum, the silver-armored commander, bowed solemnly before Kim Gongja. "We achieved victory thanks to you. Truly, I express my deepest gratitude." Kim Gongja humbly replied, "It was nothing. We won thanks to everyone's efforts." Sarbus Agum was stunned, then let out a sigh of relief. "It turns out I worried for nothing." From ancient times, a prophecy had been passed down. One day, the demon legions will arrive. But do not fear, for heroes from her world will also be summoned. The silver-armored commander still harbored doubts. Would those summoned from other worlds truly give their all for a kingdom that wasn't theirs? But then, he told himself, it was just an old man's worry. With a smile, he extended his hand, wanting to convey his sincerest thanks through a handshake. Even coming from different worlds, the handshake retained its full meaning. Perhaps because, no matter where, people still have two hands to connect? Sarbus Agum looked at the young man, placing his full trust. "I have high hopes for you," Kim Gongja replied, his gaze firm. "I will do my best." The system began evaluating achievements, each sparkling green line of text appearing, then quickly completing. Rewards were given to those with the greatest contributions. They, the strongest, would be specially allowed to advance to the 12th floor earlier. The outstanding warriors, including the Sword Emperor and the Black Witch, were enveloped in light. The rest would be forbidden from entering the 12th floor until the rewards were fully distributed. In the dazzling stream of light, Sarbus Agum raised his hand, his eyes full of entrustment. Amidst the brilliant space, his words echoed, "I entrust the fate of my empire into your hands." The Sword Emperor looked up at Kim Gongja, ascending, worriedly asking, "Only the top 10 are summoned? Will old Marcus not be there? If he sees you, what will he do?" Kim Gongja turned back, reassuring with a smile. "Don't worry too much. At worst, I'll just die. I said it's fine because I have a plan." The Sword Emperor was stunned. "Are you serious?" A blinding flash of light, and then Kim Gongja landed in a magnificent hall. The transfer was complete. Kim Gongja looked around in surprise. This island? The Aegim Empire's palace? Oh ho! To be summoned to a place like this? A blond boy cheered. "Hunter Kim Gongja, you're amazing!" Kim Gongja realized it was the Heretic Inquisitor who had used his ability to rejuvenate. The Heretic Inquisitor boy excitedly said, "I was very impressed with your performance on the 11th floor, using NPCs like that. That sword, is it perhaps a reward from the 10th floor?" Kim Gongja nodded slightly. I knew it. the boy exclaimed, his blue eyes sparkling, using a 10th floor reward to sweep through the 11th floor. Your pragmatism is truly astonishing. Kim Gong-ja smiled and scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed by the heretic inquisitor's praise. Ah, no, it's not that amazing. Suddenly, a memory or vision flashed. A fierce battle between two figures. A white-haired man unleashed holy skill, divine body, power exploding like thunder. Kim Gong-ja and the heretic inquisitor turned around in surprise. An elderly man with silver hair and a white beard dressed in a dapper suit was approaching, his sharp eyes looking directly at the sword saint. He didn't say much, just coldly ordered, "Get out of the way." The gleaming sword in his hand contained murderous intent, like an undeniable warning. The silver-haired old man's gaze was firm, declaring clearly, "I will kill that man." His words were light yet heavy, without a trace of hesitation. The heretic inquisitor asked in surprise, confirming the target. "Do you mean Hunter Kim Gong-ja?" The old man nodded, confirming that was indeed the target. The silver-haired old man showed no compromise, his blue eyes cold. "If you don't get out of the way, I will sever one of your arms in the process." A threat that couldn't be clearer. The heretic inquisitor smiled, but his eyes were full of determination. The boy emphasized that if Kim Gong-ja died, the reputation of the 5 great guilds would be ruined, then asked why the old man wanted to kill Kim Gong-ja. The silver-haired old man looked directly at the boy, his deep blue eyes cold, and replied, "I have no obligation to tell you." The heretic inquisitor's blue eyes widened, gleaming with defiance. The boy asked again, his voice full of determination. "So that means you won't back down, sir?" The heretic inquisitor raised his hand, a dazzling burst of light erupting from his palm. "Holy skill, divine teleportation!" the boy chanted, preparing for a bold action. A wave of teleportation light enveloped them, bringing everyone present, including Kim Gong-ja, the Sword Emperor, Sarbus Agim, and many other hunters, into a chaotic battlefield. The silver-haired old man was stunned. The battle erupted. The teleported hunters immediately joined the fray. The silver-haired old man was annoyed, growling. "Annoying flies!" Liao Fan, the gray-haired man, charged forward, fighting and grumbling at the silver-haired old man. "You weird old man! How are you still so strong?" The silver-haired old man retorted with contempt. Liao Fan continued to taunt, calling him Sect Master Chun Woon and mocking his age. Kim Gong-ja and the heretic inquisitor stood nearby. The blond boy turned to ask, "That guy is on my side, right?" The paladin, the white-armored knight, sternly reminded Liao Fan to focus on the battle. He warned that they were at a disadvantage and needed to be cautious. Viper, the scarred man, narrowed his eyes shrewdly, seemingly contemplating something extremely important. The blond heretic inquisitors slightly curled their lips, their blue eyes sparkling with mischief, hinting at an unpredictable plan. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, he affirmed that the disadvantageous situation was an obvious truth, but seemed to have a countermeasure. The blond young man suddenly reached out, loudly demanded 10,000 gold from the countess. An incredibly brazen request. The dark-skinned countess coldly offered 15% compound interest, but he sneered, declaring he had no intention of borrowing. She angrily asked if he was begging for alms, but the heretic inquisitor retorted, demanding she donate her ill-gotten gains to the temple. The countess's eyes flashed with danger. She secretly thought this guy was even more cunning than herself. A burst of brilliant golden magic erupted. Gold coins rained down from the sky. The countess had withdrawn 10,000 gold as requested. The blond heretic inquisitor smiled triumphantly. Divine energy surged from his hands. Holy skill, divine grant. Golden light enveloped Viper, enhancing his holy attributes and physical strength. He declared that targets were the paladin and Viper. The paladin was also enveloped by brilliant light, his power soaring. The enhancement effect would last for 300 seconds. The heretic inquisitor spread his arms wide. Blinding golden light enveloped the battlefield. Gold coins will hold our destiny. Holy skill complete. Kim Gong-ja watched in surprise. The heretic inquisitor's voice echoed, "From now on, for 300 seconds, the paladin and Chun Woon sect leader will be completely different." The entire formation of the paladin, Viper, sect leader, and heretic inquisitor all exuded an overwhelming aura, ready to confront any enemy. The countess was annoyed, asking why her money was dragged into this, but also subtly threatening her opponents. Just then, the Black Witch appeared majestically, declaring she would join the battle, revealing that Kim Gong-ja had signed an agreement with the guilds. The white-haired old leader frowned, questioning the agreement that had just been mentioned, but then nodded in confirmation. A tacit agreement. The Black Witch declared grandly that Kim Gong-ja was now a member of 8 major guilds, with a status equal to a guild master. Anyone who dared to touch him would be confronting all of them. The white and gold armored paladin coldly raised his sword, questioning whether the Sword Saint had enough power to confront this mighty alliance. A direct, powerful challenge. In Kim Gong-ja's mind, a bold plan had formed. He had anticipated every move, every reaction from his opponents. The white-haired old leader angrily growled, asking the Sword Saint if he remembered what he had said on the 11th floor. The atmosphere was tense. The Sword Saint asked back in surprise, while Kim Gong-ja calmly reminded him, "There are two ways to deal with a strong opponent. One is to possess absolute power, enough to crush an entire army alone. The white-haired old leader had once demonstrated this by single-handedly sweeping through the goblin. And the other way is to build an army yourself." Kim Gong-ja smiled, standing amidst the armored warriors, implying the alliance he had forged. A lone player, no matter how strong, cannot stand against a mighty alliance of hunters. That was a harsh lesson Kim Gong-ja had learned well. Kim Gong-ja approached the Sword Saint, his tone calm but resolute. "Sword Saint, let's talk." "Talk?" Kim Gong-ja feigned surprise, expressing shock at the current situation, trying to buy time. Kim Gong-ja continued the act, saying he was a fan of the Sword Saint, but the old leader's sharp gaze showed he was completely unmoved. The Sword Saint still thought Kim Gong-ja was the Black Dragon's assassin, and swung his sword to attack. He skillfully dodged, making the Sword Saint exclaim, "You truly are an outstanding assassin!" To outsiders, he was just a strange zombie. But to the Sword Saint, he must be a minion trained by a major guild, not a common hunter. The white-haired old leader pondered, finally reaching a cold conclusion. "In other words, you are colluding." The old leader sighed, looking up at the soaring ceiling. How ridiculous. The outside world and this Babylon Tower are ultimately no different. The Black Witch stood amidst enchanting mirrors, a gleaming sword in her hand. "In this tower, I want to prove that one can stand at the pinnacle through their own strength." Her words echoed, full of pride. The Babylon Tower stood tall amidst the night, a symbol of a new world. No bloodline, no factions. Here, with just a sword, one can become the greatest, she declared, painting a brilliant vision. The white-haired old leader, his face furious. Blue light flared around his hands. "I wanted to bring that hope to everyone. But what have you done?" he roared. "Everything has become a rotting swamp." The Black Witch was pained, her purple eyes gleaming with disappointment. "How can you say such things? You only care about yourself. If you had helped, how many hunters could have survived?" Viper, with his eye patch, shouted in rage. "You were the only one who didn't help with the 5th floor raid, the 7th floor, the 9th floor too." "Casualties could have been halved if you had intervened, old man." The Countess was no less sharp, clutching the fan in her hand tightly. "If you had used your influence outside, the famine wouldn't have been so bad. Tower society could have been much more stable," she accused. "If we are a swamp, you are an irresponsible child." The Black Witch erupted, her purple eyes blazing, sharp fangs revealed. "If you are rank 1, then act with the responsibility befitting rank 1, she roared. The atmosphere was tense. Amidst the storm of words, the Black Witch's voice rang out, cold and decisive. Silence. 3 figures stood there, creating a scene full of pressure, the space tinged with a brilliant red. The old white-haired leader, with eyes sharp as knives, looked at the crowd with contempt. "You're all adults. Why do you keep whining? Do you think I'm your grandpa?" he challenged. "If you want to fight, pick up your swords and battle." Sword Emperor Yusu Ha burst out laughing, his eyes blazing. "What an old man! My only disciple is right here." He leaped forward, ready to join, while Kim Gong-ja stood silently beside him. The scene shifted to a fierce battlefield, countless enemies swarming. "Don't retreat. If we're pushed back here, the Empire will fall." Desperate cries rang out. "No way! Too many enemies!" Kim Gong-ja stood in the middle of the vast hall, looking into the distance. He mused. Even the NPCs on the 11th floor fought together to save their country. The Black Witch turned to Kim Gong-ja, her eyes stern. "Hunter Kim Gong-ja, this doesn't concern you. This is more serious than you." Kim Gong-ja nodded. "I understand." "I truly understand." Kim Gong-ja was surprised, raising his hand to signal. "But as hunters, shouldn't we focus on clearing the 12th floor first?" he asked. "Instead of criticizing and harboring resentment, shouldn't we act better, not worse than the NPCs?" Kim Gong-ja looked directly at the old leader, his gaze firm. "They are begging for your help," he emphasized, "even if they are just NPCs." A paladin raised his hand, surrounded by light, his words echoing as if from another world. "I entrust the fate of my empire into your hands." It was a final plea, a burden placed upon his shoulders. The old white-haired leader questioned the heroes for prioritizing the Empire second, while the gray-haired Viper called Kim Gong-ja arrogant. The old leader suggested focusing on clearing the 11th floor. Suddenly, the gold-armored paladin spoke up, affirming that Kim Gong-ja was right, leaving the old leader stunned. The paladin continued, stating that while the reason for the Sword Saint attacking Kim Gong-ja was unclear, this was not the time for internal conflict. The paladin declared he would make a small sacrifice, light flashing from his hand, a promise full of hidden meaning. A system window appeared, revealing an A-rank skill, lie detection, capable of discerning the truth from anyone. The old white-haired leader revealed he possessed this ability, a skill that had helped him rise to the position of vice captain of the guard squad. The paladin proposed a deal. If the Sword Saint and Kim Gongja trusted him, he would guarantee the authenticity of their statement. The old white-haired leader pondered, considering doubt as poison and truth as the antidote, seeing this as a perfect opportunity for cooperation on the 12th floor. Kim Gongja didn't hesitate, raising his hand in agreement, accepting the challenge to use the skill to dispel doubts. The old white-haired leader looked at the paladin, admitting she was the only one who had never harmed anyone, and decided to place his trust in her. With agreement from both sides, the paladin bowed, ready to proceed with the truth-seeking ritual. The old white-haired leader designated the Sword Saint to question Kim Gongja, swearing to stake his honor and that of the guard squad to ensure fairness. A shocking question rang out. "Hunter Kim Gongja, you have murdered over 4,000 people. Is that true?" Kim Gongja closed his eyes, responding with a single word, cold and decisive. "Yes." The old white-haired leader exploded in anger, accusing Kim Gongja of being a filthy wretch, but immediately, the affirmation, "false," rang out. The old leader was stunned, his eyes full of doubt, unable to believe the truth that had just been revealed. The white-armored paladin solemnly declared that Kim Gongja's answer was a lie. He had never murdered 4,000 people, a shocking truth. The black-haired young man smiled meaningfully, challenging. The old white-haired leader, his face blank with astonishment, was speechless. The paladin pondered, wondering if a mere mortal could commit such a heinous crime. A strange question, yet full of reason. The old white-haired leader roared, accusing Kim Gongja of being an elite assassin. The black-haired young man did not deny it, even proudly confirming, "Yes, I am an assassin." The old white-haired leader suddenly exploded, veins bulging on his face, growling, "That's a lie." The old leader turned to the paladin, disappointed at being deceived. The calm knight replied, reminding him of the initial question of trust. The old white-haired leader panicked, sweat pouring down, questioning if the paladin intended to go back on her word. The world around him seemed to twist. The old leader couldn't believe Kim Gongja hadn't killed anyone. The black-haired young man smiled again, calmly confirming, "Yes, that's the truth." The black-haired young man raised a finger, a mysterious smile on his lips. He declared that only one person had been murdered by him. He admitted the crime, but his sharp, cold eyes affirmed that the person deserved to die. A stark truth, without a hint of remorse. The black-haired young man roared, accusing the deceased not only of wanting to kill him, but also of being a notorious butcher. The old white-haired leader pondered, his eyes cast down. He mumbled that all those words were true. The blond boy, heretic inquisitor, laughed loudly, declaring the theory quite interesting. But unfortunately, he and Kim Gongja had only met yesterday. The Sword Emperor sighed exasperatedly, covering his face. He had warned the old leader that over-reliance on skills would lead to disaster. Kim Gongja concluded the interrogation, declaring that all questions had been answered. He believed this was just a big misunderstanding from both sides. The old leader breathed a sigh of relief, glad it was just a misunderstanding. But a thump echoed, signaling something amiss. Kim Gongja confronted the Sword Saint, questioning him directly. "If the guild leaders hadn't protected me, I probably would have died, right?" His words were sharp as a blade. With a dangerous smirk, Kim Gongja declared that it was time for the Sword Saint to bow down and apologize to him. The atmosphere was taut as a bowstring. The Sword Saint frowned deeply, his aged eyes revealing surprise and discomfort at the young man's audacious words. He repeated his demand, questioning the Sword Saint once more. All eyes were fixed, awaiting a reaction from the renowned Sword Saint. The paladin spoke decisively, confirming that Kim Gongja was telling the truth, and the Sword Saint was completely wrong. "Apologize to Kim Gongja right now, Sword Saint." The Sword Saint trembled, sweat pouring down his aged face. He stammered, his apology caught in his throat, struggling with intense inner conflict. Kim Gongja stood tall, his sharp gaze fixed on the Sword Saint. He wondered, how would the renowned Sword Saint act now? He mused. Even if the paladin was incorruptible, he was still a member of the 5 great guilds. Would the Sword Saint dare to falsely accuse them of deceit? Or would he reveal his skill card to clear his name? Though it wouldn't fit his image, it would be undeniable proof. The Sword Saint, still clutching his sword, unexpectedly asked his name. Kim Gongja replied curtly, "Yes, Kim Gongja." Kim Gongja thought the Sword Saint might silence him like Yan Huang, but he stood firm, not flinching in the slightest. He told himself, if the Sword Saint truly had never purged innocent people, then he wouldn't choose that path. Those who are wrong often make excuses or suspect others. Kim Gongja silently judged, awaiting the Sword Saint's decision. He compared. Yan Huang had revealed his evil nature when he wanted to silence him. Would the Sword Saint follow in his footsteps? No, this isn't right, Kim Gongja asserted. The Sword Saint would define himself by how he resolved this matter. The sword fell to the floor. The Sword Saint bowed deeply, his voice trembling. sincerely apologize. I was wrong. The Sword Saint had accepted his mistake. From now on, meaningless excuses would be cast aside. Instead, he made a firm promise. All requests would be fulfilled without hesitation. Even if he had intended to silence his accuser, he still chose to confront his mistake. That was the true spirit of a gentleman, someone brave enough to admit his flaws. But then, an unexpected sight. The Sword Saint unhesitatingly begged for his life, not for himself, but so he could continue his journey to the top of the tower. A tragic plea sent to the young man. The young man listened to the Sword Saint's sincere apology. I was wrong. From now on, I will never kill anyone just because of my skill. The promise echoed, full of weight. And I want to live. Please forgive me. The Sword Saint continued his plea, his eyes full of earnestness. Beside him, the knight still stood, silently witnessing. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the armored knight spoke, his voice firm. Everything he said is true, a weighty confirmation. The young man looked at the Sword Saint, the white-haired man bowing deeply before him. An act demonstrating utmost respect and remorse. Please teach me swordsmanship. The young man spoke, his words decisive like a command. The Sword Saint looked up, his eyes full of surprise. More precisely, accept my challenge whenever I ask. The young man explained that even though he had a teacher, he still lacked a worthy opponent to train with. He thought about his promise to the spirit, about how cooperating with the Sword Saint would bring benefits and growth. If the Sword Saint became his sparring opponent, it would be a golden opportunity. I apologize. Please let me rephrase, the young man said. He could forgive without demanding anything, but that would make him feel ashamed. The Sword Saint looked at him, his eyes wide. It seemed he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Surprise, clearly visible on his seasoned face. He didn't want to appear magnanimous. He just wanted the Sword Saint not to consider him an enemy. A simple acknowledgement was enough to satisfy him. The Black Witch and the Heretic Inquisitor stood there, silently observing. Their eyes were fixed on the young man, awaiting his next words. That's why I want you to teach me your best swordsmanship, he cursed inwardly, feeling embarrassed for the Sword Saint, who had openly revealed all his emotions. The armored knight stood stunned. Unbelievable, he exclaimed, at the young man's bold and somewhat peculiar proposal. Astonishingly, everything the young man said was the naked truth, leaving the witnesses dumbfounded. The eye-patched man, Viper, questioned with a skeptical tone. Are you serious? You're not asking for anything. Just because the Sword Saint is too ashamed to act arrogant? The purple-haired witch, Black Witch, looked at the young man with surprise. After witnessing children who only think of their own interests, it's surprising to see a hunter like Kim Gongja. The blonde boy, Heretic Inquisitor, joyfully exclaimed, Oh my, what a beautiful scene this is. He continued to praise ludicrously. One person sincerely apologizes. One person sincerely forgives. That's why a heartfelt apology is a divine miracle. Then someone yelled at him to shut up. The Countess, the dark-skinned girl, complained. I don't want to say this after such a happy ending, but wasn't my 10,000 gold wasted? The Sword Saint suddenly lunged at Kim Gongja, hugging him tightly as if to make up for the misunderstanding. I misunderstood such a kind young man like you, he eagerly offered. You want a sparring opponent? Of course. I'd be delighted to do that anytime. Kim Gongja could only ask back in confusion. The Sword Saint laughed heartily, excitedly telling the young man to call him Mr. Marcus, which completely stunned Kim Gongja. The Sword Saint kept asking Kim Gongja's age, then began selling off his granddaughter. If she enters the tower, I promise to marry her off to you. The young man could only stammer out a refusal. The Sword Saint suddenly became serious, questioning Kim Gongja. Are you implying that you're not interested in my granddaughter? The muscular, red-haired man, shirtless, spoke up. Nonsense. The wellspring of love is indispensable in youth. Only when one loves can they see their own depravity. Kim Gongja secretly cursed the Sword Saint as an old boomer for not listening, describing him as having a spine so rigid it could ascend to godhood. The Sword Saint ignored the young man's discomfort, patted his shoulder, and promised to take care of his clothes. Your clothes are too shabby. Let's start with a suit. Kim Gongja screamed internally. Should I just end myself and start over? Just then, a system notification appeared. Welcome, Hunter Kim Gongja. You ranked first for clearing floor 11. The Sword Saint continued to ramble on about a talented tailor, while Kim Gongja received his reward and secretly thought about the conditions for clearing the next floors. Kim Gongja stood there, wondering what the reward would be. Immediately, a system notification appeared, asking him to choose one of two rewards, one from the Goddess of Light, one from the Demon King of Darkness. The system explained the Goddess of Protection's reward, becoming a Prime Minister, Grand General, or Chief Knight of the Ajim Empire, receiving power and status. Kim Gong-ja had heard of this before. It turned out that the theme from floor 11 to floor 20 was role-playing. Hunters would take on important positions in the Ijim Empire. They would be granted corresponding abilities and status. Top contributors would have priority in choosing special positions. Kim Gong-ja recalled that before, he could only choose to be a guard. But what about the Demon King's reward? Kim Gong-ja wondered, looking at the image of the mysterious Demon King with a blazing red light in its heart. The notification for the Autumn Rain Demon King appeared, promising a reward similar to the goddesses, but with a special gift. That gift was, kill all 10 top heroes, except yourself. If successful, the Demon King's power will take you straight to floor 99. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. The gray-haired viper spoke up, wondering why Kim Gong-ja was staring into space. In Kim Gong-ja's mind, a crazy thought flashed. If I kill everyone here, I can go straight to floor 99? His eyes widened, his face a mix of horror and shock. Kim Gong-ja turned his back, facing the 2 light and dark reward choices, the system still reminding him to make a decision. This is a trap, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, while the muscular red-haired man stood with his arms crossed behind him. It's definitely a trap, zombie, don't fall for it, Kim Gong-ja told himself. I know, of course, because there's no way that damn fire bastard wouldn't have chosen the Demon King's reward. He recalled another powerful individual, yet he's still stuck on floor 40, not floor 99. The Sword Saint and the Paladin looked at him, puzzled. And so, the Demon King's reward is definitely a trap. Kim Gong-ja speculated. I guess that damn fire bastard chose the Demon King's side first, then regretted it when he realized it was a trap. He raised a hand to his mouth, his face thoughtful. But honestly, it looked so tempting. The whispers of temptation echoed in his mind. Kim Gong-ja was still lost in thought about the deadly trap, considering whether to risk it with the floor 99 boss. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor's voice rang out decisively. Kim Gong-ja! The young man flinched, looking up. Don't do it, the Sword Emperor warned, his gaze sharp enough to pierce his very soul. The Sword Emperor, with the imposing demeanor of one who had conquered peaks, claimed to be the one who had climbed to floor 99 alone and failed, asserting it was a terrifying trap. Kim Gong-ja wondered about the power of the floor 99 boss. The Sword Emperor immediately dismissed it, saying that with his current skills, he wasn't even strong enough to defeat the top 10, let alone dream of floor 99. There was no boss on floor 99. Instead, there was something far more malicious. The Sword Emperor clutched his head, his face filled with extreme anguish as he recalled the horrifying memory. Anyway, it's a trap. Don't say I didn't warn you, the Sword Emperor growled. Kim Gong-ja panicked, asking again. What is it? You're scaring me. Surprisingly, the Sword Emperor praised him. I hate to admit it, but you're doing well. Keep it up. He promised Kim Gong-ja would automatically clear floor 99. Kim Gong-ja remained silent, his eyes thoughtful, pondering something profound in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Kim Gong-ja decided, all right, we'll skip it this time. The Sword Emperor asked in surprise, skip it? Kim Gong-ja explained that he would only follow the safest paths, skipping all rewards, even the Goddess of Protection's reward. He said, consider it losing a battle to win the whole war. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja shouted, everyone! He announced that the floor 11 reward had appeared before him, and a brilliant golden light emerged. He explained that he was tired of waiting for the quest, and once he chose his reward, it would pass to the next person. He had already made his choice. Beside Kim Gong-ja, the purple-haired girl and the blonde boy appeared. The purple-haired girl coldly declared, I choose nothing. What? Kim Gong-ja exclaimed in surprise. The system immediately displayed a notification. You did not choose a floor reward. The system continued to announce that the Goddess of Protection was questioning his decision, and the Autumn Rain Demon King laughed menacingly. The white-armored paladin questioned, Kim Gong-ja, what did you just do? The Sword Emperor mused, Then he suddenly realized, I see. I understand. You chose the safest option. Kim Gong-ja pondered, wondering if giving up the reward was truly necessary. But then he dismissed the thought, asserting that he had no regrets about his decision. Sword Emperor Yu Seoha nodded, understanding the young man's intention. He declared that he would pursue the Guardian Goddess's reward, and chose the title Grand Master of the Ijim Empire. Immediately, a formidable army of knights appeared, kneeling in unison, swearing loyalty to the Empire's strongest swordsman, the Sword Emperor. The blonde-haired girl, the heretic inquisitor, smiled mischievously, realizing how the roles were being assigned. The Sword Emperor looked at her with curiosity. She gleefully compared the situation to a game of Mafia. Meanwhile, the Countess standing nearby was still confused, not understanding what was happening. A clap echoed, and the blonde-haired girl clasped her hands, white energy erupting around her. She smiled brightly, confidently declaring that she would thoroughly explain the rules of the game to everyone. The blonde-haired girl raised her hand, and a series of glowing letters appeared on the floor, clearly dividing two factions: Guardian Goddess's reward and Demon King's reward. Viper, the one-eyed man, frowned in surprise. Floor 99. Really? He seemed to have realized something unusual. The blonde-haired girl maintained her mysterious smile, asserting that this was indeed a game of mafia, making the atmosphere even more tense. She continued to explain that those who chose the goddess would be knights, while those who chose the Demon King would be traitors. Her eyes gleamed with self-satisfaction. She pointed out that this game had a significant imbalance: 9 knights, along with the paladin. The paladin nodded in agreement. The girl confidently stated that she could identify the traitors. The blonde-haired girl turned to Kim Gongja, questioning whether his decision to give up the reward seemed unnecessary, as the scales were already heavily tipped towards the knight's side. With a gesture full of authority, the blonde-haired girl announced her choice: Grand General of the Empire. Immediately, another army of knights appeared, swearing loyalty to her. Viper, the gray-haired man, also quickly made his decision, choosing the title Captain of the Royal Guard. He seemed to have grasped the situation. Finally, the paladin also chose a role for himself: Director of Diplomacy, considering it the most normal choice among the rewards. The Black Witch solemnly declared that she would be the Chancellor, accompanied by a stern warning: I trust none of you will side with the Demon King. The reward would disappear if no one chose it. The Countess smiled confidently, calmly choosing the position of Director of Finance for herself. Without hesitation, she seemed to have anticipated everything. All rewards had been distributed. The system announced the end, leaving Kim Gongja standing in the middle of the hall, his eyes calm amidst complex gazes. The red-haired man anxiously questioned Kim Gongja about his decision to discard the reward, but the young man only replied with conviction: This is the answer. A system notification rang out, confirming that all top contributors had completed their selections. A long list appeared, including Kim Gongja, the Sword Saint, the Heretic Inquisitor, Viper, the Crusader, the Witch, the Countess. Kim Gongja stood there, his gaze firm. Another notification appeared: Reward forfeited. 1 person. Who was the one who had refused their fortune? The goddess's reward has been claimed. 8 people. The furious gazes of the Black Witch and the others seemed to pierce through space. The Demon King's reward has been claimed. 1 person. Astonishment was evident on the faces of Viper, the Heretic Inquisitor, and another black-haired man. The Black Witch roared in fury, her purple eyes blazing. You fool! I told you not to choose the Demon King's reward. The Heretic Inquisitor subtly curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. Oh, what a surprise. Who would dare choose the Demon King's reward when everything is against them? Viper grinned sinisterly, feeling the extreme tension. This feeling, it's exactly like when we cleared the first floors of the tower. Today, heads will surely roll and blood will spill. The Countess gently fanned herself, recalling the era of the 10 great guilds, when death was commonplace. She had witnessed, and also caused, no small number of deaths. The Black Witch's voice rang out with authority, ordering the paladin to use the lie detector to interrogate everyone. Don't miss anyone. The system wished them good luck, but the air was thick with death. The Black Witch declared herself the master of the Black Dragon, vowing to bestow the most painful death upon the traitor. Her oath echoed like a curse throughout the hall. The paladin immediately ordered an interrogation using the lie detector, threatening to kill anyone who refused to answer. He calmly declared himself innocent first. The paladin turned to Kim Gongja, acknowledging that he had given up the reward, but he still questioned. Hunter Kim Gongja, did you choose the Demon King's reward? Kim Gongja flatly refused, his gaze firm and unwavering. He had given up the reward, so there was nothing to fear. The paladin coldly confirmed. The truth was revealed. Kim Gongja was not the traitor. Next was Sword Saint Yuseoha. The dignified Sword Emperor swore on his honor, asserting his innocence. The Heretic Inquisitor also quickly denied it, her tone slightly petulant, not wanting to die at the hands of the Black Dragon Master. Viper swore angrily, while the Countess calmly declared her innocence. The paladin confirmed all statements were true. He turned to the Black Witch, questioning her. The Black Witch also denied it, her eyes sharp and cold. Once again, the paladin confirmed her words were true. Viper was stunned, realizing none of them were the traitor. So, who was it after all? The goddess of protection wept at the hero's foolishness, while the Autumn Rain Demon Lord laughed maniacally. Amidst the chaos, the paladin maintained an astonishing calm. Sword Saint Yuseoha put forth bold theories. The traitor might possess a skill to conceal lies, or even have an alternate personality. Or the paladin himself was the one. The Black Witch questioned the Sword Saint. the paladin responded bluntly, even doubting himself, suggesting he might be lying for the benefit of the 5 great guilds. The paladin unexpectedly objected, declaring that it was entirely possible for him to be the traitor. He emphasized staying calm and rational. The paladin reminded them of the trials they had overcome, calling for mutual trust, but then burst into an inexplicable laugh. The heretic inquisitor mocked the paladin's purity, stating that trust was not something easily built in an instant. The curly-haired blonde girl smiled eerily, her hands clasped together, and divine light erupted. "Divine art, divine body," she declared, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. "Viper, handle the rank 10 guy," she ordered, dashing like lightning. "Heretic inquisitor, stop," the paladin roared, but it was too late. With the divine art, divine teleportation, she appeared behind someone. Dazzling light enveloped them, followed by a heart-wrenching scream as the victim vanished in a pool of blood. At the same time, Viper struck mercilessly. His short blade tore through the air, embedding itself directly into the target, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The Sword Emperor was pierced by a blade of light, roaring in fury. "You filthy brats! You've finally shown your true colors," the system coldly announced. "A hero has died. He is not an agent of the Demon Lord." "Nothing has changed," the paladin roared. "If you don't stop now, I will personally." But the blonde girl continued, and divine art erupted once more. Kim Gongja watched in horror as another life perished. He covered his mouth, eyes wide. Another cold announcement. A hero has died. The blonde girl stood amidst the pool of blood, her gaze calmly fixed on the corpse. She murmured. The system confirmed. "He is not an agent of the Demon Lord." She flashed a bright smile, holding a small object. "None of those 3 were the traitor." Her tone was full of glee. "Now things are serious," she said. "I thought it was one of those 3, but the traitor is still here. 10 years of camaraderie, now about to shatter in an instant." The paladin roared. "I told you to wait. I begged you to stay calm, but as always," the blonde girl replied. "That's a strange thing to say, Vice Guild leader." "I am perfectly sober," she spoke confidently, her hands glowing again. "With my cool head, I judged that one of those 3 was the most likely traitor." Amidst the chaos, Kim Gongja was stunned. Viper and the Sword Emperor were locked in fierce combat. "I might have been wrong, but fortunately, this scene won't get out." Viper growled. "Damn it." Viper, still struggling with the Sword Emperor, yelled at the blonde girl, "Hey, you fanatical lunatic! Give a warning when you're about to kill someone!" The Sword Emperor was severely wounded. The blonde girl sat down on the floor, her face pained. "It's really serious. I can't cast divine arts without both hands. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm useless now." Viper, covered in injuries, cried out in despair. "Island, is that the problem right now? Someone, help me! I'm about to die!" The silver-armored Vice Guild leader roared, placing his full trust in Kim Gongja. "Hunter Kim Gongja, I will trust your judgment." He looked back, his face stunned by the chaos. Amidst the lightning and swordlight, the silver-armored Vice Guild leader roared. "As the only one who cleared this floor, you are the only one who isn't the traitor. Please, stop the Sword Saint." The curly-haired blonde girl, though injured, still smiled eerily. "That's a good idea. Democracy isn't the best option right now." She poured a green liquid from a vial, declaring, "It's better to concentrate power in the hands of someone who isn't the traitor." The silver-armored Vice Guild leader continued, granting authority to Kim Gongja. "I will also hand over my authority to Hunter Kim Gongja. Until the traitor is caught, I will not trust my own judgment." Kim Gongja looked at him, exclaiming, "Hey, Sword Emperor." Kim Gongja questioned himself. Am I destined to be a magnet for lunatics? He had received full authority from the vice leader and the guild leader. Around them, the battle continued, filled with lightning and sword energy. He sighed, thinking about his decision to give up the reward. There's too much tension between the ranks. I thought there would be a battle if there was a traitor. That's why I gave up, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Kim Gongja felt guilty. I feel bad for those 3 innocent people. I guess I'll have to go back again. The system appeared. You have not chosen a floor reward. The silver-armored vice guild leader and the curly-haired blonde girl explained to Kim Gongja. He's always been like that. The curly-haired blonde girl added, when we first entered the tower, religion was a big issue. Religious groups and cults kept fighting. That's when the heretic inquisitor appeared and the curly-haired blonde girl, the heretic inquisitor, acted mercilessly, destroying everyone. Kim Gongja was stunned. Does he only know such methods? He looked at an old newspaper. A new horizon of peace for religion. I thought religious groups had reached a peace agreement. But was that just media covering for them? The curly-haired blonde girl, the heretic inquisitor, smiled, admitting her hasty judgment had caused chaos. Damn it. That was close, she said. I'm quite embarrassed, Hunter Kim Gongja. Kim Gongja replied. This could be the end for the Tianwu sect, you bastards. He brushed off her words. Are you serious? No. We can talk more thoroughly later. Amidst the fierce battle, Kim Gongja yelled. Sword Saint, he pleaded. Please listen to me, the one who bowed before you this morning. Kim Gongja tried to intervene. Let's stop fighting and talk. Sword Emperor Yu Seo-ha was still fiercely battling Viper, with lightning and sword energy erupting. Kim Gongja looked directly at the Sword Emperor, making a shocking declaration. I will date your granddaughter. Sword Emperor Yu Seo-ha replied. If she enters the tower, certainly, I will meet her. Kim Gongja didn't give up, asking, Can you listen to the request of someone who might become your grandson-in-law? Sword Emperor Yu Seo-ha maintained a cold expression. I haven't forgiven them, he said. I certainly won't stop fighting just to listen to you. Kim Gongja stood there, observing. Sword Emperor Yu Seo-ha continued to explain. It's just that after exchanging blows, I can definitely kill them at any time. So, it won't be too late to kill them after we've exposed the traitor? Kim Gongja asked. Why are you telling me all of this? The Sword Emperor replied. You're on the right track. You can always kill them later. Viper, covered in injuries, exclaimed in shock. Island, is it over? Behind him, Sword Emperor Yu Seo-ha stood, his sword still crackling with electricity, his expression calm. Amidst the tension, Kim Gongja spoke, trying to calm the atmosphere. Calm down. We don't know who the traitor is, and we might never find out. But that's not the point. The Holy Knight questioned how they could resolve the crisis without finding the traitor. When the Demon King's reward was targeting their lives, Kim Gongja didn't say much, just decisively pointed towards the glowing screen. Look here. The screen clearly displayed the words, The Demon King's core exists on the 20th floor. A shocking piece of information, opening a new direction. The black-haired young man declared, Don't focus on the traitor. That's a trap. That person might be trembling in fear or designated by the system. So, together, we'll kick the Demon King's asses. The system reacted. The guardian goddess smiled brightly, while the autumn rain Demon King was annoyed. Kim Gongja affirmed, If we eliminate the Demon King, the reward will disappear. It's a simple problem, he boldly declared, his entire being radiating momentum. We will climb the tower and destroy the Demon King's core. At the same time, the 12th floor quest was activated. The 12th floor quest officially began. The entire space was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant red, a terrifying omen, making even Sword Emperor Yu Seo-ha observe intently. The red color spread everywhere, enveloping those around them, bringing a suffocating, breathless sensation. The entire space seemed to be swallowed by blood-red, strange sounds echoing, signaling an impending disaster. An eye opened wide in horror, reflecting the brilliant red of a nightmare, as if staring directly into the abyss of despair. Screams tore through the air, faces contorted in fear. Nightmare. It's a nightmare again. The nightmare rain is falling again. It's truly over. It's the Demon King. Liao Fan collapsed, clutching his head, desperately crying for help. What is this? Why is everyone suddenly? Oh goddess, have you abandoned us? Amidst the sea of kneeling and panicking people, Kim Gongja stood tall, his sharp eyes looking forward. Is this a script? Why are these people like this? The quest has begun. The black-haired young man walked decisively, stepping over bodies, cowering in fear, two gleaming knives in his hands. Without hesitation, Kim Gongja charged straight into the red mist, his two blades slashing through the air, determined to face all challenges. The sky bled, rain falling like tears. Amidst the ruined city, the autumn rain Demon King stood tall, threatening the entire world. A lone figure, gun in hand, faced the nightmare. A horrifying voice echoed, piercing through their hearts. You pathetic bastards, he growled, looking down contemptuously at the small being. Sword Emperor Yu Seo-ha remained calm, but the Demon King's words were like sharp blades, piercing straight into the bitter truth. Could these shields from other worlds truly protect them? The Demon King continued to mock, declaring that all warriors, all knights, were merely weak humans. He pitied the ignorance of those who didn't know when to stop. Kim Gongja listened silently, his gaze resolute. The one who disdained human lives, who only saw them as tools. Kim Gongja's hand reached for the virtual map, where red ping dots continuously flashed, signaling imminent danger. The pings were rapid and continuous. The map exploded with countless red dots, each a threat. The situation was increasingly urgent, with no turning back. The Imperial Capital Defense Quest appeared, warning that the Demon King had emerged and was attacking. He was weakened, but the 13th floor would not open without defeating him. Bloodthirsty goblins had already swarmed to the base of the tower. The gray-haired Liao Fan, with an eye patch, exclaimed in shock. He's weakened. A glimmer of hope flickered in the despair, but the Autumn Rain Demon King still stood tall, terrifyingly majestic, surrounded by his demonic army. That, a question full of doubt. Amidst the chaos, Liao Fan cried out in panic, claiming this quest was too unfair, impossible to overcome. "This is no time for internal strife," he roared. "Stop," Kim Gongja said decisively. "The tower never gives impossible quests." He reassured everyone, asserting that they could do it, even though the difficulty had skyrocketed compared to previous floors. Liao Fan reminded him, "We are not mere hunters. You are the captain of the Akim Imperial Guard. You must lead the soldiers." He tried to ignite a sense of responsibility. The dark-skinned countess, fanning herself lightly, remarked, "Just us hunters aren't enough. We must persuade, gather, and command NPCs, turning them into true warriors." Sword Emperor Yu Su-ha said in a deep voice, "We cannot fight amongst ourselves. As leaders, we must unite and lead the soldiers against the external threat. This is the time to fulfill our duty." The white-armored Holy Knight was given a task: find the king and the officials. Without leaders, it's hard to command the NPCs. He decisively replied, "Understood." The curly blonde-haired girl, the heretic inquisitor, cheerfully responded when called, "Commander, that's me." She was ready to receive orders, determined to fight. He declared he didn't like hunters like her. But now was not the time to lose a commander. The blonde-haired girl laughed, saying she liked him more and more. The young man coldly retorted, reminding her to obey. He continued to give orders, telling her that the soldiers on the city walls were panicking, and she had to personally appear to boost their morale. The blonde-haired girl nodded, shouting the slogan "Noblesse oblige." The young man emphasized that the city walls must be protected at all costs, otherwise everything would end, the blonde-haired girl asserted, vowing to keep her promise and protect this place with her life. Amidst the blood-stained scene, Kim Gongja gave a decisive order. "This is the captain's command. All financial department, assemble." The young man declared he would go first. Outside, blood rain poured down heavily, survivors horrified by the acid rain and a giant silhouette approaching. Amidst the chaotic scene, as Kim Gongja was walking, a voice called out his name. The Black Witch appeared. Kim Gongja called her witch, but she immediately corrected him, demanding to be called the Black Dragon Lord. Kim Gongja asked how she appeared. She explained it was a teleportation skill, allowing her to go anywhere she could see. A long-haired, red-headed man scoffed from afar. The Black Witch grabbed Kim Gongja, questioning why he was still here and not at the castle. She declared she had come to take him. She explained he needed to go to the city walls. The Black Witch said she had seen him on the 11th floor, that he had a sword that could affect NPCs and could boost soldiers' morale. She asked him to make a deal. Kim Gongja looked at her, surprised and confused. She explained that to teleport, he had to agree verbally. Kim Gongja wondered why she would reveal the weakness of this S-rank skill. She replied that, as the Empire's Prime Minister, it was natural for her to use her trump card to protect the country. She urged him to agree quickly. Kim Gongja agreed to use the Black Dragon Lord's skill. She hummed softly, then added, "There's still one more restriction." She activated the teleportation skill, and the space around them distorted into a vortex of blood and shadow. Kim Gongja was terrified. Amidst the chaotic scene, the Black Witch calmly explained, "We call them NPCs." Amidst the rain of blood, a black armored knight knelt trembling, begging for mercy. Though they were mere illusions, their fear was real, no different from humans. Rapid footsteps echoed on the wet ground, reverberating through the silent, oppressive space. Kim Gongja was about to say goodbye, but the Black Witch abruptly cut him off, her gaze resolute amidst the crimson scenery. She stood on the ruined city wall, her purple hair fluttering in the wind, declaring that she couldn't let Kim Gongja see her weakness. Her purple eyes suddenly blazed with determination, asserting that the guildmaster's position wasn't just for sitting idly by. At her feet, black armored knights looked up, astonished by the resounding call. "Oh, warriors of the Ejim Empire!" The Black Witch raised her hand to the sky, roaring a powerful rallying cry. "Rise!" She questioned whether these inanimate stone walls could protect them, or if the soldiers themselves were the Empire's true shield. A black armored knight awoke, realizing that the one rallying them was the Prime Minister. Rapid footsteps, the knights began to move. Her words echoed, "One day, these walls may fall, but as long as you stand firm, the Empire will never collapse. Rise, O last walls of the Aegim Empire! O warriors, you who embody the Empire!" The powerful rallying cry still echoed as the Black Witch took Kim Gongja's hand, pulling him along. He looked at her in surprise. Kim Gongja raised a glowing sword high. The Black Witch stood beside him, and together they shouted, "God is with us!" A message appeared, stating that the goddess of protection thanked Kim Gongja for his choice. From the sky, a divine light shone down upon the fortress. The goddess of protection had bestowed her final power. Amidst the ethereal space, Kim Gongja faced a red-armored knight, who declared him a true hero. Fragments of land drifted in the void, stained with sorrow. A whisper echoed, lamenting the tragic fate of those pitiful beings. Wherever the rain fell, fresh blood dyed the ground red. A night fell, a testament to the battlefield's brutality. Born human, yet destroying their own kind with their own hands. Darkness swallowed each land, reflecting the decay from the depths of human hearts. Rain red as blood. Soldiers fled in panic. Desperate screams tore through the night. Retreat to where the rain cannot reach. Empires crumbled, and human history grew shorter, comforting themselves that this was fate? No, this was the destiny of cattle someone had judged. The incessant rain washed away all hope. It's the apocalypse. This is the end of everything. The lament of a survivor echoed. The rain still fell, and a cold question echoed. Why shouldn't I sweep away these cattle today? Amidst the screen of blood rain, a colossal shadow appeared. Where is the emperor? Please save us. Desperate pleas were lost in the void. The rain continued to pour relentlessly. An old man recorded history, while faint pleas of, "Oh, goddess of protection," echoed. The royal historians, with worn quills, accepted their fate. They recorded humanity's demise, an end they had created themselves. Pitiful creature, the lord of nightmares, king of all parasitic creatures, was swallowed by the abyss. The last human would have everything. The demon lord. Amidst the chaos, Kim Gong-ja stood high above. A brilliant divine light shone, but the red rain still drizzled on the horizon. The rain. Suddenly, the rain stopped. Soldiers erupted in joy, cheering. The rain has stopped. Oh, goddess. But Kim Gong-ja shook his head. Wrong. This isn't such a great power. His gaze was sharp, seeing through the truth. The rain only stopped where the holy sword's light touched. Survivors cheered, praising the goddess. But for humanity, small things are sometimes enough. Kim Gong-ja stepped into the empty royal hall. He realized no one was here, because all the officials had abandoned this empire. The white-armored knights cheered, believing the goddess had not abandoned them. But in Kim Gong-ja's mind, it was merely a cruel coincidence, a chosen stage, just like the abandoned children on the 10th floor. Amidst the chaos, the Black Witch suddenly roared, her purple eyes blazing, calling for everyone to stand up. It was a resounding, powerful command that tore through the air of despair. Her rallying cry was like a spark, igniting their will to fight. The white-armored knights, though still afraid, began to stand tall, ready to face their fate. After that explosive moment, the Black Witch sighed wearily, leaning against Kim Gong-ja. She had just ordered the soldiers to hold their formation, but the tension had drained her strength. Kim Gong-ja turned to look at her, his gaze puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked, wondering about the Black Witch's attitude. She gave a faint smile, a drop of sweat rolling down her temple. "Haven't you ever seen a Ukrainian give a speech?" The unexpected question made the atmosphere strange. She continued to explain that her country was full of communists, and though she didn't like them, she had to admit they gave very good speeches. The red-haired man beside her and Kim Gong-ja both looked confused. "Never mind," the Black Witch sighed. Kim Gong-ja bluntly remarked that it was a miserably failed attempt at humor, plunging all three into an awkward silence. She turned to Kim Gong-ja, her eyes serious again. "Kim Gong-ja, what's your plan now?" he replied, asserting the need to defend the city wall. Kim Gong-ja pondered the Black Dragon Master's S-rank teleportation skill. Although they could instantly teleport to the battlefield, doing so would only lead to them being surrounded by monsters. He continued to explain the plan. Create an opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation with the Demon Lord, while others held back the monsters. The Black Witch asked again, "What if the Demon Lord summoned more monsters?" Kim Gong-ja made a bold request. "Teleport me in front of the Demon Lord." The Black Witch was astonished, asking him directly if he was trying to kill himself. He flashed a confident, even slightly sinister, smile. "I intend to win," he declared. "My death doesn't mean defeat. I also have an ace up my sleeve. Trust me." The Black Witch looked at him, a gentle aura of sword energy passing by. She reminded him that every hunter had their own secrets, and hoped his sword was sharp enough to pierce the enemy. In a dark space, the Demon Lord's silhouette appeared, his face terrifyingly melted. He spoke, mocking the games the goddess was playing. The Demon Lord contemptuously called this a pathetic final battle. He scoffed at the useless light with those who wouldn't live to see tomorrow, while the white-armored knights trembled in the rain. The Demon Lord continued to mock, questioning if Kim Gong-ja had become weak by protecting these pathetic creatures. Kim Gong-ja stood beside the Black Witch, his eyes wide with surprise. The Demon Lord's shadowy form swung his sword of darkness, declaring he would show his light. The sky blazed crimson, raging as if in response to the challenge. Streams of crimson energy tore through space, sweeping away everything. Warriors fell, city walls crumbled. Even the Black Witch could not escape the devastating attack. Amidst the desolate ruins, a chilling notification appeared. One hero has fallen. The sacrifice was not a minion of the Demon Lord, but a protector. The Black Witch was stunned to realize the destroyed place was the Imperial Palace. She told herself that the Sword Saint, the Heretic Inquisitor, and Viper must be on their way with their armies. Kim Gongja quickly deduced. The Holy Knight was searching for the Emperor, so the only one left could be the Countess. Her image appeared in his mind. The Black Witch turned her back, her eyes full of rage directed at the crimson sky. She growled that the Countess was not a traitor, yet she died before her. A surge of anger erupted. Kim Gongja anxiously asked the Black Witch how the Countess's fall would affect the tower's connection to the outside world. The Black Witch dismissed all worries, her gaze fixed on the crumbling fortress. She ordered them to focus on what was happening before their eyes. The Black Witch assessed that the Demon Lord couldn't attack continuously. She ordered Kim Gongja to help defend the city wall. He noticed the Demon Lord's army had changed formation. The Black Witch was startled. Were they trying to break through? Kim Gongja nodded, confirming her thought, ready to face them. One hand clasped the other. The teleportation spell was activated, taking them to a new location. Amidst the blood-red rain, Kim Gongja and the Black Witch appeared, their eyes resolute, ready to face danger. They had reached the front lines. Before them was a surging sea of monsters, creating a chaotic and terrifying sight. Kim Gongja stood firm, with no allies left to protect the vanguard. He turned to call out to the red-haired spirit. "Hey, zombie!" Before the wave of monsters, Kim Gongja ordered the spirit. 1 minute is enough. No, 30 seconds will do. Hold them off yourself. To win this war, you must become everyone's hope, no matter how long it takes. Just show them the sight of you single-handedly holding back the monsters. A hero is not someone who survives 30 years. A hero is someone who gives 30 precious seconds when all hope is lost. Kim Gongja drained the mysterious liquid, ready for the fated moment. "Become a hero!" The red-haired spirit's voice echoed. "I promised to teach you swordsmanship until the 100th floor, didn't I? It's a bit early, but it's time for real combat, kid." Kim Gongja charged straight into the enemy wave. Lightly pivot your back foot. Firmly plant your front foot on the ground. Amidst the roars, the voice remained clear. "Now, look straight ahead." Kim Gongja adjusted his stance, his eyes sharp. His eyes blazed crimson, like a fire burning away all fear. Kim Gongja was ready to face his destiny, with an unprecedented iron will. "There are 2 goblins in front of you," the voice continued. "They already have poor eyesight, and they're squinting because of the dust. Your holy sword is so bright, it's perfect for stealing their vision. In combat, what matters isn't an absolute second, but a relative second," the red-haired spirit explained. "Use your sword to blind them. Steal a precious second from them." And just like that, my second became faster than my own heartbeat. Kim Gongja felt power surge. "Let's go, partner," he whispered, ready for the onslaught. His sword was now faster than even a second. Amidst the blood-red sky and endless hordes of monsters, Kim Gongja charged down. It was time to become a hero. "One," the voice echoed, cold and decisive. "Next, deal with the one to your left." Kim Gongja didn't hesitate. His sword swung, and green blood splattered. One after another, he struck them down. Before the first could fall, the next was already slain. A relentless dance of death. A symphony of swords. Each strike perfect, brutal, and all executed within a mere second. "Don't interrupt the sword path. Connect your attacks," the red-haired spirit instructed. "It's like music. The bass notes are a prelude to the climax. Connect them. If you strike down, swing your sword up immediately," the voice urged. "That way, your sword path will flow continuously, without pause. Swordsmanship is a battle against time. A novice can only control 1 second. A more experienced warrior can master 5 seconds. Kim Gongja absorbed every word. "Don't lose control of time. Defeating one foe isn't the end. Find your next path," the red-haired spirit admonished. A swordsman must live every second to its fullest, surpassing even their own sword. "Kim Gongja, you must be such a person." 10 seconds had passed, and as Kim Gongja faced the giant green-skinned monster, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He dodged the monster's attack, gliding like the wind, wondering why the tower would grant an EX-grade skill to someone like Yuseoha. A fatal sword strike pierced the monster's eye. Yet Kim Gongja still pondered, why did that skill belong to that lunatic and not a normal person? Blood splattered. Kim Gongja's face hardened, wondering if this tower could only be conquered by Yuseoha. He continued to swing his sword, cleaving the monster's weapon, asking himself if he had to become such a scoundrel to stand at the pinnacle. His eyes suddenly blazed red, filled with determination, and a roar echoed. "No way!" He declared boldly that he would conquer the 20th floor, replacing the position of the Flame Emperor. And not just the 20th floor, but the 30th, the 50th, and even the 100th floor would have to bow before him. Crimson energy erupted around Kim Gongja. and the system announced, "Your existence has become clearer." Amidst the horde of goblins, Kim Gong-ja fought relentlessly, and the system continuously reported, "Hunter Kim Gong-ja is leveling up. You are now a D-rank hunter." He stood tall, blood on his face, eyes blazing. "Congratulations. That was 30 seconds. Good luck," the red-haired spirit whispered. Kim Gong-ja charged forward, his sword flashing, heading towards the white-haired man standing in the middle of the battlefield. Both unleashed their might, sword light tearing through the wind, sweeping away the encircling goblins. The white-haired man smiled meaningfully. Truly magnificent. Kim Gong-ja looked at him with suspicion. With cold blue eyes, the white-haired man introduced himself. "My name is Marcus Callenberry, young man." A spirit reached out, and the name Yu Se-ha echoed a farewell. This was the second time an S-rank hunter had spoken their name before vanishing. Kim Gong-ja realized he was different. What was once impossible, he could now achieve. With blazing red eyes, Kim Gong-ja gave a proud smile. "My name is Kim Gong-ja, sir." Marcus Callenberry, the renowned Sword Emperor, smiled meaningfully. "Let us fight together, young man." The Sword Saint and Kim Gong-ja, two legendary warriors, charged into the fray together. They were ready for a battle to the death. Footsteps pounded, and a mighty army advanced. A voice rang out. "Aha, sorry for being late." The curly blonde-haired girl, the Inquisitor, led the legion. With a radiant smile, she apologized for the delay. Her gaze was gentle and grateful. "Thank you, Kim Gong-ja. We will cherish the time you have bought us." The Inquisitor commanded, her voice resounding. "Sweep away these bastards who dare to defy the Empire." Amidst the demonic horde, Kim Gong-ja charged. All around was silent, with only one thought in his head. Advance. Suddenly, Liao Fan appeared beside him, chuckling. "Well done." It took a bit of time because I had to lead my comrades. Blood on his face, Kim Gong-ja remained steadfast. He would prove why they were called the Heavenly Martial Sect. Liao Fan looked at Kim Gong-ja, chuckling to himself. "This kid isn't listening. He's got guts. I like it." Liao Fan introduced himself, even though he knew Kim Gong-ja wasn't listening. "You saved my life. How could the leader of the Heavenly Martial Sect not repay you?" Liao Fan declared. "Keep advancing, Rising Star. I will protect you, letting no one fall beside you." A white-armored knight frantically reported that the Emperor had taken his own life with poison. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry and leader Liao Fan were still locked in fierce combat, sword light flashing through the dust and smoke. "It's fine," Sword Emperor Marcus replied curtly, his eyes sharp. "Instead of gathering soldiers, just charge into battle." His words, like a command, echoed amidst the roars of the demons. The armored knight was stunned, eyes wide behind his helmet. He suddenly recognized a familiar figure charging straight into the heart of the chaos. "Huh? Hunter Kim Gong-ja?" "Don't bother him," Sword Emperor Marcus coldly interjected. "He's enjoying his precious time." Kim Gong-ja, alone with his sword, bravely charged straight towards the giant Demon King and its army of devils. The giant Shadow Demon King appeared, its voice echoing like thunder. "Pitiful fools," it sneered. "Do you think the time granted is yours alone? The goddess has weakened. You no longer have a guardian deity. Now, who will you insects rely on?" The Demon King growled. "Or will you prove your own existence? Either way, it's fine." It smirked, challenging. "Show me!" The Demon King roared, unleashing a crimson lightning attack that tore through the sky. A hurried voice rang out. "Hey, witch, put out the mirrors!" "I missed the first time, but I won't let it happen again." Amidst the chaotic energy, the purple-haired guildmaster appeared, her hand spinning small mirrors, her gaze resolute. "Disperse," she commanded, decisively. A barrage of crimson rays from the Demon King's attack was reflected by the mirrors, scattering into countless energy streams. The purple-haired guildmaster shouted, calling out Liao Fan's name amidst the smoke and fire. Liao Fan and Sword Emperor Marcus charged forward simultaneously, coordinating perfectly to create an emerald energy shield that blocked the attack. "Excellent," Marcus exclaimed, his eyes full of admiration. "Now's our chance," the purple-haired guildmaster declared. "I'll teleport us to the Demon King. Come closer to me." Liao Fan, Marcus, the curly-haired blonde girl, and the white-armored knight quickly gathered around her. In that decisive moment, the purple-haired guildmaster suddenly shouted, calling out the name of the one rushing into danger. "Kim Gong-ja!" The young man turned his head in surprise, his eyes bewildered. He reached out a hand, as if to grasp something fleeting. Kim Gong-ja turned his back on the Demon King and began running towards the group. Sword Emperor Marcus's voice echoed. "That's right, if you don't come, we'll leave you behind. I'll show you the power of martial arts. This scene will soon disappear." Sword Emperor Marcus smiled kindly, secretly thinking he had misunderstood a good-hearted young man. The scene faded, the group standing together. A mysterious voice echoed, however. "Hey, partner, Seoha, with his fiery red hair, looked at Kim Gongja challengingly, declaring it was time to take down the enemy. He reminded him that even if everything was forgotten, it still existed. Kim Gongja smiled, his eyes resolute, and shouted, "Let's go!" In his mind, the souls of the fallen from the first floor to the 99th floor had all gathered here, two hands clasped tightly, a silent promise. "When I return, it won't be over yet," a voice echoed, "but I'll be a little stronger." "All right, teleport." A dazzling flash of light erupted, signaling an instant teleportation. He told himself, this time everything would be done better. Amidst the crimson space, the giant Demon King materialized, surrounded by the group of heroes. It sneered, its red eyes sweeping over each person, speaking sarcastically. "Interesting. Are you the goddess's heroes?" The Demon King continued to mock, reminding them of the traitor hidden within their ranks. "I told you there was a traitor," it growled. "Yet you stubbornly cling to that fragile belief." "Rags can never become a cloak," the Demon King declared. Suddenly, the purple-haired guildmaster frantically screamed, trying to stop Kim Gongja, while he only whispered, "I'm sorry." Kim Gongja gripped the purple-haired guildmaster's hand, saying goodbye. The Demon King sneered, calling him a fool, and prophesied that he would remember nothing of this day. The giant Shadow Demon King loomed, its crimson eyes staring directly at Kim Gongja, its voice full of challenge. "Have you come to kill me, hero?" "No," Kim Gongja replied. "I came here to die by your hand, you bastard." In a horrifying moment, he ended his own life. "You have died," the system echoed. Skill conditions met. Randomly copying a skill from the Autumn Rain Demon King. It's time for round 2. In the moment of transition, a thought flashed through his mind. The system echoed again, randomly copying a skill from the Autumn Rain Demon King. He wondered why the tower would grant power to someone as useless as him, when Seoha had already obtained it. Seoha beside him spoke up. "I've checked all the skills. Want me to read them to you? Perhaps the tower." Kim Gongja nodded. "Yes, please." Seoha laughed loudly. "All right. Listen carefully." He added that the tower might have been disappointed with the hunter's attitudes. The first skill appeared. Grudge rains down, rank S effect. Renders enemies unable to see or hear, exposing their foolishness. A rain of blood will fall, but only the blood of those you have witnessed can turn into rain. Bloody footprints stained the red floor, evidence that Flame Emperor Seoha had shattered the 10th floor. Kim Gongja wondered, did the tower feel ashamed? "Here's the next skill," Seoha said. The second skill appeared. Echo of a Crying Heart, rank A. It allows for the amplification of aura through emotions, whether resentment, anger, sadness, or happiness. But the price is an increasingly deep addiction to those very emotions. The dark-haired young man pondered. He knew that each floor of the tower held a secret quest. The 12th floor was certainly no exception. "And here's the next skill," Seoha spoke. In Kim Gongja's mind, the image of a white-haired boy with an eerie smile, fangs revealed, suddenly flashed, like an omen. The third skill appeared. Summon 100 Ghosts, rank S. It allows for the summoning of those who have been killed as monsters like goblins, orcs, zombies, and skeletons. However, it can only be summoned once per week. Amidst the quiet space, 5 skill cards floated. Kim Gongja stood there, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Only 3 brilliant golden cards caught his attention. The young man decisively pointed at a golden card. "I'll choose this one." Seoha was surprised. "Huh? Really? I don't find it particularly special." The red-haired man frowned, his expression full of confusion. "This will be the best choice, at least until the 20th floor, Kim Gongja asserted, his eyes brimming with confidence. Seoha still didn't understand. "I'm still not clear. But you do what you want. I'm sure you're plotting something." Kim Gongja just smiled mysteriously. "Just wait and see." Kim Gongja's hand reached out, touching the chosen skill card. "That's right. Sword Emperor, my brother," he muttered. A grand plan forming. He turned to Seoha. "You're an encyclopedia of the Sword Saint's daily schedule, aren't you?" Seoha was dumbfounded. "Huh? Well, Marcus is indeed a difficult old man." Kim Gongja seriously requested, "Please tell me his dinner schedule. I need it for something." Seoha looked at him. It seemed he was about to cause trouble again. Selection complete. Skill copied. A dazzling light enveloped Kim Gongja's hand. "You will return 24 hours into the past." And so, I saw the Demon King's injury. But recreating the injury of the one who killed him came with a penalty. The penalty level is average. Hell of hungry ghosts. Let's talk about this nightmare another time. The purple-haired guild leader, with her long purple hair, sat opposite him, her eyes filled with worry. "You've already left?" Kim Gongja nodded. "Yes. The 11th floor is about to open. I have to prepare if I don't want to be left behind." He stood up, determination clear in his eyes. The purple-haired guild leader sat opposite Kim Gong-ja, her purple eyes looking straight at him. She questioned his preparations for the 11th floor, worried about the 12th floor where the demon lord would interfere. She kept looking at him, calling his name with a doubtful expression, as if she didn't believe his words or was worried about something. A flashback flickered. Kim Gong-ja clutched his head, his face contorted. He reassured himself that he was fine, but inwardly, he marveled at the wonderful people around him and how everything had changed. Returning to the present, Kim Gong-ja smiled confidently. Behind him was the majestic image of the autumn rain demon lord. He declared that he knew the situation and the mission of the 11th floor well. Liao Fan, the blonde girl, and the Holy Knight were all surprised. The Holy Knight asked directly if he intended to share that information. Kim Gong-ja crossed his arms, a mysterious smile on his lips. He affirmed that he would share, but with a condition. The purple-haired guild leader's purple eyes widened as she listened to his condition. A favor would be requested in the future. Kim Gong-ja further explained that the favor would not involve life-threatening danger or money. He allowed them to refuse if they felt it was impossible. The curly-haired blonde girl smiled, thinking it was a great condition. The dark-skinned countess, holding a fan, smiled and accepted, provided they had the right to refuse the request. Kim Gong-ja was satisfied. The first step was complete. He had succeeded in convincing them. He continued to explain the mission from the 11th to the 20th floor, where they would support the Agim Empire. Liao Fan and the Holy Knight were surprised, realizing this was a large-scale battle. Kim Gong-ja stood up and bid farewell to the Holy Knight. He turned back and asked the Crusader, who was wearing armor, if she wanted to take a walk with him, as he had something to discuss. The Holy Knight agreed, as long as the walk wasn't too long. Kim Gong-ja reassured her that 30 minutes would be enough. The Holy Knight smiled, accepting the offer. Kim Gong-ja and the Crusader's walk began. Around them, whispers about the 10th floor being cleared by an unknown rookie echoed, adding to the mysterious atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, a muscular red-haired man, his eyes sharp as knives, suddenly called out. He looked straight at Kim Gong-ja, uttering a word full of hidden meaning. "Hey, zombie!" Kim Gong-ja continued walking, his expression unchanged. A low voice echoed beside him. "He's watching you." The Crusader tilted her head slightly, asking again with skepticism. Kim Gong-ja replied curtly, instructing her not to look back. Kim Gong-ja frowned, muttering to himself that the Sword Saint possessed almost perfect stealth skills. He had realized this from the previous test, a secret that needed to be exploited. He knew that if he didn't settle his grievances with the Sword Saint before the 12th floor, it would be too late. The tense relationship between the Sword Saint and the guild leaders could turn him into a common enemy, especially if news of the traitor was exposed. That would be a shortcut to destruction, Kim Gong-ja concluded silently. The Crusader spoke up, breaking his train of thought.
"Kim Gong-ja, where are we going?"
Kim Gong-ja replied, pointing ahead. "From here on, it's just the slums." He added, "There's a shop I'd like to introduce to you, Holy Knight." Kim Gong-ja calculated inwardly. He had deliberately lured the Sword Saint with information from the Guardian Spirit, and as expected, the old man had followed him from the very first moment. Of course, the Holy Knight here has no idea, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. The Crusader asked in surprise, "A shop?" Kim Gong-ja explained that it was a shop run by an unknown but extremely talented pharmacist. He wanted the Crusader to visit, to help her gain recognition and grow her business. The Crusader activated her lie detection skill, her sharp eyes scrutinizing. "Is what you just said true?" she asked. Kim Gong-ja smiled. "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" "I'm just being cautious," the Crusader said. Kim Gong-ja reassured her, affirming that he needed help, and if anything went wrong, he would be the one in danger. "Please trust me." Kim Gong-ja knew his words had been confirmed. The Crusader bowed her head slightly in apology, admitting she had been overly cautious. Then, let's continue. Dusk fell, painting a corner of the slum sky red. Old rooftops were bathed in the fading sunlight, signaling a long night ahead. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. The green-haired pharmacist with curly hair and round glasses cheerfully welcomed the new customers. Kim Gong-ja and the Crusader stepped inside. The pharmacist asked in surprise, "You're still open?" Then smiled brightly. "The shop is closed, but you're always welcome. You're my first regular customer." Her eyes swept over the armored woman, curiosity evident. "But who is with you?" Kim Gong-ja calmly replied. "She is the vice commander of the patrol squad. Her alias is the Holy Knight." Upon hearing this, the pharmacist's eyes widened in terror. The pharmacist panicked, her mind racing with thoughts about the vice commander's importance. Kim Gong-ja inwardly mused that this was a normal reaction for a hunter. Before anyone could say more, the pharmacist knelt down, begging not to be investigated, swearing she had never concocted illegal drugs. Kim Gong-ja could only sigh, inwardly retracting his earlier assessment. The Crusader pondered, her eyes scrutinizing. Kim Gong-ja realized she had activated her lie detection skill again and was confused because all those sworn statements were true. Kim Gong-ja reassured her, "Don't worry, I didn't bring her here to investigate. I know you're kind and talented." The pharmacist looked up, confused, and asked, "Then why?" He explained that it was a pity her talent wasn't widely known, so he wanted to introduce her to the vice commander. The pharmacist was surprised, repeating, "Introduce?" Meaning, Kim Gong-ja suggested she give some medicine samples to the vice commander to try. He believed that if the medicine was effective, she could sign a contract, and everything would be great if the pharmacist became a supplier for the patrol squad. The pharmacist emotionally clasped Kim Gong-ja's hand, calling him an angel. He had helped her shop escape the risk of closure, placed a large order, and now was even helping her build connections. The pharmacist tearfully expressed her gratitude, unsure how to repay him. Kim Gong-ja simply looked down at her red shoes in silence. Kim Gong-ja's gaze was resolute, looking straight ahead, as if he had anticipated what was about to happen. A deep, steady voice rang out. "Excuse me." The Sword Saint, Marcus Callenberry, appeared, asking everyone to leave, leaving only Kim Gong-ja. The Sword Saint, Marcus Callenberry, looked directly at Kim Gong-ja, explaining that he wanted to have a private conversation with him. A majestic figure appeared. The Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry. He stood tall, his sharp gaze fixed on the pharmacist, questioning her intention. The Sword Saint didn't beat around the bush, directly ordering everyone to leave. He only wanted to speak privately with Kim Gong-ja, without any leniency. The armored vice guildmaster, a holy knight, couldn't help but frown. He questioned the Sword Saint's aggression, wondering if there was something that needed to be discussed privately with Kim Gong-ja. The Sword Saint growled, ordering them to leave immediately. But the holy knight was no pushover, sarcastically remarking that the old man had forgotten common sense due to his age. The holy knight declared that Kim Gong-ja had joined the 5 great guilds, and any attack would be an act of war. He warned that the surveillance force would not stand idly by. The Sword Saint merely scoffed. "So all the guilds are involved in this, just as I predicted," the Sword Saint said profoundly. The holy knight was surprised, then drew his sword, preparing for battle. The holy knight had received many reports about the Sword Saint's manhunt. He admitted that the surveillance force didn't interfere with personal justice. But if something happened right before their eyes, everything would be different. "I will stop you, even if it costs me my life," the holy knight declared resolutely. The Sword Saint asked if he truly thought he could stop him. The holy knight admitted he couldn't, but would still fight to his last breath. "And when I die, you will merely be a despicable murderer," the holy knight declared, challenging the Sword Saint. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this was the weakness he had discovered in his previous life. The Sword Saint looked at the holy knight, his gaze wavering slightly. He called her a holy knight, admitting she was the only one who had never harmed anyone. Kim Gong-ja understood that the Sword Saint was weak against innocent people. That was why Kim Gong-ja brought the holy knight here. Given the Sword Saint's brutal morality, a holy knight with 0 kills was truly a saint. And there was one more person. Suddenly, the blue-haired pharmacist interjected, trembling as she declared Kim Gong-ja her benefactor. She didn't know what was happening, but she wouldn't forgive the Sword Saint if he touched her customer. The Sword Saint fell silent, then sighed. He said there had been a lot of trouble with thugs recently, and asked them to leave the shop. Kim Gong-ja thought this was like a type advantage in Pokemonday. Kim Gong-ja secretly understood that even though these kind-hearted people couldn't directly confront the Sword Saint, they were the only ones who could stop him. The Sword Saint asked again, if they truly wished to fall, he was ready to fight. A heavy sigh echoed, and the Sword Saint seemed to have conceded. "Today is not the day," the Sword Saint uttered. Kim Gong-ja was satisfied. The second step was complete. Now, he could talk to the Sword Saint before the old man killed him. The Sword Saint's back gradually disappeared, but Kim Gong-ja's challenge still echoed. "Sword Saint, tomorrow at noon, I will wait for you in the northern fields of the city." He didn't force him, but rather piqued the Sword Saint's curiosity, as if to say, "Come and see who I am," a defiant challenge. The old Sword Saint didn't turn his head, merely walked away silently, his solitary figure blending into the sunset glow, carrying many thoughts. With a sigh, he muttered about a near-death encounter as the Demon Slayer, even before nightfall. The armored vice guildmaster wondered about the Sword Saint's nickname, Demon Slayer. He explained that this was a secret known only to the 5 great guild leaders. A tragic past resurfaced. The Sword Saint once lost his daughter and son-in-law to a brutal killer. A little-known secret. A simmering pain. Therefore, he showed no leniency towards any killer. The armored vice guildmaster reminded Kim Gong-ja to keep this secret, as there was currently no evidence to act upon. Suddenly, a burly, red-haired man appeared, confirming the information. The old man once said his grandchild almost died. Kim Gong-ja asked why he was only saying it now, receiving the curt reply, "You never asked." The armored vice guildmaster wasn't entirely unsympathetic to the Sword Saint. He had encountered countless criminals, and sometimes wondered if such individuals deserved to live, even being tempted by the thought of killing those who deserved to die first. He said that each guild leader had their own story, and Kim Gong-ja, now in the same boat, would soon discover the rotten, hidden corners. He wondered how Kim Gong-ja would confront them. "We've strayed from the topic," the armored vice guild master said, returning to the main subject after a moment of confiding. With a slight smile, he asked for the price of the medicine here. The patrol squad was always on a tight budget, so cost was a big concern. Time passed, and it dawned the next day. The countdown clock showed only 3 minutes and 21 seconds remaining. Amidst the bustling crowd on the street, a few faces showed clear curiosity and eagerness, perhaps heading towards some event. In the quiet forest, Kim Gong-ja stood, feeling a familiar atmosphere like his previous life. But there were also clear differences. He scrolled through his phone, reading news about the masked person clearing the 10th floor and a large-scale raid on the 11th floor. In the vast space, Kim Gong-ja confronted the Sword Saint, declaring him solitary. The Sword Saint replied with a knowing, self-satisfied smile. The Sword Saint's expression shifted from cold to sinister. He questioned the young man's confidence, mocking someone who had caused so much bloodshed yet prided himself on his skills. Kim Gong-ja fell silent, his eyes heavy. It seemed the Sword Saint's words had touched a deep wound within him. The young man clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. A whisper echoed, reassuring him that everything would be all right. Kim Gong-ja looked up, telling the Sword Saint directly that he knew why the old man wanted to kill him. The Sword Saint replied, stating that a guilty conscience needed no accuser. The Sword Saint was stunned, astonished when Kim Gong-ja revealed that he knew about his detective's eyes skill. He couldn't believe it. Kim Gong-ja looked directly at the Sword Saint, imploring him to trust him. A fated conversation was about to unfold. Trust was hard to earn. The detective's eyes skill had shaped the Sword Saint's life. Now, Kim Gong-ja had to convince him to deny everything. This was an impossible mission, but Kim Gong-ja decided to stake his life. He declared to the Sword Saint, "I am a prophet." The Sword Saint was stunned, unable to believe his ears. The young man's bold declaration completely caught him off guard. Kim Gong-ja explained that he possessed a skill similar to prophecy, which allowed him to know the Sword Saint's detective's eyes. He warned of impending death. He continued, saying that the Sword Saint would utter the number 4093, which appeared above his head. The old man fell silent, his eyes full of doubt. The Sword Saint looked up at the sky, then down at the young man, challenging. "Guess." A test to verify the prophecy. He hid his hand behind his back, holding up 2 fingers. "Tell me how many fingers I'm holding up," he said. Kim Gong-ja had anticipated this action. The Sword Saint lunged forward, sword drawn. "If you don't guess correctly, you're a liar," he roared. Everything unfolded exactly as predicted. A fatal sword strike. Kim Gong-ja collapsed, dying. But then, time rewound 24 hours, and a new opportunity opened up. Kim Gong-ja had seen through the Sword Saint's intentions, knowing he would hide his left hand behind his back and challenge him to guess the number of fingers. He wanted to prove that Kim Gong-ja was not a prophet. The young man earnestly pleaded with the Sword Saint to believe him, warning that killing him here would lead to countless casualties on the 12th floor. He affirmed that he was speaking the truth. The Sword Saint still didn't believe, thinking it was just a trick. He lunged forward, a cold sword strike ending the young man's life. "You are dead." Time rewound 24 hours. This time, Kim Gong-ja again correctly predicted the Sword Saint's actions. But he still didn't believe. And the young man fell once more. "You are dead." Once again, time reversed. Kim Gong-ja pleaded again, warning the Sword Saint not to kill him or the 12th floor would be drenched in blood. But he remained unmoved. "You are dead." Yet again, he returned to the past. Kim Gong-ja begged the Sword Saint to believe him, challenging him to try as many times as he wished. He knew he would convince him. "You are dead." From above, the Sword Saint looked down. Kim Gong-ja, with a resolute expression, declared, "My death is longer than your life." The young man didn't justify himself, nor did he beg for eternal forgiveness. So what did he ultimately want? He raised his hand, proposing a deal. 5 days. Don't kill him for the next 5 days. Follow him and judge for yourself. The Sword Saint remained standing, motionless. He still seemed not to believe his words. It was time for the final finishing blow. Kim Gong-ja continued to speak of the future, of something the Sword Saint himself would tell him. It was about warriors, those who choose to climb the tower. 2 gazes met, one cold and azure, one fiery and determined. Kim Gong-ja directly called out his title, Sword Emperor. "Your faith will be tested," Kim Gong-ja said, asserting that the name Sword Emperor was enough to remind him of his true self. The Sword Saint smiled, his eyes sharp. "Young man, you said you wanted 5 days?" He accepted. The Sword Saint would follow the young man for the next 5 days, observing his every gesture, word, and action. Will that be enough? The Sword Saint asked. Kim Gongja confidently replied, asserting that it was more than enough to prove his words were true. The young man stood amidst the green forest, his eyes resolute. I sincerely thank you. The whisper carried deep gratitude, closing a challenging chapter. I did it. Kim Gongja cheered in his mind. A deal had been struck with the guild leaders, and the Sword Saint finally placed his trust in him. But the image of a fallen hero and a ruined city still haunted him, a reminder of the cost of victory. A radiant smile on Kim Gongja's lips. Light enveloped him. I have fulfilled all conditions to prevent unnecessary casualties on the 12th floor. The young man held his head high, ready for his next encounter with the Sword Saint on the new tower floor. A gate opened, leading Kim Gongja to a fierce battlefield. Tens of thousands of armored figures charged forward, roars echoing, signaling a merciless battle. Amidst a flurry of arrows, the Empire's warriors panicked. Watch out for the arrows! A brown-haired young man shouted, while the blonde girl beside him was terrified. What the hell is this? They were the heroes expected to save the Empire. An armored knight appeared, bearing an urgent mission: protect the harbor from the cunning Demon Lord's army. Kim Gongja realized this was an old episode, a familiar challenge. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air. A dark, purple-haired maiden with a fierce expression and sharp fangs roared, Black Dragon, assemble! This event was completely unexpected for him. The dark, purple-haired maiden, proclaiming herself the leader, stood among her comrades. From now on, the Black Dragon will take command of this battle. A new force had emerged, completely changing the tide of the battle. The purple-haired leader decisively gave orders, dividing the army. Cheon Mumun, left flank. Mangsinjan and Sangrijan, right flank. The Black Dragon will pierce through the center. She declared that anyone dissatisfied could speak after the battle. Amidst the growls of monsters, the warriors plunged into chaos. If you still have the strength to talk, then go catch another orc. The urging voice rang out, pushing them into the maelstrom of battle. The battle erupted. The blindfolded commander led the left flank. The short blonde-haired girl commanded the right flank. And the dark-skinned countess emphasized the importance of teamwork. Each had a different strategy, but the common goal was to repel the monster. An Imperial Knight stood stunned, witnessing the chaotic scene and the terrifying power of the Black Dragon warriors. Cheers of astonishment rang out from the ranks. Look, warriors from another world are repelling the monsters without hesitation. The red-helmeted knight shouted, inspiring the soldiers. Soldiers of the Empire, join them! Everyone, follow me! Amidst the fierce battlefield, Kim Gongja and the red-haired man sat calmly. God still protects our empire, a soldier exclaimed. Zombie, are you all right? Another asked the red-haired man. Kim Gongja smiled mysteriously. This makes you less noticeable, he said to the red-haired man, seemingly trying to keep himself in an observational position, avoiding prominence. The red-haired man frowned, replying to Kim Gongja. No one likes to stand out as much as you do. He asked if this made him less interested. Kim Gongja admitted, I suppose so. Under the gloomy sky, Kim Gongja unexpectedly smirked. This feeling isn't bad at all, he whispered, seemingly finding joy in the chaos. The red-haired man who had just teased him smirked and asked, Oh, kid, have you grown up? His eyes were filled with scrutiny, as if appraising prey. Kim Gongja frowned, muttering, What's there to grow up about? I'm just worried about what needs worrying. Behind him, the Sword Saint and a black-armored warrior stood silently, like shadows. Suddenly, Kim Gongja's eyes widened, his face showing extreme astonishment. What had just happened to stun him so much? The Sword Saint, with a stern expression, asked, What are you doing there? Then he coldly answered himself, I'm watching you. I told you, after 5 days of observation, I will decide whether or not to kill you, the Sword Saint reminded him. Kim Gongja was startled. Are you telling me you've been watching me 24/7? The old man replied curtly. Of course. The Sword Saint pointed to the chaotic battlefield, where goblins were screaming. You have to catch monsters, right? Rewards will be distributed according to your contribution. The old Sword Saint drew his gleaming sword, his eyes sharp and cold. Don't worry, I'll use my sword in my spare time, he said, as if this battlefield was just a stroll. Kim Gongja broke out in a cold sweat, his face full of confusion. He stammered, unsure how to react to this special supervision. Suddenly, Kim Gongja was stopped by 3 people. One of them snapped, Stop! What's wrong with the guildmaster? The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The sharp gaze of the dark purple-haired woman, the guildmaster of the Black Dragons, turned towards Kim Gongja. Hunter, Kim Gongja? She called his name, her tone full of doubt. The guildmaster of the Black Dragons decisively ordered, I'm busy commanding the guilds. Resolve this in 30 seconds. She turned to direct. Team 4, hold your positions. Kim Gongja immediately replied, Guildmaster, I have a reward for clearing the 10th floor. Kim Gongja held out a small glowing map. This is a miniature map reward. It allows me to see enemies, allies, and the entire battlefield in an instant. The guildmaster frowned. So what? The purple-haired guildmaster was stunned. Are you serious? Kim Gongja affirmed. Why would I lie? It's the truth. She couldn't believe her ears. The guildmaster immediately grabbed Kim Gongja's arm, her face urgent. Then come here right now. What have you done? Tell me. Where is the boss monster? Kim Gongja pointed at the map. It's surrounded by monsters, so it's hard to see, but on the map, it's over there. The guildmaster nodded decisively. All right, I agree to use this skill. Hurry up. Kim Gongja tightly grasped the purple-haired girl's hand, streams of dark purple energy swirling around them as he agreed to use the Black Dragon skill. Who would have thought that, when losing control, she would reveal her true nature? Suddenly, both soared into the sky, spinning in a vortex of power. Below, a goblin looked up, while the purple-haired girl roared, "Transform!" Still hovering in midair, the purple-haired girl frantically asked, "Where?" Kim Gongja quickly pointed into the distance, where the silhouette of a monster appeared. "Over there!" Before she could finish, they plunged straight down, colliding violently with a goblin. The purple-haired girl roared once more, "Transform!" A close-up of their faces, the purple-haired girl with sharp fangs asked Kim Gongja if he intended to use his sword. He replied curtly, "Enough to catch it." Immediately, Kim Gongja shot forward like an arrow, a blazing red sword in his hand. Behind him, the purple-haired girl hovered, giving a decisive command. "Then go!" A burst of green and fiery red energy erupted, and Kim Gongja unleashed a fatal sword strike, tearing through space, heading straight for the target. Amidst the desolate battlefield, two goblins trembled as they looked towards Kim Gongja, who was perched on the bisected corpse of the giant monster. Kim Gongja turned his head, his eyes cold. Monster's green blood still splattered on his face. He asked in a threatening tone, "Huh? Do you want to be cut in half too?" From Kim Gongja's perspective, an entire goblin army was fleeing in chaotic panic. He exclaimed, "Oh, they're running away!" The Black Dragon commanders, the blindfolded person and the red-haired man, eagerly ordered a pursuit. "Follow me and kill them all. Don't let a single one escape." The purple-haired girl clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with excitement, and let out a roar of satisfaction. "You warge!" She turned to Kim Gongja, her face radiant, and spread her arms in praise. "Well done, Kim Gongja. Oh my God, you're clearing the stage in less than an hour." Surely fewer than 50 hunters died. Maybe even fewer than 30. Kim Gongja was utterly surprised, his eyes wide open. Could it be better than this? He secretly thought about her indifference last time. The purple-haired girl stood there, her face stern. Kim Gongja wondered, what did the hunters do initially, that so many of them died? She clenched her fists, her face satisfied. Kim Gongja suddenly realized, is she happy now because there were so few casualties? In the young man's arms, the Black Witch chuckled, calling him simple-minded for being happy or sad just because of the number of casualties. Kim Gongja slightly frowned, telling her to calm down, but she replied, "When you're happy, you have to show it. You did great, Kim Gongja." She held her head high, her eyes shining with pride. "Since we conquered the tower, no floor has ever been cleared with so few casualties as today. I'm proud of you." Kim Gongja looked at her, briefly thinking about monopolizing the reward, but the Black Witch said, her voice sincere, "Truly, I'm very happy that the new hero is someone like you." Her smile was as radiant as the sun, and she spread her arms towards him. "From today, all media companies will come looking for you, so be prepared." The young man pondered. Being noticed by ordinary people, praised as a hero, being depicted and envied, he wanted to end all of that, but not for those fleeting things. What he yearned for most was recognition from these people, those who had lived difficult lives, people who had lived their lives to the fullest, even if sometimes they couldn't say they had tried their absolute best. He looked towards the crowd, where the Holy Knight was standing, people like Gumseong, Huryongju, and countless others who had lived truly arduous lives. People who could affirm that they had given their all. Kim Gongja grasped the Black Witch's hand, his gaze resolute. He wanted to live a life acknowledged by these people, and he wanted to protect them. The system began measuring attack contributions. He wanted to be acknowledged and respected by those who were not simple, not consistent with skepticism, so as not to be ridiculed. "I want to be respected by them," Kim Gongja thought to himself. "Even if it's an impossible dream, I still want to live that way." A red-haired man looked at him, softly calling, "Young man." The attack contribution leaderboard appeared. Kim Gongja was at the top, followed by the Black Witch, the Heretic Inquisitor, Serpent, the Holy Knight, and the Countess. The young man also wanted to change this world a little. Kim Gongja was surprised to see the leaderboard was completely different from last time. The system announced that the top contributors would be the first to advance to the 12th floor. The Black Witch looked up, wondering if the 20th floor would be cleared quickly if she went there. The system continued. The remaining attackers could not enter the 12th floor until the top-ranked individuals received their rewards. Kim Gong-ja thought that he would lose at least 5,000 people anyway, but this was a great start. No, he denied it. If left alone, the 12th floor would have too many sacrifices. In particular, they would lose the only person who could interact with the outside world. If so, not 50,000, but 500,000 people could be killed. Dazzling light enveloped Kim Gong-ja, as if he were the focal point of a miracle, a promising new beginning. His eyes opened, containing an iron will, an invisible burden he had voluntarily taken upon himself. "I will bear it all," Kim Gong-ja declared, surprising the blindfolded man. He had never thought he would come to a place like this. "Hunter Kim Gong-ja! Amazing!" The short-haired blonde girl cheered, her eyes filled with admiration. Kim Gong-ja replied, not expecting to cooperate with the Black Dragon. He wondered if the final reward was to locate the monster boss, then suddenly stopped. He looked directly at the blonde girl, his tone serious. "I have something to say first." The Black Witch and Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry listened in silence, their eyes scrutinizing. "It's done. The Sword Saint won't attack me anymore either." Kim Gong-ja smiled confidently, repeating what he had said yesterday. "If I ask you to do something, you must obey," he reminded the blonde girl and the Holy Knight. Yes. Of course I remember," the blonde girl quickly replied. Kim Gong-ja looked directly at them, his gaze resolute. "Then please listen to that request now." He held up 5 fingers before the crowd, declaring, "For the next 5 days, please stay here and do nothing." Kim Gong-ja's eyes flashed with determination, and he stated firmly, "After that, I will clear up to the 20th floor within 5 days." A voice echoed like that of a goddess. "O warriors, those who choose to climb the tower, floor 11, open floor 11, from floor 11 to floor 20, you shall be tested." In another vision, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry was fighting fiercely. Facing the challenge of a test of faith, Kim Gong-ja turned to look at everyone, reminding them, "Do you remember what I said yesterday? You will find an answer. I asked you to listen to my request when the time came, and the answer you find will be a reminder of who you truly are. Please listen to that request now. This is the answer I have found." Kim Gong-ja made a shocking request. "Stay here for 5 days. If you can do that, I promise to clear the 20th floor in exactly 5 days." The declaration struck the hall like thunder. The purple-haired girl, leader of a faction, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, in 5 days?" Disbelief was evident on her face. "Did I mishear? If it's a joke, take it back. It's not funny at all," she questioned. Kim Gong-ja replied, his gaze resolute. "You heard correctly, and this is no joke." The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The purple-haired girl gritted her teeth, her voice sharp. "That's impossible." Those around her also showed clear surprise and skepticism. She continued, her steps decisive. "You know how many years it took us to clear the 10th floor. It's true we just conquered the 11th floor in less than an hour, but you're far too confident. Don't you think you're being excessive?" Amidst the scrutinizing gazes, Kim Gong-ja merely bowed, his words simple yet weighty. "Please, trust me." The young man raised his head, his tone warm. "I have cleared the 10th floor. Even though it was for myself, I still shared all the rewards and benefits received." The Countess's gaze focused on the young man. Kim Gong-ja continued, "From information about the 11th floor to the location of the final boss, all of it benefited not just me, but everyone." The one-eyed masked man listened silently. Kim Gong-ja affirmed, "I have earned the right to ask you for a favor." Kim Gong-ja's final plea rang out. "Please wait for 5 days, regardless of whether I clear the 20th floor or not." At the same time, a system notification appeared. "Welcome, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. You ranked first when clearing the 11th floor. This is the favor I want you to grant," Kim Gong-ja declared, his eyes blazing. The system continued, receiving rewards for clearing the 11th floor. 2 majestic symbols appeared. The Protector Goddess proposes a reward for you, and the Autumn Rain Demon King proposes a reward for you. 2 opposing forces bestowed blessings together. Kim Gong-ja smirked confidently, looking up at the powerful symbols. The young man challenged, his eyes sharp. "Are you desperate because we're not fighting, Demon King?" His arrogant words echoed through the space. The Autumn Rain Demon King did not reply. Only a system notification appeared. The Autumn Rain Demon King suggests you choose a reward. Another notification from the Autumn Rain Demon King appeared, full of hidden meaning. The Autumn Rain Demon King suggests that you can also refuse the rewards. An unexpected offer. Ding! Rang out. The system displayed a notification. The Demon King of Rainy Autumn suspects your actions. Confusion spread. Another ding. Another notification appeared. The Demon King of Rainy Autumn is trying to sway your decision. Did he want to manipulate him? Ding. For the 3rd time, the system confirmed. The Demon King of Rainy Autumn does not understand your intentions. At that moment, the short-haired blonde girl spoke with full confidence. This problem is quite simple. Decisive footsteps echoed. The girl continued. Hunter Kim Gong Ja shared information on how to clear the 11th floor. In return, he asked us to grant a favor, and we agreed, as long as it's not impossible. The footsteps continued. The blonde girl explained the request. All of us will wait for 5 days without doing anything. She admitted. This isn't simple. The media will be in an uproar for 5 days. But then she affirmed firmly, her green eyes shining brightly. But it's certainly not an impossible favor. Therefore, I approve. The blonde girl still had some reservations. Yes, it's not an impossible favor, but... The Black Witch interrupted, her voice resolute. A promise is a promise. Black Dragon Lord. The Black Witch sighed, rubbing her forehead, reluctantly accepting. You're right. A promise is a promise. The blindfolded man spoke. All right, even if I don't understand what you intend to do. The Countess also agreed, her sharp eyes observing, You propose this because you have a plan, right? I will cooperate. The Holy Knight, with a resolute expression beneath his helmet, nodded. Understood. I promise to remain silent for 5 days. The Sword Emperor leaned against the railing, gazing down thoughtfully. He muttered, If everyone else is doing it, I also. I think I can wait 5 days. But then the Sword Emperor turned his back, his voice resounding with determination. I never agreed to that promise. He walked away, declaring, I have only one promise, to supervise this young man for the next 5 days. I have no reason to heed any other request. Kim Gongja looked at the Sword Emperor, smiling slightly. If you go to clear the 20th floor, I will follow as promised. He thought to himself, having the Sword Saint by his side wouldn't be bad. Kim Gongja turned back to look at the crowd of leaders, his sharp gaze sweeping over each one. Now, everyone. A mysterious smile bloomed on Kim Gongja's lips. He had everything firmly in his grasp. The leaders watched Kim Gongja. He bowed slightly, his voice ringing out with confidence. Thank you for listening to my favor. Kim Gongja turned and walked away, leaving the leaders still watching him. He said coldly, See you in 5 days. The large door swung open, dazzling light pouring into the room, as if opening up a new world for the young man. Kim Gongja and the red-haired man appeared in a different place. The red-haired man exclaimed in surprise. Huh? The entire town seemed frozen. Kim Gongja explained. All NPCs are frozen? That's because the quest hasn't started yet. The Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry stood amidst the motionless NPC crowd, his eyes vacant. The red-haired man asked again, A quest? Kim Gongja mused. I haven't chosen a position yet. He continued to explain that normally quests from floors 12 to 20 are for hunters to fill positions in the Empire, just as the 11th floor quest began as soon as they entered. He recalled himself and the Sword Emperor standing in an empty room, the quest not yet assigned. Kim Gongja wondered, But we've been on the 12th floor for a while now, haven't we? Why is it taking so long for the quest to be assigned? Kim Gongja looked out at the city gate, explaining, The quest only begins when everyone has chosen their profession. That means, if we don't choose a profession, the quest won't start. Looking down from above, the town remained quiet. Kim Gongja said to the red-haired man, So here's the problem, Sword Emperor. The demon army's invasion won't happen, and the Imperial army won't fight either. He flashed a mysterious smile, extending his hand towards a sparkling light. Kim Gongja asked, Suppose, what do you think would happen if the Demon King died in this state? The red-haired man was astonished. What? A virtual battlefield map appeared before Kim Gongja's eyes, with a large red dot in the center. He continued to ask, I ask you, what do you think would happen if I eliminated the boss monster before the quest began? Kim Gongja continued, his eyes sharp. It's quite simple. No one can receive the Demon King's reward, and then we won't have any traitors either. He declared, The Demon King will be crushed before they can pull any stunts. At the same time, a system notification rang out, and the Demon King of Rainy Autumn raged. A surge of dark energy erupted, swirling violently. The Demon King of Rainy Autumn materialized, her voice echoing with fury. How dare you? The shadowy entity growled, threatening. Kim Gongja stood there, his sword gleaming. He retorted, his tone nonchalant. What nonsense are you spouting? I've certainly made my decision. The silver blade pierced straight into the shadowy mass, shimmering with rainbow light. The Demon King of Rainy Autumn growled, but Kim Gongja coldly declared, See? This is the optimal decision. He declared sternly, his eyes sharp. I will destroy you, Demon King, even before the quest begins, so that no hunter or civilian has to die. And of course, no traitors will appear. A half smile appeared on the young man's lips. Do you finally understand? This is a happy ending, without any sacrifices. He gently closed his eyes, his voice slightly dreamy. Since I was little, I've hated sad endings. I'm just the type of person who always wants a happy ending, if possible. So, I'm sorry, but you have to die, Kim Gongja said coldly, while the Demon King of Rainy Autumn shrieked in rage, her form distorting, a curse echoing. The shadowy entity roared, questioning how he dared to stop it alone without the help of the Empire. But Kim Gongja just stood there, firm as a rock. A gigantic clock hovered in the air, as if counting down time. The sword in Kim Gongja's hand glowed brightly, and he declared decisively, "I don't need any help." Amidst the frozen world, the young man soared upwards, his sword like a clock hand pointing straight to the sky. A resounding affirmation. A hero, by nature, must fight alone. The rain curtain descended. On a day of heavy rain, that thing opened its eyes. The croaking of frogs echoed in the silent space, like an omen. A close-up of a tiny emerald green creature appearing on a wet rock, next to a gloomy mass of shadow. The frogs croaked loudly, as if trying to attract attention. The mass of shadow began to swallow the tiny creature. The frog's croaks grew weaker, like a desperate plea for help amidst the rain. Now, the mass of shadow lay motionless on the ground, like a dark, murky puddle, silently waiting after having absorbed the unfortunate frog. From the puddle of shadow, a bizarre form began to emerge, as if being reborn from the mud, carrying a new, eerie vitality. Emerald green frog legs clung tightly to the cracked surface, like a lingering memory, a fragile existence amidst the chaos. Amidst the rain, the tiny frog still clung tenaciously to the rock, raindrops sparkling like crystals. Before its cruel fate arrived, the rain continued to pour. The frogs croaked desperately. The Autumn Rain Demon King's massive shadow exploded, a fierce attack aimed at Kim Gongja. It wanted to survive, to continue existing at all costs. Death. Once again. A trembling hand etched the cruel mark, the curse of fate repeating itself, like an inescapable cycle of reincarnation. In an illusion or memory, Kim Gongja confronted the burly red-haired man. "Hey, zombie," the voice rang out with contempt. His swordsmanship is nothing special, just swinging a sword with brute force. But that's precisely what's terrifying. He glided, dodging attacks like a storm. "If I know the trajectory, I can dodge it," he told himself, his eyes flashing with determination. "Exactly," another voice echoed back, as if guiding him. But then, it all ended again. Death arrived, and his hand etched another symbol onto his palm, like a bitter reminder of failure. Amidst life and death, the young man sought out a mysterious drink. Each gulp swallowed, as if to replenish strength, or merely to soothe the pain of an endless loop. The sword glowed, and his figure shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. Each step was a new resolve, each sword strike a fragile hope of escaping this vicious cycle. Looking up, the colossal mass of shadow of the Autumn Rain Demon King reappeared like an eternal challenge. He knew this was not the end. Once again he fell. The familiar hand etched the mark again. If I just continued the quest normally, he wondered, a fleeting thought passing through his mind. A chaotic battlefield appeared in his mind, where countless soldiers fell. How many have died? Each death, his 20 years of unlived life, vanished forever. He ran through a sea of blood and corpses, each step heavy. 10 dead, 200 years. 100 dead, 2,000 years. The burden of lives weighed on his shoulders. To save those lives, he abandoned all positions, accepting repeated death. "You have died. You will return 24 hours ago," the curse echoed. To complete the quest, I must be willing to be imprisoned forever. Returning to battle, the red-haired man scoffed. "Even if you know the trajectory, do you have the strength to dodge? You weakling, you zombie dog?" Kim Gongja growled. "Damn it, shut up!" He concentrated, enveloping himself in an aura. You are still immature in using aura. It must be evenly distributed throughout the body. The guidance echoed, but he only managed to exclaim, "Easier said than done," and then fell again. The Autumn Rain Demon King revealed its true form, a colossal demon roaring. "How dare you follow the right path, hero of the goddess?" It challenged, its voice reverberating through the space. Kim Gongja charged again, a determined smile on his lips. Only those who inherit the Empire's title can. He took a sip from the bottle. Another day, another sip. The Autumn Rain Demon King roared, its eyes blazing red, unleashing a decisive blow. "What?" Kim Gongja retorted, his sword swinging decisively. "A hero will destroy the Demon King." The battle erupted once more. Death. Again. The Demon King triumphed once more, swallowing hope. There was nothing left to say, except this cruel truth. But then, time reversed. The young man stood up again, eyes blazing, sword shining brightly. "Come, Demon King. I am the Empire's sword." The declaration of war echoed. The Demon King roared, its monstrous form twisting in fury. "If you dare speak the truth, prove it. Dark energy surged, ready to devour everything. Without fear, Kim Gongja faced the colossal monster. "Don't worry, I'll show you." He charged forward, a tiny speck amidst the dark storm. And then, death came again. The life clock reset to 0, a cruel loop, an unavoidable outcome. But each time he fell, he rose again. The sword swung once more, a brilliant red light tearing through the night, training ceaselessly to be stronger, faster. Time flowed on, endlessly. Only his sword was the sole clock hand, marking each moment of life and death. For the world to exist for one more second, he had to swing his sword one more time. Each strike was an effort to prolong time, a vow not to give up. He was merely a sword buying fragile seconds, but the whole world clung to those seconds, to breathe, to hope, to survive once more, for the seas to overflow, reaching the blue sky. The young man sat there, amidst piles of gold and cards, contemplating a new beginning. It must start from a tiny drop of water. The red-haired man taught him a lesson about accumulation, about the first steps on a journey of 10,000 miles. And to live an eternal life, he must live 1 second at a time. The purple-haired girl fought amidst the encirclement, each movement decisive and powerful. "I have lived my life my way." Each stroke, each dash on his palm, counting the times he had died, revived, and fought. "Well done, Kim Gongja." The purple-haired girl cheered, delighted. "We cleared this floor in less than an hour. Fewer than 40 hunters died." Below, the strokes continued to count. "Less than 50 minutes," she continued to praise. "Your suggestion to cooperate with the shield-bearer Tomand was excellent. Certainly fewer than 30 hunters perished, each compliment a new dash." "Less than 40 minutes!" the purple-haired girl exclaimed excitedly. "Certainly fewer than 20 hunters sacrificed. Each dash on his palm was proof of progress, of lives saved." The purple-haired guildmaster ceaselessly praised Kim Gongja. "Well done, not even 10 hunters died. Unbelievable on this battlefield." But from the depths of the shadows, a contemptuous voice echoed, "Insolent fool." He smiled, the sword in his hand shining like a ray of hope. "Why do you smile?" the shadow growled. "Because I'm happy," he replied, his gaze firm. "What happiness is there for one about to die?" the demon's roar echoed. Kim Gongja's eyes suddenly glowed red, and he coldly retorted, "You wouldn't understand. No one would." "How arrogant!" the Demon King roared, its distorted pitch-black form lunging forward. Kim Gongja remained calm. "I am simply honest," the enemy scornfully replied. "How pathetic." And then, once again, death arrived. Night enveloped everything, harsh and familiar. But death was not the end. Amidst the deep blue sky, he told himself, "I've never given up. My sword. Today it is faster than yesterday. I am just, and tomorrow it will be even faster." The purple-haired girl appeared, her words fading into the wind. Kim Gongja held her hand. "Because I'm alive," he said. "No one has died." She looked at him, her eyes welling up with tears. His hand, covered in scratches, tightly held hers. "I asked everyone," she choked out. "Not a single person died. Only a few fools got injured." She hugged him tightly, tears streaming down. "No one died. Thank you. Thank you so much." "My desire to live has grown a little stronger," Kim Gongja thought to himself. But the Autumn Rain Demon King roared in fury. "How dare you? How dare you stop me by yourself?" The giant shadow of the Demon King stretched long behind him, like a grim reminder. "A hero must fight alone," he thought. "Fool!" the demon's voice echoed. Without hesitation, Kim Gongja charged straight into the shadowy entity. His sword tore through space, creating brilliant red streaks. The Demon King roared, its pitch-black form grotesquely transforming, counterattacking fiercely. "Human wickedness is my oasis," it shrieked. Kim Gongja's eyes were sharp and cold as he poured all his strength into his sword. "It's coming," he muttered, ready to face the final attack. Amidst the life-or-death battle, an unexpected figure appeared. The purple-haired maiden, her cloak fluttering, turned her back to the young man, uttering a mysterious apology. "I intended to stay quietly in the palace as you instructed, but I couldn't sit still." The Black Witch smiled, her purple eyes glinting mischievously. "So I followed you, to see what you were doing alone. Playing the hero is really fun. It feels damn epic," Kim Gongja replied with a laugh, his sword glowing in his hand. The Black Witch looked at the shadowy entity, her eyes sharp and cold. "You're facing a monster worth hunting, but I can't let you have all the fun by yourself," the Black Witch declared, charging into battle. The Demon King growled, "You do everything, then you're going to steal my credit?" "The best prey is stolen prey," she retorted. A gruesome laugh echoed. The Autumn Rain Demon King, its form as black as ink, distorted in rage. How disrespectful, it snarled, its anger erupting. Sorry, bro. Kim Gongja grinned, a mischievous look on his face. I wanted to face you alone, but on second thought, isn't it traditional for heroes to gang up on the wicked? The Autumn Rain Demon King roared, its pitch-black form violently bubbling. How dare you use these petty tricks to deceive the heavens? It transformed, preparing for a terrifying counterattack. The Autumn Rain Demon King's entity melted, turning into a stream of pitch-black liquid that spread across the ground. I will no longer fight you with a sword, it declared, with malicious intent. Amidst the blood-red space, the Autumn Rain Demon King partially materialized, a bony hand reaching out from its black cloak. Oh, 100 demon souls. Heed my call, the Autumn Rain Demon King roared. From the ground, hundreds of ghastly, greenish demon souls rose, forming a terrifying army. Standing before the horrifying sight, the Black Witch's eyes widened. This island, she exclaimed, her voice filled with panic as she faced countless demon souls. We can't handle this alone. The Black Witch turned to Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry. Sword Saint, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you help? He replied, I want to watch a bit longer. It's only been 30 seconds since that kid and that piece of trash started fighting. Kim Gongja smirked, turning his head to look at the Sword Emperor. You're right. I was only going to ask for help after another minute. A soft sigh escaped him, but his eyes remained full of determination. All right then, both of you, take my hand. We need to get out of here. The Black Witch extended her hand, her face serious, ordering a retreat. But Kim Gongja only smiled brightly, revealing sharp fangs. No, it's fine. He refused the offer, a glint flashing in his eyes. Kim Gongja's hand rose high, enveloped in brilliant light. Summon 100 demon souls, he declared. Ready to confront the Demon King's army with similar power. A colossal shadow rose, devouring all light. What? A startled exclamation rang out, heralding something ominous. Amidst the vortex of dark energy, Kim Gongja raised his hand, activating a skill. 100 demon souls began to materialize, ready for battle. And then, a colossal shadowy entity gradually formed, bearing the grotesque forms of beasts and spirits, engulfing the space. It coiled itself, eerie and alive, like a primordial creature awakening from a 1,000-year slumber. The entity gradually became clear, taking the form of a black panther, its golden eyes glowing with bloodlust. Each time it seized a new body, it felt immense joy, a gruesome satisfaction. Even the joy of the rampage captivated it, like a born predator. In a quiet forest, a blonde-haired girl named Esther was playing, when she suddenly felt a gaze following her. A ferocious dog-like monster lunged, devouring the little girl amidst her desperate cries for help. Save me, Daddy, save me! The monster's roar echoed as it swallowed its prey, no one able to hear the final plea. Someone! An alluring scent spread, so fragrant. What is this smell? The predator was enchanted, unable to resist. Enchanted, the shadowy entity devoured its prey, leaving nothing behind. After consuming it completely, it slowly absorbed the victim's memories. Like a gruesome reward, little Esther had vanished. Esther! A man frantically called his daughter's name, running through the dense forest. How many times have I told you not to go alone? He panted, worried. Didn't you listen to the doctor? You're so frail. The man stared in shock at his daughter. She stood there, hair disheveled, clothes askew. What happened to your clothes? Father, the girl replied, her voice cold and unfamiliar. Esther, with blazing green eyes and a streak of blood on her lips, declared, I think I'm healthy now. A mysterious voice echoed. That was the first name the Demon King ever had. Amidst the hazy space, Kim Gongja raised his glowing sword, activating a skill. Energy surged, signaling something about to erupt. From nothingness, a dry skeleton appeared, its teeth clattering, as if it had just escaped a dungeon. A gloomy aura enveloped it. Not just one, but a series of hideous skeletons rose, surrounding Kim Gongja. He asked the Sword Emperor, You want to know why I chose ghoul summoning, right? Sword Emperor Marcus, with his fiery red hair, nodded in confirmation. He admitted he had initially wanted to choose a different skill. Like an aura enhancement skill, Marcus said. It would be cooler if I could shoot terrifying lasers like the Demon King. Kim Gongja said nothing, focusing only on the glowing skill card in his hand, preparing to unlock its hidden power. He opened the Ghoul Summoning skill card. SS rank. Effect. You can summon those you have killed as monsters, but only once a week. He read clearly. Kim Gongja turned to the Sword Emperor, smiling mysteriously. Now, I have a question for you. How many people do you think I've killed? Sword Emperor Marcus thought, then replied, The Firestopper and myself. So only 2 people, right? At least, that's what I know. Kim Gong-ja smirked. Then why does the Sword Saint's detective's eye show my kill count as over 4,000? That means the tower calculates deaths differently. Amidst thousands of rising skeletons, Kim Gong-ja stood, coldly asking, "How many deaths do you think I have caused so far?" Sword Emperor Marcus was completely shocked, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight and Kim Gong-ja's question. The dry skeletons with empty eye sockets stood tall, creating a chilling scene. Kim Gong-ja flashed a bright smile, without a hint of fear. "I've really died many times, haven't I?" Sword Emperor Marcus couldn't believe his eyes. "Impossible. Is this one of your skills?" Kim Gong-ja simply replied, "That's right." Marcus remained stunned by Kim Gong-ja's ability. The young man only smiled mysteriously, saying nothing more about his monster summoning skill. A hideous shadowy entity shrieked, unable to believe that Kim Gong-ja possessed a similar ability to it. Kim Gong-ja smirked, taunting, refusing to reveal the secret of his power, further infuriating his enemy. The possessor roared in fury, its form shifting in black smoke, curses echoing throughout the space, even questioning the goddess. The shadowy entity charged madly, its words filled with resentment and hatred, while Kim Gong-ja unexpectedly called out to the Sword Saint. Kim Gong-ja asked the Sword Emperor to join forces with the skeleton army. Marcus, though not entirely pleased, reluctantly agreed, not forgetting to taunt the young man. Next, Kim Gong-ja turned to the Dark Witch, proposing an alliance to defeat the Demon King. The purple-haired witch replied coldly, ready to join the battle. With his dazzling glowing sword, Kim Gong-ja roared, his red eyes blazing as if to devour everything, summoning terrifying power. The challenge echoed, and the image of two gruesome skulls appeared, like a promise of the bloody battle about to unfold. From above, Kim Gong-ja gave a cold command. Thousands of skeletons, carrying a deathly aura, simultaneously charged into battle. A giant orc roared, swinging its weapon, but it was quickly surrounded by the white skeleton army, relentlessly attacking. The skeletons continuously tightened their encirclement, attacking fiercely, causing the giant orc to stagger in its rage. Despite its strength, a skeleton fell, disintegrating into pieces, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. But immediately, another skeleton stood firm, gripping its weapon tightly, ready to continue the relentless fight. The giant orc was completely overwhelmed, collapsing under a rain of bone swords. A curse rang out, expressing astonishment at this sight. The skeletons, now enveloped in a stream of green energy, continued their relentless assault, filled with the same vigor as their master. Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry, witnessing the undead bone legion, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment about the monster army that knew no fear of death. The shadow entity possessing Esther roared in fury, unable to believe the horrific scene that had just unfolded. It continued to shriek, questioning how the young man, merely a traveler from another world, dared to commit such an outrageous act. The entity was enraged, despite itself bearing no malice or resentment, nor possessing life in this world. How dared that person block its path? Kim Gong-ja coldly retorted, what did his origin matter? When he stood firm right here, the young man was resolute. If that person still thought he had no right, then they should just charge forward and fight. Just then, a message from the tower appeared before his eyes. The tower bestows upon you a title. That title is Death King. The entire tower has acknowledged his right to be here. The tower also showed respect for the king who reaps death, a powerful declaration of Kim Gong-ja's new status. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a distant memory, where a small item never aged, but grew more beautiful, exuding a captivating fragrance. In the memory, Esther, in her divine form, with her eyes closed, was followed by countless praying hands and gazes. Calling her the saintess from a foreign land, a distressed woman knelt, holding her sick baby, begging Esther to heal all illnesses for her child. She pleaded with Esther to bestow blessings upon her dying infant. Esther, with her green eyes open, asked the woman if she knew the rules, then requested her to leave the baby and return at dawn. The woman, though heartbroken, still placed the baby down and begged Esther to take good care of her child. Esther looked at the baby lying there, her green eyes sparkling inscrutably, as if she had seen through everything. Esther, with a divine aura, held the baby in her arms, inhaling its tender scent. So fragrant, she whispered. Humans always try their best for love. Her hands gently wrapped the baby in a warm cloth. Your mother even used the finest scraps of fabric to swaddle you. She cradled the tiny life, light from her hands, enveloping the baby. Life shines brightly, even when wrapped in rags. You will no longer know illness. Her and the baby's shadows were cast on the wall. The baby coughed dryly, then swallowed. The existence of life's miracle is happiness itself. In that moment, the baby's memories flooded into Esther. Painful cries, the mother's despair. Poor thing. I understand. You have suffered. Oh, child, I understand. Everything will be all right. Her green eyes glowed brightly. She pointed forward, commanding, Now then, live a little longer. A slender hand reached out, touching the mysterious pitch-black liquid mass. From the black liquid mass, a tiny hand reached up, weakly. Esther smiled meaningfully, her eyes sparkling. Poor thing. The mother cried tears of happiness, embracing her healed child. Now it will be healthy, no longer needing recovery. Just promise you will continue to love it as you always have. The mother bowed deeply before Esther, choked with emotion. Thank you. Thank you so much. Esther stood there, like a goddess, while countless people knelt at her feet, in unison. Thank you, Saintess. The world map appeared, a vast land shrouded in darkness. Oh, the miracle worker, the savior of the sick. The crowd cheered, tears of happiness streaming down their cheeks.
Thank you for helping me walk again. I can see again thanks to you.
The dark region on the map continued to spread, engulfing more areas. Our true savior. In a luxurious room, a black-haired man asked the blond man, "Are you telling me many farmers have migrated en masse?" The blond man replied, "Yes, it seems they have also joined the Saintess of Salvation." The dark region on the map continued to spread, engulfing more areas, while rumors of the savior of all illnesses echoed everywhere. But not everyone believed. A red-armored commander roared, inciting his soldiers. "The goddess's authority has fallen. Will you stand by and watch these heretics grow strong? Show no mercy to those who follow the witch." The rallying cry was like adding fuel to a fire. Torches were raised high, burning fiercely. "Burn the witch's lair!" The chilling shouts echoed. Flames licked the sky, devouring everything. Screams and desperate wails rose from the sea of fire, a horrifying sight. Amidst the raging inferno, Esther appeared, her green eyes wide open, filled with extreme pain and fury. Her sorrow pierced the heavens. Soldiers relentlessly pursued. "Don't let anyone escape." A cold command rang out as a soldier swung his sword, striking down a fleeing civilian. Another civilian was captured. The armored soldier coldly declared, "They are all cursed monsters." The words were cruel, devoid of humanity. Esther's face contorted with indignation. Her green eyes blazed, her teeth clenched, her anger erupting like a flame. She screamed, a heart-wrenching shriek, as if to tear apart space itself. The pain and hatred had reached their peak. From the shadows, a ferocious entity rose, growling, "You disgusting worm! How dare you treat your own kind no better than beasts? Be devoured by your own wickedness!" The shadowy entity charged like a storm. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, "Kim Gong, Ja." The young man Kim Gong Ja dodged the attack, running and shouting, "I'm fine!" Nevertheless, tension was evident on his face. The shadowy entity pursued relentlessly, swinging sharp claws. Kim Gong Ja narrowly dodged, his mind racing. Left? Right? A fatal blow struck. Blood splattered, and space trembled. "You are dead." The cold announcement echoed. Time reversed, the gears of fate turning back 24 hours. Regression clock, a mystical skill that preserves memories and stats after each death. Kim Gongja once again faced death, but it was also a new beginning. Death came again, but this time, the regression skill was activated. Time rewound 24 hours, bringing back memories and mystical abilities. He would not be alone in this loop. This time, he had to wait almost 6 more days to use Ghoul Summon again. Amidst the vortex of time, a desperate purple-haired figure screamed his name, trying to hold on to something. Another day passed, the cooldown time still agonizingly long. The young man and the purple-haired girl held hands tightly, exchanging gazes of absolute trust. Under the stormy sky, they stood shoulder to shoulder, confident smiles on their faces. It seemed they were ready to face any challenge. A horde of hideous goblins surged forward, sharp fangs and claws ready to tear everything apart. Behind them, a gigantic hooded shadow loomed, full of menace. He plunged into battle, his sword swinging to cut down the monsters. But then, once again, death arrived, cold and unforgiving. The death loop continued. He died, then returned, the cooldown time for Ghoul Summon gradually shortening. Each death was a step forward, a harsh lesson. This time, he was stronger, his sword ablaze. Each slash tore through the air, pushing back the ferocious goblins, determined not to let death easily devour him. The hooded shadow unleashed chains, attacking and engulfing him in a fiery red vortex. The anxious cry of the purple-haired girl echoed, like a warning. Amidst the rubble, he stood up, wounds etched on his body. "I'm fine." The affirmation rang out, though his voice was still a little strained. The shadowy entity roared, questioning him with contempt. "You lowly wretch! You dare to confront me? Do you have prophecy?" Amidst the tension, a miraculous notification appeared. "Ghoul Summon is ready." The young man smirked. Something like that. He had his trump card. "Activate skill!" he shouted. The ground trembled, and hordes of hideous skeletons rose, The shadowy entity was astonished, unable to believe its eyes. The goblins panicked, facing the newly summoned skeleton army. Battle erupted, and he stood in the middle, observing the shifting tide. Without hesitation, he charged into the encirclement, leaping over a skeleton, his sharp sword aimed directly at the nearest goblin. The true battle began. His sword erupted with light, delivering a fatal blow. The shadowy entity growled, acknowledging his tenacity. "You really are a stubborn bastard." Amidst the fierce battle, Sword Emperor Marcus continued to taunt, praising Kim Gongja's skill and even suggesting he hide to summon more zombies. "You brat, this skill is awesome. Try to summon them again later," Kim Gongja snapped. "Damn it, can we talk later?" The Sword Emperor continued to ramble, predicting he could evolve zombies into demon kings. But suddenly, a fatal blow struck. "Shut up! I can't concentrate!" Kim Gongja yelled. Then everything plunged into darkness. He was dead. Everything turned upside down. He and the Sword Emperor fell freely into the void. "Damn it!" The system coldly announced. "You will rewind 24 hours into the past." The Sword Emperor roared. "Because of you, I have to repeat another week," Marcus sneered, boasting that he was already dead and couldn't be hit. "But I'm dead, how can you hit a ghost?" Kim Gongja gritted his teeth, looking at the skill cooldown countdown. Damn it! Time rewound, and he returned to the battlefield. "Channel all your frustration into killing the Demon King. I've cleared floor 20 without any cheat skills." He ordered the Dark Witch, Dark Dragon Witch. "Next one from the right," she replied. "Understood." The dark, purple-haired Dark Witch, with sharp, cold eyes, raised her hand, dark magic surging, ready to unleash an attack. She stood in the center of the pentagram magic circle, purple light flaring, tendrils of shadow coiling around her body, preparing for a destructive attack. Magic power erupted. Gigantic shadow tentacles shot forth, tearing through the air, aiming directly at the target. The hooded, shadowy entity was hit, screaming. Kim Gongja laughed gleefully. "Great hit, old auntie." The shadowy entity was enraged, growling, "Who's an old auntie? I'm still young." Kim Gongja didn't flinch. "I know your youth comes from medicine. After we defeat the Demon King, we'll talk properly." He observed constantly, his sharp eyes scanning quickly. "Next, the enemy is coming from the left," he commanded, allowing no mistakes. "Sword Saint, please dodge," he yelled, guiding Sword Saint Marcus Callenbury, who was engaging another shadowy entity. He turned to the Dark Witch, continuing to direct. "Next, dodge to the left. It will create an opening in its body. Seize that opportunity to attack with full force," she replied. "Understood." The Dark Witch raised her hand again, oval-shaped magic mirrors hovering around her, radiating brilliant purple light, ready for the next strike. She launched the magic mirrors, which spun to form a stream of purple energy, hurtling straight towards the hooded, shadowy entity. The fatal attack pierced through. The shadowy entity screamed, disintegrating into countless purple and black energy particles, vanishing into thin air. The shadowy entity roared in utter fury. "You worms! How dare you do this to my hatred? My resentment!" As its body disintegrated, Kim Gongja's crimson eyes widened, his face showing extreme surprise. "Flesh?" he mumbled, seemingly disbelieving what was happening. But then a cold system notification appeared. "The Autumn Rain Demon King has decided to retreat." Kim Gongja froze, exclaiming, "What?" The Autumn Rain Demon King transformed into a giant black vortex retreating to the 13th floor. "Wait!" Kim Gongja roared. "How can you run away like a boss when we're about to defeat you?" The demon replied. "Don't be mistaken. I will return." Marcus cursed. "You damn black blob of slime." After the Demon King's humiliating retreat, the three stood there amidst an eerie silence. Only a small black streak remained on the ground, as proof of the enemy's disappearance. Kim Gongja looked down at his hand, where the black mark still remained. He wondered, his voice full of disappointment. "I did all of this. For what?" He clutched his head, a feeling of helplessness welling up. Then another notification appeared, like a whisper from the tower. "The tower acknowledges your choice, creating hidden quest." A glimmer of hope sparked, but Kim Gongja remained bewildered. "The 12th floor quest has been modified." A series of consecutive notifications appeared. Quests from the 13th to 19th floors were all modified. The entire world seemed to be shifting according to his decision. Quests can be modified? Kim Gongja thought to himself. The new quest appeared. Hero of the Time, Frozen World. Objective: do not let any lives be sacrificed. Do you accept this quest? The system asked. Kim Gongja gave a determined smile. Yes. Immediately. Hidden quest activated. Kim Gongja's silhouette appeared amidst sparkling particles of light. Quest: Hero of the Time, Frozen World. The blessing echoed. May good luck accompany you. The sky suddenly lit up, the words timeline altered appearing dazzlingly. The Demon King was not found on the 12th floor. The Demon King's retreat has been confirmed. All three looked up, astonished by the sight. The purple-haired witch raised her hand in astonishment, her eyes wide. "What is this?" she exclaimed, her voice full of bewilderment. "Gongja, what's happening?" she pressed. Kim Gongja replied, his face equally confused. "Well, this is also the first time I've seen this." Marcus Callenberry, the red-haired Sword Emperor, also stood there, his face stunned. "I've never seen this before either. What the hell is this?" he muttered. Amidst the sparkling air, Kim Gongja looked around in bewilderment, his face full of confusion at the strange sight. The Black Witch pointed towards the majestic city gate, her eyes revealing a serious expression. "Look over there." On the towering city walls, flags fluttered against a blazing red sky, signaling an ominous sign. The sky suddenly turned clear blue, but the number of flags on the city walls had significantly decreased. "The number of flags has dropped," Gongja realized. "That's right," she replied. "Hold my hand for a moment," the Black Witch said, pulling Kim Gongja's hand. "I think we should go check." "I agree," the young man replied. A dazzling light enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, both had teleported to the top of the city wall, gazing into the distance. The town below was shrouded in gloomy darkness, the sky swirling with black clouds. Although the populace was still bustling, the atmosphere was heavy with anxiety. In just an instant, the scenery changed again. The sky was clear, sparkling with light, and the town became unusually lively and bustling. Kim Gongja was stunned, his eyes wide. "Time has been altered," he mumbled, realizing the anomaly. Two guards also stood bewildered amidst the mystical blue light. "The timeline has changed," one said, his face puzzled. The Black Witch began to explain. "The Ejim Empire was originally destined to be invaded by the Demon King. Whether victorious or defeated, it was a predetermined event. However, in this world, the Demon King's invasion has become an event that never happened," she continued. Around Gongja, the words, "changing 11th floor, changing 12th floor," appeared. No one knew. No one understood. History had been rewritten, and the one behind it all was her. The town was once again shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, strange raindrops falling. "What kind of rain is this? Acid rain?" one person asked. "This place looks nice," another said. "Much better than that shabby port." The world returned to its bright appearance. A vendor loudly advertised, "Alibrand apples here. Even the elves are enchanted." The populace discussed poor quality bathwater and troublesome princes. On the city wall, Kim Gongja and the Black Witch still stood. Suddenly, a commanding soldier and two other soldiers looked up, shouting, "Who's there? Who are you?" The red-armored commander roared, his voice echoing across the city wall. "How insolent! Who dares set foot on the Empire's city gate? Get down immediately!" He glared, his gaze full of fury. Suddenly, the scene changed. The commander now held a sword, light flashing brilliantly, his tone pleading, "Please help us in our mission to protect humanity." A tragic and earnest plea. The brown-haired young man was stunned, repeating the name he just heard. Sarbast Ejim. Huh? His eyes were full of confusion, as if he had just witnessed a strange play. The commander returned to his initial furious expression, yelling, "You vulgar bandit! How do you know my name?" Kim Gongja merely replied softly, "I see," but 1,000 thoughts were already swirling in his mind. "You ruffians! Didn't you hear me? Get down now!" The commander's words still echoed. Kim Gongja pondered. He clearly remembered this person as a friendly citizen on the 2nd floor. Now he treated them as strangers. Something was fishy. "I entrust the fate of the Empire to you," another voice echoed in the young man's mind, along with the image of the commander's outstretched hand. Fragmented memories were slowly piecing together. Kim Gongja's lips curved into a mysterious smile. "Ha!" he softly uttered, as if he had just discovered an interesting secret or a trick of fate. The red-armored commander burst into maniacal laughter, the sound echoing throughout the space. A haughty, self-satisfied laugh that made the atmosphere tense. The Black Witch stood nearby, looking at Kim Gongja, who was holding his head and laughing loudly, with a puzzled gaze. His laughter blended with the commander's voice, creating a chaotic symphony. Even Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry had to frown, his eyes showing discomfort as he heard the echoing laughter. He seemed unable to tolerate the noise. Kim Gongja continued to chuckle, bending down to look over the city wall. A knowing smile, as if he was enjoying the game he had just created. The young man raised his head, his red eyes blazing with extreme excitement. He raised his hand and shouted, "I did it!" A proud declaration, marking his own victory. He stood tall, pointing down at the bewildered commander below, boldly declaring, "I have protected your empire," his words echoed. carrying the weight of a promise fulfilled. Two gray-armored guards stood next to the commander, looking up in bewilderment. They didn't understand what was happening, only that a stranger was shouting on the city wall. Kim Gongja affirmed once more, his tone full of pride. I have kept my promise. He smiled brightly, like a hero who had just completed his mission. In a shimmering light, Kim Gongja vanished, leaving his final words. I have no shame. Throughout these hundreds of days, below on the street, the people were still bustling, unaware of the drama that had just unfolded. Two guards stood in a splendid, brightly lit room. The narration appeared, full of pride, no regrets, determined not to let anyone die. A close-up of Kim Gongja's hand with strange tattoos. His voice echoed proudly. I defeated the Demon King after hundreds of days, and I am proud. The phone screen displayed, I want to be like the Fire Emperor. Kim Gongja reminisced about his terrible past. I did it. I used to live like trash, envying, criticizing others, wasting days in drunkenness. I froze my heart, using reason as an excuse. The young man collapsed in a messy room, surrounded by snacks. The narration concluded the flashback, and I threw away my life. A notification box appeared. Stage completed. Kim Gong-ja smiled brightly, holding his head high. But today's Kim Gong-ja has nothing to be ashamed of. The Black Witch appeared, her eyes sharp and cold. The narration continued to announce, notifying everyone once again, when facing the Black Witch, the Sword Saint, or even the whole world. The silver-haired man looked up at the sky. The narration affirmed, today, the 12th floor stage has been completed. And most importantly, I am not ashamed of myself. The system displayed, evaluating dungeon participants. Evaluation complete. Followed by the ranking 1. Death King. 2. Black Witch. 3. Sword Saint. Below was a vast city scene. Sarbest Egum, a red-armored guard, exclaimed in surprise. What the hell is he talking about? Sarbest Egum angrily shouted, his voice full of indignation. Sarbest Egum! Kim Gongja stood high above, waving his hand, his face beaming. Take good care of the Empire. Sarbest Egum and another guard stood nearby, looking confused. Kim Gongja said, sorry, but this is the end of my heroic quest. Defeating the Demon King should have been more than enough. I'm sure your empire is riddled with corruption. Kim Gongja jumped up, laughing heartily. But that's for you guys to figure out from now on. You can do it. Hoo-hoo, he guffawed. Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry appeared upside down in the air, his face annoyed. He cursed. Kyuk! Hee-hee! That crazy bastard! Kim Gongja covered his mouth and chuckled, saying, I thought you'd be mature and thoughtful, but instead, you're blatantly bragging about it. Well, Kim Gongja smiled smugly, stroking his hair. What should I do? Today, I truly love myself. Marcus Callenberry growled, You've definitely lost your mind. Kim Gongja continued to laugh, Marcus Callenberry still upside down in the air. Kim Gongja said, You know what? I like it better than a whining baby. Hey, Black Witch. What are you doing? Let's go up to the 13th floor. The Black Witch looked at Kim Gongja with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, I forgot. None of the top hunters are normal. Never mind, I understand. The dark-haired young man could only respond with a surprised, Huh? 3 figures, including Kim Gongja, the Black Witch, and the silver-haired Sword Saint, stood with their backs to the horizon. A powerful beam of light enveloped them, signaling that the teleport command had been activated, taking them to a new space. The Sword Saint explained, his tone calm and steady. The leader is always prioritized when entering the next floor. He turned to the Death King. I want you to represent us and say, transfer. The Black Witch also listened silently. The Death King smiled brightly, full of confidence. Yes, he responded decisively, his gaze firm, ready to face any challenge. A dazzling burst of light erupted, accompanied by a piercing crack sound as the Death King shouted, Transfer! The gate between the floors had opened wide, swallowing the 3 into an undefined space. The 3 appeared on a vast arena, surrounded by brilliant light. The system echoed, moving to the 13th floor. Welcome, Death King. A new stage, a new challenge, had officially begun. A gigantic shadow entity, the Autumn Rain Demon King, roared in fury. I will not forgive you. How dare you steal my children? Are you taking my flesh, blood, and soul? I curse you. It writhed in the darkness. The Sword Saint and the Black Witch stood side by side, looking up in confusion. What a terrifying scream. I've never heard a voice like that, the Sword Saint exclaimed. The Black Witch agreed. Me neither. Why is the Demon King screaming like that? The Death King, with blazing red eyes and surrounded by energy, looked up in surprise. Huh? He sensed something unusual An unpredictable change. Marcus Callenberry, arms crossed, frowned in annoyance. "What's wrong with this guy?" he muttered, his suspicious gaze following the screaming Demon King. The Death King looked at the Autumn Rain Demon King, who was covered in red energy streams. "What?" He realized a startling truth. "They're weaker than before." Marcus Callenberry pondered, his arms still crossed over his chest. "I'm sure they were injured after being attacked by that witch's aura. But it's not like being injured," he muttered, trying to make sense of it. The Sword Emperor continued to speculate, images of crushed goblins appearing in his mind. Rather, it's like their rank has been reduced. On the 12th floor, this guy was like an SSS rank Goblin King. The Death King looked at the Autumn Rain Demon King, who now appeared weaker. But now they're like a Goblin King? That's not SSS rank? He recalled, like the one you casually defeated on the 5th floor by saying Gorak Gorak. The Death King pondered, looking up at the tower. How strange. Aren't things supposed to get stronger the higher you climb the tower? He wondered, does the Black Witch's aura attack have a deranking effect? Or is there some unexpected change in the stage? A system notification appeared. Compiling 12th floor rewards. Unable to compile. All rewards will be compiled upon completion of the 19th floor. The Death King, surrounded by red energy, realized. You will now only receive basic rewards. The system notifications poured in. The War Goddess's blessing has been enhanced. And you have access to all maps. From the 11th to the 20th floor. Kim Gong-ja stared in astonishment at the world map that appeared. At the same time, the silver-haired man and the Dark Witch appeared. He exclaimed, "I understand." A flash of insight sparked in their minds. The Death King turned to the Dark Witch, his voice firm. "I know why the Demon King acted that way." Dark Witch recalled the previous stage. The dark-haired young man explained, "The history of the Demon King's invasion of the capital has been erased, and the refugee camp has also completely vanished." A scene of a peaceful town appeared like an altered memory. Sword Emperor Marcus crossed his arms, deep in thought. "That thing has been downgraded," he exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" The Death King continued to explain the leveling mechanism. "You know that voice we, the hunters, hear every time we level up? Your existence becomes clearer. I understand the meaning of a hunter's level increasing, but I never understood the existence part." He continued, "That boss monster probably grew stronger by killing countless citizens and refugees of the Empire. But that rampage has become something that never happened." The system reappeared. The Autumn Rain Demon King is enraged, and the Autumn Rain Demon King's existence is fading. The Demon King roared in pain, his body gradually blurring. So, their existence is faded. The Autumn Rain Demon King let out a terrifying roar, his demonic face clearly visible. "You vermin!" His rage erupted. The Dark Witch declared firmly, "Let's go, raise our banner of counterattack." The three of them charged into battle. The Autumn Rain Demon King roared, summoning countless undead. "Oh, you vampires! Oh, you demons! My children!" He commanded the army of undead. "Destroy all these vermin!" The hideous monsters surged forward. The silver-haired man swung his sword, cleaving an undead, and smirked. "I've never liked zombie movies." Kim Gong-ja also joined the battle, cleaving an undead while turning to Marcus. "Hey, Brother Sword, why don't we make a little bet?" Sword Emperor Marcus crossed his arms, deep in thought. Kim Gong-ja asked, "How many lives do you think I'll need to clear the 19th floor?" Kim Gong-ja smiled confidently. "All right, I bet I'll need a maximum of 100 lives." Marcus replied, "Then I bet a maximum of 99 lives." Kim Gong-ja was surprised. "Really? You're going to play it like that?" Sword Emperor Marcus declared he wouldn't help, only watching Kim Gong-ja fend for himself amidst the swarm of undead, as this was a bet. Death King Kim Gong-ja stood surrounded, his sword glowing, accepting the challenge. The Death King smiled confidently, but then death came. The screen displayed, "You have died. You will revert 24 hours into the past." Back on the chaotic battlefield, the Death King urged the Dark Witch to give her all. She replied that she was doing her best, and she was the only one capable of area of effect attacks. He turned to the Sword Saint, asking if he could use a special skill. The Sword Saint replied that the skill was on cooldown, needing 3 more coins to be used. The Death King was surprised by this coin concept. The Death King asked the Sword Saint to lift the lid of the coffin-like object for him to inspect. The Sword Saint, with a puzzled expression, asked what he wanted to inspect. The Death King explained that he was a prophet and would explain everything later. The old Sword Saint remained silent, his face still full of skepticism. And then, death came again. The screen displayed the chilling words, "You have died." The Death King returned, immediately explaining that the coffin was a secret tunnel leading to a hammer extremely effective against the undead. He asked the Sword Saint and the Dark Witch to go down and retrieve it. The Sword Saint refused, saying he only followed the path of the sword. The Death King hastily explained that the hammer had an area of effect capable of sweeping away the hordes of undead. A zombie lunged to attack him. The Sword Saint asked how he knew all of this. The Death King yelled that he was a prophet. The Sword Saint mumbled, looking puzzled. Immediately after, death came again. The screen displayed, "You have died." The Sword Saint had used the hammer, sweeping away most of the undead. He stood tall amidst the battlefield, his expression solemn, surrounded by the corpses of his enemies. The Death King looked up. A giant creature appeared from above. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell is that?" The Death King mused that it was clearly a giant zombie, probably a temple guard transformed into the Demon King's minion after death. He thought if there were heresy inquisitors, they would be able to analyze it more clearly. The giant zombie roared, swinging its arm, preparing to attack. The Death King uttered, "Go ahead." Then he died again. The screen displayed, "You have died." The giant zombie growled. The Sword Saint said he would handle the giant himself. The Death King hastily stopped him, asking the Sword Saint to continue using the hammer to destroy the undead. The Sword Saint replied that the giant was the perfect opponent to test his swordsmanship. The Death King yelled again, asserting that he was a prophet. The Death King ordered the Dark Witch to attack the giant's eye directly. She eagerly responded, saying she wanted to do that too. A burst of energy erupted, striking the giant zombie directly. But then, a chilling notification rang out. "You have died." The Death King reappeared, summoning more undead. The Dark Witch was astonished, asking if his skill had no cooldown. The Dark Witch looked at him, her voice full of worry. "Now you two just need to face the giant, but there's one thing you absolutely must not do." She emphasized, her purple eyes panicked. "Please, don't attack its eye." The Death King wondered, why? "Because something terrible will happen," the Dark Witch explained. But he pointed at the giant's eye. "But look, isn't it inviting us?" A close-up of the giant's glowing golden eye, like a deadly trap. The Dark Witch admitted, "I understand what you mean." "But no," she hurried. "I don't have time to explain, please." The Sword Saint sighed. "All right, let's follow this young man's orders. He claims to be a prophet." The Dark Witch also tacitly agreed. The Black Witch frowned, her expression annoyed, but she complied. She reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll try not to hit its eye." The Death King was pleased. "Thank you." The Black Witch launched a powerful attack, streaks of light and shadow swirling into the giant's body, avoiding its glowing golden eye. The giant collapsed, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. An announcement echoed, "The Autumn Rain Demon King has retreated to the 14th floor." The surrounding scenery suddenly brightened, as if a new door had just opened, transporting all three to another place. They appeared at an ancient temple where children were playing. A priest scolded, "You! How many times have I told you not to run in the temple?" The Death King smiled, looking towards a large man resting in the distance. The three held hands tightly, enveloped in a beam of light. A caption appeared, "Transfer." They prepared to teleport to a new location. After a fierce battle, the Autumn Rain Demon King decided to retreat. The three, the Sword Saint, the Black Witch, and the Death King, stood in the forest, a brilliant light signaling a new beginning. But time seemed to reverse. The Autumn Rain Demon King continued to flee, retreating to the 15th floor. Images of underwater combat flashed, like a fragmented memory. The enemy continued to retreat, hiding deeper into the 16th floor. The tragic scene of the Death King alone facing a colossal fire dragon on a blazing battlefield reappeared. Time kept rewinding. The Autumn Rain Demon King retreated ceaselessly from the 17th, 18th, the 19th floors. Its existence gradually faded, as if it had never been. From the indefinite darkness, a blazing red eye flashed, full of hatred. "You worm!" a growling voice echoed, filled with utmost contempt. The shadowy entity gradually vanished, but the curse still echoed. "If it weren't for you, if it weren't for you." He stood there, silently facing the invisible rage. The darkness shrieked, blaming the young man. "If you had done it right, none of this would have happened. You, a lowly swordsman from another world, dare." Kim Gongja merely replied. "Finally." The Death King raised his glowing sword, his gaze resolute. "Finally, I can clearly see your eyes," he declared, like a challenge. The shadowy entity's blazing red eye widened, full of surprise. "What?" Utter bewilderment was evident in that gaze. "Just as I said," the Death King replied. "I came all this way just to see your eyes. It would be ridiculous if the Demon King and the hero never faced each other even once." He flew up, challenging. "Fight. Give it your all. Or will you run away again? Aren't you curious how weak you'll become if you keep fleeing?" The shadowy entity merely growled. "You worm. If you don't fight with all your might right now, you won't be able to defeat me," the Death King said. The shadowy entity replied, its voice contemptuous. "Is that all you have to say?" The darkness continued to insult. A scavenger hyena like you. What does a worm like you know? The Death King snarled, calling out a name. Esther. The blazing red eye glared, full of fury. I've warned you. Fight with all your might. The threat echoed, the atmosphere tense. Otherwise, my time will be longer than your entire history, the Death King declared, his sword blazing. The shadowy entity dissolved into streaks of black ink, like a final curse. And then, everything collapsed. The Death King fell, his body dissolving in a faint light. A cold announcement echoed. You have died. You have died. The cold announcement echoed, and immediately, a terrifying penalty descended. The special skill recreated the painful memories of the one who killed him. A cruel nightmare was about to begin. The system confirmed this was the terrifying nightmare he was about to face, an unavoidable trial. The punishment level was determined to be average, but who would dare underestimate the pain of a demon king? The realm chosen for recreation was the land of hungry ghosts, where starving souls are eternally imprisoned. The memory recreated was not that of an ordinary monster, but the bone-deep agony of a demon king. Fire consumed everything. Amidst the raging inferno, Marcus Callenberry ordered a sweep. Burn down the witch's nest. Burn it all to ashes. The brown-haired young man, his eyes filled with horror, watched the flames devour everything, reflecting despair in their depths. A solitary figure stood amidst the sea of fire. Shouts echoed. No quarter! They are cursed monsters! Don't let a single one escape! The blonde girl, her green eyes wide, was filled with horror and despair as she witnessed the brutal scene. Amidst the smoke, fire, and screams, the girl's trembling lips uttered a heartbreaking question. Why? In contrast to the horrifying scene, three ordinary people smiled, as if posing a tormenting question. Why do humans burn their own kind alive? Many people in black cloaks lay scattered on the ground, their bodies charred, a tragic end for those deemed heretic. Three silver-armored knights stood majestically beneath a black and red flag. By the will of the king, of the pope, punish the heretic who calls herself the saintess. A man in a purple cloak knelt in pain beside a cold, silver-armored knight. By the command of the Lord of the Green Forest, O Spirit, bless this arrow. A long-eared man read an edict beside a black-armored knight and a green-skinned man. To protect the honorable pact, the Dragon Knight's will. Powerful declarations echoed. On the desolate land, amidst crumbling ruins and swirling dust, a lone blonde maiden walked, whispers of the end echoing in the air. Each of her footsteps left an imprint on the barren ground, where only fragments of a dead world remained. Suddenly, a bright memory flashed. A young man with a radiant smile offered the first apples of the season. Saintess! These are the first apples I picked. Please, have a taste. But the cruel reality returned. Her dry, cracked hands lay desolate on the somber, mournful gray ground. The memory of a joyful, red-haired woman running. I never thought I could run again. It's all thanks to you, Saintess. Contrasted with the present, as she knelt amidst the ruins, surrounded only by decay. She collapsed to her knees, broken names like choked sobs escaping her lips. Lafandor, Dahena, Salafe, Mobahaizan, Enna, Garchov. Her hands trembled, emitting streaks of pitch-black ash, as if life itself had disintegrated from her body. In utter despair, she brought those filthy black streaks to her mouth, swallowing all the pain and loss. The gloomy sky swirled, dark clouds gathering like a lament, and she hugged herself, her body trembling in agony. She closed her eyes, pitch-black tears streaming down her cheeks, pitiful ones, a whisper full of sorrow. Her eyes opened, burning with horrifying light, black tears turning to blood. I pity you. A pity corrupted into resentment. Darkness surged from her body, engulfing her legs. You are also human. The accusation echoed. The current of darkness spread across the ground, turning everything into an abyss. Born human, you cannot know the beauty of life. And as a human, you can also cry. So then, the darkness condensed into a grotesque demonic form rising amidst the ruins. Then why do you not hesitate to call your own kind monsters? A terrified commoner exclaimed. What the hell is that? A demonic face with a single blazing red eye, black tears streaming down. How can you be human while my children are condemned as monsters? Is this your world? The demonic hand reached up to the crimson sky. Are you the only human in this world? I see you need proof to confirm your existence as a human. The gigantic shadow entity stood towering amidst a sea of blood and red rain, its voice echoing like a curse. Then, it is time for you to prove yourselves. A wail from the heart echoed. The shadow entity cursed. I will curse you, this rain, and the devil that created me will prevent any more villages from being burned. Be devoured by your own wickedness. Amidst the blood-stained red ground, Kim Gongja lay motionless, surrounded by soulless corpses. The rain of blood continued to fall, dyeing the entire sky crimson. Amidst the nightmare, a resolute voice rang out. "Hey Gong, Ja, wake up!" Marcus Callenberry stood there, his gaze seemingly piercing his soul. Kim Gong-ja awoke, his tired eyes looking directly at reality. "This is not your hell," Marcus reminded him, pulling him out of the abyss of memories. The young man roared, swinging his sword to tear through the air. Blazing red energy and swirling darkness coiled around Kim Gong-ja, each strike carrying ultimate wrath. Kim Gong-ja's sword slashed directly into the shadow entity, piercing its pitch-black veil. A faint groan escaped, signaling that the attack had hit its mark. Marcus Callenberry roared, his voice like thunder. "Now!" His eyes blazed, urging Kim Gong-ja to put all his strength into it. Kim Gong-ja didn't hesitate, unleashing a fatal blow. Its head is open. He slashed directly at its weak point, making the shadow entity roar in pain. The shadow entity was cut apart, black blood splattering. It recoiled, its form distorted, a sign of severe weakening. It writhed in pain, its body melting like black mud. A faint groan escaped. The shadow entity was slowly fading away. The shadow entity contracted to an unbelievable degree, leaving only a faint, slimy streak. No, it can't be like this. The Autumn Rain Demon King despaired, his existence fading, though only a small mass of slime remained. The Demon King's blazing red eyes still glared, black blood gushing out. The resentment of my children, their cries. He growled in despair. The Autumn Rain Demon King's blazing red eyes flashed with a cold light. "Retreat!" he ordered, though his voice was pathetically weak. Kim Gong-ja stood in the middle of the map, his gleaming sword in hand. "Run back to the 20th floor. You can't defeat me anyway. Just quietly return to your base." A provocative voice echoed. The map clearly showed the final objective, the Demon Castle. An unavoidable battle awaited, and Kim Gong-ja was ready. A cold voice echoed, like a final judgment for the Autumn Rain Demon King, who was huddled in his shadow form amidst the desolate land. Kim Gong-ja remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily forward. Beside him, the dignified silver-haired man, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry subtly curved his lips, handing the final finishing blow opportunity back to the Death King. The Black Witch also smiled mysteriously, her eyes watching. A painful groan tore through the air. The Autumn Rain Demon King, in his shadow form, was disintegrating, black blood gushing from the cracks in his ethereal body. "Damn it!" The Autumn Rain Demon King roared in despair. His shadow form recoiled and vanished. System confirmed. The Autumn Rain Demon King has retreated to the 20th floor. Amidst the suddenly peaceful space, the system confirmed the Demon King's retreat. A teleportation gate appeared, along with the words "time has been altered," signaling a significant event. The system announced that the 19th floor was being altered. Kim Gong-ja turned to the Sword Saint and the Black Witch, apologizing for wanting to complete the 20th floor by himself. The young man bowed, expressing his gratitude for their help. He wanted to finish things with the Demon King by himself, asking permission to go alone. The Dark Witch approved, acknowledging Kim Gong-ja's merits. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry also agreed, reminding him of the 5-day promise and the important conversation awaiting. Kim Gong-ja smiled brightly, responding to the Sword Saint's words with a firm affirmation, his eyes filled with determination. "Thank you very much," he said. Then a beam of light enveloped Kim Gong-ja. "Teleportation," the system's voice echoed, taking the young man to another place. Death King Kim Gong-ja appeared in a lush green forest. The system welcomed him, announcing that he had entered an unexpected reward phase. In the depths of the forest, a solitary figure appeared. The system confirmed there was only one challenger, the Death King. "Good luck," the wish echoed with hidden meaning. Kim Gong-ja walked, his body emitting a golden light. The system began compiling all rewards from floors 11 to 19, a long and anticipated process. Compilation complete. The system declared golden light surrounding Kim Gong-ja's ears. The tower had recorded all achievements the Death King had accomplished. The system began adjusting the Death King's authority, glittering golden cards swirling around him as an affirmation of his new status. He was stunned when the system bestowed upon him the Apostle's authority, along with its limitations. This power allowed him to freely change all skills, except for EX rank skills. "So I get to choose myself?" he wondered. His hand gripped the hilt of the glowing sword, persistent questions lingering in his mind. He still didn't know who built this tower, for what reason, or why it was filled with creatures from other worlds. But now, with the sword blazing in his hand, he vaguely realized the true nature of the tower. A mysterious entity, observing every choice of the conqueror. The sword pointed straight up, while below, the Demon King of Autumn Rain was just an indistinct shadow, trapped in a space filled with white flowers. The tower, an entity observing every choice. His eyes gleamed with iron determination. The tower remembered everything, And this would be the Demon King's final act. He declared, his words like a death sentence. The Demon King of Autumn Rain trembled, its shadowy form distorted by fear. This, it stammered, its voice faltering.
This is my village! You two must not destroy my paradise!
The Demon King shrieked. The system initiated the reward phase. The sky was clear blue. There would be no rain today. Kim Gong-ja stood opposite the Demon King, surrounded by brilliant golden light. The system continued, initiating the boss battle. The Demon King of Autumn Rain roared in fury, its shadowy form exploding with power. "I will not forgive you!" it shrieked. In the Demon King's mind, memories of the ruined city, the devastating fires, and the blonde girl were still vivid. Those fires! How could I forget your cruelty? It seethed. A barrage of blazing red swords pierced through the Demon King's shadowy body, and it shrieked in pain. "Do you want to turn back time and burn my paradise again?" A map appeared, marking the world's smallest stage. A fated battle was about to begin. Kim Gong-ja faced the Demon King of Autumn Rain, who was rushing towards him like a whirlwind. The battle with the world's weakest boss had officially begun. The Demon King of Autumn Rain's face was distorted, its blazing red eyes and sharp fangs revealed, filled with hatred and despair. Kim Gong-ja's sword tore through the Demon King's shadow, black specks shattering in the brilliant light, ushering in the fated battle. The young man stood firm, his gaze resolute, declaring that their positions had changed. The hunter was now the hunted. He reminded the Demon King of the past, of Floor 12, where the invader and the protector had swapped roles. The Demon King growled in fury. Kim Gong-ja hovered in midair, uttering the irony of fate. "Life is full of surprises. Now, you are the one who must defend." The Demon King shrieked, demanding his death. The young man responded coldly. The Demon King's threats meant nothing to him. Another critical blow was unleashed. The sword light pierced through, tearing apart the shadowy form, black blood splattering like ink, staining the pristine white space red. The Demon King shrieked in agony, its heart-wrenching cries echoing as its existence gradually faded. Thick drops of black blood fell to the ground, spreading like the ink of death, signaling an inevitable decline. Kim Gong-ja attacked relentlessly, forcing the Demon King to weaken further, its desperate screams echoing. "More," he commanded coldly, each sword strike like a hammer blow against the Demon King's fragile existence. The Demon King's terrifying screams echoed. It was continuously pierced, its existence fading to a frightening degree. The Demon King's form contracted, deforming into a tiny black shadow. Standing alone amidst the desolate, ruined landscape, the black shadow continued to disintegrate, dark fragments falling, mingling with the pristine white petals, creating a tragic scene. The Demon King shrieked no as its body transformed, returning to human form, its title of Demon King stripped away. The blonde girl, now the Demon King's true form, shrieked in despair, unable to believe the reality unfolding. The Demon King of Autumn Rain's form was now a blonde maiden, her green eyes blazing red with panic. She shrieked in despair, her body disintegrating into black ash, begging the tower not to do this to her. The dark-haired young man stood there, observing coldly. Before him, the blonde maiden had now fully returned to human form, her back to him, looking utterly weak and bewildered. Kim Gong-ja stepped forward, his voice cold. "All right, you're finally weak enough." She recoiled, her green eyes filled with fear. Don't come closer." His footsteps were resolute on the white flower carpet. He challenged. "Then stop me. With your sword, with your power, or with anything you have." She recoiled, her voice trembling with rage. "After all you've done to my children," she shrieked, her eyes blazing. "By what right do you do this to me?" "Kim Gong-ja replied curtly. "You're wrong." He stood there, explaining, "As you said, I am an outsider from another world. All the inhabitants of this world joined forces to burn your village. Let's assume no one on this continent is innocent." Amidst the desolate landscape, the blonde maiden stood alone. He continued, his tone resolute. "But that sin does not apply to me. I am a complete stranger. We, the hunters, are not burdened by that sin." She retorted desperately, her eyes welling with tears. "You have no right to blame me. You also have no power to stop me now. I didn't do anything. I merely healed the weak." Kim Gong-ja questioned. "Have you committed no wrongdoing?" He continued, his voice sharp. "I'm sure Esther felt as terrified as you do right now." Her green eyes widened, a tear rolling down her cheek. Kim Gong-ja continued his accusation. The little girl screamed for help, calling for her father. "Yet what did you do to her?" She stood there, clutching her chest, ghostly hands reaching out from the shadows. He relentlessly exposed her crimes. "You devoured the child that the poor woman trusted. You proclaimed yourself the savior of humanity." The scene split, one side showing her furious face, the other his cold demeanor and sharp blade. She stammered in denial. "No, that's not it.
I merely...
He gave her no chance to defend herself, continuing to expose. You concealed the truth that you devoured little Esther and became her. You kept silent for fear of being seen as a monster. She recoiled, covering her face with her hands, tears streaming down. Amidst the black smoke, she whispered, I didn't know. I had no memories. Or human intelligence. The demon king of autumn rain, in Esther's form, was torn apart in the monster's mouth, recalling the moment she devoured the girl. She justified that she was not conscious of her actions then. It was merely an ignorant mistake. She shrieked, asserting that if she had known, she would never have harmed Esther. Her weak defense, full of belated regret, echoed through the space. Her bloodshot eyes, mixed with green, looked at Kim Gongja, questioning back. Isn't that what humans always do? Kim Gongja retorted coldly, exposing the lies of those who once hunted her. They also claimed ignorance, but that was a blatant lie. He continued to question, mentioning soldiers who merely followed orders, and citizens who became refugees. Do you believe that not a single one of them truly knew nothing? Kim Gongja, with a calm expression, declared, I wasn't properly educated, so I only know one kind of justice. That island, karma. He smiled eerily, saying that if she considered her actions human, then she should also receive a fitting punishment. The Demon King asked in panic, You? What are you implying? Kim Gongja suddenly raised his hand to the sky, and a brilliant golden light erupted. He announced his intention to use the rewards accumulated from the tower. He turned towards the tower, asking if any skills could be modified. A skill panel appeared, confirming his words. The tower replied, limiting excessive modifications, only allowing SS rank skills to be upgraded to SSS. Kim Gongja requested to modify the ghoul summoning skill. He only wanted to change a small part of the skill, to allow summoned ghouls to inherit their memories. The Demon King of Autumn Rain was horrified, exclaiming, You! What are you plotting? Kim Gongja questioned, arguing that his request was very reasonable. He wasn't asking for more power or reduced cooldowns, only to change the memory aspect of the summoned beings. The tower began evaluating his request. After some deliberation, the system confirmed that the request was reasonable. The tower then requested authority from Zarakwa. Finally, the Death King's plea was granted, and a brilliant golden light enveloped him. The new skill, Ghoul Reincarnation SSS rank, appeared. He could now summon his deceased victims, and more importantly, allow them to retain their memories. Amidst the fluttering white petals, Kim Gongja raised his hand, a brilliant golden energy surging forth, ready for a new game. Facing him, the Demon King of Autumn Rain, in the form of a maiden, her bloodshot eyes filled with rage, growled that she would devour him. But Kim Gongja merely raised his glowing sword coldly, retorting that he would devour and spit her out, just as she had done with Esther and the sick. No sooner had he spoken than a black rift tore open the ground beneath the Demon King's feet, causing her to collapse in horror. Kim Gongja gloated that the Demon King had turned human because only then could she become a target for his ghoul reincarnation skill. The Demon King shrieked miserably as she was torn apart by an invisible force. She writhed on the ground, swallowed by a colossal rift. Kim Gongja looked down, his eyes contemptuous. How pathetic. For a moment, the image of a red-haired man appeared, coldly remarking on the Demon King's weak sword stance, utterly lacking confidence. The Demon King of Autumn Rain knelt, gasping. Her sword plunged into the ground. The red-haired man continued his judgment, calling her not a true swordswoman. He continued to lecture, emphasizing the importance of fundamentals, that only one's hands and feet were the most trustworthy. With sharp eyes, the red-haired man commanded, Now, show her her end. The Demon King of Autumn Rain, with blazing green eyes, rose up, swinging her sword with a final resolve, red and green light intertwining. The two enemies clashed in mid-air, white petals still drifting indifferently, witnessing the fated battle. After all was said and done, the Demon King of Autumn Rain knelt again, clutching her body, in pain and despair, a sigh of utter defeat. Kim Gongja stood there, looking down at his dying enemy. He whispered, confirming these were the Demon King's final moments. His sword still gleamed with a blue light. The Reaper of Death, he muttered. Yes, that's right. Kim Gongja raised his blue-glowing sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the Demon King lying on the ground, an overwhelming killing intent engulfing him. A mysterious voice rang out, making Kim Gongja freeze. His eyes filled with doubt. The red-haired man appeared, hovering in mid-air, stopping Kim Gongja. Wait, don't kill her yet, Kim Gongja growled. Why? The red-haired man replied. Because I think you're making some wrong assumptions. He questioned. What am I assuming? He continued, his gaze sharp. Let's say she's no longer a monster. Does that necessarily make her human? A human like you? He continued. She might just be a normal NPC. Are you sure an NPC can be the target of the ghoul rebirth skill? Kim Gongja Ja was confused. I guess so, I think, the red-haired man emphasized, his tone full of warning. You think so? The tower is extremely cold in situations like this. Will you take responsibility if it says, sorry, NPCs are not valid targets? After you've acted without thinking? Kim Gongja fell silent, pondering. He spoke again. Look closely at the skill card. It says, those you have killed. Does NPC apply here? Kim Gong, Ja retorted. But NPCs are also human. The red-haired man replied, that's what you think. Kim Gongja hesitated, his eyes full of uncertainty, as if he had realized something. He looked up, asking the tower, excuse me, Tower Nim, I have something to ask. A notification appeared. The tower is listening attentively to what you say. Kim Gongja asked, can the ghoul rebirth skill turn NPCs into death agents, or does it only apply to hunters like me? The notification displayed, requesting confirmation from Zuriqua. A ding sound rang out. The notification appeared. Cannot confirm. Kim Gongja was surprised. Excuse me? The notification continued. This question exceeds the tower's authority. The tower began to verify Kim Gongja's authority. A brilliant golden light enveloped him. Confirmed. Currently, the Death King possesses the authority of a temporary apostle. The golden light erupted, with images of golden butterflies fluttering around. The tower recognizes the Death King's question as a formal topic of discussion. Kim Gongja was astonished. Wait, what is this? He yelled. In the void, the young man Kim Gongja bowed deeply. Brilliant golden butterflies fluttering around him like an ethereal dance, signaling a mysterious beginning. He stood there, lost in the emptiness, a virtual screen displaying a request to select a skill card, while an invisible voice confirmed the presence of the participant. Kim Gongja was bewildered, sensing the presence of the powerful pillars, the 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd pillars, though he couldn't see anything. An announcement echoed, confirming that the 6 pillars of all life had gathered. The tower received a question from the Death King, the temporary apostle. The dramatic question was posed. Can NPCs be considered targets for the ghoul reincarnation skill, and requested a vote for or against? Suddenly, a faint silhouette appeared in the space, enveloped in red smoke. Strange, incomprehensible sounds, echoing like an ancient curse. Kim Gongja clutched his head, his face filled with pain and panic, those mysterious words seemingly piercing his mind, driving him almost mad. A close-up of his wide, terrified eyes as the ghostly whispers continued to surround him, pushing him into the abyss of fear and helplessness. A voice rang out, Leona, making Kim Gongja's eyes widen. His face now filled with extreme panic. The young man stood upright, trying to calm himself, but the strange sounds continued to echo in his head, like an inescapable curse. He clutched his head, annoyed, exclaiming that the language in the tower was always automatically translated. But the recent words were completely different. Kim Gongja turned away, deducing that these entities did not come from the tower. They were perhaps beings that even the Autumn Rain Demon King could not compare to. The image of the towering tower reaching into the sky, enveloped in lightning, made him realize that these might be the very ones who created this tower. A vote was underway. The voting results gradually became clear. The 6th pillar opposed, the 5th pillar agreed, and the 4th pillar also agreed. The debate was clearly split into 2 factions. Kim Gongja broke out in a cold sweat, his face extremely tense as the 3rd pillar also voted against, making the situation unpredictable. The silhouette of the Void Universe God appeared, dancing in midair, and a final announcement echoed. The 2nd pillar decided to abstain from voting. The voting situation was taut as a bowstring. 2 votes for, 2 votes against, and 1 abstention. The powerful entities holding the fate of his ghoul reincarnation skill had created a balance. But why? A flash of insight struck the young man. He suddenly realized that there was still one person who hadn't voted, the one who didn't need to be present because they had always been there from the beginning, the one who knew everything, for they had witnessed it all, the master of the tower. He raised his head, his gaze firm as he declared, I believe a 4 vote is the correct decision. If NPCs weren't counted for the skill, then how did the Demon King summon countless monsters? He argued that the people of the Empire and kingdoms ravaged by the Demon King were all NPCs. The young man understood the pillar's concerns. He knew they feared he would indiscriminately sweep through NPCs for summoning, but he was confident that he had proven what kind of person he was. His voice echoed, full of resolve. I am not that kind of person, and he would never become such a person in the future. The oath seemed carved into space. A mysterious voice rang out. Not bad. A radiant, smiling face appeared and disappeared. However, it's too complicated. The young man stood there, small in the vast space, looking up at the colossal, majestic silhouette of the Tower Master. Death King, speak from your heart, not from reason, the reminder echoed, making him offer a slight smile. The smile on his lips suddenly turned fierce. That Demon King is my prey. It's mine. Don't anyone touch it. A shocking announcement echoed. The first pillar, master of all things, had voted in favor. All votes were counted. 3 votes for, 2 votes against, and 1 abstention. The situation was decided. NPCs were counted for the Death King's ghoul reincarnation skill. But immediately after, his temporary apostle authority was revoked, and the space shattered. The meeting concluded. Amidst the scattered fragments, a cold wish echoed. Good luck. He woke up, his head spinning. In the silent space, a strange word escaped his lips, like a question, like a call. But that call wasn't for him. The red-haired man growled, questioning Kim Gongja's bewilderment, reminding him of the instruction to ask the tower. The blonde girl still lay there, motionless. Everything seemed to have returned to normal, but something had profoundly changed in the young man's mind. The red-haired man continued to tease, calling him Zombie King. Kim Gongja ignored him, feeling time pass in the blink of an eye, yet also as long as an entire lifetime. Sword Emperor! The red-haired man finally called him by his correct title, but still didn't forget to mock that he had been turned into a zombie by his own calls. The young man didn't reply, only pondered deeply. He wondered if the red-haired man had seen or heard what he had just experienced. Kim Gongja tried to explain about his encounter with the Tower Master and the Pillar of All Things, but the red-haired man only responded with a confused look, completely unaware of what he was talking about. Zombie, my apologies. The red-haired man continued to tease. But Kim Gongja realized a bitter truth. Even a legend who had conquered up to the 99th floor knew nothing of what he had just witnessed. A question echoed in his mind. Who was the person he had just met? Gripping the hilt of his sword, the Death King's eyes flashed with determination. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Many things remained unknown, but some things he already held firmly in his grasp. The Autumn Rain Demon King whispered please, but the Death King had made his decision. He would finish off this prey, and as for other mysteries, he would find the answers when he reached the 100th floor. Oh, you're going to kill her without asking the tower? The red-haired man suddenly spoke up. But Kim Gongja only replied with a cold affirmation. It's fine. A blinding light tore through space. He had received his own answer. Not death, but rebirth. The Death King had turned the Autumn Rain Demon King into an undead, a ghoul, and commanded her to rise. Rise, he commanded. The Autumn Rain Demon King stood up, her body still intact, but she was no longer the girl from before. A new life had been created. He who creates life must bear responsibility, he declared, then looked directly at the girl. Esther is just a name you stole. You don't deserve to keep it. The first responsibility of a life creator is to bestow a name, Preta, he declared. From now on, you will be Preta. The new name, meaning a hungry ghost, was deeply etched. Serve me, and you shall live. His words were like an absolute command, determining the fate of the one just reborn. Esther, Saintess of the Outskirts, Autumn Rain Demon King. The one who once bore many titles, yet deserved none of them. Now, finally had an identity of her own. Your will is my command. Preta knelt, her lifeless eyes looking up, accepting her new fate. On the last day of the 3-day promise, one of the 2 kings fell amidst a rain of petals. Oh my lord, a whisper echoed. The red-haired man with a puzzled expression spoke. I can't understand it. His gaze questioned Kim Gongja. What did you do to her? Did you think she would hate you? Resent you? Kim Gongja retorted. Then why did she bow her head, kneeling without a single complaint? Are you asking why Preta decided to obey me without hesitation? He replied, his tone harboring a cruel truth. It's simply because Preta knows well, Kim Gongja revealed, a profound secret slowly being unveiled. He walked away decisively, his footsteps heavy on the ground. You'll know soon enough, Sword Emperor. The statement was full of hidden meaning, like a challenge. The system announced, searching for Demon King on floor 20. Demon King not found. Demon King confirmed absent. A terrifying truth was revealed. A temporal anomaly. Preta appeared in the middle of a peaceful village, where ordinary people were happily going about their lives. No, she cried out, witnessing the horrifying scene. Her familiar village was under attack, screams tearing through the air. Please, don't. She desperately covered her face, painful memories flooding back, unable to accept this cruel reality. The thundering of hooves, dust swirling. The army was approaching, bringing destruction to the innocent village. The village will once again, Preta pleaded, prostrate on the ground. I beg you. But then a voice rang out. All troops, halt! Sarbast Agam appeared. The Autumn Rain Demon King knelt prostrate, her eyes tightly shut, tears streaming down. She pleaded, desperately begging, whatever happens to me doesn't matter, please that person. The black-haired young man stood there, looking down at the kneeling girl. Behind him, the army had arrived, and the Autumn Rain Demon King continued to implore, please, my paradise." The Sword Emperor stood from afar, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scene. He subtly smirked, as if he had understood something. "So that's how it island." Kim Gongja looked straight ahead, his voice resolute. "I will do it." He continued like an oath. "A lord is responsible for protecting his vassals, isn't he?" The young man turned his back and walked away, leaving Preta still lying there. He spoke softly, yet full of hidden meaning. "Sorry for not paying attention. You've lost the bet too, so think about what your punishment will be in my stead." Standing before the village, Kim Gongja raised his hand to signal. His voice boomed, overpowering the sound of hooves. "All troops, halt!" A soldier in dark red armor bravely stepped forward, revealing himself. He roared, full of authority, "I am General Sarbast Ejim. Who dares to block our path?" Kim Gongja smirked, his eyes full of challenge. "Who knows?" Sarbast Ejim questioned. "Then let me ask in return, what business do you have in this remote corner?" He confidently declared, "This is the will of His Majesty, the Emperor." The general continued to explain, his tone full of indignation. "The Emperor heard that a witch here has incited virtuous people across the continent. With monsters deceived by the witch and fallen into the abyss of evil lurking here, how can His Majesty stand idly by?" Kim Gongja replied indifferently. "Is that so?" Meanwhile, Sarbast Ejim declared, "May everything be purified by the sacredness of fire." Kim Gongja looked at Sarbast Ejim, a blue light surrounding him. The young man affirmed, "I know who these people are." A series of images appeared. Knights, spirits, mages from different tower floors, along with explanations of their missions. More factions appeared. Merchants, cavalry, volcano warriors, all collaborating to punish at the Emperor's call. Sarbast Ejim was stunned, his eyes wide. He exclaimed, unable to believe his ears, "The people I saved!" A mysterious system notification appeared. Hero of the Frozen World. Difficulty, unknown. Along with it was the call, "O hero, even if the world cannot understand, justice is still justice, and devotion is still devotion." In this frozen world, will a young man still choose the path of a hero? Sarbast Ejim, the proud general, questioned Kim Gongja about his authority. "How dare you speak to an imperial general acting under imperial decree?" Kim Gongja replied with a sneer, his words sharp as knives. "What a ridiculous fellow! Do you think no one understands the situation better than you?" Sarbast Ejim was speechless, astonished. The general was furious, suspecting Kim Gongja was a witch's minion. But Kim Gongja had seen through Sarbast's past, thinking to himself, "The one who wants to overthrow the crown prince dares to call me insolent?" Sarbast Ejim continued to preach about the Emperor's grace, about how he had been elevated from a common net puller to a general. He wanted Kim Gongja to be grateful. The general tried to categorize Kim Gongja, assuming he came from the imperial palace, and questioned his purpose in causing division where everyone was united. Kim Gongja could no longer hold back. He roared, "You idiot! Do I look like the puppet of a deposed empress? It must be because you used to pull nets. That's why your eyes have holes." Sarbast Ejim's face paled, cold sweat streaming down. He stammered, unable to believe what he had just heard. "So who exactly sent you?" Kim Gongja faced Sarbast, his eyes burning. "You asked who I am, didn't you?" he growled, preparing for the grand spectacle. A dazzling light erupted from Kim Gongja's hand, enveloping the entire space. He stood tall, majestic, like a god descended to earth. Amidst the brilliant light, Kim Gongja declared grandly, "The emissary of the great founder Lafanta Ejim stands before you." The entire legion was shaken. Kim Gongja continued, his voice echoing, "I am well aware of the chaos within the imperial family and the crown prince's wicked deeds. I also know your loyalty to the empire. My criticism of you was to test your loyalty." Sarbast Ejim completely collapsed, trembling with remorse. "How could I? It was all to test my loyalty. I am truly foolish and could not overcome my impulsiveness. How can I atone for this sin?" Kim Gongja looked down at the kneeling Sarbast, ordering, "If there's nothing to be sad about, why do you still dare to look at me from horseback?" Sarbast immediately prostrated himself, filled with reverence. General Sarbast Ejim raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears, swearing absolute loyalty. "May the protector guard the rising sun, protect all things between sea and land. O Ejim Empire, may you shine forever." The entire legion, including Sarbast Ejim, prostrated themselves, bowing before Kim Gongja. "We, your humble servants, greet the founder's emissary." They chanted in unison, completely submissive. The entire Ejim legion knelt, chanting in unison, greeting the founder's emissary. Kim Gongja stood in the center, his expression nonchalant, thinking, wow. In his mind, the image of the Sword Emperor appeared, saying that Kim Gongja was not only good at talking nonsense, but also skilled at bluster. Kim Gongja smirked and replied, "Only just realizing it now? The Sword Emperor continued to explain that when wielding a sword, actual skill is not as important as confidence. Believe, be confident, especially important. Two faces met, Kim Gongja and the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's words echoed. It's the same with bluster. If you want to deceive your opponent, you must first deceive yourself. Kim Gongja looked down at the kneeling legion, the Sword Emperor's words like a prophecy. Remember this well. Bluster is all about confidence. Among the ranks, the soldiers, including the long-eared man and the green-haired woman, whispered doubts about the emissary's identity and the sword. Sarbast-Agim, having stood up, stepped forward, asking Kim Gongja for permission to ask a question. Kim Gongja coldly replied, "Go ahead." Sarbast-Agim asked why the emissary was here, when they had come to subdue the witch. Kim Gongja merely reminded him, "Remember well." Kim Gongja's eyes suddenly glowed red, a demonic smile spreading across his lips. He declared grandly, "Ho, soldiers, I've already subdued the witch." Sarbast-Agim and the soldiers were stunned. Kim Gongja decisively pointed forward. "Look over there!" A blonde girl, Preta, was sitting on the ground. The soldiers recognized her. "Esther, that's the witch of the outskirts." The soldiers began to shout, "Burn the witch! Kill her immediately!" Kim Gongja turned to Preta, ordering, "Preta, come here and kneel before these people." Preta trembled as she stood up, her legs wobbling as if about to fall. Then she collapsed to the ground, a heavy thud echoing. Kim Gongja coldly ordered, "Bow your head." He continued to force her. "Place your forehead on the ground." Preta was in pain, but could not resist. Preta writhed on the ground, a faint groan escaping her lips. Kim Gongja stood tall, his sword glowing at his hip, his cold gaze looking down. A dark red armored soldier witnessed the astonishing scene. Kim Gongja maintained a stern expression, ordering Preta, "Push yourself up from that position with both feet, and then curl up." His voice held no mercy. Preta remained sprawled, looking weak. A large question mark appeared, as if she didn't understand or couldn't comply. Kim Gongja asked again, his tone oppressive, "Did you not hear me?" Preta struggled to reply. I heard." She twisted her body, trying to perform the curling motion as ordered by Kim Gongja. Looking extremely distressed, Preta raised her head, her bloodshot eyes revealing exhaustion and indignation. Kim Gongja continued to order, giving her no moment of rest. "Now, do a handstand. Hurry up and do a handstand." Kim Gongja forced Preta to perform a series of harsh physical exercises. 20 jumping jacks, 10 squats, 10 push-ups, and a 20-second plank. She was exhausted, looking pathetic. Preta was utterly drained, lying flat on the ground, her hair disheveled. She gasped, I can't anymore. My body won't move." Kim Gongja remained cold. "Now do you understand?" Kim Gongja turned to the soldiers, his eyes sharp, his voice full of authority. "As you can see, the witch has been subdued by me," he declared grandly, full of self-satisfaction. Kim Gongja continued to assert, his tone full of confidence. "Now, no matter what happens, she cannot resist my command. She can no longer threaten the continent, so rest assured." Sarbast-Agim and the other soldiers were utterly astonished. Sarbast-Agim stammered, "If the emissary says so." Suddenly, another soldier shouted, "Wait! What the hell are you doing? We came here to subdue the witch." The white-armored soldier replied, "But according to the emissary, the witch has already been subdued." The crimson-armored soldier questioned, "How can you believe that?" He continued his attack, starting with the fact that the only proof that kid is the emissary of the great founder of the East is just a sword, right? Kim Gongja gripped his sword tightly, his eyes sharp. Kim Gongja, in his mind, retorted to the image of the red-haired Sword Emperor. "Do you dare doubt the authority of the Empire? Do you dare doubt that sword, the proof of the goddess's grace?" He questioned fiercely. Kim Gongja continued, "It seems you are placing the Pope's orders above even the founder." The image of the red-haired Sword Emperor remained stern, while a long-eared green-haired soldier stood beside Kim Gongja, utterly astonished. Kim Gongja, with a smug smirk, continued to manipulate the situation. He said, "I see. It seems the third prince you serve doesn't need the Pope's support." Around him, the soldiers began to murmur. Chaos erupted. A gray-armored soldier shouted, "Everyone, please stand back." The scene was chaotic, with arguments, and a giant monster with sharp fangs appeared, signaling a new threat. Amidst the encirclement, the cat-headed man spoke, his sharp gaze sweeping over Kim Gongja and the Autumn Rain Demon King. He declared the current issue was simple, requiring only 3 things to be determined: the young man's identity, the witch's identity, and whether he had truly subdued her. Kim Gongja smirked, questioning back. He wanted to know how the cat-headed man intended to verify those things. A battle of wits began. The cat-headed man replied, raising a cerulean orb that emitted an ethereal glow. "This is the soul orb bestowed by the Merfolk Emperor. With just a drop of blood, It will reveal the soul's true nature, good or evil. He boldly challenged. If that woman is indeed a witch, and you are the founder's emissary, then accept the challenge of this orb. His eyes were full of suspicion. The cat-headed man continued to explain the soul orb. The blood of a good soul would make it glow white, but the blood of an evil one would turn it into a pitch-black mass, devouring all light. The challenge echoed, pressing down. The autumn rain demon King and Kim Gongja stood opposite the soul orb, under the scrutinizing gaze of the cat-headed man. Now was the time for the truth to be revealed. All good and evil. Everything will be verified by this orb, the cat-headed man said, as if mocking. He compared it to renowned investigative magic, full of self-satisfaction. Kim Gongja calmly replied, acknowledging that the merfolk were skilled at crafting such items. All right, you can test me anytime. He showed no hesitation. The cat-headed man warned, his voice full of hidden meaning. I hope you won't regret it. All lies are useless before this orb. He was certain he would expose the truth. He turned to the autumn rain demon king, declaring, Then, let's verify this woman's soul first. His gaze was sharp, full of scrutiny. A sharp cut. The cat-headed man, without hesitation, slashed a line across the autumn rain demon king's hand. She cried out in pain, fresh blood beginning to seep out. Each drop of crimson blood fell, seeping into the soul orb. A fateful moment, all eyes fixed on the mystical item, awaiting the final verdict. The soul orb suddenly turned pitch black, and a gloomy aura rose. The cat-headed man exclaimed in horror, unable to believe it. How can there be such an evil soul? She is the demon king. The cat-headed man's face changed color, utterly terrified. He repeated his declaration, his voice trembling. So many crimes and ravages she has caused. She is definitely the demon king. After a moment of shock, the cat-headed man spun towards Kim Gongja, his eyes full of hatred. Now, it's your turn. He raised his hand, preparing to attack. The cat-headed man questioned Kim Gongja, asking if he was ready. The dark-haired young man calmly replied, I am always ready. A new battle was about to erupt. The cat-headed man grabbed Kim Gongja's hand, forcing him to make a deep cut. He growled, knowing that it's useless to cloak yourself in falsehoods. Now! The soul orb was pitch black, with only a flickering red speck of light, signaling an evil soul about to be exposed. A drop of Kim Gongja's fresh blood fell, dissolving into the black orb, like a confirmation of the naked truth. But then, the unbelievable happened. The soul orb suddenly burst into dazzling light, making the cat-headed man gasp in astonishment. This island! Pure light erupted, piercing through the night, dyeing the sky and the treetops golden, dispelling all gloom. A silver-armored soldier witnessed the scene, unable to help but exclaim in horror, What the hell is this? The green-haired woman was also stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Oh, the drop of water sent by the merfolk emperor! Why is such light emanating from the orb? The cat-headed man looked up, his eyes full of bewilderment, unable to comprehend. How can this soul? In that moment, Kim Gongja's image appeared resplendent, with wings of light behind him, holding a pure gem. He was the embodiment of light, forcing the cat-headed man and the soldiers to bow their heads. Kim Gongja calmly looked at the silver-armored soldier, asking if he recognized this shimmering soul. When the soldier was confused, he questioned, Why not? Can't you see, leader of the Holy Knights? The cat-headed man angrily slammed his hand down, shouting, This is why I said we cannot communicate with these vulgar humans. But then, a voice rang out. He is the founder's emissary. No, the goddess's apostle. Amidst the brilliant sunset, Kim Gongja crossed his arms, his face confidently declaring, Indeed, I am the goddess's apostle. The silver-armored soldiers murmured, She said he is light. What light? That thing glowed, and the sword is quite shiny too. Two merfolk also whispered, Clearly that's the sword used by Emperor Ajum or something. So, does he really come from some noble family? A silver-armored soldier remained unconvinced, shouting, No, I still don't believe it. Suppose he is the founder's emissary and light. Sarbast Agam appeared, his sharp gaze questioning, But then why in the world is he blocking our advance? Have you all forgotten? An armored hand pointed directly at the wooden house, a cold declaration echoing, We must burn that place down. The sunset died, the sky red, signaling an impending crackdown. Another hand gripped Kim Gongja's arm tightly. A sharp voice rang out, questioning, The Pope isn't just worried about the witch. The heretics who follow her cannot escape divine punishment either. The autumn rain demon king stood beside him, her face pained. But her questioning continued relentlessly. Even if he truly is the goddess's messenger, he must be the one to lead in carrying out divine punishment. Amidst the accusations, Kim Gongja merely curved his lips slightly, his gaze unusually calm. It's fine. A red-haired man roared in fury, His face contorted. The best lie is always 90% truth and 10% falsehood. He seemed not to believe Kim Gongja's words. Kim Gongja turned, his sharp gaze fixed on the armored soldier. Temple Paladin, watch your words. How divine punishment is carried out is for me to decide. The young man raised his finger high, a swirl of dark energy coiling around it. I have purged all sins, and divine punishment has been carried out. He stood between two colossal skeletons, raising his hand into the air. Let me show you. A terrifying sight appeared. Hundreds of dry skeletons rose, surrounding the soldiers. Screams of terror echoed. Demons! Demons! A silver-armored soldier was stunned, his eyes wide with horror. Oh my God! These hideous creatures! How could? Amidst the chaos, Kim Gongja remained calm, standing beside the Autumn Rain Demon King. That is my business. He pointed towards the skeletons, his voice full of authority. Look, how can the witch be the only evil one in this world? These are all sinners I have annihilated one by one, devils almost as wicked as She Island. The young man raised his head, his gaze resolute. The goddess has commanded me to act on her behalf, to eradicate the evil rampant everywhere. Suppressing all sins and imprisoning demons in hell is my mission. You are witnessing the hell I have created. The long-eared man was utterly astonished, his face clearly showing his shock. Good heavens! The messenger did all this alone, without us ever knowing? Kim Gongja merely nodded slightly, his eyes profound. That's right, another soldier exclaimed with awe. Oh my God! No one recognized your efforts. A hell of this scale, created by a mortal like you, alone? Kim Gongja replied, yes. Kim Gongja stood tall amidst the dry skeletons, declaring his mission. He was the one who created this hell, and it was his work. The Autumn Rain Demon King, imprisoned, could only watch in agony. Tears streamed down the Demon King's face as Kim Gongja continued. He said that the wicked had been suppressed, and they would forever suffer in his shadow. He was their hell. A silver-armored soldier realized with shock that the esteemed apostle had been silently saving them all this time. Kim Gongja simply confirmed, affirming the undeniable truth. In a fleeting memory, the image of the red-haired sword emperor appeared, declaring there was nothing left to teach. His words held disappointment, that this master was too pure to manage a rebellious one like him. Kim Gongja chuckled softly, looking at his hand, where the skeletal specters were rising. He told himself he still had much to learn from his master's wicked nature. Then he declared, this was the will of the goddess of retribution. The silver-armored soldier, still skeptical, cautiously asked if these disgusting demons had truly been safely sealed. He feared Kim Gongja was acting against the goddess's will. The black-haired young man raised an eyebrow, understanding the soldier's concern. He snapped his fingers, asking in return, so you want to confirm for yourself that I have undeniably imprisoned these creatures, correct? Kim Gongja pointed at a skeleton, making the silver-armored soldier flinch. What are you going to do with this skeleton? He asked. The black-haired young man replied, let me resolve all your doubts. Kim Gongja gave a command, and the dry skeleton began to transform. Dark energy swirled, regenerating its body, as if time was reversing, returning it to its original form. In a flash, the skeleton transformed into a long, black-haired man with a ponytail. He shrieked in horror, his golden eyes blazing with extreme fear. Kim Gongja snapped his fingers again. The black-haired man, now with flesh and blood, was controlled by an invisible force, beginning to dance grotesquely. He tried to resist, but in vain. Forced to dance, the newly resurrected man screamed wildly, curses and threats against Kim Gongja echoing everywhere. He swore he would kill the young man. The silver-armored soldier witnessed the horrifying scene, his face clearly showing his shock. He couldn't believe his eyes as the newly resurrected man continued to shriek threats wildly. Kim Gongja calmly looked at the soldiers, asking if they were still worried. He affirmed that the demons could never defy his commands. The silver-armored soldier, now completely convinced, bowed respectfully. He asked the name of the esteemed apostle. Kim Gongja's image reflected on his sword blade. Kim Gongja curved his lips slightly, replying softly, my name is Gongja. The simple name echoed, concluding the powerful display. The crowd of soldiers, the long-eared man, all bowed low, chanting Kim Gongja's name in unison. Cherry blossom petals drifted down, like a welcome for the new king. A system notification appeared, brilliant and overwhelming. Congratulations. The screen continued to display, confirming the achievement. You have cleared the normal stage. Next was an astonishing achievement. You have cleared the hidden quest, Hero of the Frozen World. And finally, the affirmation of absolute power. You have cleared the boss stage. The system exploded with notifications. Cleared by a one-person team, Death King. Kim Gongja smirked, his eyes full of self-satisfaction, while the Autumn Rain Demon King stood beside him. Another notification appeared, explaining the reward. Reward will be granted in 24 hours after entering floor 21. The black-haired man with the ponytail shrieked in rage, calling Kim Gong-ja a madman. But he just laughed loudly, replying defiantly, "Who cares if I'm mad or not?" Kim Gong-ja explained, his tone proud. "I cleared all floors up to the 20th floor using my desired method." Below, a fierce battle was raging. He continued to assert, his gaze sharp. Not a single hunter died in the process. Not one person from the empire or continent had to lose their life. Kim Gong-ja placed his hand on the Autumn Rain Demon King's head, and the girl bowed slightly. He said, "And I even saved this kid." He gently stroked her head, continuing to ponder. "The 20th floor would probably have been cleared on its own even if I did nothing." He explained the nature of the tower, about different outcomes. Because the village being burned down and disappearing is also a kind of ending. As long as there's a suitable outcome, the tower doesn't care if it's a good or bad ending, he concluded. This is not a world predetermined by the tower. Kim Gong-ja stood looking up at the clear blue sky, his gaze distant. He declared, "And that's not an ending that came because there were no other options." He stood between the Autumn Rain Demon King and the Sword Emperor, his tone resolute. "Today, rain will not fall from the sky, and fire will not engulf the earth. Simply put, that is the ending I chose." Kim Gong-ja frowned, denying the teasing about wanting recognition, while the system announced that the 21st floor would open in 24 hours. He confidently declared his desire for everyone's recognition, despite the brilliant fireworks and the Sword Emperor angrily calling him a greedy bastard. The Sword Emperor roared, completing his title, "Death King." Meanwhile, a purple-haired girl hugged Kim Gong-ja tightly, cherry blossoms fluttering around. The purple-haired girl, the Black Dragon Witch, giggled, teasing Kim Gong-ja for being crazy, making him cry out in pain from being hugged too tightly. A gray-haired man watched from a distance. The Black Dragon Witch still held him tightly, continuously amazed that he had cleared the 20th floor in just 5 days, then pulled out her phone and told him to look. She explained that she had quickly gone down to the first floor to screenshot articles, breaking news about him being called the Death King, and the outside world going crazy for him. The Black Dragon Witch continued, saying that all the headlines revolved around Kim Gong-ja, about his origins and how he became a ranked individual in the blink of an eye, which surprised him. Kim Gong-ja, stunned, asked her if she had taken all those pictures herself, and the Black Dragon Witch smiled brightly, proudly replying, "Of course." He was surprised to realize she had teleported down to the first floor just to show him the articles, and the system confirmed the teleportation. Kim Gong-ja couldn't believe it, asking the Black Dragon Witch again if she had meticulously searched for and screenshotted each article like that. The Black Dragon Witch proudly confirmed, face to face with him, revealing that he was now the second-ranked hunter and the most powerful figure in the tower. She warned him not to read the comments because envious people had terrorized that section, but still praised his casualty-free achievement as extraordinary. Kim Gong-ja blushed, secretly wondering if she was an angel or a goddess, while the Sword Emperor, standing nearby, muttered, calling him a madman. The Black Dragon Witch excitedly handed him a newspaper, pointing to the front page and declaring that he had made it to the front page. She emphasized that this was the first time in the tower's history that someone had jumped from unranked to third place in a single go. The Black Dragon Witch congratulated the Death King, saying that he was now the representative for all hunters. The Black Dragon Witch twisted a piece of paper, smiling brightly, reminding Kim Gong-ja to pay more attention to his demeanor from now on. He asked again in surprise. She continued to explain that even as an independent hunter, he had joined the top 5 guilds, ranking 3rd, so he needed a guildmaster title. Kim Gong-ja mused, repeating guildmaster, his expression thoughtful. The gray-haired man interjected, saying that if he wanted to be a lone wolf, they wouldn't force him. Kim Gong-ja immediately asked if he was talking bad about him. Kim Gong-ja looked outside, seeing a group of soldiers and a long-eared, green-haired girl. He wondered about them, and the Black Dragon Witch explained that they were soldiers from across the continent. Kim Gong-ja turned to the blonde saintess, beginning a long story. She listened in silence. He recounted that after defeating the Demon King, a group of NPCs invaded the 20th floor. He used skills and items to trick them into believing he was the founder's messenger, causing them to retreat. Kim Gong-ja smirked, saying that thanks to this, he had cleared the floor without bloodshed. The Black Dragon Witch smiled brightly, expressing her joy that thanks to him, they could trade with this continent. She looked at the soldiers outside, saying that they would no longer have to bow to the old geezers in the outside world, who always used food to manipulate prices. The gray-haired man and the Black Dragon Witch continued to discuss the unfairness of trade between the tower and the outside world. She secretly thought about her initial impression of him. The Black Dragon Witch asked Kim Gong-ja if the Black Dragon Hunters could begin trading with this continent. He confidently replied, "Of course." Kim Gong-ja smiled meaningfully, declaring that he would lend his name, proclaiming himself the founder's messenger and the goddess's apostle in this world. The Black Dragon Witch was surprised, asking what he wanted in return for this attractive offer. Kim Gong-ja made a cold demand. The 20th floor. The blonde saintess standing behind him was stunned. The map of the 20th floor appeared, and Kim Gong-ja asserted that he wanted all the land on that floor to be his property. The Black Dragon Witch made an offer. In exchange for him giving up floors 11 to 19, he could share the profits with other hunters. But this was too big a request, beyond her authority. The Black Dragon Witch was puzzled. Floor 20 had no value, so why did he want it? But Kim Gong-ja just gave a faint smile and declared, "I prefer real estate over money. Land is the best." The Black Dragon Witch decided to summon the guild leaders for a meeting on floor 1. Kim Gong-ja simply nodded, agreeing to all arrangement. Just when everything seemed settled, Kim Gong-ja unexpectedly spoke up, asking a question he had harbored for a long time. A man with black hair tied in a high bun and a goatee suddenly shot up into the sky, muttering incomprehensibly, "What the hell? Haven't you seen anything about the Black Dragon Witch?" A blinding light enveloped them, and the entire group instantly teleported, heading straight for the city on floor 1. The Black Dragon Witch asked if he wanted to meet at the old cafe. Kim Gong-ja replied indifferently. To him, any place was the same. Although it had only been 5 days for others, for Kim Gong-ja, this was his first return after hundreds of long days. His steps were heavy with contemplation. He let out a deep sigh, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. "I finally realized that I've cleared this floor," he mumbled, a mix of relief and bewilderment. The Black Dragon Witch smiled meaningfully, as if she knew everything beforehand. "You will probably realize much more soon. As I said, everyone in the tower is going crazy because of you," she warned, her eyes sharp. "You should get ready." Kim Gong-ja was surprised. And then a chaotic crowd surged forward, cheers echoing, "They're here! It's the Death King!" "The Witch and the Sword Saint are with him." Whispers and speculations arose. "That means he must be." The entire crowd chanted in unison, confirming his identity. "The Death King." Kim Gong-ja stood there, facing their scrutinizing gazes. A barrage of questions poured in. "Are the rumors true? Did you clear floor 20 by yourself? What's your relationship with the Black Dragon Witch?" Kim Gong-ja stammered, flustered by the encirclement. The Black Dragon Witch coldly ordered, "Don't say a word." She knew he had never dealt with the media, mysterious figure, or superstar. The Black Dragon Witch turned her back, her eyes sharp. "Which image do you want to choose? A mysterious figure or a superstar?" She warned that once chosen, it would be very difficult to change. "Decide, and don't regret it." She explained that being a superstar required social media and a personal secretary. The Black Dragon Guild could handle personnel and security. Kim Gong-ja secretly thought that he just wanted to act on his own, far away from this mess. The brown-haired young man asked again, "So what about being a mysterious figure?" The Black Dragon Witch smiled enigmatically. The answer was simple. Her face briefly showed a cold expression, her deep purple eyes unreadable. "Learn to be emotionless." The words were light, yet carried 1,000 pounds of weight, she explained. "No social media, television, or live streams. Only 1 to 2 interviews per year with reporters," she approved. Kim Gong-ja was surprised. "Is that all?" The Black Dragon Witch sneered. He still didn't understand how difficult it was. Attention is a drug, one of the most addictive things in the world. She said people were happy with the attention of a few dozen. But now, a few words from him would make millions react. Very few could resist this drug. A breaking news headline. "The Death King just cleared floor 20. "It's all meaningless," the Black Dragon Witch coldly declared. But the gray-haired man chuckled. "It feels good anyway." She turned to Kim Gong-ja. "What do you want to do, KD?" Kim Gong-ja looked forward, his gaze resolute. "I want to be recognized." He wasn't sure, but that feeling was far superior to merely receiving attention. He was satisfied with the attention from those around him. But from millions of people, he didn't want attention, but recognition. A fleeting memory of familiar faces flashed by. The Black Dragon Witch gave a radiant smile, saying she didn't think the two were different, but still respected his decision. "I'm glad you're that kind of person." Surrounded by cameras and microphones, Kim Gong-ja asked again, "So how do I learn to be emotionless?" The Black Dragon Witch leaned in and whispered, "I'll tell you a secret." She recounted a painful memory. Her father died in a civil war. Soldiers pursued them, and he stayed behind to block them, telling her to just run and never look back. She ran, never once turning her head. Even as gunshots echoed behind her, she didn't regret the decision to flee as a child, but wondered, why didn't she turn back? Whenever I need to maintain an emotionless facade, I remember that moment. The memory of running until her chest ached wiped away all emotion from her face. Kim Gong-ja faced the sea of people and camera flashes. The Black Dragon Witch believed he also had at least one or two similar memories. A burning image appeared, Kim Gong-ja embracing a female figure amidst a sea of flames, hinting at a tragic past. The Black Dragon Witch mused, her deep purple eyes thoughtful. You learn quickly. The remark held many implications, like a prophecy for what was to come. The dark brown-haired young man faced the blinding camera flashes, a confident smile on his lips. You'll get used to this soon enough, he said, as if already too familiar with the world's attention. The door opened, welcoming the trio of Kim Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Witch, and the gray-haired man. A hand waved, and laughter rang out. Welcome! In a luxurious room, the blonde-haired countess in white armor exclaimed in surprise, I can't believe you cleared floor 20 inches just 5 days. This is the greatest breakthrough. I shall call you the Death King. The dark brown-haired young man smiled back, his expression full of hidden meaning. I'm simply living a righteous life. The gentle words made the countess ponder. Kim Gong-ja looked around, his smile still in place. Anyway, long time no see. It's good to see everyone again. Is everyone doing well? He asked, as if they had been separated for a very long time. Viper, the dark-skinned, black-haired woman holding a pipe, frowned. What do you mean, long time no see? It's only been 5 days. We've been staying quietly in the Imperial Palace. But then the NPCs started moving, the countess suddenly realized. It must have been when I defeated the Demon King on floor 12. The NPCs thought we were enemies invading the palace. Guards and knights chased us. It was terrifying. The man with the eye patch laughed loudly, patting the countess's head. But this shorty has many tricks. We let ourselves get caught, then escape from prison. Who knew there was a secret tunnel under the dungeon? So childish. The Black Dragon Witch sighed, a helpless expression on her face. Right. You once told me you were kidnapped by the Bulgarian mafia as a child. Prison, dungeon, escape. All part of your glorious childhood? That's insane. All right, I get it. Everyone has an amazing life in the outside world. The round table gathered extraordinary individuals. The Black Dragon Witch continued to recount each person's past. The Countess was born in a dilapidated Indian village. Viper's parents ran a crime family. And the knight went through a tough time in Venezuela. The Countess lightly pursed her lips, a faraway look in her eyes. The outside world considers all of us here to be the scum of society. Isn't that right? I don't think this is something we should be talking about here. Kim Gong-ja looked directly at her, his gaze firm. So I should understand that you want to consider the Death King as one of you? He asked, his words full of weight. The Black Dragon Witch nodded in confirmation. That's right. You may not know it, but the Death King plays a crucial role in our advancement in the tower. Memories resurfaced. Kim Gong-ja and the Black Dragon Witch fought side by side. In this raid, we had no casualties. Don't forget how many hunters were present on the 11th floor. The Black Dragon Witch looked straight ahead, her deep purple eyes fixed, her hands clasped tightly. I want to turn this man into the representative hero of our tower. It was a firm declaration. Viper, the dark-skinned woman, exhaled smoke, her eyes sharp. Countess, you're being too greedy. I can't refute that. Golden coins floated around, hinting at insatiable greed. The blonde heretic inquisitor smiled brightly, but the words were cold. Heretic inquisitor, you have killed too many people, he replied, his tone excited. That's right. Those were necessary sacrifices. A white-armored knight holding a glass of water turned his face away. Knight, you don't like attention. The words rang out, followed by the remark, he's too conceited. The man with the eye patch sat there, his eyes sharp and cold. As for Viper, you. The words hung in the air, and tension filled the atmosphere. He continued bluntly, I'm sorry. You're too ugly. An awkward silence enveloped them. The frank words like a splash of cold water. The gray-haired man pondered, his arms crossed. As everyone knows, the Sword Saint is an old man obsessed with swords. And I'm not a good choice either, because I have to do a lot of work in the shadows. Kim Gong-ja sat there, his gaze firm. On the other hand, the Death King still doesn't have any public image. He was the trump card, a blank slate waiting to be written upon. The Heretic Inquisitor nodded thoughtfully, a worried expression on his face. That's right. We've been in the public eye for too long. The public has lost interest. Magazine sales about the outside world of hunters have plummeted. 2 blonde women, Heretic Inquisitors, surrounded Kim Gong-ja, one saying, he's a bit short, but it's fine. We can just edit the photos. The other bombarded him with questions about his love life. Kim Gong-ja was flustered. I don't have. They exclaimed, then no worries about scandals. Perfect. Whispers arose. When he smiles, he looks like a scoundrel. It's better to create a mysterious image. It would be bad if he doesn't date anyone. He'd be prone to strange rumors. Kim Gong-ja frowned, then replied, it's fine. I'll handle that. The whispers continued. So there'll be a script where they fall in love after 5 days? Sounds interesting. I've anonymously donated to an orphanage. Just say the Death King has been a benefactor all along. Kim Gong-ja sighed. Great. Thanks. The Black Dragon Witch placed a hand on the Heretic Inquisitor's shoulder, saying, First, call a stylist and a photographer. We need at least one photo for the media today." The blonde woman was surprised. Kim Gong-ja, flustered, asked the Black Dragon Witch, "Aren't we supposed to be building a mysterious image? Do I really need a stylist for that?" The Black Dragon Witch smiled, clasping her hands. "Just for today. The whole world wants to know about you." Her words were an undeniable affirmation. Under the camera flashes, Kim Gong-ja had his hair styled by a stylist, while a photographer constantly directed him, "Look here, perfect! This time, hold the sword! Look like a predatory wolf!" He tensed up, an annoyed expression on his face. Kim Gong-ja posed with the sword, his eyes sharp. The photographer continuously took photos. The Black Dragon Witch and the Heretic Inquisitor stood nearby, discussing. "He looks quite unexpected in a suit. Or should we portray him as a young man with a burning passion for adventure?" The red-haired man laughed gleefully, but Kim Gong-ja merely let out a disdainful himph. Laughter echoed throughout the room, the red-haired man rolling around. Kim Gong-ja, however, was furious, veins bulging on his forehead as he ripped off his elegant suit jacket. "Damn it!" Kim Gong-ja roared, his frustration exploding. 3 women stood in the distance, quietly observing his outburst. He yelled, "A hunter's duty is to climb the tower. Why are you wasting time on these silly images and photo shoots? You've been stuck on the 10th floor for years because of this." The other 4, including Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry and 3 women, calmly listened, their eyes full of contemplation at the Death King's outburst of rage. "That's a good line," the Heretic Inquisitor said with a smile. The Black Dragon Witch added, "A hunter's duty is to climb the tower. We were that passionate when we were young too." He growled, "Stop! I'm here for the 20th floor. I'll yield control of the 11th to 19th floors to you, and in return, the 20th floor will be mine." While Kim Gong-ja still grumbled, Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry calmly listened to the PR proposals from the women regarding the Death King's donations to the orphanage. Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry sighed. "Let it go, young man. This also happened when I was ranked first. These children want to prove to the outside world that they're fine, but in reality, it's an inferiority complex. Let's go." Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry stood up, his tone decisive. Kim Gong-ja looked back, a surprised look in his eyes. "Then let's run." Kim Gong-ja led the way, and together with Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry and the red-haired man, they sped away, leaving a powerful aura in their wake. The Black Dragon Witch hastily instructed, "There's a press conference tomorrow. Remember to be back before morning. Go by jumping over rooftops. Don't get caught. Be careful." Marcus Callenberry stood on the towering rooftop, while Kim Gong-ja gasped softly in surprise as he looked down. "Sword Saint, why are you here?" the silver-armored soldier exclaimed in surprise. Marcus Callenberry calmly replied, "Can you leave your post for 5 minutes?" The silver-armored soldier stammered, then suddenly realized something and asked again, Are you the Death King?" Kim Gong-ja, with a slightly surprised expression, gave a slight nod of confirmation. "Ah, yes." The silver-armored soldier exclaimed in surprise, rummaging through his bag for something. He had never met the Death King in the flesh, and his excitement was evident in every gesture. "Oh my God!" He awkwardly held out a small notebook, apologizing for only having so little paper. "Could you sign this?" Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry stood nearby, thoughtfully asking the young man's name, while Kim Gong-ja seemed a little surprised. The silver-armored soldier didn't wait for an answer, his eyes sparkling with hope. "But please, Death King, could you give me an autograph?" The request was sincere, full of admiration. Kim Gong-ja was momentarily flustered, having never signed an autograph before. He hesitated, while the silver-armored soldier pleaded earnestly, "I'll die for it. Please, I beg you." His fervor was unbelievable. The young man finally took the pen, making the first stroke on the white page. His hand trembled slightly, but the handwriting was still graceful, beginning to form a name. The name Death King gradually appeared on the page, each stroke of ink seemingly carving a legend. The silver-armored soldier stared, his eyes shining with joy. "Thank you very much," the silver-armored soldier exclaimed, clutching the notebook like a family heirloom. He swore to keep it as a family legacy, while Kim Gong-ja and the Sword Emperor could only watch. Under the shadow of the ancient church, Kim Gong-ja and Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry faced each other. The Sword Emperor broke the silence, calling the young man's name, his tone full of contemplation. Kim Gong-ja looked directly into the Sword Emperor's eyes, his voice calm. "To you, I must look like someone who has killed many people." He didn't shy away from the truth, but faced it coldly. Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry replied, his gaze sharp. "If you look in a mirror, you'll see that you are also a mass murderer." It was a frank, uncompromising statement that silenced Kim Gong-ja. "But you probably don't punish yourself for that," the Sword Emperor continued, "because you have clear criteria, only punishing those who have harmed many people." He looked into the distance, as if contemplating the world's rules. I also have my own criteria, Kim Gongja said, his eyes firm. That is to punish those who will harm many people in the future. He took a step, the sword at his hip gently tapping its sheath. So, Sword Saint, our paths are not so different. Kim Gongja hadn't finished speaking when the Sword Emperor cut him off, his voice decisive. You don't need to convince me like that. Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry looked up at the towering spire, his voice pensive. I am different from other hunters. Those high-ranked ones, they are just spoiled children from the outside world. I was born and raised in luxury, having everything I wanted, the Sword Emperor continued, his eyes full of nostalgia. I always wondered if my success truly came from my own abilities, or if it was just because everything was handed to me. I don't want to accept that, the Sword Emperor said, drawing his sword from its sheath. I have the pride that I rose by my own efforts. Kim Gongja understood. So, that's why you entered the tower. The Sword Emperor nodded slightly, and a skill card suddenly appeared. The detective's eyes skill, rank B, appeared, allowing him to see the number of lives killed. But Kim Gongja was pensive. He had once declared that he only trusted his own hands and eyes. Yet now, he was beginning to rely on things called skills. Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry looked directly at the young man, asking his final question. Have you ever taken the life of an innocent being? The old man's sharp gaze awaited the answer. I understand, he murmured. Indeed, the Sword Emperor had said there was no need to convince him with reason. Death King, speak with your heart, not your head. And Kim Gongja, with unwavering resolve, simply replied, no. The black-haired young man looked directly at the Sword Saint, stating firmly, I have never done that. Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry turned away, his gaze distant, looking towards the fiery horizon. He spoke in a low voice, a vow echoing, and I will never do that either. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor lunged forward, drawing his sword. A blinding flash of light erupted, engulfing the space, terrifying power shooting out in all directions. The shockwave spread, as if the whole world was trembling before his might. Kim Gongja stood stunned, his eyes wide at the magnificent sight. Shimmering golden energy fragments flew around him. The young man told himself, I will trust these eyes. Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry sheathed his sword, his gaze gentler. He smiled and said, You've worked hard these past 5 days. Thank you for enduring this old man's stubbornness. The Sword Emperor turned and walked away, his figure gradually receding. Kim Gongja watched him, thinking to himself, I should have said it sooner, but going through floors 12 to 19 with you was truly enjoyable. The Sword Emperor turned back and instructed, Go rest. Floor 21 will open right after the press conference concludes tomorrow. I look forward to seeing your performance on the next floor, Death King. A spectacular leap. Sword Emperor Marcus Callenberry launched himself from the building, leaving a dazzling streak of light in mid-air, disappearing into the descending night. The red-haired man with his hair tied high turned to Kim Gongja, his face surprised. Hey, Sword Emperor, the Sword Saint just acknowledged me, didn't he? Kim Gongja nodded. I think so. Kim Gongja sank to his knees, sighing in relief, his gun beside him. He groaned. Fuck, it's finally over. Sitting on the ground, Kim Gongja explained, Floor 20 is mine now. The guild masters will handle the media. So, yeah, everything's over. The red-haired man frowned. What do you mean over? You talk as if you've cleared floor 50. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Kim Gongja's eyes, glowing golden. The Protector Goddess is astonished by your achievement. A series of divine notifications poured down. The Protector Goddess acknowledges all your actions. The Protector Goddess deems you worthy of becoming her apostle. Kim Gongja and the red-haired man were both stunned. What the hell? The young man exclaimed. Suddenly, a divine notification appeared. The Protector Goddess declared that Kim Gongja was allowed to continue using her power. The black-haired young man was bewildered, not understanding the meaning of the recent declaration, only able to utter a sound of surprise. Another notification appeared. The Protector Goddess asked him to look down. The young man frowned, muttering, down, in confusion, then followed the instruction. The Protector Goddess continued to instruct, telling him to look a little to the left. A blinding flash of light suddenly appeared, leaving Kim Gongja utterly stunned. The Protector Goddess was pouring out all her power, a divine light engulfing the tower. In that moment, Kim Gongja suddenly realized a terrifying truth. He stared at the object before him, a glowing dragon-shaped gun, and exclaimed, You are her? The Guardian Goddess confirmed that she had always been by his side, hidden in the form of a gun. The scene shifted to a TV screen, where reporters were chattering about the rising star who had conquered the 20th floor. On screen, Kim Gongja and the Black Dragon Witch flew hand in hand, with reporters asserting that he was the Death King. Then came a scene of the Death King delivering a fatal blow, defeating the 11th floor boss monster in an instant. The young man sat on the sofa, stroking the gun, listening to the praises of his one-shot boss kill feat. As the reporter prepared to show the next scene, Kim Gong-ja quickly grabbed the remote. He abruptly turned off the TV, angering the red-haired man.
Why turn it off? I was watching. I'm dying of embarrassment here,
Kim Gong-ja yelled. Kim Gong-ja was utterly embarrassed. His cheeks flushed. He yelled for her to stop, but the guardian goddess showed no mercy, repeating the words he had once shouted on the city wall. The guardian goddess continued to expose him, recounting the eloquent words he had once spoken, from caring for the empire to subduing the autumn rain demon king. Kim Gong-ja could only groan and beg. The guardian goddess had not finished speaking, irritating Kim Gong-ja. He raised the glowing sword, as if to put an end to this self-praise session. The black-haired young man glared, holding the sword and a piece of cloth. "You brought this upon yourself," he growled, his face full of annoyance. The sword suddenly shone brightly, as if the guardian goddess sensed danger. She hastily asked him to stop, her tone full of worry. Kim Gong-ja sighed in relief, a triumphant smile on his face. He casually wiped the sword clean, his expression full of self-satisfaction. Finally, "You're quiet," he mumbled, a smile still lingering on his lips. The system screen was now empty. He stared at the sword, wondering, "So, you're a constellation? But why a sword? Did you merge with it?" He recalled other constellations, like the Autumn Rain Demon King, those who governed the tower floors. "I've seen monsters turn into constellations, but I've never seen an item be a constellation." The guardian goddess seemed to shake her head, denying his speculation. The sword vibrated slightly, emitting a soft light. The guardian goddess explained, "Constellations are symbols of the world. She was once a holy spirit, worshipped as a deity. But then, the founder of the empire, Lefanta Agem, sealed her, splitting her soul into 5 swords. This sword in particular was the divine idol. 5 sacred swords appeared. Divine idol, mercy, prayer, sacrifice, salvation. The guardian goddess declared that if all 5 were gathered, she would regain her peak power. He pondered, realizing this sword was just a fragment. To unleash her full power, he had to find the other 4. How interesting. "So, where are the other sister swords?" he asked. The black-haired young man grew impatient, calling out, "Hey, goddess," I asked, "where are the other sister swords?" The guardian goddess remained silent, as if evading the question. "So you don't know?" Kim Gong-ja retorted. She quickly justified that she could sense them if they were nearby. Kim Gong-ja held the sword, listening to the guardian goddess say he possessed 1/5 of her power. He impatiently asked, "So, sword goddess, what can you do?" He already knew that. Was there anything else? Suddenly, the dragon sword shone blindingly, startling Kim Gong-ja, who cried out in pain. The young man covered his face, eyes tightly shut, complaining, "My eyes." The guardian goddess still boasted about her ability to glow. He angrily asked what else she could do besides shine and receive support from the empire. The guardian goddess confidently declared she was good at destroying monsters, then quickly added that she was also good at handling humans. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. A purple-haired girl opened the door, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Kim Gong-ja replied curtly, "I'm fine." The girl was still not entirely convinced. Kim Gong-ja, now changed, told the girl that the press conference would start in 5 minutes, followed by the opening of the 21st floor. He instructed her to give a perfunctory answer and then go straight to that floor. The girl replied yes, enthusiastically. The Black Dragon Witch smiled, praising Kim Gong-ja for always being so good at saying yes, then reminded him not to be late. Kim Gong-ja turned and walked away, his eyes sharp as if contemplating something, leaving a lasting impression. He interrogated the guardian goddess again, concluding that she was useless apart from glowing. The goddess tried to refute that harsh opinion. Kim Gong-ja bluntly gave her a new name, Radiance, saying that titles like Holy Sword or Guardian Goddess were just a waste. The dragon sword growled. He also mocked her for not being able to protect her own country. The young man roared, his head already overloaded with the Sword Emperor, and now she was being noisy, giving him a headache. He ordered her not to speak to him from now on unless absolutely necessary. The guardian goddess was about to say something, but Kim Gong-ja cut her off, threatening to return her to the Agem Empire if she didn't stay silent. The sword still growled. "Do you understand, Radiance?" Kim Gong-ja calmly held the sword, which was now obedient. He smiled with satisfaction as Radiance replied, "Yes, hero." The sky was clear blue. The countdown clock read 1 hour 31 minutes and 24 seconds. A press conference was underway, flashbulbs flickering, reporters jostling. The Black Dragon Witch appeared splendidly at the press conference, the excited cheers of reporters echoing as they asked her to look their way. Black Dragon Witch. She confidently announced that she had successfully conquered floors 11 to 20, an astonishing achievement praised by the media. The reporters burst into laughter. A brown-haired man and a short-haired woman cheerfully applauded. The Black Dragon Witch's voice rang out. thanking the media for helping her promote without spending a dime. But Kim Gong-ja's gaze remained cold. The Black Dragon Witch continued, asserting that the most prideful achievement wasn't conquering the 10th or 20th floor at a terrifying speed. The Black Dragon Witch's radiant smile appeared. "Not a single casualty," she declared, her voice full of pride that what made her happiest was that not a single life was lost. Amidst the dazzling camera flashes, the Black Dragon Witch raised her hand, signaling everyone to bow down and look at their feet. At their feet, in Babylon Square, names were deeply carved into each stone slab. These were the names of those who had fallen, the predecessors who had sacrificed their lives to conquer the tower. From the second to the third floor, countless names had been inscribed. The Black Dragon Witch looked down, her voice full of emotion. "I am truly happy to be able to declare before them that today, not a single name had to be added to this square." She raised both hands, and the crowd erupted in cheers, shouting the Black Dragon Witch's title. Kim Gong-ja stood there, his gaze casually sweeping across. He thought to himself, everything was going so smoothly, to the point where he didn't even need to lift a finger. The countdown clock continued to tick coldly. This is why knowing which side to choose is important. A resonant reminder, full of calculation. The Black Dragon Witch slightly furrowed her brow. She wanted to quickly end this press conference to proceed straight to the 21st floor. A reporter named John Evans from Babylon Daily News quickly pushed forward, introducing himself and attracting the Black Dragon Witch's attention. But John Evans did not point the microphone at the Black Dragon Witch. He turned to Kim Gong-ja, questioning, "I have a question for the Death King, the new rank 3. Kim Gong-ja was surprised. John Evans continued, mentioning his rapid ascent in rank and the rumor that he was a terrifying rookie secretly trained by major guilds. He vehemently questioned, claiming Kim Gong-ja was a fake hero created by major guilds. John Evans also said that he had monopolized the 20th floor, and the guilds were trying to take over all floors from 11 to 20. The Black Dragon Witch clicked her tongue, realizing John Evans was trying to provoke. She turned to Kim Gong-ja, reassuring him, "He's just trying to cause trouble. Don't answer. I'll handle it." But Kim Gong-ja shook his head resolutely. "No," he said. People like that would never stop appearing. He needed to make his stance clear, even if just once. Kim Gong-ja brushed aside the reassurance, his gaze firm and direct. "It's fine. I have my own way." He knew this was the time to face it himself. The Black Dragon Witch could only sigh, covering her face. "Don't overdo it. I can cover up most mistakes." She worried for the young man. In the square packed with reporters, John Evans stood there, his gaze sharp and cold. Beside him, a short-haired, brown-haired girl also watched, her expression serious. Kim Gong-ja retorted, his voice full of hidden meaning. "But if you go too far, I won't be able to control the media. No one is as obedient as I am. You know I'm a prophet." He cleared his throat, testing the mic. Mic test. 1, 2. "Hello, everyone. I am the hunter known as the Death King. It's a pleasure to meet you all." A cold, confident introduction. John Evans immediately cut him off, his gaze scrutinizing. "Your name, Island. John Evans, right?" "Yes." He tried to take control of the interview. John Evans's gaze suddenly flared with an overwhelming power. This look is truly too overwhelming. But Kim Gong-ja knew there was only one way to respond. "I think everyone's worries are due to my incompetence," Kim Gong-ja calmly declared. John Evans was stunned. "What?" He hadn't expected to hear these words. Kim Gong-ja growled, his eyes blazing. "I just need to say the exact opposite of what the Flame Emperor would say. I'll repeat it again. I think everyone's worries are due to my incompetence," he admitted. "Unlike the Black Dragon Witch, I lack both public speaking skills and experience. However, I possess knowledge that others do not." The headline appeared. "Interview with the world's most scummy hunter." At the same time, another voice echoed. "We cleared the 20th floor because I'm so amazing, you brats." Suha continued to yell. "I sweated blood and tears to get through. What do you want? Of course it has to be mine. Hey, you tabloid hack, who's more deserving than me?" John Evans stood there, listening. Suha roared in fury. "Your father?" Known as the Your Father event, the language was vulgar and arrogant. Even though the Black Dragon Witch tried to cut off the press conference, Suha continued to provoke the reporters. The scene of him cursing their parents spread throughout the world. "If you reverse the worst, it becomes the best," Suha smugly said. "We cleared the 20th floor because I'm so amazing, you brats," Kim Gong-ja said in a low voice. "I know public opinion rates me highly, but they've overestimated me. Without the help of the Black Dragon Witch and the Sword Saint, I would never have cleared the 20th floor alone." Suha continued to boast. "I sweated blood and tears to get through. What do you want? Of course it has to be mine." Kim Gong-ja then said, "Of course, I gave my all so that no one would lose their life. But I don't think this is a sacrifice I made." He clenched his fist, his gaze firm. "I believe that is what I, as a human being, A hunter naturally must do. A statement full of responsibility and humility. John Evans, the cunning reporter, still insisted everything should belong to him. But the Death King decisively stated, "That's why I have no intention of taking it. I have handed over management of floors 11 to 19 to the guilds. The 20th floor will be a green zone for the tower's original inhabitants. I am content with just the position of managing that floor." Kim Gong-ja smiled coldly, his gaze seemingly piercing through John Evans. "Your father?" He uttered a sarcastic remark, then decisively concluded, "That's enough, Reporter Evans." John Evans was speechless, stammering. The Death King remained calm, asking further, "Do you have any other questions?" The reporter could only shake his head, completely overwhelmed. "Good. If there's nothing else to say, get lost," Kim Gong-ja coldly declared, while Suha, the black-haired man with a ponytail, suddenly exploded, "You American pig!" The Death King then turned to the crowd, opening the floor for a short Q&A session. The crowd of reporters swarmed like disturbed bees, pushing and shoving, raising microphones and banners, shouting the Death King's name. "Over here! I'm from Summons Times!" "Please hear my question, Death King. I'm from BBS." Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, "This reverse psychology strategy is astonishingly effective." Suha interrupted again, grumbling, "What? Summons Times? I'll never interview you guys. Your newspaper stinks like old junk." But Kim Gong-ja smiled, thinking to himself, "He truly is my reliable compass," then declared, "I will prioritize the reporter from Summons Times first." Time passed quickly. The countdown clock showed 0 hours, 5 minutes, and 27 seconds. Kim Gong-ja announced the end of the Q&A session. "And with that, I will conclude this Q&A." A reporter still tried to hold on. "Death King, just one more question." The Black Dragon Witch stepped forward, raising her hand to calm the crowd. "Everyone, I understand your curiosity about our new hero. However, there isn't much time left," she continued, her voice echoing amidst the cheers and camera flashes. "We've rested for a full day, and now we'll return to working hard to conquer the tower. Please continue to support and show interest in us." With a resolute gaze, the Black Dragon Witch declared the guild's noble goal. "We will give our all to once again achieve our goal of 0 casualties." A hand shot up, a reporter refusing to give up. "Black Dragon Witch, I want to ask one last question." The question echoed, making both Kim Gong-ja and the Black Dragon Witch turn their heads to look forward. What is the relationship between the Black Dragon Witch and the Death King? The Black Dragon Witch smiled mysteriously, her purple eyes sparkling. Our relationship, you say?" She seemed to ponder, adding to the curiosity. She declared decisively, astonishing the crowd of reporters and people around them. "We are comrades, more than just friends." A reporter stammered, trying to clarify. "More than friends? What do you mean?" The Black Dragon Witch maintained her mysterious smile. "As I said, we are comrades, more than just friends. I hope there are no misunderstandings about that." She concluded the press conference, bowing in thanks. The Black Dragon Guild's press conference will end here. We thank everyone for your encouragement and praise once again. But the reporters were still not satisfied, shouting for more explanation. The reporters continued to shout, questioning the Death King about the Black Dragon Witch's more than friends declaration. Amidst the chaos, the young man merely uttered a cold sentence, decisively ending the interrogation. The purple-haired witch smiled mysteriously, her eyes glancing at the young man. "Are you just going to leave after provoking them like that?" She called herself a drama-loving girl, hinting at the recent spectacle. The two left, leaving the noisy crowd behind. The Black Dragon Witch explained that an explosive ending was needed to make a deep impression. The Death King secretly thought, truly worthy of being the guild leader, the one who holds the tower. Away from the stage, the witch sighed in relief, as if a burden had been lifted. The Death King's sword still lay silently on his back, ready for the next challenges. Suddenly, the Death King turned back, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. "Perfect, Black Dragon Witch." The young man couldn't hide his astonishment at her performance. The witch took the Death King's hand, smiling brightly. "Your humble attitude is a big plus." She explained that people always like heroes who know how to bow before them. The Death King smirked smugly, while Suha's figure appeared with an annoyed expression. The witch praised the balance in his demeanor, then curiously asked where he learned to manipulate the media. The witch gripped his hand, offering to grant him everything he desired: wealth, fame, or even lovers, as long as they were within the tower. The Death King replied that he was fine, then asked about the implied comrades, more than friends statement. The witch shrugged, giving a mischievous smile. "Oh, that? It was just a smokescreen." She brushed off the question, maintaining her own mystery. The Death King asked in surprise, "Really?" The witch explained that the media would dig up everything about him, so it was best to let the attention focus on her. The witch reassured the Death King, telling him not to worry, Just trust me, she said. I've dealt with the media for years. They continued walking, leaving the commotion behind. A countdown echoed. 10, 9, 8. The crowd below cheered excitedly, awaiting the momentous occasion. The countdown continued. 6, 5, 4. The Death King and the Black Dragon Witch both looked up, a giant clock displaying 0 hours and 5 seconds. 1. The count finished, and the protector goddess appeared in a brilliant light, bestowing blessings. Congratulations to those who have overcome the resentful darkness of the Demon King. The declaration echoed throughout the space. The red-haired man with his long hair tied high, his eyes stern, issued a warning. Don't let your guard down, zombie. The Death King was not swept up in the festive atmosphere. He knew this was not the time to celebrate. Floor 21 onwards was an entirely different playing field, fraught with danger. The protector goddess's voice echoed, like a reminder of the safe path left behind. The tower soared high, a symbol of a harsh challenge, where the faint of heart could find safety on the ground floor. But no, these warriors had chosen the harder path. They ascended floor by floor, their eyes fixed on the tower's peak, where glory or destruction awaited. The protector goddess smiled, brilliant light enveloping everything, a promise or a judgment. Where would that divine power lead them? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light swallowed the warriors. What the hell is this? A guy shouted. Before he could even understand what was happening, the chaotic scene continued. A guy sipping coffee suddenly vanished. Another girl exclaimed in surprise. Forced teleportation? The protector goddess maintained her sacred smile, declaring the chosen warriors. Only the worthy would continue the journey, bearing this great responsibility. The Death King appeared in a strange, vast space, like an endless library. Millions of books floated, creating an overwhelming sight. A small child, in classic attire, appeared with a radiant smile. Welcome! The voice was childish but full of enthusiasm, as if they had been waiting for a very long time. The child flew through the air, amidst the vast sea of books, excitedly introducing, Welcome to the Grand Library of All Knowledge. The child continued its welcoming speech, emphasizing the meaning of encounters in life. It seemed very happy, despite having waited for an eternity. The Death King listened, his expression pensive. The child continued to ramble on about life's philosophy, viewing waiting as a spice that deepens its flavor. A system notification appeared, confirming the child's identity. Constellation Hidden Chief Librarian welcomes you. The child flew up again, once more enthusiastically welcoming the warriors to the Grand Library of All Knowledge. But not everyone was enthusiastic. Other warriors appeared in various awkward poses. One guy was bathing. A white-haired, curly-haired man looked bewildered. A silver-armored knight stood stunned. The child clapped its hands, its expression suddenly realizing a mistake. Oh dear, it seems I was quite careless. Immediately, a giant book flew straight into a warrior's face, like an apology or a punishment for the librarian's carelessness. Kim Gongja sighed in relief, secretly feeling sorry for those who had been turned into boxes. A humorous punishment for the librarian's carelessness. Suddenly, an elegant figure appeared. The purple-haired Black Dragon Witch confronted Kim Gongja, her sharp eyes questioning, Who are you? The child librarian, with a mischievous smile, quickly replied, claiming to be just an unnamed pawn managing a slightly large library. The Black Dragon Witch, with an unimpressed expression, bluntly declared, Compared to you, I am just a worthless side character. I'd rather you pretend I'm not even here. Her words echoed through the space, where the magnificent library appeared, its towering bookshelves reaching for the sky, and books flying freely. Kim Gongja and the Black Dragon Witch looked up together, the young man musing, To me, it's more like a world made of library. The child librarian smiled mysteriously, a smile full of hidden meaning, as if he had just heard something interesting. He floated down, his gaze fixed on Kim Gongja, exclaiming, I see. You must be the Death King. The librarian waved his hand reassuringly, saying there was no need to be vigilant. He simply wanted to welcome everyone. Another group of warriors, looking bewildered, listened. The blindfolded man mumbled, The heroes of the epic? The librarian smiled, summoning an ancient book titled Chronicles of the Ejim Empire, explaining that his hobby was reading. 2 books floated in mid-air, and the librarian continued. However, the books in my library are not ordinary books. They are books about your histories, about the worlds where the tower exists. A series of shadowy warriors appeared, and the librarian explained why they were summoned. You are the only ones with names in your worlds, like characters. The librarian continued, declaring that all 302 people gathered here were warriors with epithets. Kim Gongja, the Black Dragon Witch, and the red-haired man listened. The Black Dragon Witch was stunned, angrily questioning, Only hunters with epithets are summoned? What about everyone else? Wait, is this everyone who will participate in clearing the tower? The librarian remained calm, holding the chronicles of the Ejim Empire, reassuring her, "Don't worry, you protected the Ejim Empire with only 3 people." Kim Gong-ja, with an impatient expression, urged the chief librarian, emphasizing that with 300 people, clearing the tower floors would be no problem. The librarian, with a mischievous smile, only replied with an enigmatic, "Oh ho," making Kim Gong-ja secretly think he was too excited. He admitted he had forgotten his main task due to overexcitement, and declared that his style was not to give lengthy verbal explanations. Amidst countless floating books, the librarian mumbled as he chose, searching for a work powerful enough to make them understand the gravity of the situation. Finally, a book was selected. With a brilliant light emanating from the book in his hand, the librarian issued a warning before revealing something momentous. The book opened, a dazzling light erupted, and the librarian said it was just a prelude and advised them not to be too surprised. A modern high-rise city appeared in the space, like a world summoned from the pages of a book. The librarian introduced himself as the chief librarian and asserted that the books in his library were far from ordinary, containing something much grander. He revealed this was the great library of all knowledge, a place that held the memories of countless worlds. The librarian held up 2 books. One was the world they had purified, and the other was their own world. He explained that these books had many different names, epics, chronicles, legends, but he had a special name of his own that he particularly loved. In the night sky, giant eyes opened, and a word full of weight became clear: apocalypse. Kim Gong-ja listened, realizing that the apocalypse the librarian spoke of was a form of long-running story. The prologue had ended, and now, the story was becoming more interesting. Suddenly, the city in the image erupted in a sea of fire, buildings collapsed, and a scene of destruction unfolded. The librarian explained that not every apocalypse went smoothly. Many other worlds had also faced destruction. He smiled mischievously, amidst countless flying books, asserting that many other worlds shared the same fate. Following the librarian's words, another world appeared, submerged in swirling water. He explained that if the previous apocalypse was destroyed by fire, this one was drowned in water. Debris floated, enveloped in a deep blue light. The librarian asked, "Tragic, isn't it?" A sarcastic question echoing amidst the desolate scene. He continued, saying that the characters in that apocalypse were as vivid as themselves. But before they could have a fitting conclusion, a tragic end. Everything ended for an unfair reason. The librarian called it cancellation. The book in his hand glowed, as if containing countless unjust fates. While the hunter struggled, vomiting from the horrific images, the librarian calmly said, "You call that the apocalypse?" The red-haired man frowned. He wasn't surprised they wanted to vomit. The images just shown were truly not for ordinary people. In the vast library space, the librarian's small feet floated. He declared that the task he assigned them was very simple. He smiled brightly amidst hundreds of sparkling books. Choose 8 books from the cancelled apocalypses. 8 worlds that have fallen. His eyes shone brightly, his smile terrifyingly radiant. "I want to read all the cancelled apocalypses. I want to see more stories from collapsed worlds," he commanded. "Enter the 8 apocalyptic books. Save them from cancellation. Enter the 8 worlds. Save them from their tragic ends." That was the quest he gave them. A giant quest window appeared. World Reconstruction, Volume 1. Objective: save a cancelled world. Turn it into the 22nd floor. Failure means the 22nd floor will not open. Even though the quest was clear, the hunters were still struggling with nausea. Kim Gong-ja was no exception, his face full of exhaustion. The librarian clapped his hands, his voice stern. "Please clean up your own vomit. Maintaining library hygiene is a shared responsibility." Kim Gong-ja looked on in surprise. 3 bookmark-shaped maids, holding brooms and tea trays, were cleaning up. He wondered, "Are these bookmarks?" The librarian smiled, introducing, "Those are the bookmark maids. They will be your attendants until you clear the 30th floor." The Black Dragon Witch held her teacup, asking suspiciously, "They're still monsters, right?" She still couldn't believe her eyes. The reclusive chief librarian, with a mischievous smile, revealed a surprising truth. You could think of it that way. The boy's words were like a hint, signaling strange things to come. The boy librarian glided among tens of thousands of books, sternly instructing, "There are a few things to remember while you're here. First, don't touch any book without my permission." Those books, he said, were unique in the entire universe. The scene suddenly shifted. A black man roared in anger, pointing his sword at Kim Gong-ja. "Get lost! Don't make me laugh! In the end, you're just a boss monster!" The black man, with a contemptuous smile, incited his companions. "Hey, grab your weapons. Forget the quest. We can clear the 30th floor just by killing this bastard." He continued to shout, criticizing Kim Gong-ja, who stood there with a calm expression. Even that so-called Death King cleared the 20th floor by himself. and we can easily handle this snot-nosed brat. Kim Gongja faced the ferocious shadows, his eyes burning red. The man's voice echoed. Who says we can't do the same? Huh? A tense atmosphere enveloped them. A man with his black hair tied in a high bun shouted loudly, trying to stop the crowd. No, all 5 great guilds step back. His words were urgent, as if trying to avert a disaster. The Black Dragon Witch spoke up angrily, questioning the crowd. I don't like you monopolizing the clearing of the 11th floor and above. And now you've picked up this brat from somewhere and fabricated him into some kind of hero? Who do you think you're talking to? Kim Gongja quietly took the Black Dragon Witch's arm, his gaze calm. Stay calm. The Black Dragon Witch tried to pull away, protesting. No, Death King, if you let people like this be, they'll just... Kim Gongja cut her off, revealing a shocking truth. All of this is being broadcast live, right now. The Black Dragon Witch was stunned, her purple eyes wide with surprise. What? She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Outside, ordinary people were looking up at the sky, holding their phones, recording the strange scene unfolding. Kim Gongja recalled, Before I regressed, I watched the raid on the 30th floor from the town square. He further explained that it was a live broadcast in the form of a hologram. The Death King continued to explain, his tone serious. The constellation said it before. We are no different from characters. So, of course, there will be readers following the characters. Kim Gongja emphasized the importance of their actions. If you leave a bad impression now, everyone will remember it forever. His words were like a sharp warning. The Black Dragon Witch finally understood the problem. I see. So how you clear this stage is important right now. A system notification appeared, welcoming the Death King back to the Great Library. After Kim Gongja's warning, a brightly lit system notification appeared, receiving 20th floor completion reward. The dark-haired young man raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed forward, ready to receive what was coming. Next was the normal stage reward. You have been blessed by the Goddess of Beauty. A glowing pink heart appeared, signaling the ability to check character favorability from the 21st to 30th floors. Kim Gongja smiled. Everything was going in the right direction. But that wasn't all. A hidden reward was also activated. You have been blessed by the Autumn Rain Demon King. He could observe character psychology from the 21st to 30th floors. Kim Gongja thought to himself, excellent. This is exactly what I need. To test his new abilities, Kim Gongja decided to try them immediately. Character window, he muttered. The Black Dragon Witch and the Sword Emperor stood beside him, their eyes curiously looking at the virtual screen appearing. The screen displayed the Black Dragon Witch's preferences, likes romance, Prince Charming, young men, heroes, muscles, dislikes psychopaths, traitors, useless people, female protagonists. She was deep in thought, seemingly calculating a strategy. Seeing Kim Gongja staring, the Black Dragon Witch became flustered. She tilted her head, her purple eyes probing, not understanding what was happening. Silence enveloped them, only the faint sound of wind passing by. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? The Black Dragon Witch asked, her voice full of suspicion. Kim Gongja flinched, quickly waving his hand. It's nothing. He tried to hide his embarrassment, but his eyes betrayed everything. I hope nothing is wrong. If there is, please tell me, the Black Dragon Witch said. The Sword Emperor, standing beside them, suddenly burst out laughing, teasing. Prince Charming at this age? Hey, zombie, you should go find her a horse. Kim Gongja activated the character window on the Sword Emperor again. He liked martial arts, strong men, rivals, disliked failure and belt-tightening stories. The Sword Emperor suddenly frowned, realizing something was amiss. Kim Gongja chuckled to himself, his eyes mischievous. Mother, huh, he muttered. A single word enough to make the Sword Emperor freeze. The red-haired man flinched, turning sharply, his face filled with extreme displeasure. The Sword Emperor roared angrily. I'll kill you. Turn it off right now, and erase it from your memory, you bastard. Kim Gongja smirked, threatening. Bow to me until the 30th floor, or I'll open your psychological window any time. You bastard, just you wait. The Sword Emperor gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, another group of people was discussing. A black man confidently said, That's right. With so many people like this, a boss like this is nothing. How foolish, a gray-haired man said coldly. Have you forgotten that the constellation just showed us the end of many different worlds? He could easily throw us into those worlds if he wanted, the gray-haired man continued. However, I won't stop you if you all want to collectively end yourselves. His words were like a bucket of cold water thrown on the enthusiastic crowd. The whole group fell silent, the atmosphere deflating. Don't be cowardly now, the black man roared. The Death King cleared the 20th floor alone. Boss monsters are usually like that. He tried to encourage them, but those around him were still hesitant. This is just a trick by the big guilds. Get lost if you want to be a minion for the 5 great guilds your whole life, the black man shouted. A pink-haired girl stood behind him, her face annoyed. He turned back and asked, "Are you done lining up?" The young man, Kim Gong-ja, clad in a white robe, faced a boss monster, dismissing its empty words and declaring he would end this battle swiftly. Space shattered, and the boss monster's inky black tentacles wildly reached out, devouring everything amidst the terrified screams of the weak. Kim Gong-ja smiled mysteriously, holding an open magic book that told of a post-apocalyptic world where all humanity perished, with only one sorcerer surviving. The magic book hovered in his hand, the narration continuing to describe how that sorcerer had transformed into a tentacle monster after many hardships, yet remained his 9th favorite character. The book glowed purple, floating in mid-air. Kim Gong-ja explained the sorcerer's sealing magic and the special master-servant relationship between them. A multitude of bookmark maids flew around, cheerfully obeying the sorcerer's commands, like spirits bound by magic. A bookmark maid stood silently in the vast library space, confirming their presence. 2 bookmark maids in maid outfits appeared, and Kim Gong-ja revealed the sorcerer's peculiar preference for dressing his creations in maid attire. The bookmark maids lined up on the library stairs. Kim Gong-ja justified the sorcerer's madness after witnessing the annihilation of all humanity. The Black Dragon Witch appeared, her purple eyes wide with astonishment. Kim Gong-ja's voice rang out, declaring that all superfluous individuals had been cleared away. Kim Gong-ja flashed a sinister smile, his deep blue eyes glinting with defiance, asking the remaining people if they were ready to become the protagonists of this story. At his feet, the group from the outside world, including the Sword Emperor and the pink-haired girl, sat slumped amidst piles of books, looking dazed like defeated foes. A new short-haired blonde girl appeared, sitting on the pile of books, exclaiming in surprise about how many people had been eliminated right from the start. The pink-haired girl frowned in annoyance. A voice echoed about the unavoidable sacrifices needed to advance, and that they must remember that. The short-haired blonde girl casually sipped tea from a cup, served by a bookmark maid, then invited those around her to enjoy the delicacy. The short-haired blonde girl turned to the heretic inquisitor, demanding he be silent because his words were dampening spirits. He immediately agreed, not daring to resist. Kim Gong-ja, now ranked 3rd, decisively declared, "Don't be foolish enough to confront that constellation. The best way is to just follow the chief librarian's mission." His voice was full of confidence, like a warning. He turned his back, asserting his 3rd place standing, then reassured everyone that this mission was not disadvantageous. "I'll just have to get used to being the center of attention." A hint of smugness, a touch of arrogance. "Everyone, carefully examine the quest window," Kim Gong-ja commanded, and the orange-haired girl beside him softly replied, her gaze fixed on the virtual screen appearing before them. The quest screen appeared. "Choose an abandoned apocalyptic world. If saved, it will become your 22nd floor. Fail, and the 22nd floor will not open." Kim Gong-ja emphasized the last sentence, questioning if they understood its profound meaning. He explained that the reward would vary depending on the world saved. "If I save a world full of diamonds, it will become our 22nd floor." His eyes gleamed with calculation, full of ambition. The Black Dragon Witch pondered his words, muttering to herself, "Self-sufficiency." She understood that diamonds were just an example. His point was that valuable resources would be brought back. With a sinister smile, Kim Gong-ja affirmed, "We will solve the famine without anyone's help." Exactly. He lightly patted the stack of books, as if he had everything firmly in hand. He picked up a blue book, intending to open it. From somewhere, a worried shout rang out. "Hey, Death King, be careful! A bad omen?" The book opened, but nothing happened. Kim Gong-ja was surprised, and the blindfolded man exclaimed, "Nothing?" Silence enveloped them, full of confusion. He, in his white robe, looked up and smiled. "That's right. If you don't activate the ability, these apocalyptic books are just ordinary books. The most forbidden and dangerous ones are all hidden away." He questioned the murmuring crowd. "Now do you all understand?" He ordered them to focus, to select feasible and beneficial books to overcome. A calculated screening process. Another quest screen appeared, detailing Sormiwin Academy, a romantic fantasy school story. It had been canceled because the villainess became enraged, unleashing a great demon that destroyed the world. And their story unfolded like this. A dazzling light erupted from the book's pages, the tale beginning to reveal itself, drawing them into another world. Amidst a magnificent scene, a prince knelt before a maiden, uttering affectionate words. "Are you here, Lady Sylvia, my soulmate?" A dreamlike beginning, a vow of eternal love, a shooting star streaking across the palace roof. "You are the other half that completes me." Love blossoming, or tragedy already sealed. But then, everything collapsed. A horrific explosion tore through the sky, engulfing the palace in a sea of fire. The romantic world turned to ashes, leaving only destruction. A romantic story began, then abruptly ended with the appearance of demons and the apocalypse. Such an abrupt ending would drive any reader mad. He turned his back, facing thousands of books, each a world. Their content and difficulty varied, but the goal was to choose those that could be conquered and bring benefits. Just imagine if those were real worlds. In the vast library, powerful hunters sat slumped, looking dejected. They were arrogant, indifferent to Kim Gongja's explanation, as if nothing concerned them. The Sword Emperor, with a stern expression, placed a hand on Kim Gongja's shoulder. "You fool, they're acting like that because you're speaking too politely. Have you forgotten how stupid the average hunter is?" The heretic inquisitor yawned widely, then explained the arrogant nature of hunters. Every time you level up, your existence becomes clearer, meaning you become more arrogant. Kim Gongja took a deep breath, trying to suppress his annoyance. He realized that the stronger and more arrogant high-level hunters were, the harder it was for them to listen to command. Unable to bear it any longer, Kim Gongja erupted. Fiery red energy enveloped him as he roared. "Hundreds of apocalyptic books! How can I read them all by myself? Everyone, gather quickly!" He raised his hand, giving a decisive command. "Split into groups, those confident in their knowledge, to the left, those clueless about books and history, to the right." Immediately, he continued to give orders, asking the book lovers to divide themselves into groups based on their favorite genres. The bookmark maids quickly flew around, holding genre signs. A black-haired boy hovered in the air, his face annoyed. "Doesn't anyone want to go to the history section anymore? Why is it so crowded over here?" Kim Gongja slammed his hand on the table, creating a loud noise. "Now, all of us will read together." The short blonde woman covered her mouth, listening in surprise. "We will divide the apocalypse books by genre. We'll read them together, then decide which ones are worthwhile and which ones are trash." The naive blonde woman asked. "KD, I don't know what trash means." Kim Gongja pondered, deep in thought. An example of a trash book appeared. Volcano Survival, a romantic post-apocalyptic world where a couple vows to become the new Adam and Eve. Sounds romantic, doesn't it? But the reason for its cancellation was brutal. The couple camped right at the mouth of an active volcano. Humanity went extinct. What's the point of saving a world that survived nuclear war, only to be swallowed by a volcano? The blonde woman suddenly realized, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Aha! What benefit is there in making a radioactive world our 22nd floor?" The ruler of fire, the Sword Emperor, once swept through lava regions all the way to the 29th floor thanks to his overwhelming fire resistance. It was a golden opportunity for the tower to create 8 treasures, but he, clearly, thought of no one but himself. An utterly selfish bastard. Do you all understand? The story's reality, the protagonist's personality. What do those things matter? Kim Gongja growled. "Just read it and see for yourselves what benefit saving that world will bring." He frowned, his expression annoyed. Amidst the towering bookshelves, the purple-haired witch sat in contemplation, a book in her hand. "This is the mystery group's area," the short blonde woman said. The witch simply replied softly, "I know." Kim Gongja was dumbfounded. "Didn't her character window say she was a romance novel fan?" He asked the witch. "I didn't know you liked detective stories." She simply replied indifferently, "Of course." The witch took a sip of tea, her eyes half closed. "I am a woman of intellect." Kim Gongja looked at her, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. Could it be? He looked around. The reading groups were clearly divided. Is she pretending so no one knows she's a romance fanatic? He suddenly realized that the romance group had significantly fewer hunters, while the martial arts group was entirely men. Kim Gongja ran his hands through his hair. These guys, are they really cosplaying as normal people? The Sword Emperor stood behind him, his tone full of pride. "I told you, high-level hunters live and die by their pride. Didn't you see those 50 guys who collectively ended themselves? They're all lunatics." Kim Gongja turned to the witch, about to say something, but Black Dragon Witch, "Even so." She coldly cut him off. "Even so, what?" He looked directly at her, his tone a bit serious. "Honestly, I always thought you were quite a romantic, so I'm a bit surprised to see you're not in the romance group." The witch raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp. "Is that so? Do I look like someone suited for romance?" Kim Gongja grinned, his face full of confidence. "Exactly. I even find it a bit awkward that you're not in the romance group." The witch sighed softly, as if accepting her fate. A bookmark maid appeared, her tea tray clinking, and placed it beside her. Kim Gongja still looked at her with an unreadable smile. "If you've said that much, then so be it." The witch closed her eyes as if making a momentous decision. "I've never read romance novels, but perhaps it's time to challenge myself with something new." The short blonde woman exclaimed, "Excellent, Kim Gong-ja." She explained, "The Black Dragon Witch is not the type to easily change her mind once she's decided something." Heretic Inquisitor, "Do you also read detective novels?" Kim Gong-ja asked. He immediately replied, "I know Sherlock Holmes. I also know Dr. Watson." The Heretic Inquisitor's character window appeared, revealing his preferences: children's stories, comedies, and a desire to maximize happiness for everyone. Kim Gong-ja looked at him, the man who had just enthusiastically boasted about knowing Sherlock Holmes, and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Kim Gong-ja frowned, looking at the blonde girl, secretly thinking she was consistent inside and out. The girl asked in surprise, "Hey, KD, is something wrong?" The Death King didn't say much, simply declared decisively, "From now on, you will join the Children's Stories group." The blonde girl happily scribbled with her pen. A bookmark maid flew over, holding a Children's Stories sign. Kim Gong-ja explained that the blonde girl would be the only one in the group evaluating all the books herself. The girl was surprised by the heavy responsibility. "Don't be afraid. I will evaluate everything to the best of my ability," the blonde girl confidently exclaimed, but secretly thought, what kind of children's story ends with an apocalypse? Kim Gong-ja let out a long sigh, running his hands through his hair, his face helpless, while the Sword Emperor stood behind him, looking confused. He looked around the library, where hundreds of people were sitting idly, and muttered, "How can 111 out of these 250 people lie about their personal preferences? They're all truly insane." Kim Gong-ja directed his sharp gaze forward, declaring, "Now, the last one to check Island, the character window." An information window appeared, revealing Viper's peculiar preferences: a fondness for isekai harem stories, a liking for characters like young ladies, younger sisters, married women, tsunderes, and a hatred for politics, crime, and gangsters. Kim Gong-ja's eyes seemed about to burst, a look of disgust clearly visible as he stared at the leader's bizarre preferences. The window continued to display: Viper ranked 6th in the tower and was the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Kim Gong-ja uncomfortably thought about martial arts, stories full of sweaty guys. He still stood there, holding his sword, staring at Viper, who was sitting and reading, secretly thinking, isn't he too inconsiderate of his readers like that? Viper, the blindfolded man, looked up and asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm busy reading." Kim Gong-ja realized he was the light novel king and quickly replied, "Nothing. Just keep reading." Kim Gong-ja groaned, feeling his eyes about to pop out. He told himself, "Death King." The pressure of the work weighed heavily on his shoulders. He held the sandwich, looking at the charcoal-haired girl sitting on the ground. She said tiredly, "I think I can understand this constellation's feelings." Kim Gong-ja asked in surprise, "Huh?" The charcoal-haired girl frowned, explaining in a melancholic voice, "These apocalypses. They all get canceled right at the climax." She hugged the book, her face full of sorrow. Kim Gong-ja was devouring his sandwich, but the witch's tales of terrible endings and abruptly canceled plotlines like the heroine was about to confess when aliens invaded made him frown and snap. "Stop describing it. I'm eating." The dark purple-haired girl, the Black Dragon Witch, smiled sinisterly. She apologized for her vulgarity, but then reminded Kim Gong-ja with a sharp gaze, "Have you forgotten? Everything is being broadcast live." Kim Gong-ja sighed in annoyance, the sandwich still intact in his hand. The Black Dragon Witch turned away, looking slightly annoyed, the atmosphere between them tense. Suddenly, the Black Dragon Witch leaned close to Kim Gong-ja's ear and whispered something. His eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just heard a shocking secret. What happened? Kim Gong-ja's sandwich fell to the ground, shattering, a fresh red stain spreading on the cold stone floor. A shocking event? Or just an accident? From nothingness, a brown-haired, blue-eyed child appeared, smiling sinisterly amidst floating books. He smirked, his voice full of self-satisfaction. "Finally, they understand my pain." The child, the reclusive head librarian, explained about the 683 volumes of apocalypse stories he had lent out. "They are the most powerful magic books in my grand library. As readers, you can't help but love them." The Black Dragon Witch frowned in anger, questioning the reclusive head librarian. He maintained his smirk. "But that's the problem. Precisely because they're so good, your misfortune is even greater. Because they all have a shit ending." The reclusive head librarian burst into savage laughter, his white cloak fluttering. "You can think that way. Now you too can fall into the hell of canceled series, struggle in eternal pain just like me." Two young men, wearing bear hoodies, clutched their books, their faces distraught. One exclaimed, "He deliberately made us read amazing but canceled works." The other yelled, "He's a demon. He deserves to be punished." Amidst the chaos, a hand reached out, calling Kim Gong-ja. He turned around, startled, his eyes full of surprise. A green-haired girl, wearing glasses and a white coat, smiled brightly. She waved, introducing her nickname. You got a nickname too? I'm the apothecary. Sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? Heh. Kim Gongja asked in surprise. Lady Apothecary already has a nickname? You're truly amazing. How did you get a nickname so quickly? The green-haired girl, the apothecary, confidently explained. A few days ago, I saw the items you created contributing to saving the world, and I was granted a nickname. Strange, isn't it? It's all thanks to the elixirs that she made for me. Kim Gongja scratched his head, looking embarrassed. The apothecary smiled, praising him. The truly amazing one isn't me, but you, Death King. You reached rank 3 inches just a few days. It's an honor to know someone as extraordinary as you, he humbly replied. It's nothing. I just got lucky. The apothecary smiled brightly, confidently declaring that she would help Kim Gongja in every way she could, as a firm commitment. In the vast library, towering stacks of books, the groups had finished reading. Martial arts, romance, mystery, science fiction groups. All were done. Kim Gongja stood amidst the space of knowledge, making a suggestion. All right, let's go through each group and have them give some suggestions. The child librarian gleefully held up a book, excitedly saying, The children's story group recommends this book, even though it's the only one. There are children's stories too? Kim Gongja looked at the book titled, Me and Our Sacrifices. Information about a cruel utopian world appeared. He solemnly declared that he would investigate this apocalypse. Amidst expectant gazes, Marcus Callenberry, the silver-haired man, held a book, speaking in a calm, steady voice. The martial arts group specifically recommends this book. The book titled True Records of the Heavenly Demon appeared, telling of a martial arts world destroyed by a plague, leading to the demise of the Heavenly Demon and various factions. Marcus Callenberry continued to explain. The world in the book contained a massive martial arts treasure trove, a library unearthed from a heretical cult, containing great skills. 2 young hunters, a black man and a guy in a hoodie, exclaimed excitedly, We can get new skills! The red-haired sword emperor stood next to Kim Gongja, discussing how to obtain A-rank skills. He whispered, That's just like you, zombie, planning a shortcut. The short blonde-haired woman held the book Me and Our Sacrifices, talking about a world she wanted to destroy. Suddenly, Shiny signaled, A presence has been detected. Kim Gongja flinched, his eyes sharp, quickly drawing his sword from its sheath, pressing, A presence? Shiny continued to announce that her older sister was very close. Kim Gongja was stunned, muttering, A sister sword. Kim Gongja's gaze fell upon Marcus Callenberry, who was standing there, holding the mysterious book. A close-up of the book True Records of the Heavenly Demon in the Sword Saint's hand. Shiny affirmed, She can sense her older sister inside the book that the Sword Saint is holding. A brief word echoed in the silent space, like an unshakable decision. Kim Gongja, the King of Death, holding the glowing sword, declared his bold intention. Before I reach the martial world, I will die and restart. The Sword Emperor was stunned, asking again, What do you mean by all right? A message appeared, showing Shiny's confusion at his intention. Kim Gongja explained about Lefanta Aegim, the first emperor of the Aegim Empire, who had transformed the guardian goddess into Shiny. He continued to deduce, realizing that person must be a munchkin capable of traveling between worlds, as one of Shiny's swords was in the martial world. He's strong enough to establish an empire and split a constellation, Kim Gongja mused. He admitted he was feeling anxious, the fear that confidence would turn into arrogance if he delayed even a little. He had reached a high rank, defeated the Demon King, and now even commanded hunters. Kim Gongja worried about letting his guard down, just like a high-ranking hunter who paid with his life due to carelessness. I need to learn more about that Ejim guy, Kim Gongja said, as he had no information about him. The Sword Emperor mused, That's not a bad idea, but what do you plan to do? Kim Gongja smiled sinisterly, raising his sword. You're wrong, he said. Even if it's just a sword, it's still the guardian goddess, even though it has been split into 5 constellations. He posed a strange question. If I stabbed myself with this sword, would that be suicide or murder? The Sword Emperor was dumbfounded. The King of Death decisively plunged the sword into his chest, and a blinding light erupted. Shiny hastily urged him to reconsider this insane act. Why? Kim Gongja asked, frowning. Shiny strongly demanded he respect her privacy, as having her past seen through was truly shameful. Kim Gongja smirked. What good is privacy between us? I'm also showing you my 24/7 life. It's only fair. Shiny pleaded for him to stop, but it was too late. A thump sound echoed, and Kim Gongja's body vanished into a plume of black smoke. The skill conditions were met by his death. The guardian goddess's skill was sealed. He was a D-rank hunter, punished by the skill. The punishment level was medium. Hungry Ghost Realm. In a magnificent hall, a woman with angelic wings smiled, offering congratulations to a hero who had completed a long journey. She turned her back, light streaming through the window, confirming her words. That's right. In another space, Kim Gong-ja and the Sword Emperor were conversing. Kim Gong-ja was surprised when the Sword Emperor mentioned Lafanta Ajim and being summoned. On the throne, a long-haired, silver-haired man appeared, called the Constellation Killer. Kim Gong-ja wondered about their relationship and that strange name. The narration led to the silver-haired man's power, who fought with glowing swords. The tower connected worlds, where hunters from all over competed. The silver-haired man did not climb the tower in the usual way, but ambushed stray constellations. He was a camper on the 50th floor, specializing in hunting prey. Returning to Kim Gong-ja, he asked if Lafanta Agim was also a hunter. The Sword Emperor expressed surprise at meeting the madman from the past again. The angelic woman continued the story, recounting her relationship with the hero of yesteryear, admitting he was strong but couldn't defeat her yet. She said that now the hero was stronger than her. There were no more gods or evil spirits in the way, only constellations remained as targets. The silver-haired man's eyes glowed red, surrounded by blue energy. He declared this world belonged to humanity, not to the constellation. The angelic woman was astonished, asking why the hero had suddenly gathered such powerful aura as blue energy began to surround her. The silver-haired man struck. A surge of red energy tore through space, hitting the angelic woman directly, shattering her wings amidst screams of pain. He explained that he wouldn't kill her, but would sever her existence and seal the fragments, making her unable to restore her power. The attack ended in a fierce explosion of light. The announcement echoed, "Trauma recreation complete. Target's ego remains intact. Punishment has been determined." In the modern room, Kim Gong-ja still didn't understand what was happening, holding the glowing sword in his hand. He asked the sword Shiny why its former owner had sealed it, and Shiny replied with a dejected look that it didn't know the reason either. The Sword Emperor leaned against the wall, explaining that Shiny wasn't sure why Lafanta Agim had sealed it and abandoned the empire. He emphasized, the higher the hunter's rank, the easier it was for them. Kim Gong-ja frowned, telling himself not to try to understand madmen, lest he become one of them. It was better to grow stronger and defeat the Constellation Killer. The door creaked open. The young man looked in the mirror, realizing that knowing the Constellation Killer's face was an advantage. He would be an enemy as soon as they met, because he was carrying the constellation fragment that the Constellation Killer had sealed. Once again, the scene shifted to the 21st floor. The hunters had finished reading all the apocalypses and decided to choose floor 22. Marcus Callenberry stood in the middle of the modern room. Thanks to the Sword Saint's proposal, Tianmo Zhenjing was chosen as the first genre without much opposition. The reclusive head librarian floated, beginning to explain. He explained that this wasn't entirely like the wuxia world they knew, but it still had martial arts and the jianghu. A magnificent mountain landscape and ancient architecture appeared behind him. The reclusive head librarian continued. Depending on how they proceeded with the story, they might encounter unexpected events where invaluable martial arts or skills could be obtained. However, high risk meant high reward. The enemies would be much stronger. He emphasized, if they died in the apocalypse, they would die in real life, and they couldn't escape until they reached the appropriate ending. He asked who wanted to be a character in Tianmo Zhenjing with 2 to 4 people. Kim Gong-ja stood amidst the crowd, his gaze resolute. Kim Gong-ja didn't hesitate, his eyes sharp, declaring firmly, I will. Marcus Callenberry smiled, also deciding to participate since he was the one who proposed it. He seemed excited about this wuxia genre. The reclusive chief librarian was delighted that the minimum number had been met. He said they could have 2 more people as characters. Marcus Callenberry revealed there was another reason he proposed this apocalypse. He asked everyone to consider the reason for its cancellation. The screen displayed the reason for cancellation. A mysterious pandemic spread, killing Tianmo, annihilating the Mojiao, and other factions as well. The end. He explained again. Marcus Callenberry said that the end of this apocalypse was a pandemic, so they needed a hunter with knowledge of diseases. He knew someone very good at that. He called for the pharmacist to step forward. An elderly man with silver hair and a stern expression came into view, ready to accept the task. The red-haired Sword Emperor was suddenly startled, realizing that the old pharmacist who had just appeared was the owner of the pharmacy Marcus Callenberry often frequented. Marcus continued, outlining the plan. He would be the main warrior. The Death King would provide support, and the pharmacist would handle disease issues. Just the 3 of them would be enough. Kim Gong-ja turned to the Death King, asking if he had anything to say. He smiled, revealing that he wanted one more companion. He pointed directly at the green-haired pharmacist, making the girl astonished and confused, asking if he was referring to her. Kim Gong-ja confirmed, but the pharmacist hastily refused, claiming she was weak and would only be a burden. The Death King didn't waver, asserting that she was the most talented doctor and pharmacist he knew. The pharmacist was still confused, not believing her ears. He gave a meaningful smile, reminding the pharmacist of the promise she had made earlier. Memories flooded back. The pharmacist had once promised to help him with anything he needed, with a resolute gaze and a radiant smile. Kim Gong-ja took her hand, declaring that if it wasn't an empty promise, then now was the time for her to fulfill it. The pharmacist bowed her head, her hands trembling, her eyes still filled with worry and fear. Around them, others whispered in disgust, wondering about the unfamiliar girl who had just been invited to join by the Death King. Marcus Callenberry smiled reassuringly, explaining that this was the young girl he had once met. Marcus nodded, reassuring the pharmacist that he had arranged everything with the Death King. The girl still looked at Kim Gong-ja with suspicion. Marcus sternly reminded Kim Gong-ja of the imminent danger. If they died in the apocalypse, it would be a permanent death in real life. Kim Gong-ja maintained his confident demeanor, asserting that the pharmacist was the greatest pharmacist he had ever known. The red-haired Sword Emperor looked at the old pharmacist, silently acknowledging his skill. But with the appearance of this girl, he was no longer the best. Sword Saint Marcus pondered, recalling Kim Gong-ja's words about the greatest pharmacist. He wondered if he had made a mistake in his judgment. A light flashed, and Marcus realized Kim Gong-ja was no ordinary person. This was a golden opportunity to connect the two young people with the pharmacist, a valuable move. Kim Gong-ja stood there with the others, secretly thinking that even though the Sword Saint seemed old-fashioned, their relationship had become much closer. The old silver-haired pharmacist snorted coldly, implicitly criticizing the red-haired Sword Emperor, as well as Marcus, for judging the young pharmacist solely by her appearance. The old pharmacist erupted, yelling that Kim Gong-ja was just an arrogant brat, daring to claim he knew the greatest person when he had nothing to his name. Kim Gong-ja frowned, feeling in his heart that the old pharmacist was exaggerating himself, as if he had conquered a high mountain after only climbing a small rock. The old pharmacist still looked disdainful, gazing at both young people, saying that their attitude unpleasantly reminded him of his own youth. Marcus hastily reassured the old pharmacist, calling him the Medicine King, hoping he would be understanding of the Death King's lack of life experience. The old pharmacist brushed him off, asserting that experience was the most important thing, and Kim Gong-ja was acting like a know-it-all. He proudly recounted earning billions in Silicon Valley at 20, then concluded that Kim Gong-ja had a rotten heart. Kim Gong-ja was astonished, hastily interjecting, "Hey, calm down." In his heart, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable." Marcus, with a calm expression, adjusted his tie. He told himself he had restrained himself enough, even when that brat Kim Gong-ja ordered them around. And now, Marcus continued to be annoyed. He even wanted to bring along his scrawny, little girlfriend. The young pharmacist was astonished, clutching her chest. The young pharmacist was flustered, accepting being called a brat but fiercely defending the Death King, asserting that he did not have a rotten heart. Seeing this, the old pharmacist scoffed, teasing Marcus that she was defending him like a husband. The young pharmacist became even more flustered, hastily denying it. She explained that she was a talented pharmacist, introduced by the Death King. A knight in white armor spoke up, confirming that the Guard Corps was currently being supplied with excellent medicine from her. The old pharmacist scoffed disdainfully, saying that the medicine might only be excellent by the Guard Corps standards. The knight asked in surprise, "What?" The silver-haired old apothecary scoffed, believing the green-haired young apothecary was merely a frog in a well. "Do you think the ceiling is high because you've never seen the sky? Your guild has never even set foot in my shop," he sneered, considering himself an unrivaled master. The red-haired Sword Emperor leaned against the wall, questioning Kim Gong-ja. "Why do you keep letting him push you around? Can't you stop him from causing trouble?" Kim Gong-ja calmly replied that he wasn't being pushed around at all. Marcus Callenberry, the Sword Saint, appeared with great dignity. He declared that this moment should be broadcast live in Babylon Square. "Isn't this the perfect time?" he asked, his eyes full of calculation. The green-haired young apothecary and the silver-haired old apothecary stood facing each other, their expressions solemn. Marcus Callenberry proposed, "For a debut and also for retirement. Why don't we have a competition?" Kim Gong-ja smiled, holding a glowing object. He said Marcus was proposing a brawl because he couldn't win with reason. But he quickly corrected himself. "No, I'm not saying you should fight me." Marcus Callenberry held up sparkling vials, explaining the plan. "I will provide the ingredients for both of you, and each of you will create your own medicine," he said. "Then, we will determine the winner by comparing the effectiveness of the two medicines." The old apothecary was astonished. The green-haired young apothecary angrily gripped Kim Gong-ja's hand. "Death King, I'm so annoyed. That old man, he insulted you." She was flustered, admitting she was just an ordinary apothecary, while the other was an apothecary king. Kim Gong-ja gently placed a hand on the young apothecary's shoulder. "I trust you. You should trust yourself too." His gaze was firm, empowering the girl. The green-haired young apothecary looked up at Kim Gong-ja, her eyes shining brightly. A confident smile bloomed on her lips. "I'll do my best. No, I'll win this," she declared with determination. The competition began. The old apothecary and the green-haired young apothecary stood before steaming cauldrons. The audience waited anxiously, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The green-haired young apothecary pondered, worried. She thought the Death King had been a bit reckless. The old apothecary shop was expensive, but always booked a month in advance. She wondered if the age gap was a decisive factor. A dark-skinned woman with curly black hair, along with others, was placing bets. "Come on, who will win? Place your bets." She cheered joyfully. The casino atmosphere heating up. The dark-skinned woman anxiously asked Kim Gongja, "Death King, are you all right?" "The current odds are 1.08 against 47. Kim Gongja calmly replied, "Everything's fine." He even suggested she place a small bet on the young apothecary to make a profit. The dark-skinned woman looked at Kim Gongja in surprise. "You're the one who said all of this was being broadcast live," she reminded him, seemingly not understanding his intentions. Kim Gongja smiled meaningfully. "If an alchemist you introduced loses miserably, your reputation will also be affected." He said, "Yes, I'm sure it's being broadcast in Babylon and around the world. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for this old apothecary king." The silver-haired old apothecary roared, his face flushed with anger and arrogance. "It's done, kid." He believed he had completed a masterpiece and would achieve an overwhelming victory. The silver-haired old apothecary held up a shining vial, his face triumphant. "Bow before my magnificent masterpiece," he declared. The vial labeled Legendary Recovery Potion with the note, "A bit bitter, but can heal the most fatal wounds, despite some side effects." The crowd erupted, cheering excitedly. A legendary recovery potion? Truly worthy of the apothecary king. They scrambled to buy it, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The silver-haired old apothecary tossed his head arrogantly, basking in the admiration. A voice rang out. "Uh-huh." Amidst the climax, a figure appeared. The green-haired young apothecary, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses, held up her vial. "I've also finished." A mystical blue light enveloped her. The audience was stunned, gasps of astonishment echoing. They looked at the green-haired girl with disbelief. The shock spread. The dark-skinned woman with curly hair clutched her head, while the black-clad young man's jaw dropped, as if the world had just turned upside down. Light erupted, dazzling the entire space. A pure surge of energy spread, blurring everything in sight. The silver-haired old apothecary snorted, trying to maintain his composure as the attention shifted. The crowd was still buzzing, discussing the new medicine. The green-haired young apothecary's vial became clear. Strawberry Soma, the label read, "Rarity, Semi, Legendary." The brilliant light from it drew all eyes. The audience was aghast. "Wait, it tastes like strawberries. Why does it taste like strawberries when there aren't any strawberries in it?" They couldn't explain this miracle. Utter astonishment. Moreover, what's with this effect? The crowd was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The green-haired young apothecary faced the silver-haired old apothecary. The light from her vial shone brighter than ever, accompanied by the note, "If stored correctly, even severed body parts can be reattached without any side effects." A close-up of the green-haired young apothecary. Her expression was stern, her gaze sharp, as if preparing for a fatal blow. A contemptuous "ha" escaped her lips. The green-haired young apothecary smirked, her finger lightly touching her glasses, the sparkling blue vial in her hand. The green-haired young apothecary looked at the silver-haired old apothecary, his vial resting in her hand. "So this is the medicine you created, old man?" Her voice was full of sarcasm. The green-haired young apothecary thoughtfully examined the old apothecary's vial. Then the corner of her mouth subtly curved into a meaningful smile. "Oh ho, undisguised contempt." Tack! The vial in Sean McAllister's hand was snatched away, falling into the green-haired girl's hand. The old apothecary's eyes narrowed, full of annoyance, as she proudly took his creation. A contemptuous smile bloomed on the girl's lips. "So, is this all your skill amounts to?" Her words were sharp as knives, piercing the old apothecary's pride. Sean McAllister was stunned, wondering if this girl was the type to push her luck. Could it be, old man? Could it be, young girl? Their eyes met, sparks flying. "Is your skill terrible, or was I just lucky?" the green-haired girl questioned, her tone provocative, infuriating the old apothecary to the extreme. "Ridiculous," Sean McAllister snorted. "It must be luck. Kids these days are truly. I once made $1.7 billion on Wall Street in just 10 minutes. Care for another round?" the girl challenged, her eyes flashing. Sean McAllister scoffed. "Lady Luck doesn't smile twice. Kids these days," Sean McAllister roared, holding up his vial, determined to get revenge. "You really are lucky, but Lady Luck won't smile a third time." But no matter how hard he tried, the result remained the same. Sean McAllister still screamed in despair, "You're unbelievably lucky, but Lady Luck won't smile a fourth time." From behind, Marcus Callenberry softly spoke. "Stop it, Yao Shi." He looked at Sean McAllister, his face full of worry and helplessness. "You look pathetic," Marcus whispered. But Sean McAllister still screamed through tears. "No, this time for sure. My experience will crush that girl's luck." Sean McAllister finally collapsed, his triumphant shouts fading. Marcus bowed and apologized to the girl. "I'm truly sorry, young lady. You are indeed the greatest Yao Shi. It was my fault for not trusting the Death King's assurance. The green-haired girl looked at Marcus, her eyes showing a hint of sympathy. I'm sure you've had a tough time because of this friend too. Even though Sean McAllister was still crying, the girl assessed, but this friend isn't without good points. His medicine is quite decent, though it doesn't reach my level. Better than nothing. At least he can be an assistant. Suddenly, a dark-skinned hand reached out, accompanied by a powerful whoosh. A voice rang out. Hey, you! The curly black-haired woman suddenly grabbed the green-haired girl, her eyes blazing. Contract! Immediately! An exclusive contract with me! The girl was surprised. Excuse me? I guarantee the best treatment in the industry. I'll even let you roll around in a field of kittens. The dark-skinned woman excitedly made an incredible offer. Amidst the encirclement of greedy hands, the green-haired girl maintained a confident smile, declaring herself the Yao Shi Wang, not a death god as the crowd screamed. The old Yao Shi stood beside her, helpless against this frenzy. The green-haired girl's face suddenly changed, contorted, and confused. She gaped, trying to utter an explanation, but it seemed no one was listening. The curly black-haired woman stood with her arms crossed, her eyes sharp. She declared that she would only do business with those permitted by the Death King, except for the paladin who already had a prior deal. The crowd was still noisy, but her words carried weight. The young man in the black vest winked mischievously, smiling confidently. He gave a thumbs up, suggesting they temporarily set aside business to focus on eradicating the Tianmo first. From above, the reclusive chief librarian boy appeared, his voice echoing a warning. He reminded everyone that death in this apocalypse was also real death, in real life. The young man in the black vest was surprised, asking about the meaning of a proper ending. The chief librarian boy explained that there was only one way to prevent annihilation, to create a worthy conclusion. The chief librarian raised his hand, his gaze firm. He said that all possibilities were infinite, depending on each person's judgment. Either save the Wu Lin from the plague, or use the plague to dominate it. The young man in the black vest gaped, just about to agree to step into the authentic records, when a piercing scream rang out, interrupting him. The blindfolded man, Viper, leader of the Tianwu Lianmeng, appeared majestically. The young man in the black vest was surprised, asking if he wasn't participating. The young man in the black vest was worried. He knew who Viper was. Viper's two disciples cheered, asserting that this was their master's chance, and he had to go to uphold the honor of the Wu Lin. Viper crossed his arms, bowed his head, a look of displeasure clearly visible. He was clearly not happy with these urgings. He raised his head, a smug smirk on his face, asking his disciples if they had forgotten him. Inside, he screamed about being pushed to that godforsaken place. Viper continued his impassioned speech about the Wu Lin being his homeland in his heart. But deep down, he complained about the possibility of no flush toilets there, recalling the suffering in the Ajim Empire. He confidently asked his disciples if they knew the origin of the Tianwu Lianmeng's name. Then, in his head, he revealed that the name was actually an acronym for a lengthy question about him being a 2-year-old unemployed man. I have to go, Viper roared. But internally he screamed, I don't want to go. The crowd of disciples still cheered wildly. The sword shiny glowed, reporting that it was speechless. A silver-haired man looked directly at Viper, his tone full of sarcasm. Viper, I have no doubt you want to go. Viper replied obviously, clearly. The sword St. Marcus Callenberry stood there, his gaze firm. He saw no reason to yield his position to another. Energy erupted between the two, signaling an unavoidable battle. Energy exploded fiercely. An uncompromising confrontation was about to unfold. The Sword Saint and the leader of the Tianwu Lianmeng are about to clash. This is a battle for honor. Cheers echoed, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Amidst the extreme tension, a white-armored knight with a red cape suddenly rushed forward, gold coins scattering. He frantically cried out, trying to stop the two powerhouses. Sword Saint, leader of the Tianwu Lianmeng, you two aren't really going to fight here, are you? Viper smirked confidently, his eyes flashing with a purple light. He declared, the Sword Saint and I are both living weapons. Let the winner go. But inside, he calculated, I'll intentionally lose, but it has to be a dramatic loss, so my disciples are convinced. The white-armored knight stood frozen, Viper's desperate cry for help echoing in his head. Knight, save me. He could only sigh, uttering, oh, Viper, what a guy. The knight tried to persuade the Sword Saint. Sword Saint, could you yield this time? But immediately after, he asked himself, wait, why am I asking him to yield? The Sword Saint Marcus Callenberry looked straight ahead, his tone calm and steady. I know you always want to be at the forefront, but you already participated in the final floor raid with the Demon King and the Black Dragon Witch, didn't you? It's shameless that you still want to participate in the 22nd floor raid. The 3 disciples of the Tian Wu Lian Meng leader smiled, agreeing with the Sword Saint's words. He continued, "The leader is the head of an organization. Can't you respect him? Even if he says he doesn't care about face, his position is different from a lone wolf like you." The Sword Saint pondered, then crossed his arms. He asked himself, "Have I ever cared about the position of the Wu Da Bang Hui?" He turned to Viper, about to say something, but hesitated. The Sword Saint continued, "However, recently I've thought I should respect others more." The young man in the black vest, standing next to the curly black-haired girl, was surprised, secretly thinking, "Why is he making such a touching decision right now?" The Sword Saint declared, "Viper, I'll yield to you this time." Viper outwardly sneered, "You should have done that from the start, old man. You almost died." But inside he screamed, "Marcus Callenberry, you're not that kind of person. No!" Mo Wang Yuqiu rushed over and hugged the knight, exclaiming, "You're amazing, knight. You convinced the Sword Saint." The knight replied, "No, the Sword Saint just accepted my argument." The purple-haired witch chuckled, "Oh, really? Then I should give the Sword Saint a hug." The Sword Saint immediately refused flatly. She then said, "Seriously, everyone is gradually maturing." Yao Shi, Sean McAllister grumbled irritably, "Tsk, if it's decided, then let's go. We're wasting time. This is like my youth, unavoidable. I keep losing to that kid's luck. But anyway, the Yao Shi, am still recognized as the greatest potion maker." The green-haired girl turned to Mo Wang Yuqiu, confidently saying, "Demon King, I know I'm at least better than this old man. That's a truth as obvious as Galileo's heliocentric theory. But can someone like me?" Viper sneered, pointing outwards. "Hey, those who aren't fighting, you'd better figure out everything in battle for yourselves. Lives can be lost in an instant." Inside, he still screamed, "I don't want to go. Old man Sword Saint, it's not too late to switch places with me." King of Death, Kim Gongjia smiled mysteriously, holding a glowing book as if controlling the destinies of those bearing great titles. King of Death, Viper, Yao Shi. The 4 key characters, the young man in the black vest, the green-haired girl, Viper, and the old Yao Shi, are identified as new pieces of the Tianmo Chronicles, a story waiting to be continued. Kim Gongjia, in the ethereal light, issued a chilling warning. When you open your eyes, there will only be 10 days left before these chronicles are regrettably cancelled. He looked into the distance, his eyes full of anticipation. "I hope you will show me a truly wonderful ending." In his era, the wuxia genre had declined. Cinematic techniques were outdated, leaving only nostalgia for a golden age, an era where sincerity in martial arts was scorned, leaving no place for true cultivators. Contemptuous laughter echoed, disparaging all martial arts techniques. The wuxia world had decayed, a world in decline. Snow fell, covering everything in a bleak, bone-chilling white. Amidst the harsh blizzard, Viper, the old Yao Shi, and his 2 disciples shivered. The old Yao Shi exclaimed, "Cold, so cold." The young man in the black vest, with fiery red eyes, immediately ordered, "Everyone, quickly deploy your aura to protect yourselves." The green-haired girl in the old Yao Shi shivered. She sneezed, lamenting, "I've never learned aura. Ugh, I'll probably freeze to death." The young man in the black vest turned, decisively instructing, "Heavenly Clan Sect Master, take care of Yao Shi." Viper said little, quickly carrying the old Yao Shi on his back, a purple aura enveloping them. The old Yao Shi sighed in relief. Phew. Much better now. The young man in the black vest extended his hand towards the green-haired girl, saying firmly, "You should come with me." She was surprised. "Oh, excuse me?" He resolutely repeated, "Give me your hand." A fiery red aura erupted, enveloping the 2 as their hands met. The green-haired girl blushed. Thank you. But it's a bit ticklish. I'm also a little embarrassed, but now is not the time to worry about such things." The young man in the black vest held her hand tightly, protective aura spreading. "Each of us must focus on our roles. Now, I protect you. But when treating the plague, you and Yao Shi must act." She replied, "Yes, King of Death." The ancient book recorded, a strange plague suddenly erupted, claiming the life of Tianmo. And soon after, the entire world followed suit and perished. But in those brief lines, there was not a single word mentioning the bone-chilling cold or knee-deep white snow. These things, they had to face themselves. Amidst the white blizzard, Viper carried Yao Shi Shan, along with the green-haired girl and the young man in the black vest, bravely pressing forward. What truly happened, leading to Tianmo's death? That question still haunted them, like a curse suspended in the air. In despair, the green-haired girl suddenly exclaimed, pointing straight ahead, "Look, I think I see people." What mysterious plague had pushed this world to the brink of destruction? All right, let's head that way first. A glimmer of hope flickered amidst the white snow. The red-haired sword emperor frowned, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space. Something's wrong. His words were like an ominous premonition. The young man in the black vest pondered, his eyes full of doubt. I don't hear anything from that direction. Is it just because the blizzard is too strong? Perhaps. But it wasn't just the absence of sound. It was a terrifying stillness. There wasn't even a single inch of movement. Viper and Yao Shan were both stunned. What the hell is this? The words were filled with shock and disbelief. Rows of frozen bodies stood amidst the white snow, like lifeless ice statues. Why are all these people frozen? A horrifying scene unfolded. A face frozen in fear, mouth agape as if screaming in vain. Ice crystals covered their skin, turning them into sculptures of horror. The green-haired girl quickly put on white gloves, preparing to act. Yao Shan stood beside her, his eyes full of curiosity, watching her every move. With the meticulousness of an expert, she used a tool to pick a small piece of ice from the frozen face. A soft click echoed, breaking the silence. The green-haired Yao Shi's eyes flashed with a diagnostic aura. They are real people. A horrifying truth, but also the first clue. Yao Shan looked at the diagnostic screen in astonishment. According to my diagnostic skill, he died 2 years and 3 months ago. The cause was infection. This is an unprecedented disease. How strange. Yao Shan analyzed. Their causes of death are all the same. No one died from freezing. If it were due to illness, they should have died lying down. But all of them are standing. A chilling mystery. The green-haired Yao Shi continued, her expression serious. How strange. In Silicon Valley, whenever something like this happens, it's highly likely that someone deliberately moved them here. The young man in the black vest listened. The green-haired Yao Shi explained, the cause of death is the same, but the time is different. Some died 2 years ago, others 3 years ago. That makes me believe the bodies were deliberately moved here by someone. Is this perhaps a kind of graveyard? Viper, the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, looked at the icy bodies, his gaze sharp. A graveyard? From a distance, they look like terracotta armies. His voice was deep, full of contemplation. The young man in the black vest focused, a purple light flashing from his finger. Character information window. He activated a skill, wanting to delve deeper into these mysteries. Before him, the information window of a corpse appeared. Name, Jang Seongpa. The last line read, light. A simple word, yet it contained a whole sentiment before death. The young man in the black vest lightly swiped his finger through the air. So this is the information window of the deceased. He pondered, trying to decipher the meaning of the word light. He looked at the surrounding bodies. Light might be the last thing this person thought of before dying. Yao Shan shivered from the cold, asking, if this is a graveyard, why was it created like this? Is there no shelter? Viper added. They all have weapons at their sides. A sneer echoed. The young man in the black vest was surprised, turning his head. The laughter tore through the cold air, signaling an impending confrontation. Another scene unfolded. Bu Wolzian, the white-haired man, declared grandly, the demonic cult's dominion over the world ends here and now. But the demonic cultmaster merely sneered. Even dogs would laugh at your delusion. The demonic cultmaster stood proudly, her gaze sharp and cold. As long as I stand, the demonic cult will continue to rule the world. Bu Wolzian, you are the one who should bid farewell to your righteous faction. Bu Wolzian retorted angrily. Nonsense! The demonic cult's Blood Ghost Legion you're so proud of was beheaded by my axe long ago. He roared, the image of a fallen demonic cult disciple appearing behind him. I have 500 elite Muram masters with me. How can you stop me? Bu Wolzian challenged. The demonic cult master calmly replied, those are all lies, old man. My blood ghosts are absent because they are on a secret mission. Back in the present, the young man in the black vest signaled his teammates to be quiet. Let's approach them silently, he whispered. Viper added, you should worry about your dogs more than my people, Moon Immortal. He mocked Bu Wolzian. The demonic cult master pointed directly at Bu Wolzian, her tone full of contempt. Where are the pillars of the great clans you once boasted about? The proud Muram Alliance leader of yesteryear has now become a shameful old man. Bu Wolzian roared in anger, his face flushed. That's none of your business. I've sent them on secret missions all over the world. He tried to hide the truth, but his voice betrayed his weakness. The demonic cult master sneered, mocking Bu Wolzian's secret missions, then outright blamed him for the chaos across the world. Amidst the blizzard, the onlookers couldn't help but feel indignant. A young man in a black vest criticized the chaos caused by the demonic cult, and also the weakness of the Muram Alliance. The demonic cult master didn't hesitate to challenge, declaring she would finish off the last member of the righteous faction, asserting the demonic cult's right to rule. Bu Wolzian roared furiously, charging straight at the cult master. vowing to split her head in two and offer it to the Jade Emperor and King Yama. The two adversaries stood amidst the blizzard, but instead of sharp weapons, they only held dry branches in their hands. The demonic cult master mocked Bu Wolzion, calling him Wolzion, asking about his renowned steel axe and why he was carrying a branch. Bu Wolzion's face flushed, and he grumpily asked her back about her blood sword. The demonic cult master calmly explained that the branch in her hand was not trash, but a wooden sword crafted by herself. She continued to boast, saying that this wooden sword contained the 1,000-year essence of the demonic cult, and she had named it Demonic Heaven Wooden Sword. Bu Wolzion was dumbfounded, asking if she hadn't given a too fancy name to a mere branch. In the stark, white, snowy landscape, the two still stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense, yet strangely peculiar. Bu Wolzion cleared his throat, criticizing the name Demonic Heaven Wooden Sword as too long-winded, suggesting calling it Wooden Staff. The demonic cult master retorted, claiming it was just a branch. Bu Wolzion yelled, "It times is times a branch, you idiot." The demonic cult master sighed, reluctantly agreeing to call it Demonic Staff. Bu Wolzion furiously jumped up, shouting about the demonic cult's obsession with the word demonic. Bu Wolzion continued to grumble about the demonic cult, naming everything related to demonic, from the 4 great demonic lords to themselves. The demonic cult master casually asked, "But doesn't it sound refined?" Bu Wolzion couldn't believe it. The blizzard grew increasingly fierce, engulfing the two adversaries. Bu Wolzion and the demonic cult master still stood there, like two statues between heaven and earth. Bu Wolzion grumbled, blaming the cult master for predicting clear weather. The demonic cult master replied nonchalantly, "Divination is sometimes right, sometimes wrong. How can one be certain of the future?" Bu Wolzion complained, wishing he had listened to a wandering fortune teller. The demonic cult master snapped, telling him to shut up and prepare to fight, not to waste her meager stamina. From a distance, pharmacist Sean McAllister and the green-haired girl looked towards the two, full of surprise. The girl asked why they were acting so strangely, and Sean McAllister wasn't sure either. 4 strangers, including pharmacist Sean, the green-haired girl, the young man in the vest, and the blindfolded man, quietly bowed, looking down into the snow-covered abyss. A terrifying growl echoed, signaling an ill omen. The green-haired girl's eyes widened, filled with extreme terror. The roar tore through the air, sowing ultimate fear into her mind. The 4 people maintained their posture, their gaze fixed on an indefinite point in the abyss below. Their faces were tense, as if awaiting something horrifying to happen. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Snow fell thickly, and the space plunged into chaos. Pharmacist Sean and the green-haired girl screamed in panic. The young man in the vest rushed forward, while the blindfolded man had fallen. Miriam, a long black-haired woman, with an overwhelming aura, appeared amidst the blizzard. She was the demonic cult master, who had conspired to unify the Miriam, the world of martial arts masters. Facing her was Bu Wolzion, a white-bearded old man with a resolute expression. He represented the righteous faction, the demonic cult's counterpart. These two forces determined the world's fate, but a terrifying calamity had struck, halting the fated battle. That extreme plague turned out to be a damned zombie virus. The entire group, including Sean, the green-haired girl, the young man in the vest, and the blindfolded man, were running for their lives amidst the blizzard, pursued by hordes of the undead. Sean and the green-haired girl screamed in despair. Their heart-wrenching cries echoed through the cold air as death loomed near. "Run! Run!" Sean yelled. "I've never seen anything like this, not even in Silicon Valley. It's the apocalypse." The young man in the vest drew his sword, charging into the horde of undead. "This place has already become an ended world." The young man in the vest swung his sword, severing a zombie's head, the blade flashing with a cold light amidst the snow. A terrifying growl emanated from the headless corpse. Damn it. They only stop moving when their brains are destroyed. He realized the horrifying truth. Amidst the chaos, the demonic cult master and Bu Wolzion stood back to back. "Let's get out of here first," she ordered. Old Bu Wolzion merely remained silent. The demonic cult master suddenly spun around, her sharp gaze fixed on the 4 strangers. "Who are you?" she demanded, full of vigilance. Bu Wolzion was equally astonished. "Hey, old man, I think my eyes are broken. I'm seeing 4 living people. King Yama must be calling me home." The demonic cult master carried Bu Wolzion on her back, while the young man in the vest carried the green-haired girl, and Sean McAllister ran for their lives. "I see it too. I must really be an idiot from your insults. You all run too. And by the way, tell us where to run." Amidst the blizzard, the demonic cult leader and Bu Yuajian wondered if they had arrived at Peach Blossom Paradise or fallen into hell. Old man Bu Yuajian confidently declared it was Peach Blossom Paradise, but complained about the zombies instead of peach blossoms. If this wasn't a dream, then everything happening was real. Sean McAllister exclaimed in panic, while the vest-wearing young man checked the green-haired girl, sighing in relief when he realized she was still warm, not a walking corpse. The demonic cult leader turned, her sharp gaze sweeping over the group of strangers. She asked directly, questioning their origins and unique Qinggong techniques. Where do you come from? Are you children from another land? Another land? The vest-wearing young man mumbled, bewildered. He wondered if this mysterious girl was implying they came from outside this world's so-called Woolen? The flying zombies pursued them closely, terrifying the vest-wearing young man and the green-haired girl. "What the hell is this?" he yelled, unable to believe his eyes. Viper, the one-eyed man, couldn't help but shiver. "What kind of damn zombies can fly like this?" he roared, fear evident on his face. The demonic cult leader smirked, a smug expression on her face. She explained that this was a type of Qinggong she had personally created, based on and modified from the techniques of the Kunlun insects. She pointed towards the zombies, proudly declaring, "Look! Not only do they leave no footprints in the snow, but they can also fly. Truly the elites of the demonic cult, even in death. They haven't forgotten my martial arts." The vest-wearing young man stammered, unable to believe that zombies still retained their martial arts. The demonic cult leader sneered mockingly. You truly are children from the outside. You don't understand anything that's happening." A zombie let out a terrifying growl. The demonic cult leader calmly stated that martial artists could use their martial arts even as zombies. It was common knowledge. Sean McAllister furiously yelled, "What common knowledge? I've never heard of it!" She continued proudly. "Furthermore, these are the elites of the demonic cult, trained to react to bloodlust even in their sleep. I'm quite proud of their Qinggong abilities, even as corpses." Sean McAllister shrieked. "They've caught up." Viper was equally panicked. "At this rate, we're dead for sure, stupid Viper." They all ran for their lives, their breaths ragged in the blizzard. Bu Yuajin, squeezed between two people, yelled, "Run faster! Even faster! If I get bitten and turn into a zombie, you'll be the first ones I bite!" Viper cursed angrily, wondering who had dragged this old man into the team. The vest-wearing young man also yelled, "Why do I have to be stuck with these old farts while you're hugging a girl, Death King?" He questioned if it even mattered when they were about to be beaten to death by martial arts zombies. Ahead, a red-haired zombie with a ferocious expression led the charge, growling as it rushed forward. Other zombies swarmed behind, forming a terrifying wave of death. "Weakness?" the vest-wearing young man asked desperately. "Do these zombies have no weakness?" The demonic cult leader turned her head, calmly replying, "Of course. They'll stop moving when you smash their heads." The demonic cult leader smirked, calmly replying to the vest-wearing young man's question. "Of course. They'll stop moving when the sun rises." Her arm reached up, pointing directly at the gloomy sky, as if to say that was the only solution, distant and impossible. Amidst the chaos, the demonic cult leader suddenly called out the pharmacist and the green-haired girl, making both of them turn back in surprise. Without another word, she used her power to throw the two pharmacists straight forward, accompanied by a sarcastic apology. "Sorry, but I'm throwing you two away. Find a safe landing yourselves." The two pharmacists were thrown flying in a panic, their desperate screams echoing in the cold air. They fell straight onto the snow-covered ground, creating a loud thud. But fortunately, they were still alive. The demonic cult leader turned back to look at Kim Gongja, a challenging smile on her face. "My apologies." Kim Gongja gritted his teeth, staring at the demonic cult leader, while around them, the zombies growled as they approached. The demonic cult leader laughed loudly, full of self-satisfaction. "You will die. I'll get to watch my stupid zombie die at the hands of real zombies." Kim Gongja gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing, wondering, why would a ghost have a to-do list before dying? He roared, his power erupting, pushing back the surrounding zombies, declaring, "I am not dead yet." Kim Gongja gathered all his strength, shouting the sword's name, "Shiny." The sword immediately responded to the hero's call, emitting a dazzling light. The light from the sword exploded, sweeping away the rushing zombies, creating a temporary safe zone. The demonic cult leader carried Bu Yuajin on her back, and along with the pharmacist Sean and the one-eyed man, quickly fled from the dangerous area. Sean McAllister sighed in relief, still terrified, wondering, "I survived? Again? Damn it. If it weren't for Marcus, I would never have stepped into this tower." Kim Gongja turned back, his eyes red, anxiously asking everyone, "Is everyone all right?" The green-haired girl covered her face, sobbing, her face swollen. It hurts so much. "But thank you, Death King, for saving me," she whispered, her voice choked amidst the cold blizzard. Sean McAllister dragged the one-eyed man, running for his life, panting. "Damn it! First the sword saint, now this old man." The one-eyed man grumbled, "I want to stay away from these old men." Kim Gongja held the sword shiny, his gaze firm as he looked at the one-eyed man. "Heavenly Martial Alliance leader, please protect everyone. I will deal with the zombies." The one-eyed man was surprised. "What are you going to do?" The black-haired young man pointed the tip of the sword shiny directly at the horde of zombies. They stood motionless in the blizzard. "I intend to destroy them before they can even move." Kim Gongja calculated, "It'll take some time to crush each one's brain, but it's not difficult." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Wait, child, from another land. The demonic cult leader stepped forward, her eyes sharp. First, thank you for saving me. But if you intend to harm those zombies, I will stop you. Kim Gongja frowned. Why? Kim Gongja wondered if there was a curse. But the demonic cult leader replied, her tone arrogant. They are all members of my demonic cult. What? Kim Gongja was utterly shocked. I said they are my disciples and subordinates, the demonic cult leader repeated, her eyes full of challenge. The demonic cult leader looked at the horde of zombies, her voice deepening. A great war to annihilate the righteous faction is about to end. We desperately need martial arts masters. We cannot lose any more elites. Kim Gongja secretly wondered. What great war? Kim Gongja thought, the world of the heavenly demon true scripture has been almost destroyed. How can there be enough forces left to wage war? The brown-haired, blue-eyed child held the book, a mysterious smile on their face. When you open your eyes, there are only 10 days left until the heavenly demon true scripture is abolished. I hope you will give me a wonderful ending. There are only 10 days left until the world completely ends. Bu Wolseon, the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, stood tall, his beard silvery white. That old man and I am Bu Wolseon, the alliance leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. The demonic cult leader turned her back, her voice cold. That old man and I have been at war for 3 years. Today is the 988th day since the great war between the righteous and demonic factions began. We swore that no one would leave until one side admitted defeat, she continued, her gaze firm. Even if they have become zombies, as long as they can still use demonic cult martial arts, they are still my disciples. They are subordinates I must protect. Do not kill them on your own accord. If you insist on killing, then only choose those wearing Buddhist robes over there, the demonic cult leader said. Bu Wolseon roared in anger. Absurd! Do you know how difficult it was for me to gather these elites of the righteous faction? Kim Gongja angrily questioned. You promised me, you wretched heavenly demon bitch. You promised we would end this war, just the two of us, without touching those zombies. The demonic cult leader smirked. Promises are made to be broken. Amidst the chaotic battle, Bu Wolseon roared, accusing the demonic cult leader of being cunning and threatening to crush the heads of the demonic cult members. The demonic cult leader retorted with sharp words, calling him a hypocrite. Kim Gongja was stunned, questioning if the demonic cult leader truly wanted to continue this righteous demonic war, even as the world was ending. The demonic cult leader glanced at him, her tone cold. You are mistaken. The world itself decided to end while we were in the middle of our war. She asserted that there was no reason to stop a battle that had already begun. Bu Wolseon pointed directly, declaring he would not stop until he defeated the demonic cult leader. The demonic cult leader smirked, boasting that she still had zombie soldiers and would use them to annihilate the righteous faction. Bu Wolseon roared in anger. Those are my words, you wicked wretches. The martial arts heroes will fight you to the death. Kim Gongja stood between the two enemies, raising his shiny sword. It's time to end this 989-day war, he declared, his voice resolute. The demonic cult leader sneered, holding a small branch. A scholar does not pick their brush, a warrior does not pick their sword. I can easily send an old man like you to your grave. Bu Wolseon was enraged and accepted the challenge. Very well. Let's fight to see who will unify the martial arts world, he roared. Charging forward, both charged at each other with furious, fierce roars. Amidst the snowstorm, Bu Wolseon and the demonic cult leader fought with lightning-fast blows, the branch and bare hands clashing repeatedly. Bu Wolseon unleashed heavenly demon sparrow steps, and the demonic cult leader countered with sky-shattering golden axe. Dangerous moves continuously clashed against each other. In an instant, the branch in Bu Wolseon's hand shattered into many pieces, unable to withstand the opponent's power. The demonic cult leader grabbed Bu Wolseon's hair, pulling hard. He was not to be outdone, gripping her hand tightly, both struggling in a fit of rage. Kim Gongja was astonished. The demonic cult leader unleashed Piercing Eye, and Bu Wolseon managed to block it in time. The red-haired sword emperor appeared, his expression full of confusion. The brown-haired inquisitor of heresy asked the sword emperor if those techniques were real. The sword emperor explained that their moves had reached the highest realm. Piercing Eye was actually twin dragons snatching the pearl. The sword emperor continued to analyze, stating that Bu Wolseon's face concealment move was like thousand-faced Buddha, a technique that concealed the faces of all monks. The old man Bu Wolseon, his face pulled, roared, questioning. He couldn't understand how, with such profound martial arts realms, those two could fight so dirty. The demonic cult leader couldn't help herself, grabbing the old man's face and mocking that their moves were sloppy, because they had no chi, no spiritual power. She even said that even if their dantian were destroyed, it couldn't be this bad. From afar, the blindfolded man and the brown-haired young man observed. He smirked, secretly assessing. This old young pair isn't too bad. On the battlefield, Bu Wolzhen and the demonic cult leader continued to fight, biting, tearing, and pushing. A biting move, a pushing blow, all contained profound martial arts principles. This was the battle between the Snake King and the Dragon Water. The red-haired Sword Emperor pointed at Kim Gong-ja, smugly saying, "See, zombie? His eyesight is much sharper." He was referring to the Death King's observational skills. With the skill-peerless martial artist, the blindfolded man was analyzing every ripple of the battle. Every movement, every technique was thoroughly understood by him, like a game status board clearly displayed. In his mind, those techniques transformed into images of an old man holding an axe, flanked by 2 hellhounds guarding the Demon King's city gate. He regretfully thought about the troubles he had gotten into. Then, images of a schoolgirl, a childhood friend, a famous manga artist appeared. He, an online game hero, suddenly decided to become a real-life hero. Kim Gong-ja stood there, his gaze firm, as if he had just made a momentous decision. "I'm sure about that," he told himself. The blindfolded man and the green-haired female pharmacist continued to watch. She wondered if this was a real fight or just a joke. He smirked, recognizing the clear difference between masters and novices. The red-haired Sword Emperor excitedly said that just by observing, he could feel his own skill level improving. He could even teach his disciples new moves. Kim Gong-ja only replied softly, seemingly not very interested in his explanations. Amidst the tense battle, Bu Wolzhen suddenly let out a loud sneeze. "Good heavens, I'm about to freeze to death," he grumbled. The old man Bu Wolzhen was still grappling with the demonic cult leader, but then turned to scold the onlookers. "You wretched brats, how long are you going to keep fighting? Don't you see us?" Suddenly, Bu Wolzhen and the demonic cult leader stopped fighting and stood next to each other. The old man coughed lightly, then said that fighting in front of guests from afar was truly improper. He suggested leading them to his cave. Under the brilliant sunset, the group trudged heavily. Bu Wolzhen and the demonic cult leader led the way, followed by the Death King and the others, all panting with exhaustion. Kim Gong-ja, Bu Wolzhen, and the demonic cult leader, 3 exhausted individuals, could only silently look forward. The journey still seemed long. The cult master of the demonic cult offered to carry the Death King on her back, as his breathing technique seemed to be malfunctioning today. But the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance immediately intervened, saying that the Death King should not be carried like that. Bu Wolzhen stepped forward, placed a hand on the Death King's shoulder, signaling that this was the correct way. The cult master of the demonic cult and the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance stood behind, watching. Old Yue Xian turned and walked away, leaving the Death King with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that old Yue Xian was carrying the Death King on his back. The Death King was surprised to feel the warmth from his body, despite the surrounding cold. The Sword Emperor, the red-haired man, looked at the scene and blurted out, "How strange." After a long journey, the group finally arrived at a rocky mountainous area. Bu Wolzhen pointed towards a hidden crevice, declaring it to be his residence. The brilliant sunset light pierced through the crevice, creating an ethereal entrance, as if leading to another world. Yao Shi, the green-haired girl, looked up with an astonished expression, marveling at the magnificent sight. Stepping inside, they discovered a clear, sparkling blue lake. Yao Shi joyfully exclaimed, "It's a hot spring." The cult master of the demonic cult smiled and explained that this was a resting place she had found long ago, never imagining guests from afar would arrive. She told everyone to bathe first, while she would look for food. Bu Wolzhen questioned the cult master of the demonic cult whether they had anything other than grain pills to treat guests. The cult master of the demonic cult immediately retorted, asking if he was hard of hearing due to old age. Bu Wolzhen grumbled that the cult master of the demonic cult always called him old man, even though she wasn't much younger. The cult master of the demonic cult immediately replied, if he had a problem, he should transform like her. The heretic inquisitor wondered about this strangeness, as just moments ago they were fighting to the death. The Sword Emperor calmly replied that sometimes people become friends during combat. The heretic inquisitor sat down awkwardly, complaining that it was embarrassing to hold hands with a man right after arriving in this world. He told Bu Wolzhen to stay away from him. The leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance questioned why the Sword Saint would befriend such a person. The heretic inquisitor immediately loudly corrected him, stating that he was the one who allowed Marcus to befriend him. Finally, the heretic inquisitor brought out 4 grain pills, saying he was a bit embarrassed not to have much to offer, then told everyone to help themselves to the meal. The heretic inquisitor brought out the grain pills, explaining that they could no longer hunt because there were no animals left. Kim Gong-ja politely responded, while Yao Shi and Yue Xian clearly showed their discomfort. Yao Shi stared in astonishment at the dry grain pill in her hand, questioning if they truly survived on just this. The cult master of the demonic cult coldly confirmed, and Yao Shi asked again, "How long has it been?" In the dark cave, The cult master of the demonic cult sat amidst countless carvings on the walls, revealing that they had survived on these grain pills for 2 full years. Yao Shi was stunned, unable to believe that the human body could sustain life with such meager nutrition. Yue Xian suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing, declaring that he could no longer bear to see their plight. He angrily summoned all sorts of fresh, delicious food, meat, green vegetables, drinks, questioning how they could have survived on that kind of food. A large pan appeared. Water was poured in. Then shrimp and other ingredients were tossed in, creating an enticing sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, Yue Xian had laid out a lavish feast. Roast duck, pasta, seafood soup, and pastries, leaving everyone stunned. Yue Xian enthusiastically invited everyone to eat their fill, and didn't forget to remind the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance that whether old or young, one needs to eat well to stay healthy. Kim Gongjia took a sip of the drink, savoring its strange yet wonderful flavor. His eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just discovered an earth-shattering secret. Kim Gongjia was immersed in the illusion of a luxurious cup of coffee, exclaiming that this taste was even better than winning the lottery. Something unimaginable in this world. Yao Shi took a bite of cake, her eyes sparkling with delight, continuously exclaiming how delicious it was. The cult master of the demonic cult, with a rare expression of surprise, marveled at the divine taste of the food, asking if Yue Xian was a royal chef. The leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance slurped his noodles, admitting that although he had tasted countless delicacies as a leader, he had never enjoyed anything so wonderful. Yue Xian, with a smug expression, boasted of his illustrious achievement: 3 prestigious Michelin stars. He even complained about the dilapidated stove, saying that otherwise the food could have made these mortals utterly enchanted. The leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance savored the food, wondering why a talented chef like Yue Xian would end up in the tower. The old man grumbled in response that if even that wretched Marcus could get in, why couldn't he? "Do you know the Sword Saint from the outside world?" the leader questioned. Yue Xian sneered contemptuously, dismissing Marcus as merely a rich young master, a lucky nobody. But then, the old man mused, recounting that it was that wretched Marcus, after facing misfortune in his later years, who unexpectedly set foot in the tower. 3 pristine white plates, now only bearing faint traces of red and yellow sauce, bore witness to a lavish meal that had just concluded. The cult master of the demonic cult, with her imposing back, slowly spoke. She was curious about the origins and purposes of the 3, from their strange food to the aura of wealth emanating from them. She turned her face, her sharp gaze sweeping over each person. Or perhaps the outside world has found a cure for the zombie disease. The question resonated with hidden meaning. The heretic inquisitor and Yao Shi, the 2 companions, listened in silence, their eyes following every gesture of the cult master of the demonic cult. The heretic inquisitor shook his head, admitting they were still diligently searching for a cure. The demonic cult leader let out a soft, "Ah," her expression showing no surprise. She continued, her tone indifferent. "No surprise there. Physicians and Taoists alike are at their wits' end. Even the Mount Demon sect, masters of zombies, have given up." Her gaze bore into them, a faint glimmer of hope flashing. "But is there truly no way to cure it?" The pharmacist smiled, explaining that they possessed special knowledge, and she was a master of concocting medicine. Bu Wolzian interjected, her tone gruff. "She's just lucky." Bu Wolzian continued, pointing at the heretic inquisitor. "As for that fellow, he's at least competent enough to be her assistant." The leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance, after a moment of silence, spoke up, suggesting, "If you can offer a little help, we might be able to find a cure." The pharmacist softly replied, "It's hard to call it a complete cure, but it's not without hope." The demonic cult leader immediately pressed, "What is it?" "Wait here," the pharmacist said. With the heretic inquisitor, she stepped deeper into the cave's darkness, leaving the demonic cult leader and the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance to wait, their eyes filled with contemplation. The pharmacist stared in horror at something, while old Bu Wolzian cautiously touched a mysterious wooden object. With the heretic inquisitor, old Bu Wolzian carefully pushed the heavy wooden coffin, its creaking echoing through the cave. The coffin lid creaked open, revealing a horrifying sight that stunned both Bu Wolzian and the heretic inquisitor, their eyes wide with shock. Inside, a greenish-gray corpse was tightly chained, hundreds of needles piercing it, its mouth agape as if screaming in silence. The heretic inquisitor trembled, exclaiming, "This island?" His eyes couldn't believe what was unfolding before him. The gruesome corpse, with its purplish skin and vacant white eyes, lay there, a testament to ultimate horror. The demonic cult leader, with a pensive expression, softly spoke, "The Wu-Dang sect leader." The name hung heavy in the air. The pharmacist explained that after being bitten by a zombie, the sect leader had entrusted his body to them for research. The only method was to seal the acupoints with acupuncture. The pharmacist carefully pulled a needle from the corpse's face. A dry pluck sound echoed, making the atmosphere even more tense. Immediately, the corpse convulsed violently, a horrifying growl escaping it, as if a trapped soul was struggling. The pharmacist collapsed in fright, and the heretic inquisitor also recoiled in horror while the demonic cult leader remained standing, her sharp eyes observing. The demonic cult leader calmly approached, lightly touching an acupoint on the corpse's neck with her finger, causing it to gradually return to stillness. She explained that this was only a temporary way to alleviate pain and make it rest peacefully, but it was not a cure. The demonic cult leader continued. The evil energy had infiltrated through the acupoints and meridians, completely deforming this body. She emphasized that this energy could not be repelled, no matter how much one cultivated qigong. Once bitten, everything was over. The entire body would burn like fire, and soon it would turn into a zombie. She also spoke of a Shaolin monk who endured for a year, but that was a rare exception. The cultmaster's eyes were sharp and cold as she questioned the outsiders whether they could truly find a saving cure. Faced with the heavy question, the pharmacist and old Boo Wolson could only remain silent, lost in thought. The cultmaster gently turned her back and walked away. She said that meeting survivors was a divine blessing, as she had thought herself alone in the world. Old Boo Wolson interrupted, suggesting they prepare a place to rest. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. Today, they only needed to rest. Night fell. A perfectly round moon hung in the arch of the rock cave, illuminating the tranquil space. Inside the cave, the heretic inquisitor mumbled about Marcus, about always being second best. Beside him, the pharmacist and Viper had fallen asleep. As for Kim Gong-ja, he remained restless, his eyes wide, staring at the cave ceiling, unable to sleep. Suddenly, Viper asked, "Zombie, why aren't you asleep yet?" The young man replied that there was something he needed to check. Viper silently watched him, her gaze scrutinizing. Kim Gong-ja gently closed his eyes, pretending to have fallen asleep, waiting for his chance. "Are they all asleep?" he murmured to himself. "Looks like it. Now's the time." The young man's eyes snapped open, determination clear. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja sprang up, splashing water everywhere. Old Boo Wolzian and the cult master stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Old Boo Wolzian shouted, "What the hell? I thought you were asleep!" The cult master remained calm, her sharp eyes following the young man. "You have sharp eyes, kid," Old Boo Wolzian said. Kim Gong-ja replied, "I found you strange from the first time we met." Kim Gong-ja continued his analysis, pointing out that in the bitter cold of winter, they still wore thin clothing, proving they used qi to endure. So why were they exhausted like children after the battle? He clearly saw the abnormality. The black-haired young man concluded that if they used qi to keep warm, then all their qi must have been focused on another purpose. With sharp eyes, he declared, "You two, both of you have been bitten." The long red-haired man, with a scowling face, questioned back. He didn't believe that faction leaders would have to use immense qi to suppress evil energy. Am I wrong? The demon cult leader maintained a terrifying composure. She looked up, a smirk playing on her crimson lips, as if she had foreseen everything. Boo Wolzian was horrified, sputtering as the demon cult leader turned and walked away. He stammered, calling her a demon, realizing the terrifying truth Kim Gong-ja had just revealed. "It's all right, old man," the demon cult leader calmly replied, turning back. "We've been discovered." She looked at Kim Gong-ja, confirming, "Child from the outside world, you are correct." The cult leader revealed that both she and the old man had been bitten 3 years ago. But there was one thing Kim Gong-ja still didn't fully understand. The image of dark, evil energy spreading across her back, and Boo Wolson's chest became clear. Boo Wolzian explained that they weren't merely suppressing the evil energy. They had completely sealed the qi meridians along their spines with their own qi, stopping its spread. The long red-haired man exclaimed in horror, cursing as he realized the truth. "Damn it! They're using qigong to move objects!" Kim Gong-ja asked the red-haired man if he knew about flying sword technique. The man confirmed it was a technique to envelop and control a sword with qi. The black-haired young man explained, sealing the spinal meridians meant they were paralyzed from the neck down. Kim Gong-ja continued, explaining that currently, both of them were using qi to control their own bodies, exactly like how they controlled swords with the flying sword technique. Kim Gong-ja stood there, his eyes sharp and full of astonishment. Around him, dark, ominous qi currents swirled, reflecting the brutal truth that had just been exposed. He added that they were controlling all vital functions with qi, from the beating of their hearts, the breathing of their lungs, to every joint and muscle. Absolute control. Kim Gong-ja concluded that, essentially, they were employing the flying sword technique 24/7. He couldn't help but be astonished by the madness and extraordinary endurance of these two individuals. The demon cult leader smiled, confirming Kim Gong-ja's words. She said, "That's how we've maintained the great righteous demonic war all this time." Boo Wolzian, with a tired but resolute expression, added, "This situation has lasted for 3 years now." An urgent voice rang out. reporting the critical situation. "This cannot continue, Heavenly Demon. The Blood Guards have lost half their numbers. The elders are scattered. The situation is hanging by a thread." Amidst the chaos, another person spoke, asserting that a pharmacy had been established without distinction of sect. The leaders of the Tang sect and Mo Shan sect had also arrived, but he was still worried about the zombies. The situation was getting worse. Demon Lord Yue Ling and the Blood Demon were both under attack. Even if 100 zombies were destroyed today, 1,000 new ones would appear tomorrow. "We can't hold on any longer." A desperate voice pleaded with the Heavenly Demon to flee to Luodu Island. There, even millions of zombies couldn't cross the sea. But the Heavenly Demon remained lost in thought. "Forget your oath to the Martial Alliance leader. Retreat to seek revenge later." The advice rang out, emphasizing that the laws of heaven had changed, and human obligations were also different. The old oath was now worthless. The Heavenly Demon, once resolute, now collapsed, sinking into despair. His solitary back seemed to buckle under the weight of the entire world. The entire world seemed to crumble around the Heavenly Demon. He lay prostrate on the ground, a mere faint shadow, a symbol of failure and devastation. Back in reality, the demon cult leader looked at Kim Gongjia, her eyes profound. "How did you endure it?" she asked, breaking the heavy silence. Kim Gongjia and Bu Wolzan stood opposite her. All three wore serious expressions, confronting the secrets that had just been revealed. The demon cult leader turned her back and walked away decisively. "Follow me," she commanded, leading the other two on a new journey, or towards an answer. The scenery shifted abruptly. They stood amidst a vast snow-white land. "Everyone will die eventually," she said, her words as cold as ice. The demon cult leader continued walking, her long black hair fluttering in the cold wind. "There's an interesting story told in the martial world," she began, her tone full of hidden meaning. She told of an invincible master, immune to all poisons, his flesh as hard as stone. No poison could corrode him, no sword could harm him. He was almost immortal. But then she emphasized, "There's one thing ancient stories never accept: invincibility." A colossal stone statue appeared, symbolizing unparalleled power. She turned to look at Kim Gongjia, her eyes sharp. "Children of the outside world, can you guess how that master died?" Kim Gongjia immediately asked back. The demon cult leader smiled mysteriously, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "He died because of a succubus." Her words were like a riddle, sowing curiosity and unease in the listeners' hearts. The demon cult leader continued, explaining that yin-yang pleasure was not poison or a sword, but excessive pleasure was. The succubus was not in a hurry. She was cunning, taking one step at a time. Initially, it was the most subtle pleasures. Then gradually, the master became immersed in even deadly desires. When consumed by desire, the master no longer felt whips as pain. Even the succubus's slaps turned into pleasure. Every gesture, every step she took was happiness. And then, in the final moment, the succubus tightened her grip around his neck. Without needing powerful martial arts, she expended no effort. As he was choked, the master was still filled with pleasure, a satisfied smile on his face, and then he stopped breathing. Even in death, his face still bore a happy smile. He was invincible both internally and externally, but he couldn't resist happiness. The simple lesson: don't mess with a succubus. This isn't an old tale, but the truth. The demon cult leader chuckled softly, continuing the story. That master was a prodigy nurtured by Tang Fa Yun, but that witch was a succubus sent to assassinate him. She said that most newcomers to martial arts cultivation didn't understand. They thought the goal was to become invincible, to achieve immortality and eternal life. "They are wrong," she asserted, her voice sharp. "Those immune to all poisons will die from something that isn't poison. Those with bodies hard as stone will die from something that isn't a sword." "Do you understand?" she questioned. A martial artist doesn't just choose a martial art to learn, but also chooses their way of life and way of death. It's a choice of what kind of warrior to become, and also how you will lose your life. Everyone must die, eventually. So why be bitter about death? One of those suffering exclaimed, "But I don't want to die this way." She continued, "Assassination is fine, being poisoned is fine, being attacked by an army is fine. Even being killed by a Shaolin monk is acceptable. Dying from betrayal by a close confidant is acceptable, or sacrificing oneself for future generations is also not a problem. But such a death is truly hard to accept." The young man's eyes flashed with a deep blue light, reflecting profound unease. The demonic cult leader spoke, her voice mysterious like mist. "You ask how I endured? It's simple. We just want to die the way we want." Shadows flitted past like illusions. In another moment, Yao Shi, with sharp eyes, pondered the data. The cause of death is the same, but the timing is different. Someone deliberately moved the bodies. A hidden conspiracy. Old Bu Wolzen looked up at the blazing Sunday today. Not many dared to venture far. He mused, Last night the moon was bright. Though not as strong as the sun, moonlight is enough to deter zombies. The demonic cult leader's gaze was as cold as ice. And so, we waged the great war. Her voice echoed, containing chilling resolve. Snow fell, blanketing the battlefield. Old Boo Wolsian roared, "The Orthodox faction will never fall before zombies!" The demonic cult leader retorted, "My disciples will not be destroyed by these lowly undead." "You are dead!" the sacred hammer roared. "If the Orthodox faction perishes, it must be by the wicked hands of the demonic cult." The cult leader smirked. "If the demonic cult disappears, it can only be by the blades of the Orthodox faction. The 9 great sects, the 5 great clans, all vanished. Even the inherited martial arts techniques rotted away, no longer legible. The world was plunged into desolation, but not yet completely destroyed." The sacred hammer continued. The Wulin Alliance leader, Grand Elder Nangong Yun. "Suppose there are 1 billion people in the world. 999,999,999 people die from the plague. Only one remains." He introduced himself. "I am Bu Wolzon, the sacred hammer." "I am Tian Mo," the demonic cult leader continued, her voice cold. "If the last person takes their own life, the world will not perish from disease, but from self-destruction." She revealed her name. "Many years have passed. Only 2 people remain in the world, Su Bai Shang. That battle was only to decide the fate of the world." The sacred hammer demanded, "I want our 990th battle. Surrender or fight to the death." The atmosphere was tense. Without hesitation, the demonic cult leader retorted, her eyes resolute. "To the death!" the vow echoed, sealing their fate. And then, the 2 strongest individuals of the 2 opposing factions charged at each other, amidst the snow-white battlefield. A fated battle, without quarter. But both were utterly exhausted. Their steps were slow, clumsy, like children's. The demonic cult leader gripped the sacred hammer's neck, her eyes filled with agony. They just kept dying in the apocalypse. It's already the 990th day. The demonic cult leader's voice deepened. Kim Gongjia looked towards Bu Wolzon and Tian Mo, his face stunned. "This?" Kim Gongjia was stunned, his eyes wide, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. "It can't end like this." A tragic scene unfolded. 2 figures collapsed in the pristine white snow. How ridiculous! Things shouldn't end like this. The demonic cult leader continued the story, her voice full of bitterness. "Even if, in the eyes of the Sword Emperor, it might be a great battle, no matter how grand the underlying principles or reasons, it was still an insult to both of them." The figures of the 2 exhausted warriors lay sprawled on the cracked, desolate ground. A red-haired individual appeared, their eyes cold. "What will you do? Kill Tian Mo and the Murim leader in their stead?" "Yes, that would also be a merciful gift. I will do it." Kim Gongjia mused, his gaze distant. "But don't forget, you and I are just strangers." "I know, but they wouldn't want that either." The young man looked towards the 2 figures in the snow, his heart heavy. If they must die, they want to die by each other's hands, not wither away in the apocalypse. In the memory, 2 figures still trudged through the snowy night. "I will end this world in my own way. It's already dark, old man. Perhaps because it's winter, the days are short. Tomorrow, I will definitely defeat you." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the cave. "Where have you been?" A blindfolded man, sword in hand, appeared. Bu Wolzon replied, "We've been busy taking care of the infected." The blindfolded man asked again, "Have you made any progress?" Yao Shi, the green-haired girl, gently shook her head, her face heavy. "Not yet." The demonic cult leader looked at everyone and ordered, "Indeed, let's rest first." Bu Wolzon nodded. "Yes, go." Kim Gongjia approached Yao Shi, his eyes pleading. "Please be honest." "Huh?" The young man continued. "How long do you think it will take to create the cure?" Yao Shi took off her glasses, her face clearly showing worry. Yes." On the ground, ancient characters were deeply carved like a prophecy. Yao Shi finally spoke the harsh truth. "To be honest with you, at least 120 days," the silver-haired old man pondered, nodding at Yao Shi's words. "Even with enough time, crafting this divine medicine would still be a tough challenge." The young man calculated, 100 days at the shortest, up to 360 days at the longest. But Yao Shi shook her head, bitterly admitting, "Under current conditions, I cannot guarantee anything, Death King. If I open my eyes, it will be the world 10 days before Tian Mo was interrupted. But 10 days, will it be enough?" The young man's eyes held an endless worry. 10 days left. His hand clenched something tightly, an ironclad determination clearly visible. Time was running out, and every moment was as precious as gold. The young man smiled confidently, reassuring, "Don't worry, that's enough. I will find a way to solve the time problem." A firm affirmation, as if he already had a plan. He recalled the first words when they both got lost in this world. This was not an ordinary book, but but a real world, and they were here to save it. His words remained the same. Time was counting down, and if they didn't break the loop, the apocalypse would come. Cast aside all doubts, he said. The pharmacist responded with a resolute gaze, promising to give her all. I promise you, the pharmacist declared, taking his hand. Leave all other problems to me. A firm commitment from the future pharmacist, who would become a master alchemist. She bowed her head, her eyes holding determination. Please trust me and continue your work, her words gentle yet heavy with meaning. Without you, I would still be wandering in remote places, she confessed. I want to repay you, Death King. I will do my best to create the antidote. But the pharmacist worried that when focused, she would forget all etiquette. It's fine, Kim Gongja smiled. Just show your full capabilities. Absolute trust. I understand, the pharmacist replied, her green eyes behind her glasses flashing with determination. A click sound echoed, as if a switch had been flipped. Suddenly, the pharmacist turned to the old silver-haired man, ordering, Old man, from now on, assist me with all your might. Old Bu Wolzen's eyes widened, exclaiming in surprise, Assist! Old Bu Wolzen roared angrily, scolding the pharmacist for daring to order the great medicine king. But she didn't flinch, calmly activating. Skill cards, opened! Old Bu Wolzian was still grumbling, thinking she was showing off her skills. Kids these days think skills are everything, he muttered, unaware of what he was about to witness. The pharmacist calmly stood amidst 4 sparkling skill cards, declaring she would show Old Bu Wolzon her true abilities. A confident display? Or an arrogant act? Old Bu Wolzon's eyes widened, utterly astonished. What? You dare reveal your skills to an opponent? His voice was full of disbelief, as if he had just heard the most absurd thing in the world. The pharmacist casually picked up a skill card, twirling it lightly in her hand. Her green eyes behind her glasses flashed with defiance. Are you crazy? Or should I show you myself? She explained 2 core skills. Mobile hospital for instant body analysis, and life diagnosis allowing insight down to the genetic level. Combining them, all errors were eliminated. Old Bu Wolzen suddenly realized something, stammering, Wait. Old Bu Wolzon angrily waved his hand, roaring, You brat! How dare you display your skills to me? What if I reveal them to the alchemy castle or the medical world? He seemed to want to tear the air apart with his fury. The pharmacist remained calm, her sharp gaze piercing through her glasses. She explained, You can do that, but you must assist me in concocting the antidote. I need you to finish as quickly as possible. A proposal, or a command. The two faced each other, the air thick. The pharmacist questioned, her gaze scrutinizing, You despise me, don't you? Her words were unembellished, direct, and thorny. She continued, her tone full of provocation. I know you're furious that a mere child like me dares to act so arrogantly. You must be very annoyed to see that I have talent. She didn't shy away, but poked directly at his pride. And you must be going crazy knowing that I will live much longer than you and will be treated better than you for a very long time. Her words were like needles, piercing deep into Old Bu Wolzen's pride. The pharmacist made an unbelievable offer next to a chained corpse. If you help me this time, I will give you all the formulas I have created. You can use them as you please. I won't say a word. Too good a deal, or a trap. Unable to bear the humiliation, Bu Wolzon swung his hand and slapped the pharmacist hard across the face. The dry sound of the slap echoed, tearing through the silence. The pharmacist's glasses fell to the ground. Old Bu Wolzen's face was flushed, veins bulging as he gritted out each word. You rotten brat! His anger had reached its peak. The pharmacist bent down to pick up her glasses, her cheeks flushed. She calmly retorted, I will analyze the zombie virus. One day, you will realize you are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Her words were gentle yet heavy with meaning. Putting her glasses back on, the pharmacist ordered, Do what I tell you. Old Bu Wolzen roared, his curses full of resentment. The day will come when your pride is crushed and you reek of rot. The pharmacist smiled, her eyes sharp. You will eventually meet someone better than yourself. She continued assigning tasks. I will write down what's needed. You find them for me. Old Bu Wolzen was furious, but had no choice but to accept. In the icy cave, the pharmacist and Bu Wolzian faced each other, the atmosphere as tense as a taut string. Kim Gongja stood far away, silently observing, a sense of unease creeping into the dim shadows. The pharmacist, wearing pristine white gloves, bent over the coffin. She coldly ordered the Death King. Excuse me, but could you please step outside? Old Bu Wolzon continued diligently taking notes, his expression unchanged. The pharmacist's eyes were sharp, she whispered, her voice full of annoyance. Your breathing bothers me. A lot. She continued her meticulous work, the surrounding atmosphere growing heavier. Old Bu Wolzen continued taking notes, his voice sounding patient. When you go out, bring back 6 more zombies. We need more specimens. A child, an adult, and an elder of each gender. Kim Gong-ja stood before the stone wall, where main characters were deeply carved and several strange items lay scattered. The pharmacist's words echoed. Also, look for these ingredients if you see them. The glowing sword in Kim Gong-ja's hand. His eyes flashed with determination. Leave it to me, he replied, his voice echoing in the cave, carrying a firm promise. Su Baixiang, the blindfolded man, Bu Wolsan, and Kim Gong-ja stood in the cave. 4 people, 4 destinies, awaiting a new mission, a challenging journey about to begin. On the vast white snowfield, Su Baixiang complained about her body no longer being as it once was and the scattered zombies. Bu Wolzian snapped. Stop complaining, just control them. Amidst the brilliant dawn, a fierce battle erupted on the snow. Silhouettes of people and zombies clashed chaotically, surrounded by circles of energy, like a prophecy of destruction. In the cave, Kim Gong-ja and the black-haired man returned, each carrying an unconscious body. The blindfolded man and Bu Wolzian waited, the atmosphere tense, yet fruitful. The pharmacist looked up at Kim Gong-ja, who was still carrying the specimen on his shoulder. She continued her work beside the coffin, her gaze as sharp as an X-ray, examining every small detail. A week passed, the pharmacist and Bu Wolzian still diligently researching in the cave. Around them were coffins filled with bodies, flickering candles illuminating their silent work. After entering the apocalypse, the sky was always gloomy, and snow fell incessantly. A humph echoed, like a lament for the harsh fate of this world. Inside the cave, Su Baixiang looked at Kim Gong-ja, her voice low. We can't go out today. Both sat opposite each other, accepting the harsh reality of the weather. Su Baixiang sat by the candle, her gaze distant. She spoke of the long days of blizzards, when they couldn't step outside, and the good fortune of the rare sunny days recently. Su Baixiang accepted the harsh truth that the Gangxi would be lost if they strayed too far. Kim Gong-ja worried, but she coldly declared that they would be left behind. Thousands of terracotta warriors appeared in Su Baixiang's mind. She remembered the immense numbers of both sides, but then they simply vanished, never to be found again. Kim Gong-ja uttered a chilling truth, that the greatest fear was uncontrollable loss. He looked at her, awaiting a reaction. Su Baixiang's eyes were sharp and cold, like ice and snow. She spoke of a Gangxi that disappeared after the stormy night, then questioned Kim Gong-ja, asking if she could be afraid of that. Kim Gong-ja answered without hesitation, directly. His gaze was firm, unwavering before the aura of the demonic cult leader. Su Baixiang stood up, her eyes cold. She said the world had changed, and in normal times, Kim Gong-ja would no longer be alive. She told him he should be grateful that the apocalypse had arrived. Kim Gong-ja acknowledged her martial arts talent and the alliance leaders, expressing his respect. He humbly admitted he couldn't compare to their profound knowledge. The candle still burned, wax dripping as if time was passing. Su Baixiang's voice echoed, reminding them that no matter how strong, human qi had its limits. Su Baixiang lay there, her body enveloped in dark purple qi. She questioned Kim Gong-ja about the limits of qi, pointing out that he was using qi to sustain his life, but it couldn't last forever. Her shadow stretched long on the rock wall, like a grim prophecy. Kim Gong-ja, with a pensive expression, repeated the question, cornering her. When will your qi run out? She stood there, alone in the cave's darkness, her long black hair falling to obscure her expression. A heavy silence enveloped them, broken only by the howling wind and snow outside. She turned back, a mysterious smirk on her face. She praised Kim Gong-ja's quick wit, but her tone held something unpredictable. Kim Gong-ja directly asked about the remaining time. She didn't answer directly, but instead used sharp words, saying his quick wit was disgusting, like a sarcastic compliment. Heavy snow fell outside, plunging the world into ice. Su Baixiang revealed the secret of Tian Mo's end. When qi runs out, everything stops, including life. She stood straight, pointing to vital points on the body. Heart, lungs, upper dantian. She coldly declared that everything else would rot, only those 3 parts would remain. Kim Gong-ja looked at Su Baixiang, realizing she already knew the truth. She replied, mentioning a Shaolin monk who had endured for a year. The image of the decaying monk appeared, meditating in the posture of entering nirvana. Su Baixiang continued to recount his horrifying death, his body rotting until only his face remained. A close-up of the monk's withered face, his last words echoing. Amitabha Buddha. Su Baixiang concluded the story of the decay of life force. Amidst the stark white snowscape, a solitary candle burned. Su Baixiang admitted her ultimate fear, the exhaustion of qi, the depletion of life force. She looked outside, where the blizzard raged, engulfing everything. Fear enveloped her, not just for herself, but also for her followers, who might vanish before dawn. She turned back to look at Bu Wolzian lying on the bed. Fear transformed into helplessness. unable to finish off her enemy, and also unable to be finished off by her enemy. A cruel prospect emerged. She closed her eyes, imagining both of them lying there, waiting to die. Chi exhausted, bodies decaying. She let out a painful cry, directed at Kim Gongja. Kim Gongja lay there, his back turned, only able to utter 2 words, "I'm sorry," a reply to her helplessness and fear. Bu Wolzian opened his eyes, tears streaming down. He admitted the harsh truth. His body was completely depleted, with no strength left to move. Subai Xiang's eyes were complex, filled with both fear and pain. She repeated her apology as an acknowledgement of everything that had happened. She looked up at the stark white snowy sky, declaring her greatest fear, a meaningless death, leaving no trace or significance. She envisioned a world of only white snow, where all struggles became meaningless once both she and Bu Wolzan disappeared. Yao Shi appeared, tending to Bu Wolzan. Yao Shi bowed her head, her voice full of helplessness. She confirmed that Bu Wolzan's condition was too severe, with no hope of recovery. Subai Xiang stood straight, her eyes resolute. She gave an order, her voice echoing in the cave, as if to awaken a soul that had sunk deep. She looked directly at Bu Wolzan, refusing his apology. With a voice full of authority, she ordered the Holy Hammer, the martial alliance leader, to stand up. Subai Xiang questioned, her voice echoing a past vow. 2 figures faced each other under the purple sky, one holding a hammer, one holding a sword, as proof of a promise to challenge the demonic cult and uphold the righteous path, she continued, her tone full of sarcasm. How could the one who once unified the 10 great sects and the 5 great clans, who used schemes to defeat her, fall due to illness? Kim Gongja and Yao Shi stood behind, silently witnessing. Dark chi erupted around Subai Xiang. She growled, her eyes sharp as knives, ordering the Holy Hammer to stand up, take up his weapon, and face her. Her chi surged, suppressing both Kim Gongja and Yao Shi. Yao Shi panicked, trying to cover her mouth. Subai Xiang coldly declared that even if it was just a stick, the Holy Hammer must stand up and fight. Bu Wolzian sighed heavily, his face haggard. He could only utter a weak apology, like a dying ember. Subai Xiang roared, her shout tearing through the air. She wouldn't accept weakness, only wanting the Holy Hammer to stand up. But then, another voice echoed, calling her demon. Bu Wolzian weakly admitted defeat, apologizing for being weaker than her. He had tried to hold on, but his chi was exhausted, and his life force was also fading. Dark chi enveloped his body. A tear rolled down Subai Xiang's cheek. She knew Bu Wolzian had reached his limit, even if he could hold on for another year. He had chosen to give up. Bu Wolzian closed his eyes, accepting the harsh truth. He begged Subai Xiang to end his life, to put an end to all suffering and weakness. Bu Wolzian didn't want to turn into a zombie like the Shaolin abbot. He pleaded with her to kill him before his body rotted. Subai Xiang questioned, should she strike down a dying man? Subai Xiang's hand clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh. She couldn't believe this plea. Rage and disappointment surged within her. She looked down at Bu Wolzian, her voice full of bitterness. Was this the outcome of the great duel he had once promised? She scoffed. He should have died sooner, instead of prolonging this meaningless life. Subai Xiang continued to criticize, saying he should have gathered the disciples of the righteous faction and the demonic cult to end himself. She questioned, what glory had he clung to so stubbornly until now? Bu Wolzian could only remain silent. Subai Xiang reminisced, speaking of Nangong Yun, born with a heaven-bestowed martial physique, praised and envied. He became a master in his 20s, the Nangong family head before 30, then the alliance leader when the demonic cult rose. She looked at Bu Wolzian, questioning his cowardice. The one who carried the essence and hatred of the righteous faction, yet wanted to easily offer his head to her, a devil? He could only remain silent, accepting his fate. Subai Xiang, dark aura surging, coldly declared that she would end Nangong Yun, but his death would not be easy. Nangong Yun was injured and coughing up blood, his body weakened, gradually sinking deeper into the vortex of death chi. The steel refining hammer, symbol of the Nangong clan, fell heavily to the ground. Lying right beside the old leader's head, Subai Xiang picked up the hammer, her voice haunting, reminding Nangong Yun of the treasure he once cherished. Nangong Yun looked at the hammer, his eyes empty. The cult master forced him to say what she wanted to hear. The old leader remained silent. It was his final declaration, acknowledging the demise of the righteous faction. No more martial arts, no more martial world. The cult master roared, her black hair flying, her eyes blazing. Say it! Say it now! His old hands trembling. Nangong Yun whispered. An apology caught in his throat. I can't! Tears streamed down his gaunt cheeks. The old leader sobbed, begging for forgiveness from Subai Xiang. The cult master raised the steel refining hammer high, her shadow stretching long, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. She recalled his words about rather dying than living like a walking corpse. But now, she saw it all as meaningless. The hammer struck down, not at him, but into the ground right beside Nangongyun's head, raising a cloud of dust. Turning her back, the cult master questioned, "What's the difference between a life that isn't living and a death that isn't dying?" She looked up at the void, a heavy sigh escaping her. How meaningless. 9 days after the tower collapsed, Nangongyun, leader of the Martial Alliance, breathed his last due to illness. A line of text carved deep into the stone. A cold declaration echoed, "We have obtained a valuable specimen." The pharmacist, with a focused expression, explained. The Nangongyun specimen had given her a golden opportunity to directly observe the zombie virus infection process, something old research couldn't achieve. The black-haired young man presented the results. Data shows that the transformation into a zombie is not instantaneous, but requires time for the virus to penetrate the brain. He handed the report to Kim Gongja. The silver-haired old man grumbled. "This kid is good at making medicine, but terrible at explaining. Typical of youngsters who think they're brilliant." Kim Gongja and the others listened in silence. The pharmacist looked up hopelessly, her green eyes welling with tears. "I tried my best, but developing an antidote is impossible." She desperately admitted defeat. Kim Gongja questioned, "Is it because you didn't have enough time?" The pharmacist quickly replied, "Yes, I need at least 90 days, and 120 days would be even better." A heavy thunk echoed. The pharmacist startled and spun around, her eyes wide with horror as she looked towards Nangongyun. Nangongyun, his body tightly chained, was struggling violently. Savage growls escaped his throat, signaling a terrifying transformation. While everyone was terrified, a dark figure appeared from behind. "How pathetic," Su Beisheng uttered, her cold gaze fixed on the scene before her. The demonic cult master stood on Nangongyun's distorted body, contemptuously saying, "Once the shell is shed, humans are no different from beasts. Just a corpse that eats, until it can no longer move and then dies. Martial arts? Ridiculous." Without hesitation, Su Beisheng cruelly shoved her hand into Nangongyun's mouth, commanding, "Swallow it." A horrifying act, full of contempt. What? Kim Gongja exclaimed in horror. "You'll be transformed too." The sound of bones cracking echoed. The black-haired young man quickly stopped him. "Don't get close." The demonic cult master stood amidst a surging purple energy, her gaze resolute. "It's all over now," she declared, a powerful aura enveloping her. Her hand stained with blood, a mysterious smirk appeared on her beautiful face. She murmured, as if she had just completed a trivial task. Insane laughter echoed throughout the space. The demonic cult master stood there, enveloped by a blazing red energy, like a goddess of destruction. "Be careful, zombie." The warning rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. The red-haired young man looked at Kim Gongja with worry, as if sensing an impending disaster. The demonic cult master's aura exploded, raging like a storm. Kim Gongja and the blindfolded man witnessed the horrifying scene, realizing she had completely lost control. A wicked smile bloomed on her lips. The demon cult leader spoke a challenge. "Oh, assassins from the Orthodox faction?" she asked, her eyes full of disdain. "All right, come at me. Let's see if your swords are worth anything." Su Beisheng declared war. The blindfolded man screamed, "Everyone, run!" In just a blink, the 3 men were sent flying, scattered like pieces of paper in the wind. Helpless curses echoed, but it was too late. "She's insane!" the red-haired man roared, rushing towards Kim Gongja, who was holding the pharmacist, trying to shield them from the demon cult leader's wrath. Her power had surpassed even awakened demon gods, reaching the realm of a grand master. Even if they returned to their peak, they would hardly be able to defeat her. Heaven and earth are overflowing with resentment, swallowing Songshan whole. "Let this heaven and earth burn to ashes in hatred, incinerating Wudang," she shrieked, frenzied. "The demon cult is the heaven of the Murim, and I am the heaven of the demon cult. Do you have the right to confront one who stands above even heaven?" she declared. The blindfolded man desperately yelled, "Death King, take the pharmacist and run! You are no match for me, you pawns of the Orthodox faction," she scoffed. "Nangongyun! Where is Nangongyun?" Kim Gongja embraced the pharmacist and fled, leaving the insane screams behind. "No matter how green the forest, how bright the sky, only one person in this world can match swords with me," she declared. 4 great demon lords. Bring Nangongyun here immediately." Kim Gongja continued to hold the pharmacist and flee, trying to escape the wrath. "Death King." The colossal shadow of the demon cult leader echoed, "I trust you." Those words, like a curse or a blessing, haunted Kim Gongja's steps. "You are dead." Amidst the white snow, the pharmacist's glasses lay alone beside a pool of blood. A death without sound, without scent, without a trace, as if the world had never existed. The world had incinerated humanity, and the one who had incinerated the world, all were buried beneath a blanket of white snow. Only an endless snowfield remained, without a trace of life. Return to the past. Amidst the white snowscape, a solitary figure stood. Now is the time for me to save your world, the vow echoed. A new beginning for an arduous journey. A lone figure walked through the blizzard, leaving faint footprints on the pristine white snow. The world was plunged into a terrifying cold and silence. A little girl with pigtails stared blankly after the woman's figure ahead, her eyes wide amidst the hazy blizzard. "Mommy!" The childish cry was swallowed by the snowstorm as the little girl rushed forward, her steps faltering in the thick snow. The mother's figure receded, blurry like a mirage. The cry, "Mommy," was merely a broken breath in the bitter cold. The little girl stopped, her lifeless eyes staring into the void. A terrifying silence enveloped her, with only the howling wind remaining. Her small face looked up, her clear eyes reflecting the falling snowflakes, filled with extreme bewilderment. The little Sobe Kyang couldn't know. Had her mother abandoned her? Or was it merely a fated separation amidst the storm? Or had her mother accidentally lost her? She had no way of understanding. From the painful memory, Kim Gong-ja awoke in a dark space, his body lying motionless. A chilling message appeared. "You are dead." The heavenly demon knelt, asking Kim Gong-ja if he had memorized all the documents the pharmacist had left behind. "Quite a bit," Kim Gong-ja replied, his body gradually recovering. The heavenly demon continued, summarizing what they both had memorized. He reminded Kim Gong-ja to return before forgetting everything. "All right," the young man agreed. "Then, let's start by choosing a skill." The heavenly demon stated decisively, holding out a shimmering skill card towards Kim Gong-ja. He gazed at it thoughtfully. An A-rank skill appeared. Demonic Heaven Divine Art. The cultivator would crush mountains, tear apart the sky, but must comprehend the hatred and curses towards heaven and earth. The more one cursed, the more heaven and earth would change, and that person would become the heavenly demon. Demonic Heaven Divine. Kim Gong-ja was astonished, his eyes wide. This was the martial art he had just witnessed. The terrifying power that had destroyed everything. This is a typical demonic cult martial art, the heavenly demon snorted. He explained that martial arts or defensive techniques were all ways humans dealt with the world. "Deal with the world?" Kim Gong-ja asked. "Exactly," the heavenly demon replied. "If you accept the world, you belong to the orthodox faction. If you oppose it, you belong to the demonic cult. Orthodox faction cultivators use their bodies as vessels to accept the world, while the demonic cult uses their bodies as claws to tear at the world. A contrasting, harsh philosophy." The heavenly demon extended his hand, his silhouette cast against the silver moon, a colossal sword appearing in the illusion, signaling a harsh lesson about to unfold. "Let me show you the simplest example," the heavenly demon said, his voice echoing in the silent space. He swung his hand, and a violent aura tore through space, forming a perfectly straight vertical slash. Kim Gong-ja lay there, witnessing the astonishing sight. "A vertical slash from top to bottom," the heavenly demon explained, his sharp gaze fixed on the young man looking up. He continued to explain. "Orthodox martial artists train their bodies to accept the world, to merge with it, to make it a part of themselves." The heavenly demon said, "Whether it's a tiger or an ox, doesn't matter. Martial arts are endlessly transformative, depending on the enlightenment of their creator. What's important is that it simulated the world, even if just a little, making the world your own. That is the meaning of accepting the world," he concluded. Kim Gong-ja was still listening, panting. "But demonic cult martial arts are different. When the demonic cult imparts martial arts, they will tell you this," the heavenly demon said, black chi swirling around his body. He swung his hand, and space shattered like a mirror. "Recall the rage when a bandit stabbed you in the stomach," the heavenly demon said, his voice full of power. "Recall when your younger sister was dragged away by the magistrate. Recall your weakness, when you could do nothing to save her," he continued, his gaze icy. "Imagine burying your younger sister, after she returned as only a corpse, after a night of hopeless waiting before the magistrate's manor," the heavenly demon said, the tragic image clearly visible. "Imagine burying your younger sister alone, the ground frozen hard by winter. You had to claw at it with bare hands, your fingernails bleeding," he described, the painful scene appearing. Fingernails broken, hands bleeding. "In the end, you could only hastily cover her body in a shallow grave," the heavenly demon said, his voice deep and muffled. "Recall the feeling of each cold particle of earth, and swing your sword with the very hands that clawed at the soil. Resent your own weakness, curse the cruelty of this world," the heavenly demon roared, a claw tearing at the world. "That's right," Kim Gong-ja murmured, his eyes flashing with understanding. The heavenly demon turned away, explaining more about chi and mental cultivation methods. A skill panel appeared before Kim Gong-ja's eyes, with the words "Demonic God Heavenly Art." Anyway, you don't need to learn it, zombie, he said. To the heavenly demon's astonishment, Kim Gongja asserted he wanted to learn the demonic god heavenly art, simply because he wanted to. The heavenly demon exploded, pointing directly at Kim Gongja, roaring, "Wait! Are you enchanted by that demon's heavenly demon skill? Damn it! That's just a temporary grandmaster state achieved by exhausting one's life force," he continued in a rage. "That's a temporary, unrealistic buff. A true martial artist cannot rely on such trash. That demonic art is garbage compared to my martial arts." Kim Gong-ja merely smirked. Kim Gong-ja provoked, "Are you jealous because I want to learn someone else's martial art?" The heavenly demon glared, letting out a cry of astonishment. The heavenly demon crossed his arms, confidently declaring, "Don't worry. The Sword Emperor's martial arts are still the greatest in the universe. Do you think I don't know that and still want to learn demonic arts? That's right. I am the best. So why do you want to learn the demonic cult's divine art?" Kim Gongja smiled mysteriously, a shimmering card behind him. He replied succinctly, "So I can perfectly clear this stage." A pristine white snowy landscape appeared, 2 lone figures standing amidst the blizzard. A narration echoed, "Even with an antidote, only those 2 could be saved. It's been over 2 years since the other person died. So even if saved, they wouldn't be normal." Kim Gongja asked the heavenly demon, "So what do you think the outcome will be? The Martial Alliance leader and the heavenly demon becoming Adam and Eve? Does that sound like a good ending to you?" The heavenly demon frowned, his brow furrowed in displeasure. That doesn't sound good at all. Just thinking about those 2 being intimate makes me sick." Kim Gongja held up the glowing card, explaining, "Developing the antidote is only the first requirement for a good ending. A cool ending depends on the character's satisfaction with the story." He continued, the brilliant card in his hand. "And I want to give the heavenly demon and the leader of the Muram Alliance a completely perfect ending." The system announced, "Selection complete. Skill copy." Kim Gongja stood alone in the stark white space, a card floating upwards. The system announced, "You are currently a D-rank hunter. You are afflicted by a punishment skill." The narration echoed, "Of course, this wasn't the end of the heavenly demon's nightmare. There was still another hell I had to overcome." Kim Gongja collapsed onto the snow. The system notification appeared, "Recreating the pain of your killer. Punishment level is medium. There will be a chance to discuss this later. Land of hungry ghosts." In the fierce snowstorm, a silver-haired man with a covered eye and another old man shivered. The silver-haired man shouted, "It's too cold." The apothecary appeared, sneezing and generating a red aura around her hands. She exclaimed, "Is this Siberia? Why is it a snowfield?" "Achoo." Kim Gongja stood beside the apothecary, who bowed her head in thanks. "Thank you, Death King." Kim Gongja simply nodded silently. In a fleeting memory, an old vow echoed. "I'm just doing the obvious. Sect leader of the Heavenly Clan, please take care of the Medicine King. I still trust you." Blood splattered and glasses shattered. A firm reply. "All right." In the middle of the vast white snowfield, the sect leader of the Heavenly Clan carried the injured person, pointing into the distance. "I think I just saw a figure over there." The group began a new journey, unaware of the dangers that awaited. A horrifying sight met their eyes. Frozen corpses, faces purple, mouths agape in silence. "What the hell is this? Why are all these people frozen?" Kim Gongja coldly remarked. "They look like zombies." His words startled the sect leader of the Heavenly Clan. He continued, "Look here." He pointed at a piece of meat stuck between the teeth of a corpse, his gaze sharp. "There's meat stuck between their teeth. It's as if they tore something apart with their mouths, like wild beasts." The apothecary activated her ability, green light surrounding her hands. He's right. The DNA between this person and the meat in their mouth doesn't match. It belongs to a completely different person. The corpse died about 3 years ago, but the meat is from 2 years ago, the apothecary explained. "It's hard to believe, but perhaps this corpse moved for a year." The sect leader of the Heavenly Clan shivered, shouting, "I hate those monsters from horror movies. Do something!" Kim Gongja smirked, calmly saying, "All right. Things are progressing faster than in my previous life." He turned to the apothecary and the sect leader of the Heavenly Clan. "Miss Apothecary, Medicine King, I have an amazing skill." In an instant, the scene shifted to a dark cave. Kim Gongja sat in contemplation, recalling what was on page 2 of the apothecary's notes. Wait. Cell reaction test results. According to the analysis from my skill, the apothecary tilted her head, her green eyes wide in thought. She was trying to connect the pieces of information. Kim Gongja stood there, smiling mysteriously. He thought to himself, truly astonishing. A perfect research method without a single flaw. Even though the language is very different from mine, it's amazing. So she really considers herself a truly extraordinary person. Kim Gongja mused. Anyway, The research time will be shortened, so that's good. Meanwhile, the sect leader of the Heavenly Clan was still shivering from the cold, scratching his head. I want to get away from these zombies. I wonder if there's any warm place to take shelter, moo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Insane laughter echoed. Suddenly, the scene changed abruptly. The sect leader of the Heavenly Clan, clad in white, stood amidst the white snow, confronting So Baekyang, clad in black. A resounding declaration of war. The demonic cult's dominion over the world ends here and now. In response to the challenge, So Baekyang merely sneered. A contemptuous ha escaped her lips, her long black hair fluttering in the cold wind. Even a dog would laugh at that. So Baekyang said, but then she clutched her chest, her eyes briefly troubled. I'm afraid. Her words were unexpected, hinting at something profound. Even I am this afraid, she declared, then raised her head, radiating immense presence. As long as I stand, the demonic cult will continue to rule the world. Great Axe Sage, you are the one who should bid farewell to your righteous faction, the greatest martial artist. Kim Gong-ja stood there, his gaze resolute, like a prophecy about the strongest woman in the world, the one who would survive until her last breath, standing firm amidst the storm. The young man's silhouette glided across the pristine white snow, a martial artist who had reached the pinnacle of the unrivaled title, yet carried a strangely sorrowful definition. In the white snowy expanse, a young woman with long black hair, wearing a traditional cloak, looked up in surprise. Who are you? Kim Gong-ja knelt, speaking with deep respect. He had come from afar, having heard of the illustrious heavenly demon, the greatest martial artist, and had admired her for a long time. Amidst the vast sea of snow, Kim Gong-ja humbled himself, pleading with the young woman in the black cloak. Please accept me as your disciple, heavenly demon. A vow echoed. The scene suddenly changed. A little girl lay huddled on the pristine white snow, snowflakes still falling incessantly, covering her small body. A close-up of the little girl's pale face. Her lips were purple, her breath weak, a lost whisper amidst the ice. So cold. A numbing sensation enveloped her. The little girl couldn't hear, couldn't see, couldn't smell. The world around her sank into cold oblivion. My stomach feels full of ice, she whispered. Mom, it's so cold here. A small black dot on the snow, lonely and weak. Suddenly, a dazzling white light tore through the snow, accompanied by a mysterious PSHK sound, like a sign of life amidst death. From the light, a silver-haired old man, leaning on a staff, appeared. He looked around, softly exclaiming, Huh. His eyes filled with astonishment. The old man bent down to look at the unconscious little girl. Strange. It hasn't snowed for 10 days, and the snow is over 1.5 meters deep. How is this child still alive? He pondered, regretting the little girl's fate, but then realized she had the perfect physique for martial arts. A fateful encounter, more precious than gold. The silver-haired old man gently patted the little girl's head. Oh, child, do you want to come with me? An invitation full of hidden meaning, opening up a new future. He bent low, his kind eyes looking at the little girl. I will give you food and a place to sleep, a warm promise amidst the ice. The little girl, her eyes still hazy, gently nodded. A small nod, but the beginning of a great journey. The silver-haired old man looked at the scentless little girl, recognizing her as a child born from snow. He decided to bestow upon her the surname Su and the given name Bai Xiang, meaning snow fragrant. From then on, the little girl Su Bai Xiang officially became a member of the demonic cult. The old man held her hand, leading her into a new, mysterious world. The innocent girl asked about where she was going, and the silver-haired old man replied that it was a gathering place for children like her, a promise of a new home. Suddenly, a resounding roar cut through the stream of memories. The demonic cult leader, So Baekyang, with a face full of indignation, decisively declared, I refuse. The young man Kim Gong-ja knelt, listening to the cold refusal. The cult leader firmly stated, I have never taken a disciple in my entire life. Even if the world collapses, I will not change this rule. Unexpectedly, family head Nam Gung-woon appeared, munching on food while questioning the cult leader. Hey, demonic cult leader, why are you so stingy? The kid has overcome so many dangers to get here. So Baekyang sat there, her expression cold. Nam Gung-woon continued to ask, why are you still as cold as ever? She replied, I am proud that they made it here, but the rules for disciples must be strictly upheld. So Baekyang explained that the demonic cult does not easily accept people. Only children abandoned by their parents and the world can join. Nam Gung-woon turned to Kim Gong-ja, proposing, Did you hear that, young man? Why don't you follow me as your master instead of this foolish demonic cult? I am Nam Gung-woon, family head Namgung. So Baekyang ignored Nam Gung-woon's offer, surprising the old man. She reiterated,
I've already said, only children abandoned by the world can join the demonic cult.
Kim Gong-ja raised his head and began to explain. The world has changed. People have turned into zombies due to a mysterious disease, and the martial arts sects have also collapsed. He continued, his voice full of pathos. Heaven has abandoned humanity, so all of us have been abandoned by the world, whether we like it or not. Furthermore, I am a hunter who entered the tower because I am an orphan. So Baekhyang listened in silence. Kim Gong-ja concluded, haven't I naturally met the conditions to join the demonic cult, Great Heavenly Demon? I even think I abandoned the world first. Finally, the demonic cult leader stood up, her eyes sharp and cold. All right, if you are so confident, then demonstrate the 3 swordsmanship, she declared, her voice full of challenge. I will judge for myself whether you are worthy of receiving my sex teachings. Though, I'm sure you're only good at empty talk. Kim Gong-ja bowed deeply, his heart filled with gratitude. Thank you for giving me a chance. A glimmer of hope flickered amidst despair. The dark-haired young man, Kim Gong-ja, his eyes blazing, was activating a mysterious skill. Fiery red streaks of light surrounded his sword, signaling a terrifying power about to erupt. That power was precisely the heavenly demon divine art, a forbidden ultimate technique of the demonic cult. A dark aura erupted, engulfing him, his eyes glowing blood red. He could clearly see the sword paths, countless moves appearing in his mind. But that was only the beginning. He still couldn't fully comprehend this secret art. A majestic figure suddenly appeared in Kim Gong-ja's mind, a deep, resonant voice echoing, hate your weakness and curse the cruelty of this world. Kim Gong-ja's eyes flashed with determination. If he had to be shattered, he might as well be completely shattered, with nothing left to lose. He recalled the heavenly demon's words. If you wish to defy the world, you will become a part of the demonic cult. He had once wanted to live, but now, after unleashing the heavenly demon divine art, his thoughts had changed. Desperate cries for help echoed. A chaotic scene, fires blazing to the sky. Burn the witch's lair! A furious roar. He realized that the essence of the demonic cult was not claws, but a cry of indignation. Speak up! There's no more art or martial prowess in martial arts. Kim Gong-ja roared, his figure swinging his sword in fury. The laws of yin and yang may be grand, but the world born from them is full of flaws. No matter how profound the scriptures, they cannot compare to the painful cries of a lowly human. He felt the power of suffering, a sword dance of suffering sharper than any yin and yang, sword art, a sword swung in despair more powerful than any wisdom. Stop! So Baekhyang's cold voice rang out. The deeper the suffering, the louder the cry, the stronger the sword will be. That is why we are strong. The survival of the fittest. That is the doctrine of the demonic cult, she continued. The sword path of the heavenly demon, the ruler of the sect, must always be a scream directed at the world. Stop! So Baekhyang roared, her eyes full of fury. Even that ruler had screamed in pain in her final moments. Kim Gong-ja continued to swing his sword, a dark aura enveloping him. You bastard! So Baekhyang gritted her teeth. Unable to believe her eyes, she questioned, her voice full of indignation. How could you steal and learn my sect's ultimate technique? Kim Gong-ja gasped, sweat pouring down. You can't deceive my eyes! Although your moves are still clumsy, that is definitely the heavenly demon divine art. Only demonic cult followers can learn it, but I've never met you. Sweat pouring down, Kim Gong-ja questioned himself. Was he worthy? Or was it all just a trick of fate? A cruel irony? His eyes lit up, a challenging smirk on his face. He wanted to know if he was qualified to wield this power, or merely a contemptible imposter. In the dark cave, So Baekhyang stood tall, her eyes like daggers, filled with extreme indignation and astonishment. She lunged forward, a surge of white power erupting, tearing through the air. A furious roar echoed. Death King! He collapsed, exhausted. A green-haired girl rushed to support him, her voice worried. You've used too much internal energy. Let me infuse you with some. So Baekhyang turned and walked away, a scornful click of her tongue echoing. She couldn't believe what had just happened. A burly, red-haired man appeared, looking down at the motionless Kim Gong-ja. He scolded, You almost died using martial arts beyond your ability, you fool. I told you to build your foundation slowly. Kim Gong-ja lay there, utterly exhausted, only able to sigh. Despite being scolded, he did not regret his decision. The red-haired man looked at him, a rare smile gracing his lips. Not bad at all, you fool. I'm proud of you. An unexpected warm compliment amidst the harshness. Snow and ice covered an ancient village, its curved roofs nestled amidst majestic mountains. Life continued, peaceful, yet harsh. An old man with silver hair, leaning on a staff, led a little girl through the falling snow. This will be your home from now on, he said, his voice deep and warm. An old man wearing a conical hat, a gentle smile on his face, told the girl, "You can eat, sleep, and play whenever you wish." So Baekhyang looked up, her dark eyes listening to every word. "Baekhyang, you just need to live the way you want." A simple instruction that contained a whole world of freedom. In a cozy room, the children gathered around the dining table, chattering away. "The adults here are so kind. They don't make us do anything." A naive child guessed, "Or maybe they'll raise us as servants?" Another immediately retorted, "Idiot. I've been here for over a year, and there's no such thing." So Baekhyang quietly ate, while the children's chatter continued. "Oh, by the way, have you greeted the new arrivals today? There's only one new child, but many people arrived today." Another child spoke while eating, saying that recently many children had been brought here, all because of failed harvests, causing the number of orphans to skyrocket. So Baekhyang looked up, her dark eyes looking forward, her gaze full of curiosity and a hint of surprise. The girl asked the other children how they all came to be in this place. The children looked at each other, their young faces showing confusion. Some bowed their heads, others looked directly at the girl. In a blood-red space, a child recounted failed harvests, its mother forced to work in the red light district, while another's village was plundered by sword-wielding bandits. Another child spoke of its father's constant beatings, forcing it to flee. So Baekhyang suddenly remembered the poison cauldron. It was a cauldron filled with various highly venomous insects and animals, trapped together and tearing each other apart. The last surviving creature would possess the strongest, most potent venom. The children's pain was like streams of flowing poison. The girl asked, "Are you happy?" A child replied with determination, "Yes, this place is not paradise, but a cauldron to create a unique poison." So Baekhyang clenched her fists. In her heart, this place was where she didn't need to earn money for her mother, where there were doctors to cure illnesses, and no one beat her. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a land covered in white snow. A small, solitary figure appeared, vague and lost. A brilliant sunrise emerged over the majestic snow-capped mountains, a beautiful scene that also held coldness and solitude. A middle-aged man entered, calling the children to wake up for breakfast. He looked at So Baekhyang, still sound asleep on her mat, and gently called her name. So Baekhyang sat down at the dining table. Another child said someone was absent again today. The man's words echoed, "Sleep when you want, eat when you want." Amidst lush green vegetable beds, the children worked together in the fields, bees buzzing everywhere. The old man wearing a conical hat was also working diligently. So Baekhyang squatted down, using a small shovel to mound soil. The man's words continued to echo, "And play when you want." Bees buzzed across the field, and the children whispered about So Baekhyang. "That girl Baekhyang is really strange. She keeps sticking to the old farmers and doesn't even eat or drink much." Amidst a vibrant carpet of maple leaves, an old man with completely white hair, leaning on a staff, appeared. "Just live as you wish." He greeted the girl. "Long time no see, Baekhyang." The girl replied. The old man approached So Baekhyang, his deep eyes looking directly at the girl diligently mounding soil. "I'm here because I have a question for you." The old man continued, his gaze scrutinizing. "I heard you're helping the farmers, harvesting food yourself." So Baekhyang didn't look up, softly replying, "Yes." The old man's words echoed like gentle ripples around the girl's hands. "And that you're sewing clothes and blankets yourself too?" So Baekhyang still only replied curtly, "Yes." The old man sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Why? You could live a comfortable life, perhaps not luxurious, as long as you wished." The old man looked at the girl, his voice somber. "This is Tahua Yuan, where adults cultivate for children. You are also a child. Why must you labor?" Old Mo at the foot of the mountain lost 2 daughters because of that wretched magistrate. The old man continued to recount, each word like a knife cutting into the heart. Old Quay at the orchard lost his 2nd son because he was forced to build city walls. When he reported it, he was interrogated, and then his eldest son also died. So Baekhyang listened in silence. The old man wearing a conical hat beside her could only bow his head. After burying his 2 sons in his hometown, Old Quay and his wife moved here. The old man raised his hand, and a maple leaf gently fell. "All the adult farmers, those who nurture and sow for us, the orphans, have been hurt by this world. Not a single one is an exception." The sunset descended by the riverbank, dyeing the entire area red. The old man said, "This place is not paradise. They don't nurture us or give us free clothes because they are foolish. So why do you think they do it?" So Baekhyang looked up, her deep dark eyes, her voice small but resolute. "They want us to avenge them." The girl knelt, embracing a withered tree trunk. as if embracing the world's pain. Because they feel this world is too unjust. They cannot forgive the magistrates and officials who ruin their lives. They want revenge, but they themselves lack the power. So Baekhyang looked at the sparkling water, continuing to explain. I heard that martial arts must be learned from a young age to become great. The elderly farmers are too old to learn advanced martial arts, but they can cultivate for children with potential. A majestic, gloomy edifice appeared, stained crimson with blood and hatred. That is the true nature of Taohua Yuan. We don't eat and sleep for free here. This is the headquarters of the demonic cult. We are here to avenge them, to fight against the world. Sunset descended, dyeing the entire sky red. The old man and So Baekhyang stood side by side, their shadows stretching long across the field, their gaze directed towards the distant horizon, where vows of revenge had just been deeply etched. In the autumn-colored field, the old man with white hair called So Baekhyang's name, and the little girl obediently answered. So Baekhyang's eyes were calm. The old man asked if she had anything she wanted to say to the heavens. The little girl affirmed that she had many things to say, and images of loneliness in a snowstorm and a blazing red silhouette of revenge appeared in her mind. The old man closed his eyes, his expression serene, not at all surprised by the little girl's hate-filled answer. He opened his eyes, his gaze resolute, declaring that this world would have to answer for the words the little girl wanted to speak. Amidst the blazing red sunset, the old man introduced himself as the Demon Buddha, one of the 7 elders of the demonic cult, his aura soaring to the sky. So Baekhyang innocently asked if there were Buddhas in hell. The old man smiled and replied, what meaning would a Buddha have, if not in hell? He declared that So Baekhyang had passed the test, uncorrupted by material temptations, proving the purity of her inherent toxicity. The old man asked So Baekhyang to perform the disciple initiation ritual, bowing her head to accept him as her master, with the red leaves as witnesses. Suddenly, the scene changed. Kim Gongja lay on his back, and So Baekhyang leaned down, calling for him to wake up quickly. Kim Gongja was flustered by So Baekhyang's position, afraid of bumping heads, but she only sneered, assuming he was already healthy. So Baekhyang ordered Kim Gongja to go wash himself clean, body and soul. She would wait for him at the cave entrance. Kim Gongja sat up, looked around, and saw the others sound asleep, their soft snores echoing in the stone cave. He wondered what everyone was dreaming about, then activated his character window, a pink light flashing from his fingertip. In his dream, an old man boasted of victory, a green-haired girl was arrogant, and a black-haired man laughed eerily. Kim Gongja secretly told himself not to wake them. Outside the snow-covered cave, So Baekhyang asked Kim Gongja if he had washed himself clean. He replied that even his soul had been purified. So Baekhyang, amidst the cold white snowscape, coldly declared, I don't like glib talkers. Her eyes were as sharp and cold as ice. Kim Gongja smiled, replying with a rhetorical question. In So Baekhyang's mind, he was not a general, but a master swindler, his words frighteningly skillful. The status window appeared, revealing So Baekhyang's thoughts about Kim Gongja. Despite his glib tongue, he has a naive, innocent face. A perfect candidate for the leader of a lower-tier sect. Kim Gongja bewilderedly asked about the lower-tier sect, but So Baekhyang offered no explanation, only coldly commanded, follow me. She turned her back, her black cloak fluttering against the white snow. Amidst the vast snowfield, So Baekhyang began to explain the sect's first test, the comfort test. Children who accepted an easy life would become farmers, artisans, or guards for the lower-tier sect. But those who passed that test, she continued, would be recognized as the inner sect, officially joining the demonic cult and being taught demonic martial arts. Kim Gongja asked how she knew so much, then answered himself with a mysterious smile. Because I saw your emotional wounds after dying for you. He just happened to know many things. So Baekhyang sighed, lamenting the cruelty of heaven and earth for assigning her a cunning scoundrel as her destiny. She wondered if she should accept this fool as a disciple of the lower-tier sect. In her mind, the red-haired heavenly demon nodded. So Baekhyang told herself that the heavenly demon had a keen eye for people. If Kim Gongja were merely a fool, she wouldn't care, but he possessed terrifying potential when determined. Kim Gongja asked if she was praising or criticizing him, then clicked his tongue and muttered, let's just assume it's praise. The world will be a brighter place. So Baekhyang pointed forward, coldly declaring, this spot is fine. Amidst the white, snowy expanse, So Baekhyang spread her arms, her voice echoing, rejoice! I shall accept you as my disciple. The demonic cult rules heaven and heaven and earth never reject a worthy follower. Kim Gongja rejoiced, cupping his hands and bowing. In that case. But So Baekhyang cut him off, her voice as cold as ice. However, I cannot officially accept you as my disciple yet. Kim Gongja was stunned, questioning why she was so harsh. She replied, her eyes suspicious. Everything you say, I doubt it all. My senses tell me it's all lies. Kim Gong-ja secretly thought how sharp her senses were. So Baekhyun continued, her expression pensive. But you don't possess an evil nature, so I will overlook it. You have a strangely kind nature. I cannot yet tell if my destiny belongs to you or if you belong to me. Kim Gong-ja asked, "What is the test?" She pointed down into the abyss. "Down there. I've thrown a Gangzi down there. He's a rising star, a renowned martial artist. Defeat him, and I will officially accept you as my disciple." A ferocious Gangzi roared in the abyss below. She hadn't finished speaking, declaring a harsh condition. "You must fight while hungry and thirsty." Kim Gong-ja was stunned. "My words about you not being an official disciple are just empty words," she coldly explained. "When facing the Gangzi, your heart is only allowed to hold hunger, thirst, and pain. I was taught martial arts by the heavenly demon, and you must cast aside all other emotions. Can you do it? She already considers me a disciple," Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. So Baekhyun continued, "Turn the groans and movements of the hungry and thirsty into will, so that your sword swings only out of hunger. Only then will the demonic god's heavenly art truly reveal its power." He pondered. "What will happen when I can swing a sword purely out of hunger and thirst?" The sword gleamed, a spark of hope flashing in the young man's eyes. She continued to explain. "You can strike down someone who has never known hunger with a single sword stroke. In this way, one of your blows could wipe out half of the Orthodox faction's martial artists." A scene of devastation appeared in his mind. "Testament to that destructive power. That is the claws that tear the world apart," she explained. "First, learn to die of hunger. Next, die of thirst. You must learn to wield your sword from those pains, so that a single strike can fell someone who has never known true yearning. You will learn 9 sword forms, and their path will overturn heaven and earth," so Baekhyun declared. Kim Gong-ja gripped his sword, his eyes gleaming with interest. "That sounds exciting," she smirked, her eyes sharp and cold. "What are you waiting for? Just jump straight into hell." Her words were like a command, pushing him into the abyss. Without hesitation, Kim Gong-ja plunged into the abyss, the wind whistling in his ears. "Yes, cult leader!" he shouted, accepting the terrifying challenge. In the abyss, the Gangzi roared ferociously. Kim Gong-ja glided down, his mind still wandering. Which sword technique is least related to zombies? Probably Hadouken. He fell freely, the wind howling in his ears. Kim Gong-ja yelled loudly, trying to maintain his composure in mid-air. He quickly swung his sword, aiming straight at the Gangzi. A surge of internal energy erupted, creating a powerful attack. Kim Gong-ja tumbled in mid-air, trying to keep his balance. "Damn it, this is insane!" he exclaimed, feeling the chaos of the battle. From above, so Baekhyun shouted, her voice full of dissatisfaction. "Wrong. Don't just swing your sword around like that!" She continued to instruct. "Didn't I tell you? Think of hunger, of death by starvation. If you just swing your sword haphazardly, the demonic heavenly arts will be nothing but an empty shell." The Gangzi lunged. Kim Gong-ja narrowly dodged. "But I'm not hungry right now," he cried out. So Baekhyun roared, "Idiot!" The Gangzi ferociously attacked, sending Kim Gong-ja flying, who cried out in pain. He still couldn't grasp the essence of the demonic heavenly arts. "Can't you imagine the color red in your mind even when it's not before your eyes?" So Baekhyun questioned. "Just because you're not hungry now doesn't mean you can't remember the feeling of hunger. If you can't do it, it's because you're not used to the feeling of hunger. Your stomach is too full," she continued. "Those who learn the demonic heavenly arts must be able to recall their senses. Recall the longest time you've ever been starved. Dig through your memories from that time," she ordered. "Where were you? What did you want to eat most? How long were you hungry for?" Kim Gong-ja tried to delve into his memories, but the longest he had ever been hungry was only 3 to 4 days. "What?" he exclaimed, surprised himself. She looked at him, her deep eyes revealing disappointment. "You mean the longest you've ever been hungry was only 3 days?" she asked, her voice full of sarcasm. "How ridiculous. It's been a long time since this world was so chaotic, and the harvests have failed," she snapped. "How could you only be hungry for 3 days unless you're from a noble family? You don't understand what I'm saying. Hunger is the most urgent feeling, a pain that cannot be ignored even for a single day. A pain that no one can refuse," she declared. "People live to appease their hunger. There is no difference between the hunger of an emperor and the lowest of men," she said. "How can you awaken the demonic heavenly arts if you don't know this?" "No, I also lived as an F-rank hunter for over 10 years and was often hungry," he retorted. "When I bought tteokbokki, I only bought rice cakes that served more than 4 pieces. "Enough," she coldly interrupted. "This is my fault. I once had hope." "But I thought, you're just all talk," she declared, then called out loudly, "Heavenly demon!" "Heavenly demon?" Kim Gong-ja exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was happening. He watched her retreating back, a sense of unease rising within him. "Wait!" he hastily cried out. I mean, it's not like not being hungry is something special. He tried to explain, but it seemed she had made up her mind. The Gangxi roared, his face contorted with anger. What does that mean? That you can't learn martial arts because of that? Huh? He yelled, then cursed. You bastard, the Gangxi roared, unleashing a powerful blow that sent Kim Gong-ja flying. He fell in extreme pain, and a system notification appeared. Even so, I've been through a lot of hardships, Kim Gong-ja angrily shouted, energy erupting around him. The heavenly demon appeared, calmly remarking, She's teaching you the traditional way. In the desolate, icy wilderness, Kim Gong-ja stood tall, his gaze resolute. He did not flinch at the challenge, declaring that he would never yield, no matter what opponent appeared. Kim Gong-ja was full of vigor, asserting that he was someone who had once burned to death, fearing nothing. He turned to the heavenly demon, questioning, Are you awake? Where are you going? Then declared he would go find an item to break this stage, despite the risk of starvation. The heavenly demon looked at Kim Gong-ja with a helpless expression, sighing wearily. He muttered that Kim Gong-ja had completely gone mad, becoming a frenzied lunatic who saw nothing when angry. Amidst the vast white snowscape, Kim Gong-ja darted like an arrow. So Baekhyang flew behind him, her face discontent, lamenting that they were about to waste many more days. Kim Gong-ja headed towards a mysterious cave, hidden among snow-covered cliffs and trees. A cold destination, promising new challenges. In the dark cave, Kim Gong-ja stood there, his expression terrifyingly resolute. He muttered, as if to himself, or as a silent challenge, Crazy kid. Kim Gong-ja questioned the heavenly demon. Are you going to stay here until you die? The heavenly demon calmly replied, accepting his fate, with no intention of changing it. The heavenly demon knelt, clasping his hands and pleading with Kim Gong-ja, calling him prince and the craziest person in the world. He lamented having to watch Kim Gong-ja destroy himself, but Kim Gong-ja coldly told him to be quiet. Kim Gong-ja sternly asked the heavenly demon, How many days do you plan to do this? He revealed that he had witnessed the heavenly demon's suffering, who had fasted for 111 days, and declared he would fast for 112 days to surpass him. The heavenly demon was utterly terrified, pointing outside. He yelled that Kim Gong-ja wouldn't be able to last more than 100 days in this bone-chilling cold, and how could he maintain his internal energy for so long? The heavenly demon tried to reason, saying that fasting for more than 100 days was no longer just hunger. But Kim Gong-ja coldly retorted, challenging him if he had ever fasted for 100 days, and if not, then he shouldn't speak. The heavenly demon recounted his fasting experience when he was young, following the monks. He had starved to the point of thinking he would die, but after half a month he no longer felt hungry. He emphasized that it was just a mental exercise. Kim Gong-ja smiled sinisterly, declaring he had found the solution. He said that after fasting for 15 days, he could repeat that 15th day forever. The heavenly demon was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. He stammered, asking again, What did you just say? Kim Gong-ja explained his brutal plan. Fast for 15 days to the extreme, then kill himself to revive and repeat the 15th day. This way, he would maintain a state of starvation without losing internal energy for 112 days. The heavenly demon gritted his teeth, angrily calling Kim Gong-ja crazy kid. He advised Kim Gong-ja not to follow the strange cult leader, referring to So Baekhyang, to learn from him instead, and questioned what had made him so insane. Kim Gong-ja closed his eyes, declaring that he had fully mastered the Nine Heavens demonic art, a deadly secret technique. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a world of pure white snow. The heavenly demon asked if anyone knew why the heavenly demon of old had despaired of this world, and why the heavenly demon's chronicle had ended. In the pure white snow, a solitary figure appeared. So Baekhyang mused, not wanting this world to perish in such a way. She didn't want the heavenly demon of old to meet such a tragic end. The heavenly demon continued, saying that it was easy to live by avoiding everything. He reminisced about a glorious time when he stood atop a mountain of corpses and blood, claiming to possess unfair power, to be the strongest, despising the weak. Kim Gong-ja looked at the crimson energy flow surrounding him, admitting that it looked pretty cool. A man with a stern expression, holding a microphone, spoke philosophically. Skepticism itself is not childish, but those who live skeptically are childish. Amidst the snowy landscape, two figures bowed their heads, their words echoing, Fairness is childish, but those who live fairly are not childish. Kim Gong-ja, with resolute eyes, told himself, I am also a human. I must live. He meditated facing the heavenly demon, his mind having found a clear answer to how he would live. A week after starting his fast, in the dark cave, Kim Gong-ja felt a change. He recounted that the first 2 days were the most painful, but after that, the pain gradually receded, his digestive organs ceased function, his thoughts slowed, and life slowly faded. His body withered, dry as a stream depleted by drought. Kim Gong-ja stood up, looked at the meditating heavenly demon, wondered if this was hunger, then answered himself, no. He drew his sword, his eyes sharp and cold, determined that standing still would solve nothing. Kim Gong-ja swung his sword, but the heavenly demon remained motionless in meditation. He questioned, "What are you doing?" The heavenly demon replied simply, "Training." It was an answer like a slap to the face of someone tormenting himself. Kim Gong-ja collapsed, his sword clattering to the ground. He realized his foolish mistake. The hunger that the heavenly demon spoke of wasn't just about fasting or ascetic meditation. He stood up again, swinging his sword in exhaustion, drenched in sweat. Hunger. That is when you crave to eat, but cannot. Over the past week, he had thought about a farmer, an old farmer starving to death, struggling between life and death. What farmer would neglect their fields just because they were hungry? Whether full or hungry, they still had to work. It was just that no matter how hard they tried, they had nothing to eat. He dug the earth, plowed the fields, but the prolonged drought prevented the seeds from sprouting. All efforts turned to naught, hopeless. Kim Gong-ja sighed, tired. The old farmer couldn't do anything else. That's why he starved to death. Half a year had passed since the last drop of rain. The land was dry and cracked like an unhealing wound, the sky full of dust. The reservoir was bone dry. The village wells parched. The fields had not a single drop of water. Many had abandoned their homes and farms, seeking a way to the sea. But this old farmer hadn't given up. He knew going to the sea wouldn't be any better. People had to live by stealing, while the old farmer only knew how to steal food from the earth. Despite knowing it was hopeless, he still went to the fields every day. At mealtime, he scraped off hard-to-swallow pieces of bark, trying to find something to fill his hungry stomach. But even bark was scarce. The entire forest was bleached white, stripped bare as if exploited to its very core, a desolate sight. Hunger. It bleached this entire world, turning everything into a mournful, chilling color. This bark, he couldn't actually eat it. But he had a family. Children. Waiting for a meal. Is that so? Kim Gong-ja swung his sword, his eyes resolute. The old farmer still dug for water, using it to boil and cook the tasteless pieces of bark. The pot of bark water boiled furiously, steaming profusely. So hungry. I want to eat. The old farmer swallowed hard, craving a real meal, even if it was just an illusion. The old farmer was desperate, but for his children, he couldn't give up. He had to give them something, even if it was just tasteless bark. Suddenly, a thin, emaciated child raised a bowl of bark, screaming in hunger. "I don't want this anymore." The bowl of bark flew, falling to the ground. The old farmer was stunned, his eyes wide as he stared at his angry child. A slap echoed. The old farmer collapsed in despair, realizing, "This isn't me." He looked at his thin, calloused, trembling hands. "This isn't me. I'm not someone who hits my child." Sobs choked him. He ran away into the night, his cries echoing. My life shouldn't be like this. Kim Gong-ja swung his sword, his eyes sharp and cold. History was filled with famines, farmers, and countless victims of hunger. His sword reflected the image of Sobe-kyang. Fight when you are hungry. Every sword strike must be an act of hunger. He panted, continuing to swing his sword. Does hunger move? Kim Gong-ja decisively chopped down. Yes, hunger moves. He recalled the image of an old farmer scraping bark, trees cracking open. That is the groan. The movement of the arms, the legs, of a starving person. He gripped the sword hilt tightly. That movement is the farmer's hand slapping his child's face. He envisioned it, engraving it deeply into his mind. That is the movement of the farmer running from his home, throwing bark into the yard. He followed that will, swinging his sword with hunger. That is the farmer returning home, giving the dirt-covered bark back to his child. Throughout history, some farmers beat their children. Some whispered apologies, caressing their faces. Some survived. Some starved to death with their children. Kim Gong-ja closed his eyes, blood smeared on his chin. All those movements come from hunger. Kim Gong-ja's sword swung up, dyeing the space red with a sanguine energy flow, unleashing the first form of the demonic god heavenly art, starvation sword art. Amidst the dazzling red streaks, the young man stood there, his gaze resolute, like a ghost just escaped from the vortex of hunger. He panted, drenched in sweat, feeling every muscle ache. This is hunger. This is starvation. However, the heavenly demon, the red-haired master, crossed his arms, his gaze stern, still too green. Kim Gong-ja clutched his stomach, bent over, his face tired. Are you calling me a psycho? I'm practicing seriously this time. The heavenly demon sighed, covering his face. This ignorance is truly terrifying. Pigeon zombie. You are a unique psycho in this world, the heavenly demon said. Your heart belongs to the righteous faction, yet you use the cultivation methods of the demonic cult. What's wrong with that? The heavenly demon angrily waved his hand. Basically, it's like a righteous master using demonic martial arts. You truly are a stupid zombie. Kim Gongja was dazed, his head spinning. I'm so hungry. I want to eat Chocopi. The heavenly demon looked at him worried. Everything will go wrong if I teach him the way I taught Marcus. So starvation means wanting to eat Chocopi? Kim Gongja mumbled. The heavenly demon frowned. You're thinking about something else, aren't you? No, I'm thinking about taking a short break, Kim Gongja replied. The heavenly demon was surprised. What? Are you planning to confront the heavenly demon? Kim Gongja turned away, his face resolute. No way. I've only just begun to grasp the demonic god heavenly art. Killing myself and returning to the heavenly demon now would gain nothing. He covered his eyes with his hand, recalling So Baekhyung's remark. At least you have potential, kid. That's the best reaction I've gotten from her. Kim Gongja was angry, clenching his fist. What's good about that? What's the use of her acknowledging it? That solves nothing. He turned his back, his voice full of resentment. When the heavenly demon looked down on me as a bastard who had never known hunger, that pain won't heal just by being acknowledged. Memories resurfaced. So Baekhyung with a stunned expression. The reaction I wanted was extreme astonishment. You have explosive talent. I apologize, I was momentarily blind. He smirked, as if dreaming of something sweet like a choco pie. But deep in his mind, another voice called him a frightening psycho. In the snow-covered space, Kim Gongja and the heavenly demon stood silently, looking at the lonely footprints. He mused, recalling the feeling of practicing martial arts, realizing he had never experienced extreme hunger like the farmers of old. Under the full moon, Kim Gongja declared he would fill the gaps in his mind, the experiences he had never had. A cold, calculated decision. Dark energy surged, enveloping the two figures. Kim Gongja, with a resolute expression, whispered a chilling name, Ghoul Reincarnation. Amidst the gloomy black smoke, a long-haired blonde figure appeared, her back turned, silently awaiting orders. The blonde turned around, her green eyes shining with loyalty. Around her, countless withered skeletons rose from the darkness, like silent guardians, awaiting their master. Under the starry sky, Kim Gongja looked at the blonde girl, his voice calm. I have a mission for you, Preda. She didn't hesitate, bowing her head in response, ready to receive orders. Preda listened, her blue-green eyes showing a hint of thought. He explained about a dying world where humans turned into zombies, reminiscent of the Agem Empire she once destroyed. Kim Gongja instructed, his voice cold. Go collect the corpses of the starved. Find the towns and villages around here. Bring them all back. They are undead, so overwhelm them with numbers. Preda looked up, her eyes wide with surprise, her voice trembling. How many bodies? How many people do you want me to bring back? Kim Gongja gave a ghostly smile, revealing a chilling number. 112. I will learn and understand their hunger. Bring back 112 bodies, so I can get closer to the heavenly demon. Preda looked at him, her green eyes reflecting the cruel number. 112 people. A heavy silence enveloped them. He still held his mysterious smile, but Preda looked worried. She said that experiencing 112 deaths was too much, and in just a few days, he had become so thin as to be unrecognizable. Kim Gongja extended his hand towards the huddled Preda, asking teasingly, What's wrong? Are you so loyal that you're worried about my body? She remained silent, bowing her head. Preda raised her head, her sad eyes looking down. She explained that her existence was tied to his. When my master disappears, I will also vanish. She continued, her voice full of sorrow. My life, my memories, my meaning, all will disappear. Everything depends on you. I worry for myself, so I also worry for your body. Kim Gongja merely smiled. Honesty is good. Kim Gongja, the king of death, asked, his deep gaze fixed on the blonde girl. What about you? Have you been doing well lately? Preda was startled, her green eyes wide, as if she hadn't expected the question. He recalled the days before, when he monopolized the 20th floor and sent Preda back to the village. You lived in Estelle's village. The people you valued more than your own life have also returned. So, have you been living well? His words seemed to touch a hidden corner of her heart. The blonde girl replied softly, her voice still a little hesitant. I'm fine. She didn't forget to ask in return, her eyes questioning. Is there anything special? If you're asking about anything special, Preda suddenly hesitated, her green eyes flashing with a spark, as if a memory had just flooded her mind. She spoke of secret hunters who had infiltrated, boasting about their power in top guilds. But thanks to the witch he brought, along with the hunters who followed, everything had been settled. The Black Dragon Gang service is truly top-notch. The black-haired young man listened, deep in thought. He noticed that world was gradually falling into orbit. There were no more whispers from minor lords. Even the Empire and the Church had declared his village a holy land. Sometimes, Even lizardmen and goblins came to offer gifts. He mused. His abilities had vanished. The village had become a holy land, attracting both the sick and pilgrims seeking miracles. I don't know what to do with them anymore. He sighed softly, a hint of confusion on his face. A green-haired girl wearing glasses appeared with an extremely worried expression. Others only sell medicine to those permitted by the king, so if possible, she pleaded. Kim Gong-ja smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I have a plan. He revealed a grand plan. After this trip, he would build a new apothecary on the 20th floor for the apothecary. He needed to ensure everything ran smoothly, hire more staff, and Preta could be an assistant. Skilled hunters could also become disciples, expanding the scale. He believed that soon the new apothecary would be recognized as a branch of the alchemy castle. Then he turned to Preta, asking further, anything else? Preta added that Dezina, the village school principal, really liked the rice cakes the hunters brought. And Garkov, the old man who looked after the orchard, had exchanged his own fruits for fruits from his world with the Black Dragon Gang hunter. So, you're living well? Kim Gong-ja smiled with satisfaction. Preta also nodded slightly, confirming, yes, I'm living very well. He declared that it was time to improve the lives of the people in this world. Let's go, collect the corpses, he commanded. Preta immediately bowed her head obediently. Yes, as you command. Preta appeared amidst a ruined town, beginning her search in a desolate tower. She needed a map from the official's workplace. Even a crude one would be enough for geographical comparison. The one called Autumn Rain Demon King once knew how to reap death. Amidst piles of dry bones and decaying books, Preta intently studied the map. She wanted to piece together the fragments to discover remote villages and fishing hamlets. A cruel task emerged, collecting the bodies of dead mothers, and also the children who had cried themselves to exhaustion beside their mothers, withered like weeds. A tragic scene, littered with bones. Cursed souls, dead for failing their parental duties. Those who hid from the plague in deep wells, but ultimately could not escape the Reaper's scythe. Prisoners starved to death, without a glimmer of hope. All of them now were just zombies screaming in despair. Amidst the dense fog, Preta led a gaunt, skeletal army of zombies. She had carefully selected the 112 hungriest ones. Bowing her head, she reported, I have brought them, your grace. Under the bright moonlight, Kim Gong-ja removed his outer garment, revealing his toned physique. His gaze firm, he coldly commanded, good, let them go. A cruel decision, or a new beginning? The young man turned his back, spreading his arms wide, as if inviting death. White currents of energy swirled around him, like the wings of a fallen god. Come! Kim Gong-ja roared, facing the charging horde of zombies. The hungry horde of zombies, without hesitation, rushed in to tear him apart. A gaunt, long-haired one sank its rotten teeth into his shoulder. Kim Gong-ja winced in pain, a sound of escaping him in agony. Unable to resist, Kim Gong-ja fell. An old, silver-haired zombie bit down hard on his arm, crushing flesh and bone. The system screen displayed the cold message, you have died. The chilling notification continued. The injury from the enemy that killed you is being reenacted. A voice echoed from memory. If I die on this boat, it won't bother the rest of the world. In a small wooden boat drifting on the river, an old, silver-haired man lay, his hands limp. His eyes were serene, accepting his fate. I was born on the river, and I am happy to die on the river. Under the full moon and starry night sky, the small boat drifted silently. The tranquil river embraced the departed soul. How peaceful. A final sigh blended into the darkness. Once again, the system reenacted the injury. A zombie, wearing an official's hat, who was the town leader, sank its teeth into Kim Gong-ja's arm. Town leader, the cry echoed in the horrifying moment. On a quiet moonlit night, the town leader sternly faced another man. The granary was empty, the fish caught insufficient. What will you do? The worried question echoed in the silent space. The man in the green robe bowed his head, his face full of anxiety. The town leader coldly ordered, reduce rations for the elderly, children, and half for the youth. He knew well, the backlash would not be small. The town leader's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, his gaze resolute. He declared, I will starve to death first. A vow of sacrifice. A burden placed upon the leader's shoulders. Snow fell lightly, blanketing the tragic scene. Kim Gong-ja was torn apart by zombies again. The town leader's voice echoed, if I don't eat, those who complain will lose strength. This place won't last long anyway. What difference does starving for a few days make? In a desolate village, children and a woman sat on the ground, their faces desperate. We'll all starve to death like this. The town leader told us not to live. Cries of lament and indignation rang out. The young woman sprang to her feet, her eyes burning with rage. She screamed, even if we die,
We must die with food in our stomachs, so we can become colorful and alluring, Jiangxi.
A bitter curse. Amidst the ruined village, a brown-haired boy held out a bag of mud, talking about togwa, a dish learned from Gebang. The moss-haired boy next to him was astonished. Mud cakes? A desire to live flickered from the depths of despair. The young woman, her eyes blazing, commanded, "Whoever knows how to swim, catch fish. Don't give it to adults if they don't repay you. We'll share it." Her voice was like a dagger, tearing through the silence. She continued, her voice decisive. "As for the rest, go to the river and scoop up young mud." The short-haired girl asked blankly, "What are we trying to do?" Survival was fragile, clinging to every ray of hope. Darkness enveloped them, blood stains spreading like a curse. "I'll show you." Her voice rang out, concealing a cruel secret, an indelible pain. Under the sunlight, the young woman smiled eerily, holding a round ball of mud.
"It's done!"
she exclaimed. The brown-haired boy asked confusedly, "What is this?" The horrifying memory reenacted itself. The mud balls were dried under the scorching Sunday. "Just dry them like this," she said. An innocent child asked, "Is this a snack?" The harsh reality was heartbreaking. A meal made of mud. "Shut up!" she snapped, angrily. "This is Gebang's secret recipe." Her words were bitter, as if trying to hide the naked truth of what they had to do to survive. The mud cakes were finished. She gave each child one, her tone reluctant. "Here, one for each of you." They looked at each other, swallowing hard, the reluctance evident on their faces. They began to eat, cautiously, little by little. She instructed, "Eat slowly. Don't swallow whole. Just nibble, bit by bit." The haunting memory of the enemy who killed them, once again, became vividly clear. A child nibbled, surprised. "It's not bad, is it? It's a bit salty. I like it," she quickly reminded. "Don't lick too much. You have to bite off small pieces, licking and eating at the same time." Suddenly, the brown-haired boy pointed to the middle of the river. "Look, there's a corpse." Everyone was startled, their eyes fixed on the drifting boat, an ominous sign. The boat drifted ashore, carrying a corpse. "He must have drowned," a child said. "How pitiful. Was he a fisherman?" Innocent questions rang out. The old man's face was rigid, his blank eyes staring into nothingness. A horrified, "Huh?" escaped, as the harsh truth was revealed. The horrifying scene replayed, fleeing figures, demonic hands reaching out. The haunting memory of the enemy who killed them, once again, became vividly clear. The young woman collapsed, a small hand reaching for a mud cake. "They tried to survive," the narration echoed, tragic and sorrowful, amidst desolation and death. The mud cakes lay isolated on the ground, a testament to the fierce struggle for survival. Would that small hand reach hope, or only despair? Small hands, stained with mud, diligently scooped out every puddle by the riverbank. That was how the children survived, using their own fingers to dig for a glimmer of hope. Then those hands carefully spread the mud paste onto a torn mat, shaping it into the form of a meal. Life, sometimes, was just a dry mud ball. Each trembling finger clutched a hard, dry mud cake. It was not just food, but life itself, the desperate yearning to survive in a cruel world. Amidst the white snow, a hand reached out, cold and empty. No gesture escaped the haunting obsession of hunger. Then, the system's verdict echoed. Trauma, recreation, complete. Kim Gong-ja lay motionless on the snow, like an ice statue. Subject's psychological state confirmed stable. Punishment ended. The system's emotionless voice echoed, signaling a return from the abyss. The young man's eyes blinked lightly, as if awakening from a horrifying dream. His distant gaze still lingered with the extreme pain of a hungry existence. He bowed his head, clutching it. "I thought I'd learn how to prepare tree bark." The bitter murmur, as reality, was crueler than any imagination. His hands clawed at the snow, as if wanting to tear everything apart. "Reality far surpasses my imagination." His voice was full of bitterness, realizing his own limits in the face of harshness. He stood up, his aura flaring like a flame amidst the ice. Isn't tree bark haunted in a world on the brink of destruction? Humans can even eat mud when pushed to the limit. It's truly difficult. How can one do it with bare hands? The young man collapsed, his shoulders trembling. Pain and helplessness seemed to engulf him, recalling horrifying memories of survival. At any cost. The clear blue sky, the brilliant sun, stood in stark contrast to the suffering he had just endured. A faint ray of light? Or merely nature's mockery? A solitary mud cake lay on the white snow. That's right. A cold affirmation of the harsh truth. This was what sustained the wretched people. Kim Gong-ja picked up the cake, bringing it to his mouth. "Thank you for the meal." The words carried gratitude mixed with bitterness, like a farewell ritual to the past. He bit down hard, feeling the dry, gritty taste of earth melt in his mouth. A raw truth, without a hint of sweetness, only the bitter taste of survival. His face contorted in discomfort. It doesn't taste good at all. A genuine complaint, as his taste buds reacted to that disgusting food. The young man bent over, almost dry heaving. It's truly awful. Humans might come from the earth, so why can't we eat earth? A desperate question, understanding the plight of the starving. Kim Gong-ja's bare hands clawed at the cold ground, clutching at every snowflake, every piece of mud. A hopeless question echoed in his mind. Why are the taste and texture of earth so disgusting? His eyes widened, panicked. The nightmare still lingered, the disgusting sensation of mud and earth still haunting every sense. He collapsed, his body trembling amidst the white sea of snow. Conflicting emotions, unspeakable, accumulated, clinging to his fingers, clawing at the ground. Suddenly, a gleaming sword appeared in his hand. Martial arts, after all, are just swings of the hand. A voice echoed, urging, "Return." He, in a different form, stood towering on the snowy mountain peak. "Return. Show the heavenly demon my sword, the sword of the nameless ones who have fallen." So Baekhyang's voice echoed, "I've thrown a zombie down there." So Baekhyang, cult leader of the demonic cult, coldly ordered the skinny young man, "Defeat that zombie, and I will accept you as my disciple. But remember, fight when hunger is gnawing at you. Only hunger. Don't let any other emotions interfere with your mind. Can you do it?" So Baekhyang questioned. The young man told himself. He knew nothing of yin and yang, the 5 elements, or profound martial arts. In the fierce snowstorm, Kim Gong-ja swung his sword. Fresh red blood splattered, painting long, desolate streaks across the white snow. The sword in his hand was like a part of destiny, a desperate gesture of those abandoned by heaven. One hand still clutched the mud cake, a symbol of suffering. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with resentment. It is hell, for it is filled with resentment. The foul smell of mud still lingered in his mouth, the rough sensation of earth still in his hands. He continued to swing his sword, each strike tearing through space, carrying boundless resentment. Blood and snow merged, forming a destructive vortex. Amidst the vortex of light and fragments, So Baekhyang appeared. Heavenly Demon's hellish art, first form, Sword of Hunger. She gazed into nothingness, her eyes profound. Heavenly Demon. Her voice echoed, full of authority and mystery. Kim Gong-ja stood amidst the cracks in the ice and snow, a smirk on his face. He looked up at So Baekhyang, sealed in ice, wondering, what kind of death will we master next? In the illusion, Kim Gong-ja and So Baekhyang sat opposite each other. She explained, the Heavenly Demon's hellish art originally has 9 sword forms. Kim Gong-ja listened in surprise. The Sword of Hunger is only the first form. The next form is the Sword of Dehydration. He murmured, so that's death by thirst. So Baekhyang admitted that Kim Gong-ja's swordsmanship was good enough for the first form of the Heavenly Demon art of hell. The young man was reaching out to her, but her words made him stop, surprised. Kim Gong-ja, with an incredulous expression, questioned back, good enough? Did you just say, good enough? He didn't think his efforts deserved such a superficial evaluation. So Baekhyang frowned, looking annoyed. I did so well. Why is it only good enough for the Heavenly Demon? Then she abruptly changed her tone, blaming herself for losing confidence. But immediately after, she growled, calling him brat. She turned her back, reluctantly admitting that he had masterfully displayed the Sword of Hunger, but still warned him not to spread rumors that the Heavenly Demon art of hell was worthless. He immediately retorted, masterfully? You said I did it masterfully? His words were like adding fuel to the fire. So Baekhyang exploded, roaring in anger, clenching her fists. Are you trying to harass me with wordplay? You truly are a child who doesn't know when to stop. Kim Gong-ja secretly smiled triumphantly, knowing he had hooked her. He then made a bold offer. Why don't you become my master? I'll be your disciple. So Baekhyang turned her face away, a pensive expression on it. She asked again if he truly wanted to become an inner disciple, a true disciple of hers. Her silence held many thoughts. She turned her back, sat down in the icy space, and ordered him to focus and not make noise. He thought to himself, just as I thought. She still hadn't directly accepted him as a disciple. He understood clearly that she was trying to ignore his offer. Although she had begun to instruct him, she still hadn't officially declared him a disciple. Her caution made him ponder. He knew how heavy the master-disciple relationship was in the martial world, capable of becoming a burden. Perhaps that's why the Heavenly Demon didn't want to bind herself. She raised her head and began to speak. Listen, So Baekhyang said that he, a child not from the Central Plains, could not enter her heart, but because he had comprehended the Sword of Hunger, he had the right to eavesdrop on the sex teachings. He looked at her character window, thinking to himself. But he looked at So Baekhyang's character window. where her likes and fears appeared. She wondered if she could hope, then told herself not to have a disciple and to be content with confronting Namgung Woon. Kim Gongja smiled, thinking to himself, that's right. He knew she was struggling with herself, with the desire to have a disciple at the end of her life, considering it an ugly desire. So Baekyang sat there, her face sad, as if pleading. Please reconsider. Please waver more. She wanted him to falter, wanted him to give up his intention. He saw an image of So Baekyang confronting Namgung Woon in his mind. He wondered if this meaningless battle between good and evil would continue, or if she would find a disciple to inherit her legacy, escaping a hopeless death. Kim Gongja clenched his fists, his gaze firm. He thought to himself, a plea echoing in her mind, which was also what he wanted to say. Please don't give up your life like this. The plea echoed in his mind, also the words he wanted to send to her. Please live. Even if the world collapses, even if you are alone in the martial world, I still want you to exist. Let me be the reason for you to hold on to this life a little longer. So Baekyang coldly dismissed his words, useless and frivolous words. He knelt, secretly understanding that perhaps it was also because of these hopeless words that the heavenly demon had not accepted him as a disciple back then. He pondered the burden of action and the relief of not being a fleeting whim. It's not time to decide yet, a voice echoed. He told himself that neither of them had enough courage to say what needed to be said, and he still couldn't make a final decision. So Baekyang looked at him, her face annoyed. Child from the outside world? You seem unfocused. Are you listening to me? She questioned. He quickly replied, of course. What do you want to say? Her gaze was sharp and scrutinizing, as if wanting to pierce his heart. Kim Gongja faced her, unwavering, patiently, awaiting an answer. Finally, So Baekyang stood up, her eyes flashing with an enigmatic light. Very well. Seeing you so full of confidence, I will give you the next test immediately. She turned her back, walking lightly as if not touching the ground. Don't follow me. My feet are busy, she ordered coldly, leaving him kneeling in the silent space, his heart full of questions. He watched her silhouette in surprise, his eyes wide. Her feet were busy? What did she mean? An enigmatic statement, hinting at something profound. He looked down at the pristine white snow. There were no footprints of hers. No footprints at all, he whispered, as if she had never set foot there, or had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a burly, fiery, red-haired figure appeared in his mind. I want to fight her, the heavenly demon growled. Kim Gongja was surprised. Huh? The heavenly demon glared. Are your ears full of salt? The heavenly demon roared, his face filled with extreme anger. I said I want to fight her. Damn it. Hateful. Vulgar words burst out, expressing extreme resentment, as if wanting to tear the air apart. The heavenly demon clenched his fists, continuing to pour out furious words. You must know, you zombie. In the martial world where I was born, the demonic cult was pathetically weak. Those lackeys only deserve to be punched by me to vent my anger. Kim Gongja was stunned. The heavenly demons still didn't stop. There were once those who called themselves heavenly demons, but I slammed their heads into the ground and changed their title to Earth Demon. I've challenged and changed the names of hundreds of self-proclaimed powerhouses. The heavenly demon roared, his jealousy burning. I'm truly jealous of that damn martial world king born here. If it were me, we would risk our lives to fight. Then, together, we'd climb to the snowy peak and drink a cup of rice wine. That's the meaning every martial artist seeks. He listened, his heart stirred. The heavenly demon sighed, his voice full of regret. If only I were a spirit. He understood this was the pain of a captive warrior, yearning to fight. Kim Gongja suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming. That's right, he exclaimed, as if he had just found the solution to a deadlock. The heavenly demon was bewildered. Huh? Kim Gongja persuaded So Baekyang to accept him as a disciple, on the condition that the pharmacist would create a cure. He wondered if those things would be enough to change her fate. He turned to the heavenly demon, declaring he had found the last piece. Excellent. Sword Emperor, you did great, he said, his voice full of excitement. The heavenly demon was bewildered, his brows furrowed. What's wrong? Every time you make that face, I get a bad feeling, he mumbled, a premonition rising. The heavenly demon stared at Kim Gongja, his voice deepening. There's still an unpaid debt between us. Kim Gongja slightly frowned. Debt? The heavenly demon smiled mysteriously, recalling an old challenge. Let's bet on how many times I'll die climbing to the 19th floor, he said, his eyes full of challenge. He recounted the bet. The Sword Emperor said he would die over 100 times while he bet under 99. The result was 97 lives. 97 is clearly less than 99, isn't it? The heavenly demon smirked, his voice full of self-satisfaction. Kim Gongja smiled, turning his firm gaze towards the heavenly demon. Sword Emperor, please listen to this request of mine, he said, his voice decisive. So Baekyang coldly introduced. Within my cult, there is an elite squad called the Blood Ghosts. It is the strongest combat unit comprised of top assassins, existing solely to carry out my orders. She held a Gengzi tightly, her eyes sharp. Kim Gongja exclaimed. Last time it was a potential master, now it's an actual combat team member? The difficulty just keeps skyrocketing. So Baekhyang replied, don't worry, I've made sure to bring a child suitable for your level. Kim Gongja thought she must have gone to great lengths to find the perfect opponent for him, scouring the snowfield, overcoming hundreds of undead. He told himself that what he had was no different from this morning, fighting a Jiangshi. So Baekhyang smiled faintly, her gaze distant. That is a thoughtful consideration. In that place there should only be thirst, and the pain of thirst, a sincere gesture. She said, her tone complex. So Baekhyang growled, tightening her grip on Gangzi. That's right, in your mind, no other emotions or thoughts are allowed besides thirst, she commanded, her voice full of authority. Kim Gongja flashed a mad smile, the sword in his hand glowing. All right, he yelled, ready for the new battle. Amidst the white snow, Kim Gongja collapsed. You have died, the system announced coldly. Fucking hell, it's ridiculously strong. He cursed under his breath, his body dissolving. In a memory, the apothecary and Marcus were hotly debating how to research a cure for the zombie virus. The apothecary exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, it's exactly like my research. Like a noble bouquet. Marcus was also surprised. What? You're from Silicon Valley too? This arrangement is identical to mine. Amidst the vast white snowscape, a dark cave appeared, like a gateway leading to buried secrets. Amidst the pitch-black mist, Kim Gongja raised his head high, swung his hand towards the sky, and roared the incantation. Bai Gui Lun Hui. His eyes flashed with determination, as if summoning an invisible army from the underworld. Darkness swirled around Preta, the blonde girl with an ethereal beauty. She bowed slightly, her low voice echoing. Scatter and gather the bloodthirsty corpses. Yes, my lord, as you command. In the cold cave, Kim Gongja turned, his sharp gaze fixed forward. He had one more task to entrust, an equally important command. Amidst the vast snowfield, Kim Gongja instructed, search for Jiangshi skilled in martial arts around here. Both black-robed demonic cult members and white-clad martial artists, whether 100 miles or 1,000 miles away. Find them all. Preta was stunned, her green eyes wide with bewilderment. She placed her hand on her chest and asked her master, my lord, why do you wish to save those lives? Against the white snow, Kim Gongja explained about the dying world, where two factions endlessly struggled. He wanted to bring about a true war, a fitting end to this deceptive game. Kim Gongja flashed a mysterious smile. I will prepare a proper war between good and evil. His declaration was like a prophecy, signaling an impending great battle. In a memory, Kim Gongja stood alone on a snowy mountain peak. He recalled the heavenly demon's disappointed words. You can only fast for 3 days at most? She didn't even recognize my efforts. The lonely figure on the snowy mountain was still there. The heavenly demon had challenged him to make him give up. Forget it. It's my fault, because she no longer expects anything from this world. Kim Gongja bowed his head, reminiscing about the past. He had learned to endure hunger, but when he began to learn to endure thirst, a faint shadow flashed by, like a painful memory. In the deep blue water, Kim Gongja closed his eyes, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Water bubbles burst around him, as if he were sinking deep into another world. At the bottom of the deep sea, Kim Gongja confronted the heavenly demon in an illusory battle. Swirling water surged, engulfing both of them in a vortex of power. A colossal vortex of energy erupted, tearing through space. Water and light merged, creating a chaotic and powerful spectacle. Kim Gongja charged forward, his sword slashing out sharp lines. Water splashed, energy surged, but he still couldn't reach his target. Frida raised her head, her eyes now completely different. Water surrounded her, but her face maintained a terrifying calmness. Kim Gongja knelt on the snow, defeated. Preta stood tall, coldly judging. Your sword is too simple, with no remarkable skills. It is straightforward, but also too vulnerable. Amidst the white snowscape, So Baekhyang, the demonic cult leader, flashed a mysterious smile. She judged Kim Gongja's sword not to be of the demonic cult, but like an orthodox faction sword, confronting the entire world. In another memory, Preta appeared amidst the gloomy night, summoning souls who died of thirst. She praised Kim Gongja's exquisite sword, but the painful screams within it grew increasingly clear. Returning to So Baekhyang, she raised a finger, declaring that she would teach Kim Gongja the core secret art of the demonic cult, Shinji. He repeated the name in surprise. So Baekhyang explained that Shinji was the secret key of the demonic cult. She asked Kim Gongja what he felt when practicing the sword of hunger and thirst, and he replied curtly, hunger and thirst. Amidst the snow-covered space, So Baekhyang meditated, her eyes profound. She affirmed that Kim Gongja had unconsciously touched upon the essence of the demonic path, far surpassing ordinary hunger and thirst. The lesson continued. So Baekhyang gave a simple example. Now, this is an apple. Kim Gongja asked blankly. Like the apple I eat? She asked him how he felt about the apple, but Kim Gongja was flustered, unsure how to answer. So Baekhyang smiled, telling him to be honest if he didn't know. So Baekhyang praised his honesty, then asked him to think about hunger and thirst. He closed his eyes, sinking deep into his memories, his body feeling withered, affirming that he had recalled that sensation. She continued to probe, as if wanting him to delve into the depths of suffering. How does hunger and thirst feel? Kim Gongja replied, it's parched. She then asked about the smell of hunger and thirst, and he answered, the smell of earth. So Baekhyang lifted his chin, her gaze sharp. She asked for more clarity about that kind of earth, and Kim Gongja affirmed that it was mud, a special kind of mud. She explained that it wasn't ordinary mud, but mud mixed with a few pebbles, no sand. Kim Gongja nodded in understanding. Then she asked about the taste of hunger and thirst. So Baekhyang gently placed her hand on his shoulder, calling him my child. Her eyes full of understanding, as if seeing through to his very soul. She looked at him, asking why he didn't immediately answer about the taste of hunger and thirst. Kim Gongja finally uttered, his voice low and sad, because it's sorrowful. So Baekhyang leaned her head against him, telling of children molding mud cakes to dry in the sun, waiting for the sunlight. She said, hunger and thirst, are those children waiting for the Sunday? She placed her hand on his chest, saying that was his poem. She reiterated that he didn't know how to feel about an apple, yet he could touch, smell, chew, taste, hunger and thirst, as if he had seen a river and heard the sound of flowing water. In the stream of memories, so Baekhyang's words echoed, an apple has a shape, but no hunger. It is empty. She likened hunger to mud, rivers, water, and children. The child, that is your talent. So Baekhyang smiled mysteriously, explaining that he couldn't feel the apple because it didn't stimulate memories. If you've ever eaten an apple, you'd know. She continued to explain, two glowing apples hovering in her hands. She described the apple skin as soft, shiny, slightly rough, and how she liked to eat it whole, but it had to be different for a sick child. A memory scene appeared. A man gently scraped an apple with a spoon, feeding small pieces to a sick child lying in bed. The sickly child asked, have you ever eaten scraped apple when you were little? He replied simply, yes. The child then asked about the sensation of scraped apple. He described, slightly lumpy, with yellow juice filling my mouth. So Baekhyang continued, that's right, but is that all? She added that the apple skin would wrinkle, and the mother's hands scraping the apple would also be stained yellow from the juice. She asked Kim Gongja what the true feeling of the apple was. Is it the whole apple, or the apple cut in half, or the apple juice scraped with a spoon, or the mother's hand? Which is your apple? So Baekhyang smiled, recounting, I once saw a mother only eat the apple peel after giving all the flesh to her child. To me, an apple is the mother's leftover peel. That is the child with a cold. It is the mother's heart sharpened, spoon by spoon. Her expression turned serious, and she continued, and I also think about the children whose mothers never scraped apples for them. In a scene of insect-eaten apples against a vibrant red background, she said, I think about the mothers who couldn't buy apples, about the mothers who could buy them but didn't, about the children no one cared for, lying alone on their backs, about the children who died from neglect. Kim Gongja opened his eyes, reflecting So Baekhyang's image. The narration echoed, no place in this world is untouched by human memory. Therefore, no place is without resentment. So Baekhyang erupted, her hands flung up, hair flying in the wind. Hunger has no shape, no taste. Wrong, she growled. Hunger is mud. It is a river. It is a child. Thirst is the same. Kim Gongja stood there, a swirling vortex of black and white memories behind him. So Baekhyang said, feel the thirst. Fill it with its taste, with its scent. Our demonic path is memory. Memory is the key. So Baekhyang was furious, her voice like thunder. Those who suffer injustice but cannot speak out. Unable to express it, resentment turns into bitterness. But we, the warriors of the demonic cult, are different. A close-up of a clenched fist, she growled. We wield swords. If you only live and accept what is given to you, how can that be called life? That is death. Can you call a sword that wields you a sword? It's a monster. Do you want to die? Do you want to become a monster? He roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. No! I am human, a living being! The vow echoed, shattering the hazy mist of memories. Amidst the white snow, So Baekhyang coldly commanded, then be thirsty, crave as you hunger. She wanted him to feel it even more deeply. He gripped his sword, and in his mind appeared the image of 112 souls who died of thirst. a child gnawing on a mud cake, the dry, earthy taste dissolving in his mouth, bitter to the bone. He swung his sword, unleashing the demonic art of heavenly realm, first form, sword of hunger. You have found the mud of hunger. Now seek thirst. So Baekhyang's voice echoed. What is thirst to you? So Baekhyang asked. He remembered 48 people who died of thirst. One old woman kept drinking seawater. His insides felt corroded by the salt, an endless agony. Once again, he swung his sword. Demonic art of heavenly realm, second form, sword of thirst. Swirling drops of water coiled around him, carrying the burning thirst of countless souls. Seawater also carries the pain of drowning, so Baekhyang said. He remembered 37 people who drowned, a father giving his last breath to his child. He sank down, sharing his life force. He swung his sword again, unleashing the demonic art of heavenly realm, third form, sword of drowning. Violent swirling water enveloped him, as if plunging everything into a deep abyss of despair. Hunger is earth, thirst is waves, suffocation is a father's dying breath. So what is winter to you? He embraced 96 souls who froze to death, a newborn clinging tightly to its deceased mother. He tightly embraced the cold body, feeling every fiber of his own flesh freeze, until he himself turned to ice. The pain was bone-chilling, numbing. Demonic art of heavenly realm, fourth form, sword of ice. He swung his sword, summoning a blizzard, turning everything to ice, just as his own heart had once been frozen. So Baekhyang looked at him, her voice low. Hey kid, your sword. She seemed to have seen something special. She held out her hand, a snowflake landing on her palm. Truly, it is constantly changing. She smiled mysteriously. Martial arts are born from different inclinations in a person's life. The demonic art of heavenly realm is especially so, she said. And you, kid, possess countless inclinations. It is difficult for humans to fully comprehend all the pain in the world, and even harder to endure it to the very end. But watching Kim Gong-ja practice the demonic art of heavenly realm, So Baekhyang felt, suddenly. So Baekhyang slightly frowned, turning her head to look into the distance. Someone is coming. An unexpected arrival interrupted the quiet moment. Amidst the pristine white snow, an old, silver-haired figure appeared, carrying a blindfolded young man on his back. It was Nam Gung-woon, the leader of the Woolen Alliance, along with a stranger. Kim Gong-ja and So Baekhyang stood there, their gazes following them. Nam Gung-woon scoffed at his pathetic appearance, but So Baekhyang coldly retorted, "Shut up! I came because I was worried about you." The atmosphere between the two was tense. So Baekhyang looked directly at Kim Gong-ja, questioning, "Cult leader, you haven't performed the 9 bows ceremony yet, have you?" Her words contained a gentle reproach. Hearing this, Nam Gung-woon burst into a triumphant laugh, as if he had anticipated everything. Kim Gong-ja, with a bewildered expression, asked again, "What is the 9 bows ceremony?" In a memory, Tian Mo appeared, explaining the master-disciple initiation ritual in the martial world. He proudly boasted that he had endured 53 blows during this ceremony, an unprecedented record, then muttered about before anyone else Hu Ryong's madness. So Baekhyang firmly declared that she would decide on accepting disciples herself, and no one was to interfere. But Nam Gung-woon resolutely objected, claiming he had the right to meddle in this matter. The silver-haired old man angrily questioned So Baekhyang, suggesting that she refused to accept a disciple out of pity for him because of the old vow between them. So Baekhyang explained that only the two of them represented the orthodox and demonic factions in the martial world. If she accepted a disciple, the demonic cult would have a successor, while the orthodox faction would not, meaning the demonic cult would win without a fight. Nam Gung-woon continued to press, asking if she felt guilty for breaking her vow, which was why she refused to take the child as a disciple. He sarcastically remarked that such futile loyalty was unnecessary. Nam Gung-woon placed a hand on the blindfolded young man's shoulder, smugly saying, "I thought you would do that, so I made my move first." It was a calculated and provocative act. The blindfolded young man smiled cunningly, confirming, "Well, this is how things turned out in the end." He seemed very pleased with the current situation. Su Baisheng was stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment. She couldn't believe that Nam Gung-woon had done that, had taken that child as a disciple. Nam Gung-woon fled amidst loud laughter, declaring that he had accepted the blindfolded young man as his head disciple. Su Baisheng chased after him, roaring furiously, "You think you can do that to me?" She grabbed Nam Gung-woon's head and yelled, "Shut up! If fate comes for you, thank your deceased parents and accept it." Nam Gung-woon remained stubborn, believing she shouldn't give up because she cared too much about others. The two continued to argue fiercely. Nam Gung-woon asked about the battle between the righteous and demonic factions, wondering if it was absolutely necessary for them to confront each other. Su Baisheng firmly stated, "I won't accept it if my opponent isn't you." Nam Gung-woon asked if the world would shatter if they switched positions. Su Baisheng replied that the world she saw was frozen, and it would shatter if he wished. Kim Gong-ja interjected,
There's a fire called the demonic path that will melt it, and the demonic cult members are the firewood, the blindfolded young man added. Then add another log. The blindfolded one sneered, mocking Su Baishang as a hypocrite who only clung to others' words. Kim Gongjia stood nearby, surprised, asking what he was saying. Kim Gongjia questioned whether a poisonous snake like him was allowed to take a new master, especially since he was the gang leader of Chen Wu men. The blindfolded one smirked, declaring that he wasn't idle enough to just sit and watch everything unfold. Kim Gongjia sternly warned that if he joined the demonic cult with half-hearted resolve, whether forced or out of pity, he would regret it. Kim Gongjia thought this was a foolish decision, an insult to both the righteous and demonic worlds. Nam Gung-woon still looked bewildered, not understanding. The blindfolded one suddenly grew angry, growling at the Death King to stop babbling. If he wanted to confirm something, he should do it with his sword. Kim Gongjia warned that it wouldn't be easy, calling him a poisonous snake. A streak of fresh red blood suddenly splattered in midair, signaling a surprise attack. In a flash, the blindfolded one unleashed a terrifying technique. Heaven and Hell Demonic Arts. First form. Sword of Hunger. He roared with excitement. Kim Gongjia was stunned, his eyes burning red with astonishment. What the hell is this? Blown away, Kim Gongjia cursed furiously, feeling as if his entire body was being torn apart. The blindfolded one continued to attack, demonic energy erupting, brilliant purple light seemingly tearing through space. He mocked Kim Gongjia for almost losing his life, but still had to admit that his swordsmanship wasn't bad, even if it was just a lesser demonic sword. Nam Gung-woon excitedly shouted, asserting that it was the eternal demonic sword, a power that could freeze and destroy the world. Kim Gongjia thought that wasn't its true meaning. Su Baishang praised the blindfolded one's sharpness, but then regretfully mocked Nam Gung-woon for being old. She continued to provoke, saying that Nam Gung-woon's disciple had far exceeded expectations, even potentially surpassing the 4 great demonic lords. Nam Gung-woon hastily denied it, saying he hadn't accepted him as a disciple yet. Kim Gongjia suddenly erupted, declaring that this battle was not to defeat the blindfolded one, but had another mysterious purpose, one that only Tian Mo was unaware of. Nam Gung-woon, in his excitement, accepted the blindfolded one as his disciple. The blindfolded one also didn't hesitate to respond, declaring his ultimate goal was to be recognized by Tian Mo. A dramatic irony. The old man, Nam Gung-woon, began to act like a teacher, eloquently giving advice to his new disciple. Su Baishang stood behind, fuming at this ridiculous scene. She questioned Nam Gung-woon. Didn't you say you wouldn't accept him? The old man remained stubborn, claiming this was just a match between a righteous path successor and a demonic cult newcomer. Nothing to worry about. The old man continued to point, advising his disciple to evade and wait for the opponent to weaken. His words seemed profound, but in reality, they were just common tricks. But the blindfolded one merely smirked, sneering. He had already realized that and needed more practical guidance, not those stale tricks. Nam Gung-woon immediately unleashed Butterfly Sword and Life and Death precepts, asserting that he could win in one move. The blindfolded one repeated the name of the technique, his face full of interest. Suddenly, the blindfolded one growled, calling himself Poisonous Snake, the gang leader of Chen Wu men. He didn't need meaningless advice, only absolute power. In the midst of the tension, Kim Gongjia suddenly spoke up. He asked the blindfolded one a puzzling question. Have you ever been hungry? Is that your martial art? Kim Gongjia, with his sword gleaming, asked again. He called the blindfolded one Death King and questioned, according to you, what exactly are martial arts? The blindfolded one, his entire body erupting with brilliant purple energy, prepared to strike. He was about to give Kim Gongjia a forceful answer through action. A fatal blow. The blindfolded one lunged forward, unleashing a thunderous punch that shook space. He wanted to prove his martial arts with destructive power itself. He hovered in midair, sneering. Martial arts? It's simply smashing the bastard standing in front of you, a declaration full of arrogance. He swooped down like lightning, brilliant purple energy enveloping him. Kim Gongjia stood firm, preparing to receive the attack from above. A devastating blow. Kim Gongjia took the full impact, fresh blood splattering. The blindfolded one laughed savagely, declaring he would never miss an opportunity to finish off an opponent. Kim Gongjia's figure was sent flying onto the white snow. From afar, Su Baishang witnessed the scene, her hands clenched, her eyes filled with worry. Rage erupted. Su Baishang couldn't hold back. She screamed, questioning the blindfolded one. What the hell are you doing? In a fit of rage, the blindfolded man swung his sword, sending Kim Gongjia flying into the air. He growled, This is rain. It's water. Isn't this sword technique like rainwater? What the hell are you afraid of? Take it and drink. Kim Gongjia, his eyes blazing red, glared at his opponent, his face a mix of anger and astonishment at the terrifying power that had just struck him. From afar, Su Baishang stood silently amidst the white snow, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. quietly witnessing the life or death battle. The blindfolded man didn't stop. He continued to unleash the second move of heaven and earth demonic art, Thirsty Sword, creating a giant blue whirlpool that engulfed everything. He sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "Ho, did you drop my sword on the ground?" His sarcastic words twisted like a knife in his opponent's heart. Nam Gung-woon roared, instructing Kim Gong-ja to use Rotten Leaf Earth technique. But Su Bai-shang scoffed, "Ha! Then turn it into a poodle!" The blindfolded man unleashed the third move of heaven and earth demonic art, Drowning Sword. A blood-red surge of power erupted from his body, making him clutch his chest in pain. Kim Gong-ja and the blindfolded man clashed in a fierce confrontation, red surges of energy colliding. Kim Gong-ja was pushed back, a warning echoing, "Too strong! Retreat! Stick close to him!" "Damn you!" The blindfolded man roared, pouring all his strength into unleashing the fourth move of heaven and earth demonic art. Freezing Sword. A chilling aura enveloped everything, turning it into ice. Fresh red blood splattered across the pristine white snow. A voice echoed a warning. "Kid, don't block it. Dodge. Scars are etched into our flesh." The blindfolded man sneered, the wound on his face clearly visible. He provoked Su Bai-shang. "Oh ho, demonic cult leader, you bastard! Aren't you interfering in the fight?" Nam Gung-woon roared in anger, while Su Bai-shang merely smiled faintly, her eyes holding many unpredictable things. On the snowy mountaintop, Su Bai-shang stood alone, looking towards the battle. Her body was already poisoned, unable to fight without depleting her strength. She wondered, could she become the sword of the heavenly demon? And could the blindfolded man become the sword of the martial alliance leader? This scene, a dream they had lost, a dream that could never be dreamed again. All scenes gradually faded. Su Bai-shang stood there, a sad smile on her lips, looking towards the fiery horizon. No matter how brilliant a dream, it will eventually fade. All people will eventually decay. She stood silently, contemplating impermanence. Turning her back on the world, Su Bai-shang whispered, her words filled with resentment. "You bastard." Amidst the pristine white snow, a voice echoed, full of weariness and disillusionment with a decaying world, a genre that had withered. He had discarded everything, but then, everything began again. "What do you want me to do?" The black-haired young man, Kim Gong-ja, clutched his chest, coughing, blood staining the corner of his lips. He staggered amidst the snowstorm, only one sentence echoing in his mind. Only humans can abandon humans. She, Su Bai-shang, stood silently, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. She closed her eyes, as if contemplating another truth. Only humans cannot abandon humans. Heavenly demon. In that decisive moment, Kim Gong-ja knelt on the cold snow, looking up at her with pleading eyes. "I want to become your disciple." He smiled with determination, though his face was still stained with blood. "I want to become your stage, to serve you as my master. I want to become your unfading dream." Kim Gong-ja knelt, pouring out his heart. "I hope your stage leads to my stage, your dream leads to my dream. I am the Death King. My true name is Kim Gong-ja. Your life will lead to my life. Please accept me as your disciple." Su Bai-shang looked at him, her eyes profound. She spoke, her voice majestic yet mysterious. "I am the heavenly demon, Su Bai-shang." She raised her hand, gesturing to him. "Perform the 9 bows ritual. I will accept you as my last disciple." A fated declaration, opening a new chapter. In a dark cave, flickering candles illuminated the space. An ancient prayer of the demonic cult echoed. "Bariah, Bariah, I am Bariah." No one understood the meaning of Bariah, not even the elderly woman who had brought Su Bai-shang into the cult. She continued to repeat the prayer, as if her heart was a candle, ready to burn this place down. For Su Bai-shang, Bariah was the song and scream of the peasants. Bariah, I am Bariah. A scream has no meaning, so the peasant screams are also meaningless, aren't they? She meditated, her eyes closed. One doesn't need to know much to scream. Even crude peasants can scream. Screaming is the common nature of all things. "I have nothing left to teach you." The elderly silver-haired woman sat amidst hundreds of candles, looking at Su Bai-shang. "Now, you may step out into the world." Su Bai-shang's eyes opened, gleaming with determination. "Where do you want to go?" She looked forward, envisioning a world full of suffering, where people were hungry, suffocating, cold, addicted, sick, beaten, burned. In the cave, the elderly woman still sat there, continuing to murmur the ancient prayer. Bariah, Bariah, like an endless refrain of pain and hope. A candle flickered in the darkness, like the soul of a vow. The elderly woman's voice echoed, full of solemnity. "Then, Su Bai-shang, your destination will be this entire world." At the age of 21, Su Bai-shang stepped into the martial world. That winter, 31 martial artists, 47 imperial officials and 55 members of regional factions lost their lives by her hand. An entire world ablaze, submerged in a sea of blood. In the mysterious cave, Su Baisheng stood with her back turned, her long black hair flowing down. She spoke, her voice cold. The rules of my cult are a bit special. Disciples must bow to their master 9 times. Kim Gongja stood behind her, listening silently. The flickering candles illuminated the silent space. The light danced, like the souls of the fallen, witnessing the vow about to take place. However, the bowing is not the end, Su Baixiang continued, her voice echoing. Ultimately, whether the vows are accepted or not depends on the master. The master can demand the 9 bows as many times as they wish, until satisfied. Kim Gongja looked around in surprise. Hundreds of candles surrounding him. The red-haired heavenly demon, his face excited, couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavenly demon, where is this?" Su Baixiang replied, "This is the cult's secret martial arts library." She continued to explain, her gaze sweeping over the towering bookshelves. "This is also the secret martial arts library of the 10-sect alliance and the 5 great clans. I call this place the Heavenly Martial Arts Library." The heavenly demon jumped up, cheering like a child who had found a treasure. "Holy shit, this is a treasure. Zombie, I'm going to read all of this. You go do your thing. But if you can, stall for time until I'm done reading." He laughed maniacally, clutching the books. "All the martial arts techniques of this world are mine now." So Baekyang turned to Kim Gongja and asked, "Do you know what my first thought was when I left the Murim at 21? Kim Gongja stammered a guess. "Was it that you'd smash the skulls of those rotten orthodox sects?" She chuckled softly. "That was my third thought. And I will prove the demonic cult is the strongest? That was my second thought." She reminisced, her voice low. "Ever since I was little, I hated the word Murim. That name implied a world solely of martial arts. But that place wasn't just filled with martial artists. There were sailors, farmers, merchants, and even courtesans, as numerous as leaves in a forest. Yet the 10-sect alliance and the 5 great families called this place the Forest of Martial Arts." Kim Gongja listened, his eyes full of confusion. So Baekyang continued, "That's when I decided I would take away their martial arts." Kim Gongja asked again, his expression puzzled. "What do you mean by take away their martial arts?" She recounted, her voice full of pride and cruelty. "I plundered all the martial arts books they revered, like ancestral urns. The Kunlun monks begged me to leave the books, saying they'd rather have their heads smashed. But I buried them in the ground, leaving only their heads exposed, and then just took the books, leaving them to stare helplessly." So Baekyang's hand glided lightly over the bookshelf, a gesture full of authority. She continued her story of her resounding victory. After decades, this place was now Kunlun, Wudang, the Sichuan martial arts sect, the Zhuge family, and the Maoshan sect. All the martial arts under heaven had converged into a forest here, truly deserving to be called the Murim. She looked at Kim Gongja and commanded, "I want to receive your bows here." So Baekyang smiled, her eyes sharp. "Bow." Kim Gongja, with a resolute expression, replied, "Yes." He took off his shoes, preparing for the ritual. So Baekyang's voice rang out, not judging, simply allowing him to bow in the way his body dictated. Amidst the flickering candlelight, the demonic cult leader continued to instruct. 9 bows, each with a different sentiment. For the first bow, bring a hungry heart. The young man stood amidst the mystical space, listening to every word. A soft sigh of relief escaped him. He was ready to face this mysterious ritual. He bowed his head, performing the first bow. This was not just a ritual, but the cultivation path of the demonic cult. Hunger is children waiting for the Sunday. So Baekyang sat silently, her deep eyes watching. A soft escaped her, as if she was evaluating, understanding the thoughts of the person before her. She nodded slightly, a small but meaningful gesture. This silent approval empowered Kim Gongja to continue the ritual. For the second bow, a yearning heart. He stood straight, contemplating the 4 levels of demonic cult martial arts. The first level, New Demon, is one who can express their own pain with a sword. He bowed again. The second level, Extreme Demon, is one who can free others from their pain with a sword. A challenging path, requiring ultimate empathy. So Baekyang nodded again, the demonic cult leader's gaze remaining stern, as if verifying every step, every thought of the young man. For the third bow, an immersed heart. He bowed, and in his mind appeared the third level, Purified Demon, a higher level requiring sacrifice and deep understanding. A purified demon is one who can express the pain of all things. She nodded, explaining that merely by meeting, a purified demon could understand the pain of others. He stood straight, surprised to learn how rare the purified demon level was. Fewer than 5 people in the history of the demonic cult had achieved it, and so Baekyang was one of them. For the fourth bow, an icy heart. He bowed, feeling the bone-chilling pain of a mother holding her child in the bitter cold.
This was the gateway to the final level, Divine Demon. A divine demon is one who understands the pain of all things. But this was only a hypothetical level, never achieved by anyone. An unimaginable peak. For the fifth bow, a poisonous heart. He bowed, feeling the torment of those immersed in addiction. So Baekhyang ordered him to stop. She herself had not yet mastered this level. He raised his head, his expression a mix of surprise and exhaustion. The cold words echoed. Continue bowing. Kim Gongja's hand froze on the cold ground. A command rang out, sharp as a blade. Stop! But immediately, the harsh command rang out again, forcing him to bow once more, drenched in sweat. Once again, his body folded down. Without shoes, without any covering, he felt every muscle ache. Amidst the shimmering sea of candles, he bowed. 336 times to feel the pain of those who died from poison. 189 times for those who passed away from illness. The urging continued relentlessly. He lay prostrate, his body exhausted. 510 bows to understand the death of those beaten to their last breath. Again, he looked up, drenched in sweat, but a faint curve appeared at the corner of his lips. A warm, deep voice rang out, like a remark. You are a kind child. So Baekhyang smiled mysteriously. She said some are kind due to privilege, while others forge themselves amidst hardship. O child, from a strange land, you belong to the latter. The flickering candle flame danced like a soul. I wonder, what has your life been through to become so warm? So Baekhyang turned her face away, her gaze distant. She mused, wanting to know how Kim Gongja had yearned for life to maintain that warmth. He bowed again, her shadow cast long on the wall. If the sun is life, then darkness is pain. Each person lives one life, but pain accumulates, repeating itself. Kim Gongja collapsed, exhausted. He realized that people are not connected by shared breath, but by overlapping, persistent pains. A dark, writhing tentacle appeared. Sharing pain is a lifelong bond. One who is hurt by all only wishes to be with all. Kim Gongja. So Baekhyang's hand swept past the candles. People not only choose whom they hurt, but also whom will hurt them. Not all those you save are kind or righteous. Fleeting images flashed by. A blonde girl, a knight, a couple. The people you love will never be perfect. So Baekhyang continued to explain, her tone low but powerful. She taught that if one accepts being hurt, they should regard it as an embrace that is too tight. Life is a sea of suffering, but that is merely the pain of mortals, she whispered, likening the heart to a candle, urging it to burn brightly, to illuminate the darkness of others. Candle wax melted, as if proving her words. The heavenly demon divine art's eighth form, burning to death. In the flickering firelight, a voice echoed, Gongja, bow to me with a heart burning to death. I am Yu Su-ha. Farewell. Kim Gongja lowered his head, bowing deeply to the ground, like an unshakable vow. So Baekhyang gently closed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. I understand. She turned and walked amidst tens of thousands of candles. The heavenly demon divine art's final sword move was originally undefined. Each cult leader determined it themselves, so the ninth move was different for everyone. Kim Gongja looked up, his eyes filled with pain. Now, offer the ninth bow with your own death. He froze, his hand and hers intertwined. In his mind he recalled, when I ended my own life 4,090 times. A cold knife pressed against his neck, a bone-piercing pain. His hand trembled, fearing that death would be prolonged. His resolve faded. The number of times he had to die kept increasing. The longer the death, the weaker his will. But there was one person he couldn't forgive. He didn't believe he could continue living if he forgave that person. Because he yearned so much to live, he desperately died. The ninth bow. Self-annihilation. Gongja. So Baekhyang hugged Kim Gongja tightly. You are my disciple. I don't care where you came from. Wherever you go, you will always be the disciple of the heavenly demons, So Baekhyang. Our doctrine lies within your heart. Even if the Wulin collapses, the world ends. As long as your heart beats, the will of the demonic cult will endure. Yes, master, Kim Gongja whispered softly, tears streaming down his face. He finally realized his neck had been aching for a long time. Kim Gongja and So Baekhyang walked through the deep darkness, their footsteps echoing in the profound cave. It's very dark here. Walk carefully, So Baekhyang gently reminded, her voice blending into the cold air. Kim Gongja simply replied, yes. The young man pondered, wondering what the heavenly demon was thinking. A faint purple light suddenly flashed from So Baekhyang's hand, illuminating the gloomy space. The heavenly demon mused to herself that her remaining internal energy would only be enough to sustain her for another year and a half. Her eyes scanned her favorite genres,
martial arts, resilient individuals, and life or death battles. A tough mission, she sighed inwardly. I have to pass everything on to my disciple in just a year and a half. Kim Gongja stood there, lost in thought. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over Kim Gongja, making him momentarily flustered. Then an internal scream echoed, "Zombie!" In Kim Gongja's mind, the image of the burly, red-haired heavenly demon laughing heartily appeared. He covered his face, while the heavenly demon asked if the 9 bows had been completed. A blonde girl watched, tears welling up. In the middle of the cave, Viper sat there, greeting them. "You've returned." Kim Gong, Ja and So Baekyang quietly entered. Viper asked about the 9 bows. Kim Gongja replied that he had officially become a disciple of the demonic cult. He smirked. "Congratulations." Kim Gongja curiously asked how Viper had become a disciple of the Axe Sage. He merely shrugged, saying things just happened that way. Viper curled his lips, saying he merely asked to learn. Nothing special. But in his heart, he thought, an old man on the verge of death begging, how could I refuse? He even wants to pass everything on to the heavenly demon, and his skills far surpass mine, Viper mused. In his imagination, the Axe Sage laughed heartily, while others buzzed with admiration for him. How troublesome, Viper sighed inwardly. I just want to live peacefully. The Axe Sage was still earnestly begging him to accept. Viper turned to Kim Gongja and So Baekyang, declaring, Death King, Heavenly Demon, I have both good news and bad news for the two of you. Kim Gongja asked in surprise, What is it? Along with the blue-haired alchemist, Viper proudly stated, We did it. We successfully developed the antidote. So Baekyang was stunned, her eyes wide. She couldn't believe her ears. What? You made the medicine? Really? The blue-haired alchemist adjusted her glasses, her tone calm. Technically, the antidote was completed yesterday. We spent a day observing the trials, explained, pointing to the greenish-gray corpse of the Wudang sect leader. We tested the sample, on the body of the Wudang sect leader. A close-up of the corpse showed the illness had subsided. We have confirmed that the illness has been cured and the body is gradually returning to normal. So Baekyang was overjoyed, gripping the alchemist's hand tightly. Unbelievable! Just the two of you found a cure for a disease that all doctors and high monks in the martial world were helpless against. The alchemist humbly said, No, it's all thanks to the Death King's data. Viper cut her off. Don't be modest. Go cure the old Axe Sage. Kim Gongja thoughtfully looked at the alchemist. He mused, The alchemist is a genius. I'm not surprised the antidote was created. The alchemist nodded. Yes, of course. That's why I'm here. But So Baekyang suddenly asked, her eyes sharp. There's a problem with the antidote, isn't there? The alchemist turned her back, and the Axe Sage appeared. She replied, No, the antidote has no problem. The one who created it is the problem. So Baekyang looked straight ahead, her voice cold. It seems the Dantian must be destroyed. The Axe Sage confirmed. Demonic fiend, I witnessed that foolish monk's body returned to normal. This girl's medicine is certainly effective. So Baekyang took the Axe Sage's hand, explaining, You must already know, but we are basically half dead. We've tried to keep our bodies alive, even though we should have been corpses long ago. The Axe Sage sighed. It's a miracle we're still alive after defying the laws of nature. Now it's time to pay the price. The alchemist held a strange glowing device, explaining, It's been too long since the two of you were infected with the Gangxi disease. An image of a person covered in bluish-green energy appeared. What you call qi is indistinguishable from the impure energy causing the disease, especially the lower Dantian. So Baekyang clenched her hands. The alchemist concluded, To treat both of you, we need to intervene with all of your internal organs. Nam Gung-woon spoke of the miraculous surgical skills of otherworldly doctors, advising the matriarch to witness it firsthand if she had the chance. He looked directly at So Baekyang, his gaze firm, declaring that he himself would undergo the surgery. So Baekyang turned her back, her long black hair flowing down. She said she had nothing left to lose, and was glad to finally have a disciple. Nam Gung-woon affirmed that even if his Dantian was destroyed, he would still be lucid enough to teach, and his disciple was a rare genius. He asked her, Isn't martial arts in the heart? Nam Gung-woon's hand gently caressed So Baekyang's black hair, a gesture filled with much affection and acceptance. Under the bright moon shining on the snowy peak, the narration echoed, The Axe Sage underwent the surgery that very night, and it was a complete success. On the pristine, white, snowy peak, Kim Gongja and So Baekyang stood silently under the starry night sky, the scene majestic yet also full of solitude. Kim Gongja turned, his face anxious, asking the matriarch, Master, is the surgery finished? What are the results? So Baekyang looked into the distance and replied curtly, He's fine. Kim Gongja let out a slight sigh of relief. The demonic cult leader began to tell a story. She spoke of her childhood wish to eradicate all coldness in this world. A flashback appeared, a lonely child amidst falling snow. She hated winter, hated snow, hated the way life withered with the changing seasons. She continued to speak, her hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. She believed that even if she couldn't completely destroy the cold, she could still use her sword to protect those trembling from the frigid air. Kim Gongja looked at her sword in surprise and exclaimed, "Blood demon slaying sword." So Baekyong confirmed, "That's right." The demonic cult leader recalled a naive experiment from when she first stepped into martial arts. She had tried to cleave a snow mountain, treating it as a mere pile of snow. She closed her eyes, her hand gripping the sword hilt, her black hair swirling like smoke. At that time, she couldn't even shake the base of the mountain, so Baekyong swung her sword, her black hair fluttering like ink. She chanted, "Baraya, Baraya, I am Baraya. My heart is a candle." The heavenly demon swung her sword, her intent to destroy blazing. A massive surge of dark energy swirled, engulfing the space, as if to incinerate the towering snow mountain before her. Then, "Burn this place down," her words echoed, carrying ruthlessness. Sword energy tore through space, leaving a terrifying scar on the mountaintop. White snow melted, and a dazzling light erupted like an unhealed wound, testament to the destructive power just unleashed. Amidst the pristine white peak, So Baekyong silently gazed at the sword mark. "I could only cleave the mountaintop," she sighed, her voice filled with disappointment. "Even though I imagined slaying it in my heart, I still couldn't do it. The slaying heart is still far off. This is my limit." The young man stood behind, listening in silence. A tear gently rolled down the heavenly demon's cheek, reflecting deep sorrow. She made her final decision, like a promise. "My beloved disciple, I will undergo the surgery." Amidst the hazy steam, the great axe sage painfully uttered, "The heavenly demon surgery. Can it wait a moment?" The blue-haired girl sat huddled beside him, her face exhausted. "I'm sorry. We need to rest a bit." It seemed they were utterly drained. Nam Gong-woon lay on the bed, his silver hair falling loosely, his eyes a little weary. A cold voice rang out. "Old man, I heard you lost your dantian, so I came to visit you." Nam Gong-woon smiled, his eyes full of amusement at So Baekyong's visit. "Hee. What an astonishing person to be my first visitor after surgery. Here, take a good look at me." The heavenly demon coldly asked, "How do you feel?" Nam Gong-woon laughed heartily, his face full of self-satisfaction. "I feel relieved. It's as if I've achieved ascension to immortality. An unbelievable optimism after losing his dantian." So Baekyong turned away, her eyes clearly showing disdain. "It seems you're still spouting nonsense. You haven't even undergone body reconstruction. How could you ascend to immortality?" Her words were as sharp as a sword. The heavenly demon gave a slight smirk, her eyes sharp and cold. "But your face looks better. Have you decided on the surgery?" Nam Gong-woon softly replied. "Yes." Despite her harsh words, she still cared about him. Nam Gong-woon recounted, his tone tinged with regret. "I just used a year's worth of internal energy, swinging my sword as I pleased. That will be the last time I use internal energy in my life." So Baekyong replied with a ho, then asked, "So, how was it? What did you cleave?" Nam Gong-woon spoke of his attempt to cleave winter, but failed. "I couldn't even get close." So Baekyong replied, her tone sarcastic. "Oh dear, what a pity. Haven't you reached a level no one else has? That means you've easily thrown the entire martial world into chaos many times." So Baekyong bowed her head, her long black hair falling, partially obscuring her face. Her eyes held discomfort, a complex emotion welling up. "Nam Gong-woon, you." Her words caught in her throat, unable to be fully uttered. Nam Gong-woon leaned his head back, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his expression strangely calm. "I have no regrets whatsoever." His words were light, yet contained extreme steadfastness. Nam Gong-woon looked up at the ceiling, where ancient characters were deeply carved. "The world has decayed to this extent. Surviving 3 years is already a miracle. To be cared for by external physicians. To accept disciples at the end of my life. To have someone continue the martial arts of the Orthodox faction. All are miracles. I am only grateful for everything that has happened." Nam Gong-woon's eyes were tinged with sadness, yet still shone with resolve. "If there's anything I regret," he said, "it's that I couldn't finish the battle with you and end the great Orthodox demonic war. A regret for a war that couldn't be concluded." Amidst the desolate scene, So Baekyong spoke in a low voice. "A perfect life doesn't exist. Our disciples will eventually finish everything for us." Her words carried a grim acceptance of fate. The heavenly demon smiled faintly, her eyes sad. "If this is the end, I accept it." The young man stood beside her, his eyes tired, not saying a word, just listening silently. Suddenly, Kim Gongja turned his back and walked away decisively. "Master, I'll be gone for a while and then return." So Baekhyang was stunned. "The world is like this. Where else do you intend to go?" The young man smiled meaningfully. "I'm just going for a stroll, don't worry." But that smile made So Baekhyang even more uneasy. "You say don't worry, but I'm even more worried." So Baekhyang's eyes were full of doubt, mixed with worry. She looked directly at him, pressing, "You're not planning anything dangerous, are you?" Kim Gongja bowed, his promise firm. "I will definitely return before Master finishes the surgery. Please rest assured and recuperate. When you open your eyes, I will be there waiting." The young man walked alone on the pristine white snow amidst a decaying world. He wondered, what did this world look like before it met its grim end? He looked up at the deep blue sky, his mind wandering to Murim, to the martial world. Had the forests regrown? Had the waters flowed freely again? A faint hope amidst the desolation. Beneath the young man's steady steps, a blonde figure knelt in the white snow. It was Preeta who had been awaiting his command. The blonde girl raised her head, her green eyes looking directly at Kim Gongja, her voice ringing out respectfully. "Master," Preeta spoke, reporting in detail. "As per your command, we have gathered 439 zombies who were formerly of the demonic cult, and 478 zombies who were formerly of the Orthodox faction. A total of 917 missing individuals. Among the recently missing, 521 demonic cult zombies and 552 Orthodox faction zombies. A total of 1,998 zombies have been assembled." Kim Gongja drew his gleaming sword, his eyes sharp and cold. "Well done," he commanded, his voice full of authority. "Now, bring them before me, one by one." Amidst the pristine white space, Kim Gongja swung his sword, charging into battle. A zombie, with a decaying body, along with dry bones, became his target. A sword strike cut through the wind, fresh blood splattering across the white snow. "Baraya!" A tragic cry echoed, then faded into nothingness. Without pause, Kim Gongja roared. "Next!" He swung his sword, his eyes blazing, allowing no hesitation. "Baraya!" He stood there, amidst the explosive surge of dark energy, his eyes burning. "I am Baraya." A powerful declaration, asserting the existence of the ruler. Preeta urged the soldiers to quickly eliminate the enemy before sunset, receiving obedient replies from her subordinate. Amidst the battle, Kim Gongja remained lost in thought, wondering how to create a perfect ending for his life. He bowed his head, pondering whether becoming his master's disciple would be enough to satisfy him. A resolute no echoed in his mind, refuting his previous thought. Preeta continued to enthusiastically cheer him on, but Kim Gongja knew that becoming a disciple was just an ordinary ending, not enough to satisfy him. Preeta reported that only 10 enemies remained, but Kim Gongja still asserted, "I am certainly not satisfied with it." After the battle, Kim Gongja lay slumped amidst countless corpses, with Preeta kneeling beside him, her eyes radiant. The blonde girl smiled brightly, showering Kim Gongja with praise for his immense contributions. Kim Gongja tiredly looked at her, asking why she was so happy. Preeta replied that what he had just displayed had filled her heart. Preeta believed that Kim Gongja's master would not only be happy but extremely delighted, and he secretly wished for that too. Elsewhere, the pharmacist praised the 2 recently treated individuals, announcing that they had fully recovered after just 1 week of surgery. The pharmacist patted the black-haired woman's head, explaining that they would not easily get reinfected if bitten by a jiangshi, and received thanks. The black-haired woman expressed deep gratitude to the pharmacist for saving their lives, but she humbly replied that she only did what she had to do. The white-haired man praised the pharmacist for thinking and acting righteously, then asked if the other 2 could move yet. The pharmacist happily confirmed that they could move and train without any issues. So Baekhyang, the demonic cult leader, suddenly spoke, inviting Namgung Woon, the martial alliance leader, to take a walk with her. Namgung Woon asked in surprise, while Kim Gongja interjected, declaring that he needed both of them to come along. Both leaders looked at each other, their eyes filled with unspoken words, and a tense silence enveloped them. Finally, Namgung Woon agreed, even though So Baekhyang still muttered that Kim Gongja's idea would surely be terrible. The 3 of them walked together on the pristine white snow, amidst a majestic, misty mountain landscape. Kim Gongja began to speak of their regret at not being able to end the great war between righteous and demonic factions, and how that burden would be passed on to their disciples. But he had a different thought. A bold idea was slowly forming in his mind. Kim Gongja revealed that the great war between righteous and demonic factions was actually a ritual between the 2 of them, a fated battle that only the 2 leaders could complete. He expressed deep gratitude that they hadn't given up over the past 3 years, persistently searching for jiangshi every morning, which allowed him to find them again. A mysterious smile appeared on Kim Gongja's lips as he mentioned 100 souls reincarnation, an ancient spell. The surrounding scenery suddenly transformed. Dark energy currents swirled, enveloping the snowy peak. Kim Gongja reassured them, telling them to consider this a dream or a side effect of losing their dantian, or simply that he had learned strange magic. In a fantastical space, Kim Gong-ja stood in the center, explaining to the two bewildered leaders in ancient attire, with dark energy still swirling around them. He affirmed that the world of the demonic cult had not yet ended, and if martial arts did not lose their righteousness, then righteousness would not lose its martial arts. Kim Gong-ja looked directly at the two leaders, wanting to say something important to both the demonic cult leader and the martial alliance leader. With a challenging smile and fiery eyes, Kim Gong-ja declared, "Fight and decide who will be the ultimate master of the Jianghu." The world suddenly turned upside down. The fallen martial alliance warriors now rose in horror, their eyes wide with confusion. "What the hell is going on?" a man in white exclaimed, his voice lost amidst the panicked murmurs. At the same time, the demonic cult warriors were no better. They looked around, their eyes dazed, unable to believe what was happening. "Is this heaven? Am I still alive?" a long-haired man mumbled, fear and astonishment intertwined. A martial alliance warrior clutched his neck, his face pale. I was clearly bitten by a jiangshi. On the pristine white snowy peak, Kim Gong-ja, the demonic cult leader, and the martial alliance leader stood tall, witnessing the chaotic scene below. So Baekyang, the demonic cult leader, looked down at the bewildered crowd. Her eyes shone with an indescribable surprise, and she softly whispered, "Disciple." Murmurs and discussions echoed everywhere. "Did you come from a completely different world, not just from outside the wall? This kind of spell is not something a mortal can do. Or have I died and arrived in heaven without even knowing it?" Amidst countless questions, Kim Gong-ja merely shook his head slightly, offering a meaningful smile. "No, that's not it." His words, light as a breeze, yet contained a shocking secret. So Baekyang looked at the revived individuals, her eyes filled with understanding. "These people cannot use martial arts like regular people, master. They are very weak compared to when they were alive." Kim Gong-ja reached out and took the demonic cult leader's hand. "Go and see for yourself." A mysterious invitation, drawing her into a new reality where death and life intertwined. On the snow-capped mountain peak, Su Baixiang and the Muram alliance leaders stood, looking down at the magnificent scenery. The air was frigid, but the curiosity in their hearts was even more intense. The demonic cult leader's feet gently touched the pristine white snow. Each of her steps carried caution, as if she were exploring a completely unfamiliar world. Amidst the demonic cult crowd, a majestic man with long black hair began to give orders. "First, we must assess the current situation. Everyone, remain calm. Send," the Blood Guard leader. His voice echoed, carrying the necessary reassurance. The man with long black hair turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over those around him. He was a born leader, with a powerful aura capable of quelling any chaos. Su Baixiang looked down, where a woman with long black hair and a black cloak stood. She was the Blood Guard leader, an important figure within the demonic cult's ranks. The Blood Guard leader looked up at Su Baixiang, her eyes wide with surprise. "Blood Guard leader, so you truly are the Blood Guard leader." Her words were filled with disbelief. Three other figures appeared, familiar faces of the demonic cult. Demon King Woliang. "Yes." Blazing Pact Demon. "Yes, my master." Sword Demon. "As you command." Absolute loyalty, even after dying and returning to life. Su Baixiang gently stroked her long black hair, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. "I have lost all of you. I have lost you, time and again." The pain of the past now surged back. The demonic cult leader, Su Baixiang, looked ahead with a distant gaze. "My children," she whispered, the pain of loss still deeply etched. In a world of pristine white snow, a bald monk clutched his throat. He mumbled about death, about having crossed the river, with no grave, only this snowfield. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward. The Muram alliance leader, Nam Gung-woon, appeared in a panic. The monk was surprised, wondering what Buddha wanted from him. Nam Gung-woon didn't say much, just embraced the monk. "You really are a monk," he exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. The monk dodged the embrace, coldly declaring he was not Nam Gung-woon's friend. But the Muram leader remained overjoyed, believing this was a miracle from the Jade Emperor. The monk merely scoffed. "I hear dogs chewing grass." Kim Gong-ja appeared, flashing a cunning smile. The monk advised him to quietly enter the temple, not to defile his ears. Kim Gong-ja replied that the joy of their reunion had cooled due to the familiar words of this Shaolin elder. A moment of silence, like an ellipsis in the flow of time. On the white snow peak, Su Baixiang appeared majestically, leading the demonic cult army. She declared grandly, "I am Su Baixiang of the demonic cult." Nam Gung-woon looked up, his gaze complex. She flashed a mysterious, powerful smile, declaring once more, "I am the heavenly demon." The demonic cult leader's aura erupted, engulfing the entire space. Nam Gong-woon stood there, under the bright moonlight, amidst the snowfield. He mumbled, accepting that this might just be the illusion of a blind man, or the dream of a delirious patient. Behind Nam Gong-woon, the black-clad warriors also looked up. They accepted that this was just a dream, as the whole world was sinking into slumber. Kim Gong-ja smiled mysteriously. He said that life itself is a disease, and this world is the shared dream that all of us are experiencing. Subaishang turned her back, her long black hair fluttering like the night. She affirmed that she had not forgotten the disease, had not lost the fever of dreams, and had not abandoned anyone or this world. Suddenly, she stomped her foot hard onto the snow, creating a violent tremor. A resounding cry echoed, "Baraya!" Subaishang flashed a confident smile. She declared that it was the disease and the fever of dreams that defined her, not martial arts or inner strength. She would always be herself. Nam Gong-woon looked up at the deep blue sky, issuing a challenge. "I demand our 990th battle. Murim leader, Nangong clan." Nangong-yun, the supreme family head, the holy hammer, roared into the blue sky, clenching his fists, his aura exploding. He pointed directly at the black-clad group, his voice filled with indignation. "Your cult turns the cries of commoners into resentment, resentment into total destruction, dyeing the world red with blood, blood-stained souls full of hatred." He raised his hand, his aura soaring. "You dye heaven and earth red, yet still pretend to be weak?" Nangong-yun continued to criticize, looking at Subaishang. "You incessantly weep, clinging to the heavenly demon, begging her to bear all sins for you. Clearly, you are a bunch of cowards." "Ha!" he roared, his face flushed. "You also have hands and feet. When will you stop clinging to past sins? For a tree to bear fruit, its blossoms must fall." He drew his sword, its tip gleaming. "But what about you? You sell pain, like a flower vendor." Subaishang chuckled softly, her eyes sharp and cold. "All right, so you accept this challenge." In midair, Nangong-yun asked, "Surrender, or fight a battle to the death?" She replied concisely, "Fight a battle to the death." Subaishang flashed a cunning smile, spreading her arms. "I accept." Behind her, the black-clad figures also smiled sinisterly. She turned her back, her black cloak fluttering, her voice echoing. "Oh, children of the demonic cult." A hand reached out to embrace the full moon. "Today, let's consider it a dream, an illusion." A demonic cult disciple screamed her name, Baraya, in despair, as if swept into a fierce nightmare. Subaishang laughed loudly, her long black hair flying in the wind. "Or is this just a fleeting dream?" Again, the cry of Baraya. She spread her arms, laughing wildly. "If so, shouldn't I live as if in a dream?" The demonic cult crowd roared in response. Nangong-yun and the Murim warriors charged forward. "Our hearts are candles! Burn this place down!" The demonic cult also roared, their aura soaring. "For the demonic cult! For the lives of commoners!" Amidst the swirling white snow, So Baekhyang waved her hand, giving a cold command. "Annihilate them all!" The demonic cult's momentum erupted, charging straight into the ranks of the Wulin Alliance. The demonic cult leader flashed a cunning smile, her eyes blazing, and once again roared the cruel command. "Annihilate them all!" The Wulin Alliance was not to be outdone. A martial artist roared, "Charge in, you damn demonic cult bastards! Today, we'll root you out completely." Fists and kicks clashed. A demonic cult martial artist landed a fatal blow to his opponent's abdomen. A painful groan echoing across the chaotic battlefield. A gray-haired demonic cult general was equally formidable, delivering a heaven-shattering punch to a Wulin Alliance martial artist's face, sending him staggering. "You hypocrite! I am the Shadow General, one of the 4 great demon generals," he roared, drawing his sharp sword. "Taste my blade!" Facing him, Wudang sect leader Hyunggong did not flinch, swinging his sword in response. "I am Hyunggong, the Wudang sect leader. You are worthy of being my opponent." The 2 formidable figures confronted each other. Hyunggong and the Shadow General charged at each other like 2 whirlwinds in a snowstorm, fighting to the death. The Shadow General's sword pierced Hyunggong's shoulder, fresh blood staining his robe red. But the Wudang sect leader's eyes remained unyielding, showing no fear. Hyunggong was no pushover either. A punch filled with internal energy landed squarely on the Shadow General's face, forcing him back with a soft groan. Amidst the fierce battle, both charged at each other again, roars echoing across the battlefield. Neither willing to concede defeat, another demoness appeared, her eyes sharp and cold, holding a majestic sword. She declared, "I am the Blazing Flame Demoness, one of the 4 great demon generals. I will take your life." Her opponent was Shaolin Abbot Jo Myung, who clasped his hands in prayer, his face serene amidst the storm. "Namo Amitabha Buddha." This humble monk is Jo Myung. The blazing flame demoness, full of pride, raised 3 fingers. "Because I am one of the 4 great demon generals, I will let you have the first 3 moves," she declared, her eyes full of confidence. Abbot Jo Myung said little, only letting out a roar, his entire body erupting with power as he charged straight at her, accepting the challenge. Abbot Jo Myung's punch tore through the blazing flame demoness's robe, but she remained standing firm, her eyes still cold and unwavering. Abbot Jo Myung groaned in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his muscular body writhing from the impact. He looked up, questioning So Baek-kyang about the promise of 3 moves, but she merely sneered, asking in return, "Did you really believe that?" So Baek-kyang, with a streak of blood on her lips, flashed a cunning smile and replied, "That's right. You certainly seem to believe it." Jo Myung roared in anger, calling her a damned nun, while she smugly remarked, "It seems my acting skills haven't faded yet." Abbot Jo Myung refused to give up, roaring as he tightly embraced her, pouring all his strength into unleashing his final 2 moves. A crash resounded as his fatal punch landed squarely on So Baek-kyang, causing both of them to shake violently. So Baek-kyang let out a pained groan, but immediately after, a loud, maniacal laugh echoed across the battlefield. At that moment, the Sword Demon, leader of the Demon Extermination Squad, charged forward, provoking, "If you bastards don't use internal energy, aren't you just street thugs?" The Huashan Elder, 10,000 Chaos Flower Sword, appeared majestically, retorting, "Vulgar. Utterly vulgar." The Sword Demon and the Huashan Elder clashed, sword light flashing, creating a fiery battle. During their exchange, the Sword Demon groaned, telling the old man to stop acting tough. But the Huashan Elder replied, "That's what I wanted to tell you." The 2 powerhouses continued their fierce combat, their figures darting like lightning amidst the blizzard. On the demonic cult side, the followers passionately roared, "Demonic cult, fight for the common people." On the other side, the disciples of the Wulin Alliance were not to be outdone, roaring back, determined to fight to the death. Suddenly, Kim Gongja appeared amidst the bloody battle, commanding in a cold voice, "Die! All of you die! You Morong bastards, come out now!" So Baek-kyang, her long black hair flowing, charged into the enemy's encirclement, fighting alone against countless Wulin Alliance masters. Amidst the sea of blood and flashing swords, So Baek-kyang let out a maniacal laugh, declaring there were too many hateful righteous faction members here. Shaolin Abbot Jo Myung unleashed a powerful kick, while Wudang sect leader Hyunggong swung his sharp sword, both charging into battle. So Baek-kyang was fiercely attacked, blood splattering, but she remained standing firm, her eyes full of disdain. She curled her lip, scoffing at the crowd. How ridiculous. The demonic cult leader spread her arms, her long black hair fluttering amidst drops of blood, her words full of defiance. The pain of the great righteous sects is so immense that even Songshan must grieve. Let their hatred burn the heavens and earth. Burn Wudang to ashes. In her blazing eyes, her own reflection appeared, proudly declaring, "The demonic cult rules the Wulin, and I am the ruler of the demonic cult. What right do you have to stand before me?" She burst into laughter, baring her sharp teeth, her eyes wild. "You're not good enough, you righteous faction dogs." So Baek-kyang turned her back, provoking Namgung-woon and the other masters, ready to receive any attack. The leader of the Miram Alliance, Namgung-woon, with his muscular, bare-chested body, roared furiously. "I, the leader of the Miram Alliance, will face you." Namgung-woon's foot stomped heavily onto the snowy ground, surrounded by fallen, black-clad warriors, as he declared, "Only one person in this world is worthy of fighting me." The vast battlefield appeared, recalling the beginning of the Great War. I remember the day the Great War began. We couldn't end the war that day and had to continue to the second day. And we couldn't end the war on the second day either, so we had to continue to the third day. At the same time, 2 terrifying punches landed, one on So Baek-kyang's face and one on Namgung-woon's face, creating powerful impacts. So Baek-kyang and Namgung-woon, with fiery eyes, charged at each other amidst the snowstorm, both laughing loudly with great vigor. Namgung-woon's punch landed squarely on So Baek-kyang's face, making her groan in pain. The leader of the Miram Alliance unleashed a powerful blow, sending So Baek-kyang flying, blood splattering in midair. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes still full of disdain. What a disgusting taste! The leader Namgung-woon, bare-chested, gasped for breath amidst the falling snow. Blood stained his shoulder, but his words were still full of contempt. "The Namgung family's martial arts don't make your flesh taste any better. Demoness, do you still enjoy human flesh and blood? Truly a vile cultist." So Baek-kyang wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes sharp and cold. She retorted, her words like daggers, "You're like old, wrinkled spinach. But what you said just now wasn't wrong." Amidst the snowstorm, So Baek-kyang turned her back, her voice echoing. "The righteous demonic war should have ended on the very first day. Both you and I were too weak. I thought we had been reckless, but we weren't. We were never truly reckless. She looked towards Kim Gongja, her gaze resolute. Today's battle is a second chance, a destiny that you and I never originally had. A mysterious smile bloomed on her lips. I will never repeat that foolish mistake again. Nam Gung-woon gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. Axe Sage, today I will give my all. It can't be. His words were full of determination, but also contained astonishment. So Baekhyang looked up at the white sky, her voice echoing amidst the wind and snow. Are you going to destroy your life force? Life force, an innate energy source, different from internal energy that cannot be cultivated. Once depleted, a martial artist will face death or crippling. Kim Gongja realized this with shock. Nam Gung-woon roared demoness, his eyes blazing, ready to plunge into a life-or-death battle. She spread her hands, her voice calm but containing a cruel truth. Both you and I have weakened. Even if I use my life force, I can only unleash low to mid-level martial arts. You understand, don't you? Of course I understand. Nam Gung-woon roared, his face contorted with extreme fury. Are you really going to destroy your life force just to unleash mid-level martial arts? Yes, he replied, without hesitation. So Baekhyang smiled, her eyes terrifyingly calm. Don't be angry, Woon. I'm not intentionally throwing away my life. I just hope the inevitable end comes today. Those around watched silently, worry evident on every face. She walked, her voice echoing like a final testament. I am feeling the joy of living more than ever. I am grateful to everyone, grateful to myself for having lived until now, and grateful to fate for letting me die today. Looking back, I have been a fortunate martial artist. Life force erupted around So Baekhyang, a dazzling light. Kim Gongja stood there, eyes wide, exclaiming in horror, Life force. Nam Gung-woon closed his eyes, a tear rolling down his cheek. He accepted his fate, his voice full of bitterness. All right, I have also been waiting for a day like this. The silver-haired old man roared, his eyes blazing. Let's die together, heavenly demon. The declaration of war echoed, sealing their fate. Two streams of power collided, tearing through space. So Baekhyang and Nam Gung-woon charged at each other, each move carrying the will to destroy. Kim Gongja stood frozen, eyes wide with horror. He clearly felt the terrifying power erupting, a battle beyond imagination. Terrifying speed, punches and kicks tearing through the wind. The two sworn enemies continuously attacked and defended, creating a swirling vortex of white energy. Amidst the fierce battle, the scene suddenly transformed into a cherry blossom garden. Pink petals fluttered down, breathtakingly beautiful, yet concealing death. Kim Gongja realized with shock that these petals were absorbing life force. The red-haired man's voice echoed. They grow by devouring their life force. Blood-red petals enveloped them as the two masters continued their intense duel. A martial artist's life force is the best fertilizer, the red-haired man explained, even if only temporarily. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, his expression thoughtful. But this is quite a rare case. He seemed to be contemplating something profound. Both possessed extreme yin and yang physiques, forming a perfect balance. This land had transformed into a celestial realm, where the heavenly demon soared and the golden axe that shattered heaven and earth clashed. A blood-red petal gently landed in Kim Gongja's palm. Each petal was proof of life force slowly depleting. So Baekhyang bowed her head, her black hair falling to obscure her eyes. Her voice was cold, filled with hatred. I hate you. Nam Gung-woon gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. I hate you all. I hate the righteous faction. I hate those old martial masters. I hate the 9 great sects, and I despise the 5 great clans. A blood-stained petal rested on Nam Gung-woon's chest. When the common people cried out in suffering, you remained carefree. But what I cannot forgive is not your happiness. So Baekhyang stood amidst the sea of red flowers, her voice full of contempt. What I despise is that you also feel pain, suffering, and want to be comforted, pretending that makes you human. Amidst the rain of red flowers, the two adversaries charged at each other again. Why do you treat others like beasts, yet treat each other like humans? The question was heartbreaking. Sword heart. So Baekhyang once stumbled at this realm. She only truly understood it when she was no longer snow fragrance, but had become the heavenly demon. Kim Gongja exclaimed, I understand now. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, Su Baekhyang stood tall, her gaze sharp. She pointed forward, towards a realm no one had ever surpassed, killing with just the mind. It was a legendary realm, as distant as Nirvana, now clear before her eyes. The girl who was once snow fragrance was now the heavenly demon, believing that if you have seen it, there is no place you cannot reach. Her hand reached out, as if touching an unimaginable peak, where the title of heavenly demon resonated, shaping destiny. In her memory, she stood majestically amidst the white snow, looking down at those kneeling in worship. The greatest among us. Their inner voices echoed. Her life was a series of hardships. Her father went hunting and never returned. Taxes piled up. Drought ravaged the land. How can one build a dam with a starving body? That was the heartbreaking question. The reason she had to be strong. If she had had enough time to focus on martial arts, everything would have been different. But harsh reality forged her into the heavenly demon, a symbol of strength and indomitable spirit. Her gaze was distant, holding an entire icy mountain peak, a symbol of the solitary and arduous path she had chosen. Her hand clenched tightly, each finger seemingly etched with pain and an unyielding will, never giving in to fate. She stood amidst the snow. Those kneeling pleaded, "Please guide us." She had cut away everything that froze the world, but could not cut away winter. Returning to reality, Su Beixiang was weak in Kim Gongja's arms, but still resolute. "Please fight me." Kim Gongja smiled, surprised by her will. "Though your will to become a disciple and receive her teachings is admirable." She looked at her hands, helpless. "As you can see, I can't move anymore." "Gongja, what's there to be proud of in defeating a master who can't move?" Kim Gongja replied, surprising her. "It doesn't have to be a fight where we have to move." He proposed a verbal battle, where the two fight with words instead of bodies, analyzing moves and countermeasures. It was a battle of wits, requiring no limbs or internal energy, purely martial arts. Su Beixiang gently closed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. "My disciple is truly arrogant." Kim Gongja confidently declared he would challenge Su Beixiang to a battle of wits, where he would display his full abilities as in his prime, regardless of whether she achieved physical victory. He recalled Su Beixiang's boast about her unparalleled strength when confronting the Wulin leader. Even if it was a battle of wits, he still wanted his master to have the most satisfying fight. Su Beixiang looked up at Kim Gongja, her dark eyes deep. She softly asked if he could show her that ability, a faint smile on her lips. Su Beixiang concisely replied yes, accepting the challenge. Kim Gongja smiled brightly, declaring he wouldn't hold back even in a verbal spar. He let her go first, but also warned that the battle could end in a single move. Amidst the pristine white snow, Kim Gongja promised to tell Su Beixiang stories from his youth once the battle concluded. A resounding voice urged the red-haired man, the Sword Emperor, to show his master the fruits of his cultivation. The Sword Emperor, who had once reached the pinnacle of power in another world, now wondered if it was his turn to perform. Kim Gongja reminded the Sword Emperor of his promise if he lost the bet. The man sneered, replying that he wanted to face the demonic cult leader anyway. The Sword Emperor declared he would deliver the greatest battle, even conceding the first 3 moves to the demonic cult leader. He knelt, his face full of indignation. Though he knew borrowing someone else's words to issue a challenge was disrespectful and would be ridiculed for eternity, he had no other choice. The Sword Emperor, acknowledged as the foremost master of 10,000 swords under heaven, though aware this action was somewhat rude, still resolutely demanded a battle of wits. Su Beixiang looked at Kim Gongja, asking if the Sword Emperor was his disciple. She wondered why he hadn't made the first move, as the battle had already begun. Amidst the zombies, a man holding a spear spoke. He asked if he was referring to the technique that had resurrected the corpses of his children. Su Beixiang closed her eyes, smiling gently. She said she had decided not to ask anything further, as silence was a virtue, believing he might be the Jade Emperor's messenger. The Sword Emperor knelt, his expression solemn. He revealed he possessed a special skill, the art of summoning spirits. Su Beixiang smiled, revealing the soul of a transcendent martial artist from another world nearby, one dubbed the Greatest Warrior. Kim Gongja secretly thought she was joking, but then he accepted, considering that soul a worthy opponent in the battle of wits. Su Beixiang asked directly, wanting to know what special moves that martial artist's soul possessed. She relayed the message. That soul generously conceded the first 3 moves. Su Beixiang was secretly annoyed, thinking that soul was too arrogant. She immediately unleashed her first move, a sharp sword technique. The Sword Emperor closed his eyes, declaring his countermove. Earth Dragon 6 forms. West River Moving Dragon. Combined with floating cloud steps. For evasion. Kim Gongja pondered, listening to the Sword Emperor recite the move. Su Beixiang continued, unleashing her second move. Peerless Profound Art 7 forms. Anticipated reaction. She seemed surprised. Jian Huang retaliated, dodged, and counterattacked with 6-fist technique second form, Twin Fan Attack. So Beixiang unleashed her third move. 6 Grave Sword 6th form, Grave Digging Sword, while simultaneously retreating using Floating Pressure Kick and Myriad Flowers Chaotic Steps. The 3 exchanges of blows ended in a flash, and silence enveloped the space. Jian Huang looked at her, questioning her life full of sacrifice, disbelieving that she could still be strong despite dedicating her entire life to her sect and children. Nevertheless, Jian Huang had to admit, she was still the strongest. So Beiqiang looked straight ahead, replying that she no longer needed to strive, for she was already at the pinnacle, a god in everyone's eyes. Jian Huang crossed his arms, his gaze pitying. He declared that being the strongest in the world was her greatest misfortune. He looked straight ahead, his crimson eyes blazing, declaring that he would show her what it meant to be a god among gods. Amidst the white snow, So Beiqiang leaned against Kim Gongjia, her eyes half closed, a soft escaping her lips. The young man silently supported her, and a tranquil atmosphere enveloped them. She knelt, her hands gently placed on her robe. A voice rang out, full of surprise. "So, you're not just a paper tiger after all." Kim Gongjia pondered, his gaze sweeping over her. "Tian Mo, from the Chronicles of Tian Mo, the strongest of all time in the demonic cult," he whispered, as if reminding himself. Jian Huang replied arrogantly, his crimson eyes blazing. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Jian Huang, from the myriad swords world, the strongest under this heaven, of the orthodox faction. In the empty space, the two strongest faced each other, kneeling. The battle of life and death had officially begun, without quarter. So Beiqiang smirked, her gaze sharp. She declared she would send him flying with the first move of the Fireblood Blazing Dragon, explosive attack. Jian Huang frowned, surprised by her orthodox faction strike. He countered with the first move of the 18 Cloud Dragon Sword art, and if that failed, he would unleash a reverse hook. Kim Gongjia looked straight ahead, his eyes filled with tension. Just one move to decide everything. The Tian Mo smirked mysteriously, wondering, should I block that attack, or... A thought flashed through her mind. Kim Gongjia's hand gripped hers tightly. "All right, I'll use the secret art of life and death law, combined with butterfly impact." An invisible power flowed through. Jian Huang, Kim Gongjia, and So Beiqiang all looked at each other, their gazes meeting. One more move, and then another. The confrontation was relentless. So Beiqiang roared, her hands clenched, her face furious.
"How long do you intend to trample on my hands with those filthy feet?"
"I'll use the second move of the 3 demonic poison bloodworm devouring body, to tear you apart." Jian Huang sneered, retorting with sarcastic words. He would use the 4th move of the divine wheel impact, life and death cycle, targeting her ankle, right wrist, and 3 white tiger acupoints. Sweat beaded on So Beiqiang's forehead, and she smirked tensely. "I'll retreat 3 steps with Tian Mo hegemonic steps, a lightning-fast decision." Kim Gongjia looked straight ahead, his eyes profound. A yes echoed in his mind, like an affirmation for the next step. Jian Huang roared, his hands clenched, his aura exploding. "If you act like the orthodox faction, then I'll act like the demonic cult. I'll use the purple ice sword to retaliate, clinging to you." The narration was deep, full of contemplation. The leader of the Martial Alliance, the Holy Hammer, the strongest of the orthodox faction, was also no match for that master. Only he dared to confront her. But had that been proven in the final great orthodox demonic war? A burly, silver-haired figure, hidden in the night, ready to erupt. The outcome of their confrontation, who won and who lost, was already clear. "I'm sorry," a remorseful whisper echoed from the still body. "I am weaker than you," the old man whispered, accepting the harsh truth. Perhaps that was why the master had delayed the end of the great orthodox demonic war until the 990th time, like a child trying to hold onto a melting candy. Amidst the snowy landscape, So Beiqiang suddenly roared. "What a foolish move. I'll use the executioner's blade, 2nd form, enticement." "Not so fast," another voice retorted. "I'll use iron pillar to dodge, then use explosive break to counterattack." She was surprised. "Aha." Kim Gongjia subtly smirked, glancing sideways. "My disciple." So Beiqiang burst into maniacal laughter, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "The phantom you summoned? It's absolutely peak." Kim Gongjia replied with a knowing smile. "Yes, master, he's probably the strongest among those I know." She was still laughing, but her voice was full of irritation. "I finally understand how the leader of the Martial Alliance felt. Why are you only introducing this phantom to me now? In my entire life, I've never met such a strong martial artist." A clenched fist, expressing extreme frustration. In a flashback, Tian Mo unleashed a move, twisting So Beiqiang's arm. "I'll use Heavenly Martial Supreme to twist your arm, then retreat 4 steps with Tian Mo hegemonic steps." So Beiqiang retreated. "You retreated 3 steps. Now, 4 steps. It's time for you to run. I'll use Cloud Flow Divine Art to stick close to you, maintain a 1-step distance, then use Sword Kwai Enhanced Summer Sun Storm." Kim Gongjia watched the scene, confused. "I'm tired of testing your abilities. I'll use Sword Suction to pull you in, then use forms 1 to 3 of Sand River Dragon, stabbing into the Tianju, Datian Junhuan, and Shenju acupoints." He understood nothing about this fight. That's right, I'll use butterfly sword and rules of life and death to distract, then dodge. After that, I'll retreat one step and use Taiji devouring heaven sword. Kim Gongja understood sword suction, but Sand River Dragon, rules of life and death, and Taiji devouring heaven sword were beyond him. He couldn't even imagine the battle. Not bad at all. Good! Tian Mo dodged with divine art. Ah! So Baekhyang counterattacked. Third form of force. Sword reaction. She wanted to become a worthy opponent if possible. I want to become your hope if I can, the former heavenly demon declared in the illusion, launching a fierce counterattack. I will use the second form of my leg technique to counter, then pierce through. Kim Gongja could only watch, listening to the heavenly demon's confident words. You are too hasty. I will dodge and then strike your neck. I will use to attack. So Baekhyang, in her memory, took the blow, feeling their level was far beyond her reach. A dull ache, a sense of powerlessness enveloped her. She pondered, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes half closed as if lost in distant memories, where fated battles had taken place. A soft sigh escaped her lips. That's right. Kim Gongja listened to So Baekhyang. My disciple, it's cold today. Winter has come again, and this place will become an eternal snowfield. On the brutal white snowfield, the faint figures of the heavenly demon and So Baekhyang clashed, each step harboring deadly danger. Disciple, do you know that the phantom you summoned and I are desperately vying for each other's position on the snowfield? So Baekhyang questioned, her gaze sharp. She smiled meaningfully, the scar on her cheek prominent. That's why we use many kicks, throwing snow to obstruct the opponent's vision. We are fighting for our lives, aren't we? Kim Gongja was surprised as So Baekhyang gently covered his eyes. Cover your eyes. In his mind, Kim Gongja clearly saw the former heavenly demon, a great martial artist, as large as a bear. He replied, Yes, Master. The image of the heavenly demon appeared clearly, panting, smiling confidently, challenging. Kim Gongja realized the enormous physical disparity. How to overcome this? I must accept and leverage my strengths. I am faster than him. Moreover, I am familiar with the snowfield, skilled in shadowless steps. This will be a prolonged battle. But the heavenly demon saw through his intentions, charging like a wild boar amidst the blizzard, faster than expected. No need to be afraid, Kim Gongja told himself. I anticipated this. I will gently retreat and lure him into a trap. He is just a wild boar charging in a frenzy amidst the blizzard. Kim Gongja was resolute, his eyes gleaming with a sharp glint. The young man Kim Gongja watched in shock, his eyes wide as if unable to believe the scene before him. He had seen it. He had seen everything. Before his eyes, two figures clashed amidst the blizzard. With each of their steps, snowflakes shattered, fluttering like ice petals. The snow continued to fall, and the battle had lasted for 2 grueling days. The two strongest, a woman in black and a red-haired man, continued to fight relentlessly. The red-haired man roared, How much longer can you run? I won't be inferior in light body techniques. He dashed away like a gust of wind. The demon cult leader smiled proudly. I'm confident I can run forever. But the red-haired man replied, You'll have to stop eventually. The cult leader glided through the air, her black sword lightly swung. Don't you know? This world has become an endless snowfield. Even if I have nowhere to go, there are countless places for me to flee. The red-haired man sneered. If it were your peak, you could do that forever. But now we are fighting. He looked at her with disdain. He continued to provoke. There's less than 2 hours left. Are you still planning to run away? Ha! How cheap! The cult leader gently closed her eyes, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Yes, I admit it. I don't have much time left, and I can't run forever. If that's the case, a surge of dark energy swirled around her sword, signaling something terrible was about to happen. The cult leader opened her eyes, her lips forming a cold smile. I will show you my full power. Once again, dark energy erupted fiercely around the sword. The entire space seemed distorted by the terrifying power. The demon cult leader raised her head, her gaze sharp and cold. I will show you my full power. And then she unleashed her move. Demon, God, heavenly art, first form, starvation, swordplay. The entire space swirled, engulfing everything in an icy storm. The cult leader looked straight ahead, her voice chilling. Hunger can make parents trade their own children for their neighbor's children, then eat them. Her words were like sharp blades, piercing straight into the mind of the red-haired man struggling amidst the storm. Have you ever heard of adults burying children in the snow after slicing their flesh into thin pieces? Or about a town where you can find children's flesh everywhere in the falling snow? The red-haired man grimaced, exclaiming in pain. That's horrible. They must have suffered from famine. But then he reassured himself that it was just a coincidence, an unavoidable calamity, crop failures, rampant famine. It's all just coincidence. The red-haired man dodged the demon cult leader's attack while shouting,
If you grieve over tragedy, you should also rejoice over good things. The depth of sorrow must be equivalent to the depth of happiness, the cult leader retorted, unleashing a fatal blow that made the space explode, sending the red-haired man flying. Amidst a shower of red petals, the demon cult leader's gaze was as sharp as a knife. The scar on her cheek seemed to bear witness to fierce battles or buried pain. The red-haired man fell onto a ripe rice field, dry leaves fluttering around. That's why I will sing of a bountiful and happy autumn, the cult leader growled, charging forward without mercy. In that moment, memories flooded back. The red-haired man recalled a day when he looked out at the horizon and saw a golden sea of rice. The giggling of children playing hide-and-seek amidst the towering rice stalks echoed in his mind. The Sword Emperor's gaze became resolute. You speak of children's flesh buried in the snow? Then let me tell you about the laughter of children playing in the rice fields. He growled, determined not to back down. Cough! The cult leader was unexpectedly hit, blood splattering. Both are opposing blades of coincidence. If I have to choose, I will take the laughter in the rice fields. You really? The cult leader roared, unleashing demonic heavenly divine art, second form. Sword of withered death. A surge of blue energy, like raging waves, engulfed the Sword Emperor in its fury. You say both were coincidences? But happiness has never killed anyone. Amidst the surging waters, the cult leader coldly declared, it is the pain of hunger and thirst that kills people. The rice fields were now barren and desolate. The sky was gloomy, portending an inevitable end. Death is the end. Forever. Under the full moon, the demonic cult leader stood tall amidst the desolate fields. The sword in her hand was like a vow. Let me sing of the farmers who died without a single drop of water. The Sword Emperor did not retreat, unleashing a dazzling counterattack. How refreshing it is to jump into a stream in summer, he roared, determined not to let the cult leader overpower him. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja appeared, his resolute gaze fixed on the demonic cult leader. You're teaching Gong-ja the wrong way. The cult leader was surprised, not expecting him to interfere. Sorry, that was a bit harsh. Not the wrong way, but you're teaching him too early. As he spoke, Kim Gong-ja lunged to attack, forcing the demonic cult leader to dodge. It's good to talk about the world's pain, to look at others suffering. But you can't keep doing that. Kim Gong-ja continued his assault. Why not? The cult leader roared, unwilling to yield. The heavenly demon roared, blood splattering. Because it will exhaust you, he warned, his strength seemingly reaching its limit. Amidst the dance of swords, Subai-xiang spoke, her tone full of hidden meaning. Kim Gong-ja hasn't tasted enough joy in this world yet. The cult leader continued, her sword energy as sharp as her words. You need to broaden your palate, to gently grieve for those who cannot taste certain flavors. One must swim in summer sewers, to truly mourn those who died without a drop of water. Her words were like a knife, piercing the heart. The heavenly demon strained to counterattack, drops of sweat falling. The human heart is like a candle wick, he growled, his gaze resolute. Two figures intertwined amidst the rain, their sword energies clashing fiercely. If you only know how to burn, one day you will wither away, the heavenly demon warned, his eyes sharp. Amidst the rain, Subai-xiang continued to provoke. Heavenly demon, do you know? He has never loved anyone. She smiled, a smile full of hidden meaning. Isn't it funny? He hasn't even dated anyone. Subai-xiang's voice echoed, as if mocking. Yet, he has acted as if he carries all the pain in the world, Subai-xiang said, then turned to Kim Gong-ja. Tell him to keep dreaming. It's too early to learn your doctrines. I will teach this child how to be happy, how to laugh genuinely, how to rely on others, the cult leader declared, her tone full of confidence. He needs to know the feeling of being lost when someone makes him happy. Only then will he truly know sadness. Subai-xiang suddenly erupted, lightning surging around her. You want to pretend to be my disciple's master? She roared, her eyes spitting fire. Demonic heavenly divine art. Third form. Drowning sword. The cult leader unleashed her move. Sword energy surging like raging waves, engulfing everything in a curtain of lightning. Yes! The heavenly demon retorted, his eyes blazing. Do you dare? Two surges of power collided, creating violent waves. Subai-xiang attacked frantically, her voice echoing. You dare steal my only direct disciple? Power erupted, the air seemingly tearing apart. The heavenly demon retorted, his sword energy powerful. Don't make me laugh. I intended to become his master even before you. He did not flinch, his resolve no less. I taught him how to decapitate orcs, how to use internal energy. The heavenly demon roared, his eyes full of rage. I finally made him useful. And now you, the heretical leader, interfere. The heavenly demon roared, vehemently opposing Kim Gong-ja learning the demonic divine art. He believed that using a sword should be a joy, not this heretical path. So Bei-qiang was no less furious, scolding the heavenly demon that sword arts born from suffering were too demonic. Life was already short.
Why not enjoy happiness? The heavenly demon declared Kim Gong-ja his disciple, destined to become the future cult leader. So Baekhyang immediately retorted, calling him a cursed heretic for such thoughts. In a black and white moment, So Baekhyang roared, determined to unleash the seventh move of the demonic divine art, life. Stealing sword. The demonic cult leader without hesitation shouted loudly, unleashing the seventh move of the demonic divine art, life-stealing sword, aimed directly at the heavenly demon. Amidst the earth-shattering battle, Kim Gong-ja merely observed silently, his tired but sharp eyes clearly seeing every sword stroke of the two grandmasters. Kim Gong-ja muttered, as if learning, countering their moves with the fourth move of 10,000 Sea Moon Slash, Autumn Wind Moon Slash. The heavenly demon gritted his teeth, also countering with the eighth move of the demonic divine art, Fire Annihilation Sword. The battle between the two grew increasingly fierce. Kim Gong-ja witnessed and realized that So Baekhyang, whom he called master, was gradually losing ground to the heavenly demon. She was severely injured and coughing up blood, her situation critical. Fresh red blood dripped onto the ground, mingling with dark petals, portending a tragic end. The cult leader could only utter a broken sound. In a distant memory, So Baekhyang recalled her first death. Alone in a snowfield, abandoned by her mother, freezing to death. That was why the demonic divine art could not yet be completed. The cult leader raised her sword to the sky, her gaze resolute. Ironically, only when the world was destroyed could she perfect the ninth move of the demonic divine art. I am my own God. Throughout this heaven and earth, she declared, her tone tragic and heroic. This world is an eternal winter, a fading candle. Only my song is the dirge of the heavenly death god, the death of heaven and earth. With her hair turned white and blood staining her face, the cult leader carved the final words of the demonic divine art into the white snow. Demonic divine art, ninth form. Amidst the dazzling light, everything around shattered. Her final move, Sword of Solitary Death, was unleashed. The heavenly demon looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had understood the terrifying power that So Baekhyang had just unleashed. Amidst the dazzling light, the heavenly demon acknowledged the solitary death chosen by the cult leader of the demonic cult, a final attack worthy of a warrior from a ruined world. He raised his sword high, his gaze sharp. But as for loneliness, I understand it far better than you, he declared, his tone full of hidden meaning. In So Baekhyang's mind, past images, stained with blood, resurfaced. The heavenly demon coldly exposed. You have never been lonely for a day, for Fu Shanjie was always by your side. Amidst the brilliant light, the heavenly demon bowed slightly, an apology escaping him. He had understood, had realized something. Memories shattered into 1,000 pieces. Vibrant seasons of flowers and leaves, he whispered, his voice bitter. I have been lonely for 120 years. The young man, Kim Gong-ja, sweat beading on his forehead, eyes tightly shut, face extremely tense, as if enduring something. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, filled with horror. He gasped, as if he had just escaped a terrible nightmare. In the pure white snowy landscape, So Baekhyang stood with her back turned, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She softly called, Master. Kim Gong-ja rushed forward, embracing her tightly, asking anxiously. He felt a faint heartbeat, a glimmer of hope flashing. She's still alive! With a bruised face, So Baekhyang looked up at the sky, a gentle smile gracing her lips. So that's how it island. Suddenly, So Baekhyang swung her long black hair, striking Kim Gong-ja hard. My beloved disciple, she called. She lay there, eyes half closed, her voice weak. You, from the start, only thought of helping me. Kim Gong-ja hung his head. She continued, exposing, the story of you seeking me for fame. It was all a lie. You are not someone swayed by fame. Thank you, she whispered. Kim Gong-ja replied, his voice choked. Yes. Can I be remembered as a flower in your memory? She asked. He held her tightly, replying, yes. In his memory, crimson petals fell. She whispered, yearning, I want to know what kind of flower I will be. Kim Gong-ja gently caressed So Baekhyang's cheek, his eyes tearful but still bearing a sorrowful smile. A peony. I will remember you as a crimson peony, master. Despite her ravaged body, So Baekhyang still smiled weakly. Ah, how beautiful, she whispered, her eyes slowly closing, accepting her cruel fate. Her hand fell limp, powerless. The last words uttered from her parched lips were a call to her beloved disciple. Then all fell silent. Amidst the vast white snow, Kim Gong-ja held her motionless body tightly. He sat there, facing the towering mountain, where a mysterious light was erupting. The light from the mountaintop suddenly blazed, like an energy explosion, tearing through the gloomy clouds, scattering sparkling snowflakes. The great mountain cracked open. A stream of emerald light shot up from deep within the earth, piercing the sky, creating a magnificent spectacle. The light swirled, transforming into a colossal pillar of energy, engulfing the entire mountaintop, causing the space to tremble violently. Kim Gongja still held her tightly, tears mixing with the falling snow. He softly called Master, his voice choked in the moment of farewell. Amidst the vast heavens and earth, he whispered a final goodbye. Winter has been severed, Master. The light on the mountaintop flared up, as if in response to an end. Image 10 is the translator's note, not part of the narration. When the energy storm subsided, the sky cleared again. Kim Gongja still held her tightly. Amidst the white snow and silent forest, a hand rested on his shoulder. Kim Gongja looked up, his eyes empty. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. Sir. A crowd of cultists and martial artists appeared, surrounding him and So Baekhyung's motionless body. Their gazes were full of scrutiny and doubt. Amidst the scattered corpses, a red-robed cultist stepped forward. He said that, despite being busy fighting, some had heard the cult leader call him disciple. The cultist looked directly at Kim Gongja, questioning, So, are you the direct successor of the heavenly demon? His gaze was sharp, full of pressure. Kim Gongja remained silent, his eyes complex as he looked at the cultist. The question hung in the air, a terrifying truth just revealed. Kim Gongja hesitated, his eyes weary. He wasn't sure if he was the heavenly demon's successor. But from below, a black-haired cultist questioned, The cult leader accepted you as a disciple, didn't she? Kim Gongja, in his familiar form, boldly replied, That's right. I am Master's disciple. A firm affirmation, without a hint of hesitation. The cultist continued, his tone full of hidden meaning. If the cult leader accepted a direct disciple, then you must have been taught the heavenly demon divine art. A suggestion or a challenge? He bowed his head, but his words were sharp as a razor. Please forgive my abruptness, but sir, please demonstrate a part of the heavenly demon divine art for us. The entire crowd of cultists watched in silence. Kim Gongja secretly gritted his teeth, outwardly polite, but in reality, they were forcing him to prove his identity. Just because he was a disciple, he was seen as the successor, and now he understood his master's hesitation in accepting him. Holding the cold So Baekhyung amidst the white snow, Kim Gongja realized her last warmth had left her, and the burden of the demonic cult now rested on his shoulders. All right, will one move of the starving death sword be enough? He nodded, his gaze resolute. That's right. Master once said, even if they are blood relatives, if they are mediocre and useless, they are not worthy of being a successor. His words echoed, full of power. The blood demon whispered, claiming to be just a humble swordsman, but capable enough to distinguish a sword technique. The girl next to him asked, and he explained. He said he would recognize the heavenly demon's disciple by the first move of the divine art. The girl wondered again, why the blood demon represented everyone. He whispered in response, he's the only one who still retains some decorum. Even if he's a bastard, he still belongs to the Murong family. Kim Gongja frowned, listening to the contemptuous whispers. What? He's a bastard of that damned Murong family? The blood demon retorted irritably. Why do you act like you're hearing this for the first time, you blockhead? The two black-haired individuals faced each other, their words clashing like fire. What do you mean by that? The girl retorted coldly. Your existence is as dangerous as Sichuan's poison arts, blood demon. Even I, who has mastered heavenly poison immunity, feel like getting cancer just listening to you. Kim Gongja coughed lightly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Oh? Is that a compliment? The blood demon stubbornly replied, blockhead. Kim Gongja could only cough dryly and shake his head in exasperation. The two continued to attack each other. What are you looking at? Want to fight? The girl scornfully said. You're disgusting. Turn your face away. You make me sick. Kim Gongja, in his familiar form, smiled faintly. That's right. This place has always been like this. A brief recollection of the chaotic nature of the demonic cult. He looked down at the arguing cultists, red blood splattering. The demonic cult, originally a refuge for the vulgar. His master was unusually refined, but most cultists didn't even know what decorum was. Hunger. Amidst the crimson blood, he looked up at the sky. Hunger is children waiting for the Sunday. A tragic and metaphorical image, ending the flashback. The longing for death is like fierce waves, and the pain of drowning is a father's last breath. Amidst the sea of blood, he felt the harshness of survival. Was it by witnessing the life and death battle between his master and the Sword Emperor that he understood the pain of freezing to death? Yet it is a mother's last warmth embracing her child. The cultists were astonished and terrified. His every strike, now sharper than ever, was like a blade cutting through the air. Amidst the desolate white snow, he embraced So Baekyang, muttering to himself, I haven't fully grasped the remaining techniques yet. It's truly shameful that this is all I can display. His hands clenched tightly on his thighs, every muscle taut. Despite his humble words, his fighting spirit burned like fire. The cultists knelt, shouting in unison, We greet the successor to the demonic cult's legacy, our new heavenly demon. Their eyes blazed with faith. In the vast space, hundreds of cultists bowed their heads, respectfully calling out the new master's name. Our new master! The shouts echoed everywhere. He was stunned. The title of Heavenly Demon is too grand for me. Not to mention, I already have the nickname Death King. His eyes clearly showed his confusion. In his mind, his master's image appeared. I want my master's nickname to forever belong to him. A silent promise, etched deep in his heart. He sighed, his eyes full of contemplation. Then, his words trailed off, laden with many emotions. He held So Baekyang tightly, the image of the former heavenly demon flashing through his mind. Even the title of master is too much. The former heavenly demon in his memory questioned, I am still very lacking. How can you call me master when I have nothing to teach? That's just a meaningless title. The blood demon spoke, his gaze firm. The heavenly demon has never made a mistake in choosing people throughout his life. He accepted you as a disciple, so you deserve to be the master of the demonic cult. He coughed lightly, still holding So Baekyang. Thank you. But even if I deserve to be master, I'm not yet ready to bear the legacy of the demonic cult. He was flustered, trying to explain, but that would cause confusion in how we address you. We can't just keep calling you Sir forever, Vice Master. The black-haired girl coldly replied, Why not call him Vice Master? Vice leaders of various sects are abundant in the martial arts world. There's nothing special about it. The black-haired young man pondered, listening to the proposal for the Vice Master position. He knew this was an important move, a temporary compromise to maintain the situation. The blood demon nodded, agreeing. You can do that. White smoke drifted lazily against the clear blue sky, witnessing this decisive moment. Kim Gongja stood straight, clasping his hands formally. We wish to officially express our gratitude. He knew they still didn't fully understand the magic he had used, but their survival after Kanshi's bite was undeniable. The Hell Ghost Demon, one of the 4 great demon lords, flashed a cunning smile. I, along with the entire Blood Ghost squad, swear loyalty to the Vice Master. The oath echoed, carrying the weight of a blood promise. Following suit, the Moon Shadow Demon, another demon lord, also bowed. I and the entire Shadow Corp squad also swear loyalty to the Vice Master. A solemn atmosphere enveloped them. Finally, the Blood Demon, the sword demon among the 4 great demon lords, spoke with authority. I and the Extermination Squad pledge our loyalty to you. The oaths of the 3 demon lords were sealed. At Kim Gongja's feet, So Baekyang remained motionless. Around him, hundreds of demonic cultists knelt on the white snow, collectively offering their oaths of loyalty to the new Vice Master. Despite his identity as Baraya, Kim Gongja still wore his modern sneakers. He silently vowed, as long as I live. A silent promise, heavy with responsibility. For a moment, an image of Kim Gongja in his casual attire appeared, clasping his hands respectfully. He had integrated into this world, yet still retained his true self. A dazzling light erupted amidst the snow-capped peaks. The creed of darkness shall endure forever. A powerful oath, as if carved into space. Suddenly, a cold system notification appeared. Stage complete. Everything ended, swiftly and abruptly. So Baekyang still lay there, unconscious on the snow. Another notification appeared confirming, you have completed Volume 1 of the World Reconstruction Quest. Kim Gongja, along with the black-haired girl and the man in the blue shirt, sat beside So Baekyang. Today, Floor 22 has been cleared. The announcement echoed, marking a milestone. The character's mane were deeply carved into the cliff face, like a reminder, announcing again to everyone. The system continued to issue declarations. Amidst the vast white snowscape, the announcement repeated, Today, Floor 22 has been cleared. This event seemed to hold special significance. Kim Gongja bowed deeply, his face filled with sorrow. The funeral of my master, I entrust to all of you. His voice choked, laden with the pain of loss. Amidst the white snow, a contribution ranking appeared, but Kim Gongja only wanted his master's funeral to be simple. He said, Please don't make it too elaborate. Master will be pleased if you stay by her side until the very last moment before burial. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting Kim Gongja. He looked up, his face full of surprise, as if he had just woken from a sorrowful dream. A brown-haired youth with brilliant blue eyes floated in midair, a mysterious smile on his face. Welcome back, Death King. Kim Gongja stood stunned amidst an unfamiliar world, skyscrapers reaching high. The youth's voice continued to echo, explaining that the word please in Tian Mo's notes was synonymous with Baraya, a wish. He was bewildered, trying to digest the information. So, please and Baraya are one? If so, that's a very logical ending. Wait a minute. Kim Gongja looked down and saw many people lying motionless. He panicked. Why are all the hunters unconscious? The brown-haired youth still smiled, repeating his welcome. Welcome back, Death King, he continued, his voice full of excitement. I've been eagerly awaiting your return. Kim Gongja still couldn't believe his eyes, repeating the question, why are all the hunters unconscious? The youth softly hummed, his expression still calm. He floated, surrounded by ancient books. Don't worry, I've only temporarily put them to sleep. Kim Gongja was stunned. You put them to sleep? The youth nodded. That's right. I lit a harmless incense stick. An ancient book titled Tale of a Lotus City appeared. Next to it, an incense stick, emitting thick smoke, proving the youth's words. The youth explained. There are many worlds that communicate through words, but there are also worlds that communicate through music or sense. In this apocalypse, people communicate through the sense of anger, sadness, and happiness. He smiled, bringing a finger to his lips. And of course there's also the scent of sleep. The youth looked at Kim Gongja, chuckling softly. Oh, don't look at me like that. I just wanted to make this area quiet, so I could chat with you for a bit. Kim Gongja replied. Chat. The Death King looked at the stranger, his eyes flaring with anger. What do you want to chat about after knocking out my comrades? The blue-eyed youth gripped his face, sneering. Comrades? Truly the Death King. Even if they're useless and troublesome, you still call them comrades. This librarian is truly moved by your noble heart. The scene unfolded. All of the Death King's actions were illuminated like a film reel. The crowd was ready to welcome him with a storm. The youth smirked, his eyes holding a mischievous glint. But if I left them free, I'd have to wait a very long time to talk to you. Don't worry. He flew around the Death King. I've calmed them down as gently as possible so we can have some private space. The Death King quickly knelt beside So Baekyang, who was unconscious on the floor, anxiously taking her hand. He checked her pulse, sighing in relief. Her complexion, breathing, and heart rate are all normal. Thank goodness. If you have something to say, why not just quickly wake them up? The Death King asked. The youth replied, You're too hasty. I want to chat leisurely. That's why I only summoned you alone. I haven't finished floor 22 yet. I still have a sword to find, the Death King growled. Later, the youth coldly interrupted, a sharp pair of scissors flashing. The youth held the scissors in front of the Death King, saying, You can find it later. He looked on in surprise. The youth stood behind the Death King, stroking his hair. Your hair is too long, Death King. Even with Mo Shen Gong, I would still lose if I attacked him. Let me trim it for you. The magic scissors swept through, cutting off the Death King's hair, black strands fluttering in the air. The youth again took the Death King's hand, examining his fingernails. Your fingernails are also long. It's not good for a martial artist not to take care of his hand. A pair of nail clippers appeared, trimming the Death King's nails, completely surprising it. The Death King was completely bewildered, his eyes wide with incomprehension. What is this? Amidst mysterious red bags, the youth began his story. Death King. Suppose there's someone you truly love. A character who only exists in a story. The white-clad youth continued to narrate, his arms spread wide as if in welcome. He declared that this was when his ideal fictional character appeared before him. Kim Gongja was still bewildered. A purple light flashed from the youth's hand, shining directly onto Kim Gongja. He nodded, confirming his words, while the Death King still didn't understand what was happening. The white-clad youth flashed a sinister smile, his brilliant blue eyes gleaming with madness. He gripped Kim Gongja's hand, the nail clippers glinting, revealing his desire to trim the Death King's toenails, and even his eyebrows. The fervent words from the white-clad youth continued to pour out. He wanted Kim Gongja to grow a beard so he could pluck it, wanting to turn the Death King into a permanent collectible. Kim Gongja was utterly stunned, only able to exclaim, You lunatic? The Death King struggled violently, demanding his socks back. The white-clad youth calmly held him tight, warning him not to move lest the nail clippers harm his precious toes. Kim Gongja roared in fury, You damn psycho! What are you doing to me? The white-clad youth, with an innocent expression, replied that he had to be polite to the radiant Death King. A cold notification appeared, revealing a horrifying truth. The reclusive librarian covets your pinky toe. Kim Gongja could only curse in despair. The Death King was pinned down, the white-clad youth still rambling on, declaring he would become a Confucian scholar who worshipped him. He even quoted a proverb. The Death King could only yell, What kind of monstrous sage covets other people's toenails? The white-clad youth looked at Kim Gongja with a scowling, threatening expression. He declared he would refuse to proceed to the next apocalypse if the Death King continued to resist. Kim Gongja gritted his teeth, his face filled with indignation. He admitted that the white-robed youth's threat carried weight because he needed those revelations to advance further. The white-robed youth smirked, asserting that after analyzing the Death King's personality, it was impossible for him to refuse help. He understood the Death King's true nature. Amidst a sea of books, the white-robed youth explained. He knew the Death King understood that many other characters, like the Heavenly Demon, were withering and suffering in other revelations, and his personality wouldn't allow him to abandon them. The white-robed youth laughed heartily, his brilliant blue eyes sparkling. He boasted that he could write 2 detailed pages about what the Death King ate on his first day in the demonic cult. He demanded the Death King surrender and hand over his pinky toe. The Death King roared in anger, his gaze sharp and cold. He warned the white-robed youth to retreat immediately. Before he uttered words he wouldn't like, the Death King decisively took 5 steps back, creating distance. He sternly warned the white-robed youth to keep his distance, or he would truly speak those unpleasant words. The white-robed youth clutched a bundle of the Death King's hair and fingernails, his face mournful. He asked the Death King to stop speaking politely to him, as it was disgusting. But when the Death King demanded his hair and nails back, he resolutely refused. Unable to endure it any longer, the Death King erupted. He unleashed a powerful blow, a stream of blazing red energy from his hand, sending the white-robed youth flying away. The colossal library world opened before the Death King's eyes, books floating in midair, enveloped in mystical light. "Unbelievable," he exclaimed, astonished by the sight. The white-robed youth, with a mysterious smile, floated in midair. He declared himself moved by the Death King's feelings for the Heavenly Demon, and that the ending was as sweet as chocolate-shaved ice. Kim Gongja asked in surprise if that meant the Heavenly Demon's true record had been added to the 22nd floor. The white-robed youth confirmed, "That's right." The white-robed youth hovered, explaining that now other hunters could also enter the 22nd floor and learn skills from the martial arts library. Kim Gongja pondered, then asked why the Heavenly Demon's record was called a revelation. The white-robed youth turned away, asking the Death King in return if he needed a reason. Then he suddenly asked, "Librarian, do you prefer a happy ending or a tragic ending?" Kim Gongja mused, replying that no ending was better. Each was the character's final destination. He wanted to embrace both happiness and sorrow. The white-robed youth smiled. "So you're saying a sad ending is also correct?" Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted. Kim Gongja unleashed a blow, sending the white-robed youth flying away, causing him to cry out in pain. Amidst the cold, falling snow, a solitary figure appeared. The white-robed youth said that even without intervention, the Heavenly Demon would still have a fitting end, even if it was a tragic one. The Death King frowned, questioning, "Then why isn't the death of the Heavenly Demon and her master considered a valid revelation?" A book titled "Me and Our Sacrifice" lay amidst a puddle of black ink. The white-robed youth explained that it was a question he had asked himself since reading other revelations. The white-robed youth hovered, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Just wanting a happy ending, isn't that an acceptable reason? He continued to speak of the Death King as a reader who never interfered, a reclusive librarian constellation. A magical book glowed, surrounded by hands and stars, symbolizing mysterious power. The Death King looked straight at him, his eyes shining brightly. He wanted to analyze it himself. Someone as meticulous as you can't classify a story as a revelation just because it has a strange ending. The white-robed youth smiled mysteriously, his eyes closed. "You really won't let this go?" Without a word, Kim Gongja reached out, gripping the hem of the youth's white robe. The white-robed youth flew upward, pulling the Death King along. A book floated beside him, and the promise echoed, "I will teach you the secrets of the revelations." Kim Gongja braced himself, trying to absorb the sword, but the sword of compassion resisted fiercely, causing him extreme pain. The sword resisted powerfully, like a sleeping black panther suddenly startled awake. It was confused, then unexpectedly questioned, "Did you betray Lafanta Agem?" Amidst the dazzling light, the guardian goddess appeared, gently comforting her sister, trying to quell the chaos. The sword of compassion materialized, a dark, majestic entity. It demanded verification to see if the new master was truly worthy of wielding its power. The power of a constellation is boundless. The unworthy cannot control it. The sword resolutely refused, not recognizing him as its new master. Kim Gongja frowned, his gaze firm. "All right, I understand. So how do I prove myself worthy?" The sword claimed to be a fragment, lacking the goddess's compassion. Kim Gongja stood firm, facing this arduous challenge. The sword's face appeared, its silver-white eyes looking straight ahead. "You can prove it if you become an ideal role model for someone." The sword's entity stretched, its majesty enveloping everything. It's time for you to prove your ability to feel compassion for others. The sword's gigantic hand reached out. Kim Gong-ja questioned, "Why must I do that?" "To examine your memories," the sword replied. But the guardian goddess immediately objected, a brilliant, golden light flaring up. "You will know if this hero is worthy of being the new master, simply by accompanying him." The guardian goddess said, "No need for useless risks." Kim Gong-ja gripped the sword tightly, his gaze resolute. "No, it's all right." He frankly declared that he could not carry a sword he didn't trust. Even if it was a divine weapon, this unease was unacceptable. His eyes suddenly glowed red, an explosive aura erupting. Kim Gong-ja roared, full of challenge. "Come on!" He stood in the gigantic palm of the sword, head held high. "Go ahead and see my memories. Feel free." The sword of compassion began its trial. His memories unfolded, a chaotic vortex swallowing everything. Fragments of the past, tinged with melancholic purple, began to materialize. Amidst the flow of memories, the image of a young boy appeared, his purple eyes brimming with tears. "Uncle?" the childish call echoed, filled with pain. Then came her, Subaishiang, her melancholic eyes looking down. "Poor souls." The whisper, like a sigh, piercing through time. A figure collapsed, the world crumbling into nothingness. "There's nothing left in this world." A desperate voice tore through space. A black-haired man looked up, his purple eyes filled with sorrow. "My disciple," words laden with the pain of loss. The sword of compassion silently witnessed, its black wings spread wide in the purple-tinged space. Fragments of memories continued to pour forth. Tiny Kim Gong-ja sat in the gigantic palm, looking up at the sword's emotionless face. "You," a call full of hidden meaning. He frankly confessed, "I am not perfect. I am weak before good intentions, longing to be treated kindly by others." He continued, "I will try my best just to be loved by them, and that might be my weakness." The sword slightly parted its lips, its voice echoing. "And your previous master was not perfect either. I don't know what Lafanta Egam's intentions were when he swept through the constellations. Even if it was a noble act, I still believe he was doing something wrong." She questioned, her gaze fixed on Kim Gong-ja. Kim Gong-ja roared fiercely, "If you think your old master was perfect, then don't follow me. I don't need a sword like that." The sword was silent for a moment, then questioned, "Do you intend to kill Lafanta Agam? Can you promise that you won't let personal emotions influence your judgment?" Her voice rang out, full of challenge. He pondered, his gaze firm. "I don't know," Kim Gong-ja replied, honesty mixed with determination. "My master is gone. The martial world is in ruins. Too many people have died. I don't even know what is right or wrong." He looked up, his voice firm. "However, I promise to try my best. If I get lost, help me find my way back. We will strive together and walk this path together." In the sword's eyes, the resolute image of Kim Gong-ja appeared. A covenant had been made. A new journey had begun. The vow echoed. Kim Gong-ja gripped the sword tightly, his gaze firm. He knew that from now on, he was no longer alone on this path. The guardian goddess had accepted, and her power shone even brighter. But that vow was also the beginning of a transformation. A swirling mass of dark energy engulfed the sword's form, like a river of oblivion. From the depths of the darkness, a groan echoed, as if an ancient soul was awakening or being tormented in its metamorphosis. Kim Gong-ja stood amidst the black vortex, witnessing the horrifying transformation. The groaning echoed incessantly, leaving him astonished. Beneath his feet, the dark current still surged, seemingly trying to reshape something. He still gripped the sword tightly, waiting. Suddenly, the scene changed. He found himself standing atop a snow-covered mountain peak, under a clear blue sky, without a single cloud. A brown-haired youth with azure eyes appeared amidst the icy space. He smiled, his voice clear but containing a harsh truth. "Winter is the season of death." The youth looked up at the brilliant golden sky, then turned to him, adding, "You have finally ended this season of loneliness." Those words were like an affirmation for Kim Gong-ja's journey. He looked up, a small, sparkling particle of light falling. In that moment, Kim Gong-ja felt something familiar, a gentle scent. He reached out to catch the particle of light, as if touching a fragment of memory. The scent of spring in the air, he thought to himself, a warm feeling spreading. The white-clad youth looked at him, his eyes mischievous. "Does Master know where this scent of spring comes from?" he asked, as if challenging him. "Librarian," the youth called him, then explained his special ability. "I can see others' characteristics thanks to the benefits of clearing floors." Kim Gong-ja calmly replied, "I know." He listened, his expression solemn. The white-clad youth continued to reveal his role. "I am in charge of floors 21 to 30. The benefits you receive are all prepared by me." The youth smiled meaningfully, his blue eyes sparkling. "Among your favorite characters, I have seen the constellation killer. An ominous name was mentioned. He nodded in confirmation. Perhaps. The youth tilted his head, questioning. Why him? A simple question, yet containing deep curiosity. The youth explained about Lafanta Agim, the one who specializes in killing constellations. I would understand if you hated him, but I don't understand why you like him. A mysterious smile bloomed on his lips. The gray-haired young man asked about the dream, and the white-clad youth, his back to him, replied, I have cherished a dream for a very long time. The vast space seemed endless, with only two figures facing each other. The white-clad youth turned back, his blue eyes shining brightly, a radiant smile on his face. That's right. I want to appear as a real character in my favorite novel. His dream was simple, yet full of yearning. Kim Gongja wondered why he couldn't do it immediately, when he could freely travel between apocalypses. The white-clad youth smiled sadly. You wouldn't understand a reader's feelings. The youth pondered, his feet standing on the pristine white ground. In an apocalypse, I am merely an extraneous existence. I don't belong to that world. A bitter affirmation. He explained that whether it was the constellation killer or himself, they were all outsiders. I don't want to be drawn into the novel as a stranger. I want to appear as a legitimate character, present from the beginning. Kim Gongja was silent, his eyes full of confusion and incomprehension at the youth's confession. He seemed to be trying to understand a strange desire. Suddenly, the white-clad youth smiled radiantly, looking up at the sky. Kim Gongja, why didn't you kill the heavenly demon? The sudden question made the atmosphere tense. In a haunting scene, the youth questioned him about not absorbing the heavenly demon's power. Someone who could become a formidable force. Why didn't you kill her? Kim Gongja was about to reply, but the white-clad youth put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. It's all right. I understand, even if you don't answer. A gesture full of understanding. The youth gently touched Kim Gongja's forehead, saying that neither of them wanted to directly interfere with the world's fate. What you want, and what I want, are no different. The majestic snow mountain scene appeared. I refused to interfere. The youth continued. There was only one way to become a character in the story. I must not seek them out. They must seek me out. The white-clad youth looked at Kim Gongja, a mysterious smile on his lips as he revealed how to integrate into the story. I must not seek out the characters of a novel. They must seek me out. A gigantic city with towering book buildings appeared. Lafanta Agim, the constellation killer, is constantly sweeping across worlds. He will probably come to my world, the great library of all creations. The youth hugged a book to his chest, his blue eyes shining brightly with a mysterious smile. To kill me. A cold declaration. Harboring a grand plan. The white-clad youth sat there, looking at Kim Gongja. I am waiting for the day he comes to my library. On that day, I will finally appear in Lafanta Agim's story. Kim Gongja was astonished, his eyes wide. Even if the end of that story means your own death? He questioned, his face full of worry and disbelief. The white-clad youth looked up, his blue eyes shining brightly, smiling mysteriously. To die by the hand of the protagonist. Isn't that the most beautiful ending? A new world unfolded. Majestic snow mountains rising under the brilliant sun, promising a tumultuous beginning. Kim Gongja and the red-haired man walked on the white snow, a figure gliding across the sky like a prophecy of things to come. Kim Gongja's and his comrade's steady footsteps were imprinted on the snow, moving towards destiny. A black-clad man rushed over, bowing and greeting. Young leader, welcome! Kim Gongja was surprised, his eyes wide. Has the funeral already ended? The black-clad man awkwardly bowed his head and replied, Not yet. It's still ongoing. Suddenly, a long black-haired man appeared, his face solemn as he reported, The heavenly demon's body has disappeared. Kim Gongja was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? The long black-haired man led the way, his voice calm. You'll understand faster if you see it for yourself. They arrived at a strange land where snow had melted into mud. The black-clad man explained, Because the snow melted suddenly, the heavenly demon's body also disappeared. Kim Gongja bowed his head, his expression pensive, his heart full of worry. I apologize. Everything happened too suddenly. He looked towards the vibrant red flowers on the melting snow, his voice full of regret. We didn't have time to react at all. Amidst the desolate scene, the red flowers still bravely bloomed. The black-clad man continued to explain. We thought that because the heavenly demon's inner energy was too pure, perhaps her body naturally melted and disappeared. Kim Gongja thoughtfully looked down at the flowers, the red-haired man standing behind him with crossed arms, and he exclaimed, Truly astonishing. He gently touched a red flower, his voice full of contemplation. Even when this world's constellation dies, all that remains is a curse. But when your master died, the flowers remained. The young man in white smiled mysteriously, his voice like a whisper of a shocking secret. "Your master is even greater than the constellations." The words were light, yet held immeasurable weight. The man in black was still preparing the funeral, offering to invite Kim Gong-ja to participate, but he resolutely refused, a cold no echoing, cutting off all invitation. He declared that there was no need for a funeral, astonishing the man in black. An inexplicable surprise enveloped them, as the most solemn ritual was dismissed without hesitation. Kim Gong-ja explained as he took off his coat. Although he had inherited the position of young sect leader, he knew there were still those who wouldn't submit. The law of the jungle of this sect only recognized the strongest as its leader. Instead of a funeral, he proposed a duel. According to custom, the most precious item would be offered. For swordsmen, that could only be a sword. Kim Gong-ja wanted to offer the sword techniques his master had taught him. These words utterly astonished everyone around him, from the man in black to the red-haired man. The man in black, with a challenging smile, drew his sword from its sheath. He was ready to fight. His declaration, "Come on," echoing, signaling the start of an unavoidable confrontation. Shouts echoed as Kim Gong-ja plunged into battle. He fought amidst a sea of vibrant red flowers, each sword stroke tearing through the air, staining the entire sky. Each crimson petal fell, gently like tears. An inkwash painting appeared, depicting a brilliant red flower, like an eternal mark amidst the flow of time. The Tianwu sect will move to the 22nd floor. The unexpected announcement stunned Kim Gong-ja. He looked at the person opposite him in surprise, unable to believe what he had just heard. The one-eyed, gray-haired man explained the plan to move the entire martial arts school. He claimed to be a disciple of the Wulin Alliance leader, and his guild, the Tianwu sect, naturally had to follow him and join the alliance. He spoke of his master, a person who, despite being crippled, could still cultivate his internal energy. He wanted to become his master's supreme protector, the guardian of the sect. Kim Gong-ja listened, his expression pensive. He continued to explain the position of supreme protector and his master's sorrow when the heavenly demon died. He also revealed Viper's conspiracy and his intention to be busy teaching the younger generation to strengthen the guild. Kim Gong-ja remained silent. He stared at the gray-haired man, his eyes full of contemplation, seemingly weighing every word he had just heard.
"Why are you looking at me?"
the gray-haired man questioned. Kim Gong-ja replied, expressing his admiration upon realizing that not everyone could become the leader of one of the 5 great guilds. Kim Gong-ja wondered why an otaku like him was loved by his subordinates. The gray-haired man laughed and replied, "Because he truly cares about his people." Kim Gong-ja was surprised. "Really?" The one-eyed gray-haired man, leader of one of the 5 great guilds, suddenly blushed shyly. He quickly denied, "Don't misunderstand. I just do what needs to be done." He also said that being praised for doing the right thing only made the world gloomier, and that annoyed him. Kim Gong-ja pondered, thinking about the gray-haired man's words. He wondered if he had anyone he could truly call his own people. In his mind, familiar images appeared. The red-haired man and the young man in white were excessively flattering him, one even offering to trim his nails. "The glorious achievements of the hero are praised brilliantly," a voice echoed. Kim Gong-ja shook his head. Certainly not these 3. He told himself they weren't even human. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and a name appeared. "It's her!" Kim Gong-ja exclaimed. The figure of a green-haired woman with a radiant smile appeared. She confidently declared, "We have successfully produced a vaccine for the zombie virus." The green-haired girl continued to explain that as long as the vaccine was injected before entering the 22nd floor, there would be no problems. Kim Gong-ja turned and questioned her. "Pharmacist, do you have plans to move locations?" The green-haired girl was surprised. Kim Gong-ja explained that her current shop was too small, while her reputation and value had skyrocketed after clearing the stage. The green-haired girl flinched, her eyes blinking rapidly. She admitted she had thought about expanding, but real estate prices on the 1st floor were too expensive. "The council gave me a contract. They'll pay me in advance," she said. "No, please don't sign." Kim Gong-ja immediately stopped her. He offered to provide the shop location, even covering the relocation and interior renovation costs. The green-haired girl was astonished. "Really?" Kim Gong-ja smiled brightly and replied, "That's right. You know I own the 20th floor, don't you? I'll give you a good spot there." He continued, his tone changing. "In return, I want you to prioritize crafting the medicines or poisons I request. Is that okay?" The green-haired girl quickly nodded. "Of course." A deliberate cough broke the atmosphere. The silver-haired man appeared, complaining, "Oh dear, my shop has been around for too long. There's a strange smell here." He continued to complain, his tone full of innuendo. "It's a 3-story building. My knees hurt climbing the stairs. It would be great if a kind young man gave me a place with fresh air. About 30,000 square meters." The black-haired man in the blue vest hastily pulled the silver-haired old man away, apologizing. "Sorry, it seems my friend has acted tactlessly." The silver-haired old man continued to shout, "Why are you hindering your friend's business instead of helping?" Kim Gong-ja turned to the green-haired girl and asked her, "Little pharmacist,
Just tell everyone this for me. I really cheated in the previous match. I don't even have the ability to stand on par with Sean McAllister." The green-haired girl was surprised. Huh? The scene shifted to an ancient village. Under the clear blue sky, a crowd of villagers jostled, cheering, "Divine Pharmacist! Supreme Pharmacist! Please sell me medicine!" Amidst the villagers' cheers of Divine Pharmacist, the silver-haired old pharmacist was still busy. The one-eyed man urged, "Old man, customers are lining up." He grumbled, pulling Kim Gong-ja closer. "Don't rush me! I'm exclusive to the Tianwu Gate, and I even help you with vaccinations. You should be grateful." The scene shifted. Kim Gong-ja stood next to a purple-haired maiden, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Unbelievable!" she exclaimed, looking into the distance. The purple-haired maiden continued, surrounded by sparkling blue data blocks. "Thanks to you clearing Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon with a wonderful ending. All the other hunters are also fired up. Not wanting to be outdone by you, a system interface appeared, displaying a list of conquered floors. Thanks to Kim Gong-ja, the tower clearing speed was faster than ever." The purple-haired maiden was excited, her eyes shining brightly. "At this rate, we can clear the 30th floor before next month." Kim Gong-ja stood beside her, his purple-tinged eyes glancing at an enigmatic smile, surrounded by a mysterious red and black energy flow. A burst of data corruption erupted, tearing through space with chaotic red, blue, and black streaks, signaling an unusual event about to occur. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a desolate battlefield. An armored knight lay slumped on the ground, and a system notification appeared. "This is an announcement to everyone." Next was the image of another maiden lying motionless amidst the ruined battlefield. The cold announcement echoed. "Today, the raid on the 25th floor has failed." On the barren ground, two figures, a knight and a maiden, lay motionless. The announcement repeated, like a verdict. I repeat, 3 warriors slumped on the ground. Swords scattered. The system notification once again confirmed. "Today, the raid on the 25th floor has failed." An ancient book appeared, titled The Story of Samhain Academy, with the genre of romance, fantasy, difficulty D, for 2 or more players. The book opened, revealing an ancient magic academy, where silhouettes of students like the pink-haired girl and the blonde-haired boy were practicing magic. "Samhain is an old magic academy," the narration echoed. "A normal academy, silhouettes of students intertwined in a romantic floral setting, where friendship, rivalry, love, and jealousy continued," the book narrated. The silhouette of the blonde-haired young man turned his head, his blue eyes looking directly at the reader, harboring something profound. This book of revelation should have been a normal academy story, but the book page suddenly shattered. Images of fallen warriors appeared along with streaks of corruption. If not for the artifact powerful enough to destroy the world sealed beneath the academy, the reason for the disaster was revealed, like a fateful curse. Reason. The villain stole the female protagonist's fiancé, Prince, by a reincarnated student. The scene was desolate. 3 warriors slumped on the dry ground. A grim prophecy echoed. That person will become enraged, break the artifact seal, release the great demon, and destroy the world. The purple-haired maiden was stunned, her purple eyes wide open. The Count and the Holy Knight? They failed? Her voice trembled, unable to believe her ears. No way! That pair was the strongest. A brown-haired boy, magic surging, exclaimed regretfully. What a pity, but it was done. 3 young men stood there, their faces full of astonishment, helpless before what had happened. The dark, gray-haired young man pondered, the sword in his hand suddenly flashing. Once a raid has failed, nothing more can be done. Please, understand my position. But perhaps there's still a way to fix this mistake. The brown-haired boy smiled mysteriously, holding an old book, his eyes gleaming with a ray of hope. Kim Gong-ja stood before the screen, as if facing a difficult choice. The red-haired man behind him remained silent. Damn it, I've never even read a romance novel before, Kim Gong-ja grumbled. I can't just leave the Count and the Holy Knight to die. And the librarian keeps hinting that I should go. So be it, the red-haired man asked. Why not give up and try another raid? The sword in Kim Gong-ja's hand suddenly shone brightly, as if responding to his will. I don't think things are that simple. He gave a meaningful smile. The blade reacted just before the Book of Revelation was sealed. Its sister sword must be in that world. The sword seemed to agree with this speculation. The red-haired man smirked. Anyway, you've never read wuxia novels, and you were fine. I'm sure you'll be fine. All right! Kim Gong-ja shouted, his eyes burning with determination, rushing straight into the chaotic streaks of light. Forward! In the endless library, Kim Gong-ja held up the book. I will command this stage, a confident declaration amidst a sea of knowledge.
In the library, a white-armored female warrior and a dark-skinned girl appeared, their faces full of doubt. "Excuse me, Death King. I didn't know you were so fond of romance." Kim Gongja grimaced. No need to apologize. It's true, I'm an amateur in matters of the heart. And yet, you still want to command this stage? The white-armored female warrior questioned, her sharp gaze fixed on Kim Gongja, the atmosphere tense. Kim Gongja remained deep in thought, telling himself he couldn't yield command to the white-armored warrior, even though he admitted his inexperience in matters of love. Determination blazed in his eyes. He pondered whether he should let someone more knowledgeable about romance lead. But then, he recalled having cleared Heavenly Demon Chronicle without even knowing what Miram was. The purple-haired girl suddenly spoke up, her eyes full of worry, offering to take command. A bad premonition was enveloping this stage. The black-haired man in the blue vest dismissed it, stating that Kim Gongja's talent had been proven. The white-armored female warrior turned, calling out doubtfully, "Black Dragon Lord?" The silver-haired old man also spoke up in support of the Death King, asserting that he definitely knew something. The white-armored female warrior listened in silence, her eyes still full of doubt. Kim Gongja smiled triumphantly, praising the two leaders for their support. He decisively declared that he would choose the lineup for the upcoming stage himself. He announced that he would choose the top elites, advising everyone not to resent it if they weren't chosen. The purple-haired girl and the dark-skinned woman looked at him, silently wondering who these top elites were. Kim Gongja told himself that even though this was his first time participating in a romance stage, he believed he was perfectly suited for its atmosphere. Su Baixiang spoke up, claiming she wasn't a love expert but believed that the top elite should be her. Kim Gongja heard this and secretly thought this girl was really strange. The white-armored female warrior retorted, analyzing the difference between romance and fantasy romance with a cake metaphor. She asserted that the Death King should let an expert like her lead. Kim Gongja secretly sighed. She was no less eccentric. The dark-skinned woman continued, declaring that love could be replaced by money, and the rich always had an advantage. She confidently stated that she was the suitable one. Kim Gongja was annoyed. Who would let this woman participate in a romance stage? Kim Gongja grimaced, his eyes full of annoyance and helplessness at his teammates' overbearing arguments. Kim Gongja finally made a decision, appointing Gongxing Jiaozhu to advance with him. An elite, diverse team had been assembled. The three girls, the white-armored female warrior, the dark-skinned woman, and the purple-haired girl, all exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Even the one-eyed, gray-haired man was so astonished that he spat out the mouthful of water he was drinking. The two blonde-haired and green-haired girls also widened their eyes, their expressions stunned by the Death King's unexpected decision. The blonde girl happily declared she would go along, despite the astonished gazes of those around them. The purple-haired cult inquisitor questioned the Death King, asking if he had lost his mind. The cult inquisitor continued to complain, asserting that the black-haired guy was a psychopath, incapable of empathy. He wondered why such a person was being brought into a romantic affair. The purple-haired guy affirmed that he didn't understand much about love, but he knew what was most important. He retorted, "What?" A radiant smile lit up the blonde girl's face, surrounded by white and yellow daffodils, exuding pure beauty. The Death King and the cult inquisitor both turned their gaze towards the blonde girl, who stood amidst a brilliant halo. Both confirmed in unison, a "that's right" and a "yes," ringing out, as if affirming this perplexing choice. The Death King explained that the blonde girl used holy magic, could react flexibly to any situation, and more importantly, she always followed his every instruction. The Death King continued, saying that the cult inquisitor always spoke his true thoughts, with no difference between his words and his mind. He believed that was wonderful in love. A white-clad youth appeared with an O. The season of love arrived, and everyone praised love that transcended class, bloodline, and nationality. But perhaps that's precisely why love became difficult. Love is action, yet many only focus on the romantic notion. The cult inquisitor, in the form of a white-clad youth, pondered the romantic reality. He smiled mysteriously, promising to grant the Death King a special favor as he struggled between those two things. The cult inquisitor announced that the Death King had completed the Chronicles of the Demonic Heavens up to the hidden stage, but had not yet received a worthy reward. He said he would bestow the reward immediately. 3 mysterious cards appeared: Blindfold card, Ultimate Secret Eavesdropping card, and, I shouldn't have said that, card. The Death King, astonished, asked what the hell they were. The cult inquisitor smiled, explaining that these cards were extremely useful in love, and they would be the Death King's Trojan horse. He told Kim Gongja that he could check the final gift in the Book of Revelation. The Death King and the blonde girl were suddenly enveloped by a brilliant purple light, their bodies seemingly pulled away. He uttered a surprised, "Huh?" The cult inquisitor looked at them, declaring that he had chosen the Death King and himself as characters for the Samavan Academy story. He continued, saying that when they opened their eyes again, they would be transported to 7 days before the Sum of an Academy story was regrettably interrupted. Both were swept away in a vortex of light. The cult inquisitor hovered in the purple light, smiling as he wished them a wonderful ending, then called out loudly, "Lady and butler!" In the vortex of light, Kim Gongja's eyes snapped open in astonishment, and he let out a bewildered sound. Brilliant golden light enveloped them, sweeping away the figures of the blonde girl and another person, signaling a tumultuous displacement. The blonde girl, now in a splendid dress, roared furiously, "You rude and foolish oaf!" Then she looked bewildered. "Aha!" In the lavish hall, the blonde girl and Kim Gongja appeared, both stunned. He wondered, "Lady Cult Inquisitor." The blonde girl looked up in the hall. Behind her, a long, white-haired woman in a dark blue dress had raised her hand. The blonde girl, with a forced smile and still bewildered eyes, let out a sound of surprise. A close-up of the white-haired woman's face, cold, fiery red eyes, lips parted to reveal fangs, exuding extreme anger. Kim Gongja, in the butler's uniform, was still dazed, as if the blonde girl's scolding words still echoed in his ears. The blonde girl clutched her cheek, her expression a mix of surprise and hurt. "Did I do something wrong? That slap was really hard." The white-haired woman struck incredibly fast, a thunderous slap that snapped the blonde girl's head around. The scene shifted to a magnificent banquet hall, guests murmuring. The white-haired woman growled, "You dare pretend nothing happened after saying such absurd words? Are you going to keep mocking me?" A close-up of the white-haired woman panting, her red eyes still burning with anger. This was the villainess of this apocalypse. In an empire where magic and alchemy flourished, she was the daughter of a duke, second in power only to the imperial family. The apocalypse would arrive in 7 days, the white-haired woman sternly ordered. "Hey, someone, come here!" Several men in suits rushed over, bowing. "Yes, milady," she coldly ordered. "I don't want to see those things. Get rid of them, immediately." Kim Gongja and the blonde girl were utterly astonished. The white-haired woman with a meaningful expression approached the blonde girl. "You don't look well, do you? This won't do. Let me help you." Her tone was sweet, yet cold, sending a shiver down Kim Gongja's spine, a close-up of her scowling face. "Your complexion is even worse. Perhaps you should see a doctor instead of staying at the banquet. Right now." Her words were like daggers, piercing Kim Gongja's pride. Without waiting for a response, she coldly ordered, "Get them out of my sight! Imprison the attendant!" A man in a suit immediately dragged Kim Gongja away. The cult inquisitor was astonished, while Kim Gongja only managed to utter, "What?" Roughly dragged away by the men in suits. Both were in a panic. "Where are you taking us?" Kim Gongja questioned, but received only terrifying silence. In the dark corridor, a man in a suit was suddenly knocked down. Kim Gongja realized in surprise. The Duke's servant? Had a new force intervened? Or was this merely a staged play? The cult inquisitor was also knocked down, sprawling on the floor, his face filled with extreme terror. Both were completely subdued, falling into a trap without time to resist. Dragged away in despair, the cult inquisitor recognized the enemy. "It's the Death King! Damn it!" But Kim Gongja had a different thought. "It seems I've become the main character here." The cold moonlight pierced through the prison bars, illuminating the gloomy cell. Kim Gongja looked up, unable to help but exclaim, "Unbelievable." A new beginning, or a tragic end awaiting? Despite being imprisoned, Kim Gongja maintained a cheerful expression. "When I was little, I often wore girls' clothes, but I never expected to be cast as the female lead. This must be quite an experience," she giggled, unbelievably optimistic. The cult inquisitor looked at her with a puzzled gaze. "I envy your boundless optimism," Kim Gongja replied. "This world is beautiful, Death King. Let's think positively." Suddenly, Kim Gongja concentrated her energy, and a dazzling light emanated from her hand. Sacred spell, transformation. She was casting a mysterious magic. The cult inquisitor watched intently. Kim Gongja asked, "What do you think?" Her eyes awaited a comment. Kim Gongja smiled brightly. "Your voice." "That's right. I've altered my vocal cords a bit. Do you think I sound more like a lady?" The magic was successful. Her voice had changed. The cult inquisitor was astonished. "Unbelievable. You sound like a true noble lady, although you probably need to refine the content of your words." Kim Gongja happily replied, "Thank you." The cult inquisitor smiled meaningfully. Although our possession of the female lead and her butler was unexpected, he began to outline a plan, taking advantage of the current situation. Kim Gongja also smiled brightly. The cult inquisitor continued, "But I think we can handle this situation. You seem more comfortable now. Because of the cult inquisitor's spell and my regression skill." The cult inquisitor in Kim Gongja's body looked up, his puzzled gaze fixed on the space. "What did you say?" Kim Gongja in the blonde body gently reminded. Ever since returning from the chronicles of the demonic heavens, your expression has always been melancholic. He replied, losing one's master, that's natural. I once worried you couldn't fight because of those emotions, but it seems I worried too much. She moved closer, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. You can read others' emotions through their expressions, can't you? Exactly. Kim Gongja smiled mysteriously. I don't know what it feels like to be depressed, but I understand it. The cult inquisitor thought to himself, she was trying to understand humans in her own way. Kim Gongja continued, even machines rust, and stress is humanity's weakness. If left unchecked, it will corrode the soul, so manage it well. He secretly concluded that she truly was a one-of-a-kind psychopath. Suddenly, Kim Gongja's expression changed. Hey, something's been strange for a while now, he asked again. What do you mean? She analyzed. As I understand it, we were imprisoned due to an abuse of power. He nodded in agreement. And typically those in power would send guards or soldiers to monitor prisoners. But I don't sense anyone outside this door, she said, her eyes sharp. Instead, I sense people from outside the window. Immediately, a squad of masked assassins, clad in black like shadows, broke through the window and stormed in. Get them! One of them roared, his voice hoarse. Another, with a gleaming dagger in hand, decisively ordered, kill the man if you want, but absolutely do not harm the woman. The cult inquisitor in Kim Gongja's body didn't flinch. He extended his hand, and a dazzling aura flared up, a system notification echoing. Yes, hero. With lightning speed, he charged straight into the enemy, unleashing a powerful blow. A dazzling stream of light tore through the air, knocking back the assassin. The assassin was sent flying, his body spinning in midair, a cry of pain shattering the silence. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to plunge into battle. Fiery red energy blazed around his body, transforming him into a whirlwind of destruction. Kim Gongja, the Death King, leaped up, her voice echoing. Death King, don't kill them all. We need to keep at least one to find out who's behind this. An assassin was flung away, collapsing. The cult inquisitor and Kim Gongja looked down at the fallen. An assassin gasped, his eyes filled with terror.
Isn't she a weak, noble woman?
The Death King, in the blonde young woman's body, declared coldly, her voice echoing amidst the rubble. All of you have 3 choices. The first choice? Simply to die. A gleaming dagger served as a warning, sealing the fate of the weak. The second choice, endure brutal punishment and confess everything. The assassin trembled violently, extreme fear evident on his face. And the final choice, voluntarily confess everything without needing to die or suffer brutal punishment. Her smile was like a devil's, concealing cruelty. Another assassin roared, preferring death to facing this madness.
You lunatic! Kill me!
All right then, she sneered, a thunderous kick landing squarely on the challenger, sending him flying. She leaned down, her eyes full of amusement. Have you decided yet? Horrified screams echoed throughout the room. Another hastily pleaded, explaining that they were just following orders. Please spare us. We were just doing our duty. She paid no mind, her sharp eyes questioning. Then tell me, why did you ambush us? Still haven't decided? She sneered, and black chains rose up, tightening around the pleading assassin, forcing him to his limit. Wait, the cult inquisitor hastily intervened, not wanting things to go too far. If this continues, the story genre will become 19+. He sighed, then turned to question the remaining assassin. He pointed to the broken window. You easily broke in through here. Did you know beforehand that we would be imprisoned here? One confirmed there was news of a girl being imprisoned. The other angrily retorted, they said she was just a weak noblewoman. Those bastards tricked us. Indeed, they knew beforehand. He deduced, then asked directly, you were ordered to kill the man, but not harm the woman. Were you planning to kidnap her? Yes, we were hired to kidnap the girl, one admitted. The other added, the employer told us not to harm her, so 4 of us came to ensure it. The blonde girl, with the mind of the cult inquisitor, suddenly had a horrifying suspicion about the mastermind. The dark, gray-haired young man asked in surprise, and she simply replied with a concise yes, her gaze firm. The mastermind, she deduced, must be a powerful figure, capable enough to hire 4 assassins to infiltrate the academy. Someone who knew the security system here inside and out. And then, the white-haired villainess's words echoed. I don't want to see those things. Get them out of here immediately. Her tone was full of indignation. The blonde girl thought. The villainess didn't specify where to take them, but pushed them right into the place where the assassins were waiting. Could it be that she was behind everything? A mysterious smile bloomed on her lips. But that would be too obvious, she thought to herself, seemingly having seen through a deeper layer of conspiracy. The dark, gray-haired young man walked, his mind echoing with a self-reprimand. Even looking like this, I am still the female lead of this apocalyptic world. A noble young lady, dating the crown prince. The villainess dared to bring me here and then ambush me? He questioned himself. Even as a duke's daughter, she'll be embroiled in a huge scandal. So, the villainess wasn't the mastermind. The one who wanted her to look like a criminal was the one behind it all. Moreover, that person even cared enough to instruct them not to harm her. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward. The blonde crown prince tightly embraced the blonde girl, his face full of worry. "Sylvia!" He softly called her name. "Everything will be all right," the crown prince reassured, holding her tightly. "I'm here to protect you." His gaze was firm, filled with love. He was the crown prince, the sole heir to the empire. A typical male lead, appearing just in time to save the day. In the distance, the dark gray-haired young man quietly turned away, a red rose petal gently falling, as if signaling a harsh truth. Last year, 2 young ladies were bestowed names by the emperor. One of them was Sylvia Avenai, a name now revealed. A golden flower blooming amidst a garden of gold, the prophecy echoed. From now on, that will be how everyone calls her. She was the Lady Golden Flower, the female lead of this world. Her deep green eyes held an unshakable destiny. A sparkling silver flower, proudly holding its head high. La Via Levanzia, the prophecy echoed. From now on, she will be called Lady Silver Lily. Her eyes were blood red, her hair white as snow. She was the Lady Silver Lily, the villainess of this apocalypse. Among countless noble titles, these 2 names were the greatest privilege bestowed by the emperor upon young ladies during their coming-of-age ceremony. When the 2 noble ladies attended the same academy, a great storm was inevitable. Destiny had been set. But even in that context, a familiar figure appeared, drawing the gaze of the purple-haired young man. The blonde crown prince, with cold blue eyes, offered a smile full of hidden meaning, as if holding all the world's secret. The purple-haired young man frowned, annoyed. Isn't he a bit rude for a crown prince? You survived too? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. This guy really annoys me. The crown prince embraced the blonde girl, offering a forced smile. You're truly lucky. The blonde girl replied, Yes, Your Highness. Thanks to your grace, I am safe. The purple-haired young man offered a puzzled smile. I am but a humble person. It couldn't possibly be due to my luck. It's all thanks to your grace, Your Highness. I mean, this ambush was arranged by you, wasn't it? The crown prince sneered. You exaggerate. How can everything in the world be thanks to my grace? You protected your own life, and Sylvia's from the assassin's brutal attack. It's all thanks to your luck. I want to express my gratitude to you, the crown prince said. The purple-haired young man clenched his fist. That damn curly-haired guy. He's underestimating my abilities, saying I'm lucky. Even though I don't want to believe this is happening. Is he trying to hold me back? Lady Golden Flower is my master. And I belong to her. A sword protecting its master has nothing to do with luck, the purple-haired young man blurted out. Huh? W? What am I doing? My mouth just said that. This is crazy. What good is a mere butler arguing with the crown prince? I'm just a tool to complete a mission. I don't deserve such flattery, Your Highness. The system chimed. You are synchronizing with the character. The system signaled. Only 1% synchronized. In the purple-haired butler's body, Kim Gong-ja was stunned to realize he was being controlled. What the hell is this? He cursed inwardly. Noble families must choose their butlers based on their eloquence. He thought bitterly, fearing the crown prince would be disappointed. Don't do that, you curly-haired idiot, he told himself, trying to restrain it. His purple eyes gleamed with panic. Don't provoke me anymore. He tried to utter soothing words. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Everything under your rule is perfect. He realized. This stage, a scene appeared. The purple-haired butler knelt, vowing to protect his blonde young lady. I will dedicate my life to protect you, my lady. She whispered his name. Fierce flames erupted, engulfing the space. The purple-haired butler stood shielding the young lady, defying danger. The 2 people behind anxiously exclaimed, Please be careful! The purple-haired and brown-haired pair suddenly flared up. Ancient demons are invading the world. And they're doing times that asterisk? The young man snapped. This is no time for romance and cuddling! The system chimed again, as if in explanation. Why are they both doing that? The cold narration continued. You are synchronizing with the character. The synchronization level increased to 2%. Kim Gong-ja, in the butler's body, gritted his teeth. Now it's an argument. I will thoroughly investigate tonight's events to expose the truth. The cult inquisitor in Sylvia's body looked up, astonished by the crown prince's words. The blonde crown prince held her tightly, reassuring. Of course, I will do that. The blonde crown prince declared. Lady Sylvia seems very shocked. There might still be assassins around. Today, I will protect her. The cult inquisitor, in Sylvia's body, could only remain silent. Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, fumed, scratching his head. Damn mouth! Please spare me! He was forced to say words he didn't want to. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness. I hope the young lady can return to her room to rest. The Crown Prince retorted. Are you saying she won't be comfortable around me? A ding sound rang out, the synchronization level increasing to 3%. Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, screamed inwardly. Please spare me! Suddenly, Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, was flipped upside down, suspended in the air. A burly red-haired man was holding him tightly. Hey, what are you doing? Kim Gongja panicked. Sword Emperor. Sir, Sword Emperor. The red-haired man looked at him with disdain. Are you crazy? Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, cried out in despair. Please do something! I'm really going crazy! Get me out of here. The red-haired man smirked, his eyes cunning. In that case. He seemed to have an idea. The red-haired man leaned close to Kim Gongja's ear, in the butler's body, whispering unpleasant words. Zombie, you always detested Viper, but now that you have the chance, you're doing disgusting things like the protagonist in Viper's Delusion. Kim Gongja was stunned. I'm back. Please don't say any more. The blonde crown prince embraced the blonde girl, anxiously asking what had happened to her. Suddenly, the blonde girl pushed the crown prince away with her hand, her eyes full of surprise. The blonde girl's green eyes suddenly turned a mystical purple, and she blinked, exclaiming an excited, "Oh!" She offered a mysterious smile, her hands clutching her chest, feeling something entirely new, never before experienced. Her heart pounded wildly, a strange and mysterious sensation rising within her chest. She looked at the blonde crown prince, giving a mischievous smile, and said that the true owner of this body seemed to like him very much. The blonde crown prince's face flushed red, and he stammered her name, completely flustered by her bold words and actions. The blonde girl once again pushed the crown prince away, leaving him speechless in astonishment. Just then, the brown-haired butler appeared, pulling the blonde girl's hand back, calling my lady and suggesting she return to the dormitory. In his mind, Kim Gongja, the soul in the butler's body, reminded himself that they couldn't forget their main goal, to complete this stage of the game. The blonde girl smiled, thanking the crown prince for his concern, but firmly stated she would return with her butler. She waved goodbye to the blonde crown prince, leaving him standing there with a surprised and disappointed expression. The blonde girl and the brown-haired butler walked away, leaving the crown prince and the red-haired man watching them in the deep night. The brown-haired butler, Kim Gongja, mused. Things were getting more complicated. He hadn't expected a synchronization trap here, and he felt a little jealous seeing the blonde girl embrace the crown prince. The blonde girl, the cult inquisitor, chuckled, admitting this was truly unexpected. The brown-haired butler, Kim Gongja, turned to ask the cult inquisitor, in the blonde girl's body, how much the synchronization level had increased. She replied that it had increased by 3% extremely quickly, and she had a very hard time stopping it. She exclaimed in surprise. The synchronization level had skyrocketed to 10% in the blink of an eye, an astonishing number, far exceeding all predictions. The butler flinched, his eyes wide with worry. 10% in just a moment? This was truly beyond his imagination. He clenched the pill in his hand, his face pensive. This situation was even worse than he had ever imagined. There was no more time to hesitate. The butler looked at the blonde girl, deciding that immediate preventative measures were necessary. He proposed a secret code, a simple keyword to pull them both back to reality, no matter the situation. Peach would be the signal, Carrot the response. A code known only to the two of them, an invisible link between them in this illusory world. She agreed immediately, her green eyes gleaming with excitement. So, what would their secret code be? The magnificent banquet hall, dazzling lights. Amidst the passing crowd, the blonde girl and the butler maintained their distance, observing everything. Suddenly, a graceful figure glided past. The long, white-haired young lady, her eyes blood red, exuded a chilling aura. The blonde girl flinched slightly, recognizing the other woman. Death King, she whispered, her voice tinged with surprise. She frowned, a feeling of discomfort rising. I hate that woman, she told herself, a sudden aversion emerging. The butler turned to look at the blonde girl, his eyes full of curiosity. She offered a mysterious smile, her green eyes suddenly flashing with a mystical purple hue. She wondered, what would her expression look like right now? The butler's eyes also gleamed with a mystical purple hue. A notification appeared, confirming that both were integrating deeper into their roles. The unspoken rules of this world gradually became clear. Every male around the female lead was suspicious, and the most ordinary person harbored extraordinary power. From above, the entire banquet hall came into view. The butler and the blonde girl stood opposite the white-haired lady, like two opposing sides in a fated game of chess. Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, was stunned, the mysterious laughter of the cult inquisitor still echoing, haunting his mind. He reached out, trying to rouse the cult inquisitor, but Sylvia Avenai's body remained motionless, submerged in manipulation. Suddenly, from Sylvia Avenai's mouth, a name rang out, cold and full of hidden meaning. Lady Golden Flower. Kim Gong-ja flinched, his eyes flashing with indignation. He realized his opponent had outmaneuvered him by a step. The cult inquisitor was a beat faster, calling out Laville Avancia's alias before he could react. The cult inquisitor, in Sylvia Avenai's body, gave a mysterious smile. Her purple eyes flashed, mocking Laville Avancia. She continued to taunt, likening Laville Avancia to a weed, implying the attack was merely a trivial matter. The cult inquisitor feigned surprise, sarcastically remarking on the sudden concern of Laville Avancia and the crown prince. Kim Gong-ja, in the butler's body, was furious. He knew well that Laville Avancia was behind everything. Laville Avancia angrily lectured her. The cult inquisitor still smiled, but Kim Gong-ja secretly blamed her for provoking their opponent. The cult inquisitor suddenly flinched, then angrily retorted, bringing up how Laville Avancia had slapped her. The cult inquisitor demanded to go to Laville Avancia's reception room to learn how to hit people. Kim Gong-ja frantically tried to stop her. The other guests were astonished, unable to believe that a young lady from the border region would dare to speak such insolent words. Kim Gong-ja quickly bowed, begging Laville Avancia for forgiveness, trying to de-escalate the tense situation. He explained that the young lady was in a panic, needed rest, and suggested they leave immediately. Laville Avancia stared intently, her eyes burning red. She agreed to postpone everything until tomorrow morning, but her anger was still evident. The cult inquisitor, in the body of the blonde girl, angrily chased after the butler, yelling that she wouldn't allow him to arbitrarily end their conversation. The butler, Kim Gong-ja, hurried away, roaring internally that he couldn't tolerate any more character synchronization. Laville Avancia, the white-haired princess, called the butler back, her sharp eyes asking, "What's going on?" Kim Gong-ja, in the butler's body, bowed, giving a mysterious smile, praising the dignity of the ducal family. In contrast to a commoner like himself, he continued to bow, expressing deep respect for Laville Avancia. Despite his humble status, the white-haired princess stood there, her gaze unwavering. After the subtly meaningful, respectful display, Kim Gong-ja flatly declared, "We will leave now." He took the cult inquisitor's hand, pulling her out of the hall, leaving Laville Avancia behind, her eyes still lingering with anger. Under the ethereal moonlight, Kim Gong-ja and the cult inquisitor rushed across the rooftops, their gasps echoing in the night. Kim Gong-ja turned back, his eyes wide with shock, as he looked at the cult inquisitor asking, "Cult inquisitor, have you returned?" The cult inquisitor flinched, her green eyes wide with surprise, wondering, "What did I just say back there?" The scene shifted to the girls' dormitory of Somwin Academy, an ancient building hidden in the night. Kim Gong-ja stood before the door, his face serious, deciding, "Let's agree on a code word." The cult inquisitor blinked, innocently asking, "A code word?" Kim Gong-ja explained that he had been thinking all day and realized they couldn't continue this situation, with a diagram indicating the division between the male and female dormitories. The cult inquisitor nodded in agreement, her face thoughtful. "Yes, we should do that. What you said is right." Suddenly, the cult inquisitor's eyes widened, a spark flashing in her green eyes, as if she had just come up with a bold idea. The butler unexpectedly uttered a mysterious phrase, his face stunned as if he had just realized something important. He explained that it was a secret code to help them both stay sober, a reminder to return to reason. Without hesitation, the butler tested the password, asking aloud, awaiting a response from the blonde girl. The blonde girl mumbled the keyword, her green eyes wide, as if trying to search for a lingering fragment of memory. The butler patiently repeated the question, his eyes full of hope and determination, unwilling to give up. Suddenly, the blonde girl awoke, shouting the answer with a radiant smile, as if a fog had just cleared. Both burst into joy. The blonde girl was fully conscious, and the butler breathed a sigh of relief. After the emotional storm, the blonde girl thanked him. The butler offered a cup of tea to calm her, and she happily accepted. The butler got to work, searching for utensils in the luxurious kitchen while muttering about the extravagance of the upper class, telling himself that this regression couldn't be given up on yet. With practiced movements, the butler placed the teapot and teacups on the table, ready for the brewing process. He meticulously followed each step to brew the tea that Lady Goldenflower loved, from warming the cups to using separate teapots for brewing and serving. Holding the honey jar, the butler suddenly thought of luxuries. A surge of indignation flared, and he realized he was gradually synchronizing with the personality of this body. He roared, furious at this damned romance, pouring honey into the tea irritably. The system warned about his mental state, but he ignored it. What the hell was love anyway? Looking at the purple fragments of memory, the butler painfully realized he was slowly losing himself. He couldn't let that happen, not after so much effort to overcome the stages. The butler set the teacup down, his expression calmer. The blonde girl happily took it,
calling him by the respectful title of Death King. She took a sip of tea, her green eyes suddenly widening in surprise, as if the taste had touched something deep within her memory. The cult inquisitor, in the blonde girl's body, suddenly exclaimed in surprise about the strange taste of the tea, even spitting out a rainbow. Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, calmly replied that tea was naturally like that. The blonde girl was astonished to realize the tea tasted salty like seawater, but the butler merely coldly ordered, "Just shut up and drink it." Despite her shock, the cult inquisitor still tried to sip the tea, the salty taste making her grimace slightly. After drinking it all, the blonde girl gave a bright smile, thanking him for the salty tea. Kim Gongja breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she had finally returned to normal. In the calmer atmosphere, the butler asked about the cult inquisitor's next plans, and the blonde girl thoughtfully replied, "Let's see." Kim Gongja began to explain about the villainess, Lady Silver Lily, the Crown Prince's fiancée, who would destroy the world if the Crown Prince fell in love with Lady Goldenflower. Betrayal and loss would transform Lady Silver Lily's hatred into a power capable of destroying this entire world. The butler presented two options: either reconcile the villainess and the Crown Prince, or completely destroy their love. The cult inquisitor surprisingly asked if they would carry out a breakup plan. Kim Gongja, despite never having dated, believed that breaking up was easier than reconciling. He decided the goal was to make Lady Silver Lily fall out of love with the Crown Prince, then asked the blonde girl if she had any plans. The butler smiled confidently, decisively declaring, "I do." He explained that the more perfectly they played the roles of young lady and butler, the more they would synchronize with the characters, helping the plan succeed. The cult inquisitor anxiously asked what would happen if they didn't play their roles. The butler replied that the synchronization rate would decrease or stop increasing. With an indignant gaze, Kim Gongja suddenly changed, declaring, "From now on, let's become a wicked young lady and a terrible butler." The scene shifted to a splendid corridor, where young girls in school uniforms were walking, their footsteps echoing. Two girls, one with gray hair and one with pink hair, chatted happily. The gray-haired girl asked about her friend's sleep. They continued chatting. The gray-haired girl spoke of a beautiful dream and suggested having breakfast together. The pink-haired girl eagerly agreed. Continuing from the previous scene, the pink-haired girl asked her friend about her sleep. Suddenly, the scene shifted to another location. The butler inquired about the blonde young lady. But the blonde young lady, with a surprised expression, replied that last night was anything but peaceful. The blonde young lady indignantly recounted how she almost died last night due to an assassination attempt. She furiously asked how she could possibly have a peaceful sleep after that. The blonde young lady's rage erupted. She grabbed the gray-haired girl, questioning if the other's mind was normal for asking such a foolish question. At her harsh words, the gray-haired girl suddenly collapsed, unconscious. The pink-haired girl frantically caught her friend, crying out. The blonde young lady was bewildered by the gray-haired girl's reaction, while those around panicked, scolding her for being too harsh. She confusedly ordered a doctor to be called. The blonde young lady continued her attacks relentlessly, causing another red-haired girl to also collapse. The green-haired girl beside her could only sigh in exasperation. After the impressive performance, the blonde young lady happily praised Death King, confirming that the synchronization rate had not increased. "Become a spoiled young lady and a terrible butler," the butler mumbled. He was determined to be the worst teacher, leading the young lady down the path of wickedness. The blonde young lady happily accepted the thanks, affirming that she would continue to fully trust the reliable Death King. Suddenly, the blonde young lady asked if the butler was stepping on her foot to prevent the synchronization rate from increasing. He calmly replied that it was a way to be a terrible butler. Seeing the blonde young lady laugh loudly in a strange manner, those around couldn't help but be astonished and worried, secretly thinking she had gone mad. Rumors spread quickly. The young lady had completely changed after the attack, as if possessed. Some even saw the butler putting salt in her tea. A man in a white shirt and black vest indignantly spoke up, accusing the blonde young lady of defiling the honor of his master and family. Declaring he would not let this matter go, he demanded permission to fight the young lady's servant, to protect their honor. The blonde young lady sighed, saying it was tiring to always be an easy target. The butler calmly replied, implying he would resolve everything peacefully as they intended. A painful stomp cut off the words, signaling a new act was about to begin. The brown-haired butler whispered, reminding the golden-haired young lady to fully play the role of the spoiled young lady. He instructed, "Don't easily listen to others. That's not the way of a troublemaker." Two other butlers stood there, bewildered, watching the master and servant whisper. The black-haired butler questioned, "What are you two whispering about?" The golden-haired young lady suddenly flashed a cunning smile, declaring,
All right, I will allow all of you to duel my servant as you wish.
But an unexpected condition was presented. For each round, pay 5 gold coins. The crowd was stunned, unable to believe their ears. The other butlers were furious,
muttering about the sacred duel being turned into a money-making scheme. Don't tell me your loyalty to the family isn't even worth 5 gold coins? The brown-haired butler smiled confidently, declaring he would accept all kinds of money. A servant must be like their master, he said as coins scattered around. He smiled mysteriously, saying it was time to show the fruits of training. I'm just asking for fun, he said, his eyes holding a hidden calculation. With a sly smile, the brown-haired butler asked a chilling question. Has anyone here ever starved for a whole week? A curly, golden-haired young man suddenly panicked, screaming loudly and running away, not understanding what was happening. The curly, golden-haired young man questioned the golden-haired young lady, astonished to see her fighting with a classmate. I heard bad rumors, but I thought they were just whispers of demons. But are you really fighting a classmate? He angrily scolded the brown-haired butler, deeming him a failed butler for letting his master fight. You are a third-rate butler, a complete failure. The brown-haired butler remained calm, replying that he only accepted evaluations from his young lady. If the young lady thinks I'm a failure, I will resign. Otherwise, I remain her loyal butler. The curly, golden-haired young man's face turned purple with rage, unable to believe the butler's impudence after causing this mess. He leaned close to the golden-haired young lady, suggesting she change butlers. Don't worry, my father favors you greatly. 2 gray-haired and pink-haired girls stood nearby, astonished and worried by the tense situation. The 2 gray-haired and pink-haired schoolgirls chattered anxiously, worried about the crown prince's fiancée, Lady Lavielle Levanzia, and rumors that the emperor favored Lady Sylvia Avenay. Meanwhile, the cult interrogator, in Sylvia's body, still held the butler's Kim Gongja's hand. The 2 gray-haired and pink-haired girls suddenly flinched, exclaiming in horror at the scene before them. It seemed the situation had exceeded their imagination. Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, tightly held the cult interrogators, in Sylvia's body, hand, his gaze firm. He asked the golden-haired young lady, as a reminder of the upcoming decision, Sylvia, what do you say? The man in the black suit stood nearby, his face full of worry. He secretly thought, this situation is truly tense. Will the female lead, Lady Sylvia Avenay's, love grow stronger? The curly, golden-haired crown prince offered a knowing smile, wondering if the ego of the cult interrogator, who was pretending to be the wicked young lady, had grown stronger. He turned to her, making an offer. Will you listen to my earnest plea? The cult interrogator in Sylvia's body raised her head, her sharp eyes looking directly at the crown prince. She spoke, her tone decisive. Your Highness. The curly, golden-haired crown prince looked at the golden-haired young lady, his gaze scrutinizing. He asked an unexpected question. What kind of perfume are you wearing? The cult interrogator, in Sylvia's body, was surprised, replying, What? The crown prince stepped closer, took the golden-haired young lady's hand, and offered a meaningful smile. He whispered, Forgive me, but this scent seems a bit familiar. The cult interrogator, in Sylvia's body, turned her back, her sharp eyes questioning the crown prince. Has your highness found the culprit behind my assassination last night? The curly, golden-haired crown prince gave a forced laugh, replying, Not yet. I'm still investigating. The cult interrogator, in Sylvia's body, leaned into the butler's, Kim Gongja's, embrace, her tone resolute. If the butler hadn't been with me last night, I would have been in big trouble. If your highness truly cherishes me, then respect my butler. Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, stood tall, his gaze firm, exuding absolute confidence. He secretly affirmed that no one could match the trust he placed in his butler. The cult interrogator, in Sylvia's body, suddenly burst into laughter, covering her mouth with a fan, her face full of self-satisfaction. Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, stood behind her, his eyes wide with surprise as he watched her. The 2 gray-haired and pink-haired girls stood from a distance, their faces confused, not understanding what was happening. The curly, golden-haired crown prince also gave a forced laugh, his eyes full of surprise and awkwardness. The curly, golden-haired crown prince looked at the golden-haired young lady, trying to hide his confusion. He said, Sylvia, your laugh is so unusual, even though your voice sounds like a bird. But I really like this kind of laugh. The man in the black suit and Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, both looked confused. The curly, golden-haired crown prince continued, I listened carefully. It's fine. Absolutely beautiful. Today I've discovered yet another charm of yours. The man in the black suit questioned, Huh? Are you sure, your highness? The cult interrogator in Sylvia's body clenched her fist, her eyes blazing with determination. She declared, Sylvia, you are like a kaleidoscope, shining brilliantly in countless colors. Everyone's laughter isn't fixed. I will also change my laughter. Do you think destroying love is easier than creating it? The cult interrogator in Sylvia's body gave a haughty laugh, declaring that everyone's laughter is unique. The golden-haired crown prince also burst out laughing, joining in this dramatic play of love. She continued to question, her sharp eyes looking directly at the red-haired man. sarcastically remarking that he understood nothing about love, merely a lonely soul. While the cult interrogator eloquently lectured about the crown prince's undying love, Kim Gongja, in the butler's body, was confused, questioning the complex emotions within himself. Kim Gongja, with a stern expression, reminded the crown prince that Lady Sylvia trusted him more than anyone. These words like a knife cutting into the crown prince's pride. The golden-haired crown prince, his face changing color, declared that though he was noble, he was always distant, while the butler, though lowly, was always by her side. He challenged whether love could endure this. The two schoolgirls, gray-haired and pink-haired, stood side by side, exclaiming with excited shouts at the crown prince's passionate love drama. The red-haired man, his long hair flowing, roared in anger, calling the crown prince a fool for his arrogant word. The golden-haired crown prince, his face contorted with anger, asserted that the butler knew nothing about the true love formula, his eyes full of disdain. The crown prince knelt before the cult interrogator, declaring he would personally care for Lady Goldenflower, and ordered the butler to withdraw. Kim Gongja, the butler, stood stunned, utterly astonished. The two schoolgirls continued to chatter excitedly, astonished by the crown prince's intense passion, wondering if his actions were appropriate. In the chaotic atmosphere, the two pink-haired and gray-haired girls suddenly flinched, wondering what was causing all this commotion. Amidst the fiery sunset, Laville Evancia, with her white hair and blazing red eyes, appeared majestically, possessing a breathtakingly cold beauty. In a flashback, Lavielle Evancia wondered if anyone else loved and cherished the sleeping golden-haired young man as she had. She continued to question if anyone else possessed a more desperate gaze or a gentler touch than her. She asserted that no one could, and she would ensure it. The curly golden-haired crown prince, with a worried expression, questioned Laville Evancia about her absence from morning classes and her health, asking if she was feeling better. Laville Evancia, with a cold gaze, calmly spoke of a young lady's troubled heart, while the two gray-haired and pink-haired girls stood beside her, astonished. The white-haired young lady gently reassured him that she had a wonderful night's sleep thanks to the crown prince's concern. A soft statement, yet it held many implications. The golden-haired crown prince smiled, his heart relieved. He knew how rare her healthy days were, so he suggested a stroll under the spring sundae. The brown-haired butler subtly frowned, a strange feeling rising within him. Everything seemed not as it appeared. In the crown prince's mind, thoughts of royal status and the duke's daughter swirled. Meanwhile, the white-haired young lady, with a pensive expression, worried that the magnolia petals would be lonely if no one admired them. The white-haired young lady gently invited the crown prince for a stroll, away from the noisy area. But the golden-haired young man, with a displeased expression, immediately refused, his words seemingly stuck in his throat. Suddenly, the crown prince turned, his gaze directed at the curly golden-haired girl, inviting her, Lady Goldenflower, to join the stroll. The brown-haired butler anxiously looked at the golden-haired girl, secretly wondering if this decision was all right. Meanwhile, the golden-haired girl maintained a calm expression, seemingly contemplating something. A terrifying truth became clear. Both Laville Evancia and the crown prince were dangerous characters. Simply being near them would cause the synchronization rate to skyrocket unpredictably. The brown-haired butler felt worried. He was gradually becoming a true butler, while the cult interrogator was increasingly resembling the original Lady Goldenflower. Despite knowing the lurking danger, the brown-haired butler still questioned the golden-haired girl. "What is your current synchronization rate?" The golden-haired girl, with a resolute expression, declared that sitting still wouldn't solve anything. Her synchronization rate had reached 17%. The crown prince quickly intervened, but the golden-haired girl swiftly explained. Just listening to the crown prince speak increased it by 1%, and making eye contact with Laville Evancia added another 1%. In total, the rate had increased by 2% compared to yesterday. The 2% figure became clear, a chilling reminder of the alarming synchronization speed. The brown-haired butler noticed that the increase rate had slowed significantly compared to last night. He considered that perhaps this was the right time to take a risk. He looked at the golden-haired girl, his eyes full of thought, and softly asked, "When spring arrives?" The golden-haired girl, with a mysterious smile, replied, "The magnolias will wither," a statement full of hidden meaning, like a tragic prophecy. The butler offered a mysterious smile, as if he held all the secrets of the world. The golden-haired girl cheered happily, accepting Laville's invitation for a stroll, completely unaware of what awaited her. Laville Evancia, with a calm expression, merely ordered coldly, "Follow me in silence." The four walked along the paved path, under a canopy of lush green trees, heading towards a magnificent building. The crown prince was astonished, questioning Laville. "Is this where you wanted to stroll?" Laville did not reply, merely gazing silently towards the mansion, her eyes profound. The butler secretly thought about the duke's family's power, then replied to the crown prince, "Of course not." Laville Evancia turned and walked away, leaving two astonished people behind her. The stroll was just an excuse. She turned back, her blazing red eyes flashing with seriousness. There are too many people watching in the garden. It's not a place for a heartfelt conversation. The Crown Prince was surprised, asking again, about something that needs to be kept secret? What secret? Lavia Levanzia said no more, simply continuing deeper into the magnificent corridor, leading the way into another world. Her every step echoed in the silent space as Lavielle revealed details about the assassination, about those who dared to invade the private space of nobility. The Crown Prince was stunned, suspecting himself to be the mastermind, but Laville already held the evidence. She asked, "Have you found the one behind it?" The Crown Prince hesitated, then revealed. Lady Goldenflower's servant gave me a clue. He recalled the scene from yesterday, when he had expelled Lady Goldenflower and her servant from the party. The Crown Prince was distressed, blaming himself for overreacting, but he asserted, "I never ordered them to be confined to a specific place. Someone under my command must have had malicious intentions." Laville Evanzia, with hair like silver mist, smiled invitingly. "Your Highness, shall we go down together?" Her voice was clear, but held something unpredictable. The Crown Prince looked around, his face full of suspicion. "Are there no servants here? How strange. Where are all your household staff?" He began to feel uneasy. Laville turned her back, her long white hair flowing freely. "Is your Highness so worried? I suppose you must be. Allow me to lead the way." She calmly walked down, leaving the Crown Prince in confusion. Footsteps echoed in the silent corridor. Lavielle led the way, followed by the Crown Prince and the butler. The air was heavy, each step like a beat on the drum of fate. The Crown Prince began to break out in a cold sweat, sensing something ominous. The butler frowned slightly, his nose catching a familiar, chilling scent. This smell, the strong smell of blood, assaulted their senses. Lavia Levancia stood in the middle of the dark basement, where 3 bound figures hung suspended. The smell of blood. "I apologize for bringing your Highness to this filthy place." Her voice remained eerily calm. One of the bound figures, bruised and battered, lifted his head. Lavielle pointed at them, her gaze as cold as ice. "These are the ones behind the assassination attempt on Lady Goldenflower." The butler thought to himself. Lavielle looked frail, but was unusually calm. She had investigated all night and discovered this was a personal vendetta. A personal vendetta? He couldn't help but shiver at her coldness. Laville's crimson eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "Yes, please allow your Highness to hear my explanation," she continued. "Indeed, it was the one who destroyed a world." Laville grabbed the chin of the bound man, forcing him to look up. "Your Highness is present. Maintain your decorum." The man trembled, stammering her name. The Crown Prince and the butler watched, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Laville's eyes stared directly at the bound man. "You conspired with accomplices, hiring assassins to attack Lady Goldenflower. I want you to explain clearly to His Highness why you did this." Her voice was sharp and authoritative. The bound man cried, tears mixing with blood and dirt. He was utterly terrified, only able to stammer her name. Laville promised, "If you tell the truth, your family will not face trouble." The bound man immediately confessed, "Lady Goldenflower is merely the daughter of a remote baron, yet she dared to seduce His Highness." "You are His Highness's rightful fiancé." He trembled, tears streaming down his face. "I was too angry. I couldn't stand by and watch, so I did something foolish. Please forgive me. I beg you." He pleaded in despair. Laville asked directly, "Is anyone else complicit with you in hiring the assassins?" The man hastily denied. "No." The bound man insisted it was only the 3 of them. Laville lightly kicked him. The butler thought to himself, a false confession. They are trying to protect the Crown Prince, collaborating with Laville to cover up that he orchestrated everything himself, hoping to become a hero. A sinister plot. The bound man tried to protect the Crown Prince, who would be severely affected if the truth came out. A voice rang out, demanding the Crown Prince execute them. The Crown Prince stammered, his eyes wide with horror. Execute them? He couldn't believe his ears. Laville coldly reminded him. They were criminals who dared to assassinate the Lady Goldenflower whom the Crown Prince cherished, and dared to trespass on noble private property. She urged, "Your Highness is the pillar of the nation. What are you hesitating for?" Cold sweat poured out. The Crown Prince panicked. He wondered if there was another truth behind what Laville had discovered about this incident. Laville gripped the Crown Prince's hand on the sword's blade. She pleaded as a loyal subject, suggesting a delay in punishment if the investigation was insufficient, but insisted on an urgent report to the Emperor's special forces. She turned her back, her voice still calm. "If your Highness is satisfied with the investigation's results, then there's no need to complicate things further." Her eyes half closed. Laville coldly commanded, "Execute them right here!" An undeniable order. The butler's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. He was astonished by the white-haired girl's cruelty and decisiveness. With crimson eyes, Laville declared she would accept punishment for failing to properly manage her household staff. A perfect act. Tears streamed down his cheeks. The Crown Prince painfully exclaimed, "I will always take responsibility for my mistakes." He had been cornered. In a dark space, a voice echoed, "My dear daughter, never have any expectations. Every time you tell yourself, perhaps this time, the world will whisper back, not this time. If you still wish to venture into life, remember, give your life without expecting anything in return. Forgive those who celebrate upon your corpse. Let them enjoy their greedy feast, whether it be upon your pure sacrifice or your most innocent hopes. And so, when you depart, leave nothing behind in this world." A cold, cruel piece of advice. Mother's last words etched deep into my mind. Then she turned to dust, leaving only this vase, heavy with bitter words. In the dark room, Laville Evanzia calmly questioned, her sharp gaze sweeping over the bound man and the Crown Prince standing beside him. Laville coldly commanded, demanding the Crown Prince punish the traitor. The blond young man trembled, his eyes revealing extreme terror. The Crown Prince turned his back, trying to avoid Laville's scrutinizing gaze. His face was tense, filled with confusion and worry. Laville Evanzia's crimson eyes burned as she pressed the Crown Prince for a decision. "Or should I take this matter to a higher court?" she said, her voice full of authority. With a whip in hand, Laville Evanzia questioned, accusing the Crown Prince of deliberately challenging the Emperor's patience. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The Crown Prince frantically called out Sylvia Avenet's name, his eyes pleading towards her. Kim Gongja, in his guise as the butler, quietly observed. Sylvia Avenet flashed a wicked smile, praising Laville Evanzia for doing a good job. The Crown Prince stood beside them, his face filled with despair. Sylvia Avenet turned and walked away, declaring that all were accomplices and must remain silent. The Crown Prince suspiciously called her name, not understanding what was happening. Sylvia Avenet smirked, her blue eyes gleaming with cruelty. She revealed the plan. All mistakes would be covered up, and the princess would bear the punishment. Kim Gongja secretly assessed the situation, realizing the princess was the only one who wouldn't benefit from this mess. The bound man trembled, pleading and questioning Sylvia Avenet about her motives. He mentioned the 3 loyal servants about to die and taking punishment on behalf of the Crown Prince. Laville Evanzia coldly retorted, claiming she didn't understand what he was saying. She calmly explained that as the Duke's daughter, she had to take responsibility. Sylvia Avenet laughed loudly, putting an arm around Laville Evanzia's shoulder. "You're beautiful, but you're not as good at arguing as I am, are you?" she scoffed. Sylvia Avenet looked directly at Laville Evanzia, questioning her true motives. "Be honest, is it out of love that you want to take punishment on behalf of the Crown Prince?" Laville calmly replied to Sylvia that she was merely fulfilling her duty, disregarding any benefits or rewards. Sylvia sneered, her blue eyes gleaming with mockery, asking Laville again if she truly didn't want any reward. Laville turned and walked away, her long white hair flowing, coldly declaring that none of Sylvia's words or actions would affect her. Just then, the Crown Prince appeared, his face panicked, his eyes wide with astonishment as he called Sylvia's name. The brown-haired butler stood from a distance, his gaze pensive as he watched the kneeling Crown Prince, whose face was devoid of emotion. He thought to himself, the cult inquisitor had no intention of changing, and the Crown Prince couldn't make a decision on his own. A deadlock! To break this stalemate, he needed to utilize the butler's knowledge. His eyes flashed with a purple light, the system indicating synchronization with the character. The current synchronization rate was 7%. The butler asked the blonde young woman, Sylvia, to wait a moment, causing her to ask back in surprise. He continued to ponder. If those servants were indeed the masterminds of the assassination, then they had the right to demand justice. He argued that the Crown Prince couldn't be allowed to decide the punishment on his own, and Laville also had the right to punish for being betrayed by her subordinates. Laville was slightly surprised upon hearing this. The butler pointed to the 3 bound servants and the 3 people with the right to punish, suggesting each person would punish one of them. Sylvia and the Crown Prince both looked surprised. He explained this was a fair compromise if all 3 shared responsibility. Sylvia smiled contentedly. The Crown Prince suddenly erupted, nodding in agreement with the plan. He declared that Laville had been betrayed, and he needed to uphold the law. He emphatically stated that everyone had their own reasons, so each person should decide the punishment themselves. Laville intended to object, saying a ruler should not share responsibility. The Crown Prince angrily shouted, "Shut up!" and swung his hand towards Laville. The butler watched the chaotic scene unfolding in astonishment. The Crown Prince roared, his resentment exploding. "All day long, it's just killing, punishing, eliminating. Whenever something happens, it's always," he screamed, criticizing Laville's cruelty. The blood-stained cold sword lay on the stone floor. "How many people do you think I've eliminated?" The Crown Prince's voice was choked, filled with weariness and despair. Laville remained calm, her crimson eyes unwavering. "That is the responsibility of one who will lead the empire in the future," she replied, her voice cold and resolute. The Crown Prince roared in fury, his face contorted with hatred. "I am not a murderer. You are a venomous snake." He couldn't accept this cruel truth. Lavielle bent down and picked up the blood-stained sword. "If you want to see so much blood spilled, then kill them yourself," she provoked, forcing the Crown Prince to face a cruel choice. She extended the sword towards the Crown Prince, her crimson eyes full of authority. "Then, at least give me the order." Lavielle's tone allowed no hesitation. The Crown Prince was horrified, his eyes vacant. "Order me to execute them. Or have you forgotten how? Do you wish to abandon the power of a leader?" Lavielle pressed, giving him no escape. In the heavy atmosphere, the Crown Prince softly uttered, "Kill them." His voice trembled, breaking. Lavielle stood there, a terrifying aura emanating from her. The butler watched, an uneasy premonition rising within him. Sylvia and the bound man sat behind, witnessing everything. In the butler's mind, a voice echoed with a warning. This person will obstruct Lady Goldenflower if she isn't killed now. The current synchronization rate was 8%. Lavielle burst out laughing, turning to Sylvia with eyes full of interest. "Aha! You're getting more and more interesting. Very well." She seemed to have found a new game. Sylvia, with a radiant smile and crazed eyes, swung her sword high. "Let's be accomplices together," she declared, ready for a rampage. The Crown Prince's face was pale, his eyes revealing extreme panic and despair. He had lost everything. Sylvia stood amidst a pool of blood, pointing at the bound man, a cruel smile on her face. "There. Now there's only one left." The Crown Prince roared, struggling in vain. "Your Highness, eliminate him," Sylvia sneered, ordering him to personally finish off the last victim. The butler's devastating punch stunned the Crown Prince, who collapsed. "You!" The Crown Prince fell, clutching his wound. The butler coldly declared, "If it weren't for your pathetic assassination plot, none of this would have happened." Without waiting for his reaction, the butler grabbed the Crown Prince's hand, pulling him forcefully to his feet. "Take it!" The butler's eyes flashed with determination. "The sword. Take it." He forced the Crown Prince to take the knife, ignoring the skyrocketing synchronization rate. "I don't care. I feel exactly like the butler right now." Meanwhile, Lavielle stood silently, her face stained with blood. The rage for the coward who fled. Memories flooded back, the image of the real butler yelling in anger. "Is this when you run away?" He stood there, alone in the empty hall.
"You are supposed to be the Crown Prince of the Empire,"
the butler coldly ordered. "Bring the blade down." The Crown Prince panicked, screaming Sylvia's name, begging him to stop. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Blood splattered everywhere. Lavielle closed her eyes, listening to the victim's cries of pain. She collapsed, clutching her racked chest, choked sobs escaping her lips. The butler looked at the Crown Prince, who was trembling beside the corpse. Lavielle spoke softly, her voice firm. "Your Highness has upheld the laws of the Empire." The Crown Prince was still stunned, but Lavielle approached, her gaze resolute. "Please harden your heart to continue doing so." The butler stared into the void, his face stained with blood. He was contemplating something. Lavielle knelt, taking the Crown Prince's hand, her eyes full of determination. "The fate of the Empire rests in your hands. Please, be strong." It was the third day since the disaster struck. Lady Silverlily was still absent from the academy. Rumor had it she was bedridden, perhaps due to the immense shock. She was already frail, and now she had stayed up all night interrogating the servants. This shock must have completely drained her. These two, master and servant, are truly insane. It's best not to get involved with them. Even the Crown Prince was absent, all thanks to the servant's doing. He must be in severe shock, perhaps even requesting long-term leave. Kim Gongjia gently reminded the blonde girl. "Interrogator, you called me a servant again, not Death Sovereign. Watch your words." The blonde girl grinned. "Oops, my mistake. Now that the synchronization level has exceeded 20%, it's harder for me to control my actions. This salty red tea is surprisingly captivating. Give me another cup, servant." Kim Gongjia sighed. "You called me a servant again. Please wait a moment." Streams of shimmering tea poured down, a refined and artistic brewing process. Even the sight of tea being poured into a cup was a beautiful cultural touch, truly befitting Our Lady. He smiled faintly, but deep within his mind, a cold system notification appeared. You are synchronizing with the character. Current synchronization level is 10%. Suddenly, Kim Gongjia's hand slipped, and the hot tea spilled all over the blonde girl. She shrieked in horror. "Servant, why did you spill tea on me?" The blonde girl shrieked. "It's hot! My delicate hair is in severe shock." Kim Gongjia was surprised. What a strange thing to say. Hasn't your heart already become Lady Goldenflower? Tell me, When spring arrives, magnolia flowers wither, and so does your hair, servant. The blonde girl, furious, grabbed Kim Gongja's hair and yanked it hard, making him cry out in pain. Amidst the clear blue sky, pure white magnolia petals gently fell, like a whisper of spring. After the argument, Kim Gongja patiently brushed the blonde girl's hair, gently stroking her lustrous golden curls. He was pensive, his gaze sweeping over her blonde hair, seemingly contemplating something. I think his hair has grown a bit, the blonde girl thought to herself. Could this be the effect of holy techniques? Or is it because he's becoming more and more like Lady Golden Flower? Kim Gongja softly said, "Interrogator, you have far more expressions than before." The blonde girl brushed her sun-kissed hair, her smile radiant but concealing something unpredictable. "You used to always smile, but it was as if you weren't smiling at all. Am I different now?" she asked. He, Kim Gongja, looked directly at her with sharp, cold eyes. "Yes," he replied, his voice deep. "Now, I know why you smile. Whether it's happiness or just an act." Her smile deepened further, concealing something unpredictable. "I know that well too," she whispered. "Death Sovereign, do you think this influence is good or bad?" From behind, the silhouette of a small girl appeared. A fragile figure, a small head, but how many lives had been taken within? But who was it? A cult interrogator, a first-generation hunter from Bulgaria. Her age, the number of people she had killed. All were mysteries, shrouded in dark night. He bowed his head slightly, his gaze thoughtful. After all, he still believed that whatever it was a good influence. She looked up, her blue eyes wide with surprise. "Honestly, I didn't know what to do with you," he said. "What do you mean?" she asked back. Suddenly, he grabbed her lustrous blonde hair. His eyes were cold as ice. "Because you are a deranged killer and a psychopath." She winced in pain, he continued, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Even your sworn enemies want you alive. So, there must be a reason." She giggled, covering her mouth. Ha! What a profound insight. This smile, was it acceptance or just another joke? He released her hand, his gaze piercing deep into her. A direct, cold question rang out. "Why do you kill people?" He mused, his voice full of inquiry. "You understand others. You try to comprehend them. So why do you still go on rampages?" She turned her back, standing amidst the vibrant garden. A confident statement rang out. "First, I must tell you, I am an extremely capable individual." Her smile was radiant like the sun, and a holy aura flared around her. Holy art, invisibility. A terrifying power was about to be revealed. Her hand reached out, and an object vanished into thin air. "I can make anything disappear," she said. "Weapons, corpses, everything. A terrifying ability." Her eyes were cold, seeing through everything. The strong don't kill, not because they don't want to, but because hiding corpses is too troublesome, and they fear being discovered. Kim Gongja, in his neat suit, stood amidst the splendid window frame. Another hand reached out and lightly touched him, but his words echoed with pride. "And those worries absolutely do not apply to me." The blonde girl's deep blue eyes swept past, as if opening a door to time. In the first generation, her voice began. The tower was truly a mess. A scene of ruins and raging fires appeared. She continued, "The resurgence of slavery, racial discrimination, terrorism, and hidden powers, massacres, ideological conflicts. It was as if all of human history was compressed and melted in one's mouth." A hand clenched, symbolizing despair. If this continues, humanity will be destroyed. That was the shared sentiment of those witnessing the catastrophe. On the brink of annihilation, 5 powerful individuals gathered. The storyteller's hand was laid down, like a pledge for a new beginning. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang, with a resolute gaze, was the first to break the silence. "I won't beat around the bush. Let's establish a permanent, non-aggression pact." The Countess, holding a fan, smiled faintly. "Promise that my merchant guild will have exclusive rights to trade goods in the outside world." She presented her first condition. Viper, the blond young man, continued confidently. "I think it would be better if all guilds had an exclusive territory. That is my condition to help cover up any incidents." A gray-haired man holding a coffee cup grumbled. "Unbelievable. The craziest person here is the most trustworthy. But why is this coffee so bitter? Who ordered it?" The sword saint, in majestic armor, ended the debate. "I won't say things like, 'do what needs to be done.' Instead, I'll say, 'do what you want to do.'" His eyes were sharp and cold, surrounded by glowing weapons. "Tonight, we will kill, with our beliefs, judgments, and methods." A bloody declaration. That night, 4,653 people fell. A horrifying number, marking the beginning of a bloody streak of days. The next night, 10,171 people died. Then 8,275. And after that, 7,412. Finally, the number reached 23,781. Heavy rain fell, washing away blood and tears. Under the dim streetlights, a man collapsed amidst piles of corpses. Tears, mixed with the rain, streaming down the purple-haired man's face. His eyes were empty, filled with ultimate pain. The sword saint, who had made the cruel declaration, now removed his helmet. I will take responsibility for this and resign. He walked away, leaving behind a sea of blood and regret. Darkness enveloped them, blurry figures standing in the pouring rain. We will never speak of this again. The harsh vow echoed, but deep down, he knew he had been complicit in an unforgivable crime. The sword saint's silhouette stood tall under the dark purple sky, solitary and heavy-hearted. I will hate all of you for the rest of my life. But most of all, the greatest hatred was reserved for himself. The sword saint's purple helmet fell, empty in the void. From that day on, the position of leader of the supervisory council, once his, remained forever vacant. In the ancient garden, the butler mused, and then the holy knight was entrusted with the supervisory council. The narration echoed, but it hid another truth. She regretted it. A radiant smile, blue eyes sparkling amidst falling petals. I have no regrets. After all, those were necessary sacrifices. The voice was resolute, denying any weakness. The butler, Kim Gongja, gazed into the distance. But if this is due to the influence of synchronizing with Lady Goldenflower, then I'm having strange thoughts. He wondered, could the Death Sovereign change the past? The blonde girl stood in the flower garden, arms outstretched to embrace the sunlight. How can all of you live forever with such emotions? She asked, about the torment of what-ifs. Butler, this isn't good. The blonde girl turned, a charming smile on her face. I'm starting to want to stay in this world. A gentle statement, yet it held an unpredictable weight. A system alert rang out. You are synchronizing with your character. The butler stood there, his gaze firm. He knew he probably couldn't kill this person. I cannot kill someone capable of regretting their actions, he thought to himself. He looked at the blonde girl, Lady Goldenflower, and called, My lady. When spring comes, she said, her eyes sparkling. Spring is so beautiful. Butler, shall we take a walk? A gentle invitation, yet a great challenge. The butler's face darkened, his eyes revealing panic. He was grappling with new emotions, thoughts he had never experienced before. The blonde girl burst into hearty laughter, leaning back in her chair. Death Sovereign, you look pathetic, she teased, completely unaware of the internal struggle within him. Seriously, you shouldn't joke about this. The butler clutched his head, helpless. The blonde girl laughed in response. I'm sorry. Now that I have these emotions, I've become a tease. I'm sure I'm synchronizing with the character quite quickly, the butler thought. Just in this short conversation, it increased by 1%. The current rate is 32%. It might exceed 50% by tomorrow. The blonde girl sat in her chair, her eyes confident and full of pride. That's how I got addicted to emotions. She declared, I am the protagonist of this apocalypse. The butler stood silently in the gilded hallway, his gaze distant. A sigh escaped him, as if contemplating what was about to unfold. His white-gloved hand gently knocked on the intricately carved door, the sound echoing in the silent space. But in his mind, the image of the Death Sovereign loomed under the deep blue sky. You are the protagonist of this ending, a voice echoed. Memories suddenly surfaced of Laville Evanzia, the villainess of the apocalypse, sitting on a throne. Save me before this personality sinks deep into emotions and dies. The butler stood there again, in the magnificent hallway, his soft breath a reminder of the burden on his shoulders. The knocking repeated, and in his mind, the harsh truth became clear. The destroyer of this world, in the end, is Lady Silverlily. In the luxurious room, the butler stood among his subordinates. The key to ending this apocalypse is Lady Silverlily. A servant approached. My lady, Lady Goldenflower sends her regards and wishes you good health. Laville Evanzia sat majestically, a servant presenting a letter. Love, jealousy, forgiveness, all hers. She ordered the letter from Lefenor to be set down, then instructed to check the request from Lady Blueflower. Laville Evanzia's fiery red eyes flashed with power. We must utilize all of that to end this apocalypse, the butler thought to himself. The butler flipped over the hourglass, giving a decisive order. We will take a 15-minute break. Everyone, leave the room. The large room gradually emptied, leaving only the butler standing opposite Laville Evanzia, the atmosphere becoming suffocatingly tense. The butler approached, his steps steady. He spoke. I heard my lady had fallen ill, but you still look healthy. What a surprise. Laville Evanzia coughed softly, her eyes distantly looking at the documents. Though it doesn't seem like it. I am still a student. I need a reasonable excuse to do real work. Even so, I'm not fully recovered yet. The butler stood straight, his expression confident. Lavielle Evanzia spoke. Your actions have caught my eye. You quickly discovered the spy. This chosen one is truly intelligent, a blessing to the Empire. Otherwise, I wouldn't have granted you an audience. The butler looked up, his eyes surprised. Pardon me? Lavielle Evanzia looked at him, her eyes sharp and tinged with sarcasm. I thought you were intelligent, but it seems there are still some parts that aren't so wise. The hourglass flipped, time reversed. He, Kim Gongja, had experienced 14 loops, but each time it was only 10 days of life replayed. 10 short days, 14 repetitions. His life was like an inescapable vortex, repeating endlessly. And then, an actor appeared. The 13th time he met her, a fated event repeated in this endless chain of time. In the illusory space, he was chained, facing Lavielle Evanzia's blazing red eyes. She asked, her tone full of sarcasm, how many loops he had been through. He was stunned, his face unable to hide his confusion. She saw through him, coldly declaring, Your face tells me this is your first time. Lavielle Evanzia, seated on her throne, looked down at him. She wondered if the constellation that sent him here had forgotten to explain anything. How rare. He was still vague, muttering in return. Apostle? She sighed, her eyes filled with disappointment. You really don't know anything, do you? She stood up, questioning him. Which constellation sent you? Mutia? Trigon Star? Hishemite Kritz? Nasaro? Fieshmer? He replied. The librarian in a corner sent me. Lavielle Evanzia was surprised, her eyes wide. The librarian in a corner. Ah, Hamustra? She repeated the name, as if to confirm. He wondered if that was Hamustra's real name. Lavielle Evanzia continued to explain, her tone full of hidden meaning about the mysterious librarian. She revealed, the librarian knows the true names of the constellations, but tries not to interfere with the apocalypse. He expects us to find the information ourselves. He was confused, asking again, Apocalypse? Lavielle Evanzia explained. A world where the barrier has collapsed because they have no constellations. That's what the librarian calls such worlds. She was annoyed. Who is he to dare name other people's worlds? She stood by the window, looking into the distance, pondering the apocalypse. Even though this world would eventually be destroyed, she couldn't easily surrender her soul to others. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, didn't you possess Lady Goldenflower's servant to come and take my soul? She explained his current state was like a blank slate, having never received the purification guide. He was confused. What is a purification guide? She presented a long, detailed list about the villainous of the apocalypse. Weak to sunlight, poor sense of taste, hates white lilies. This is what the apostles brought. The list continued. She was pragmatic, liked politics, diplomacy, and money. He clutched the paper, thinking about how to purify this world. She recounted that the one who brought it was Mahos's messenger, and she had seized it. She recalled, that person died in her hands, screaming why the guide wasn't effective. He felt wronged. She took a sip of tea, her eyes sharp. I'm the one who's wronged, she growled. A human heart. How can it be conquered with a guide? A system notification appeared, revealing her deep dissatisfaction. She continued to criticize. You all underestimate the power of the heart too much. If you want her heart, come directly. But no, they only brought purification guides. All of you, you rotten servants. She looked straight at him, a slight smirk on her lips. I agree. A sarcastic smile flickered across her face. She set down her teacup. It seems we can agree. She valued him, not just for his intelligence, but because you, it seems, see the people in my world as humans. He turned his face away, pondering. He was surprised. Is that so? Isn't that obvious? She replied. Countless barbarians don't even meet that obvious standard. She said, beasts don't see humans as humans. His eyes sharpened. Yet they dare to call themselves people. What a mess. She sat on the armchair, propping her chin, pondering. She turned to him. Does this mean anything to you? He flinched slightly, confused. Her face appeared, surrounded by chains. Have you met many such people? He thought to himself. Here we go again. A system notification appeared. A heart covered in silver is watching you. Time seemed to stop. She smiled, her blazing red eyes seemingly seeing through everything. Have you also seen someone that way? He was terrified. She seemed to see through his very soul. She had touched a deep secret, making him startle and utter that name. Lady Silver Lily, he called, his voice full of surprise. He suddenly snapped awake, realizing she was manipulating the conversation. Does she despise me because I'm just a butler, not a noble? He told himself. He couldn't let her lead him on any longer. Lavielle Evanzia maintained her mysterious smile, her blazing red eyes looking straight at him. "Are you very angry that I didn't call your real name?" she asked, her tone full of sarcasm. He retorted with a sneer, his gaze unwavering. "I just want to say, you should get off your high horse and talk," she smirked, repeating his words. "Get off my high horse?" Truly, the words of a bad butler. Her voice remained calm, but held a sharp edge. After a slight cough, Lavielle Evancia unexpectedly agreed. "However, I agree with you. So, let's return to the main topic." She looked at him, her eyes scrutinizing. "All right, I understand you don't want my soul. So, what do you want by coming to this world?" The direct question forced him to confront it. He looked at the giant hourglasses, symbols of a cruel truth. This is a world repeating 10 eternal days. A system notification appeared, revealing her suspicion. Lavielle Evanzia continued to speculate. "I don't believe you were exiled because your constellation hates you. Hamustra is a gentle person. You also didn't come here to rest or have fun." She demanded that he answer truthfully, without lying. "Actor, you who are playing the role of Lady Silverlily's butler, answer me. I do not accept lies. You will gain nothing from me if you lie. I do not reveal my heart to anyone who doesn't reveal theirs first." He recalled the words of the purple-haired girl who had explained the reason for choosing this world.
Why did I come to this world?
"There's a reason I proposed the 25th floor apocalypse. It developed magic and alchemy, rich in resources. No, I would have been fine choosing a different apocalypse." The purple-haired girl continued to explain. "Because a piece of my holy sword is here? As a fantasy world, you might gain new skills, or a good treasure. Although I'd be stronger if I searched for shiny sisters. It's only by a little." The purple-haired girl revealed another secret about this world. There's also a subgenre for this apocalypse. Fantasy, divided by romance. You know what? He's never been in love. His memories surfaced of a lonely Kim Gongja who had never experienced love. He's never tasted enough worldly happiness. It's funny. He's never dated. I still don't know what Love Island. He pondered emotions. The feelings of someone in love? I'm still foolish about those things. She might not know, but this world genre is romance. I think it's perfect for learning about love. He affirmed his ultimate purpose. I want to learn what I lack. I can't bear to live without knowing it. Without it, I won't feel like I've lived a full life. The white-haired duchess turned her back, questioning the butler. "So, you want to learn about love? From me?" Her tone was full of skepticism. The butler replied, his white-gloved hand raised, affirming his purpose. "More precisely, I want to learn about love from this world. I want to know what I'm still lacking, and I want to experience it." Lavielle Evanzia, in thought, pictured Lady Goldenflower and sarcastically asked, "So why did you seek me out? Wouldn't it be faster to learn from Lady Goldenflower? Do you always live with such emotions?" The Duchess took a sip of tea, her expression calm but her words sharp. "She's much worse than I am. If you want to learn, you must learn from someone who understands better. Lady Goldenflower, I'm afraid, still needs to be taught about love." The hourglasses silently flowed. Time seemingly stopped. Lavielle still didn't understand, she thought to herself. "But I still don't know why you came to me." The butler looked directly at her, his gaze firm. "There's a reason. I want to understand you." In his mind, the image of a resilient Lavielle Evanzia appeared. Devoted to someone even when injured. He wanted to know, she dedicated and swore her entire life to them. I want to understand how she could act that way. Lavielle Evanzia's crimson eyes were clear. The butler continued to ponder. "If that is for love, then I also want to experience that kind of emotion like you." The butler scratched his head, his expression embarrassed. "It's a bit embarrassing, but this is my honest answer." Lavielle Evanzia looked at him, her eyes a mix of surprise and seriousness.
"I've never encountered a situation like this. You want to learn about love? That only shows how brave you are."
"So you want to understand me?" The butler suddenly became serious, a sword appearing behind him. "One should not speak lightly of understanding. It is a word that can cause harm, because understanding and responsibility are not necessarily different. Librarian," he looked up, his gaze directed high. "Please pause the broadcast for a moment. I have something I want to say privately to Lady Silver Lily." Immediately, a system notification appeared, confirming, "The librarian has agreed to your request. You have been granted 10 minutes of scene skip." The butler smiled confidently, as if everything was within his calculations. The system notification still hovered, confirming the special authority. He took a step forward, his voice lowering, carrying a shocking secret. "I am also a regressor, but my regression is a little different from yours." Lavielle Evanzia was stunned, her crimson eyes wide. He continued to reveal, "You said you repeat the last 10 days of your life, right? I return to the day before I die." He continued, his voice lowering, revealing a shocking secret. "My ability isn't merely regression. If someone kills me, I will witness firsthand the deep pain in their soul." La Via Levancia, her crimson eyes wide, exclaimed, "Pain?" The butler continued, his gaze distant. "I can see memories, shattered fragments of lives, and even the deepest wounds of the heart. If it's pain from something precious being destroyed, I will see that too. Perhaps I've always wanted to tell this story to someone, to be able to understand others more easily," he mused, looking towards Lavielle. "This is a skill, something that could make me too accustomed to understanding. An important person once warned me, never rely too much on your skill. But if only I understand, then how is that truly understanding?" With a firm gaze, he looked directly at her. "Even so, I cannot abandon others, because..." His words were like a vow, a burden he willingly carried. Lavielle listened closely, her expression complex. Kim Gongja's voice rang out, full of sincerity. "Even if this seems hypocritical, I still want everyone to know that I am here, and I protect this place. For them," a statement full of contradiction yet also courage. He smiled softly, his eyes warm. "To be able to live such a life, isn't that a blessing? Do you agree?" His smile contained acceptance, or was it an invitation to the abyss of responsibility? Lavielle gently closed her eyes, her voice calm. "Yes, understanding may only be a moment, but bearing responsibility is eternal. You have willingly stepped into hell, haven't you?" She had seen through his sacrificial nature. A cold notification appeared before Lavielle's eyes, interrupting her thoughts. The librarian in the corner announces the scene skip skill has ended. The private, secret conversation was no longer just between the two of them. 3 hourglasses stood silently, time seemingly frozen or perhaps rushing by. Each falling grain of sand was a moment, a decision awaiting. A slender hand gently touched an hourglass. Lavielle spoke, her tone changing. "All right, Lady Goldenflower's servant." She lifted the hourglass, her crimson eyes looking directly at him, full of authority. "I will teach you about love." She paused for a beat, her gaze still fixed. "But," Lavielle continued, her voice decisive, "for 1 week, from today until the world ends, you must become my personal servant, not Lady Goldenflower's." Kim Gongja was stunned. "Her personal servant," she explained, clutching the hourglass. "That's right. I only know how to love myself. I've never taught anyone about love. The only way for me to teach you is to show you directly." Lavia looked at him, her eyes seemingly piercing through him. "So, you'll have to stay by my side to observe and learn, won't you?" He remained silent, thinking about this unbelievable offer. She sighed softly, muttering to herself, "Come to think of it, this seems like a losing deal for me. After all, I'll have to show you every embarrassing aspect of my private life." A hint of awkwardness, a touch of unease appeared in the villainess's eyes. The proud villainess spoke, her red eyes burning as if to incinerate. "Thank your luck from your past life, this life, and even your next." It was a declaration, not a suggestion. What an arrogant noble, he thought to himself. The unbelievable offer from the white-haired duchess still echoed, full of haughtiness. He stood before the magnificent mansion, his gaze sweeping across each window. This was where he would have to learn for the next week. An unwilling task. A slight cough broke the silence. He, with a knife hidden behind his back, walked along the cobblestone path, entering her domain. "My apologies," he murmured. Inside, Lavia Levanzia was being attended by 3 maids, her long white hair flowing down. She turned her head, her red eyes fixed on him. "You've arrived." She ordered an old butler. "Bring it out for him to see." The old butler bowed in compliance. "As you wish, lady." Kim Gong. Ja stood there, his eyes full of curiosity. A crimson cloth was slowly pulled down, revealing a mysterious object. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, all eyes fixed on it. Lesson 1. Basic. Love begins where you experience a bitchy woman. The words appeared on the blackboard, leaving Kim Gongja frozen in place. He was stunned, his purple eyes wide. "I thought about this last night," he told himself, trying to digest this unexpected lesson. Lavia Levancia continued to explain, her face serious. "I don't have time to only pay attention to you, so I won't help you find your first love, right? Therefore, I will slowly teach you what you need to know about love. Repeat after me. Love begins where you experience a bitchy woman." He awkwardly repeated her words. She covered her face with a fan, her red eyes sparkling mischievously. "That's right, a bitchy woman. Or perhaps many bitchy women." A romantic vision appeared. Somewhere out there is a perfect first love at first sight, Someone who can care, yield, and become a lifelong partner. But La Vie Avancia's voice rang out, shattering the illusion. But that's not your situation. He was stunned, his face full of disappointment. She continued, her tone full of certainty. 99% of the women you meet will be bitchy. Even if they aren't now, they will be eventually, because people can't always be kind. And then, the blackboard displayed new words, brutally frank. Lesson 1 advanced. You're also an asshole. He stood there, completely speechless. He tried to rationalize that people learn from experience, and even assholes can change if they learn their lesson. But then, he confusedly blurted out, "Why can't it be good from the start?" She interrupted, her eyes as cold as ice. "Butler, don't place any expectations on people." Laville continued her harsh lecture, declaring that people easily forget promises, easily give up, forget and give up. Those are the two fundamental iron rules of dating. He could only remain silent. And if you truly want to love someone, then you must also learn to remember and be steadfast, she said softly. He asked in surprise, I have to learn those two things too? Laville sighed, looking at him with a contemptuous look. You truly are a child. She stood up, her aura soaring, declaring confidently, Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. I will show you. He was still confused, asking again, You'll show me? How? She replied cryptically, Can't you tell, even after seeing it? Laville looked straight into his eyes, the distance so close it was suffocating, and made a shocking declaration. I am the one who loves the biggest asshole in the world. He was stunned. Before he could collect himself, she decisively ordered, Let's go, her hand gently placed on his shoulder, as if to affirm her recent decision. Startled, he turned back, hurriedly chasing after her figure. Wait! Both walked confidently, followed by two servants carrying buckets, heading straight for a large door. The two servants guarding the door whispered amongst themselves, one asking, Lady Silver Lily, did you hear? She replied curtly, I did. Laville asked about the crown prince, reminding him of a ruler's duty. He stood beside her, his face confused. She ordered the door opened, but the two servants bowed deeply, refusing in panic. Forgive us, but we have strict orders from His Highness. Laville replied coldly. She knew of the prohibition, but cited the emperor's concern, then forced the servants to choose loyalty. Are you a servant of the crown prince or of the emperor? Laville still stood there, her eyes coldly watching the two bowing servants. Think carefully. Her words were like a sharp blade, forcing them to make a choice. Laville's footsteps echoed on the red carpet, heading straight for the forbidden door. Kim Gongja, like a shadow, quietly followed, his heart filled with unease. She knocked on the door, her voice ringing out with authority. Your Highness, are you awake yet? Inside, a panicked voice replied, Don't come in. But Laville did not flinch. She pulled out a golden key and flung the door open. You're awake, so I'll come in. Kim Gongja, stunned, wondered to himself, Is she allowed to do that? Inside, the crown prince was still in a deep sleep. Laville coldly declared, The sun is already up, and you're still sleeping? Does such a carefree life befit one who will inherit this nation? The crown prince panicked and struggled in his blankets, shouting loudly for help. Hey, is anyone there? Help me! Laville simply called out, Butler! The old butler appeared without a word, carrying the struggling crown prince out of bed. Kim Gongja stood watching, extremely surprised. Laville declared, I will teach you the second lesson. A blackboard appeared, on which was the basic lesson. If you can't avoid meeting a mean person, learn to enjoy it. Kim Gongja asked in confusion, Enjoy it? Laville explained that everyone eventually falls in love, and first love can be with a mean person. She gave a charming yet enigmatic smile. If that happens, it's best you learn to enjoy it. Then, the board flipped to the other side, revealing an advanced lesson. You must become meaner than the person you will meet. The old butler maintained a calm expression. Without a word of explanation, the old butler suddenly splashed a bucket of cold water on Kim Gongja's face. He was stunned and drenched. The words, dating a mean person, is essentially a battle appeared. Kim Gongja screamed in surprise and cold. Laville continued her lecture, while the blonde crown prince was still held tightly by the butler. She said, If that person is friendly, reciprocate. But if they are mean, remember this. She fanned out her silk fan, on which was printed, Today's motto, Don't be kind to mean people. Rose petals fluttered around her. Laville commanded, Repeat after me. Don't be kind. Kim Gongja, still drenched, hesitantly repeated, Don't be kind. She declared that people always want to appear cool, smart, or kind. But according to her, kindness was something Kim Gongja had to abandon. Her words were as sharp as ice. Between two attendants, La Vie Avancia coldly gave an order, her gaze sweeping across the closed door. Open the door! The two attendants exclaimed in fright, but she didn't care in the slightest. The crown prince is drenched, and though it's spring, I worry for his health. Go attend to him immediately. She swept past Kim Gong-ja, declaring this to be the dating formula and ordering him to engrave it in his mind. The black-haired young man was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Kim Gong-ja witnessed the old butler dragging the screaming blonde prince. Laville instructed, "Clean him up gently." He could only stammer a reply. Kim Gong-ja wondered. This love was far different from what he had imagined. She asked back, "More romantic?" He nodded. She explained that love isn't just about emotions. She continued to lecture about destiny, about meeting someone who makes one's heart tremble. They walked through the magnificent corridor, as if treading a challenging path of love. Kim Gong-ja wondered if this was her mansion. Laville Avancia continued, "Love at first sight is when one sees through the other's entire life." "That sounds complicated," Kim Gong-ja frowned. "Indeed," she replied, sitting elegantly with crossed legs, her eyes deep. Seeing Kim Gong-ja's thoughtful expression, Laville Avancia unexpectedly suggested, "Since it's quite complicated, would you like to try something?" She looked directly at him, her red eyes burning like fire. "Let's see if you can make my heart tremble." The challenge echoed in the space. "How do I do that?" Kim Gong-ja asked again. "Just do something commendable," she replied, her tone full of hidden meaning. "And what would that be?" He hesitated. She sneered, as if he were asking her to find a lover for both of them. "Think about it and give me an answer," she said, believing his intelligence would help him succeed. The antique clock silently ticked away the time. Kim Gong-ja walked away, leaving her sitting there, alone in the luxurious room. His figure gradually disappeared behind the door. He looked down at his hand, a faint light flickering. Kim Gong-ja's eyes were no longer confused. Instead, they held determination. He looked at the mysterious cards from the librarian, each one containing a special ability, revealing an important moment, knowing a secret, or an unintentional confession. New power erupted around him, like a surge of dark green energy. Kim Gong-ja felt the guidance shaping the path ahead. Laville still sat there, amidst falling white lily petals. Though the cards might help him clear this stage, he knew there was another way. The only shortcut to clear this stage was sincerity from his heart. No tricks, no deception, only pure affection. Laville commanded, her eyes sharp but holding anticipation. "Come here." He stepped forward without hesitation. He approached, and she subtly gestured with her slender finger. "You're too tall. Bend down." A commanding order. He obeyed, bending low, his eyes holding something indescribable. Was it submission or calculation? She whispered into his ear, the faint, alluring scent of white lilies lingering. "I'll tell you up front, I won't be responsible for you." He took her hand, the alluring scent lingering. "Does it smell good? Do you like it?" He replied, his voice full of enchantment. "Yes, yes." He leaned closer, and she smiled faintly. "I like it too. It's the scent I cherish and value most." The distance between them seemed to vanish. She closed her eyes, a rare moment of tenderness appearing on her face. Perhaps revealing her true identity to him wouldn't be so bad, she mused. "Continue this journey with me," she said, her gaze locked on him. "Tonight, I will tell you a secret." A tempting promise. He hesitated, his heart racing, cheeks flushed. Damn it, I've fallen for her. A secret, confused confession. Under the clear blue sky, he lay on the lush green grass, his eyes dreamily gazing upwards. He seemed to be lost in distant thoughts. A red-haired man appeared, bending down to call him by a strange name. "Hey, Zombie! Kim Zombie!" His tone was full of teasing. He remained motionless, causing the red-haired man to shout loudly. "Hey, Mr. Scrubber? Vice Lord?" A sudden appearance, pulling him back to reality. Countess Laville Avancia smiled enchantingly, called him Death's Sovereign, and asked if he could hear her. He remained motionless, lost in thoughts of love, while the red-haired man beside him quietly remarked that he had fallen too deep. The red-haired man blamed himself, apologizing to Kim Gong-ja for making him fall in love with someone unworthy, his face full of teasing. A crazy thought suddenly struck Kim Gong-ja. Would ending his own life help him re-experience that feeling? An idea filled with confusion. A shining object, shiny, suddenly struck Kim Gong-ja's head, making him cry out in pain and pulling him back to reality. He admitted he was crazy for the Silver Countess, unable to stop thinking about her, which made the red-haired man mock him as cheesy. Kim Gong-ja declared he wouldn't wash his ears to preserve her scent, even wanting the red-haired man to smell them, which made the latter sigh in exasperation. He envied the noodle-haired prince and wished he could be like him, while the red-haired man could only sigh, believing he was beyond help. Kim Gong-ja continued to lament about love as a sweet poison, while the red-haired man blamed himself for giving him advice. He pointed to a heart-shaped diagram, asserting that not only he but also the butler was caught up in this love. He explained that his synchronization rate with the butler role was increasing, proving that the butler was originally in love with the Silver Countess. The red-haired man wondered about the butler's initial feelings. The red-haired man sighed, teaching him that love cannot be predetermined, while he still lay sprawled on the grass, seemingly dazed by love. Kim Gongja, lying sprawled on the grass, uttered a troubled question. How could he save the Silver Countess? He questioned his own position, then asked how to make her happy. The red-haired man sighed, deciding to take responsibility and give him advice. The red-haired man advised him to get to know her, always stay by her side to take advantage of his position as an attendant. Kim Gongja mumbled the words, "Positional advantage." A blue bird fluttered on a pristine white flower branch, the sky clear and serene, but he uttered a sorrowful remark, "But this world will soon end." The red-haired man pondered, hand on chin, his face pensive as if facing a difficult problem. That is indeed a big problem. Kim Gongja looked up at the azure sky, startled when a bell rang. Oh, time's up. Let's go pick up the Heresy Inquisitor. Night fell. The sky filled with ethereal clouds, sparkling with starlight. A mysterious voice echoed, "Consider this a reward for being obedient." Laville, in a pristine white dress, held an antique lamp, leading the way. "I will tell you my secret. Follow me." Kim Gongja, the attendant, followed, his gloved hand twitching slightly. Laville suddenly turned, her crimson eyes looking straight at him. "What are you thinking?" Kim Gongja replied, flustered. "Huh?" She reminded him coldly, her gaze sharp. "Even if it's only temporary, you are still my personal attendant. Questioning your master is disobedience. I have asked, you must answer." Kim Gongja's gloved hand clenched, his troubled heart unable to utter a word. "The thing, Island." He blushed, his gaze wavering, an image of holding her hand appearing in his mind. "I was thinking about holding your hand, my lady." Laville suddenly stopped, her gaze piercing his heart. "Stop! Are you insane?" Kim Gongja flinched, his face flushed. Suddenly, she took his hand, her crimson eyes looking deep into Kim Gongja amidst the ethereal space of the night. Kim Gongja's heart pounded wildly. Laville leaned close, her gaze full of enchantment. "Do you only think about me all day?" Her hand squeezed his. "Do you remember my scent and touch? Do you imagine it?" Kim Gongja stammered. "Well," her voice rang out with authority, forcing him to face the truth. "Answer me. If you're not honest, I will let go of your hand." Kim Gongja, his heart pounding, finally confessed. I have thought about you all day, my lady." She smiled in satisfaction. "Well done." A system notification appeared, showing his role-playing immersion level increasing to 29%. Kim Gongja clutched his head, feeling his consciousness slowly fading. "I can't tell anymore. I don't know anything." Laville Lavanzia looked at him alluringly, her crimson eyes burning. "And why not?" Kim Gongja told himself, trying to hold on to his sanity. "My lady, you shouldn't do this. Just keep thinking." His heart pounded. He tried to hold on to his consciousness, telling himself that he was just an outsider, merely borrowing this butler's body. Laville Avancia smiled charmingly, her crimson eyes looking straight at him. "So what? Didn't you once say you saw me as a person?" The system warned. "The Silver Heart is watching you." He broke into a cold sweat. Laville continued to question. "Do you see me as a native, or just a character in Hamustra's story?" His shadow stretched long on the door, he stammered, explaining that his true master was Lady Goldencup. Laville Lavanzia did not relent, questioning him. "How strange. You said you only thought about me, so didn't you not think about Goldencup?" His hand trembled as he placed it on his chest. The warning, "The Silver Heart is watching you," reappeared, along with her haunting question, "Did you lie?" In his purple eyes, Laville Lavanzia's image was clear. He firmly denied, "No, I didn't lie. Laville Lavanzia leaned close to his ear, her hot breath caressing his skin. "Call me master." She stood on bare feet, promising a sweet reward if he called her master. Just once, but truly meant it. His face glowed purple, his eyes dazed. A shimmering entity named Shiny shook violently, trying to rouse the hero. Laville Lavanzia looked at him, her expression full of enchantment. "What's wrong? Don't you want the reward?" His body felt like it was falling into an abyss, bound by chains. He reassured himself that he could turn back time if things went wrong. This might be what he needed to do to get information and clear this stage. Just once, saying it once, should be fine. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness, "Belonging to the Fire Emperor. But you know I am the Fire Emperor. Therefore, I need you to die." Another figure embraced him, whispering, "I trusted you, Death Sovereign." At the same time, an image of a pink-haired maiden appeared, calling my master. Another voice echoed, "My dear disciple." The image of a black-haired woman, with a pained expression, became clear in his mind. A white-gloved hand gently touched Laville's shoulder, as if affirming Kim Gongja's resolute will. The silhouettes of the two were cast on the large door, reflecting the burden he carried. His will was firm, without the slightest waver. He squeezed her hand, declaring his true identity. I am the Lord of Preta, and the vice cult leader of the demonic cult. An apology echoed, but his eyes were resolute. The black-haired young man looked straight ahead, his purple eyes holding a stern resolve. He refused to acknowledge her as master, even while playing the role of a butler. Lavielle stood in the middle of the splendid room, listening to his confession. He didn't want to lose himself. Didn't want to learn to love at too high a price. He took her hand, setting a condition. To win his heart, she had to use a different method, not this enchantment. His purple eyes met her red ones. I will accept you as master, so please, you must also accept me as your master. Lavielle's fiery red eyes showed surprise, then gradually acceptance. She would prioritize his judgment, but in return, he also had to do the same. A half-smile appeared on the young man's lips. He wanted a fair love, an equal exchange, not one-sided submission. He pulled her closer, his eyes full of challenge. If you want me to go crazy, then you must also go crazy for me. A powerful declaration. A lantern fell onto the red carpet. Lavielle walked barefoot, seemingly flustered by his words. The lantern shattered, its light flickering. He realized she was not like the others, not an innocent, easily swayed. He picked up the lantern, looking at her. You want to seduce me, turn me into your subordinate, don't you? He gave a faint smile, admitting he had underestimated her. The black-haired young man smiled, repeating her past words. He wanted understanding and responsibility to come from both sides. Lavielle reached for the lantern, denying his intentions. I didn't approach you for that. She reminded him of the secret he wanted to tell. Footsteps echoed on the carpet. He began to tell of a family heirloom, a secret long buried. Lavielle stepped into the dark room, the lantern illuminating it. She began to tell of a legendary sword, one that could grant any wish. Both stood before a mysterious object covered in red cloth. Lavielle added that to make a wish, a harsh condition was required. The mysterious curtain was lifted, revealing the hidden item. In the shattered mirror, a fiery red sword appeared, tinged with sorrow. Kim Gongja stood silently, watching. The fiery red sword, sharp and cold, pierced through Lavielle's reflection in the mirror. Shiny shook violently, as if sensing the presence of an older sister. Time passed on the face of the antique clock. Kim Gongja continued, asserting that this was the wish-granting sword, a family heirloom, but one that came with a terrible condition. The condition was starkly clear. For the wish to come true, the user had to personally plunge the sword through their own heart. Kim Gongja was stunned. His hand glowed, while Shiny trembled, signaling the surging energy of older sister. Shiny confirmed this was the prayer sword, the third sister of the guardian holy sword. Lavielle whispered that this was before she became a regressor. She recounted her painful past, when the crown prince betrayed her, having an affair with Lady Goldenflower. In her fury, she used the sword, wishing that her love would be eternal. Her past self was pierced by the sword. Lavielle looked down, her red eyes brimming with tears. Her love had truly become eternal. Lavielle explained that even if she died, she didn't truly die, and her feelings for the crown prince remained unchanged forever. Her heart had become eternal from that day on. Kim Gongja was stunned, his eyes wide. He asked again in confusion, You said you want my heart? Lavielle gently took his hand, her face sad. I can't feel a heartbeat. I'm sorry, but I don't have a heart to give you. In the shattered mirror, a fiery red heart, encased in silver, stared back, like a reminder of eternity and pain. Kim Gongja gripped her hand tightly, pulling her along. Help me. It's time to finish what we're doing today. He was decisive, not wanting to prolong it further. The cold metal rang out, like a bell signaling that something was about to begin. Fresh red blood gushed out, staining the ground, dyeing the entire space crimson. Amidst the foul-smelling pool of blood, Kim Gongja held Lavielle tightly, his eyes wary. She trembled and uttered, Lady Silver Lily, this island. Lavielle's crimson eyes widened, horror clearly visible. My nightmare, she whispered, her voice choked. Butler, don't let your guard down, Lavielle instructed, blood still flowing. From this moment, the world has completely transformed, separated from the outside. Blood surged, forming a world of its own. The heart covered in silver has been revealed. A mysterious narration echoed. From the sea of blood, a giant mouth opened, growling, Crown Prince, you are truly detestable. The hateful sound echoed. In her memory, Lavielle recalled the Crown Prince who once gently picked flowers and wiped her tears. You are still a good person. You just have a fragile heart. Lavielle raised her hand, and light flared. She wondered, what meaning did love for someone born great hold? Kim Gongja held Lavielle tightly, his gaze resolute. She declared, Even if you are detestable, guiding you is true love. I love you, Your Highness. Kim Gongja gritted his teeth, anger flaring. Did you see how Lady Goldenflower seduced the crown prince? It's disgusting. A demonic figure appeared, bringing with it a chilling sensation. This feeling, it's like Demon King. Chu Yu, Kim Gongja exclaimed. The sea of blood continued to surge, the power of the heart covered in silver becoming clearer and stronger than ever. This is the power of a constellation, Kim Gongja said, his sword glowing with a brilliant purple light. Her family and the royal family have arranged our engagement. In her memory, the crown prince stood before Lavielle, resolute. I don't care that this engagement was decided by adults. Today, I have come to formally propose to you. The crown prince smiled, his eyes full of hope. Lavielle, when we are a little older, will you marry me? Yes, your highness, she replied. Vows of eternal love echoed in the blood-red space. You will be the only one I love. I, too, will only love your highness. A faded promise, sweet yet tragic. But that vow was now just a deep scar. Bastard! Lavielle screamed in her mind, her fury directly reaching him. Evading responsibility after those words. Humans are truly a forgetful bunch. Suddenly, the blade in Kim Gongja's hand erupted in brilliant flames, as if devouring all sorrow and hatred. Dazzling light tore through the darkness, revealing terrifying power. Heavenly demonic divine art. Amidst the raging sea of fire, Lavielle appeared, sword in hand, majestic yet tragic. Heavenly demonic divine art, 8th form, sword sacrifice. Outside the memory, Kim Gongja swung his sword, defeating the enemy with a single strike. Shiny exclaimed, "Oh, he's become strong enough to handle these small fries in one blow?" But in his mind, Kim Gongja felt a bone-piercing pain. He clenched his fist, astonished. She has grown so much. Since when? He looked at her, a solitary figure in the empty hall, and uttered the fated question. Since when did she become a constellation? She softly replied, her red-rimmed eyes filled with sorrow. The entity just now was the constellation's guardian spirit, and I created them. It happened the moment I stabbed myself in the heart. The mirror shattered, blood splattering as if in proof. That means this world originally had no constellations. It's hard to say if it existed and was then killed, or if it never existed at all. Kim Gongja looked at the red-haired spirit, listening to the explanation. It seems the constellation killer killed this world's original constellation. These demons are getting stronger, not just in number, but also in power. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her gaze distant. And when this world reaches the 10th day, even unwillingly, when the 10th day repeated, I became the representative of this world. The world's time began to revolve around me. The red-haired spirit mused. This isn't the usual way to become a god. If we consider it in terms of martial arts, she has become a deity through a heretical path. The sword was bound by crimson chains, emitting an eerie energy. Even though the sword she stabbed into the mirror was just a fragment, it is still the guardian goddess, a holy relic. If someone uses their own heart to stab it, they will become a constellation, even unwillingly. Kim Gongja pondered, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Worse, her body has transformed to withstand the karma of defeating a constellation, something a mortal body cannot do. Although not a complete constellation yet, this is still the result of many coincidental factors. Lavielle asked him if he was disappointed, knowing the truth about the sword. Kim Gongja was astonished, not understanding her meaning. She admitted that his words were true, that those demons were her familiar spirits, the whispers in her dreams. Lavielle spoke of the vow of eternal love, and how she had to cleanse every stain, every flaw from that love herself, every day. She pointed out that the demons Kim Gongja saw were the embodiment of her disappointment, frustration, and desire for compensation within her heart. Lavielle's crimson eyes pierced through the broken mirror shard, looking directly at Kim Gongja, and she softly asked, "Isn't it truly disgusting?" She turned her back, declaring that she would retract the love she had bestowed, a cold statement concealing deep pain. He stepped closer, and she continued, saying that she intentionally brought him here to shatter the illusion he was holding on to. Kim Gongja stood beside her, his gaze directed at the shattered mirror, and he gently repeated her question. Disappointed? He turned his gaze firm and questioned her back. You asked me if this was disgusting? Duchess Lavielle, he said, this is not enough for me to be disappointed in you. She was stunned, unable to believe her ears. He held her tightly from behind, a crimson sword hovering as if protecting them. You just told me your secret. A truly disgusting person would never reveal their heart to another. Kim Gongja smiled, asserting, if you think this will make me leave, then you are mistaken. I love you not because you are not disgusting. Lavielle stepped back, her voice trembling. You've only loved me for one day. Your words are all lies. He looked at her affectionately, asking in return, what if I've only loved you for a day?
If I loved you for a year, or 1,000 years, would that be acceptable? Could I come back then? In Laville's eyes, he was sharing his heart. She realized he understood her pain and hatred, because he was also living a similar life. His words touched her deeply. Kim Gongja leaned down, gently placing a kiss on Laville's forehead, like a vow. Kim Gongja declared he would make Laville love him, regardless of her captive heart or memories of the crown prince. The vow echoed in the magnificent space. He smiled confidently, revealing that they were both the only regressors. We have an endless amount of time to enjoy, to the point where you might feel suffocated. I will do my best. Laville questioned if he intended to repeat the last 10 days forever. Kim Gongja replied, his eyes firm, that he was already too accustomed to reliving similar days. What if I grow to hate you and drive you away? She asked, her gaze distant, still holding a hint of doubt and caution. His hand clasped hers tightly, an unshakable promise. I will disappear, but that will never happen. He held her close, whispering proudly, You never hated the crown prince, and I am much better than him. A challenging declaration. She closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed. This isn't good. The words escaped like a sigh, her heart beginning to waver. With hurried footsteps, Kim Gongja rushed away. In his mind, he affirmed that all efforts were worthwhile for her sake. Another butler rushed to report to Laville, asking about the unusual commotion late at night. Kim Gongja, with a surprised expression, heard the news. My lady, Lady Goldenflower, is causing trouble. Under the ethereal pink moonlight, a desperate cry echoed. Butler, where are you? Lady Goldenflower was looking for him. Kim Gongja, in his butler's vest, ran barefoot in a hurry. Laville stood there, cloaked, watching his retreating back. He confronted Lady Goldenflower, who was being held back by other butlers at the gate. Lady Goldenflower, you cannot act like this here. In a flashback, Kim Gongja explained to a little girl he would become Laville's personal butler to gather information and complete this stage of the game. The blonde little girl listened, then gently replied, All right. Her eyes were full of understanding. The little girl smiled brightly, accepting his mission. It's all right. It's for the mission. Just do what you need to do, Death Sovereign. The curly-haired blonde girl, held tightly by two men in vests, screamed in anger, demanding her butler appear immediately. The entire space seemed to tremble with her fury. Amidst the ethereal night, under the glowing pink moonlight, Laville Avancia appeared. She called out to the butler, knowing he was hiding somewhere. Her fiery red eyes gleamed with a coldness, as if facing an uninvited guest. Suddenly, the black-haired butler appeared, his purple eyes showing a hint of surprise. The curly-haired blonde girl cheered with joy, as if she had just found a lost treasure. The curly-haired blonde young lady rushed towards the butler, two men in vests hurrying after her. She chided him, her tone full of worry. I was so worried about you because you haven't returned even though it's so late. She took the butler's hand, her eyes sincere. You are my only butler and also my childhood friend. That means you are more than just a butler to me. Standing opposite the butler, the curly-haired blonde young lady asked, her tone mixed with a hint of shyness. If I asked you to acknowledge that, would it be too much? She smiled brightly, extending her hand in invitation. In any case, you cannot stay here. I'm afraid the flowers in this garden are all poisonous. Come, butler, come home with me right now. Laville Avancia, with her flowing white hair, appeared beside the butler. She looked at the curly-haired blonde girl, coldly uttering two words. Impudent brat. The white-haired young lady continued, her tone full of authority. You have committed a serious crime punishable by death just for causing a disturbance here late at night. This is not a place for you to cause chaos. In the silent space, the curly-haired blonde young lady bowed deeply, facing Laville Avancia and the butler, creating a breathtakingly tense scene. The curly-haired blonde girl raised her head, her purple eyes flashing with cunning, and commanded, Kneel and beg for my forgiveness immediately. The curly-haired blonde young lady smirked, her tone full of provocation. Oh? Are you going to whip me? She continued to challenge, mentioning the crown prince and whip marks on her calves. The two men in vests behind the butler clearly showed horror. The butler could only ask in return, Really? Laville Avancia stood there, her white hair blowing in the wind, her gaze firm. She responded to the provocation with a cold statement. Then, go ahead, she continued, her tone eerily calm. I like how you're trying to create more school day memories. I will help you achieve that as a noble of our empire. Laville Avancia commanded decisively. Bring the whip here. The two men in vests panicked, one stammering a mention of the crown prince. But she dismissed it, disregarding the consequences. Laville Avancia smiled coldly, her blood-red eyes blazing, declaring that her left hand was still empty. An implicit reminder of the weapon about to be brought. The two butlers rushed away, their faces panicked. In the distance, Kim Gongja walked silently, like a ghost in the deep violet night. My butler.
A young woman with curly blonde hair appeared, questioning Kim Gongja. She demanded back what belonged to her, not hiding her anger. The young woman recounted waiting since morning, then hearing rumors that he had become Lavielle Evancia's butler. The smile on her lips concealed jealousy and resentment. She asserted that Lavielle had found his weakness to threaten him, and swore she wouldn't let Lavielle take anything else, not even the crown prince's love or his loyalty. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cold as ice, the inquisitor of the cult. When spring comes. The blonde young woman looked up, asking again in confusion. Kim Gongja was stunned, his face shattering like pieces of glass. He exclaimed, disbelieving, "What the hell are you talking about?" One of the two butlers tremblingly offered a whip, which Lavielle Evancia took with a mysterious smile. She called her opponent's name, Sylvia Avenay. Lavielle Evancia swung the whip, declaring punishment for Sylvia Avenay for causing a disturbance and trespassing on ducal territory. This punishment, by imperial decree. Sylvia Avenay looked up, a defiant smile on her face. She asked, "Apology?" Then affirmed that she knew her own sins better than anyone. She continued, her tone full of sarcasm, that her sin was having received the great love of the crown prince, despite being merely the daughter of a baron's family from the countryside. Sylvia Avenay looked directly at Lavielle, apologizing for accepting that love, and apologizing for being loved more. She asked, was that enough of an apology? Suddenly, the crown prince appeared, holding a blazing torch. He shouted her name, Sylvia, his face filled with worry and panic. The crown prince rushed forward, embracing Sylvia Avenay, hastily asking if she was all right, if she was hurt anywhere. His love for her was clear. He turned to Lavielle Evancia, angrily calling her wicked woman, and questioning how she dared to treat Sylvia Avenay so cruelly. Lavielle Evancia covered her mouth, smirking. She reminded the crown prince, her tone terrifyingly calm. "Your Highness, this is the law of our empire." The blonde prince, his face contorted with indignation, roared, questioning, "How can the law be more important than a human being?" He continued to attack Lavielle Evancia, accusing her of merely paying lip service to the empire, but in reality only bullying Sylvia. "That's why you're a wicked witch." Lavielle Evancia, her eyes blazing red, looked directly at the prince, issuing a challenge. "Do you intend to eliminate me?" The blonde prince held Sylvia Avenay tightly, his gaze fixed on the gate. "Sylvia, let's go. You can't stay in a place like this." Sylvia Avenay, her purple eyes wide with shock, suddenly uttered a name, Butler. Kim Gongja, in his elegant butler attire, stood silently before the mansion gate, his gaze pensive. He whispered, as if questioning himself or activating something. Status window. A virtual interface appeared, clearly displaying Sylvia Avenay, along with her preferred genre, character, and storyline choices, accompanied by the text, Lavielle Evancia. "I won't let you have anything." Kim Gongja closed his eyes, his face pained, as if enduring a powerful blow from within. Sylvia Avenay, her purple eyes shining brightly, looked directly at Kim Gongja, offering a captivating smile. "Will you come with me?" A small blonde girl with a radiant smile also called him by his title, Death Sovereign. Sylvia Avenay asked again, her eyes full of anticipation. "Butler?" She extended her hand, inviting Kim Gongja. He still stood there, raising a hand to cover his face, his eyes bewildered. "You will come with me, won't you?" Kim Gongja gripped his arm, firmly replying, "I'm thinking of staying by Lady Silver Lily's side for a while." Sylvia Avenay, her purple eyes, reflecting confusion, questioned him. "Do you really not understand the current situation?" The blonde prince embraced Sylvia, turning his back to Kim Gongja, explaining that she had endured humiliation to escape Lavielle. "And yet you still refuse my hand?" Kim Gongja was synchronizing with his character. A system notification appeared, confirming that the connection had reached its maximum level. He bowed his head, his calm voice uttering an apology. "I still have unfinished business here." Another synchronization notification, like a reminder of fate. The blonde prince turned away, his tone full of sarcasm. "What a convenient excuse," he questioned, suspecting Kim Gongja had been enchanted by Lavielle. Sylvia scoffed, her purple eyes glinting with contempt. She looked at Kim Gongja as if he were a ridiculous joke. Lavielle Evancia coldly declared, unconcerned by her opponent's schemes. "You won't be able to shake my relationship with the butler." She ordered Sylvia out of her sight. Sylvia smiled, taking the blonde prince's hand, and asked, "Will you come with me?" The prince hesitated, but still replied, "Yes." Two torch-bearing men frantically called out names, trying to chase after the fleeing prince and Lady Goldenflower. The situation became tense. Beneath the mystical purple sky, Kim Gongja and Lavielle Evancia stood majestically before the grand castle, a scene both magnificent and serene. From above, Kim Gongja, barefoot and holding a gun, walked with Lavielle Evancia on the stone path. A strange contrast. Kim Gongja turned to Lavielle, his gaze firm. "You've done enough. Go back inside." His voice held both concern and determination. Laville Evanja looked at him, her red eyes reflecting confusion. What are you going to do? She seemed worried about Kim Gongja's impending actions. Laville Evanzia turned her back, looking towards the flower bushes. I want to look at the flowers for a bit before going in. I want to be alone, so everyone, please leave. Laville Evanzia turned back, ordering the butler to rest. Meanwhile, the red-haired spirit whispered, urging Kim Gongja to seize the opportunity while she was vulnerable. The red-haired spirit angrily roared as Kim Gongja ignored his advice, still standing there motionless. He looked at Laville, his eyes full of thought. I can go without sleep for a few days. Aren't you tired? A question implying deep concern. Laville Evanzia gently closed her eyes, fatigue clearly visible on her face. I want to say no, but I'm actually a little tired. She admitted her exhaustion. Laville was immersed in a purple space, her mind heavy. This is already the 14th regression, she told herself. 140 days, trying to guide the crown prince. It's too difficult. At her feet, the butler's silhouette appeared. A warm voice echoed, dispelling her loneliness. You are no longer alone. He smiled, his gaze firm. You have me. As long as there are people who understand their love, humanity will overcome everything. A red-haired spirit appeared, asking doubtfully. Is that so? Kim Gongja replied firmly. Yes, surprisingly. Laville turned her face away, her fiery red eyes flashing with determination. You've misunderstood something, she coldly declared. Laville stood amidst the temporal vortex. I repeat the last 10 days of my life, while you return to before your death. It looks similar, but it's not. The energy current swirled intensely. She continued to explain, one of us will regress earlier than the other. The two were separated by a band of energy. Whoever regresses first will forget. The other will be trapped. We are two parallel lines, never to meet. She looked at him, her eyes full of sorrow. I understand you, but that's all. The two of us cannot have a life together. Amidst the fantastical castle scenery, Laville whispered, your confession is beautiful, but perhaps it's only beautiful because it will never come true. He spun around, his face full of surprise. What if it could come true? He unexpectedly retorted. Laville gently raised a hand to her lips, her eyes sad. What ifs don't exist in this world? She replied. Kim Gongja looked directly at her, his gaze firm. I will definitely keep my promise, he boldly declared. He turned his back, his voice resolute. I'm not saying this to win your heart. Nor am I a deceiver with meaningless words. He turned back to look at her, his eyes full of hope. What if I help you escape this eternal 10-day cycle? He asked. Laville was surprised, but he still smiled. How arrogant, she said. I know, he replied, but I still want to help you. He declared his love, affirming that she was the one he loved, then asked if that was arrogance in her eyes. She questioned his intentions. He embraced her from behind, draped his cloak over her shoulders, and begged her to stay with him until the end of the world. He smiled, hoping she would help him love her more, while also realizing he had synchronized 100% with the character in his new role. The secret to clearing this stage, according to Laville, was to make her so deeply immersed in his love that she couldn't escape his embrace. He chuckled to himself, confident that this challenging method would work, because his heart had already skipped a beat just from her holding his hand. She accepted the challenge, touched his cheek, and declared that she would take responsibility for teaching him about love. He asked if it was enough, while the system reported synchronization, and Laville, blushing, confirmed. Laville sighed, wondering how he could be so naive and still survive in this harsh world. He calmly replied, revealing a horrifying truth. He had died countless times. He leaned close to her, asking if her heart would flutter at this display of weakness, and she merely scoffed in response. He smiled, saying he understood her after seeing her argue with Lady Goldenflower and wanted to challenge her. She sarcastically called him a love expert, but he countered that being loved was as important as loving. He closed his eyes, smiling, asserting that Laville was even more naive than Lady Goldenflower when it came to being loved. He leaned close to her face, his gaze intense, leaving Laville stunned. The system reported 49% synchronization, he whispered, wanting her to keep talking because he liked her voice. He leaned close to her, complimented her white teeth and red tongue, then teased her about Lady Goldenflower having stolen the crown prince from her. He leaned close to her, his breath fanning her face. Why did you stop talking? I haven't admired your tongue enough yet. The suggestive teasing made the atmosphere even more tense. His deep purple eyes locked onto her, asking a loaded question. Have you surrendered yet? She replied with a faint yes, as if caught in his vortex. She turned her face away, pondering his words. Make me so infatuated that I can't escape your grasp. She realized he was a thrill seeker, speaking dangerous words, full of confidence, and utterly fearless. At their feet, pristine white petals gently fell. He calmly stated that after 14 regressions, he wouldn't mind being freed, even if only for a moment. He gently placed a kiss on her forehead. She thought to herself, fight fire with fire. What the Crown Prince had done today was truly outrageous, and she wouldn't let it continue. He lightly stroked her earlobe, asking if she would abandon the Crown Prince. She replied that her heart had turned into a constellation, trapped in the night sky, unable to let go. But then, she wanted to become a villain, someone who crossed the line. Her eyes flashed with fierce determination, a bold intention just ignited. Amidst the scattered petals, she declared decisively, "From today, I will have an affair with you." He was surprised, blurting out a bewildered, "Huh?" He looked down, pondering her words. "So, she's my first love." He wondered if she loved him, then quickly denied it. This feeling didn't feel right at all. She reminded him that he was the butler and childhood friend of Lady Goldenflower. He sneered, asking again, "An affair?" Then imagined the faces of her and the Crown Prince when they found out. She hesitated, wanting something more romantic. She asked if he only wanted to use her to get revenge on those two. He looked at her, asking back, "Do you hate that idea?" His eyes were full of challenge. In the castle's splendid garden, her bare feet and his shoes stood side by side, like a promise for a daring conspiracy. Suddenly, he lifted her up, her black shoes falling to the cold ground. This moment was like a declaration that she completely belonged in his arms. He leaned down, giving her a deep kiss. In his arms, she softly called her own name, as if affirming this crazy choice. He looked at her, asking if she still remembered the lesson he had taught about love when they first started talking. Her red eyes blinked softly, as if reminiscing. She whispered that love began with meeting a villain. He leaned close to her ear, smiling as he confirmed, "That's right." Their destiny had been written from that moment. A brilliant pink screen appeared, with sparkling white text seemingly merging into a stream of energy, signaling a major event about to unfold. In the splendid villa courtyard, white-haired Laville Avancia stood alone, her pristine white dress fluttering in the wind. She whispered, like a vow, that she would become the first villain for him. In another space, the red-haired man smiled meaningfully. He remarked that both of them were crazy and strangely suited for each other, congratulating them on their first love, even if it was just a secret affair. Back in reality, Kim Gong-ja stood before a mirror, coughing dryly. Even in his role as a butler, he couldn't avoid sudden bouts of pain. He adjusted his black bow tie neatly, his movements decisive, but his eyes still harboring worry. Kim Gong-ja looked straight into the void, uttering her name, Lavielle, a name carrying so many emotions and destiny. Immediately, a pink status board appeared before his eyes, with the words Laville Avancia and the message synchronizing with your character inverted. He wondered in surprise. Just calling her name made the status window appear. He mumbled that perhaps he had truly fallen in love. The Death Sovereign status board was clearly displayed, listing skills and blessings. His life, secrets, relationships, and even jealousy were all described in a terrifyingly simple manner. The screen continued to display likes and dislikes regarding story genres, characters, and plotlines. He looked at the status bar with 5 pink hearts bearing his name, wondering how he appeared in the eyes of others. He turned his back to the mirror, sighing in relief. Thank goodness, he thought. I'm still Kim Gong-ja. He had retained his true self. A close-up of his face, his gaze resolute. He told himself not to be swallowed by the role like the cult inquisitor. His plan would continue, and he would execute it. In the mirror, the image of the red-haired man appeared, and he called out Sword Emperor. The other person replied in surprise. He instructed the red-haired man, "If I get swallowed by the butler role, please do something for me." The red-haired man looked at him gravely, warning that when synchronization reached 100%, he wouldn't be able to hear his own voice or even remember his skills. Both of them had to prevent that. Kim Gong-ja held a green gem, his eyes resolute. 99%, he said. This is the last line of defense. It cannot increase any further. Understood? Kim Gong-ja instructed that if he exceeded 99% synchronization, he must be stopped at all costs. The red-haired spirit coughed lightly, doubtful, wondering if such a strong mind as his could truly be so worried. Of course, Kim Gong-ja replied, adjusting his tie, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He would intentionally push the synchronization rate to its highest level. The red-haired spirit was astonished, warning that if he did so, he would be trapped. But Kim Gong-ja remained firm. He couldn't reveal his plan, only he knew it. He would exploit a system loophole to break this stage. The red-haired spirit's eyes narrowed, filled with worry. "Help me if I'm in danger," Kim Gong-ja instructed, his voice calm but full of hidden meaning. Kim Gong-ja turned his back and walked away decisively. He trusted that the red-haired spirit would become the strongest, And now, he had to go help his lover. The antique clock ticked, time passing. Kim Gong-ja mused, thinking about La Vie Levanzia. She must have been exhausted, fighting demons night after night, cleaning up the messes of the Crown Prince or Lady Goldenflower. In the splendid room, Kim Gong-ja knelt by the bed, looking at the pale La Vie Levanzia. "You must be exhausted," he whispered, understanding that this was why she had to miss school today. La Vie Levanzia smiled faintly, closing her eyes. "Don't worry," she said. "Things have always been this way since my first regression." Kim Gong-ja listened silently. La Vie Levanzia continued, explaining that things had gotten even worse since she stabbed the mirror with her sword, causing her heart to disappear. She continued, "The Emperor's decree for both her and Lady Goldenflower was also a reason. Even if she became Empress, she would die young, have difficulty bearing children, and thus be unworthy of the position." A violent cough interrupted her words. Kim Gong-ja quickly offered a hot cup of tea, his eyes filled with worry. She took the teacup, taking a warm sip. "Thank you," she said, her breathing gradually steadying. La Vie Levanzia was surprised, asking how he knew she liked tea with a lot of honey. Kim Gong-ja calmly replied that the previous apostles had left behind a guide. Kim Gong-ja frowned slightly. He explained that Lady Silver Lily had a poor sense of taste and preferred strong flavors. He was only following what had been recorded. La Vie Levanzia looked directly at him, her eyes sharp. "So, you'll be just like them?" she asked, her voice full of hidden meaning. Kim Gong-ja turned his face away, asserting that he was not like them, only referring to her words. La Vie Levanzia looked at him, a slight smirk on her lips, remarking that he was quite impertinent. She took a sip of tea, her gaze still fixed on him. "So, what plan have you come up with?" Her voice rang out, filled with scrutiny. Time passed, like an old clock, inadvertently counting each moment. La Vie said these moments were merely a pastime, and one of them would eventually forget. She turned her face away, her silver hair flowing like a cascade. "You've probably never entrusted your life to anyone, have you?" Her words were like a sharp needle. Kim Gong-ja smiled confidently, his eyes resolute. "Trust me, even if it's not true love, I am the one you chose. I am not useless at all." Images of combat and danger flashed by. He emphasized that there are times when one needs to rely on others, and that is precisely her situation now. Kim Gong-ja looked at her, his voice softening. "You've carried too much. Throughout 14 regressions, you always thought you had to be strong, had to save everything. Are you exhausted?" "Yes," he replied succinctly. Beside her, pure white lilies seemed to offer comfort. "Please rest for a while." He held the bouquet of lilies, looking out the window, his gaze distant. "I don't want to see the one I love bear everything alone. I hope that when I'm tired, that person will help me, and vice versa." She lowered her head, her eyes red-rimmed. "What's between us is just a false relationship." Her words were like a scratch in the air. He gazed at the white flowers, resolute. "It doesn't matter, because I am very serious about this." She looked at him in surprise. "Don't you find this insulting?" He chuckled softly. "Ah, you still don't quite understand me." He smiled confidently, holding the bouquet of lilies. "I am very optimistic. Do you think I'll be discouraged by this false relationship?" "Not at all. I see this as an opportunity. You'll fall in love with me eventually." Her eyes widened in surprise, her voice filled with helplessness. "Good heavens, where does that confidence of yours come from?" He placed the bouquet of lilies in a vase on the balcony. "Because we will have moments that belong only to us. Until you say you despise me, I will never give up." He turned back, offering a warm smile. "I will do my best to become a solid support in your life." Time quietly passed, and night had fallen. The old clock still steadily ticked, like a witness to the promise just made. The night had passed, and dawn was breaking. The Duchess awoke, sword in hand, ready to face destiny. But a firm hand stopped her, with resolute words. "No, you need to rest." He smiled, his eyes resolute. "How can this frail body fight a stronger enemy? Please leave everything to me." His smile vanished. His eyes turned fiery red, power surging like a storm. "I am more than capable of handling everything." A powerful oath. The sword swung up, tearing through the night. Fiery red grotesque figures shrieked in despair. "Are you going to kill us?" Time passed, like a ceaseless river. The clock hands silently spun again, signaling a new day. The Duchess was working when she suddenly looked astonished. The butler, holding a towering stack of papers, sternly said, "Please don't bother with these matters. What are you doing?" Without hesitation, he threw all the papers into the fire, letting them turn to ash. "This world only has a few days left. If the empire collapses because you don't work, then let it collapse." He turned back, offering a reassuring smile. "Consider this a vacation, your own vacation." The fire continued to flicker. The clock hands turned again, marking the rhythm of time. Another day passed in silence. By the sparkling lake, under the cherry blossoms, she leaned against him, her heart full of apprehension. This is the first time I've lived like this. Is it okay to do nothing? I haven't studied for 3 days. He gently reassured her. It's all right. He smiled gently, his eyes full of trust. I will make everything all right. She remained silent. Her heart stirred. She looked up, her red eyes sad. I don't want to rely on you. Her words were filled with emotion. He held her tighter, whispering, Who said I would help you forever? If I need it, I also want you to help me. We just need to rely on each other. She looked up, her red eyes reflecting the sunlight. A stream of thoughts drifted through her mind. Amidst the picturesque scenery, he gently asked, Shall I read some poems you like? She nodded slightly. All right. Time continued to flow quietly. Witnessing these gentle moments, she, Lady Silver Lily, had found a peaceful haven. Amidst the fiery sunset and ancient castle, he and she drifted on a small boat. He asked softly. She replied, an unusual peace settling between them. She looked up, her crimson eyes reflecting the sky. This spring dyes everything white, she whispered, a distant sorrow hidden in her smile. He rowed the boat, listening to her tell of the empire's white spring, the season when flowers bloomed before the magnolias withered. A breathtakingly beautiful yet fragile season. Petals fell gently, blending into the orange-red hues of the sunset. How long has it been since I last saw this sight? She murmured, filled with deep nostalgia. But then, the clock's hands suddenly spun backward. A surge of crimson energy erupted, signaling the rise of the silver heart, a sealed power awakening. Amidst the profound darkness, a cloaked figure swung a blood-soaked sword. Below, she knelt, her crimson eyes burning, her soul submerged in the abyss. The peaceful scene shattered like glass, dyed blood red. The silver heart had fully awakened, transforming the world into a fiery nightmare. He looked up at the sky, horrified. Heavens! Heavens! Is this blood? The entire space was submerged in red, like a terrifying omen. Blood. Blood everywhere. Every drop, every streak, dyed the entire space red, turning everything into a horrifying tableau of destruction. Then an energy surge exploded, tearing through space. The world lay in ruins, with only fragments and the fiery red of the apocalypse remaining. Amidst the sea of blood, she looked at him, her voice filled with anguish. Butler, by your side I find peace. But can I truly trust you? He recalled his own words. We are like two parallel lines. The one who dies first will regress first, and we can never be together. A fated curse. He reached out his hand, and a crimson aura enveloped her. From now on, I will cover you with my spiritual energy, he said, his gaze resolute. Not just your body, but your mind too. And I will do the same for myself, he declared. A crazy yet heartfelt decision. He coldly laid out the plan. I will blow up both our heads at the same time. There's only one way for us to be together, forever. To die, together. He took her hand, his purple eyes gazing deeply into Lavielle Avancia's crimson ones. A calling of her name, a fated vow amidst the sea of blood. Kim Gongja, his eyes burning red, tightly held Laville's hand amidst the sea of blood. The vow echoed like a decisive command. Die with me. In his mind, death was not unfamiliar. He had managed his own deaths, finding easy escapes as people live their ordinary lives. The young man told himself, by simply using spiritual power to blow away his brain, he could end his life without any pain. A simple and quick method, but he did not choose that path, because if he became accustomed to easy deaths, he would lose his vigilance. A screaming silhouette appeared, evidence of the cruel choice. That was also why he had personally ended Yan Di. He did not choose a gentle death. Instead, he sought a more painful, harsher death, so that every sense, every judgment, remained sharp, vivid, and full of fear until the very last moment. On the boat drifting on the sea of blood, Lavielle Avancia looked at him, surrounded by a crimson glow. She said, Today is different. He reassured her. It's all right. Everything will end instantly. Their hands clasped tightly, enveloped by crimson energy. A warm sensation spread, Lavielle whispered. So warm. She felt as if warm water was flowing into her veins. She realized his body temperature was slightly warmer than hers. But then, a feeling of unease surged, making her close her eyes and softly groan. I don't feel well at all. She had never felt this way, despite countless regressions. She didn't want to lose him today, didn't want to regress first and then forget everything about him. Amidst the blood-red water, Kim Gongja's voice rang out, reassuring her. Don't worry. Ghostly figures emerged from the sea of blood, but his voice remained firm, like a promise. I will be by your side. Lavielle's crimson eyes looked straight ahead, as if wanting to pierce his soul. You must take responsibility for making me start to trust someone else again. Her words echoed, laden with both hope and burden. Amidst the raging sea of fire, brilliant golden figures appeared. The executors of the harvesting bull of destruction and the warhorse of the eternal plains had emerged, signaling disaster. Not only that, the executor of the immortal evangelist of happiness was also present. 3 harbingers of calamity, each bearing a grotesque title, appeared simultaneously. Facing the danger, Lavielle and Kim Gongja exchanged glances. They are creatures who don't know how to read the room at all. We'll have to teach them a lesson. Kim Gongja's eyes flashed coldly, a murderous intent hidden in his smile. He declared, "They will have to learn that death awaits anyone who dares to interfere with someone else's love." Lavielle chuckled softly, her crimson eyes also gleaming with approval. "I like what you just said," she laughed, accepting the declaration of war. Beneath the fiery sky, the 2 figures merged into one, unleashing heavenly demon divine art, self-annihilation sword. A blinding light erupted, then everything plunged into oblivion. You are dead. Return to 24 hours ago. A pair of eyes gently opened, blinking softly in the morning light. Kim Gongja awoke. Surrounded by a carpet of wildflowers, glistening with morning dew, a familiar voice rang out. Lavielle, with her silver hair and fiery red dress, leaned down to look at him, asking, "Are you awake?" Under the canopy of vibrant pink cherry blossoms, Kim Gongja sat leaning against the tree trunk. Lavielle stood beside him, chiding, "I can't believe you woke up this late. Truly a pathetic butler." He lifted his head, eyes wide with surprise. In his mind, a big question arose. Did we succeed in retaining our memories when regressing? Lavielle turned her back, her voice reproachful. "Butler, I think you've lied to me a little." She turned back, her red eyes looking straight ahead. "You promised to be with me for the same duration, but I returned 9 days earlier than you." Kim Gongja could only offer a wry smile, a little flustered by her reproach. 9 days, that was not a short amount of time. Lavielle continued to grumble, her tone full of pique. "Even if it's just a fake relationship, how could you abandon the one you love for 9 days? I was so worried. You swore you'd be with me, yet you broke your promise, and then dared to wake up this late?" Without another word, Kim Gongja gently embraced her tightly. Lavielle softly whispered, her voice still a little resentful, "You'll have to compensate me a lot for this mistake." Amidst the forest of crimson flowers, he softly uttered an apology. She gently replied, "It's all right." In his warm embrace, she rested her head against him, her eyes closed. "I can't say that you not being with me on the last day was boring anymore." He smiled, holding her tightly, but she whispered, "That was a lie. It was actually very boring, but I'm good at waiting." He apologized once more, while a system notification appeared. "You are synchronizing with your character. 71%. She softly said, "I forgive you." He looked deep into her eyes, his voice warm and low. "My lady, I need a favor. I apologize, but could you wait just a little longer?" She raised her hand, gently counting down the days. 8 days, 7 days, 6 days. I'll reduce it day by day, until we can be together from the very first day, she said, surprising him. She chuckled. "You're so shameless. You're asking me to die 9 more times." He asked if she was in pain. She replied, "No, but you're terrible for wanting to take my life so many times, even after already taking it once." He gazed at her intently, softly asking, "May I kiss you?" Under a shower of rose petals, their lips met. A cold notification appeared. "You have died." Returning to 24 hours ago, once again, they kissed in the magnificent grand hall, and death came again. "You have died." And then, under the canopy of pristine white flowers, the fated kiss occurred again, followed by the curse, "You have died." He woke up again, in a different setting, with her in his arms. She teased, "You brushed your teeth before coming, right?" He replied, "I think I'll exercise my right to remain silent." He hugged her, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "That's not fair." She caressed his cheek, her voice full of hidden meaning. "You've made me wait a total of 39 days. With this small bit of selfishness from me, you'll feel less guilty. You should be thanking me." He blushed and turned away. "So we've been kissing for 39 days. That sounds embarrassing. Don't say it anymore." A tight embrace, an eternal kiss. Under the brilliant sunset, 2 figures merged, vanishing like smoke. "You have died." The cruel curse echoed again, ending a cycle of suffering. But death was not the end. Time rewound, returning to 24 hours ago. A pair of hurried feet rushed off, carrying an urgent command. "Death Sovereign." In the magnificent hall, the blonde girl frantically asked the man in the vest about Lady Silver Lily's whereabouts. Where is she? Her voice, full of worry, signaled something ominous. Suddenly, the girl remembered. Oh no! She said she'd wait in the garden in front of the dormitory. A glimmer of hope? Or just the beginning of a new tragedy? The Death Sovereign stood there, facing a blinding light, as if looking directly into fate. He had arrived, but would it be in time? Not in time. The light of death swallowed everything again. She, in her dark blue dress, stood there, accepting her fate. You have died. The curse echoed once more. The cruel loop was endless. Time rewound again, returning to 24 hours ago. What must he do to break this curse? The magnificent hall, with its exquisitely carved ceiling, witnessed countless repeated moments. A luxurious world, yet also a prison of time. He appeared, in a stylish vest, a faint smile on his lips. But hidden deep within those purple eyes was the weariness of hundreds of regressions. She, Lady Silverlily, stood gracefully in her blue dress, her red eyes burning like fire. She had waited, and would continue to wait, until he found a way out. His footsteps were steady on the patterned tiles. Each step was a resolve, a promise not to let tragedy repeat. She also walked, her blue high heels tapping softly on the stone floor, elegant, yet full of melancholy, like a fading flower. Amidst the crowded banquet hall, he embraced her, a moment that broke all rules, leaving onlookers stunned. Their eyes met, and a whisper echoed. Is this still our first day? No, this is our eternal first day. Beneath the magnificent archway, the fated kiss was exchanged. As long as they both wished it, the first day would last forever, defying all-time loops. The blonde girl looked up, her blue eyes wide with surprise. A strange feeling permeated the air, as if something had just happened that she hadn't quite grasped. Did I miss something? She whispered, full of doubt. In the splendid hall, two figures merged in a passionate kiss, oblivious to all eyes. Around them, whispers and murmurs rose like crashing waves, signaling an impending storm. A black-haired man and a brown-haired girl stood stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before them. What the hell? What's going on? I must be seeing things, right? Bewildered questions burst out. The red-haired spirit clutched its head, screaming in agony and rage. Why can't I just peacefully pass on? Why do I have to face this garbage after death? Why do I have to see you blush like this? You shameful zombie, curses echoed, full of hatred. In the young man's purple eyes, chaotic thoughts appeared. What's going on here? That butler definitely belongs to Lady Golden Cup. The reactions are slowly coming. If His Majesty hears about this, Lady Silverlily should belong to the Crown Prince. All eyes were on them, and rumors began to spread. The blonde-haired Crown Prince, his face full of shock, confronted her. Lady Silverlily, what are you doing? His voice trembled, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The black-haired young man gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Laville Evancia, with an unusually calm expression, apologized. I apologize for causing this disturbance. I should not have done such a thing in public, Your Highness. The blonde-haired Crown Prince's face changed color. His blue eyes wide with horror and confusion. A small ah escaped, as if all words were stuck in his throat. She bowed her head, presenting a petition. Please punish me, for I have committed a great sin. I will gladly accept. The blonde-haired Crown Prince asked in shock. Punish you? The blonde-haired Crown Prince reached out, taking the stack of papers from her. What is this? He asked, his voice still full of skepticism. She raised her head, her red eyes gleaming with determination. It's a withdrawal application. Her words were decisive, without a hint of hesitation. The blonde-haired Crown Prince skimmed the petition, his face growing paler by the moment. I have prepared a punishment. As Your Highness's generous nature would make it difficult for you to choose one for me, I will withdraw from the Academy and quietly reflect on my actions until this process is complete. Please grant me this permission, Your Highness. I will not receive any private visits, exclaimed Laville. She held the black-haired young man's hand, turned her back, and walked away, leaving behind a Crown Prince and others still in shock. I am very grateful for Your Highness's permission, she said, her tone still unusually calm. The two held hands tightly, dashing through the grand corridor, leaving behind all gazes and gossip. The future ahead, however uncertain, could not stop them. She looked back, her long silver hair fluttering in the wind. Is this really okay? Her heart pounded, like a reminder of the bold decision just made. Kim Gong-ja pondered, his gaze distant. He questioned Laville's love for the Crown Prince, wondering if it still lingered when her heart had been given to her destined mirror. A big question remained unanswered, full of mystery. But then, he suddenly remembered the suffering that scoundrel had caused her. More importantly, Laville was happy now. As long as she was happy, Everything was worth it, he told himself, his resolve stronger than ever. If she's happy, then everything is fine. Kim Gong-ja affirmed silently, then decisively called out someone's name, as if he had made a final decision for this tumultuous journey. KD. Immediately, the blonde-haired girl appeared, full of energy, her blue eyes wide with surprise. She playfully asked, her tone full of curiosity, "How are we going to clear this stage?" The girl was still in shock, questioning Kim Gong-ja with a sulky expression. "And why did you two kiss just now? I don't understand anything at all." Her innocence made the situation both funny and awkward. Furthermore, when I see you two together, my heart pounds. What do you think this illness is? The blonde-haired girl continued to wonder. Kim Gong-ja replied curtly, "Heartache." Then he continued. Kim Gong-ja decisively declared that he would handle this stage himself, telling the girl to rest, as if on vacation. The blonde-haired girl happily replied, asserting that she would act as she pleased, which made him a little worried. "Even so, you are not to kill anyone," Kim Gong-ja sternly instructed. "Nor are you to cruelly punish, kidnap, or imprison anyone for information." The girl innocently asked back, "Then I can't do anything?" He sighed softly, reassuring the girl. "There will be work for you later. Until then, just sit in the corner of the room and read picture books. A humorous grounding, but also full of hidden meaning." The blonde-haired girl stood before the magnificent castle, unexpectedly receiving a notification. "I just received a notification that my role-playing rate has increased. What does this mean?" she asked confusedly, not understanding what was happening. Kim Gong-ja gently explained as they both walked under the brilliant sunset. "That's heartache." The blonde-haired girl nodded as if she understood, though perhaps still vague about the true meaning. A luxurious carriage sped away on the cobblestone road. The calm driver steered, taking the couple away from the scandalous place, towards an uncertain future, the sound of hooves gradually fading. Inside the carriage, La Vieille Avancia calmly looked out, her snow-white hair reflecting the sunset. She coldly predicted, "I'm sure the entire empire will be in an uproar tomorrow." She continued to analyze, her tone sharp. "First, there will be about 200 letters sent throughout the capital's nobility. As for my hometown, there will be about 10 of which will be sent directly to my father." Finally, she concluded, her sharp gaze directed at Kim Gong-ja. "Even His Majesty might send an envoy. Gong-ja, propose a solution to this problem for me." He was utterly surprised. "What? Wait, did you just call me Gong-ja?" Laville continued to assess the situation, her fiery red eyes holding contempt. The young man beside her was still stunned by the way she called his name. She looked up at the magnificent castle, where she had been imprisoned for too long, her voice filled with disgust and weariness. Someone Academy, she explained, was actually a tool of the emperor. It gathered the children of nobles, indoctrinating them with uniform ideologies to consolidate imperial power. Behind the glamorous facade of tradition and order, she exposed, lay envy, vanity, greed, and lust. A truly disgusting, true face. "The empire I intended to rule does not exist there," she said coldly, then wondered if the crown prince knew this truth. The young man shivered slightly, deep in thought. Noticing she was overwhelmed, the young man quickly reassured her. "Let's leave the empire business for later. You're taking on too much already." He leaned down, his gaze complex. "For now, you only need to think of me. Just that alone is enough to make my head want to explode." A creaking sound echoed. She suddenly turned her head, her fiery red eyes looking directly at him, calling his name with a hidden meaning. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, her words uttered with a full threat. "If you leave a scar on my heart, I will kill you." His hand gently rested on hers. "Do you understand?" she asked. "I understand," he replied, his voice firm. She leaned close to his face, her eyes scrutinizing. "Then tell me, what have you understood?" Outside, the carriage still jolted. He affirmed resolutely, "I will never harm your soul. If I accidentally cause you suffering, I will apologize." Her hand glowed with a blue light, intertwining tightly with his. "I think you need to understand this more clearly," she said, her voice full of hidden meaning. She raised her hand to her neck, mimicking a strangling motion. "If you betray me, I want you to strangle me with your own hands," she declared, her eyes blazing. "Don't use aura. Use your bare hands," she continued. "Kill me repeatedly until the memory of our encounter vanishes from the world." He was utterly stunned. She declared she would punish him with her own death, even if it took hundreds, thousands of days. A cruel curse, stained with blood. Laville's crimson eyes fixed on him. She wanted him to live his entire life in torment, knowing that she would never forgive a traitor. In the silent space, she asked about his immortality. He affirmed it. She said coldly, "If you betray me, you will be banished to eternal hell." He replied softly, accepting the harsh condition. She turned her head, demanding that he confess all his hidden secrets, without hesitation. Light flared from his palm. He revealed a shocking secret. The skill, Ghoul Reincarnation, the reincarnation of a corpse-eating demon. The skill panel appeared, explaining the power to summon the dead. Laville realized if she died by his hand, he could summon her back. He calmly stated that because he had died with her 9 times, he could summon up to 9 versions of her, but he had no intention of doing so. Laville didn't blink. She added a cruel condition. If he betrayed her, he must personally tear apart and destroy his ghoul reincarnation skill. He gently touched her hand, a silent promise. "I will," he said. "I'm sorry for not telling you sooner." She looked at him, her voice softening. "I will forgive you if you promise me one thing." He raised his head, ready to listen. Her words echoed like a command. "Do not die without my permission. Do not easily throw away your life, for you are my beloved. Fight until your last breath." Her hand gently caressed his cheek. He looked at her, nodding slightly, accepting that harsh vow. She turned her head to look out the splendid window, her gaze distant. "Now tell me, what do you want from me?" He hugged her tightly from behind, burying his face in her silver hair. "A sincere plea. I want you to trust me when I ask you to trust." Amidst the brilliant sunset, she softly whispered, "An eternal promise. I will always trust you." A rare moment of peace. On the bustling street, Duchess Laville Avanzia and butler Kim Gongja walked side by side. She declared she wanted a 10-day vacation without any worries, while he praised her diligence profusely. Kim Gongja smiled, his eyes holding absolute approval for Laville's bold ideas. They stood before a magnificent castle. Laville whispered that no one would remember how much chaos they caused, while Kim Gongja praised her for understanding his intentions so well. In the luxurious room, Laville looked at Kim Gongja, remarking that he was a real bastard. He merely smiled, asking her where she wanted to sit. Kim Gongja's suitcase was placed on the floor, making a resounding thud. He suggested hiring a theater troupe to entertain them. And so, 6 theater troupes with all kinds of actors gathered in full force, ready for special performances. Laville leaned against Kim Gongja, her fiery red eyes sparkling. She confessed her long-held desire, something she had always cherished. Covering half her face with a red lace fan, Laville revealed a crazy wish. 6 troupes would perform simultaneously on one large stage. 2 seasoned actors listened in surprise. Laville assigned 3 troupes for tragedy, 2 for comedy. 2 other young actresses were also stunned as she continued, demanding the remaining troupe perform an opera. Kim Gongja gave a wry smile, admitting that everything would become chaotic. Laville nodded, her eyes full of delight. "Exactly. I want to see a mess." In the splendid theater, the actors were performing overlapping plays. Kim Gongja and Laville sat in the middle of the seats, enjoying the chaos she had created. Kim Gongja burst out laughing, his laughter echoing throughout the auditorium. Laville gently covered her mouth with her fan, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Night fell, and a magnificent villa appeared under the moonlight, harboring new secrets and game. In a luxurious casino, 3 men were tense over a card game. A brown-haired man was cornered, and Laville coldly ordered, "Call." Laville's gloved hand gently waved, signaling the player to fold. She, once again, was in control of the game. The bald nobleman, Baron Reb, trembled and folded, his face pale as if he had just seen a ghost. Laville Avanzia, with her cold beauty, calmly ordered, "Raise the stakes." Gold coins piled up like mountains, and the clinking of coins echoed throughout the casino. Baron Reby sprang up, shouting, "This is tyranny!" The 2 other players also panicked, shirtless, clutching their chests. Kim Gongja spoke up, while Baron Rebe still tried to protest. But Laville merely whispered, "It's fine." She revealed that Baron Rebe had a secret potion-making room, but that crime wasn't enough for her to take his head. The nobleman was utterly surprised. Kim Gongja gently pulled out a chair, inviting Baron Rebe to sit down, as if everything was still under control. Laville looked straight at him, her eyes fiery red. "If you play 10 more rounds with me, I'll overlook this matter today." Night fell, covering a magnificent villa, splendid under the moonlight and twinkling stars. On the large bed, Kim Gongja embraced Laville, gently asking, "Are you happy?" Laville leaned into his embrace, her silver hair flowing like a stream. She softly whispered that this was the first time she wanted to live a little longer. Kim Gongja smiled, a notification appearing. "Integration rate has increased to 76%. Laville surprisingly asked about the number. She explained that it was a mechanism created by the constellation that sent him to this world, indicating his synchronization level with his role as a butler. Kim Gongja further explained that when she called his name, touched his cheek, or was near him, that number would increase. He believed it was increasing right now. Kim Gongja gave a mysterious smile, asking her what would happen when that number reached 100%. Laville told him not to worry, because he had promised to only think of her. She chuckled, calling him cunning. Dawn broke, and Laville and Kim Gongja stood in the middle of the street. She declared this street belonged to her today, then criticized the man pushing a dirty cart. Time passed, and bitter words still echoed. A king fell, while the other slandered his son. There's no bigger bastard than him. They had turned time into their own playground, immersing themselves in joyful moments, forgetting all burdens. Gold coins rained down, and Kim Gongja laughed gleefully, throwing riches to the scrambling crowd. The rich, the poor, all whirled in a materialistic frenzy. As dusk fell, two figures leaned against each other under the cherry blossoms, painting a heartbreakingly romantic picture. By the fountain, they sat, strangely peaceful. The sword beside him seemed to remind them of another world, where this peace was merely an illusion. His hand gently slid over hers, a whispered confession. "We're truly terrible," she replied, her tone full of hidden meaning. "Yes, we are truly scum." Kim Gongja looked up at the sky, a sparkling pink heart with the number 81% as an affirmation. "Only the two of us know that," he said. "We are accomplices." In the bustling street, he asked Laville if she remembered the instructions given in the carriage. She didn't hesitate, confirming she remembered everything. Their reflections shimmered on the still water. He reiterated his plea for trust, and she responded with absolute consent. His gaze was firm, demanding she fulfill her promise, right now. A grand plan was slowly being unveiled. She looked at him, her red eyes gleaming with suspicion. "You're plotting something very suspicious," she said. "You'd best confess right away." His giant white wings flapped powerfully, and he declared he would increase his integration rate to 99%, becoming someone born in this world. The reason? He couldn't reveal it. She sharply analyzed that he couldn't speak because she wasn't supposed to know, and this was to ask for her help. He merely smiled, confirming she was right. She sighed, realizing she had been tricked by him from the start. The promise of trust had been planted by him for this moment, and she regretted not being more vigilant. Her eyes flashed with determination, asking him what she needed to do. Even though she was tricked, she was still willing to cooperate, and so they returned to the first day, the starting point of this play. He held her hand, rushing through the magnificent hall, towards a new beginning. Click! The silver-haired maiden, in a proud, dark blue dress, gently touched the door. A new beginning, or a cruel loop? Her red eyes gleaming with anxiety, Laville turned back and asked, "What do I do now?" She was still doubtful, but ready to commit. A coil of rope was placed in her hands. "First, tie my hands to the chair." Kim Gongja's voice rang out, leaving Laville stunned. Seeing him sitting there nonchalantly, Laville sighed. "You're making this too difficult for me, Kim Gongja. I promised to trust you, but..." He just smiled, reassuring her not to worry. The rope tightened, binding his hands. A puzzling act, but the first step in his insane plan. Kim Gongja was tied tightly to the chair, but the smile on his lips remained full of confidence. "Good, you've tied it quite tightly," he said, his eyes sharp. The red-haired spirit appeared, shouting anxiously, "Kim Gongja, what the hell are you doing? I feel so uneasy." Shiny also manifested, expressing concern. He secretly thought about the complicated love triangle of this body's original owner. The butler secretly loved two young ladies, while Laville was too, timing with the prince. "But this very mess gave me an idea for the plan," he said. "Please, bring the mirror before me." The large mirror was placed before him. In it, not a reflection, but a character window with countless details about likes and dislikes. Laville stood by the wardrobe, listening to Kim Gongja call. She was ready for anything he asked, no matter how strange. "Kiss me without stopping," Kim Gongja ordered. "Make me love you even more." Laville smirked. "You like being tied up and kissed? Why didn't you say so sooner?" Laville's blue-gloved hand gently touched his lips. "When I reach a certain point, I will no longer be me," Kim Gongja whispered. A fleeting memory, the image of the Inquisitor, who had fully immersed herself as Lady Goldencup, along with her growing long blonde hair. This was his secret plan. Their faces were close. Kim Gongja looked deep into Laville's eyes and said, "When my roleplay rate exceeds 90% and starts approaching 100%, kill me with your own hands." The horrifying request stunned Laville. "What?" she exclaimed. Kim Gongja simply replied, "Just think about it. I bet you're thinking the exact same thing as me." The white-haired woman, her red eyes burning with anxiety, looked straight at him. "After all, you're a regressor like me." "Gongja, this is too dangerous. Nothing short of a life or death gamble," he sneered, his eyes full of confidence. "As soon as it's a gamble, we've already won. This is the tower's fault. As long as we point out this flaw, we'll have the upper hand." The two were close, their breaths mingling. She whispered, sadness evident. "There's one more problem. I won't be able to remember you." He gently reassured her, his warm smile dispelling her worries. "It's all right. I'll find a way to solve it." Her red eyes looking down, she made a final request. But I only ask one favor of you. If I cannot leave this world, call me the Conveyor." Her blue-gloved hand rested on his shoulder. He closed his eyes, a trusting smile on his face. "Trust me." A word of agreement, like a vow, echoed in the silent space. "All right." She looked deep into his eyes, her words like a declaration of fate. "I am your first dog, and you will be my last." Her hand caressed his chin, a helpless sigh escaping her lips. "Oh my God, I really did fall for a terrible guy." In that fated moment, she leaned in, giving him a deep, passionate kiss. A system notification appeared. A brilliant pink heart. 84%. You are synchronizing with your character. The kiss continued, intense and emotional, as if to engrave this moment into eternity. The notification reappeared, emphasizing the urgency. Last time, 85%. You are synchronizing with your character. Their lips intertwined, an inseparable bond between two souls merging into one. The system alerted again. The Sect Inquisitor has somehow strangely transformed into Lady Goldenflower. 86%. You are synchronizing with your character. Amidst the passionate kiss, a question echoed in his mind. Why is the transformation still the same? The Cult Inquisitor can freely change forms using sacred techniques, but that is his exclusive skill. Lady Goldenflower, or Sylvia Avenay, does not possess it. Even without that ability, her hair grew unusually long, causing her to panic in the arms of two men. The number 87% shimmered, and an explanation appeared. Synchronization does not remove the skills of the synchronized person. In that passionate moment, Lavielle Avancia's and Kim Gongja's bodies intertwined, their heartbeats becoming one. Lavielle Avancia held Kim Gongja tightly, and the system chimed again. You are synchronizing with your character. The synchronization rate soared to 88%. Kim Gongja was lost in the kiss, his face flushed, his breath ragged. Fragmented memories surfaced, images of a boy and a little girl playing. The call, "Gongja, hurry up," echoing. The system issued an emergency warning. "Please stop now." Lavielle Avancia's eyes were red, rimmed, and Kim Gongja asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Kim Gongja held her tight, replying, I'm fine for now." Hashtags about the character's ideal qualities flashed by, like a reminder of his true self. Lavielle Avancia looked up at him, her eyes alluring. "More? Do you mean you want me to kiss you more? You're so naughty, my lover." Another passionate kiss, more intense, lines distorted as if space itself was twisting. Kim Gongja's face was contorted in the distortion, but his words were still clear. "Lavielle, I love you." Lavielle Avancia closed her eyes, and he whispered, "Even if I'm reborn, I'll still love you. Please, make me not forget, even if I die." She replied softly, "I know." Fragmented memories and images, accompanied by chaotic hashtags. My existence, he felt, is being eroded. He realized that the deep synchronization was gradually consuming his being. Lavielle Avancia, her eyes blazing red, looked at him with worry. She softly called, "Gongja, are you all right?" A pair of dark blue gloves tightened around Kim Gongja's body, astonishing him, his mind reeling at this unexpected sight. He was utterly shocked, exclaiming in accusation, "Good heavens, young master, did you kidnap me?" Lavielle Avancia confronted him coldly, questioning Kim Gongja about his outrageous actions. She reminded him of her family's authority and whether he dared to threaten a lowly servant out of hatred for Lady Goldenflower. Lavielle Avancia nodded, her red eyes gleaming with understanding. "I see. So that's how it island." Kim Gongja felt a tearing pain in his heart. Lavielle Avancia declared, "I thought my heart had hardened, but you pierced it. Be glad." He was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lavielle Avancia, sword in hand, looked at Kim Gongja with sharp eyes, questioning, "Gongja, who are you calling?" Lavielle Avancia declared decisively, the gleaming sword in her hand, "My lover." Kim Gongja's eyes turned a brilliant purple, sweat pouring down. He was torn as Lavielle Avancia continued, "The one who gave their heart to me, and the one I will give." Lavielle Avancia's hand was covered by a dark energy flow, and she growled, "If you hurt my heart, I will kill you." Kim Gongja groaned in pain, his body eroded by purple energy. Kim Gongja's eyes turned red, blood splattered. Lavielle Avancia pleaded, "Gongja, come back to me." In Lavielle Avancia's arms, Kim Gongja was engulfed by destructive purple energy. She whispered a final promise, "I will wait for you." Lavielle Avancia's image faded, dissolving into dazzling energy streaks, like a shattered dream. Amidst the energy streaks, a voice echoed, worried about Lady Silver Lily and a conspiracy targeting Lady Goldenflower and wanting to warn them. In the darkness, words appeared. "I want to wipe away her tears. You have died." Returning 24 hours ago, But the system reported an error. Error detected. Skill owner and skill target are inconsistent. Evaluating whether to return 24 hours ago from the owner's or the target's perspective. Unable to evaluate, the tower declared. This issue exceeds the tower's authority. The tower has checked the Death Sovereign's qualifications. Clear. The Death Sovereign is temporarily qualified as an apostle. Temporary apostle status granted by Hamustra. The tower considers the Death Sovereign raising this issue as an official agenda item. Amidst the vast expanse, brilliant golden butterflies fluttered like stars. And the tower announced an emergency meeting of the 6 pillars of life. A long-haired humanoid shadow entity appeared in a red mist, speaking in an ancient, mysterious language. The long-haired entity's words echoed, and the system immediately confirmed the request. Beginning to translate the Zrakua language, the shadow entity roared in fury. "That brat is toying with us. Call Hamustra here now. Why did he send him as an apostle?" Another voice replied, "According to procedure, there's nothing wrong." Kim Gong-ja stood in the light, becoming the center of attention. Another pillar continued to question, doubting his communication ability. In the blazing red mist, a voice commanded, "Mia, reverse it!" The system confirmed, resetting the Death Sovereign synchronization rate to 0%. A fierce surge of energy struck. Kim Gong-ja clutched his head, his face contorted in pain, a 0% symbol appearing above his head. He coughed violently, and the shadow entities looked down scrutinizingly. "You deliberately used the regression skill after synchronizing with your character, didn't you?" Kim Gong-ja raised his head, his gaze firm. He had calculated everything. "So you can return 24 hours ago from the character's perspective, not your own." A close-up of Kim Gong-ja's purple eyes, containing unwavering determination. He coldly admitted, "Yes, you are right." He spread his arms, resolutely making a bold request. "Take me back to the day before the eternal 10 days began." The shadowy entities transformed into gaping mouths full of fangs, roaring in fury. "Shameless bastard!" A giant entity lunged. Kim Gong-ja dodged. "I'll kill you." Amidst the rage, a calm voice echoed. "Anger and jealousy are useless in any negotiation." Kim Gong-ja stood tall. Another pillar spoke, showing annoyance. "You said you are the Death Sovereign, didn't you? It's been a long time since we had to hold a meeting twice for the same person." He looked up in confusion. A pillar continued to speculate. "Furthermore, the connection between these two is growing stronger. I wonder if it's a coincidence." The symbol, "How troublesome," appeared above Kim Gong-ja's head, clearly reflecting his annoyance at the current situation. A mysterious voice echoed, explaining the synchronization rate. 100% would regress from the butler's perspective, 90% from the Death Sovereign's. But ironically, the number was 99%. Amidst the hazy space, the shimmering silhouette of a blonde woman appeared, along with a vague question, "How awkward. Which side should we choose?" The black-haired young man, Kim Gong-ja, his face tense, looked up and decisively made his choice. "Tazu, I think I should regress from the butler's perspective." A shadowy pillar challenged him. "Convince me." Kim Gong-ja looked up, beginning to explain. "First, the numbers." He raised both hands, continuing to argue. "A 99% synchronization rate means only 1% is left. The butler occupies the majority, so he is clearly the one in control of the body." The pillar immediately retorted, reminding him, "Yes, but the regressor's mechanical clock skill is yours. Only you can use that skill." Kim Gong-ja broke out in a cold sweat, silent before the barrage of questions. "You need to regress, don't you?" The pressure weighed heavily on his shoulders. Amidst the deep, swirling, pressure-filled space, the pillar reassured, "Don't worry, I'm just asking out of curiosity." But that curiosity only confused him further. Kim Gong-ja put his hand to his chin, his expression annoyed, still persistently requesting, "Please think from the butler's perspective." He revealed a shocking truth. "The butler and I have always vied for control of the body during the stages. Sometimes he wins, sometimes I win." That means Kim Gong-ja's face was tense, eyes wide, admitting, "The butler fought fairly and defeated me. He gained my skill through that victory." The swirling purple space with mysterious eyes seemed to confirm. The regressor's mechanical clock skill is now also the butler's skill. Another pillar exclaimed, "Oh," then said, "That makes sense, just like how you copied and seized Yandi's skill." Kim Gong-ja raised his head amidst the purple light, hearing the pillar express astonishment. "I wondered who would win if one regressor fought another. Your idea is truly impressive." The pillar questioned his motives. "You could have chosen to flee and avoid Yandi's attention, but you didn't. Why?" A cold voice concluded, "Because he wants revenge." How cruel. Amidst falling petals, another voice echoed, in complete contrast. "That's because he is a person of noble righteousness. A blessing was bestowed. The princess who walks through illusions blesses you. One of the pillars affirmed it, that he had ended his own life for revenge, for justice. But what truly impressed them was something else. Amidst the ethereal space, a shadowy entity spoke, revealing that it was the only way to defeat Yandi with 100% certainty. The black-haired young man, Kim Gongja, slightly closed one eye, confidently replying, "That's right." His gaze was full of mystery, as if he had seen through everything. Another voice echoed, remarking that the Death Sovereign's heart was passionate, but his mind cunning, always seeking a perfect victory. The pillar awaited a convincing argument from him. Kim Gongja, with a resolute expression, affirmed once more, "That's right." He stepped forward, each step decisive. We did nothing wrong." His words echoed, full of confidence and defiance. Kim Gongja argued that the fault lay with the tower, an error in choosing the personality during regression. If the tower were perfect, this wouldn't have happened. Another light entity admitted the error, but questioned him back. "Yes, we admit it. So what?" Kim Gongja, sweating slightly but with sharp eyes, bluntly demanded compensation for being a victim and a reward for discovering the error. How shameless! A giant, shadowy entity roared, threatening to obliterate him. Blazing red energy enveloped everything, as if to swallow it whole. Kim Gongja calmly turned his back, raising his hand to signal. A surge of purple light erupted, as if to suppress the rising fury. Another voice echoed, full of amusement. "How interesting. Are you confident that we will definitely compensate and reward you?" He was stunned when the pillar questioned back. "Why should we do that, when we could simply clean up this mess and ignore it?" Kim Gongja took a deep breath, his gaze firm. He knew he had to give an undeniable reason. Because. He looked up, as if conversing with his own conscience. "You always bless me. Always wish me good fortune." He continued, explaining the tower's fairness. It never mocked or coerced, always bestowing blessings and warnings upon those who sought to conquer it. It wasn't just that. In the young man's mind, haunting images of the past, of those who had fallen, remained vividly clear. He continued, his voice full of emotion. "This tower, it gathered lonely souls, those burdened with tragedy, and gave them a place to exist. You are truly benevolent," he said. "The tower respects freedom, does not interfere in life and death struggles, and always takes responsibility for its own mistakes." A faint smile on his lips, Kim Gongja bowed. "Thank you for creating this tower." A sincere, rare expression of gratitude. He looked up at the entity, his long-held feelings finally able to be expressed. "I've always wanted to say thank you, but never had the chance." His voice choked. "Without the tower, my life out there would have been nothing but a meaningless mess." He admitted that even after entering the tower, he still lived a life of mistakes. But thanks to it, he was given a second chance, a new beginning. "Alone, I couldn't have turned back time more than 4,000 days, he said. "Only because someone was always watching over me could I continue." With all due reverence, he bowed deeply, his most sincere thanks echoing through the space. The long-haired shadow entity, one of the 6 pillars, spoke with an intrigued voice. "You are truly to my taste." Blessings from the Princess of Illusions and the ancient scepter appeared. The long-haired entity continued. "Kids these days only know how to blame others." Another voice chimed in, gentle and amused. "How adorable." The light entity, identifying itself as the mirror, said, "If you see me as benevolent, it is because you yourself are benevolent." The mirror asked about the reward. Without hesitation, Kim Gongja replied, "I want to go back 24 hours from the butler's perspective." "And your reward?" the mirror asked. He blushed slightly. "La Ville of Ansia, please let my beloved retain her memories," he pleaded. And the mirror replied, "I understand." The mirror still tried to suggest more worthy rewards, overpowered skills that could change the situation. It asked if the respondent's watch should be enhanced, or the ability to reverse time at will, not just limited to 24 hours, or to enhance the summoning skill so that souls could inherit both the memories and abilities of their original selves. He slumped, resolutely refusing all tempting offers. All he wanted was to be with the one he loved. A hand of light from the void gently rested on the young man's head, as if in approval of that sincere wish. Amidst the dazzling light, La Ville of Ansia's face gradually became clear, and a voice whispered his name. Death Sovereign. The other pillars also bestowed their blessings. The meeting concluded, synchronization reached 99%, and time began to reverse 24 hours. Pink rose petals gently fluttered down, as if signaling a new beginning, a second chance. "Butler, you've finally woken up." A sweet voice rang out. "Your nap was a bit long." He was stunned, softly calling out, "Lady?" The girl smiled, confirming, "Yes, your one and only lady." He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The blonde girl, sitting opposite him at the dining table, recounted that she had just returned after dinner with the crown prince and found him dozing off in his chair. She chided playfully. It's improper to sleep before your master, you know? But then she giggled. Oh well, I'll forgive you because you looked so cute when you were asleep. Her emerald eyes showed a hint of curiosity when she saw his strange expression. You look like you're about to cry. Did you have a nightmare? She asked, while he was still wondering. What is going on? He stammered, asking about dinner with the crown prince. She immediately became excited. Of course! You know what? She held up her hand, showing off a sparkling blue coral ring on her ring finger, beaming as she recounted that the crown prince had given it to her. He even gave it to me right in the cafeteria, in front of the whole school, she said happily. The crown prince really knows how to make a girl happy. He covered his face, his eyes sparkling with thought. This shocking development, how would Laville Levanzia react? Then, his voice mumbled the name Laville, causing the blonde lady sitting opposite him to look up, asking curiously. The lady immediately chided him, her tone stern. Even if it's just the two of us, calling her by her first name like that is disrespectful. You should be a bit more mindful, butler. He clutched his head, confused, asking again. Lady, what are you talking about? Didn't you hear what I said? It seemed something was disturbing his mind. He mumbled, feeling as if screams echoed in his ears. The lady asked worriedly, suggesting she take him to the infirmary. He stood up, turned his back, and hastily said, I'll go outside for a bit of fresh air. The lady nodded, gently saying, All right, you go ahead and come back when you're done. He walked down the grand corridor, the towering windows reflecting the deep purple sky, as if leading into another world. Suddenly, a line of text appeared, revealing a terrifying secret. This was when I was not yet a regressor. Under the mystical purple moonlight, another story was told. The crown prince had paired with Lady Goldenflower. Overwhelmed with rage, he placed a curse upon the ancestral sword, a dark wish, and when the curse was uttered, his life became immortal. He stared at the castle in bewilderment, asking himself, what am I doing here? He felt an intense urge to return, his steps heading towards the door, radiant with light, but his body disobeyed, moving on its own, his white-gloved hand touching the doorknob. Laville Levantia's silhouette appeared, split by a streak of pink light, like a mysterious illusion. Laville Levanzia sat on the throne, smiling enchantingly, whispering, I will wait for you. I have already waited for you. In the illusion, Laville Levanzia appeared, her blazing red eyes looking directly at Kim Gongja, declaring that he was in a difficult situation. She saw through his heart, clearly reading the emotions on his face, asserting that this was his first time. Kim Gongja was confused, wondering what she meant. Laville turned her back, unwilling to explain further. He looked at his shattered reflection, asking Laville Levanzia if this was a dream. He questioned why she appeared in his dream. She merely smiled, replying with a cryptic question, as if teasing him. She took his hand, declaring that she had become his dream, and he was her life. A fated exchange, she called it, love. She knew he had no romantic intentions. She explained that all the servants had been dismissed by her, leaving private space for the two of them. He asked the reason in shock, but she cut him off, her voice coldly warning him. Her eyes blazed red, declaring that he was forbidden to call her by that title. Otherwise, she would rip out his heart and kill him without hesitation. He clutched his chest. In the mirror, his heart had been torn open. She asked him what he saw, then answered herself. I see us standing side by side. She looked at him, her blazing red eyes devoid of emotion, gently asking, and Kim Gongja writhed in agony, his body covered by dazzling pink energy streams, as if being torn apart from within. She continued to question him. He collapsed, groans of pain escaping his throat. She still stood there, coldly observing his torment. She embraced him, his face contorted in extreme agony. She snarled, repeating the question. I ask you, what do you see? He whispered that he saw strange words and voices. She smiled enchantingly, saying that he was receiving love from some source. She asked him to elaborate on those words. He tried to explain, only seeing fragmented, incomplete words. Stir, love. She explained that stir was master, love was lover. She didn't like master coming before lover. He could only utter, my lady. Kim Gongja was still hazy between reality and illusion. He asked her what she ultimately wanted. Laville Levanzia's red eyes flashed, and she simply replied, I want you. Laville Levanzia questioned him about the dream he had just mentioned. The stream of memories shattered like sharp, cold glass, causing the black-haired young man to sink into thought. He tried to piece together the memories. Though faint, her image was still clear. A tear soaked Laville Levanzia, looking at him with pained eyes. What else? She urged. He felt his heart clench, a sharp pain piercing his chest as he tried to delve deeper into those fragments of memory. The black-haired young man realized the pain didn't just come from the blade she had stabbed him with. Laville Levantia smiled enchantingly, pleased that he still remembered the remorse. "Do you know why you dreamed that?" she asked. He shook his head. "It's because of my emotional wound." She spoke of her mother who had taken her own life, of her last whispers, of the memory of the silent crowd, witnessing her mother turn to ashes in the cremation fire. But no, she said, those tragic memories of her mother's death were not her true emotional wound either. Not the crown prince's proposal to the blonde lady, not the 10 days of eternal repetition, or anything else that had ever pained her heart. No, only one person had the ability to shatter her heart. Laville Avancia's blazing red eyes stared directly at him, full of obsession. A horrifying scene unfolded. She lunged, a silver blade piercing his chest. Blood splattered, staining the space red. Her voice echoed coldly, like a warning that had once been uttered. "I've made it clear," she whispered. "If you dare to hurt me, I will kill you. I've been hurt already. Now die." She smiled cruelly. A cold notification appeared. "You have died. Die, then love me again." In the pitch-black space, a shimmering purple butterfly flew past, signaling the recurrence of pain. Kim Gong-ja awoke, sitting on a luxurious chair. He tried to explain, hoping she would understand that both of them were regressors. He, a dangerous man, smiled, his intentions hidden. His eyes, deep as an abyss, signaled a grand conspiracy brewing. She, Laville Avancia, quickly realized his scheme, a bold plan, exploiting a loophole in the tower to turn the tables. He looked so innocent, yet he came up with something like this? Kim Gong-ja, too dangerous. In her arms, Kim Gong-ja was flustered. She whispered, "I don't just want to survive, I want to live a life with you. Otherwise, I won't be able to remember you." Black and white memories flooded back, and he smiled. "Every memory we shared has become my existence." A voice echoed in his mind. Memories continued to surface, of him pushing her away as she tried to stab the sword into the mirror. Though the plan succeeded, ending the eternal 10-day loop, though they had happy moments, a fateful kiss on the brink of danger, all were just hazy memories of the past. The sword glowed red in her hand. "None of it will mean anything if I can't remember you." Her words cut deep like a knife. Laville Avancia's crimson eyes looked straight ahead, resolute. "It's okay," she said, but her calm demeanor hid unspeakable pain. He insisted, "I'll handle everything. Please, trust me." She replied, full of doubt, "How can I trust you without any guarantees? I regret promising to trust you, but since I've promised, I have no other choice." Laville Avancia hugged and kissed him, a kiss both intense and painful. "I will trust the man I love. Trust in his abilities, because he is the one I chose," she whispered. "Convince the tower and turn back time by 1 day. The problem will come after that." He began to shatter. Kim Gong-ja vanished, pink fragments fluttering. "Laville, I love you." His last words echoed in the void. He completely disappeared, leaving only her standing in the pitch-black space. How can he reverse the synchronization rate when it's over 90%? A fragment reflected her image. "If he successfully turns back 1 day, I'm sure he'll forget me. Even if he remembers, it will only be a faint memory." Kim Gong-ja reappeared, smiling confidently. "I can understand others more easily than anyone else," he said, like a mysterious affirmation. Laville Avancia's crimson eyes widened, gazing deep into the void. Infinite sorrow, an acceptance of fate, or a faint glimmer of hope. Laville Avancia sat there, amidst the pink-purple fragments of a body that had just vanished. A sigh escaped her, heavy with pain and helplessness. She looked down at the empty space where he had been, her crimson eyes seeming to pierce the night. "I just need to kill him." The whisper was cold, yet held immense inner turmoil. In her mind, his image appeared clearly, the black-haired young man, with clear purple eyes, innocent, yet full of pride. He was the only one who brought her complete happiness. Laville Avancia raised her hand, pink-purple energy fragments shimmering around her. "I don't want to kill you." Her words were like a confession, a painful truth she had to face. "But if I do that, what happened today will surely become my obsession," she continued. "And my beloved will be able to see everything that happened today." She turned her back, her long white hair flowing down like a waterfall, pink-purple fragments gathering behind her, forming a magnificent pair of wings. "When that happens, I will be able to show you all these memories." Suddenly, the scene shifted back to reality. Kim Gong-ja appeared, his purple eyes wide with surprise. A purple light entity entered him. "Listen," a voice echoed. He exclaimed, "Oh my God." Kim Gong-ja looked directly at Laville Avancia, his eyes full of hurt. "Lady Laville, this is the wound you left me," he asked, his voice full of accusation. "Did you just kidnap me?" A pink-purple energy sword appeared, sharp and powerful. "Don't forget this even when you die." The warning echoed, like a fateful curse. Then an image of the two embracing appeared, enveloped by pink-purple light. "You are here, in my heart.
Those words were like an affirmation of love, despite all adversity. "See you later," a gentle voice echoed. Then continued to ask, "Are you listening? I will wait for you." Mysterious promises, piercing through time and space. La Vie Levencia held Kim Gong-ja tightly, her eyes closed, a tear rolling down her cheek. He also closed his eyes, his body gradually dissolving into dark fragments, a sorrowful farewell kiss. The system screen appeared. Target's intact consciousness confirmed. Punishment has ended. Your current synchronization rate is 98%. A cold notification, ending an illusion. Kim Gong-ja awoke, tears streaming down his cheeks. His purple eyes stared into space. "Butler?" He called his own name, as if wondering what had just happened. The green-eyed blonde girl looked at him in surprise. "What's wrong? You suddenly started crying while I was talking." He stood up, his voice resolute. "I need to go somewhere for a bit." The blonde girl angrily stopped him. "You can't! I was telling you about how I'm having dinner with the Crown Prince tomorrow," she questioned. "Isn't it your job to listen to all my bragging?" The green-eyed blonde girl was still rambling on about how the Crown Prince would give her a blue coral ring, but he only responded with a surprised remark. From above, the blonde girl angrily called out to Kim Gong-ja, demanding he answer before leaving. But his eyes were fixed on a familiar figure behind her. He turned, facing La Vie Levencia in the illusion, asking if she was waiting for him. She confirmed it was the second time that day. Kim Gong-ja looked into the mirror, where his reflection suddenly emitted a strange purple light. La Vie Levencia asked him what he saw in it. He replied that he saw the words master and lover clearly, along with other incomprehensible fragments. La Vie Levencia approached, ordering him to call her by her name, not Lady Evansia. He hesitated, then called her my lady. She was satisfied, while he, confused, covered his face with his hand, not understanding what was happening. La Vie Levencia looked straight at him, her crimson eyes burning. She asked him what dream he had. Kim Gong-ja held his head, his voice trembling as he recounted that she had cried in his dream. La Vie Levencia urged him to continue. He continued to describe the image of a man tied beside her, and how she had painfully stabbed him with a sword. La Vie Levencia gently reached out and touched his head, praising him for doing very well. She held out a glowing object, declaring it proof of the efforts he had made for her. The item was the love of a certain regressor, capable of protecting memories of a loved one. Kim Gong-ja mumbled, "Protecting memories of one's beloved, huh?" La Vie Levencia handed him the item, her tone as gentle as a marriage proposal, saying that she loved his voice. She hugged him tightly from behind, leaning close to his ear to whisper that she would listen to nothing else but what he told her in his own voice. A burst of light erupted, and Kim Gong-ja vanished. La Vie Levencia ordered him to return quickly. In the illusion, La Vie Levencia embraced him, whispering a venomous vow. She would kill him as many times as it took, until he returned. She snarled, demanding that he look at the wounds she had endured, look at the pain he had caused, and suffer. He fell, the words "you are dead" appearing, while La Vie Levencia stood amidst the magnificent scenery under the blood moon. She bent down to look at him, declaring that his traces still remained, and he was the only one in the world who could kill her. And know this, she was also the only one who could kill him. He died and came back to life, his synchronization rate still 96%. He returned to where she was, witnessing La Ville's tragic past. A duke's daughter abandoned, a suffering mother, a life sacrificed for others. The titles countless people called her Lady Silver Lily, Moon of Evanja, future Duchess of Evanja. Amidst the sparkling space, she appeared in a pristine white dress, her crimson eyes looking straight at him, affirming, "You are here." Kim Gong-ja smiled, his eyes full of affection, finally uttering her name, the name she had long awaited, La Vie. She hugged him tightly, her face radiant, whispering that she had been waiting for him all this time, waiting for her Kim Gong-ja. In his arms, she closed her eyes, feeling a rare moment of peace, as if all suffering had vanished. He wanted to say many things, apologies, words of thanks, but they all got stuck in his throat. He wanted to apologize for leaving an unhealing scar in her heart, but the words couldn't come out. He also wanted to thank her for trusting, waiting for, and loving him. But this moment called for something more. A moment like this could only be decided by a single phrase, a phrase that could only be spoken once. Kim Gong-ja looked deep into her eyes, his face filled with determination, uttering the fated proposal. "Let's get married." After the fated proposal, Duchess La Vie Levencia gently closed her eyes, a contented smile gracing her lips, as if all tragedy had receded. Then she opened her crimson eyes wide, looking straight at him, her voice uttering with full admiration,
"You are a genius, La Vie."
Kim Gong-ja lay beside her, recalling the audacious plan she had devised, using his abilities to transfer memories, an idea he himself couldn't have conceived. The Duchess smiled faintly, her eyes sharp.
You have a habit of valuing others' pain. He smiled back, her hand gently stroking his hair. You're also truly amazing. How did you convince the tower? She explained that the tower was the sacred administrator of the constellations, and she hadn't expected him to be eloquent enough to convince it. Kim Gong-ja admitted he didn't remember clearly either. It seemed that meeting the tower's higher entities had cast a veil over his memories. Laville gently touched his cheek, her eyes full of love. That still doesn't change the fact that you succeeded. My beloved is a talented man, and the one I love is also a genius. He leaned down to kiss her forehead lightly, then asked eagerly, Now, when should we get married? The Duchess subtly curved her lips, her eyes mischievous. Don't you think you're rushing things a bit? Kim Gong-ja looked at her, his voice slightly indignant. I think it's unfair to say that. She touched his sleeve with her finger, setting a condition. The first step is to annul my engagement with the Crown Prince. He was surprised, explaining that she and the Crown Prince were engaged, and legally marrying under these circumstances would be difficult. He didn't care about a grand wedding, just a small ceremony. But Laville Evangea was firm, her eyes shining with seriousness. That is important to me. She lay on top of him, her hand caressing his cheek, declaring that this world and empire must recognize their marriage, for it was her world and her nation. Kim Gong-ja was slightly flustered. She touched his lips with her finger, and he softly uttered, wouldn't it be difficult to expect such a reaction from them? She curled her lips, declaring she would personally dispatch those who didn't bless them, a cold, authoritative threat that made the space seem to freeze. He blushed, his mind a chaotic mix of astonishment and admiration. She's so damn cool, a fleeting thought. Then he nodded, accepting that captivating madness. Unexpectedly, the young man also presented his own condition. He sat up, the blanket slipping down, and looked at her sternly. Cancel your engagement. She let out a sneer, her eyes sharp and cold. The engagement would be canceled, but the fault would lie with the Crown Prince. I won't forgive anyone who dares to whisper behind your back. He smiled confidently, his eyes glinting mischievously. That's right. I want you to slander the royal family. A bold declaration, without a hint of hesitation. That's easy, he replied, piquing her curiosity. The two stood facing each other, their eyes meeting. You already have a plan? She asked, her face full of interest. She confidently affirmed, her hand lightly touching his lips. Of course! I've kept hundreds of documents and witnesses regarding the Crown Prince's secret meetings with Lady Sylvia Avenay. He once again secretly marveled. She's truly amazing. She explained that the royal family would want to resolve it smoothly. A single audience with the emperor would suffice. So when do you plan to go to the imperial palace? He asked. As soon as possible, she replied, her gaze firm. Under the bright moonlight streaming through the window, she clarified his future. Gong-ja, if you marry me, you will become the prince consort of the Duchy of Evangea. She kissed him passionately, continuing to explain. The royal family would bestow that title upon him themselves. As for her, she would be his matriarch. She looked at him, her crimson eyes sparkling. In official meetings, they will call you my prince consort. Do you accept? He blushed, softly saying, You are the head of the Evangea family, Laville. After all, I am just an outsider. But then he reassured her. Don't worry, I don't mind that at all. She smiled contentedly, resting her head on the pillow. I know, everything will be fine. Then she unexpectedly suggested, So why don't we try it? Call me matriarch. He shivered slightly, cold sweat running down his back. She tilted her head, her crimson eyes looking directly at him, her expression slightly surprised. What? He lowered his face, speechless, his cheeks flushed. Are you embarrassed? She teased, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Laville, lying on the bed, still maintained her teasing demeanor. She knew he was embarrassed, and decided to demonstrate herself. A creaking sound echoed. Laville's crimson eyes looked directly at Kim Gong-ja, calling him husband. He stammered in response, calling her matriarch, his face still stunned. She smiled mysteriously, asking him to repeat it. Kim Gong-ja was bewildered, still not understanding what was happening. He sat up abruptly, looking at her back. Laville turned her head, her eyes seeming to ask, What's wrong? Laville gently closed her eyes, a contented smile on her lips. She secretly thought, My man is truly adorable. She embraced him tightly, calling him matriarch. He replied, calling her husband, his face still flushed. He smiled happily, listening to her heartbeat. He realized this was the heartbeat of Laville, a heart once pierced by the Holy Sword. Thanks to turning back time, her warm heart had been saved, no longer possessed by the Holy Sword. The sole objective of this phase was to prevent the apocalypse. The first cause, the Holy Sword fragment rebelling after Laville's prayer, had been resolved. However, because of this, the constellation protecting the world also disappeared. The otherworldly entities that once descended when the sky cracked open would return, stronger than before. This phase was not yet over. Their wedding was set for 1 month later. Laville, in a splendid red dress, was writing a letter. She explained that the wedding day was 10 days after his arrival here, a deliberate arrangement. That day was also the apocalypse of this world. She wanted to deny it, to transform it into the beginning of their new life. He blushed, secretly thinking she was truly bold. His heart pounded wildly because of these crazy plans. Laville walked down the stairs, holding a sealed letter. Her plan: cancel the engagement with the crown prince, then inherit her father's title. Laville frankly declared that marrying a commoner like him was impossible as long as she didn't hold power over the family. High society would be shaken, and the law would hardly accept it. The only solution: she would become the matriarch, and he would be the prince consort. Kim Gong-ja could only utter in bewilderment. Relying on a bit of the butler's memory, he asked if inheriting a noble title would be too difficult. Laville, holding the sealed letter, curled her lips and replied, "It would be difficult if I weren't Laville of Anzia." She raised her head, her crimson eyes flashing with absolute confidence. "But I am Laville of Anzia." That statement was like a declaration, making Kim Gong-ja freeze, his heart pounding wildly, secretly marveling. She's so incredibly cool. Laville continued to explain that the vassals had sworn loyalty to her, and she also had the right of inheritance. If her father refused to abdicate, she would appeal to the emperor, but she already had enough evidence of the crown prince's infidelity. She decisively put down her pen, then slammed the papers onto the table. Kim Gong-ja sat there, analyzing her plan. He concluded that the emperor was intelligent enough to save royal face rather than remain loyal to Laville's powerless father. He asked directly, "You speak like a loyal subject, but aren't you using his weakness to threaten him?" Laville's crimson eyes looked directly at him, full of power. She uttered only one word, like a command, a decree: "Prince consort." He flinched, a drop of cold sweat running down. His heart pounding, he bowed his head in acceptance. "Yes, matriarch." Laville, in a splendid red dress, stood in the grand hall telling him, "Your profession is not in this world, but in the tower." She accepted if he did not return to the empire, her world. Kim Gong-ja sat on the chair, his gaze firm. He replied, asserting that no matter what, he would not give up his noble status. Laville took a sip of tea, calmly stating that there would still be times when he would have to accompany her, such as year-end or New Year events. She emphasized that politics would be an unavoidable part of his life as the husband of a duchess. He also needed experience in this field. Kim Gong-ja nodded, understanding. "You mean loyalty to the emperor and threatening the emperor cannot coexist?" He smiled confidently, continuing, "So, the empire would lose nothing if you became the duchess. In fact, it should consider itself lucky to have such a talented noble as you, right, matriarch?" Laville smiled contentedly, sipping her tea. "It seems I only needed to say one thing, and my husband understood too." Kim Gong-ja approached Laville, smiling affectionately. "Of course. After all, I am your man, Laville." He looked deep into her eyes, uttering, "I love you." Behind them, a red-haired spirit was clutching its head, screaming in agony. The red-haired spirit writhed, clutching its head tightly, letting out a long, agonizing shriek, as if it had just witnessed the most horrifying thing in its life. He continued to scream, questioning who had said that Kim Gong-ja should be taught about love. The sparkling, shiny badge appeared, sadly pointing directly at the Sword Emperor. A classic mirror frame appeared, inside which were the words, "Fantasy Romance Trope 999. Tropes are unnecessary in love." At the same time, a cup of tea was poured, as if to conclude this love drama. In the sun-drenched garden, the elegant butler stood opposite the blonde young lady. He calmly uttered the fated words, "I will be getting married soon." A seemingly simple declaration, yet it concealed an impending storm. As soon as the words were spoken, the blonde young lady gasped, spitting out her tea, her green eyes wide with shock. "Married?" she growled, while the butler maintained an unnervingly calm expression. The young lady angrily questioned him, reminding him of past beatings. But he, still calmly wiping his mouth, affirmed that the wedding date was set. "You? Who are you marrying?" she shrieked, confusion surging. The butler coldly replied, "Duchess Silver Lily." Hearing the familiar name, the blonde young lady sighed in relief, forcing a smile, reassuring herself that this was just a joke. But before her smile faded, he presented a piece of paper. "Please, sign this." Her green eyes widened, full of doubt. "What is this?" A sense of unease arose. He explained. It was a consent form for him to marry Laville of Anzia, leaving her to join the Avancia family. A member of Avancia? The young lady was stunned, then scoffed, calling it nonsense. The blonde young lady smirked, her green eyes sparkling mysteriously. "Well, that's what's really going to happen. Anyway," she picked up a quill, beginning to write as if deciding fate. The butler looked at her again, his gaze firm. "Will you kindly sign this?" The offer was no longer a request, but an implicit command, impossible to refuse. The young lady reluctantly signed, making a sarcastic remark about his past. "Thank you," he replied, then declared he would bring his matriarch tomorrow, a promise full of hidden meaning. True to his word, the next day, he appeared with a white-haired woman with fiery red eyes. "I have brought her, Lady Goldencup." She, with a sharp, cold beauty, covered her face with a red fan. The blonde young lady was stunned, her green eyes wide with horror. The white-haired woman spoke coldly. "Although you surely know who I am, I will reintroduce myself." She decisively declared her identity. "I am the legitimate heir and successor to Duke Evansia, Laviel Evansia," a name resonating with power, making the atmosphere tense. "I have signed a marriage agreement with your butler," Laviel Evansia said calmly, then threw a wedding invitation. The blonde young lady collapsed, stunned by this cruel truth. "Go ahead and be happy. After all, you are the first to receive an invitation," Laviel Evansia said coldly, handing over the wedding invitation like a gift, a sarcastic thank you. The butler gently asked, "Shall we go, Laviel?" She turned, her eyes sharp. "As I said, call me matriarch in front of others," a reminder of her new status. "I apologize, matriarch." He bowed, admitting he was not yet used to the new title. She smiled mysteriously, took his hand, whispering words of love, leaving the blonde young lady in solitude. The shocking declaration, "This marriage is invalid," echoed, tearing apart the grandeur of the magnificent castle. But amidst the storm, the words "I love you" still gently resonated, like an eternal vow meant only for the two of them. Her footsteps were decisive, her shoes clicking coldly on the floor. "I have locked my father in the mansion." Laviel's voice rang out, the declaration like a sentence, without hesitation. A decisive click-clack echoed, and the grand hall doors swung open. Laviel Evansia, in a splendid black gown, entered like a queen. "Congratulations on your wedding," the felicitations resounded. She held her head high, declaring her authority. "The emperor has recognized the succession. I truly rule the duchy. Though still a duchess, my power will be different." "Welcome to the empire's second bright moon." Kim Gongja, with an unnervingly calm demeanor, declared an eternal vow to the Evansia duchy. Meanwhile, the blonde Lady Goldencup, who was sipping tea, couldn't help but be stunned. She secretly thought, "It's unbelievable that noble children would bow before a butler like him, and they must surely be hiding their true intentions. Not the radiance of a star, but the weight of a vow, a destiny." Blinding camera flashes, curious eyes converged, as if to tear apart the night, exposing all secrets. This was a point of no return, a shocking declaration. The matriarch Laviel calmly held her fan, declaring Kim Gongja's status. He is an influential figure, having served the royal family for many years, possessing titles and reputation. All troublesome procedures were complete. Only his signature was needed. He secretly thought, in the beginning, he was just Kim Gongja. He smiled, his purple eyes flashing mysteriously. "From the Death Sovereign Hunter, I now aspire to become the husband of the most noble woman in the empire." He told himself, the path he had chosen was far from ordinary. "You have done too much for me, Gongja." Laviel Evansia gently squeezed the butler's hand, her eyes seeming to see through all secrets. "You saved this world from destruction, and you will save countless other worlds. So isn't it good to just do what you want in moments like these?" Her words, a powerful promise. Laviel Evansia's fiery red eyes pierced through all doubt. She raised a slender finger, coldly pointing directly at the questioner, decisively dismissing all objections. "You are wrong." Her voice rang out like an undeniable verdict. Amidst the whirlwind of gossip, Kim Gongja remained calm, bending down to gently kiss her hand. "I will be with you forever, Laviel," he whispered, his vow seemingly etched into space. "I don't want to dwell on what I've done for you, but rather on the more precious things I will bestow." His gaze locked onto her, his vow like honey poured into her ear. "I wish our meeting is the greatest fortune of your life, Laviel. I wish that being together will be your greatest joy." With a light touch, he whispered, "And I wish that only I am the most meaningful to you." He leaned in close, their breaths mingling. "You are not ordinary luck or joy," Kim Gongja murmured, his gaze locked onto her. "You are my own miracle." A vow etched deep into the void. Laviel's declaration was like a bomb, tearing apart the peace. Lady Goldencup was so stunned that she spat out her tea, screaming, "Unacceptable! Unacceptable!" in utter shock. Lady Goldencup, in a fit of extreme rage, shrieked, "I signed because I thought it was a joke!" Laviel Evansia, still calm, took Kim Gongja's hand, questioning back, "Did I not explain the document clearly to you, Lady Goldencup?" Her words were like a sharp blade, cutting off all hope of resistance. Elsewhere, Lady Goldencup bit her finger in shock, her green eyes trembling. "This is so strange. It's never happened before, she muttered, panicking. Is this a butterfly effect caused by me? That destructive cow? What the hell is going on? But then, a flicker of surprise appeared on Kim Gongja's face as he mumbled a strange title, Relic Harvesting Cow? A puzzling question, as if lost in another moment. The green-eyed blonde girl was still stunned, biting her finger, trying to deny what had just happened. No, it's nothing, she mumbled, her face filled with panic as if she had just witnessed an unbelievable sight. The elegant man stood beside her, gently reminding the green-eyed blonde girl who was sulking with her back turned. She insisted, It's fine. This is definitely a scheme by Lady Silverlily. He replied in a stern tone, That is Lady Silverlily. She will soon inherit the duchy. Please mind your manners. The girl could only grit her teeth. Ugh, I hate you. Her anger erupted, and the green-eyed blonde girl spun around, pointing straight ahead, her green eyes blazing. I will never forgive you. The venomous vow echoed, filled with deep resentment. The heavy door slammed shut, creating a jarring sound, like an end to the recent emotional outburst, leaving behind an eerily silent space. Suddenly, the door opened, and an energetic blue-eyed blonde girl rushed in, her face radiant. Death Sovereign, it seems I've become the protagonist of this apocalypse, she excitedly declared, like a ray of sunshine dispelling the tense atmosphere. A close-up of the girl's face showed her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. He called her by a special title, Heretic Inquisitor. She immediately replied, her tone cheerful and full of pride. Yes, Death Sovereign. Kim Gongja and Laville Ivanzia sat side by side on a luxurious chair, the brilliant sunset shining through the large window. Kim Gongja broke the silence. Constellations from other worlds will invade this world in 10 days. He tilted his head, his sharp gaze fixed forward. Prepare for a holy war, SSS-rank devotee. The Death Sovereign's words carried an undeniable command, a warning of the coming conflict. The blonde girl, the Heretic Inquisitor, stood amidst a brilliant stream of light, a first-generation hunter active since the tower's appearance. A psychopath who brought peace with blood during chaotic times. She raised her hand, and a glowing orb of energy gradually formed. Kim Gongja and Laville Ivanzia watched intently. In short, divinity is a law, she explained. He unified all religions on Earth under the Temple of 10,000 Gods and is now an expert in fighting religions. Her small hand gently touched a small orb surrounded by rotating planets. For example, the laws that exist on our Earth. Those are the laws of physics, she emphasized, opening up a new concept. The blonde girl continued to explain, her eyes sparkling with knowledge. Since the laws of physics exist everywhere as a foundation, like the Windows operating system, it's nothing special for them to exist in another world. She tilted her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. There are guns and nuclear weapons on Earth, right? The fact that the laws of physics apply everywhere also means that, once the technical requirements are met, those weapons can appear in any other world. The blonde girl happily raised her hand, creating sparkling rays of light. Although they are not Earth's unique technologies, guns and nuclear weapons are still extremely powerful. We can easily defeat most constellations and apostles just by using them. Laville Ivanzia looked at her, her red eyes showing contemplation. I see. So because the laws of physics are shared everywhere, physical force is also shared as a foundation, right? The blonde girl smiled brightly. You've understood perfectly. The long-haired redhead, a spirit or energy image, smiled profoundly. A physical attack being effective against someone with a physical form is natural. The only question is whether it's applied fully or in a diminished way. He subtly smirked. Quite clever. The blue-eyed blonde girl continued to explain, her tone full of confidence. Exactly. That's how the Constellation Killer could break Shiny with his aura. And also how I can do everything well with just a sword, she emphasized. Physical force is an incredibly powerful law. The entity Shiny pouted a little, then nodded slightly. The long-haired redhead, a majestic spirit, mused. A constellation's rank can be considered equivalent to the extent they can free themselves from the laws of physics. The blue-eyed blonde girl smiled brightly, a small orb of light spinning in her hand. The question is whether that force is applied fully or diminished. That's the crux, she explained. Meaning, even if they follow physics, they are not entirely bound by it. Laville Ivanzia, with a pensive expression, sat amidst mystical circles of light. So constellations have their own laws and can resist the laws of physics because of them. The blonde girl excitedly said, You understand exceptionally well. Truly worthy of being the Death Sovereign's matriarch. Kim Gongja, the elegant butler, brought his hand to his chin in thought. So the main points to remember when fighting constellations are, each constellation has its own law, and the apostles of each constellation must also follow their corresponding rules. The blue-eyed blonde girl cheerfully asked, Can you give some examples of those laws? She winked, and a brilliant pink energy surged around her. For instance, there's a constellation named Babbitt. She continued to explain. They are also called the God of Love, a constellation that interprets everything in the world as love. Kim Gongja and Lavielle Evancia listened. In the world Babbitt controls, human power is not based on authority or wealth, but on romantic ability. Lavielle Evancia exclaimed in surprise. Romantic ability? The blue-eyed blonde girl smirked mischievously. Why waste 1,000 words when I can show you? She raised her hand. A brilliant pink light enveloped her, and her voice echoed, Holy skill, God of desire. A wave of pink energy enveloped them, and Kim Gongja suddenly leaned towards Lavielle Evancia, creating an unexpectedly intimate posture. Both were stunned, eyes wide. Kim Gongja panicked. Excuse me for a second. The blonde girl merely brushed the butler, causing him to lose his balance. He tumbled, pulling Lavielle Evancia into an unexpectedly romantic position. Kim Gongja fell on top of Lavielle Evancia, his face close to hers, while she looked at him with a surprised gaze. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and suggestive. Lavielle Evancia, with a cold expression but blazing red eyes, looked down at Kim Gongja lying beneath her. Such displays of affection, in the eyes of others, are a bit embarrassing. Kim Gongja blushed furiously, stammering in denial.
No, I didn't mean to. I was just trying not to fall.
The blue-eyed blonde girl, the heretic inquisitor, chuckled. In Babbitt's domain, every action leads to romance, she continued to explain. A pink energy surrounding her. When you fall, you will always fall onto the nearest person. Even if you think it's water, there will always be a soft layer of flesh underneath. In short, these holy sites are mechanisms for amplifying and brainwashing humans. A vast library scene appeared, symbolizing the great library of all knowledge. Just as worlds become collections of stories, and we become story characters within them. She concluded, That's why I call this both a holy war and a constellation war. Kim Gongja adjusted his tie, his expression serious. So how should we prepare for the battle that will take place in the next 10 days? The blue-eyed blonde girl was excited, energy bursting around her. I need to know exactly which constellations are coming to prepare. If you can tell me their names, I can search using the skill Law of All Gods. The blonde girl asked if the constellations' aliases could be used. Then she read out 3 powerful names. Ox, Demon King of Destructive Harvest, Warhorse of the Eternal Plains, and Immortal Messenger of Happiness. He pondered. The Ox Demon King of Destructive Harvest has the ability to destroy and recreate all matter, even bodily structures. The blonde girl excitedly explained that its power could even affect time. Kim Gongja was startled. Time? He thought to himself that time was also a form of matter, so being affected was understandable. Next is the Warhorse of the Eternal Plains, the constellation of Mahos, holding the power of war and peace. It can sow war frenzy or enforce peace, and even impart tactics. Lavielle Evancia coldly remarked that peace was just an empty concept, merely the absence of war. She clearly understood the cruel nature of this world. Kim Gongja frowned. The Immortal Messenger of Happiness remained an enigma, its true name undiscovered. He wondered if this was a weak constellation, or merely a cunning trap. Lavielle Evancia sighed. 3 different types of enemies. Truly troublesome. She knew that each apostle could only borrow a fraction of a constellation's power, making the situation even more complicated. Nevertheless, they had grasped some of the enemy's nature. The blonde girl happily said that saving this world was also helping their tower. The blonde girl continued, explaining that with her sacred art skill, she could borrow almost all of a god's power if she knew their true name. Combined with Kim Gongja's strength, there would surely be a way. Kim Gongja and Lavielle Evancia exchanged glances, a silent understanding between 2 people bearing the fate of the world. A glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. The blonde girl watched the scene, her innocent blue eyes wide, and exclaimed, Ah, so that's love. Kim Gongja wondered, his heart suddenly numb, and a notification about enhanced immersion level appeared. The red-haired sword emperor coldly replied, That's a heartache. Be careful with that immersion level. The blonde girl tilted her head, asking about the other meaning of love she had just mentioned. But she only received a mysterious answer. I cannot share that. One thing was certain, that love was a secret weapon. Kim Gongja and Lavielle Evancia stood side by side, the brilliant light from the window seemingly heralding a turbulent future. Lavielle Evancia, as a person of authority, could not deploy troops arbitrarily. She proposed borrowing special forces from the emperor. The blonde girl eagerly asked about the scale of this force. Kim Gongja turned to ask the red-haired sword emperor for his opinion. My husband's foster father is the chief imperial guard and special forces captain. The number of troops he can gather will be. The sword emperor secretly observed Lavielle and the blonde girl, thinking about their promising synergy, then turned to Kim Gongja, sternly warning, "Dealing with 3 apostles won't be easy." Kim Gongja asked again how dangerous they were. The Sword Emperor compared the apostles' strength to that of the 12th floor hunger demon, about 1.5 times stronger. He explained that the hunger demon was a constellation, while they were merely apostles, so they would probably be weaker. A threatening image of a giant monster appeared. Kim Gongja was surprised when the Sword Emperor revealed that the hunger demon, the lowest-ranked constellation, only achieved D rank according to the tower's rankings. He couldn't help but exclaim and ask again. And the Sword Emperor confirmed. Lavia Levanzia calmly stated that she wasn't worried because they were fighting. But the Sword Emperor immediately reminded them that if they wanted to clear the tower without casualties, Kim Gongja had to carefully consider his plan and improve his combat ability. The Sword Emperor pointed directly at Kim Gongja, his gaze sharp. He asked directly if Kim Gongja intended to remain stuck at D rank forever. It was a powerful urging. The scene shifted to a splendid space. Kim Gongja, in a pristine white suit, was surrounded by 3 maids, who showered him with compliments on his elegant appearance. He shyly thanked them. Kim Gongja frowned, trying to remain calm. As a maid meticulously applied his makeup, he gently asked them to calm down a bit. The maids dismissed his request, excitedly declaring that today he had to be the most handsome man in the empire. Kim Gongja suddenly felt a strange familiarity, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. After completing his grooming, a maid smiled and congratulated Kim Gongja on his wedding. He was ready for the big day. A middle-aged man with a goatee, dressed in a dapper white suit, appeared and introduced himself as Kim Gongja's foster father. The foster father explained that he held a minor position in the royal family and had heard many good things about Kim Gongja. He stammered in response, a little flustered. The foster father smiled kindly, adjusted his gloves, and suggested that Kim Gongja simply call him father. Kim Gongja understood that he couldn't call him father with all his heart, but promised to act honorably so as not to disgrace the Avanja family name. It was a solemn commitment. The foster father revealed his intention to retire after the wedding, and Laville had meticulously arranged everything for him. Kim Gongja secretly thought about her thorough preparation. The foster father praised Laville as a talented person. He said that even though the father-son relationship between him and Kim Gongja was only temporary for today, she had done very well. The foster father's gaze sharpened. He realized that with the request for more troops and the use of his other titles, today's wedding would certainly not go smoothly. The foster father's cold, sharp eyes showed his vigilance, and he softly whispered a command. "Zombie, get ready." Just as expected, the space suddenly erupted. Brilliant golden lights tearing through the night, signaling a surprise attack. "They're here!" A delicate foot in a splendid black dress stepped onto the blood-stained ground, and Laville Evanzia coldly declared, "They have appeared." She quickly gave orders, her voice echoing amidst the chaos.
Everyone, obey my command from this moment on. The entire Divine Dragon Legion, gather in one place.
My vassals, guide and evacuate the guests. In response to the command, the Blue Lion Knights immediately sprang into action, their footsteps urgent, and their formation quickly established. The foster father, as the Special Forces captain, also didn't hesitate, loudly ordering, "Blue Lion Knights to your positions, I command you." The Special Forces must gather and protect the guests. Amidst the tension, Laville remained calm, asking the curly-haired, brown-haired woman beside her, "Do we have any information about their abilities?" She immediately replied, "Yes," the curly-haired, brown-haired woman hurriedly reported.
"I've completed the analysis."
The woman wielding the giant hammer island. At the same time, a familiar blonde figure appeared, charging straight into battle. Sylvia Avane, with blazing red eyes and a face full of fury, screamed Lavielle's name.
"Laville Evanzia, I won't let you have anything."
The horrified guests recognized her.
"Lady Golden Flower?"
Kim Gongja held Laville tightly, cautiously looking toward Sylvia Avane, who stood there in her original body. "This isn't good. That's probably Lady Golden Flower's true body," he asked in astonishment. "Her true body?" The curly-haired, brown-haired woman explained. "Simply put, her soul has been possessed by a demon. In exchange for the power of a constellation, she gave up her abilities, appearance, and memories. Perhaps she wanted it to happen, even if it meant sacrificing everything." Meanwhile, the knights fought bravely. The red-haired man led the troops, shouting loudly,
Protect the guests!"
Sylvia Avane attacked frantically, brilliant golden energy bursts exploding. "Stop them!" Her power was too terrifying. The knights were sent flying, their cries of pain echoing. "Ha!" The curly-haired, brown-haired woman warned everyone. "Everyone, be careful!" Kim Gongja still held Laville tightly, his gaze resolute. Sylvia Avane smirked, declaring, "She has an invulnerable body, one of Mutia's blessings. You'll follow Laville Evanzia's guidance anyway."
I'd rather destroy everything than give her anything. Sylvia continued to explain Laville's ability. Her body cannot be harmed, reducing physical damage by 99.9%. At the same time, the witch began to chant, praying for a destructive power. A brilliant golden light enveloped Sylvia, who raised her hand, summoning a colossal hammer radiating terrifying energy, as if praying for a blessing from the realm of the dead. With an enraged roar, Sylvia swung her hammer, aiming directly at Lavielle. She frantically screamed that unless it was a fatal blow that crushed her head, there would be no way to inflict significant damage. The man with the new beard exclaimed, "Who could do such a crazy thing?" He knew this was an impossible task, but also their last hope. If no one can do it, we will all die. Laville, with a worried look, whispered that even Lady Goldenflower was terrifying enough. An ominous premonition was looming. Sylvia sneered, looking down at the trembling figures. But that's not all. A colossal shadow appeared behind her, like a declaration of the tragic fate of the unfortunate souls. The shadow gradually became clear. It was a terrifying dark night. Sylvia's voice echoed, blaming the poor girl for possessing this body. Kim Gongja's astonished gaze met the next accusation. Sylvia's voice was cold. "And blame that young man." The dark night stood tall, like a judgment. "Because of them, we are here to raise this place. You have the right to grieve." The dark knight rode his warhorse, raising his weapon high. He commanded, "O warriors who follow the warhorse, awaken!" A multitude of dark warrior souls rose from the void, carrying a brutal aura, ready to destroy everything in their path. One of the guests, the man in uniform, was in extreme panic. He stammered, only managing to utter 2 words, "Run." From the dark night, a cold command rang out, "Charge." The warrior souls charged like a storm, while the guests fled in panic, screams tearing through the air. The heretic inquisitor, with sharp eyes, explained that the apostle had activated one of the warhorse's blessings, Battlefield Sanctuary. This skill enveloped the entire area, possessing a terrifying ability. It restores the power of all summoned souls to their peak when they were alive. These were all the most elite warriors. Laville watched the chaotic scene, her eyes clearly showing worry. Beneath her feet, crimson flames erupted, and strange sounds echoed everywhere, signaling an immeasurable catastrophe. Amidst the sea of fire, the man with the goatee staggered, seemingly trying to stand firm. Fiery red rock fragments crumbled underfoot, and the air was filled with chaos. One by one, they fell in the shockwave, their bodies gradually sinking into the sea of fire and debris. A tragic scene enveloped everything. No one could escape this devastation. Sylvia Avane screamed, her figure erupting in dazzling light as she unleashed an attack. The woman with curly brown hair warned, "This is a mental attack. Anyone caught by it will be buried in their happiest memories, difficult to escape." Amidst the eerie shadows, Sylvia Avane stood, laughing maniacally. She smugly spoke of her destructive skills, declaring this an impossible mission. Kim Gongja looked straight ahead, his gaze resolute. In this moment, he was no longer the butler, but the Death Sovereign, ready to face any challenge. Sylvia Avane turned her head, a sinister smile on her lips, challenging, "Can I believe that you will win this battle?" Kim Gongja's purple eyes widened in astonishment. A familiar name echoed, causing him to suddenly lose his composure. Laville reached out and gently touched him. Kim Gongja looked at her, his expression complex, as if wanting to say something long buried. Laville smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. "This ceremonial attire suits you very well," she said, her words like an encouragement. Kim Gongja bowed his head, his eyes heavy. He recalled the apostles of the constellations who had ravaged the hall, bringing about a terrifying catastrophe. The pain of the deceased guests, instead of blessings, now filled the air. Nevertheless, he could not give up. Sylvia Avane, amidst a vortex of golden energy, declared grandly, "We will never give up on this wedding." She promised to try and delay death for as long as possible. Amidst falling petals, Kim Gongja and Laville held hands, exchanging profound glances. Sylvia Avane was behind them, like a reminder of their cruel fate. Kim Gongja held Laville tightly, his face contorted in pain. A final embrace, full of sorrow and helplessness. Kim Gongja lay motionless on the cold ground. "You are dead," a voice echoed. "Death is as familiar as ever." 24 hours earlier, time rewound. Duchess Laville lay there, her red eyes half closed, like a silver flower, sleeping peacefully. This time, the regression would not be solitary. They would be invincible together, planning together. In the darkness of the past, a woman knelt in prayer, imploring help from the Supreme Being. Her prayer was finally answered, and not just her. A man, always by her side, also placed his faith in the prayer. His hands were clasped tightly, entrusting hope to a different future. Back in the present, Laville and Sylvia were discussing their battle plan. The Duchess wanted to change the arrangements in the hall,
focusing special forces on the area where the apostles would appear. Sylvia continued, stating that the royal guards and family soldiers would be dispatched to the west. Nobles with combat abilities would be positioned at the rear, and despite the two families' historical enmity, they would agree to cooperate for the greater good. Kim Gong-ja heard this, secretly thinking that if he could steal the apostles' blessings, everything would be much easier. Behind him, the Sword Emperor materialized, sneering playfully. "This tower is quite heartless, zombie." The Sword Emperor continued to explain that even the current Kim Gong-ja had many blessings, such as when he fought the starving demon or blessings from the goddess of beauty and the serpent god. Kim Gong-ja merely grumbled, "But those aren't my skills." The Sword Emperor incessantly teased, saying that those blessings were enhancement effects from the constellations. He advised Kim Gong-ja that if he wasn't happy, he should just go find those constellations and end himself. "I heard you, shut up," Kim Gong-ja snapped irritably. Sylvia worriedly spoke up, stating that if there were apostles skilled in mental attacks, they would need to reduce the number of guests, especially the blessing from the apostle who embodies the happiest moments of life. Lavielle pondered. Sylvia continued to explain that not many people could resist the poison of happiness from the immortal messenger of happiness. "This is the real problem," Lavielle said, her eyes full of thought. The Duchess further analyzed that if they reduced the guests, it would be difficult to deal with the steed of the eternal plains, an apostle who could summon an army of 10,000. Inviting many guests made them vulnerable to mental attacks, while reducing guests meant being overwhelmed by numbers. Kim Gong-ja raised his hand, confidently declaring, "Leave that to me." He looked at Lavielle and Sylvia, but with a condition. He turned to Lavielle, asking about the Empire's laws. "Only heirs after marriage were allowed to wear black attire, right?" A voice off-panel confirmed. "That's right." Kim Gong-ja looked at Lavielle, his gaze firm. "Lavielle, please allow me to wear black attire as well." The Duchess was surprised, not understanding his intention. He scratched his head slightly, looking a bit embarrassed but still resolute. "I have no intention of becoming the master of the duchy or anything, but a statement full of hidden meaning, marking a new turning point." Duchess Lavielle, after a moment of thought, finally agreed. "I know you're not one to be constrained by formalities, but imperial traditions always bother me. Still, nothing is more important than you looking dashing. I'll start preparations right away. Thank you." In another room, Kim Gong-ja, in an elegant black suit, placed his hand on a brightly glowing magic circle. With this, all preparations are complete. A mysterious plan was being set in motion. Then the fated moment arrived. The magnificent castle bathed in the fiery sunset, where the wedding ceremony was held. Everywhere was filled with pristine white, symbolizing a new beginning. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, a brown-haired guest whispered to the person next to him, "The arrangement in the wedding hall is a bit strange." His eyes were full of suspicion. "Excuse me, but this seems to be a battle formation. Those capable of fighting are gathered at the front, while ordinary nobles are at the back." He pointed out the solemn ranks of guards. Kim Gong-ja smiled, his eyes sharp. "My wife certainly has her reasons." Did he trust Lavielle or his own plan? The man with the goatee shrewdly noticed. "I see you're wearing a sword at your hip," Kim Gong-ja replied. "Yes, I enjoy practicing swordsmanship." "As the vice commander of the Avanzia family, I can't look weak, can I?" he continued, his tone containing a warning. "Furthermore, I must prepare for any chaos that might occur at the wedding hall." The man with the goatee nodded. "Understood. I will also prepare quickly." "Excellent." Kim Gong-ja turned his back, his sword clearly visible. "With this, the special forces will be ready to fight at any moment. The more people who remain calm when unexpected situations arise, the better." Meanwhile, among the crowd of nobles, whispers began to spread. A girl with her hair tied up in a bun leaned close to the person next to her. "Did you hear anything? I heard there are those who are displeased, opposing Duchess Silverlily marrying a commoner. They say a brawl might break out right at the wedding. How terrifying." A blond man trembled. The man holding a fan also worried. "I heard that too. So I brought bodyguards." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion ripped through the air, and the sky turned blood red. Strange flashes of light streaked across, followed by desperate screams. What is that?" Amidst the chaos, three powerful entities appeared. The Apostle of the Ox Harvesting Destruction, the Apostle of the Steed of the Eternal Plains, and the Apostle of the Immortal Messenger of Happiness. "They're here! Everyone to your positions!" The man with the goatee shouted, his face pale. "Oh my God, what the hell is happening?" Panic-stricken screams echoed everywhere. Kim Gong-ja, in a white suit, dashed away like the wind. "Those who cannot fight, evacuate into the castle immediately. Heretic Inquisitor, climb onto my back." The blonde girl immediately replied, "Okay." Kim Gong-ja and the Heretic Inquisitor plunged into battle. He shouted, activating an ultimate skill, and light burst forth from the blonde girl, ready to strike. The blonde girl's fiery red eyes flashed, and divine power surged. Kim Gong-ja held her tight, transmitting energy, transforming her into an arrow of light piercing through the night. With a sword of light in hand, the heretic inquisitor charged like lightning, delivering a fatal blow to the brown-haired man. Dazzling light tore through the air, signaling a fierce battle. Again! Kim Gong-ja, with fiery red eyes, sneered and commanded. The blonde girl didn't hesitate, continuing to unleash fierce attacks, forcing the enemy to brace themselves. The clang of metal echoed. The heretic inquisitor roared, pouring all her strength into each sword strike, while the brown-haired man gritted his teeth, enduring and trying to block the attack. Brilliant light from the blonde girl tore through the blood-red sky, descending upon the enemy like a meteor. The ground shook, energy exploded, forming a deep crater. The brown-haired man burst into maniacal laughter. "What petty tricks are you playing? It's useless. I have an invincible body. Absolutely nothing can harm me," he boasted about his bestowed power. Kim Gong-ja looked down at the enemy, his purple eyes cold. "You offered your soul to an apostle just because you didn't want to be harmed?" he questioned, his voice full of contempt. The brown-haired man's fiery red eyes flared with rage. "That's none of your business," he roared, his anger and resentment reaching their peak. In his mind, an image of La Ville Evancia appeared. Everyone only has La Ville in their eyes. All she did was be born into a good family. She acts as if she's better than everyone else. The brown-haired man screamed in despair and indignation. "I'll kill her. I'll take everything she has." A phantom hand typed on a keyboard, expressing the desire to become the Flame Emperor. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, that was an improper and ugly desire. He admitted he had no right to mock Lady Goldenflower, but as himself, he could speak these words. Kim Gong-ja's eyes glowed red. He looked directly at the brown-haired man, declaring, "Lady Goldenflower, you should know that there are many others far worse than you. Humans understand the pain they've experienced. That's why when others cry out for others, we should have compassion for the loneliness they're going through." To all who are crying out, trapped in pain, the brown-haired man sneered. "Nonsense. Who would want to live a life like that?" Kim Gong-ja called out Shiny. The sword of light appeared, transforming into a pitch-black, thorny sword. Sylvia Avenay, her body blessed by Mutia, could not be harmed. A curse or a gift when it becomes shackles? In the dense darkness, Kim Gong-ja's pitch-black sword appeared, carrying a terrifying ability. My ability is pain. He charged to attack the enemy, disregarding the boast about the skill that caused no injury. "Sylvia Avenay, I will save you from this moment on." Dark tentacles from the sword tightly wrapped around the enemy. The brown-haired man screamed in extreme pain. Physical and mental agony twisted him, making him collapse, clutching his tormented body. The brown-haired man, in despair, called for help from the heretic inquisitor, using divine transmission to communicate. Kim Gong-ja stood tall, coldly, asking the one writhing at his feet, "Does it hurt?" It must hurt a lot. The other man could only cry for help. The enemy desperately screamed about an agreement, a signed contract. His eyes were filled with horror. He continued to threaten that Mutia would not overlook it if he was abandoned. Kim Gong-ja merely let out a soft, unfazed. He noticed a strange star fragment, but that didn't change his resolve. Warriors following the warhorse? Awaken. The skill Battlefield Sanctuary was activated, an area of effect skill that could restore all summoned souls to their peak strength. In a fleeting memory, La Ville Evancia smiled, complimenting Kim Gong-ja's cloak. He thanked her for accepting his request, keeping her promise. She replied, "I understand. End everything as you wish." Kim Gong-ja raised his black sword high, his gaze resolute, ready for the final battle. 100 souls reincarnation. Countless powerful soul warriors were summoned, flooding the battlefield. A blood-red battlefield appeared, where the power of the Maho constellation was unleashed. It was named Battlefield Sanctuary, and its effect was to summon the deceased back to their peak strength. A hooded black entity appeared while acclamations echoed, "We greet the vice sect leader of the demonic cult." Amidst the sea of souls, the brown-haired man and the long black-haired woman stood there, mysterious smiles on their lips. The demonic cult crowd behind them was shrouded in darkness, ready to obey. With a confident smirk, the vice sect leader commanded, "Please fight for me." His gaze was sharp and cold, like lightning tearing through the blood-red sky. "We obey the vice sect leader," the long black-haired woman growled, her red eyes blazing. The oath of loyalty echoed, merging with the fighting spirit of the entire cult. Today, the vice sect leader looks especially dashing. The long black-haired woman spoke, her eyes following the figure of the man striding across the red ground. She chuckled, teasing, "You've even put on makeup as if you're about to get married." A seemingly casual remark,
Yet it hinted at something. To the astonishment of the cult members, the vice sect leader calmly declared, "I am getting married." The entire demonic cult fell silent, and rumors began to spread. The vice sect leader is getting married. The peerless demonic cult leader is getting married. Not an engagement, but a real wedding. The entire crowd erupted in extreme astonishment. "Who will you marry?" a voice rang out, questioning. The vice sect leader pointed forward, decisively replying, "Her." Before the cult members was La Vielle Avancia, exquisite in a luxurious black dress. She is truly beautiful. Our vice sect leader certainly has good taste. Praises rang out. Vice sect leader, what level has your esteemed wife reached? A cultist questioned. He smiled, calmly replying, "My wife knows no martial arts, but she will be the matriarch of the demonic cult. Is it not too much for someone who knows no martial arts? One's prestige comes from martial arts. The Blood Ghost Legion cannot accept this marriage." Opposition surged. I forgot to mention, my wife holds the second highest noble title in this nation, second only to the emperor. The declaration reversed the situation. Then everything is different. Congratulations. Vice sect leader, even the hooded black entity couldn't help but be stunned. Black tears streamed down its skeletal face, whispering, "Master, you're getting married?" Vice sect leader Kim Gongja calmly confirmed the marriage, leaving the hooded black entity dumbfounded. Could someone actually marry a lunatic like its master? The hooded black entity still couldn't believe it, secretly wondering if anyone truly wanted to marry someone as peculiar as him. Kim Gongja frowned, then nodded, declaring it was time to focus on the battle. The sky was blood red, countless eerie dark figures soaring. The vice sect leader coldly clarified, "Those were apostles from other worlds, invaders who sought to conquer this world." He continued, "Those apostles even dared to ruin his wedding." Upon hearing this, the demonic cult members let out a murderous "oh," their eyes blazing. The silver-haired man of the demonic cult, his body erupting with blue light, growled, daring to obstruct the vice sect leader of the demonic cult's wedding. They've truly lost their minds. Another demonic cult member, the muscular, long, brown-haired man, swung a glowing axe, sneering, They've definitely gone mad." The power of the demonic cult was rising. In the tense atmosphere, the hooded black entity drew a colossal greatsword, its black blade reflecting an eerie purple light, ready for battle. The hooded black entity said in a deep voice, "I understand the situation. I initially thought it was due to your increased strength, but it turns out to be thanks to the blessing of their constellation." Kim Gongja replied concisely, "Precisely." The hooded black entity asked about the constellation the enemy served. Kim Gongja, without hesitation, named it Mahos, Warhorse of the Eternal Plane. The hooded black entity scoffed. "Those who follow him are just foolish brutes who only know how to fight." Its voice was full of contempt, signaling an impending outburst of rage. The hooded black entity bowed, awaiting orders. "Please, give the command. What do you wish for me to do?" Kim Gongja, his purple eyes flashing with a bloody glint, coldly decreed, "Annihilate them all." As soon as the words left his lips, the hooded black entity charged like a storm, its dark figure tearing through the blood-red space, fragments and fiery lights scattering everywhere. An armored invader with horns stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Is that a constellation? How can this be?" The invaders were terrified to see someone who wasn't a constellation commanding a constellation as a subordinate. The demonic cult members roared, "Destroy them all!" The silver-haired man of the demonic cult charged into the battle, blue light erupting from his sword. "Weaklings! They don't deserve to hear us recite the doctrine." The black-haired woman of the demonic cult roared, her red eyes burning with hatred. "You bastards! How dare you ruin the vice cult leader's wedding?" A barrage of invaders were torn apart in her fury. Sword Demon swung his sword in a flash, declaring that the enemy's head would be a wedding gift for the vice cult leader. "If anyone brings back less than 5 heads, I'll kill them myself." The silver-haired man of the demonic cult also charged in, sweeping through, his sword energy sharp and cold. "Serves those ignorant fools right." The black-armored, horned invader tried to rally his warriors, but a surge of blazing red energy cut him off. The black-armored invader's twisted smile and terrified eyes showed that he had realized his tragic fate. Sword Demon leapt onto a flag, standing on the enemy's corpse, his eyes filled with disdain. "You piece of trash! How dare you obstruct the vice cult leader's wedding?" He swung his sword, creating a blazing golden vortex, tearing through space. "You bastard! Die!" The black-armored invader vanished, and the demonic cult members below cheered loudly, their morale soaring. Sword Demon raised the enemy's head high, proclaiming himself the captain of the extermination squad, and declared it the greatest wedding gift. The black-haired woman and the silver-haired man of the demonic cult stood side by side, their expressions a mix of surprise and annoyance. Damn it. Why that idiot? At the same time, vice cult leader Kim Gongja received a cold system notification.
The apostle of the Eternal Plains warhorses has been annihilated. The notification continued to echo, signaling the end of the divine battlefield. The silver-haired demonic cult man felt his energy weakening. My key. His energy gradually depleted. The surrounding light entities seemed to drain his strength, creating strange sounds. A blonde-haired, horned female apostle writhed in the darkness, apologizing to her master for her comrade's uselessness. That idiot, even as an ally, he was no help at all. She was in pain, tightly bound by shadowy tentacles, realizing that these mental attacks were too much to bear when not at her best. Amidst the chaotic, blazing red scene, the blonde-haired female apostle tried to create a safe zone, while Kim Gong-ja held her hand, signaling her to wait. Lavielle Avancia, with a cold expression, stood on the motionless body of an invader, declaring, "If I'm right, we'll be fine, even if others aren't." The blonde-haired female apostle was surprised, then exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, you were right. Death Sovereign, what magic did you cast this time?" The blonde-haired girl's soul hovered, wondering about Kim Gong-ja. What a strange person. Kim Gong-ja smiled, facing an invisible question. "Don't you have any happy memories?" He replied, "No." A series of painful memories surfaced. Countless deaths, fallen comrades, being abandoned in a time loop, and even having to let go of the one who saw the beauty in him. He tightly held Lavielle's hand, his voice firm. "Today is my wedding day." Kim Gong-ja and Lavielle Avancia looked at each other, satisfied smiles on their faces. He said that even if there were 100,000 reasons to be unhappy, the single reason to be happy was more precious than all. The blonde-haired girl's soul chuckled, admitting that she was always happy, but it couldn't compare to the Death Sovereign's perspective. The blonde-haired girl formed a hand seal, preparing to unleash a sacred skill. Kim Gong-ja hovered in midair, energy erupting around him, while the blonde-haired girl's soul looked up. Countless shimmering souls of the blonde-haired girl appeared, enveloping the battlefield. A blinding flash of light erupted, along with her soul's whisper. What a strange person. The system notified. The apostle of the immortal messenger of happiness has been annihilated. The blonde-haired female apostle lay motionless on the cracked ground, a faint golden light surrounding her horns. Kim Gong-ja stood tall on the peak, looking down at the fallen body of the female apostle. Beneath the blazing red sky of the apocalypse, blinding light poured down, illuminating two towering figures. A resounding cry tore through the air, calling the name of the one who had conquered death. But from above, a figure swooped down, purple hair fluttering in the wind. She shrieked, questioning Kim Gong-ja for daring to marry without consulting anyone. Her face was purple with rage, her eyes gleaming with fierce opposition. "I object to this marriage," the declaration echoed. The purple-haired girl incessantly poured out reproaches, asserting that the Death Sovereign's wedding should be grandly held on the first floor of the Tower of Babylon, broadcast live to the entire world. While she was still declaring the cancellation of the wedding, a clearing of the throat resounded. The silver-haired old man, with a calm expression, congratulated Kim Gong-ja for overcoming the trial. The silver-haired old man smiled, commenting on this love at first sight. He was about to offer advice as a senior, but a cold voice cut him off. The old man mused, his gaze fixed on Kim Gong-ja, calling the Death Sovereign with a meaningful tone. A hand rested on his shoulder. The silver-haired old man continued, recounting the disputes when he cleared the stage. But he had always supported this romance. The armored knight gave a mysterious smile. He said that only those involved truly understand love at first sight, and promised to deal with the black-robed witch. Lavielle Avancia's crimson eyes looked directly at Kim Gong-ja, calling him my love. A crowd of characters of all kinds gathered, their eyes fixed on the couple. Lavielle Avancia softly said that it seemed he needed to introduce many people to her. Kim Gong-ja asked in surprise if meeting both families right after the wedding was normal in the empire. The dark-skinned man explained that many families lived scattered throughout the empire, and a wedding was the only occasion for them to gather and greet each other. The purple-haired girl nodded in agreement. He and she sat opposite important figures. He said in a deep voice that this wedding was not only a connection between nations, but also a fusion of entire worlds. The dark-skinned man laughed loudly, confessing he had never imagined the meeting would unfold like this. He had sent countless reports to the emperor in just one day. The purple-haired girl sighed, admitting that even she didn't know how to report these unexpected events to the emperor. The purple-haired woman looked at the dark-skinned man, declaring this meeting an unexpected stroke of luck. He replied, considering it a joyous occasion for them to reunite at the wedding. The armored knight asked about other worlds, while the long-bearded, silver-haired old man lamented the difficulty of reporting to the emperor. Kim Gong-ja affirmed that he understood the empire's situation well. The purple-haired girl mused, reminding them of those who had witnessed their world being invaded. She feared the world would reject those who denied the truth. The dark-skinned man bowed his head, admitting her words were entirely accurate. A shared fear enveloped the space. The long-bearded, silver-haired old man smiled, emphasizing the importance of understanding no matter how many years it took. Kim Gong-ja also expressed optimism about this good start. The vice cult leader's hand gently clasped Lavielle's, a subtle gesture affirming their unity and trust. In the quiet moment, Kim Gong-ja softly called Lavielle's name. She turned her head, her crimson eyes gleaming with anticipation. The vice cult leader smiled, revealing he wanted to introduce her to a few people. Lavielle asked in surprise if they were people outside this room. The long-bearded, silver-haired old man advised them to take their time. Kim Gong-ja stood up, saying he would go meet his close associate. Under the bright full moon, Kim Gong-ja and Lavielle stepped outside. Around them, the boisterous laughter and chatter of the demonic cult members resounded, along with the sword demon's complaint that the wine of this world tasted strange. The long-haired, brown-haired sword demon, his face flushed with intoxication, excitedly called out to the vice cult leader and congratulated him on his marriage. Kim Gong-ja smiled and waved, telling everyone to relax and enjoy themselves. The other demonic cult members were also happily enjoying the feast. Cheers resounded as the demonic cult crowd collectively congratulated the vice cult leader on his wedding, showering him with endless praise. Wine bottles were raised high, and everyone cheered, wishing the vice cult leader long life and praising him and Lavielle as a match made in heaven. Amidst the clamor, Kim Gong-ja suddenly called the sword demon over. The intoxicated man was startled, stammering a question in return. The surrounding demonic cult members burst into laughter, teasing the sword demon for his usual disrespectful attitude. Kim Gong-ja turned to Lavielle and introduced, "Lavielle, this is the sword demon." Kim Gong-ja introduced the sword demon as his master's subordinate, who was once the demonic cult leader. The sword demon seemed embarrassed, while Kim Gong-ja smiled proudly. He continued, saying that his master had chosen 4 outstanding great demon kings, and the sword demon was one of them. Lavielle listened, her crimson eyes gleaming with curiosity. She observed the sword demon, noting that he was crude and his words blunt, but that proved his master didn't judge people by their appearance. Lavielle concluded that he was certainly a resilient, valuable individual. Lavielle formally introduced herself as the Duchess of the Empire, wife of the vice cult leader, hoping for the sword demon's consideration. The demon king awkwardly replied. Kim Gong-ja then called out 3 more names. He explained that these were the remaining 3 demon kings among the 4 great demon kings, elites who had retained their martial arts despite being cursed. All 3 bowed to Lavielle, showing their respect. Kim Gong-ja spoke again, calling, "Preta, come here." A long-haired, elegant blonde girl stepped forward, replying to him with a respectful tone. He introduced Preta, revealing she was once an unknown monster with the ability to mimic those she devoured. After accidentally eating a human, Preta began gathering others with her power. Kim Gong-ja continued Preta's tragic story. After losing her loved ones at the hands of the Empire's army, she became a demon king and destroyed that empire. Finally, he subdued her after a life-or-death battle. "Oh right," Kim Gong-ja suddenly remembered. He held up a sparkling sword and introduced, "This is shiny." The sword let out a soft jingle. Lavielle asked in surprise, "Shiny?" Kim Gong-ja awkwardly explained that she sparkled, truly sparkled, so he called her Shiny. He revealed Shiny's true name was the guardian goddess, but she was sealed after being deceived by a villain. That name was too grand for her current situation, so he called her Shiny. Lavielle laughed, criticizing his naming sense. Lavielle said that if it were her, she would at least name her Radiant. Shiny, manifested in a mechanical form, blushed. An announcement rang out. Shiny swore loyalty to the hero's wife. Kim Gong-ja continued, "And, though you might not see him, I have another friend here." He gestured with his hand, and Lavielle watched intently. He explained that Lavielle might never see this friend, as there were special circumstances preventing him from appearing before others. The faint Sword Emperor appeared. Kim Gong-ja said the Sword Emperor was 30 times cruder than the Sword Demon, but incredibly powerful. He was the one who taught him swordsmanship and aura. Lavielle listened, her red eyes still focused. "He's quite an important man," Kim Gong-ja affirmed. The Sword Emperor stood there, silent, seemingly in thought. Kim Gong-ja mused, admitting that without the Sword Emperor, he wouldn't have been able to endure the loneliness for so long. Lavielle bowed her head, expressing deep gratitude to the faint Sword Emperor, who had brought Kim Gong-ja to her. She said that thanks to him, she had found happiness, and it was all thanks to the Sword Emperor for bringing him here. The Sword Emperor, with a mysterious smile, instructed Lavielle to take good care of Kim Gong-ja, as he seemed a bit crazy. Kim Gong-ja looked at Lavielle, introducing the loved ones who had opened his heart, those he called family, all that he cherished. The Sword Emperor stood there, witnessing the warm scene of the home Kim Gong-ja had built with all his heart. In a romantic moment, he gently took Lavielle's hand, inviting her to dance. Lavielle smiled radiantly, her red eyes sparkling, responding to his invitation. "Let's dance." He confessed he had never danced properly before, but Lavielle told him to utilize the butler's memories. He worried he would step on her. Lavielle gracefully lifted her skirt, ready for the dance. Kim Gong-ja and Lavielle spun in the ethereal night, He uttered a sound of surprise. Lavia looked at him affectionately, urging him to hurry, his feet subtly moving. The rustling of grass beneath their feet blended with the rhythm of the night. Under the full moon and ancient architecture, the couple was engrossed in their dance, creating a romantic scene. He sighed, embarrassed that he had stepped on Laviel's feet 3 times, feeling truly clumsy. Laviel placed her foot on his, gently replying, "It's all right. I just need to step on you that many times in return." Laviel looked at him, her fiery red eyes sparkling beneath her veil, and softly asked, "That's fair, isn't it?" A mysterious smile bloomed on her lips. If their dance had to be described, it wasn't a place to hide missteps, but a place where they stepped on each other's feet, yet never let go. It was a dance where, even if disaster struck, they would still smile, facing each other without fear. He belonged to Laviel, and Laviel belonged to him. Just the two of them had turned every world into a stage, and the next chapter would unfold on an even grander stage. 2 weeks had passed since the wedding. While the hunters in the library focused on conquering higher floors, the masters had met with the emperor. The empire and the tower had reached many secret agreements, a powerful handshake shaping the future. However, he cast aside those momentous historical events. What he needed to do first was confront the glowing red sword on the bed, the one that had pierced Laviel's heart. That sword was also the very thing that had trapped this world in an endless 10-day loop. "Shiny," he called, and the guardian goddess answered the hero, transforming into the sparkling sword in his hand. "Devour it," he commanded, and light from Shiny erupted, heading straight for the red sword. The guardian goddess began to absorb fragments of her opponent, causing the red sword to tremble violently. Fiery red energy surged, and that sword was utterly terrified by the overwhelming power. In that moment, the image of the blonde idol with white wings rushed forward, trying to persuade her older sister. Kim Gongja held Laviel tightly, protecting her. Next was Pity, with mysterious black wings, also trying to dissuade her older sister from her cruel fate. And then, the prayer. The brown-haired woman with white wings was utterly horrified witnessing the betrayal of her sisters. The prayer screamed in despair, resolutely refusing to accept anyone other than Lapanta Aigimi as her master. The sword Shiny glowed crimson as if to tear through space. Kim Gongja, with a brilliant light around his hand, began to reveal the cruel truth about Lapanta Aigimi and the constellations. He explained that he didn't understand at first, but while in this world, he realized the true nature of those damned constellations. They invaded, manipulated, and trampled upon everything. Even the head librarian was no exception. It was just a more sophisticated method of manipulation, turning ordinary people into characters to satisfy their own amusement. Kim Gongja concluded furiously. In other words, they are a nuisance, committing violence. He continued, Lapanta Aigimi, who had become emperor, must have thought very carefully about the power of the constellations, and he had a plan, not to seize, but to destroy them all. Laviel Evanzia listened silently, her face pensive as she realized this world also once had a constellation, but it was likely killed by Lapanta Aigimi. Kim Gongja turned his back. The sword Shiny flared with red light, asserting to the prayer that her original master was mistaken. He exposed, when one constellation disappears, another will appear. Lapanta Aigimi didn't solve the problem, but created a bigger one. He challenged, why don't you try to claim another ownership if you can? Kim Gongja admitted that Lapanta Aigimi had undergone countless trials and spent many years perfecting his idea, but there was one thing he could state with certainty. His face showed clear resolve, his eyes sharp and cold. When a person makes a mistake, they must take responsibility for it. He spoke of another world where Lapanta Aigimi had killed a constellation, causing its inhabitants to face eternal winter and warriors to become undead. He emphasized, no matter how noble his intentions, that is not something that can be forgiven. The sword Shiny spun, creating a vortex of crimson energy, like a final judgment from Kim Gongja. Take responsibility. The prayer's black and white wings gently closed, as if accepting fate, and a thump echoed in the space. Kim Gongja stood beside Laviel Evanzia, the sword Shiny still glowing, as the prayer finally accepted and whispered, my name is the prayer. The image of the prayer with white wings, hands clasped in prayer amidst red smoke, revealed her sacred role. My role is to listen to the wishes of humanity. Lapanta Aigimi's prayer echoed, a yearning to destroy all constellations, to free humanity from their oppression. How noble, how tragic a wish. That prayer was noble, heavy, magnificent. Therefore, she entrusted her existence to him. Now, she asked Kim Gongja, so, what prayer do you carry in your heart, human? Kim Gongja swore he would never run away, never turn a blind eye to evil. He would bear responsibility for his words and actions, never justifying injustice. He declared boldly, his eyes resolute. I will never do so, as long as evil is within my sword's reach, as long as I breathe. A sigh escaped the prayer. Her form enveloped in red light, as if deeply understanding that vow. She whispered, her voice full of sorrow, "The road to hell is always paved with good intention." She extended her hand, blessing his intention, but also a curse. "I can only bless your good intentions and accompany you on your path to hell. My ability is the ordeal," she revealed, her eyes glowing crimson. "Those whose hearts are pierced by me will face the greatest trial, verifying their deepest wish. It is a trial to see if that wish is true, if it is what they want to achieve at all costs, even if they have to sacrifice everything. My cursed ability is to make them voluntarily abandon their desires. Oh, my new master, may you prosper eternally in hell." Red smoke suddenly enveloped Laviel. Whoosh! The sword shiny suddenly flared, absorbing the red smoke, and the form of the guardian goddess gradually became clearer and more majestic. Phew! Kim Gongja knelt, letting out a sigh of relief. Laviel stood behind him, her gaze following, like a protective shadow. Laviel asked if everything was over. He replied, "Yes, at least for now. No constellation or fragment can defile this world." She hugged him tightly. He explained, "This is a world where even 3 constellation apostles combined failed." She smiled softly. "Don't worry. No foolish constellation would dare to invade after witnessing your power." Laviel looked up, her eyes filled with emotion. A part of her soul yearned to follow in his footsteps, to explore new horizons, but harsh reality forced her to stay. "I have my duties, and so do you," she whispered, her hand gently caressing his cheek. Their hands clasped tightly, an unspoken vow. "Go forth and conquer, Kim Gongja," she whispered, entrusting him with both her trust and freedom. He replied, his eyes full of love, "If you get tired, come back. I'll always be here." Then he sighed softly, as if there was more he wanted to say. He suggested building a home on the 20th floor of the tower, a place that belonged to him. She smiled, agreeing. "The next time, that will be our home." Forehead to forehead, she vowed. "When we are there, I will only be your wife," he replied with a gentle gaze. "I look forward to that day." She handed him her handkerchief, imbued with her perfume, an eternal charm, so that its scent would always linger with him. She leaned close and whispered, "This white lily scent is the very scent that made you fall for me from the beginning." She reminded him to stop fiddling with his dagger when he was worried. "Instead, smell my perfume," she instructed, handing him a special sedative. By the windy window, she prayed, "Kim Gong-ja, I wish that what keeps you here isn't misfortune or pain, but our memories, love, and happiness." She smiled radiantly, her red eyes burning like the flame of love. "Will you accept this wish of mine?" He also smiled, a smile as warm as the morning Sunday. "Of course. I promise you, Laviel." In the romantic setting, 2 souls intertwined in a passionate kiss. "I love you," they whispered, their vows echoing. The moment their lips met, a mysterious energy flowed through. Transfer. Suddenly, a figure appeared from nothingness. The mysterious purple-haired woman spoke, welcoming him. "Welcome back, Death Sovereign." Amidst the ancient sea of books, she sat, majestic and mysterious. "Come here. I have something to tell you," she commanded, her eyes profound. Kim Gongja stood amidst the sea of books, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked forward, uttering a mysterious name. Black Witch? Amidst towering stacks of books, a dark-skinned woman sat in contemplation. Behind her sat a blonde girl. The girl spoke, "What's wrong? Wait." A man in armor and a man in traditional black attire sat silently. The man in armor broke the silence. "Where have all the other hunters gone?" The purple-haired woman smiled and explained, "I sent them away because we have something to discuss." She emphasized, "What I am about to say now is top secret." Kim Gongja sat down, his expression puzzled. He wondered, "Why are you acting like this?" Then suddenly realized something. The blonde girl skipped amidst the sea of books, cheerfully declaring, "To sum up the problem in one simple sentence, Death Sovereign, you've been too successful." Kim Gongja was astonished. "What?" The blonde girl continued, her eyes sparkling. "Think about it." The blonde girl continued to explain that he had demonstrated pure, noble love between master and disciple in the heavenly demon True Scripture, and respect for martial arts that made many hearts flutter. A crowd of people watched a large screen, where Kim Gongja was comforting someone. Thousands of martial artists from outside had flocked into the tower. The man in armor gravely revealed, someone live-streamed from the first floor and leaked it to the outside world. Kim Gongja was utterly shocked. The purple-haired woman smiled. "Actually, we allowed them to do that." She said, "Death Sovereign, even your successful scenes are an incredibly effective advertisement." The long black-haired woman holding a fan closed her eyes. The purple-haired woman mused, "But in the end, it seems we underestimated this matter too much." The blonde girl, now manifested as an adult woman, spoke of the influence of your character. "No,
Your influence as a symbol. She gave a number, 113,654. The majestic tower appeared in its entirety, surrounded by crowds of people flocking towards it. The number 113,654 was the exact number of people who entered the tower just yesterday. Kim Gong-ja looked at his phone, the screen showing the crowd flocking towards the tower. He asked, his voice disbelieving, "Just yesterday?" The blonde girl affirmed, "That's right." She further explained that previously, such numbers only appeared during war or the collapse of a nation, but now there was no war at all. Even though the outside world was peaceful, the tower still received a massive influx of people. A mysterious flyer, carrying a message from the outside world, was handed to Kim Gong-ja, revealing the reason. On the flyer, his majestic face appeared, along with a resounding call to action, "Death Sovereign, advance to Utopia." Kim Gong-ja was stunned. Death Sovereign. What does that mean? The dark-skinned woman, gently fanning herself, confirmed, "Clearly, they're talking about your alias. These flyers have spread across all nations," he mused, his eyes scanning the paper. "We had no hand in this," the dark-skinned woman affirmed. "This is a voluntary act by those outside the tower." In the ancient library, the man in armor said in a low voice, "Using flyers in this era, do you know what that means? It attracts people from impoverished regions, where there's no internet, and even refugees from war zones." The black-clad swordsman continued, his voice deep and muffled. "They abandon everything, nation, status, life, to step into the Tower of Babel. Many even wear black from head to toe." Kim Gong-ja looked at his phone screen, images of people in black appearing. "It's like joining a cult," he muttered. The blonde girl sneered. "Actually, they only entered the tower after following you." The purple-haired woman smiled, her voice gentle. "It's not just refugees or the poor. Even brilliant scholars are flocking here, declaring they will help you build a new society. Gong-ja, you're not simply clearing stages. Everywhere, people yearned for a hero. Someone brave enough to face danger, cherish humanity, and dedicate themselves to love. Nothing moves people more than a benevolent hero, dedicating their entire life for a noble ideal." The purple-haired woman raised her phone, the hunter ranking displayed on the screen. Her voice was full of reverence.
You have become our flag, our symbol.
Kim Gong-ja was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at the phone. "Rank 2 inches, the hunter rankings," he whispered. "So this is the new rank the tower has bestowed upon me." Kim Gong-ja faced the expectant gazes of the entire group. The purple-haired woman, representing them all, spoke. "So, what do you think, Death Sovereign? Are you ready to become our king?" He was stunned, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. "Are you kidding me?" Kim Gong-ja's voice faltered, unable to believe what he had just heard. The blonde girl hastily explained, gesturing with her hands. "It's not that we want to turn the tower into a monarchy. What we're aiming for is our own ideal form of anarchy." Armored footsteps echoed, and the man in armor cut in. "Come on, don't overcomplicate things. You'll be our symbolic king." But even a symbol carries its own unique power. The man in armor stood tall, his gaze resolute. "Gong-ja," he said, "the power you wield is already enough to shake this entire world." The armored man continued to assert that Gong-ja's name alone had attracted over 100,000 people to join the tower in a single day. An unprecedented power, far surpassing even the Black Witch. The young man with glasses mused, explaining that in the past, they wouldn't have been able to secure enough food. But now, with new lands and trade routes, they could feed everyone. The dark-skinned woman tapped the scroll lightly, her eyes sharp. More important than anything was experience. Every guild leader here had endured adversity, becoming an expert in difficult times. The purple-haired woman smiled brightly, declaring boldly, "Only they had the strength to overcome this crisis, something any nation would be helpless against, but not them." The black-haired boy was stunned, a hand reaching out as if to offer strength. "Death Sovereign, we can do it!" the voice echoed, full of conviction. The entire group stood firm, the purple-haired woman leading, declaring resolutely, they would prove to the world that they could create a better world, right here. The purple-haired woman stated firmly, "Death Sovereign, we can do it." They would do what the outside world could not, providing a place where refugees could breathe a sigh of relief. A dream, an ideal. The armored man smiled. He understood the feeling of a collapsing society and would prevent it. He, a holy knight who had once fled a South American nation, was ready. The purple-haired woman continued, her eyes resolute. They understood oppression, so they would prevent all internal conflicts. She was the Black Dragon Guild leader, a survivor of the Black Sea and countless wars. The blonde girl and the young man with glasses stood there. They knew what violence was and how to use it. A heretic inquisitor who grew up in the Eastern European mafia,
and Viper, who grew up in the Central Plains Triad. The dark-skinned woman mused. She understood poverty and how to overcome it. She was a countess, born from the slums of India, with an iron will. Gongja's eyes gleamed with determination. Let the world see that we can create a better world. I am the one who changed all these people. When the Flame Emperor monopolized the #1 spot, the tower was merely a refuge for criminals and death row inmates. The Black Dragon Guild leader at that time, her eyes always cold and lifeless, reflected a dark past. A black and white image of a long-haired woman appeared, like a distant dream. I can see the world that Master always dreamed of, the voice echoed, full of nostalgia. Gongja looked straight ahead, his eyes burning.
I can change this world. Please tell me what I need to do.
The plea rang out like an oath. The purple-haired woman smiled reassuringly. You just need to be yourself. That's the most important thing. Politics will be taught gradually, and if you stray, they will revoke your power. You just need to be the face of it all. Kim Gongja was still explaining the burden of his current position, stating that he was willing to give it up immediately if someone could replace him. He wondered if there was a need to tally the number of violent crimes occurring daily, especially religiously motivated crimes over the past 10 days. In the vast library filled with stacks of books, Gongja seemed to be searching for something. Behind a towering pile of books, a pair of deep blue eyes peeked out, along with the dark brown hair and a pristine white part of the librarian's robe. Gongja turned around, calling loudly to the hiding librarian. The dark brown-haired young man flinched, stammering, not daring to approach, his small figure lost among the towering bookshelves. The librarian was timid, his cheeks flushed, claiming to be just a speck of dust in the library, not daring to stand before Gongja. But he resolutely ordered the librarian to stop talking nonsense and come closer. With a reluctant sigh, the small librarian glided through the air, his white robe fluttering. He flew past the stacks of books, heading towards Gongja, who stood waiting. Kim Gongja asked the librarian to retrieve the book for their next stage. The librarian looked up at him, his big blue eyes wide, and asked, "What kind of apocalypse do you want?" Gongja didn't hesitate, his gaze firm. He spoke only one word, but it was heavy with meaning. A fairy tale. A more mature blonde girl smiled radiantly, cradling a book titled The Sacrificial Lambs and I. She declared that among countless apocalypses, there was only this one fairy tale, then requested it be given to her. The dark brown-haired librarian lowered his face, his blue eyes lost in thought. A soft escaped him, as if contemplating something profound. After a moment of contemplation, the librarian looked up, offering an enigmatic smile. His deep blue eyes gleamed strangely as he murmured, "What a peculiar fate." "All right," the librarian said, then decisively threw the book The Sacrificial Lambs and I towards Gongja. Other books around also floated magically. The book was revealed to be an A-rank apocalypse, a fairy tale that told of a utopia built upon the screams of children, where one child was sacrificed for 17 million lives. Gongja exclaimed that this was the apocalypse that touched his heart from the very first glance. Gongja held the book high, declaring to everyone that he chose this apocalypse for the next stage. The librarian stood beside him, silently witnessing the surprising decision. The purple-haired woman looked surprised. She asked if a fairy tale book would truly be useful, as they usually contained no valuable resources or lands. The purple-haired woman continued to question the A-rank difficulty of this apocalypse, asking if they truly needed to overcome it. Gongja looked straight ahead, his eyes firm, and replied decisively, "We need to." The screen displayed a list of other tower floors, with apocalypses chosen based on the benefits they brought to the tower, from business to technology, highlighting the difference in Gongja's choice. The blonde girl smiled, asserting that resources and technology weren't everything, as hundreds of thousands of people still flocked to the tower every day. Kim Gongja, with the book covering half his face, thoughtfully declared that what they needed now was something that could keep them at the center. The blonde girl suggested crowning him king, creating a worthy title. But Kim Gongja shook his head, refusing. Those tricks won't work. He explained that not just him, but everyone here needed the support of the people. The image showed the faces of his comrades. The blonde girl was surprised, asking how he knew these things. Kim Gongja bowed his head, his face pained, admitting their original sin. "We have done terrible things. Morally, we are not worthy." The purple-haired woman agreed in a low voice, admitting they had committed too many crimes to become symbols. Kim Gongja held out the book, his eyes firm. "You just need to do good from now on. No, do really good." He looked at the blonde girl and the purple-haired woman, affirming they were a team, and that he couldn't solve religious issues as quickly as the heretic inquisitor. He continued to look at the others, saying he couldn't deal with thugs like Viper, or handle politics, economics, and public security as well as they could. But he was confident he could unite everyone, vowing never to betray anyone. "You can trust me." Kim Gongja declared he would be the mediator if there were conflicts, and would initiate conversations when needed. Trust me and become a team. He pointed out that this apocalypse had no resources or fertile land, but there was a sacrifice no one could accept. Kim Gong-ja decisively declared, "Such sacrifices are not allowed. We will show the world who we are by overcoming this stage." The crowd below responded, raising their hands and taking pictures. He affirmed, "This is where we take our stand." Kim Gong-ja concluded, saying this was how they would show the people how to run the tower, and through that, earn their trust. The blonde girl mused. "Trust in the government, huh?" The dark-skinned woman, holding a fan, declared decisively, "We must not turn our backs on sacrifices. The requirement for participants is to be over 2 years old before the apocalypse. No matter how difficult, we will face it head-on." Kim Gong-ja smiled confidently, looking forward. "The most trustworthy hunters in the tower, my comrades. We will show them who we are. Please, fight by my side." In the vast library, Kim Gong-ja and his comrades stood amidst tens of thousands of stacks of books, ready for a revolution. The purple-haired woman looked at him, her voice filled with worry. "Are you asking us to take such a difficult path?" The librarian, hovering above, recounted a philosophical saying, "Humans can be talented and moral through effort, but to be both talented and moral when in power is almost impossible." Kim Gong-ja headed.
Someone told me that.
Kim Gong-ja extended his hand, his gaze firm. "The road to hell is always paved with good intentions." The purple-haired woman replied, "Then, the road to heaven probably also hides countless evil intentions." The black-haired young man affirmed, "But that's not a reason to give up. For those who have abandoned the outside world to enter the tower, we must show them a better world." The dark-skinned woman nodded. "Ah, yes." The blonde girl excitedly agreed. "That's fine with me. A morally justified power is very appealing. Death Sovereign, you are the only one who can keep us moral. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity." The man in traditional black attire cleared his throat and said, "I am also the successor of an orthodox sect. That old man always grumbled that I must have the heart of an orthodox sect. All right, I will consider this filial piety to my master and join you all." The armored man declared, "I activated my lie detection skill as soon as we started talking. I haven't detected anyone lying." Hands piled on top of each other, showing unity. Kim Gong-ja said, "I trust your truthfulness, your love, and most importantly, your character." The man in traditional black attire added, "Every revolution will face failure. I offer my life and soul to make our revolution the most beautiful failure." The dark-skinned woman smiled, holding her fan. "I don't agree about the refugees, but that's fine. I follow the majority. I hope the stocks I invested in don't go bankrupt. Everyone, please fight well." The purple-haired woman mused, her gaze distant. "I cannot promise much." Their hands remained piled. She continued, "I cannot guarantee success, nor can I discard the methods we've used. But if we fail and someone has to die, I will be the first to do so." "I promise you." Kim Gong-ja smiled confidently. "I will also promise this then. I will not let any of you die anywhere or at any time." The librarian, hovering in the air, holding a book, titled, "The Sacrificial Lambs and I," declared, "Excellent. Death Sovereign, Holy Knight, Heretic Inquisitor, Countess, and Viper. I will designate the 6 of you as characters in that book." The librarian, hovering in mid-air, announced a world on the brink of destruction awaited them. She specified that the 6 chosen characters would face the apocalypse. The librarian continued to warn that this time the difficulty would skyrocket, with no more easy blessings as before. The constellations would awaken, rule, and view them as invaders. The warning was specifically aimed at the Death Sovereign, that the constellations would be more hostile towards him than anyone. In a shocking moment, Kim Gong-ja was stunned, unable to believe his ears. A brilliant red light flared up, tearing through space, signaling the beginning of a new calamity. The entire group was swept into an energy vortex, free-falling through the air, surrounded by mysterious blue lights. Kim Gong-ja, in a moment of freefall, was horrified to realize the librarian's warning was true. Death Sovereign, that constellation also specifically considers you an enemy. He fell faster, enveloped by a brilliant red light, feeling as if he was being torn apart by an invisible force. Amidst the chaotic red images, a threatening message echoed. "The immortal messenger of happiness wants to destroy the intruders." Kim Gong-ja was falling. The sword Shiny appeared beside him, detecting something important from the enemy. Shocking information appeared. The immortal messenger of happiness is the 4th holy sword left by Lapanta Igimi, the sacrificer. A strong gust of wind tore through the formation. Viper cried out in panic, "Damn it! The wind! We're going to be separated!" The blonde girl clung tightly to Kim Gong-ja's leg, shouting, "Death Sovereign, grab my right leg! Don't let go at any cost!" She prepared to activate a skill. The blonde girl activated the skill, Holy Art,
Divine teleportation. A dazzling light enveloped the entire group, attempting to teleport them away. Amidst the teleportation light, Viper angrily asked, "Hey, why am I the last one?" Kim Gong, Ja retorted bluntly. "Because you're the weakest in the group." The purple-haired woman praised the blonde girl. "Well done, girl," and ordered everyone. "Everyone, say you agree with my skill." The entire group unanimously agreed. Kim Gong Ja, the blonde girl, the dark-skinned woman, the armored man, Viper, and the purple-haired woman. Viper still didn't forget to curse. A brilliant purple energy burst, teleporting the entire group to an unknown location, ending the chaos. The group had just escaped danger, but the atmosphere remained tense. In a blood-red world, they stood, surrounded by mysterious energy currents, signaling a new peril. A voice echoed from the void, haunting and full of hatred. "I will not let you go." The declaration was like a curse, embedding itself in everyone's minds. Kim Gong-ja stared in astonishment at the glowing red figures surrounding them, sensing an invisible threat. "This island," he muttered, his eyes full of vigilance. Countless glowing red figures, calling themselves apostles, flooded the space. "Sing, 'My apostles,'" the mysterious voice commanded, and Kim Gong-ja realized the thing that invaded Laville's world. The space warped into a crimson labyrinth, and countless apostles appeared. "The immortal messenger of happiness declares war on you," the proclamation echoed, terrifying Viper. "Wah. What?" A glowing red hand reached out from the void, like a malevolent illusion, gripping the minds of the members, plunging them into extreme panic. Kim Gong-ja and the woman with purple hair clutched their heads in agony, the fierce mental attacks nearly bringing them to their knees. The purple-haired woman cried out, "This is a mental attack. Raise your spiritual power." The dark-skinned woman was also in extreme pain, while the little blonde girl with a bewitching smile demanded money. "Countess, give me money!" The woman despaired. "Damn it, my account is almost empty." The little blonde girl maintained her mischievous smile, extending her hand. "Better an empty account than an empty life. 15% interest. Compound interest." The dark-skinned woman angrily refused. "I won't take it if it's not free." The man in armor called out loudly, "Nisha!" She was confused. "What? What kind of nonsense is this?" The man in armor glared, his voice chilling. "Shut up and get your wallet out or I'll kill you." Under pressure, the dark-skinned woman conceded. She activated a skill, and countless gold coins poured out like a flood, accompanied by a roar. "Damn it. Infinite withdrawal." The little blonde girl smiled brightly, spreading her arms wide, embracing the stream of gold coins. "User conversion. Heretic Inquisitor. Sacred art. Divine donation," she declared. The blonde woman continued to chant, empowering her comrades. "Sacred transfer, spiritual power enhancement, and mental attack immunity. Targets: Countess, Heretic Inquisitor, Death Sovereign, Black Dragon, Witch, Knight, Viper. Enhancement duration, infinite." A gigantic magic circle erupted, radiating terrifying energy. "The tower will go bankrupt the day I go bankrupt. If you don't want to beg for food tomorrow, end this immediately." The little blonde girl screamed. Kim Gong-ja, with determined red eyes, faced the enemy. The immortal messenger's voice echoed, "So you have enough skill to devour idols, pity, and prayers." Amidst the blazing sea of fire, a crimson-robed figure hovered, below which were rows of glowing red humanoid apostles, ready for battle. The face of the immortal messenger of happiness appeared, full of rage, its voice echoing. "I carefully concealed my presence and set up this ambush, a fragment of the prayer." The enemy roared amidst the chaotic energy vortex. "But this is a meaningless fight. Leader of traitors, my loyalty to Lapanta Agimi will never waver." Kim Gong-ja's eyes glowed red, his hand gripping the luminous sword. He recalled, Lavielle had become a constellation after her heart was pierced by a fragment of the prayer. The image of Lavielle Evanzia appeared, embracing the blazing sword. Though only a fragment, it was powerful enough to recreate her into a true constellation. The immortal messenger of happiness declared, "I will destroy your existence for the path my master walks." That also means a fragment can become a new constellation on its own. The immortal messenger of happiness despises you. A roar echoed. "Apostles, raise your voices." The glowing red figures began to harmonize, creating a strange sound. The sound Lula echoed throughout the space, and the glowing red figures continued to explode with energy, forming a shockwave. Viper, the man in traditional black attire, clutched his head in pain, trying to endure. "This? How long can this last?" The woman with purple hair was also struggling in pain, clutching her head. "My head feels hazy, even after being enhanced." The dark-skinned woman with wild features screamed, "Can't we deal with them? I've already drained one of my emergency savings accounts." Kim Gong-ja turned to look at her, his gaze firm. "Countess, can you withdraw from another account?" She was surprised.
What? Kim Gong-ja smiled confidently, raising his luminous sword. Please spend generously for this phase. He activated his skill, and eerie black shadows began to rise from the ground, surrounding Kim Gong-ja and his comrades. Vampire. Reincarnation. An information panel appeared, explaining the SSS rank skill 100 Souls Reincarnation. Summons those who have been killed. They do not inherit skills but can retain their old forms and memories, or transform into monsters. Can only be used once per week. The demonic black shadows continued to rise, carrying the terrifying power of 100 Souls Reincarnation. Darkness swirled, and a gigantic skeleton appeared, terrifyingly, making the Black Dragon Guild leader exclaim in astonishment. A skeleton? From the endless abyss, countless other skeletons emerged, carrying the glowing red light of demonic energy, forming a terrifying sea of bones. The skeletons charged like a tide, each step carrying death, while the red-haired man calmly observed. He smirked, realizing Kim Gong-ja's friends were trying to use happy memories to distract the enemy. But it was useless. These skeletons had no memories. They were merely mindless war machines, unshaken by emotions. The illusory world shattered, fragments of memories breaking like a mirror, showing that the mental attack had completely failed. Amidst the sea of glowing red energy, the immortal messenger of happiness's voice echoed with contempt. Useless resistance. The red-robed entity extended its hand, declaring it would crush them all with the overwhelming numbers of the skeleton army. Kim Gong-ja calmly raised his sword, the blue light from the blade reflecting in his resolute purple eyes. Makes sense, Kim Gong-ja muttered, acknowledging the enemy's numerical advantage, even if they couldn't launch physical attacks. He smirked, his eyes turning crimson, while a tear of blood rolled down the face of the immortal messenger of happiness.
But you've already revealed how to defeat yourself.
Crimson energy flared around Kim Gong-ja, and he questioned his enemy. You want to spread happiness without knowing what pain is? Kim Gong-ja's crimson eyes stared directly at the messenger, and he decisively ordered, Black Dragon Guild leader, a mirror please. The Black Dragon Guild leader responded, the purple-haired girl gathering her strength, and a dark purple energy orb appeared in her hand. The immortal messenger of happiness asked in confusion, What do you intend to do with it? Kim Gong-ja reminded him, Do you remember the battle against the Autumn Rain Demon Lord? He continued to explain, recalling how they had used a mirror to reflect the light, weakening the Demon Lord and amplifying their attack. I'll try that method again. The immortal messenger of happiness was skeptical, questioning Kim Gong-ja about the power of the aura. Could it compare to the Autumn Rain Demon Lord? If it wasn't strong enough, even his mirror would be useless. Kim Gong-ja reassured her, instructing her to simply focus on spreading the energy as widely as possible. Though she didn't understand his intentions, the Black Dragon Guild leader still obeyed, beginning to unleash her power. His eyes burning crimson, Kim Gong-ja told himself. He couldn't use brute force like the Hunger Demon, nor could he fight as skillfully as his master. Another strategy had to be deployed. A thought flashed in his mind. What if he could control the sword solely with the power of hunger? A series of skeletal hands, symbolizing craving, clung tightly to the blade. Then, a single sword strike would be enough to fell those who had never known hunger. A hazy face appeared, like a cruel promise, stained red with blood and despair. He aimed directly at the apostles of happiness, those who had never known misfortune, pain, or hunger. The blade tore through space, lunging straight into the crowd of crimson entity. Heavenly Demon Divine Art, First Form, Sword of Hunger, he roared, activating his ultimate skill. A 5-pointed star-shaped energy burst forth, sweeping everything away. The deceased blonde female apostle suddenly reappeared in utter horror, her face distorted, her bloodshot eyes wide before the power of hunger. What? Black Dragon Guild leader, keep going, the brown-haired man in the white vest ordered. The purple-haired girl responded, pouring all her strength into the attack. The Black Dragon Guild leader watched the crimson energy spreading. Well, I understand now. A spark flashed in her purple eyes. She had grasped the essence of this attack. Those under that constellation are weak against your martial arts element. She realized the horrifying truth. Her power was the bane of these demons. Aha, wonderful. What a spectacular sight. The blonde girl flew through the air, cheering in utter delight, like a small angel witnessing a miracle. Hurry up, I've already had to break 2 of my emergency funds, the dark-skinned woman shouted, raising her hand to urge them on, golden coins flying out as if she were throwing them away. Viper, they're coming for you. Destroy them, the armored man ordered. All right, Viper replied, but didn't forget to grumble. Damn it. The demonic cult is hogging all the cool scenes again. Kim Gong-ja looked down, his crimson eyes flashing with confidence. He smirked, telling himself, I can do this. Kim Gong-ja and the armored man charged into battle, red and purple energies brilliantly intertwining. We are invincible when we work together, he declared, power erupting. A large screen displayed the fierce battle, drawing all eyes.
Witness this, a voice echoed. These 6 will defeat millions of apostles. Below the towering spire, the crowd cheered, watching the earth-shattering battles. Rejoice, the narration continued. In this tower, nothing is impossible. The ancient magic array exploded, energy surging. Look, the powerful narration declared, we, who were once suppressed by the world, will now turn the tables. How? How dare you, heretics? The immortal messenger of happiness shrieked, the crimson entity ferocious, its eyes spitting hateful fire. What right do you have to invade my paradise? The messenger's crimson hand reached up amidst the white flower paradise, questioning. Behold our world of happiness. The immortal messenger of happiness boasted, a peaceful world with children playing joyfully. But a crimson sword tore through the illusion, shattering the peace. This world has no misfortune. No sad memories exist, the messenger declared. The world I created is 10,000 times better than your garbage dump. The immortal messenger of happiness roared, its face contorted with rage. Kim Gongja, his eyes burning crimson, gritted his teeth. How dare you display such hypocrisy before me? He recalled countless worlds he had witnessed with Lapanta Aigimi, where the screams of agony of thousands, millions, billions of tormented souls echoed ceaselessly. But the immortal messenger of happiness declared, in my world, with just one sacrifice, the apostles will live without pain. When I commit one sin, you overlook billions of others. The immortal messenger of happiness smiled. The road to hell is always paved with good intentions. Kim Gongja realized this was the hell created by the immortal messenger of happiness out of good intentions. He told himself that the trials in this tower would not be much different. When food ran out and resources became scarce, those responsible for the tower would have to make grim decisions. A voice rang out, asking Kim Gongja, the Death Sovereign, what do you think? Are you ready to become our king? Kim Gongja's crimson eyes stared directly at his enemy, but the voice of the immortal messenger of happiness rang out, answer me, hypocrite. Do you dare to say my world is hell? The immortal messenger of happiness continued his assault, questioning the Death Sovereign's conscience. You cannot answer, so you still have some conscience left? Another soul, manipulated by the messenger, screamed in protest at Kim Gongja, refusing to accept him as the new master. Get lost. I will not acknowledge someone like you as the new master. But the Death Sovereign did not back down, his crimson eyes burning with resolve. He declared he would answer, no, I will answer you. He raised the shiny sword high, his gaze sharp, declaring he would take the lives of those who opposed him. I will take your lives, and turn them into his ghouls, summoning them with all their living memories. Everything killed by my sword is collected as a ghoul. If I wish, I can summon them with all their living memories. He swore to summon them all, so they could live once more in this world, a world where they would live forever in happiness. The immortal messenger of happiness replied, promising a life without suffering, without memories of it, only singing as they currently were. But the Death Sovereign wasn't just speaking to the messenger. His declaration echoed to everyone. I am not just saying this to you. He spoke of unrepentant villains, sinners who could not turn back, and also souls yearning to live, but unable to. From now on, he would personally gather all those souls. The Black Dragon Guild leader also appeared, declaring she would kill and resurrect them as ghouls, so they could live forever in the darkness with a purpose. Time passed, and in an illusory world, ignorant souls still existed, but a snap sound echoed. The immortal messenger of happiness denied it, calling them lies. The red-robed figure questioned, how could a mere mortal gather all sinners and souls? The Death Sovereign declared that he could create a world without the screams of children, a hell brighter than the messenger's hell. This was the path of a king he had chosen. The armored figure questioned the Death Sovereign about his recent declaration. He replied that everything was, as he said, with no need for further explanation. The armored figure continued, reminding the Death Sovereign of the countless people suppressed while managing the tower, and that the suppression was still ongoing in secret. The Death Sovereign admitted he couldn't judge the opponent's method as wrong, nor was he confident he could manage the tower better. But he requested, if someone needed to be eliminated, hand them over to him. A blonde girl cheered, clapping her hands in approval of the Death Sovereign's idea. She turned to ask the purple-haired woman, as if wanting a clearer explanation. The blonde girl with bright azure eyes excitedly proposed, just think, we can use the Death Sovereign's power as a mobile prison. Amidst the eerie souls, the Death Sovereign stood there, his eyes crimson. The blonde girl explained that his power could summon souls, turning them into eternal prisoners, costing no resources, and preventing further crimes. The armored figure suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. Using his skill as a prison. That's right. Criminals will be terrified. The blonde girl's blue eyes stared straight ahead, the Death Sovereign's majestic silhouette appearing. Death Sovereign, the king who imprisons and manages those who deserve death. Isn't that exactly what his name means? The Merchant Guild owner, a dark-skinned woman, tapped her hand lightly. This idea isn't bad. The crime rate in the tower is always sky high, prisons are overcrowded, and maintenance costs are a burden. The armored figure hesitated. I'm not so sure. Although effective, wouldn't it be too much for the Death Sovereign? He's just one person. In the hazy space, the Death Sovereign looked at the purple-haired woman. The armored figure's worried question echoed. Would he be all right bearing this heavy responsibility? The purple-haired woman lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. The Death Sovereign thought to himself that she regretted pulling him into this perilous world. He smiled reassuringly, though he had willingly stepped forward. The Death Sovereign knew the Black Dragon matriarch was a kind person. I'll be fine, he told himself. He raised his head, his eyes full of determination, confident that one day he would learn her true name. But then he suddenly shouted, challenging his opponent. The red-robed figure, the immortal messenger of happiness, declared coldly, "You can continue to fight, but the outcome is decided. I will seize the paradise you are so proud of." The red-robed figure roared, enveloped in crimson blood. "I am not merely a fragment of the goddess of protection, but the immortal messenger of happiness, who commands millions of apostles." The red-robed figure set a condition. If he were subdued, all his apostles would also belong to the opponent. He questioned whether there was a guarantee that these apostles would not be exploited for evil purposes. A cold, decisive promise rang out from his crimson eyes. "I will not use them." He recounted that even when invading La Vieille Avancia's world, he only summoned heretics, not wishing to force the righteous. He declared that whether there were millions or billions of apostles, they could still live happily as before. A fresh red tear rolled down his cheek. A silent sacrifice or a liberation? The red-robed figure vanished, leaving a final whisper about Lapanta Aigimi, while Kim Gong-ja stood there witnessing it. A crimson sword emerged from a pool of blood, proclaiming itself the sacrifice, awaiting its wielder's action. It declared the ability to turn one person's pain into happiness for another, and the nobler, the purer the sufferer, the stronger the happiness created. The prayer absorbed a fragment of herself, power surging within Kim Gong-ja. The prayer's existence became clearer, manifesting through the silver sword in his hand. The golden apostles melted into a crimson stream of blood, merging with the sea. "Stage complete," the system announced. "The 28th floor conquered today." The Black Dragon Guild leader remarked that information was the key to clearing the stage, simply by knowing the opponent's weaknesses. His footsteps glided past the pool of blood, declaring he would conquer up to the 30th floor today. The Black Dragon Guild leader worried, reminding him he was overexerting himself. He admitted he was overexerting himself, but immediately changed course, declaring he would clear everything today before resting. The Black Dragon Guild leader was angry, scolding him for not listening to anything she said. His footsteps glided past the pool of blood. Kim Gong-ja explained the tower's situation, the rapidly increasing population, and the appearance of villains. He questioned the sole focus on the apocalypse, emphasizing the need for management. The Black Dragon Guild leader sighed helplessly. Kim Gong-ja chuckled again, boasting about his ability to rest and mentioning Raviel, annoying her, as she didn't want to hear about the newlyweds' honeymoon. He winked, changing the subject to asking her for help preparing a ring for Raviel. Kim Gong-ja admitted he was clueless about this, hoping for her support if she was truly worried about him. She sighed resignedly, agreeing to help him find the most beautiful ring in the world. The Black Dragon Guild leader wondered why she had to become a life coach for a child like him. Kim Gong-ja sincerely thanked her. The Black Dragon Guild leader hesitated, then told him not to say such things in front of everyone, her expression a little flustered and shy. "Transfer!" he shouted. Along with the Black Dragon Guild leader, the blonde girl, and the dark-skinned woman, they stood on giant books, preparing to teleport to a new location. A group of people, including the armored man, appeared in a place that looked like a giant library, with towering buildings. They looked up with surprise and anticipation. Kim Gong-ja appeared with his elite team. He declared he would overwhelm opponents not with power, but with pure skill, proving their rank as a team. The Black Dragon Guild leader commented on the overwhelming difference. The armored man believed there would be no chaos. He mused, his sharp gaze fixed forward. Kim Gong-ja's gaze was sharp, looking straight ahead, full of determination and unwavering will, ready to face the upcoming challenge. A close-up of Kim Gong-ja's purple eyes, harboring calculation and unwavering will, reflecting the light of a new world. A new character appeared. A dark-haired girl with large blue eyes, wearing a white robe, sitting on a giant stack of books, her expression solemn. It was the librarian. The librarian welcomed them, her voice echoing like a quick introduction, opening the door to a new space full of mystery and knowledge. The librarian congratulated them, expressing surprise that his team had conquered faster than expected. She had never thought a constellation could end a world so quickly. The librarian continued her congratulations, but her tone was indifferent, as if everything was a matter of course, without any special emotion. Kim Gong-ja stood there, pink-purple energy flaring around his hands. He disliked overwhelming victories or crushing defeats, but loved challenges, unexpected solutions to adversity and obstacles. The status window of the immortal messenger of happiness appeared, showing poor compatibility with Machinching Kong. The messenger's words echoed, regretting that if the disadvantage had been known beforehand, other constellations should have been used as bait. Another frame appeared, displaying the librarian's favorite characters, including Salcheonseong and Lion King. Kim Gongja realized his name had been added to her priority list. The librarian, floating amidst a sea of books, asked Kim Gongja about the next apocalypse. He mused, for his name being alongside Salcheonseong, the librarian's favorite character, carried great significance. Kim Gongja smiled confidently, realizing he had risen to a position on par with Salcheonseong. He turned to ask the librarian if her most favorite character was Lapanta Aigimi. The librarian replied indifferently, "Oh no, that's just play money. It's hard to rank them against each other." She added that Salcheonseong and he had completely opposite personalities. The librarian explained that if Salcheonseong was the one who bore all the misfortunes of the universe, then Kim Gongja was like chocolate ice cream, bitter on the outside but sweet on the inside. She declared the next apocalypse was predetermined. The librarian's eyes were deep blue, mysterious. She mentioned the Lepanto epic of Aikim, a work they both seemed to know well. The librarian hugged the book, smiling eerily, reminiscing, "You showed it to me when we passed through Tianmoji and went to the snow mountains together." She also asked if the protagonist's death was the most wonderful ending. The librarian gave a sinister smile, softly whispering, "Death, sovereign." Her eyes flashed with a terrifying spark of interest. The librarian floated, surrounded by blue light, saying, "I know you consider Salcheonseong an opponent." She pointed to an item, telling him the book must be hidden inside it, then asked, "Isn't the Lapanta Aigimi epic an apocalypse?" The librarian stood on stacks of books, explaining that she could only introduce worlds where publication had ceased. She could not interfere with an ongoing story like the Lapanta Aigimi epic, and thus could not accept his request. But Kim Gongja reached out to the librarian. She looked at him, understanding. "You miss someone, don't you?" She made a promise about a scene where those he loved most would reunite. The genre of the next stage I've chosen Island. The librarian declared she would show him that scene, a crossover, an intersection of worlds. She warned that a cruel fate awaited those enchanted by the story. The scene shifted to human silhouettes, falling amidst a sea of words, representing those obsessed with stories. They were people who had dedicated half their lives to stories, viewing reality as merely a world that could not become a story. The librarian looked down at countless stacks of books and falling silhouettes. She concluded that this was the essence of those enchanted by stories: disappointment with reality, contempt for humanity, and above all, absolute reverence for the story. Amidst an endless sea of books, the librarian affirmed that readers' hearts had never grown cold. They were merely waiting for a moment to ignite with passion. And now, before her eyes, standing tall atop the stories, was Kim Gongja, the one she called the king of all readers. The librarian slightly frowned, refusing his offer. She believed that each story had the right to end in its own way, and she shouldn't hastily interfere. Kim Gongja sneered, waving his hand dismissively. "Well, if you don't want to see it, just stop." He didn't care at all. He continued to make his generous offer, disregarding the librarian's hesitation, as if everything was within his grasp. The librarian explained her binding contract with the tower, where only constellations with covenants were allowed to enter. She was merely a tenant with many limitations. She emphasized that the tower only provided revelations to humanity, a harsh and unchangeable clause. Therefore, the Lepanto epic was not classified as a revelation, and she couldn't unilaterally break the contract, as she didn't want to anger the tower master. The surrounding books fell scattered, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere, signaling an impending incident. The librarian hovered in midair, declaring her own power was negligible, as an excuse for her helplessness. She explained that without books, she was just a weak reader. Kim Gongja agreed, but added, "Unless there are unavoidable circumstances." Suddenly, Kim Gongja acted, grabbing the librarian's neck. The lightning-fast action left her no time to react. In a dazzling light, he coldly demanded she hand over Aikim's Lepanto epic. The librarian was in pain, her eyes filled with indignation. She called Kim Gongja's action a blatant betrayal, unfair after all the goodwill she had shown him. Kim Gongja sneered, his eyes sharp and cold. He sarcastically remarked that this was why many stories warned against trusting humans. His eyes suddenly glowed red, close to the librarian's face. Kim Gongja growled threateningly, "Give it to me, otherwise I'll kill you, you freak." The librarian panicked, her blue eyes wide with fear as her collar was grabbed. Kim Gongja's glowing red energy enveloped her, making her stammer in protest. "Freak! Your words are too harsh." Kim Gongja, his blood-red eyes, sneered and retorted, What is someone who collects human hair and fingernails if not a freak? He questioned the librarian about her dream of being killed by Lapanta Akim, asking if that was normal. He suddenly realized he was also a character the librarian liked. Grabbing her collar tightly, Kim Gongja coldly suggested, "Then, should I grant you that wish right now?" The librarian struggled in despair. From the librarian's cloak, an ancient book titled The Lepanto Epic fell out. Red light from Kim Gongja immediately enveloped it. As a declaration of ownership, Kim Gongja stood firm on towering stacks of books, holding the epic firmly. The librarian was flung into the air, her eyes dazed as she watched him seize the precious item. With a forceful tug, Kim Gongja snatched the book. The librarian was flung far away, her small body hitting the cold wall with a dry thud, in pain. Kim Gongja opened the book, but all information about its genre, difficulty, and reader limits was locked. He frowned, muttering, "Can't read it." The librarian hovered in midair, explaining that the books here were all forbidden texts, but thanks to the apocalypse allowing it, he could see them. Kim Gongja demanded she explain directly. The librarian, with a rare serious expression, began to recount Lapanta Ikim Island. Her blue eyes looked directly at Kim Gongja, preparing to reveal a secret. Kim Gongja was startled, his eyes wide with astonishment when the librarian declared that Lapanta Ikim came from the same hometown as him. "What?" he exclaimed. The librarian continued to explain, the image of a modern city appearing behind Kim Gongja. She said Lapanta Ikim not only shared the same world and region, but also the same surname as him. Kim Gongja still couldn't believe it. The librarian continued. The surname Ikim was created by Salchanseong, using language from England. Kim Gongja tried to piece the information together. Suddenly he realized that Ikim was I Kim, or Kim in English. He questioned, "Is it Kim?" The librarian smiled and confirmed. The librarian continued to recount that Salcheon-seong had been summoned to another world as a child. Kim Gongja listened, his surprised expression gradually turning thoughtful. She continued. At that time, Salcheon-seong was just a high school student, very confused. But then he awakened his abilities and survived. Kim Gongja recognized the terrifying familiarity of the story. The librarian affirmed his thoughts. Kim Gongja sarcastically remarked that the high school student transported to another world causing chaos genre was outdated since he was a child. The librarian added that Salcheon-seong was no longer a high school student. The librarian continued. Salcheon-seong was not merely a troublemaker. He had endured countless hardships to become the first emperor of the Ijim Empire. Kim Gongja pondered, his gaze following the glowing words on the ancient book. The page turned, revealing an ancient image of a world born from a dragon's corpse. The librarian recounted that Salcheon-seong had set foot on the 20th floor, where he mastered his own destiny. From there, Salcheon-seong's journey across worlds began. The weak people yearned for a hero, because among them, no one was strong enough to bear the burden. It was a nation-building journey, an epic written in blood and fire. The librarian presented a glowing tablet, her voice decisive. Now, Salcheon-seong is on the 50th floor. Kim Gongja looked in surprise at the sight of Salcheon-seong standing among the strong. He muttered, "The 50th floor. There's a problem here," he questioned. "The 50th floor hasn't been conquered, and I haven't escaped the beginner's area. Yet Salcheon-seong is there? The 50th floor is a special place. New people are forbidden." The librarian explained that the 50th floor was where one had to face hunters from other worlds. Forbidding new people from going there was a protective measure. "So, no matter what, I can't go to the 50th floor?" he asked. "Not exactly," the librarian replied, with a mysterious smile. "Sending someone up there can only be done if the manager accepts the price." Kim Gongja smirked, his eyes sharp. "Then it's easy. You'll pay that price, won't you?" The librarian was flustered, clutching the book tightly. "Ha. At least, limit the number of people accompanying you. Don't regret it." Kim Gongja stated decisively. "All right, take me to the 50th floor. I'm going so I won't regret it," he replied, with a confident smile. The librarian watched him, a complex expression on her face. Kim Gongja stood amidst a dazzling stream of light, energy swirling. The librarian's voice echoed, "King Sa, I appoint you as a character in the is less than epic of Lepanto is greater than." Suddenly, the screen was flooded with glowing red error messages, warning that access was denied. Abnormal access detected. Library director in the corner, you will be punished. The librarian, her blue eyes shining brightly, gave a devilish smile. "I am exercising my authority. Once again, I warn you." The librarian cried out in pain, red lines crisscrossing her face. "Never mind, just do it, Death Sovereign." She accepted the punishment. For him, a glowing red notification tore through space, declaring a new game had begun. Blessings were blocked, opponents' minds erased. Another world was opening. Amidst layers of dark clouds, an unknown young man fell, piercing through space. A system notification echoed. An unnamed tower resident had set foot on the 150th floor. A dazzling light exploded, and a goddess with pure white wings appeared. She bestowed a blessing, declaring the young man, the chosen one, the hero, to save this world. The white-haired young man confusedly shielded his eyes, the light too blinding. He mumbled, unable to believe what was happening. An angel. Where is this? I am the goddess of protection, she declared, promising to guide him. The young man was still bewildered, his mind returning to the moment before. I was just on the school rooftop? The goddess confirmed, her voice somber as she spoke of human cruelty. You fell after so much suffering. The young man turned his back, muttering the word, fell, like a pain. Memories flooded back. He recalled the locked rooftop door, and how he had climbed up from a fifth-floor window, defying all dangers. On the rooftop, beneath a blood-red sky, he felt more alive than ever. A shout broke the moment. The crowd below had spotted him. The students below panicked, pointing at him like a madman. But this feeling, this ultimate sense of being alive, he had never experienced while trying to merely exist. He stood on the edge, looking down at the indifferent faces. How ironic. Only when he wanted to give up his life did he truly feel it. He took off his shoes, a question echoing in his mind. People say you'll regret it the moment you fall. Would he regret it, now that he had come this far? The shoes were neatly placed on the tiles, like an end to his old life, a silent farewell. His finger slid across the flip phone, a final decision made. Press. The phone screen displayed. Message successfully sent to 36 other people. A final message had been spread. Beneath the blood-red sky, he stood tall on the edge of the abyss, raising his hand to curse. May your lives be ruined forever. The venomous oath echoed. Beneath the blood-red sky, a pair of bare feet dangled over the abyss. Fresh blood splattered like a final curse. The phone screen flickered, displaying a chilling message. You are the one who killed me. Don't forget, you killed me. The one who called herself the goddess of protection. The self-proclaimed goddess of protection possessed countless powers, from worship, compassion, prayers, sacrifice, to even salvation. With her power, the white-haired young man could do anything, become anyone he wished. The goddess of protection smiled mysteriously, her pale eyes looking directly at him, extending an invitation. What do you wish to become, hero? Suddenly, the scene changed. Two figures stood amidst chaotic space, facing a fierce energy storm. A system notification appeared, confirming he had entered the 50th floor via an irregular route. Immediately, all beginner privileges were revoked. Even the librarian's blessing vanished. A chill ran down his spine. Dark, bizarre structures rose from the ground. The red-haired man exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I returned to this place." He mused, looking into the distance. More than 150 years have passed, and nothing has changed. He also mentioned, before anyone else, Hu Ryong. The black-haired young man turned to ask the red-haired man, "What are those towers? Will you guide me?" The red-haired man explained that they were magic towers, dwelling places of those who had hidden for over 1,000 years, choosing to settle on the 50th floor instead of climbing the tower. He warned the black-haired young man, "For now, don't go near them. It's best not to look at them." The black-haired young man curiously asked again, "Why?" The red-haired man smirked. "In their world, the number 23 means what the number 18 means in your zombie world. It's a warning system." "Hey, bastard, what are you looking at?" The red-haired man laughed loudly, revealing,
Oh, by the way, there used to be 6 towers. I destroyed one.
He also instructed, "If they find out I've returned as a spirit, they'll go crazy and hunt you down. So hide well." The black-haired young man could only sigh. "You're not a guide. You're a destroyer." A cold system notification echoed, signaling that Kim Gong-ja's body was being corroded by void poison, his hand gradually transforming into a menacing black mass. The corrosion level had reached 1, causing Kim Gong-ja to frantically ask about this poison, while the red-haired man casually said it felt like returning to the tower. The red-haired man explained that it was a poison spread throughout the 50th floor, the legacy of an old ruler who died in the Midnight Liberation War. Before dying, the ruler cursed the world, turning the curse into this deadly poison, which reminded Kim Gong-ja of something similar. The red-haired man nodded in confirmation, saying it was exactly like the enhanced zombie virus, a constellation left behind in the martial arts world. Before dying, Kim Gong-ja was horrified.
No way. Do people live here amidst this poison?
The red-haired man replied that the survivors all had auras, skills, or blessings from constellations, then urged him to use his defensive aura. A blazing red aura flared around Kim Gong-ja's hand, and he growled, "What will happen if I don't?" The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, his expression hesitant. as if contemplating something terrible. Finally, the red-haired man issued a warning. You'll have a very unique appearance and mental state. Behind them, a gigantic, grotesque frog monster appeared, as if to prove the tragic fate. Kim Gong-ja was utterly terrified, screaming as the monster charged. The red-haired man asked, "What's that guy doing?" and speculated that it might have once been like Kim Gong-ja. Kim Gong-ja shrieked and fled, enveloped in a blazing red aura. The red-haired man mumbled about around 20 years ago, while the monster fiercely pursued. The giant monster fell, creating a deep pit. But Kim Gong-ja managed to escape in time, watching the horrifying scene from a distance. Furious and determined, Kim Gong-ja charged, his sword blazing with a red aura. Damn it! With a powerful sword swing, Kim Gong-ja delivered a fatal blow, piercing straight into the monster's gigantic body. Kim Gong-ja panted, looking at the defeated monster, and asked the red-haired man, Is it dead?" After the fierce battle, the red-haired man smirked, teasing, "Sorry, Kim Zombie, I didn't warn you in time." A loaded statement, signaling that unusual things were about to happen. The image of two disgusting frog monsters appeared, confirming the warning. From the 50th floor onwards, his voice echoed, "It's truly a demon kingdom." The whole world seemed to be degenerating. Kim Gong-ja, with an utterly bewildered expression, listened to the grim warning. "If you act based on common sense," the cold voice continued, "you'll be in trouble." Common sense no longer had a place here. The black-haired young man stood between two giant frogs, facing the cruel truth. A sarcastic piece of advice echoed, "If you're scared, just keep staring at the magic tower." A challenge or a trap? The red-haired man, with a cunning smile, continued to explain the rules. "If you stare for more than 23 seconds, they'll ask, 'Who are you looking at?'" He added, "If you call for help, a broom-riding wizard will come to save you." Sounds good, right? Kim Gong-ja turned around, his red eyes flashing with cunning. "What's the price for being saved?" he asked. And the red-haired man burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Looks like you figured it out. A price that was not cheap at all." Suddenly, both were thrown into the air, surrounded by monsters. The red-haired man revealed the horrifying truth. "You'll sign a 12-year contract where they'll drain your soul," he then taunted. "Zombie, with your SSS skill, you'll be bathed in love." Kim Gong-ja, his eyes blazing red like fire, gripped his sword tightly. He growled, his sharp gaze fixed forward. "Hey, you!" A determination to fight had ignited within the young man. Amidst the dark night, 3 cloaked shadows appeared, hastily pointing the way. "Run! This way! Run this way!" A faint glimmer of hope, or another lure. Kim Gong-ja didn't hesitate, rushing in the directed path, while the red-haired man stood behind, smiling mysteriously. Was he going the right way, or falling into a new trap? A blazing red light tore through the space, piercing straight through one of the shadows. "Oh, to A!" cry escaped, signaling imminent danger. A giant wolf monster with blazing red eyes charged, devouring the shadows. The red-haired man casually commented, "Still as expected from Kim Zombie. Naive but knows how to use his head." Had the black-haired young man been tricked? Not just one, but a series of gruesome wolf monsters appeared, growling in pursuit. The remaining shadows still desperately pointed the way. "This way! Run this way!" Kim Gong-ja questioned as he ran, his face full of panic. "Is everything here like this?" The red-haired man placed a hand on his shoulder, replying, "There are exceptions, but mostly, yes." The black-haired young man continued to flee from the pack of monsters, as the gigantic legs of a mysterious entity appeared ahead. "Welcome to the demon kingdom where cosmic horrors dance," the red-haired man said. "Now do you see how normal and reasonable a hunter I am?" Kim Gong-ja panicked as a mysterious voice echoed in his head, ordering him to bow. The cold voice continued to reverberate, ordering, "Take it down." The white-haired young man in the blue cloak immediately acted, swinging his sword to cut down the besieging monsters. Kim Gong-ja continued to flee, thinking to himself that even if he cut them down, they would still split and regenerate. But then he was surprised to realize that the monsters he cut down did not split as he had thought. The mysterious voice explained that to destroy those who regenerate from splitting, they must be cut precisely in half. Immediately after, he received a new command from that voice, to prepare for the next strike. The white-haired young man unleashed a powerful sword strike, tearing through space, cutting straight into the roaring giant monster. Kim Gong-ja was still trying to escape, urging himself to be even faster to get out of danger. The mysterious voice continued to guide, revealing that the roaring monster's weakness lay in its own roar. He ordered that its own sound must be used to destroy it, burying the enemy in its own roar. Kim Gong-ja stared at the white-haired young man, a thought about the hunter suddenly flashing in his mind. The red-haired man in white observed the scene, muttering irritably about the other person never aging. A mysterious voice suddenly called out a name, Lapanta Ikim, as if confirming something. The white-haired man turned his head, his sharp, cold gaze fixed on the void, and retorted, "Star Destroyer, Do you know me? Amidst the desolate land, two figures faced each other under the gloomy sky. A mysterious surge of energy swirled. Kim Gongja and the white-haired man stood there, like two opposing poles of a world about to change. A close-up of the eyes. One side a deep, cold blue like ice. The other a fiery red. A question echoed, "What are those eyes?" Mystery enveloped them, signaling a fated encounter. The white-haired man looked down indifferently, uttering coldly, "Empty." He asked Kim Gong-ja, "Do you know me?" But in his eyes, not a trace of emotion remained. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, revealing the Shining was moved upon reuniting with a long-lost connection. Kim Gongja's lion-headed sword glowed red, harboring ancient power. The Shining still pondered its former master's betrayal, wondering if anger would consume it before even emotion. The white-haired man broke the silence. "You have an unusual sword." He asked if it was a cursed sword or a sword of will, then warned Kim Gongja to hide unique items, because this place was full of predators targeting rookies on the 50th floor. Kim Gongja was stunned. Kim Gongja raised his sword. A dazzling aura erupted. He asked the white-haired man directly, "Excuse me, don't you recognize this sword?" The white-haired man turned his face away, his gaze distant. He calmly replied, "I don't know." He explained that this item seemed to be connected to him, but he couldn't remember. He advised Kim Gongja not to expect any past connections. Kim Gongja was dumbfounded. "What?" Amidst the desolate land, the white-haired man revealed a shocking truth. "I have amnesia. I can't remember anything from more than a week ago." He turned his back, saying that talking in this wasteland was too dangerous. He invited Kim Gongja to follow him to a safer inn, his steps resolute. The two began to walk. Kim Gongja looked ahead, where a blurry group of people was gathered. The white-haired man pointed towards them. "Look, it's Sao Chen Seong." Whispers arose from the crowd. "What's that madman planning this time? Are the magic tower's spiders quiet?" Another whisper. "Shh, it's best not to get involved with him." As Kim Gongja and the white-haired man continued forward, a series of system notifications appeared, showing many constellations were watching. Kim Gongja felt countless gazes from the universe. The white-haired man turned his head, a look of annoyance clearly visible. He muttered, "How troublesome." A surge of energy erupted around him. He turned his back, his voice echoing powerfully. "Get lost, all of you. Any constellation that dares to bother me, I will find their apostles and kill them immediately." Kim Gongja turned his head to look at the white-haired man, clearly sensing the unusual commotion from the constellations. The white-haired man turned back, his gaze icy. He observed that a few constellations seemed to be paying attention to Kim Gongja, then asked directly, "Outsider, what have you done to the constellations?" Kim Gongja replied, his voice calm, "I killed an apostle of the endless warhorse." The white-haired man was surprised. "An apostle of Mahos?" The white-haired man pulled out a small notebook, flipping through the pages quickly. Kim Gongja watched in surprise, wondering, "A notebook?" The white-haired man marveled. "Mahos's apostles are all exceptionally skilled martial artists, protected by troublesome blessings. How did you kill them?" Kim Gongja replied, "Regarding that, I also have a few things to say." As Kim Gongja prepared to speak, the white-haired man suddenly interrupted. "Wait," he looked ahead. "We've arrived at our destination." An open-air tavern appeared. Kim Gongja looked around, a puzzled expression on his face. "Is this your idea of a relatively safe tavern?" The white-haired man explained. "Unobstructed view. Easy to retreat if ambushed." He continued. "No risk of being trapped in an attacked building. The disadvantage is being vulnerable to snipers." Then he turned and called, "Bartender, my usual." A burly bald man placed a glass of liquor on the table, grumbling, "Hey, do you know it's because of you that this place turned into an open-air bar after the building exploded?" The white-haired man replied indifferently, "Sorry, I don't remember." The bartender turned to Kim Gongja, warning, "Young man, don't get involved with that madman. Over 600 hunters are waiting to kill him. Unless you want to die, stay away." The white-haired man coldly corrected, "Exactly 1,127. Only 3 hunters are a threat. One disappeared 154 years ago." He turned to Kim Gongja, concluding, "In short, outsider, you're safer with me." Kim Gongja muttered, "Madman." The white-haired man put down his glass, looking at Kim Gongja. "So, what do you want to tell me?" Kim Gongja gripped his glass of water tightly, his expression thoughtful. "Amnesia, huh? That puts me in a bit of an awkward position." He began to recount. "I want to ask you something. Do you know about the Ikem Empire that you founded a long, long time ago? That nation almost collapsed because of you. You sealed the goddess of protection, allowing the Autumn Rain Demon King to flourish." Kim Gongja continued the tragic story. "When you killed the constellations and left, only tragedy remained. The world of the Heavenly Warhorse Chronicles became a desolate land due to a curse. Sormwin Academy was invaded by other constellations. The young Duchess Lavielle Avancia, your wife, became a constellation due to the fragment of the divine protection sword she inherited. The white-haired man listened, then nodded. I understand. He looked at the diary, then at Kim Gong. Ja, I've heard your story. According to my diary, I've verified that most of your story is true. Kim Gong Ja was surprised. A diary? He held the notebook, explaining it was a holy relic of the Canis Major constellation, which stored his memories and all his activities. Thanks to it, he hadn't lost his life despite suffering from amnesia. Kim Gong Ja fell silent. His purple eyes suddenly turned fiery red, looking directly at the white-haired man. He listened to the explanation about the diary, an indescribable feeling rising within him. Based on the diary, the white-haired man confirmed. I once founded the Akim Empire. Ancient writings appeared, revealing a part of his mysterious past. As a confirmation of what Kim Gong Ja had just recounted, he continued, There, I sealed the goddess of protection, my companion. The world of the Heavenly Warhorse Chronicles you mentioned resembles page 236, where I killed the yellow dragon. And Sorwimwin Academy resembles page 3215. The goddess's holy relic, the Sword of Origin, was passed down? He was surprised. I remember sleeping with a maiden in that world. The Lavielle Avancia you met is probably a distant descendant of mine and hers. The white-haired man speculated that Kim Gong Ja had a history-reading skill. He asserted that no one could steal and read this diary because it was written in a code only he knew. Therefore, outsider, I acknowledge everything you've said as true. He looked at Kim Gong Ja, his gaze firm. I came here to hold this person accountable for their sins. So, what reward do you want from me? He asked. But Kim Gong Ja didn't care. He only saw countless innocent people who had died because of the white-haired man's petty beliefs. What reward? Kim Gong Ja asked again. The white-haired man replied, A reward for pointing out my mistakes. He affirmed that he knew those mistakes well, his tone still strangely calm. He listed 2 major mistakes. First, I didn't think new constellations would appear in the old world. Second, I underestimated the fact that dead constellations could curse their worlds. Is that all? Kim Gong Ja questioned, his voice full of indignation. Meanwhile, the white-haired man crushed the cup in his hand, water splashing everywhere. A deeply symbolic action. He coldly explained, The invasion of worlds by dead constellations was intentional. Killing constellations that rule many worlds will reduce their numbers, so it's not an issue. My mistakes are limited to the 2 things I mentioned. I have noted it. Such mistakes will not recur. The white-haired man turned a page in his diary. I spoke of a reward to express my gratitude for your advice. Advice? Gratitude? Kim Gong Ja exclaimed, his voice full of bitterness, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He recalled the horrifying scene. Ordinary martial artists turned into zombies and lost their lives. He continued painfully. There was an old man who, until his last moments, didn't want to bother anyone, pushing his boat out to sea himself. There was also a beggar boy who tried to survive, taking care of children his age until his last breath. All were tragic deaths. Kim Gong Ja looked directly at the white-haired man, questioning, Star of Heavenly Destruction, what do you think about that? He replied curtly, emotionlessly, Nothing. Kim Gong Ja, his face flushed with rage, heard the Star of Heavenly Destruction admit his mistake in not considering the consequences of the constellation's deaths. But he could only offer a reward for the correction. Kim Gong Ja questioned whether the Star of Heavenly Destruction would accept death as a reward. He flatly refused, saying it was a reward he could not bestow. On the ground, fragments reflected the image of the Star of Heavenly Destruction. He coldly declared his mission was to destroy all constellations, and he must continue to exist until it was complete. Kim Gong Ja sat there, questioning the so-called noble mission, asking why he bore it. The Star of Heavenly Destruction refused to answer, making Kim Gong Ja irritably mock the predictability of the reply. Kim Gong Ja's blazing red eyes stared directly at his opponent. He asked, if he was determined to destroy constellations, why did he use their relics? The Star of Heavenly Destruction replied that he would destroy them after completing his mission. The Star of Heavenly Destruction, holding a notebook, calmly faced the question about the constellation's rebirth. He said he had thoughts, but couldn't share them, then declared the conversation had gone on too long. The Star of Heavenly Destruction's hand put a blue object into his pocket, then wiped his hands with a cloth. He reiterated that he could not die in Kim Gong Ja's place because his mission was not yet complete. Kim Gong Ja, his eyes still blazing red, slowly wiped his mouth with a white cloth. He sighed, accepting. All right. Kim Gong Ja made another request. Protect him at all costs on the 50th floor. The Star of Heavenly Destruction asked what that was. The Star of Heavenly Destruction listened as Kim Gongja clarified, not just protecting his life, but also his body and mind, and not using any tricks to remove him from the 50th floor. The Star of Heavenly Destruction confirmed it was a bodyguard request. The Star of Heavenly Destruction wrote in his notebook, his eyes full of contemplation. He didn't understand Kim Gongja's intentions, finding him both righteous, strong, and cunning. This proposal didn't fit his character. Kim Gongja smiled faintly, spreading his hands. He asked, "So the Star of Heavenly Destruction couldn't accept his request?" Kim Gongja questioned. He refused to die, wouldn't abandon his mission, and now couldn't protect him on the 50th floor? So what reward could he actually bestow? The Star of Heavenly Destruction expressed concern about a trap in the proposal. Kim Gongja looked directly at the Star of Heavenly Destruction, challenging, "If there's a trap, just use your skills to overcome it." The Star of Heavenly Destruction fell silent. After a moment of thought, the Star of Heavenly Destruction decided. He would write this request on the first page of his notebook, and it would become a logic, guiding his action. Kim Gongja was surprised. A red-haired man appeared, calling out, "Sword Emperor, sir!" Kim Gongja was stunned. "Huh?" The red-haired man smugly recounted his feat of overthrowing the magic tower 150 years ago. "People say you overthrew that magic tower 150 years ago." He smirked, asserting it was one of the 6 proudest achievements of his life. Another voice asked, "Do you remember what you said when you overthrew it?" The red-haired man laughed loudly, remembering every word. "Hello, you failures," he said. "Sometimes you need to go out and breathe and live a little. Staying cooped up in your rooms isn't good." He stood valiantly on top of the ruined tower, brandishing his sword. "All right, let's liven things up. Today, I'll renovate this place for free." Kim Gongja, his eyes blazing red, stood next to the red-haired man, asking about the plan. "But why do you ask? What's your plan?" He turned his back, looking towards the blazing red horizon, where grotesque figures were lurking. A voice rang out. "Hey, zombie." The voice warned him not to stare. "I told you not to look there. They say you'll be discovered if you stare for more than 23 seconds. It asserted that Kim Gongja couldn't deal with them. The voice continued to speculate, wondering if he intended to ask them to destroy the Star of Heavenly Destruction. Forget it. Even they wouldn't touch someone as influential as the Star of Heavenly Destruction. The black-haired girl, hidden in the shadows, reminded Kim Gongja to stop. Hey, Zombie Kim! Stop staring right now." A voice echoed from the figures. Mic test. Kim Gongja gave a mysterious smile, his eyes flashing. He repeated the red-haired man's words. "Hello, you failures." The black-haired girl was annoyed, huh? "This kid's got guts, Kim Gongja continued. "Sometimes you need to go out and breathe and live a little. Staying cooped up in your rooms isn't good." The black-haired girl angrily said, "All right, let's liven things up," Kim Gongja sneered. "Today, I'll renovate this place for free." Kim Gongja and the red-haired man appeared together, his eyes blazing red. Below, countless blazing red eyes from the ghostly figures glared. The black-haired girl was terrified. "This crazy bastard?" The grotesque figures roared. "Sword Emperor!" They declared that the Star of Heavenly Destruction had returned, and they knew he was the one who couldn't die. Possession? Reincarnation? It doesn't matter. They swore they would kill him at all costs. Kim Gongja stood there, his eyes blazing red, with a confident and challenging smile. In a moment of silence, the Star of Heavenly Destruction appeared, his eyes weary. "You promised, didn't you?" he softly said. "Please, protect me." The constellation killer lay on the sandy ground, his eyes as still as a deep lake, softly uttering a thoughtful, "I understand." He had seen through Kim Gongja's scheme, summoning external forces, knowing he couldn't defeat him alone. 3 witches flew, and a blazing red energy orb enveloped the space. The constellation killer stood up, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. He admitted his mistake in underestimating someone who had just reached the 50th floor, vowing not to repeat it. At the same time, in a chaotic scene, a bald man and a short-haired, white-haired young man frantically fled from a swarm of spiders, their screams echoing. The bald man stood behind the bar, loudly demanding the constellation killer pay for repairs and the scroll, receiving a cold confirmation. The constellation killer, his eyes weary but resolute, held an ancient book in his hand, affirming his promise to protect the outsider. He placed his hand on Kim Gongja's shoulder, activating his ultimate skill, sacrificing an hour of memory to enhance the boy's sight and hearing. As a fireball erupted fiercely, amidst the sea of fire and spatial fragments, the constellation killer stood firm, shielding Kim Gongja like an impenetrable fortress. Kim Gongja, his eyes blazing red, looked up at the colossal white orb in the sky, feeling as if time around him was strangely slowing down. Under the ethereal silver moonlight, the two walked across the ravaged battlefield, each step seemingly piercing through the distorted flow of time. Suddenly, a white-haired witch with a colossal black hat appeared, flying on a broom, furiously yelling questions at the Constellation Killer. The witch declared Kim Gong-ja an enemy to be avenged, warning the Constellation Killer to step aside, but he calmly proposed negotiations. "Negotiate? What the hell?" the witch roared. But the Constellation Killer was firm. "I must protect him at all costs, both body and soul. There's no room for negotiation." He pulled out an ancient scroll, his eyes sharp. "According to records, the Mage Tower is a selfish organization. I can cause you serious harm. Negotiate with me." The white-haired witch was annoyed, while another pink-haired witch reported that the Constellation Killer currently only had 7 days of memories left, only 1 week. The white-haired witch gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment and disappointment. A week of memories was too high a price to pay. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the white-haired young man stood tall, declaring his entry into the fray with overwhelming momentum. The white-haired witch ordered an attack, her tone full of resentment. "Leader, surround them! Singer, sing from the rear!" Another witch obeyed, beginning to cast magic with a blazing red stream of energy. Dazzling magic circles appeared, carrying ancient power, causing Kim Gong-ja to exclaim in surprise. The red-haired man explained that it was the Star Simulation Song, a rare type of magic. He continued to explain that each circle represented a constellation sealed beneath the tower, their power used in the form of song. Kim Gong-ja was surrounded by countless warnings. Aura, magic, and mental defense were all halved, and penalties doubled. The effects were terrifying. A spider-shaped magic network spread out, called the Spider Web, a name alluding to those who created it. The white-haired young man, with his blazing sword, declared he would unleash an ultimate attack to counter. In exchange for power, he sacrificed memories of a beautiful sunset. Dazzling swordlight tore through space, forcing the enemies to flee. The penalty effect was removed. He unleashed another ultimate attack, this time sacrificing memories of the sound of rain. His sword energy transforming into a freezing rain. The chilling sword energy pierced through, and a witch shrieked in pain as the attack swept over her. The white-haired witch gritted her teeth, her rings and bracelets destroyed, struggling to hold her ground. She shrieked, "Madman! Freak! Constellation maniac!" The pink-haired witch frantically reported, "We can't fight the Constellation Killer when he still has a full week of memories." But the leader only roared, "Shut up and attack!" Despite the danger, the witches charged forward simultaneously, casting all sorts of magic, fire, water, lightning. Amidst the enemy encirclement, the white-haired young man still stood firm, his sword energy surging and engulfing everything. Amidst the witch encirclement, the white-haired young man's sword energy surged, destroying each magic ring. A black-cloaked witch frantically reported, "The magic has been completely destroyed, madam." The Constellation Killer declared he was sacrificing memories of the drink he just had, while the white-haired witch furiously shrieked, "Which bitch sold out our secrets?" Kim Gong-ja stood silently, his eyes blazing red. The red-haired man beside him spoke, asking how he felt as the Sword Emperor continued to sacrifice memories of the street he had walked. The red-haired man continued, "He fights completely differently from how you fight, doesn't he?" In the distance, the Sword Emperor stood firm amidst the swirling dust, his sword light still brilliant. The red-haired man explained that the Sword Emperor's technique was also a type of demonic magic. But unlike Kim Gong-ja, who relied on memories of hunger and isolation, the Sword Emperor did the opposite. "Discarding memories," the red-haired man said, instructing Kim Gong-ja to observe carefully, because one day he might also have to fight like that. The Sword Emperor continued to sacrifice memories of strolls under a warm sky. The red-haired man revealed that the Constellation Killer only retained a maximum of 1 week's memories, or a minimum of 1 day's. He hunted and destroyed a constellation whenever he had a full week of memories. "It's not amnesia," the red-haired man said. "He's just sacrificing memories to complete his mission." Kim Gong-ja's sparkly sword also sensed its former owner's pain. Sparkly reminisced. Its master had not always fought like this. It didn't understand when or why the Sword Emperor began fighting this way. Hong Bo-sok, the pink-haired witch, frantically reported to the white-haired witch, "We don't stand a chance against the Star Destroyer with only a week's worth of memories." She continued to warn that if they wasted any more mana, they would suffer heavy losses. The surveillance team also reported that the stars had noticed the anomaly and might invade while they were weakened. The white-haired witch gritted her teeth, screaming the Sword Emperor's name in rage and helplessness. "Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor!" The red-haired man smirked. "Excellent. I'm still famous even after death, aren't I?" He turned to Kim Gong-ja, teasing, "See, zombie? Being too famous is also a problem." The white-haired witch flew up, casting dark magic, and yelled, "I see you've allied with the Star Destroyer." The witches retreated in chaos, leaving behind a resounding threat. "Just you wait. We'll hunt you down at all costs. This battle is over, but next time, we'll kill you." In the silent space, the white-haired young man stood with his back turned, saying, "I have kept my promise to you, outsider." The white-haired young man, despite his victory, declared that he had fallen into a trap, left with only a day's worth of memories. He believed his opponent's goal was to weaken him. The Death Sovereign warned that it was merely a delaying tactic. The Death Sovereign didn't hesitate, drawing his sword and bluntly declaring he would kill him. The white-haired young man retorted that he couldn't attack due to his promise, and if his opponent was the Sword Emperor or his successor, the situation would be even more dangerous. The Death Sovereign coldly retorted, introducing himself as the Death Sovereign, successor of the demonic cult, and a part of the Avenger family. The white-haired young man asked what the demonic cult was. The Death Sovereign replied, "A sword that answers every scream." He continued to ask what a successor was. The Death Sovereign answered without hesitation, "A sword that is swung first." Finally, he asked what the Death Sovereign was. The Death Sovereign growled, his eyes sharp, "The name of the one who will kill you." The white-haired young man smiled mysteriously, asking if the Death Sovereign remembered those hungry days. He said that although the diary recorded it, he himself had no memory of it. Immediately after, he unleashed a terrifying attack, sending the Death Sovereign flying into the air, asserting that this would be the cause of his opponent's defeat. In the ethereal space, a voice echoed, gently asking, "Hero, have you awakened?" The white-haired young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze tired and confused. He stood amidst a desolate, cracked battlefield, bewilderedly asking, "Where is this?" The mysterious voice replied, "You have just endured a fierce battle." The voice continued to explain, "You fell into the enemy's trap." A close-up of his sword, with its fierce wolf head hilt, gleamed. The voice revealed that the ambush was too strong. Resistance would have led to defeat, and it was the first time he had used the power of salvation. The white-haired young man murmured, "Salvation." Indeed, the voice confirmed, "The more you give up, the more you save. You gave up a character from your name." At this moment, Kim Gongja finally understood. As soon as he opened his eyes, he understood the origin of the darkness clinging to his mind. The white-haired young man softly said, "Ah, I see. That's how it island." In exchange for permanently giving up a character from his name, he froze the scene before his eyes. The enemy vanished without a trace, and the hero once again survived a seemingly impossible trial. He wondered, "I didn't expect my name to be worth so much. Will it be all right?" A miracle occurred, at the cost of merely giving up a character from his name. In exchange for life, the Mighty One accepted a fated pact, opening a new, mysterious chapter. But for Kim Gongja, not only his name was worthless, he softly called, "Hey, Huya." A voice replied, "Yes, hero." His entire life, before coming to this world, everything was just as empty. Now, he could save this world a little faster. But first, the white-haired young man decided he would create a new name for himself, an appellation to start anew. Under the faint moonlight, the hero's silhouette stood atop the hill. From afar, calls echoed through the space. "Hey, Kim, a new name, a new beginning," awaited. "Rifanta I Kim, the loner of the wasteland. He is the sword that cleaves through the stars in the high heavens. Worship him." The praises echoed, and images of colossal monsters appeared, like a prophecy of new power. The battle erupted. Kim Gongja lunged at his white-haired opponent with terrifying speed, his glowing sword slashing down. Rocks shattered, and space trembled under the might of the two adversaries. Kim Gongja's eyes glowed red, and invisible hands reached out from the darkness. He understood clearly that the essence of desire, of hunger, was something primal and intense. It was the desperate hands of a child digging through the dirt, searching. The white-haired young man stood amidst the dark energy, calmly turning the pages of an old book, as if searching for answers to everything. The white-haired young man's crimson eyes flashed. His senses pushed to their limits. Every movement, every sound, became terrifyingly clear and sharp. The white-haired young man glided like a ghost, dodging Kim Gongja's fatal sword strike. He had sacrificed an hour in exchange for extraordinary speed and acuity. He wondered, was this martial arts using qi as internal energy? Traditional martial artists were often obsessed with internal cultivation techniques. His blue eyes gleamed thoughtfully as he turned the page. "You must have learned this sword art from an unorthodox sect, not an orthodox one. That must be the demonic cult you mentioned." Kim Gongja charged forward, each step carrying murderous intent. To one dying of thirst amidst a vast ocean, yet unable to drink a single drop, this world was no different from a barren desert. Kim Gongja bowed his head, seemingly feeling that despair. Amidst the surrounding dark energy, the white-haired young man offered a mysterious smile. He had unleashed the second technique of the demonic heaven divine art, Sword of Drought and Death. A brilliant blue sword aura tore through space, carrying destructive power. The entire ground trembled, cracking under the immense pressure of this technique. The white-haired young man stood firm in the deep crater, looking towards his opponent. "A battle like this won't do, Demon King," he softly said, his tone full of hidden meaning. Kim Gongja defended, surrounded by a blazing red sword aura. He hoped his opponent's justice wouldn't harm him, even though their words were full of hidden meanings. Kim Gongja's sword was stained with blood, reflecting a fragile hope amidst the life or death struggle. With a determined smirk, Kim Gongja unleashed his third technique, Drowning Death Overflowing Sword. A sword aura like a surging flood, submerging everything. The blazing red sword aura charged forward, but the white-haired young man was ready. He blocked the attack, transforming the technique into an icy wall. "How much do you think you can sacrifice?" Kim Gongja roared. His opponent quietly replied, "As long as I live." A moment of realization struck Kim Gongja. His opponent was another version of himself, a path he might have taken. He realized this was a hero who had cultivated demonic arts to their limit. A person wielding destructive power, yet using it for righteousness. The white-haired young man unleashed his fourth technique, Frozen Death Converging Sword, a converging icy sword aura, 150 years ago, before anyone else Hu Ryong had faced this hero. In a memory, before anyone else Hu Ryong roared before his master, "I will teach this guy how to find joy." A challenging and tragic vow. Lying slumped on the ground, the white-haired young man pondered the fate of one who only knew how to discard himself, before anyone else Hu Ryong had witnessed it firsthand. Without before anyone else Hu Ryong by his side, what would his fate have been? If he hadn't met Leviel, his life might have taken a different turn, a path without light. Kim Gongja stood amidst fragmented memories, wondering if it was all right to discard everything, to forget the warm and cold days that had passed. Swords clashed, sparks flew. Kim Gongja growled a question about justice, and his opponent firmly replied, asserting his belief. "So what is your justice?" Kim Gongja roared, a purple sword aura erupting. He was ready for the fifth technique of the demonic heavenly god art. The white-haired young man unleashed Poisonous Death-Striking Sword, a venomous purple sword aura. "Annihilate the constellations," he declared, for they had stripped humanity of its freedom. The white-haired young man coldly declared that goodness was based on human freedom, and any constellations that deprived it were evil. He reiterated that he had defeated the immortal messenger of happiness, who had forced happiness upon humanity, turning the world into an inescapable battlefield. Kim Gongja, with blazing red eyes, roared in question. "What about you, then?" He could not accept his opponent's reasoning. The white-haired young man with an erupting purple sword aura calmly replied, "Discard all fragrant flowers," Kim Gongja retorted, accusing him of merely following what was written in a diary. He growled, pointing at the diary in his opponent's hand. "Where is the freedom in that?" A sharp question, piercing straight into the enemy's philosophy. The white-haired young man admitted it was a valid point, then continued, "If I can sacrifice my own freedom to save the freedom of others, then I am compelled to do so." Amidst the flashing sword strikes, he remained steadfast. "The moment I made that decision, that was my free will. Therefore," Kim Gongja roared, his sword technique sharp, "don't make me laugh." He did not accept the freedom his opponent was preaching. He angrily criticized, "Smelling flowers, watching sunsets, eating, feeling the breeze, all are meaningless. You only know how to discard and discard." The white-haired young man's eyes glowed red, and skeletal hands appeared. The white-haired young man continued to explain that the constellations harmed the world, infecting humans with their ideologies, leaving humanity with no choice but to comply. He declared that to at least grant humanity the freedom of choice, he must. A tragic vow echoed amidst the chaotic space. Kim Gongja roared, his sword aura erupting.
That's no different from what you're doing. I ask you, how is it different?
The white-haired young man coldly replied, ready to discard every dream he had held for an entire week. He was concentrating his power. He continued to speak of discarding pain, discarding the sights of day and night. Kim Gongja yelled, accusing him of merely following what was written in the diary. Kim Gongja, with fiery eyes, roared, "A constellation is even better. At least they know what they're doing. You're just acting according to those words, aren't you?" Flames of rage blazed around Kim Gongja. He growled each word, asserting, "Your name is not Star Destroyer of the Heavens." Kim Gongja unleashed a fatal blow, declaring, "You are the heaven-destroying constellation." He questioned, "If annihilating the constellations is your sole task and mission?" The Star Destroyer roared in challenge, "Then end yourself first, O heaven-destroying star!" But Kim Gongja did not retreat, unleashing his ultimate technique, Demonic Heavenly God Art, 9th Form, Self-Destruction Sword. Amidst the sword storm, the Star Destroyer coldly looked down. Ancient pages fluttered around him like summoned curses. Kim Gongja, his eyes blazing red like fire, was also surrounded by talismans. He did not flinch, ready to face it. Time seemed to rip apart. Eliminate 1 second. Eliminate 1 second. The magical paper fragments tore through space, distorting reality. In the moment, 1 second was eliminated. 2 figures rushed at each other like moths to a flame. 1 second of destiny. A fatal sword strike! The Star Destroyer's back was pierced, black blood splattering. Eliminated. Without stopping, Kim Gongja delivered a devastating kick, sending his enemy flying. The deafening sound of impact echoed. He pressed down on the fallen figure, his sword raised high, ready to finish him. This would be the final blow. In Kim Gongja's reflected gaze, the Star Destroyer uttered the name Rafanta I Kim. He coldly declared he would steal his opponent's scream. His silver eyes slowly closed, but his final words still echoed. 1 second. A shattering explosion tore through space, ending the fierce battle. Amidst the remnants of the battle, Kim Gongja stood firm. Mysterious messages appeared, showing cosmic entities astonished by his victory. A brilliant light enveloped him. The system declared, "Your existence has become clearer than ever." Energy burst, skill slots expanded, and his hunter rank increased to B. A great leap forward. With glowing red eyes and a resolute expression, Kim Gongja received the system's blessing. The road ahead is still long. He adjusted his collar, raising his head high to look forward. A resounding victory, opening a new chapter for the Death Sovereign. The white-haired sorcerer, with a horrified expression, couldn't believe his eyes. Amidst a sprawling pool of blood, the Star Destroyer's body lay motionless. Is he really dead? Kim Gongja held the motionless body under the scrutinizing gazes of the cloaked hunters. The Star Destroyer was dead, but who had struck him down? Kim Gongja's glowing red eyes flashed with worry. He knew he was in danger and needed to retreat before attracting more attention. All around him, the hunters were stronger than he was. If his weakness was exposed, the consequences would be dire. He tried to activate his teleportation skill, but nothing happened. Kim Gongja was confused. His teleportation skill wasn't working. He tried again, a bewildered look in his eyes. Why was his skill useless at this moment? Amidst the red-stained space, Kim Gongja realized the problem. The stage had not yet been declared complete. The Star Destroyer was dead, but he still hadn't met the conditions to clear the stage. He wondered if it was because the Star Destroyer wasn't the master of the 50th floor. A white-cloaked hunter suddenly exclaimed. His observation skill showed Kim Gongja was only B rank? B rank? This information made the observers couldn't help but doubt. A B rank individual couldn't possibly defeat an S rank Star Destroyer. The hunters stirred, and one suggested approaching Kim Gongja. Amidst the tension, a voice rang out. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong appeared, hovering in midair, observing Kim Gongja. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong smiled, questioning Kim Gongja. He asserted that he had said everything that needed to be said. In Kim Gongja's mind, the image of the Star Destroyer appeared. He remembered before anyone else Hu Ryong had once encountered this individual. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong had once confronted the Star Destroyer in a blazing battle and emerged victorious. The Sword Emperor, before anyone else, Hu Ryong manifested, swinging his mighty greatsword. He remarked that someone like Kim Gongja would never tolerate the Star Destroyer. Despite his madness, the young man still maintained a noble demeanor towards martial arts. An enigmatic smile bloomed on the black-haired one's face. Words of resentment echoed. "My master was kind, yet you called the demonic cult's teachings heresy and cut him down. Therefore, the silhouette of the Star Destroyer appeared. Dark blue cloak, gleaming sword." The voice continued to question, saying that the heretic, even more so than his master, must have been annihilated by the Sword Emperor. A cold humph replied. The Sword Emperor, before anyone else, Hu Ryong beamed, revealing sharp teeth. He declared his liking for Kim Gongja because of his intelligence, a necessary quality for a true hunter. The Sword Emperor's hands swept up as if guiding. Kim Gongja, small against the ground, listened. A hunter needs 3 things: wisdom to strategize, courage to act, and the ability to turn plans into success. In the stream of memories, the Star Destroyer hovered in midair, fiery red eyes. He heard the Sword Emperor's words. The Star Destroyer was also a hunter, just like him. Enhanced strike, the incantation echoed. A stream of blue energy exploded, tearing through the ground. The blue-cloaked one decisively discarded unnecessary memories, even the fleeting image of a white flower on the road. In a fit of rage, the Star Destroyer launched a powerful attack, leaving a fiery red energy trail. He recalled that on his way here, he had seen an old man tending to a potted flower. The Star Destroyer stood towering over the fallen body. He remembered the small potted flower, and how the old man's life seemed to be encapsulated within it. Life is beautiful, as long as there's a place to exist. The Star Destroyer's eyes flashed brilliantly beneath his cloak. The sword in his hand glowed, and he once again chanted the incantation. Enhanced strike. The Star Destroyer charged forth like a whirlwind of energy. Mysterious entities reacted. The solitary seeker rejoiced. The labyrinth's eyes observed. The eternal steed abandoned its intention to attack. The Star Destroyer pierced through his enemy. He whispered, Star Destroyer, you are the one I. Then another memory flooded back, a mysterious murmuring from an alley. The Star Destroyer's back was turned, his long white hair visible beneath his hood. He pondered about the wordless sounds, which held a mysterious beauty, compelling him to understand. The Star Destroyer stood there, his long white hair flowing down, eyes half closed. He felt the ground beneath his feet, pondering kindness and injury, about those who walked barefoot who might be kind but always had to endure suffering. Two figures faced each other, one the blue-cloaked Star Destroyer, the other the current Kim Gong-ja carrying a corpse. The blue-cloaked one recognized the one who had killed him, the one carrying his own corpse, a paradoxical cycle of reincarnation. The Star Destroyer turned the pages of an ancient book, reminiscing. He remembered his death 153 years ago at the hands of the more talented Sword Emperor. From then on, he set a rule for himself. Flee if you encounter someone stronger, a hard-learned lesson after 3 defeats. The white-haired man coldly judged, recognizing the difference between Kim Gong-ja and the Sword Emperor. He said that even though the boy dodged the attack, he lacked the decisive counterattack of a master. In Kim Gong-ja's mind, an image of himself with blazing red eyes appeared. The Star of Annihilation continued to dissect, asserting that he was far from reaching the Sword Emperor's cosmic sword realm. The Star of Annihilation looked at Kim Gong-ja, his hand gripping a weapon. He couldn't understand how this person could defeat him, then suddenly realized it was intelligence, the ability to exploit weaknesses. Such a hunter was truly dangerous. He looked down. An illusory sword flared beneath his feet. The Star of Annihilation concluded that if Kim Gong-ja were stronger, he could become a human weapon on par with the Sword Emperor. Kim Gong-ja still carried the enemy's corpse on his shoulder. The Star of Annihilation reminisced. Realizing the danger of someone who prepares for death, he decided he had to eliminate him immediately, and that was why he created a backup body. In another moment, Sword Emperor before anyone else Hu Ryong smiled challengingly, calling out to the Star of Annihilation. The image of him being utterly defeated appeared as a warning. The battle erupted. Kim Gong-ja and the Star of Annihilation clashed in a dance of swords. The white-haired man declared that this was a realm far beyond the 50th floor, where power reached its peak. Kim Gong-ja attacked relentlessly, but in his mind, he was stunned to realize, damn it, is this a puppet? A copy of himself? Kim Gong-ja's eyes blazed red with fury. He realized the horrifying truth. With this, the Star of Annihilation cannot be stopped. The Star of Annihilation calmly read a book, his sword glowing. He reminisced about the battle with the Sword Emperor, a confrontation no one witnessed, except for a constellation. Memories of the earth-shattering battle with the Sword Emperor flooded back. The Sword Emperor valued honor, but now, the Star of Annihilation realized there were too many witnesses to this confrontation, and eliminating them all would be very difficult. The white-haired witch in the black hat smirked, thinking, madman. Then she spoke, her voice echoing, therefore, listen to me. The 3 figures in black, pink, and gray cloaks trembled in fear. The Star of Annihilation declared to all who dared oppose him, I have achieved artificial immortality. Even if you kill me, I will stand before you once more. Kim Gong-ja, in his recollection, his red eyes burning with indignation. The Star of Annihilation continued his curse. Anyone who kills me, even once, will die. If it's a group, I will annihilate them all. With eyes as sharp as ice, the Star of Annihilation raised his sword. He declared grandly that he would kill Kim Gong-ja right here to prove his vow of immortality. In the silent space, a small white potted flower suddenly appeared. The Star of Annihilation softly whispered, like an incantation, enhanced strike. Dazzling light erupted, engulfing everything. In that moment, a vow echoed, as if etched deep into the bones. I renounce all beauty in this world. Kim Gong-ja, with eyes blazing like fire, his face terrifyingly cold, stared straight into the void. A sharp, cold blade pointed directly at him, but could not shake his unwavering will. It is I. Memories suddenly flooded back. Another Kim Gong-ja, with azure eyes, facing his past self who had never met Laville. 2 versions, 2 destinies, intertwining in the flow of time. Laville Avancia appeared, her red eyes full of authority. She spoke, her voice like an etched command. Eyes that fear no sacrifice for their beliefs. You are not to end your life without my permission. Even with death imminent, Kim Gong-ja fought resiliently, every muscle tensed, his will unwavering. He remembered the reminder. Even when death seems unavoidable, fight to the very end. Sword energy clashed, light flashed. Kim Gong-ja was pierced, fresh blood splattering, but he still didn't let go of his sword. Paper fragments, like souls, fluttered, witnessing the fated battle. Blood welled from the corner of his mouth. Kim Gong-ja gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes full of defiance. He whispered, like an acceptance of fate or a challenge. I admit it. Lafanta Ajim, the star of annihilation, looked down at the defeated foe, his face smeared with blood. He admitted, "You are a monster, stronger than me, more cautious than even me." However, a hand suddenly gripped the hilt of a sword as if to turn the tide. A glimmer of hope flickered in the most desperate moment. Kim Gongja gave a devilish smile, his eyes shining brightly. He declared, his tone full of challenge, "You're not the only one who gets another chance, Lafanta Ajim." A final, fatal blow. Lafanta Ajim swung his sword. Kim Gongja collapsed, his figure slowly sinking into the indefinite void, like a withered flower petal. The screen went black. Cold, white text appeared. "You are dead." Death came unexpectedly, but perhaps it was not the end. Next was an announcement about the B-grade hunter rank and a special penalty. Skill activation order has been altered due to enhanced penalty. A blazing red warning appeared, signaling a terrible penalty. Injuries inflicted by the enemy who killed you will be materialized. Necessary materials will be extracted from your memories. Penalty depth, high. That is the path of the beast. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Kim Gongja, seemingly returned to a familiar place, appeared in a classroom. His head slumped on a desk. The loudspeaker echoed throughout the school. "Attention all remaining students. This is an announcement from the broadcasting room. Students not participating in evening self-study, please leave the school now." He had returned, but where and when? The loudspeaker echoed through the empty school corridors, repeating the announcement to leave the school as the blazing red sunset descended. Kim Gongja remained slumped on his desk, deep in sleep, despite the urgent reminder from the loudspeaker. Suddenly, his eyes fluttered open, his confused gaze directed upwards. A blonde girl was bending down, shaking him awake.
Hey, wake up! They said we can go home now!
The girl urged, her tone full of annoyance. Kim Gongja lifted his head, his purple eyes suddenly flashing crimson. "Heretic? Inquisitor?" he mumbled, a misplaced question in the familiar space. The blonde girl was surprised, taking a step back. "Huh? Heretic Inquisitor? Or are you the Lady Golden Flower? Have you possessed the Heretic Inquisitor again?" Kim Gongja snapped awake, realizing the words he had just uttered. He frowned. Perhaps the dream had affected him. "This isn't right, Sword Emperor. I think there's something wrong with the penalty as the hunter rank increases," he muttered to himself, memories of seeing others' injuries like a dream flooding back. He was still confused, not understanding what was happening. "Sword Emperor?" the blonde girl asked again, looking at him worriedly. The scene suddenly shifted to a soccer field, where other male students were enthusiastically passing the ball, and shouts of "Pass! Go!" echoed. The blonde girl pulled his hand, urging him. Come on. Let's go home. I'm sure the student council president is waiting at the gate." Kim Gongja stood there, his figure casting a shadow on the ground. A strange, distorted shadow, as if another trauma was beginning. "It has begun. Hurry up. You have to treat your girlfriend like a princess. Don't make her wait." The girl continued to tease, making Kim Gongja flinch and almost fall. "What the hell is going on?" he exclaimed, retying his tie while looking at the girl. "I'm sure the student council president is waiting at the gate," the girl repeated. He walked along the school corridor, the sunset dyeing everything red. "School," he thought to himself. Kim Gongja continued walking, recalling his 2 years of high school. "This place is quite similar to that place," he muttered, a strange feeling creeping in. Kim Gongja walked down the stairs, the blazing red sunset coloring the pathway. He just wanted to escape this place. Suddenly, he saw a white-haired young man standing in front of the emergency exit door, with his back turned, as if waiting for something. Kim Gongja's eyes widened in surprise when he caught a glimpse of the white-haired young man's face. The white-haired young man left, leaving Kim Gongja standing there, confused and wondering what was happening. He shook his head, trying to shake off the strange thoughts, muttering that he had to leave immediately. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, a familiar figure appeared, La Vieille Avancia, who smiled and told him he was late. Kim Gongja froze, his face flushed red with embarrassment and surprise, stammering her name. La Vieille Avancia maintained her mysterious smile, teasing that the sunset would be more beautiful with his face beneath it. She lightly touched his chin, saying that the blazing red sunset was probably trying to hide the blush on his cheeks, which made him even more confused. La Vieille asked why he was so dazed, and Kim Gongja suddenly realized she was the daughter of a wealthy family. She called him "my dearest boyfriend," which utterly shocked Kim Gongja, unable to believe his ears. He wondered if there was a way to record this moment, then hastily asked La Vieille how old she was. La Vieille said he was the same age as her, then turned to the butler, telling him to cancel the appointment with the mental hospital because her boyfriend was still the same. Kim Gongja embraced her tightly, declaring his eternal love, that even if he were reborn in another world, he would still love her. Laville took his hand, gently saying they still had a whole life ahead of them, and offered to take him home. But upon hearing the word home, a strange image flashed through Kim Gongja's mind. A boy standing in front of an old brick house. Sitting in the car, Kim Gongja told himself this traumatic world was far from reality. He had never attended high school or heard of this school. Laville, still holding his hand, asked, "So, where are we going?" Then added that she heard something big happened at his house yesterday. Kim Gongja asked again in surprise, and Laville replied, "You don't consider that a big deal?" "Well, you never like to bring up that topic," she continued, saying that even though she didn't like his family, family was still family. She had handled everything herself, so he shouldn't worry. Kim Gongja thought to himself about his parents, deciding he would tell them himself. He realized that in this world, he had a home and parents. The luxurious car stopped in front of a traditional house, and Kim Gongja still couldn't imagine what that life would be like. Suddenly, a burly red-haired man wearing a maid's apron and holding a broom appeared from the yard, exclaiming in surprise, "You're home?" The excited red-haired man teased Kim Gongja for being brought home by his girlfriend, while Laville politely greeted, "Hello, sir." The red-haired maid immediately bowed, praising Laville's kindness, then boasted that his son was sometimes a bit crazy. But Laville just smiled and replied, "It's all right. I cherish every aspect of him." The red-haired man's expression suddenly changed, and he growled at Kim Gongja for daring to let Laville bow to him, then turned back to Laville with a bright smile, inviting her to stay for dinner with snail salad. Laville happily agreed, while the red-haired man continued to grumble at Kim Gongja, asking him why he was still standing there and if he needed help to sit down. Stepping into the house, a long black-haired woman was reading a newspaper on the sofa. She looked up and smiled, welcoming Kim Gongja. She asked Kim Gongja about his school day, and he quietly took off his shoes. The black-haired woman greeted Laville. "Welcome, Miss Avancia." And Laville replied, "Please just call me Laville. I'll feel more comfortable." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Is this my mother?" The red-haired man and the black-haired woman began to tease Kim Gongja, calling each other by intimate terms, which utterly stunned him. Kim Gongja stood in front of the TV, watching a news report about singer Yoo Soo-ha, while internally still reeling from this special family. A shocking news report about singer Yoo Soo-ha's attack. But then, even more shocking news arrived. The video was fake. The video's creator confessed it was just a prank that unexpectedly caused major consequences. Nevertheless, Yoo Soo-ha's group's tour was cancelled, and their future looked bleak. In the cozy kitchen, before anyone else, Hu Ryung, dressed in a maid outfit, was busy. He sighed, Looks like there'll be a lot to talk about at dinner tonight." Kim Gongja was still dazed. The black-haired woman ordered, "Gongja, call your younger brother down. We'll have dinner together." He stammered, "Where is he?" The black-haired woman pointed towards a door. "In your room." Kim Gongja stared in astonishment, a sense of unease rising within him. The door creaked open, a cold sliver of light tearing through the darkness. Kim Gongja peered inside, his face hardening with extreme astonishment. Inside, Yoo Soo-ha was lying comfortably on the bed, reading a book. He looked up, his expression carefree. "Huh?" Kim Gongja seemed to go mad, his eyes bloodshot with rage. From Yoo Soo-ha's mouth came a mocking greeting. "Long time no see, you bastard." Yoo Soo-ha nonchalantly recounted the scandal. Being harassed by a stalker, accidentally fighting back, and being filmed. "My singing career was almost ruined, damn it," he continued. "Glad to have escaped this morning, even though Mom had scolded him fiercely." Yoo Soo-ha noticed Kim Gongja's pale face. "Huh? Are you all right, buddy? You look so green." Kim Gongja couldn't take it anymore. He let out a heartbreaking roar. "Die!" He lunged at Yoo Soo-ha, punching him repeatedly. Yoo Soo-ha cried out in terror, "Is this bastard crazy? Hey, calm down!" Kim Gongja roared, "You call Master Mom, and you tell me to calm down, you scumbag." Kim Gongja attacked frantically. Yoo Soo-ha cried for help. "Mom, Gongja is hitting me!" he roared. "I told you not to call her that!" Dinner proceeded in a tense atmosphere. Laville broke the silence. "I know this is a bit sudden, but I've already handled the matter concerning my brother-in-law," she continued, explaining that such matters needed to be resolved decisively. Although the timing wasn't ideal, the political scene was quiet, and the concert was only 10 days away. Kim Gongja was still stunned. The Black Dragon matriarch spoke up, questioning Laville about using family power to help Yoo Soo-ha, given that he and Kim Gongja were fundamentally incompatible. A tense atmosphere enveloped them. Laville calmly replied that she merely wanted to show her parents. The Black Dragon matriarch still didn't fully understand, her eyes full of doubt. She continued, saying that her parents might be underestimating their love, seeing it as merely a young lady's amusement. Laville wanted to prove otherwise. Laville resolutely declared that she wanted to embrace all of them as family. Even if there were dissenting voices within the family, she would quell all obstacles. She tightly grasped Kim Gongja's hand, asserting that resolving the recent incident was her way of proving her capability and determination. She pleaded with her parents to approve the marriage. The Black Dragon matriarch smiled contentedly. An extraordinary child has come to my son, she thought. I haven't raised him in vain. Yu Suha suddenly burst out laughing, asking Lavielle if they were now part of the wealthy family. He even joked about his singing career and his group's potential. The Black Dragon matriarch immediately cut him off, threatening to remove Yu Suha from the family register if he caused any more trouble. She demanded that he kneel and apologize to the person he had attacked. Yu Suha froze, while before anyone else Ryong laughed gleefully. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja stared at his hands. The words family, parents echoed in his mind, stirring a deep pain. Something I've never had. He wondered, why? Suddenly, the scene changed. In midair, nonsensical dialogues about math homework echoed, like a prelude to a distant memory. Kim Gong-ja, in his school uniform, walked along a familiar path. Strange questions appeared, as if this were the haunted memory of a constellation killer. 4 other students appeared, full of energy, greeting Kim Gong-ja in unison. They were familiar faces, yet they carried an unusual air. Kim Gong-ja recognized them in astonishment, calling out their names in confusion. "We are the 4 heavenly kings of Shinshu High School, Senior," the group of students proudly declared. He was so astonished that he exclaimed insane. Kim Gong-ja couldn't believe Samagun was a delinquent in this world. He ordered them to disperse, but they insisted they had been well-behaved recently. The red-haired student retorted irritably, reminding him that Kim Gong-ja himself had told them to lie low because he was dating the Queen Bee. Kim Gong-ja was deeply shocked to hear that nickname for Lavielle. He was still reeling, unable to believe they were proud of the title 4 Heavenly Kings and called Lavielle the Queen Bee. This scene truly sent shivers down his spine. The purple-haired class president stood solemnly, her gaze firm. "Attention! Good morning, teacher!" The shout echoed, beginning a class like any other day. The silver-haired, one-eyed scarred teacher, holding a stick, smirked. "Hello," he nodded, signaling the official start of class, the atmosphere a bit nonchalant. "Class president, collect everyone's phones." As soon as the order was given, the purple-haired girl picked up a green basket and replied curtly, "Yes." The brown-haired boy frowned uncomfortably, as the teacher growled, "If I catch anyone hiding a phone, you're dead. Understood?" He cursed inwardly, wondering how such a venomous snake could stand on the podium. "Have you all turned off your phones?" "Yes." The hoodie-wearing boy obediently handed over his phone. He clicked his tongue. The sight of a holy knight obeying a black dragon lord truly made him shake his head. The purple-haired class president swept past, her green basket already heavy. He silently put his phone in, his eyes still holding a hint of discomfort. Class president?" the brown-haired boy softly called. The purple-haired girl turned, her eyes sharp. "What is it?" "You haven't taken my phone yet," he said directly. The purple-haired girl looked at him, her gaze as if wanting to pierce his very soul. The purple-haired girl smirked, saying sarcastically, "So the wise princess is fixing the fool." He was stunned, not understanding her meaning. The silver-haired teacher burst out laughing, delighted. "Wow, even the great Kim Gong-ja is handing in his phone today. Everyone, take a good look. All it takes is love to fix a person." Kim Gong-ja said he's going to Seoul National University. "That's strange. He told me he's going to Oxford. The student council president is studying abroad, and he said he'd follow no matter what." The whole class buzzed, discussing his future. The teacher and the purple-haired class president both looked at him. His safety school is Seoul National, and his dream school is Oxford. As expected, Kim Gong-ja has completely different standards than us. "Class president, be careful. You'll lose your top spot," the brown-haired girl teased. The purple-haired girl coldly retorted, "That's none of your business." The classroom scene was strange. He wore a uniform, but the faces around him were eerily familiar. A long brown-haired girl smiled brightly. A white-haired boy was diligently writing. The white-haired boy was still engrossed in his notebook. He realized they were all people he had known, had fought alongside. Except for one person. He stared at an unfamiliar figure. That child. An indescribable feeling welled up, and he softly spoke. Excuse me." The green-haired teacher opened the door, her cheerful voice announcing the first math class. The students responded in unison, but in Kim Gong-ja's mind, the surprise was gone. He only felt a strange sense of familiarity. In the familiar classroom, the green-haired teacher stood before the blackboard, beginning a new chapter. Kim Gong-ja sat among his classmates, unsure if this was a dream, an illusion, or another world. The scene shifted to the schoolyard, where 2 mischievous boys ran up, chirping Kim Gong-ja's name. "Brother Gong-ja! Why do you keep studying? Come play with us! Let's play soccer!" The innocent invitation echoed. The gray-haired boy smiled brightly, hugging the ball, earnestly saying, "That's right. Let's play together." A hand gently stroked his head, as if wanting to hold on to this peaceful moment. Kim Gong-ja and the 2 boys tumbled on the grass, their laughter echoing. A middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap watched from afar. In his mind, an uncertain question. I don't know. Suddenly, the scene was stained crimson. Kim Gong-ja sat alone on the steps, solitary. A faint, childlike figure reached out to him. Why is this scene a haunting? He wondered. 4 childlike figures, faint as spirits, walked hand in hand. A thought appeared in his mind. Everyone is still alive. Images flashed by. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong diligently working at a computer. The Black Dragon matriarch calmly sipping tea. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong is not a ghost. Master is still alive. He silently confirmed. The one called Flame Emperor, the man with his black hair tied up, was being scolded fiercely by 2 women. His personality is still rotten, but even the Flame Emperor whines to his parents, gets scolded. He lives like a human. And Agui, Jiam-samai too. A big question echoed in Kim Gong-ja's mind. Isn't this a peaceful and happy hypothesis? What part of this world resembles hell? Amidst the crimson space, Lavielle Avancia appeared, her long white hair fluttering, her crimson eyes looking straight at him. She smiled, calling him by an intimate name. Here you are, my boyfriend. Lavielle approached Kim Gong-ja, looking worried. You seem troubled. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I got worried. It's not good to make your lover worry for no reason. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. Kim Gong-ja fumbled with the old flip phone. Sorry. I handed in my phone earlier and forgot to turn it back on. I just feel a little uneasy. He tried to explain. Lavielle gently kissed his cheek, her tone possessive. What could possibly stir my boyfriend's heart? I want nothing in this world to bother you, except me. Kim Gong-ja could only utter her name. Lavielle's crimson eyes looked at him as Kim Gong-ja unexpectedly asked, Do you know my parents' names? She immediately replied, Of course. Your mother's name is Baek-hyung. Kim Gong-ja's eyes suddenly flashed red. He stared at Lavielle, stating firmly, And your father's name, Island, right? A chilling thought emerged. As expected, he suddenly realized the core issue. He didn't know the Sword Emperor before anyone else Hu Ryong's real name. At his question, Lavielle was stunned, her crimson eyes wide open. Boyfriend? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. If this was a dream, it wouldn't contain truths he was completely unaware of. Even when checking the class roster during break, most of the names, including those of guild leaders, were unreadable. He took Lavielle's hand, questioning. Lavielle, this might sound strange, but I feel uneasy. You're the daughter of a wealthy family. Logically, there's no way you'd be experiencing school life with someone like me in a place like this. Perhaps all of this. His purple eyes suddenly flared crimson, a cold light tearing through the veil of illusion. An old message appeared on the phone screen. You killed me. Don't forget. You killed me. An ear-splitting scream rang out, shattering the tranquility of the schoolyard. The crowd stirred, pointing forward. Look, over there. What should we do? Should we call a teacher? On the towering rooftop, a white-haired boy stood precariously. What's that kid doing? I don't know. He looks like he's about to fall. Lavielle panicked, her crimson eyes showing clear horror. What should we do? Someone call a teacher. Damn it. She turned to Kim Gong-ja, her voice urgent. This isn't good, Gong-ja. Call 119. I'll go up to the roof and try to talk to that boy. He was stunned, trembling as he dialed. 119. 119. A loud thud echoed, accompanied by the crowd's desperate screams. The phone slipped from his hand. Kim Gong-ja looked up at the rooftop, where the white-haired boy had just jumped, his eyes filled with horror. The white-haired young man, his face contorted in pain and his fangs sharp, snarled a final curse. Die. Kim Gong-ja's eyes glowed red, witnessing the horrific scene. The crowd of students around him screamed, vomited in fear, and cries of teacher echoed. Amidst the chaos, an indifferent hand raised a phone, coldly capturing the tragic moment. A dry click rang out. In the illusion, Kim Gong-ja, with his dark blue hair, spun around, his eyes blazing with fury. He roared, Don't take pictures. He frantically lunged into the crowd, trying to stop those holding up their phones. What the hell are you doing? I said don't take pictures. The indifferent click continued to ring out. On the blood-stained tiled floor, the click continued to echo, like a mockery of his helplessness. I told you to stop, damn it. A female student's face, and those around her, were wide with horror, but hands still held up phones. The click still rang out. Stop it. Through the window, numerous indifferent faces with hollow black eyes watched, like ghosts witnessing the tragedy. Don't just stand there watching. The phone screen displayed a chilling message, piercing his mind. You killed me. Don't forget. You are the one who killed me. Lavielle Avanzia appeared, her white hair flowing in the wind, her red eyes looking straight at him. But Gongja, she questioned, didn't you kill me? At a solemn memorial ceremony, the silver-haired principal stood on the podium, his voice echoing. As you all know, an unfortunate incident occurred at our school. The principal continued to express his faith in the students, while below the stage, 2 students whispered, "That guy sent a message like that, he's really crazy." Yeah, now that I think about it, he's always been an oddball. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong, with a calm demeanor, sipped his tea and said, "Many people are talking about this, but don't mind them." He even threatened to chop off the fingers of those gossiping. A long-haired young man in a red shirt casually sprawled on a chair, commenting on the death. Sometimes life has its battles, seeking death over that. What an attention seeker. He then invited his friend to play a game. The silver-haired teacher, with a scar over his eye, sat at his desk, his voice sad. "Yes, I'm very sad too." But then, an unexpected shift. "It's truly sad, but..." The teacher continued, his gaze sternly fixed on the students. "Now is a very important time for you. Second year is when everything is decided. Think carefully about what's important to you." The students chorused, "Yes, teacher." Kim Gongja sat in class, his eyes unfocused as he looked out the window. The sky was blood red, staining the already gloomy school scenery with sorrow. A lone white flower on the windowsill, but the red outside engulfed everything. The nightmare recurs. A chilling whisper echoed. The nightmare erupted. Kim Gongja's purple eyes turned fiery red, fierce energy swirling around him. Punishment level. High, Beast Kingdom. He was sinking deep into some abyss. In the blood-red classroom, Kim Gongja slumped his head on his desk, falling asleep. The loudspeaker echoed. Urgent announcement to all students still in school. A blonde girl shook Kim Gongja vigorously, her voice urgent. "Senior, wake up! They're telling us to go home." The loudspeaker continued. "Those who are not registered for evening self-study, please go home." Kim Gongja suddenly shot up, startling the blonde girl who fell backward. "I know," he replied. His voice still groggy, he rushed down the hallway. His footsteps hurried. This must be Salcheonseong's painful memory. Lafanta Agam. But a question flashed through his mind. The blonde girl frantically chased after him, scolding, "Senior, you can't run in the hallway!" Kim Gongja realized. His memories had been overlaid onto this nightmare, like a game skin. He continued to run through the blazing red hallway. The situation is identical. The roles are exactly the same, and the role assigned to me, Island. Damn it. He felt an extreme sense of unease. He stood frozen in the classroom, his eyes wide with horror as he looked out the window. The sky was still blood red, signaling that something ominous was about to happen. At the top of the stairs, a white-haired young man stood with his back turned, facing the emergency exit. Red light enveloped him, creating a haunting scene. The white-haired young man bowed his head, his face expressionless. "You are the one who caused all of this," he uttered, his voice cold. Kim Gongja stepped forward, confused, asking, "Why are you bowing to a classmate?" The white-haired young man extended his hand, his voice pleading, "Your phone. Let me see it for a moment. Please." In the white-haired young man's hand was an old phone. The screen displayed unread messages. 47. A suspicious number, obscuring his expression. A series of messages appeared, filled with venomous, contemptuous words. They targeted someone, like daggers piercing the heart. The last message, "Meet after school." Kim Gongja's hand clenched, trembling, and fiery red energy flared around him. A terrifying omen. Kim Gongja, in the illusion, his eyes blazing red, questioned himself. Why did you bring the phone? His voice was filled with internal conflict. The white-haired young man stood there, bowing his head, and softly said, "Don't bring it anymore." His face held an endless worry. Kim Gongja snarled, recalling the threat. "You said you'd kill me if I didn't bring it," he told himself. "Then throw it away." "If I say it's lost, they can't do anything." A pained voice echoed from the depths. This is the phone Gongja gave me, his old one." Fear enveloped him, his voice trembling. "My family has no money. He even paid the bills. In return, he told me I had to come whenever he called. He said if I lost it, he would kill me again. Can I really throw it away?" Another illusion appeared. Kim Gongja said to Laville Lavanja, who stood with her arms crossed in front of the car, "Sorry, Laville, I can't walk home with you today." Under the fiery sunset, Kim Gongja and the white-haired young man walked hand in hand. A voice echoed, "My boyfriend sometimes shows supernatural determination. I think that part of him is truly amazing." Kim Gongja leaned down to kiss Laville Lavancia. She gently said, "Follow your heart. If there's anything I can help with, let me know." He replied, "Not yet, but I'll tell you right away. If they're Island," she trusted him. "I always trust you." Kim Gongja held the white-haired young man's hand, turning to look at him. "Then let's go." The two walked into the night. The white-haired young man asked, confused. Where are we going? He thought to himself, I don't know where to begin unraveling the mystery of this room 3, but a mysterious figure appeared with bright blue eyes. A voice echoed, to end this trauma, I need a different approach. For now, we'll take it one step at a time. To your home. In the dark space, a black-haired boy sat on a chair, softly saying, the director is truly careless. 3 boys sat in the room. A short black-haired boy said, all of us were born on January 1st. It's just that they don't want to hold too many birthday parties. The brown-haired boy asked, what about our names? Kim Mengzi? Seriously, Kim Mengzi? The gray-haired boy Kim Han Feizi replied, hey, at least having Kim in your name sounds natural to you guys. But my name is Kim Han Feizi. Just call me Han Feizi. The black-haired boy wearing glasses mused. For a long time I've thought about it. The director really seems indifferent. The narration concluded, like an epiphany. But after climbing the tower and meeting many people, I realized their attitude was slightly different from mere indifference. Kim Gongja stood alone in the pitch-black space, in a neat uniform, his gaze scrutinizing. A question echoed in his mind, questioning the director's perplexing attitude. His thoughts continued, feeling as if they were always reserved and showing affection, as if afraid of something. A poignant question burst out. Don't you love us? In another scene, the brown-haired man stood silently, his back to a sun-drenched window, seemingly contemplating the past. A familiar reply from the past echoed, wait one more day. That was the answer to all serious questions. Yesterday you asked me why I didn't love you a little more. Now, the brown-haired man sat on a swing, facing Kim Gongja. He called his name, then slowly explained. People often pretend to be something they're not. He continued, saying that everyone wears a mask, and there's no need to take it off. But if one gets too used to it, at some point, they'll forget they're wearing a mask. Kim Gongja looked up, a confused expression on his face. The brown-haired man asked, if I got angry in front of you, what would you think? He answered himself, oh, the director must be stressed today. He smiled faintly. Exactly. A smile full of hidden meaning, as if he had anticipated all of Kim Gongja's thoughts. The brown-haired man rubbed his forehead, his voice pensive. I am someone who occasionally gets angry with you, and you know that well. Do you understand? I am that kind of person, and you've grown accustomed to it. A scene of birds flying past dry branches, his words continued to echo. But what if I were someone who always loved you, always said, I love you. You are my reason for living. Nothing is more precious than you. And what if such a person got angry with you? You would start thinking, why is the director angry with us? They said they loved us the most. I must have done something wrong. A drop of water clung to a dry branch. He said, even if I only get angry once a year, Kim Gongja, after 10 years, that's 10 times. Even if you only remember half, that's 5 times. And 5 such memories are enough to shape a person's character. The brown-haired man looked at Kim Gongja, his smile still holding many hidden meanings. Don't do that. The advice was gentle, yet weighty. Both still sat on the swing. He said, remember me as someone who easily gets angry and doesn't even want to hold birthday parties. That is the truth. Kim Gongja stood in the familiar room, his gaze pensive. The brown-haired man's words still echoed. Don't distort yourself because of me. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't let someone like me deform you. In the illusion, a boy stood silently, looking up at the certificates and medals on the wall. A whisper echoed, you can become strong. Please try to become strong. Kim Gongja and the brown-haired man stood in the middle of the street, facing a nagging question. Has psychological trauma become a game to be overcome? He gripped Sulchin Seong's wrist, his gaze firm. If so, the first thing I want to do is visit Sulchin Seong's parents and apologize. Twilight fell, painting the sky red. The 2 men walked down a dirt road, heading towards a dilapidated house amidst a junkyard. Here it is. A sigh. Sulchin Seong's house, a giant junkyard. The phone screen displayed information about their impoverished life. Everything recycled. Sulchin Seong stood on the ruined roof, looking down. Where are your parents? Are they at work? Kim Gongja asked, his heart heavy. My father collects and sells scrap, Sulchin Seong replied, his eyes empty. And your mother? She's gone. Sulchin Seong choked up. Suddenly, an elderly man with vacant white eyes emerged from the gate. Are you the boy's friend? The old father's face was deeply etched with wrinkles, his lifeless eyes holding unspeakable pain. Kim Gongja shook his head, his gaze resolute. No, not a friend. He extended his hand, his voice echoing. I am the one who bullied and tormented this child. The old father turned his back, his gaze distant. It's too late, he said, his tone filled with despair. Kim Gongja hastily pulled out his phone. The boy has no fire left in his heart. Here, I have proof. If you check his phone, There are messages. The old father took the phone, his eyes unfocused. A purple light enveloped him. I understand. This man doesn't have enough strength to take responsibility for Sao Qianxiang. In the dark corner of the ruined house, Sao Qianxiang huddled amidst the trash. Kim Gongja bowed his head, his voice somber. I apologize for disturbing you. Amidst the chaotic illusion, Sao Qianxiang asked his father for permission to take the child home. The old father, his eyes vacant, merely nodded slightly, agreeing in a perplexing manner. The director's decisive words rang out, ordering Sao Qianxiang to prepare. He declared that he would take him home, like an undeniable arrangement. Kim Gongja, in the illusion, questioned Sao Qianxiang with a sarcastic tone. He suspected this was merely a ploy to clean up the past before Sao Qianxiang entered a prestigious marriage. The scene shattered like a mirror, reflecting the turmoil in Kim Gongja's mind. He challenged Sao Qianxiang, calling it a game, a mysterious rendezvous under the cover of night. Kim Gongja knelt, a choked apology escaping him. But Sao Qianxiang, standing tall, coldly declared, You've lost, Kim Gongja. A bitter defeat. Sao Qianxiang, with his eyes obscured, desperately begged for one more day. He was willing to trade everything, just to cling to the fragile time he had left. Sao Qianxiang was lost in thought, realizing the cruel difference. For him, it was just an ordinary day. But for the other, it was the end. He was helpless, only able to beg. Amidst the blood-red sunset, the director and Sao Qianxiang clasped hands. A strangely peaceful moment, yet full of hidden meaning under the fiery sky. The director stopped, telling Sao Qianxiang to wait. His words contained permission, but also a relinquishment, pushing Sao Qianxiang into an ambiguous situation. The door opened, and the director stepped in. A red-haired man, before anyone else Hu Ryong, was sitting there, smiling and greeting him with a surprising son. The director introduced before anyone else Hu Ryong as Sword Emperor, partner, then unexpectedly blurted out my father. Before anyone else Hu Ryong was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Before anyone else Hu Ryong was still dazed, questioning the director. He felt chilled to the bone upon hearing father, wondering if he was drunk. The director denied it, asserting that the father he knew was a terrifying, great figure who could not possibly be the man sitting before him. He continued to describe his true father, a selfish yet resolute man, always pursuing justice to the end. He believed that if he were the son of that father, he would never become a degenerate. He recalled his father's harsh teachings, a man who wouldn't hesitate to punish to mold him. He asserted that his true father would never accept a bully, or gently call him son. A blurry figure, torn apart by dazzling sword streaks, echoed a stern declaration, You are not the Sword Emperor. Kim Gongja's face contorted with rage, his eyes burning red like fire, as he snarled each word, driving the opponent out of sight. The world around him shattered, the crimson figure vanishing into nothingness, leaving behind a cold void. He lay there amidst a blood-stained, ruined world, realizing this was the true face of cruel reality. In the distance, a black-haired maiden sat silently, her eyes fixed on the window, where the blood-red sky enveloped everything. She meticulously wrote line after line, the crimson light from outside casting a hue upon her long hair and delicate face. She took a small sip of water, and just then, a familiar voice rang out, calling her master. In the mirror, Kim Gongja's reflection appeared, but his words stunned her. Mother. She was surprised, rose petals falling gently. How strange, she thought to herself. How long has it been since I was called that? The one who became my master? Moran. She continued writing, her handwriting steady, but her mind drifted to distant thoughts. No, not for a long time, but almost. Each stroke appeared on the paper, expressing deep affection. I love you, mother. I want to see you again. Kim Gongja smiled contentedly, his eyes filled with happiness. He had found the one he would love for the rest of his life. He held Lavie Lavancia's hand, feeling genuine love. He wanted to introduce her to his mother. Before anyone else, he stood beside her, his heart filled with longing. He spoke of his life, his mother's teachings, and his yearning to see her again. When she asked if he had nightmares, Kim Gongja gently embraced her, whispering, I'm still dreaming. In the hazy space, she spoke, her words like mist. This life is inherently no different from a dream. In a warm embrace, she whispered her admonitions. Son, don't let words deceive you. Question your own heart. Whatever you call me, I am still in your heart, and so are you. Memorizing a few words, reading a few lines, cannot make a person, she continued. Only when one carries the burdens of others in their heart is that person truly human. He told himself, Mother would never raise Yu Suha like that. She stated firmly, Mother would never invite a brute to the dinner table. She would drive them away or mold them from the start. He nodded, his mother's teachings deeply ingrained. Suddenly, his cold voice rang out, So, You are not Seo Baekhyang. Her image shattered, turning into fragments of crimson blood. In that moment of ruin, her voice still echoed, "Survive, Gongja. You must live resiliently." The dream vanished. He woke up abruptly, a violent wave of nausea washing over him, submerging everything in an unsettling red hue. His legs gave out, his body exhausted. He could only collapse in the cold bathroom. A voice rang out. "Did you eat something bad? I told you not to pick up random things." Yu Suha appeared, asking, "Want me to pat your back?" He looked up, calling his brother's name. Yu Suha smirked. "Did you puke out your brain? Your words are so short, little brother." Yu Suha's eyes turned cold. He snarled, "You really are a bastard." He continued to vomit violently. Yu Suha continued his attack. "An idol? A singer? Do you think you can do that job? You damn psycho." A slap landed. "You're not the type to pat your brother's back just because he threw up," Yu Suha said coldly, his eyes full of contempt. He looked up, his eyes lifeless. "If only you were a little. If you were at least that kind of person, I wouldn't have killed you." His words were like a curse. Sometimes, he still sank into strange dreams. An illusion appeared. The heavily injured boy in the hoodie begged Yu Suha for help, but it was just him talking to himself. The Yu Suha in the illusion frowned, handed him a potion, and grumbled about the payment. 11 years ago, Yu Suha was still that kind of guy, and he wished he hadn't had to kill the hero of the past with his own hands. Kim Gongja sank deep into a pool of crimson blood. His purple eyes full of rage, he roared, "You bastard! Your place can only be in my shadow! Don't even think about washing away the past!" He stood before the crimson door, declaring it wasn't his home, but a mysterious voice invited him in. Sao Chen-seong took Kim Gongja's hand, led him into the strange house, and told him to ignore the ghosts claiming to be acquaintances. Kim Gongja realized Sao Chen-seong was too used to seeing his family turn into ghosts. Perhaps to him, they always looked that way. Sao Chen-seong instructed Kim Gongja not to open the door for anyone, and Kim Gongja responded with suspicion about his scheme. Kim Gongja coldly walked away, leaving Sao Chen-seong alone in the crimson room, the door closing behind him. Suddenly, a blonde girl appeared, surprised to hear the name Suha's brother over the phone. The world around the blonde girl suddenly transformed into crimson lines, and a voice echoed, "You are not an idol." The phone dropped, its screen displaying a warning. Trauma, illusion, weakening, memories shattered. The silver-haired teacher appeared, asking Kim Gongja why he came to the office. While the system tried to restore corrupted data, another memory surfaced. The green-haired teacher asked Kim Gongja why he called her to the empty classroom, but data recovery failed. The last fragments of memory appeared. The black-haired boy invited Kim Gongja to play soccer. The boy in the hoodie worriedly said something was wrong, while the trauma illusion continued to weaken. Kim Gongja, his eyes crimson, half his face seemingly torn apart by streams of red data. He stood there, amidst the chaos of memories, wondering what was happening. The world around him transformed into a crimson corridor. A brown-haired young man with a backpack walked, like a piece in the flow of Sao Chen-seong's memories. Amidst the deep red scenery, the white-haired girl Sao Chen-seong appeared, stepping through the gate like a goddess. The red light signaled the trauma illusion was gradually fading. Looking down from above, Sao Chen-seong still walked amidst the blurry figures, but they were shattering, dissolving into red dust, as if this world was about to collapse. Kim Gongja and Sao Chen-seong stood face to face. He called her name Raviel. The white-haired girl replied, admitting a sense of unease had crept into her mind. Sao Chen-seong tilted her head, her crimson eyes gazing into the distance. She recalled that the name Raviel was once an obsession, an undeniable urge. Memories of the Crimson School appeared. Sao Chen-seong couldn't recall how they met, while Kim Gongja recounted his confession at the school festival. Their hands clasped tightly. Kim Gongja affirmed that their love was not simple, not easily blossomed, like a profound vow between two souls. Amidst the illusion of memory, Sao Chen-seong looked directly at Kim Gongja, her crimson eyes full of enchantment, and commanded, "Kiss me, right now." Under the hazy sky of memory, the two exchanged a passionate kiss, like a romantic yet mysterious film before the familiar school scenery. In a close-up of the kiss, Sao Chen-seong opened her eyes, her crimson eyes gleaming with intense emotion. She whispered, her heart pounding erratically. Their hands remained intertwined. Sao Chen-seong affirmed her love was true, not because of his appearance or words. Kim Gongja wondered if they were the greatest couple at Sinsu's school. Sao Chen-seong smiled proudly, her crimson eyes sparkling. She declared they were the strongest in the entire universe, far surpassing all rumors. Kim Gongja responded with a slight smile, his eyes full of contemplation. He had understood something. Amidst the fading red figures, Kim Gongja realized the truth. If love was not a lie, then memories had been distorted. He was in an illusion, a dream, the illusion of perfect love, The imposter whispered sweet words, asserting its unique position. Kim Gong-ja was immersed, accepting the false truth, even though deep down he had noticed something unusual. The illusion's eerie smile was like a praise for love. He believed he was deeply loved, without a doubt. But the truth was slowly revealing itself. A hand gently covered his eyes. Sweet whispers commanded, as if to hide a terrifying secret about to be revealed. A finger was placed on his lips. A chilling warning echoed. He had to close his eyes, had to call his lover's name. But in his mind, the name Raviel burst forth, a ray of light tearing through the mist. Memories shattered. He stepped through the crimson ruined gate. Raviel Ivancia, the one he loved, never let him see her downfall. He turned his head, looking back at the ruins. That was how Ivancia faced her fate, leaving no trace of sorrow for those left behind. The illusion vanished. He returned to reality. Salchon Seong was sitting there, peacefully feeding the rabbits, as if nothing had happened. He stood amidst the whirlwind of chaos. Time was urgent. "Come with me," he said. "There's no more time." Salchon Seong looked up, still holding the tray of grass. "You aren't going home?" he asked, his eyes full of confusion. Without hesitation, he grabbed Salchon Seong's wrist. The boy flinched, quickly crying out. He pulled Salchon Seong away, leaving behind the tray of grass and the rabbits. "Hey, what the hell is going on? Where are you going?" The boy panicked. He didn't turn his head, simply replying curtly, "A place where you can survive, even if only for a little longer." Salchon Seong was angry, unable to understand. "I don't understand what you're saying. You know you've been strange all month, right? What are you afraid of?" The surrounding scene was engulfed in a fiery red chaos. "Why are you trying so hard? You weren't like this before," he replied. "I promised to survive at all costs." Amidst the blurry red figures, he pulled Salchon Seong along. "My master wielded a sword when the world collapsed. My lover protected the country no matter how many times the world repeated itself. I want to stand with people like that, so I'm trying." Salchon Seong didn't understand. "Your master? Do you mean the teachers? What the hell are you talking about?" Salchon Seong looked back. The blurry figures behind him, a reminder of those who had abandoned everything for what they believed was right. In the fiery red hallway, Kim Gong-ja and the class president stood facing each other, a tense silence enveloping them. The class president murmured softly, wondering if this was the place she needed to be, where the last person she couldn't subdue was. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja reached out and grabbed the class president's arm, startling her. He pulled both of them along, his voice echoing, "You need to come. You can't stay here." The memory illusion began to crumble, and the class president and Salchon Seong questioned him in shock. The three rushed up the stairs, darkness and fiery red cracks chasing after them. The class president grumbled, "Hey, where are you going?" Kim Gong-ja erupted with fiery red energy, his eyes flashing red, determined to break the chains of the illusion. The door leading to the rooftop appeared, and the class president panicked. "Wait, going to the rooftop is against school rules." Kim Gong-ja opened the door without hesitation, saying, "It'll be fine for now." The class president angrily protested, worried about the consequences after last year's incident. Looking down from above, 3 small figures were on the rooftop. The class president continued to worry. "If the teachers find out I came up here, my grades." In the pitch-black space, a guiding voice echoed, confirming there were only 3 people left in this illusion. The class president, who knew everything in the class. Then 2 contrasting images appeared. The one who caused everything, Kim Gong-ja, as a student, and the victim, Salchon Seong, silently turning his back. The class president turned to Salchon Seong, her eyes full of hidden meaning, and asked, "So what?" She looked directly at Salchon Seong, challenging, "Do you have anything to say to me?" The guiding voice revealed the third identity, the bystander. The class president turned to Kim Gong-ja, a heavy accusation. "It's all your fault. You were the one who laughed and gave him that name, Kim Gong-ja." The class president clutched her head, tormented by a jumble of emotions. "Forget it! I don't want to talk about this with you," she screamed in her mind. But another cruel voice blamed her. "You are responsible for everything, class president!" Her face changed color, her purple eyes wide with horror. "So what? Are you saying it's my fault?" The accusation cut into her heart like a knife, making her burst out in utter indignation. The class president turned her back and walked away, 2 fiery red specters haunting her from behind. Kim Gong-ja has repented, has changed his heart. Her voice was full of sarcasm. "You just hurt others and think an apology fixes everything?" She spun around, hand raised as if to slap the harsh truth. "Not just once, twice, but 3 times. Do you think life is a game? Is this world a dump for you to throw everything away and expect someone else to clean up after you?" The class president raised her hand to stop him, Salchon Seong standing silently behind her. "Don't do that to me. You just want me to apologize. I didn't do anything wrong. You're the one who's wrong." She vehemently denied it, but her eyes held a hint of unease. A close-up of her purple eyes, deep with unspeakable pain. But you don't truly believe that, the guiding voice echoed. When Sao Chen Song took his own life, a painful memory flooded back. The memory scene appeared. A gloomy classroom, the silver-haired teacher speaking. Everyone desperately turned away. A cold voice echoed. Did he send such a message? He must have gone mad. In the black and white memory, a cold hoodie-clad boy declared, Sao Chen Song has gone mad. We are the normal ones. In different words, pushing all blame onto the deceased. The whole class chimed in. Yes, teacher. We didn't do anything wrong. The terrifying unanimity of the bystanders, deeming themselves innocent, burying the truth. A sharp accusation echoed in the void. You killed me. Don't forget, you are the one who killed me. The sound of indignation, of an unwilling soul. Only one person. The class president, her purple eyes wide open, staring at her phone screen. The light from the device reflected horror. A hidden truth slowly revealing itself. While the perpetrators were complacent in their ignorance, only one bystander remained silent. In the black and white classroom, she was alone amidst the turned backs, bearing an unspoken haunting. The class president bowed her head, her voice heavy. In freshman year, I tried to stop it. She revealed a shocking secret. This school is part of the Saryon Academy Foundation. The council includes Kim Gongja and your girlfriend's parents, she continued, her voice trembling. The council also includes the head of the Saryon Church. That's the church my family attends. I meet them every weekend. The connection was more complex and profound than she imagined. The class president clutched her head in extreme pain. And you're involved in all of this without knowing? Why do I have to know all this damn stuff just because you guys caused it? Please, stop it, she screamed in despair. In the boundless void, a mysterious system appeared, announcing the copying of the Celestial Destroyer's skill and requesting a skill card selection. Below, Kim Gongja lay motionless, as if immersed in a deep dream. Kim Gongja's eyes slowly opened, his gaze confusedly directed upwards. A flood of memories suddenly rushed back, revealing that the Celestial Destroyer and the principal were once schoolmates. In a memory scene, two students sat in a ruined classroom. One had a broken clock, the other a destroyed clock. A tragic omen of their fates. Kim Gongja still lay there, his hand covering his face, his inner self torn. He wondered, why are good people always the ones who break and fall? Suddenly, before anyone else, Hu Ryong appeared, flashing a wicked smile. He scoffed that the death of a careless zombie bastard was the sweetest thing in the world. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong continued to mock, asking Kim Gongja how he felt facing the 50th floor and the Celestial Destroyer. He claimed this was karma for using tricks to climb the tower, while Kim Gongja secretly thought before anyone else Hu Ryong had just fought that guy too. Kim Gongja sat up, his expression serious, revealing that this time, before anyone else Hu Ryong couldn't accompany him into the psychological trauma, he realized he had just experienced a strange nightmare. Kim Gongja further explained that this psychological trauma was completely different. He felt something was wrong, an inexplicable deviation. Before anyone else Hu Ryong listened, his expression pensive. Kim Gongja continued, saying that before anyone else Hu Ryong hadn't been there with him, and the Celestial Destroyer's mental world wasn't perfectly recreated either. An image of before anyone else Hu Ryong from the past appeared, his face angry and pained, as if fighting some error. Kim Gongja felt there was a flaw in this memory. A shocking secret was revealed. This is an absolute secret. Kim Gongja secretly wondered if the Sword Emperor was his father. Before anyone else Hu Ryong also mused, thinking this was something that would last forever. Before anyone else Hu Ryong scratched his head, his expression puzzled. He couldn't believe that he couldn't enter the psychological trauma with Kim Gongja, which was completely illogical. A skill information panel appeared, revealing before anyone else Hu Ryong as the Star of the Sword, an existence from another world, a skill stored in a card. He had failed on the 99th floor of the tower. Before anyone else Hu Ryong pointed at Kim Gongja, explaining that he had memories from when he was alive, but now he was just a mental parasite stored in a skill card. Kim Gongja asked again, surprised. In a moment of silence, before anyone else Hu Ryong floated in midair, while Kim Gongja sat there. Neither spoke, the newly revealed truth making the atmosphere heavy. Before anyone else Hu Ryong suddenly exploded, yelling that thinking about this was annoying. He concluded that as long as he remembered the strange things, the answer would eventually come. Before anyone else Hu Ryong hovered in the air, urging Kim Gongja to quickly check the skill of the celestial constellation assassin he had just acquired, scoffing that the guy only relied on divine protection. He was furious to see a series of glittering golden skill cards around Kim Gongja, yelling that that bastard had hogged all the cool skills for himself. A skill card appeared. Puppeteer's Parade, S, rank. This skill allows the creation of 13 identical puppets, immortalizing the weak but not sharing memory. Kim Gong-ja pondered, realizing there were a total of 13 puppets. He wondered if the celestial constellation assassin's true body was one of them. Another skill card appeared. Salvation of the Torn Goddess, A+ rank. This skill transforms memories into temporary power. The more important they are, the stronger the power. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong realized this was a fragment of the guardian goddess he had failed to restore, asserting that the celestial constellation assassin was the hero possessing these strange skills. Kim Gong-ja understood why the constellations were obsessed with that person, then decisively declared that he had chosen a skill. Before anyone else, Hu Ryong was skeptical, asking about the skill and pointing out that its drawbacks outweighed its advantages. He advised Kim Gong-ja to ignore it, admitting reluctantly that his skill list was already quite good, if not for that damned high-class Goblin Society skill. Kim Gong-ja was resolute, reaching out his hand into the light, saying that he had chosen and had a way to use it, with the goal of defeating the celestial constellation assassin. The light flared, announcing selection complete, copying skill. Kim Gong-ja affirmed that his victory wasn't about destroying the enemy, but about doing better. An hourglass appeared, time reversed, and the words "returning to 24 hours ago" appeared, signaling a new beginning. Kim Gong-ja appeared in a gigantic library, facing a long brown-haired woman and said, "I have a favor to ask." The long brown-haired woman smiled brightly, enthusiastically replying that she was ready to help with anything, expressing surprise that he had cleared the stage with the hidden constellation so quickly. Kim Gong-ja looked at a message in the void, his face showing astonishment, wondering if the sender of that message was crazy. The long brown-haired woman tilted her head in question, then explained that it was a fake message, as being equated with that person would be an insult to the Count. Kim Gong-ja, with a tired expression, uttered a light remark, seemingly wanting to dismiss everything that had just happened. He expressed his wish to send a letter to the outside world. It didn't necessarily have to be a letter, just as soon as possible. The long brown-haired woman smiled, confidently asserting that it was a small matter. She suggested an easier way if it didn't strictly have to be a letter, but questioned the destination, as sending it to a fallen nation was impossible. Kim Gong-ja insisted on sending it back to his homeland, and the long brown-haired woman reassured him that she could establish contact immediately. Without hesitation, the long brown-haired woman called out loudly, ordering the communications officer to come immediately with a cheerful expression. A black-haired woman with her hair in a bun, arms crossed, appeared with an annoyed expression, asking what was wrong. She was the Rank 7 hunter, the chief communications officer. The long brown-haired woman laughed loudly, introducing the chief communications officer, saying they were from the same hometown, but their social classes were worlds apart. Communications officer Brahman coldly threatened to leave if it was just for chit-chat. The long brown-haired woman quickly appeased Brahman, promising to create a sanctuary connected to the outside world as long as she established contact. Brahman was still hesitant. The long brown-haired woman explained that this request wasn't for her, but for the 4 sovereigns, Kim Gong-ja. He looked at her with hopeful eyes. Kim Gong-ja bowed deeply, sincerely begging Brahman for help. Brahman's gaze was sharp and cold, as if contemplating something profound. The long-haired, brown-haired girl smiled faintly, her expression full of hidden meaning. Brahman sighed, saying that if it were a request from a lowly person, she would refuse without hesitation. But having witnessed Kim Gong-ja's dedication to the tower, she would help him. The long-haired, brown-haired girl happily praised, remarking that speaking with a noble person was truly smooth. Brahman warned her not to babble, or she would leave. The long-haired, brown-haired girl quickly agreed. White Cat stood amidst the purple energy circle, closing her eyes to pray to the Great Mother, wishing to be connected, not letting her pleas be torn apart by screams. She wished to be by your side and for you to be by her side. White Cat spread her arms wide, summoning a shimmering small purple sanctuary, ready for the connection ritual. Brahman requested a smartphone, then performed the connection ritual. She chanted, transforming noise into sound, harmonizing all things, so that the 3 realms would sing when people were everywhere. A brilliant blue-purple light enveloped Kim Gong-ja and Brahman, with a smartphone hovering above like a gateway connecting 2 worlds. White Cat smiled, urging Kim Gong-ja to step into the sanctuary. Brahman reassured him, affirming that all calls and emails would be answered, even from the most distant places. Kim Gong-ja plunged into the magical vortex. He declared he would pay the charges himself, but didn't forget to remind, all communications must comply with international law. An unexpected clause between the real world and the tower's realm. Promotional image, no story content. The black-haired young man took the phone, his eyes resolute. A thank you escaped his lips, carrying with it many expectations and unspoken feelings. His finger glided across the screen, pressing each digit. With each press, a beat of the past seemed to come alive, bringing him back to forgotten memory. The phone rang, echoing endlessly. Kim Gong-ja held the phone to his ear, an indescribable feeling rising within him as he dialed the first number he had ever memorized in his life. Elsewhere, a landline phone also rang. A middle-aged man with brown hair and a green sweater reached out to answer, his eyes full of curiosity. "Hello? Who is this?" Kim Gong-ja's voice rang out, carrying a hint of nervousness. He knew this moment could change many things. "Principal," the middle-aged man replied.
It's me, Gong-ja.
Kim Gong-ja introduced himself, a name long unmentioned in this world. The principal smiled warmly. Long time no see. His voice was full of nostalgia, as if no time had passed between them. Kim Gong-ja stood silently in the sanctuary, his heart heavy. "I'm sorry I didn't contact you sooner," he said. The principal replied, his tone forgiving. "This is the age when you're busy with your own life." The principal recounted that sometimes strangers would come asking about the orphanage. At first, he worried Kim Gong-ja had done something wrong, but a video from his friends cleared up all misunderstandings. "You're called the Four Sovereigns?" The principal's voice rang out, with a hint of teasing. "That name, honestly." Kim Gong-ja could only reply, "I didn't give myself that title." "I understand," the principal said. "Hearing your voice after all this time, my heart feels somewhat relieved." Those words were like a cool breeze soothing Kim Gong-ja's soul. "Gong-ja." The principal's voice suddenly became anxious, as if he sensed something amiss from Kim Gong-ja's side, even just over the phone. Kim Gong-ja was bowing his head, his anxious voice coming through the phone. "Is something wrong?" the principal asked, and he replied, "I have something I want to ask you, Director." The director told him to speak, but first to let him know the seriousness of the matter. Kim Gong-ja affirmed, "It's very serious. Perhaps the most serious thing I've ever told you." Hearing this, the director asked him for 3 minutes to make coffee and sit down to listen properly. Kim Gong-ja gave a faint smile, saying he could imagine the director's expression right now. The director's back slowly faded into the distance, and thoughts about the hardships and terrible things one must endure to become a good person suddenly arose. The director had sat down at his desk, telling Kim Gong-ja to continue. He hesitated, beginning his question. "Is it?" He asked the director if he had graduated from Shinzeo Middle and High School. The director confirmed. "That's right." The director spoke proudly of the prestigious school. Then Kim Gong-ja continued to ask, "In your second year, were you the class president?" The director confirmed, saying decades had passed. He fell silent, awaiting the next question, a premonition of ill omen rising. Kim Gong-ja asked about the time the director was class president. On the rooftop, did something like that really happen? The director confirmed. He realized it wasn't a nightmare, and they had never truly talked about it properly. The dark hallway, with its chained door, appeared in his mind. A painful memory was resurfacing. The scene of the chained rooftop door, and the schoolyard desolate like a wasteland, became vividly clear. The dilapidated houses all came back to him. He cried out in despair, his voice choked. "Don't die, please." He desperately begged the other person not to die, wishing to live together. But the only outcome was a lie, a cruel truth. What he thought were lies turned out to be the truth, while the story that should have been true was only a dream. He asked the director, "Do you remember that person's name?" The image of a young man with neatly tied white hair appeared. His name was Kim Yul. The forgotten name was now spoken again. Kim Gong-ja recalled Kim Yul, an outstanding student who, like him, was a scholarship recipient. A figure from the past emerged, like a reminder of predetermined fate. The principal was stunned as memories flooded back. A choked apology escaped him, a painful acknowledgement of the existence of Kim Yul, whom he had forgotten. Decades had passed, but the story of Kim Yul remained. The principal tremblingly asked Kim Gong-ja, unable to believe anyone still remembered this past. Kim Yul, a brilliant student, buried himself in books day and night, nurturing dreams of a bright future. He was the embodiment of hope and relentless effort. But then, nightmares descended. Kim Yul witnessed grotesque figures, specters of violence, right within his own school. A voice echoed, advising him to think carefully about what truly mattered, and to hold firm to his heart amidst the chaos. But then, a cruel smirk appeared, accompanied by a cold declaration, "No one cares about you." A harsh truth, utterly cruel, etched itself deep into Kim Yul's young soul. Not a single person. Kim Yul's choices, his future paths, all were torn apart. Fate had decided, leaving him no escape. The rest of the principal's life was a journey to prove that there once was a child named Kim Yul, alive and vibrant in that place. Kim Gong-ja affirmed, "Principal, he's right here. That's Kim Yul." Those words struck the principal like lightning, leaving him utterly bewildered. Kim Gong-ja continued to recount, with chilling detail, where Kim Yul once lived, the corner of the classroom he used to sit in. Everything was unbelievably real. He asked about the livestock pen behind the school, where Kim Yul used to care for the animals alone. The principal was completely stunned, unable to comprehend how Kim Gongja knew. The principal had tried to help, but the power behind it was too strong. Kim Gongja said Kim Yul was here and asked him to wait 1 week. Entering the tower, with no escape, no external items, Kim Gongja had arranged everything before arriving. But would he be all right? The principal made his decision. He was going to retire anyway. A resolute declaration, showing he was ready to face anything. Kim Gongja had arranged everything, ensuring no one could touch him once he entered the tower, not even the highest-ranking officials. The principal was warmly welcomed, but he had renounced his title, wishing only to be called by any name. To enter the Great Library, they needed special permission. The principal was surprised by the reputation of Kim Gongja, whom everyone spoke of. Kim Gongja humbly spoke of his dismal past, once ranking last in school, a stark contrast to his current position as the second-ranked person in the tower. A blonde girl suddenly appeared, astonished to realize the principal was the one who had created the illustrious Four Kings. A series of powerful figures appeared. The Heresy Inquisitor, the Black Witch, the Vice Guild Leader, the Crusader Knight. Each had deep connections to the Four Kings, leaving the principal dazed. The principal tried to remain calm, responding to the warm welcome from the strangers. Kim Gongja teased the principal, saying he seemed familiar with this atmosphere, while the principal sank into memories of an old schoolmate who had become a senator. The name Kim Han Bija brought back memories of a girl once considered foolish, who was now a proportional representative legislator. Kim Gongja was astonished by the name, while the principal sighed, remarking that she was still as foolish as before, having only dropped the last character from her name. They continued their journey through the vast corridors, Kim Gongja mentioning the videos he had watched earlier. The principal looked up at the overwhelming architecture of the tower, marveling that this place was even stranger than rumored. The principal's gaze grew stern, and he asked about the child Kim Gongja was looking for. Kim Gongja realized it was time to reveal the secret. He said he needed to explain the power he had gained in the tower first. Amidst the vast sea of books, Kim Gongja began to speak. A silent offer extended from his hand. The principal sat in contemplation amidst the piles of books, holding a teacup, listening to the story about to be revealed. The principal bowed his head, thoughtfully saying that everything Kim Gongja recounted was hard to believe, but the fact that he knew Kim Yul, that was impossible. He was bewildered. In the teacup, reflecting an image of Kim Yul as a student, the principal recalled, Kim Yul isn't even in the graduation album. There's truly no trace of him anywhere. He remembered the yearbook photo, Kim Yul standing amidst radiant smiles, wondering, Gongja, couldn't we have left a space for him? Why are yearbook photos always so bright? Those people, how could they smile? The principal tilted his head back, draining the teacup, as if wanting to swallow down the painful memory. Kim Gongja looked at the principal, holding the empty teacup, and spoke, No, let's summon the traces of that child. He sat on a pile of books, extending his hand. From his palm, a loose mass of shadow began to form, writhing. The mass of shadow flared up, transforming into a tall, ethereal figure, emitting a mysterious blue light. The silhouette gradually appeared, a pair of legs in silver armor, and a dark blue cloak, dripping water. This is an unimaginable situation. The silhouette turned its back, long white hair flowing. Did someone kidnap the puppet and forcibly awaken it? It couldn't have been done by force. Either the puppet system was altered, or powerful mental magic was applied. The principal knelt before the silhouette, trembling as he called out the name, Kim Yul. He bowed his head low, his hair falling down, his voice choked. I am one of the people who killed you. Kim Yul, in his ethereal form, looked down at the principal, his gaze calm, and spoke, I've wanted to tell you this for a very long time. I'm truly sorry. The protagonists in stories sparkle like constellations. I have no interest in the brilliant constellations in the night sky. The stars are the protagonists, and their stories are radiant constellations. I want to watch this story a little longer. Just a little longer. A white dragon with eyes as blue as the universe is looking directly at the reader. In the silent space, Kim Yul knelt, admitting he was the one who ended him. Kim Gongja, with sharp eyes, replied, Yes, Kim Yul. That's a strange thing to say. He flipped through the old diary pages, his voice filled with doubt. My death is recorded as having occurred 153 years, 7 months, and 9 days ago. The one who killed me then was the Sword Emperor. Each of Kim Gongja's words cut through the air like a knife. The description of the Sword Emperor in the diary doesn't match your appearance at all. And as far as I know, he's not the type of person to apologize to anyone. Therefore, you are not the Sword Emperor, and you have no reason to apologize to me. He looked directly at Kim Yul, his words like ice. Above all, my name is Lafanta Agim, and my title is the Constellation Slayer of the Heavenly Realm. There is no record of me ever being called Kim Yul. Kim Yul raised his head, his eyes filled with pain. Kim Yul, that was your name, before you became Lafanta Agem, before you obtained that diary, the world you once lived in. It meant nothing. The principal appeared, observing the tragic scene. A touching scene. One is a victim sealed by time, the other is an observer frozen by time. But an apology now holds no meaning. A chilling line of text appeared in midair. The reclusive librarian rejoices in despair. The principal continued, his voice like a judgment. The constellation slayer of the heavenly realm now remembers nothing. His appearance and way of thinking have completely changed from Kim Yul. How can you forgive someone who remembers nothing? Kim Gongja turned around, his eyes full of vigilance. You know I can turn back time, don't you? The principal smiled mysteriously, raising an ancient book. Of course. It was the story of the ascending city. He opened the book, his smile growing more sinister. Do you remember it? That's the book containing your world. Who do you think I designated as the protagonist of this story? Kim Gongja stared at the book, his voice trembling. Is it me? The principal nodded in confirmation. That's right. Kim Gongja was stunned. So all the events I experienced are recorded in that book? And that's how you knew what skills I acquired and when I turned back time? The principal smirked. The kiss you shared with Raviel Avancia across time was truly sweet. The principal turned the page. Images of Kim Gongja and Kim Yul appeared. That's right, and the wounds you've endured are also written in that book. That's why I specifically allowed that untitled one to enter. The principal looked at Kim Gongja with emotionless eyes.
You've done well, Four Kings. But for the constellation slayer of the heavenly realm, everything is already too late.
This is the normal ending allowed for him. Aside from a bad ending, this is the only ending he can achieve. Kim Gongja angrily questioned. My efforts? The director's regret? Are they all meaningless? No matter how hard I try? A pair of eyes as deep as the universe opened. A cold offer echoed. Shall we make a bet? The principal stood before Kim Yul, declaring he would bind Kim Yul's time with the Constellation Slayer. He wanted the Slayer to become Kim Yul, so that a new apology could be accepted. Kim Gongja questioned the childish principal, reminding him that the Constellation Slayer was his favorite character. He asked for help, just as the principal had once pushed him into the epic of Lafanta Agem. The principal smirked, demanding a reward. The black-haired young man didn't hesitate, making a bold offer. You can use me however you want, for 10 years. Kim Gongja hovered, reaffirming his promise. My fingernails, my eyebrows, anything you want, just do anything you want with me for a full 10 years. The childish principal turned the page, a mysterious smile on his lips. He told himself that he strictly adhered to a non-interference policy. But then, his blue eyes suddenly gleamed. If a character requests it themselves first, then that's a different story. He had found a loophole. All right, I'll help you. The principal took Kim Gongja's hand, his eyes full of hidden meaning. But if you fail, I will take your 10 years and enjoy them to the fullest. From somewhere, before anyone else, Hu Ryong suddenly appeared, his face flushed with anger. Hey, are you crazy? How dare you make such a bet? Kim Gongja calmly replied, his gaze firm. It's fine. I'm doing this because I'm 100% sure I'll win. I've been thinking about this for a long time. The black-haired young man looked towards the tower, revealing his thoughts on why it existed. Let's create a coming-of-age story together. Kim Yul, with his silver hair, slightly tilted his head, his eyes puzzled. What do you mean by that? Kim Gongja explained that thanks to the tower, those who turned their backs on the outside world could start anew. Slayer, you can't accept the apology because you've lost your memories, but if you could, I think you would want to accept it. Kim Yul pondered, admitting that what he said was true. If the director could apologize to Kim Yul's gaze firmly met the principal's. I am willing to dedicate my entire soul. Kim Gongja smiled, gripping the principal's hand. Thank you. The principal announced an unexpected alliance, where the three of them would face the next challenge together. Kim Gongja and Kim Yul stood side by side, their gazes firm, ready for a new journey. In the endless library, the tiny principal floated, engrossed in reading the Book of Destiny. He asked Kim Gongja about its profound meaning, but the black-haired young man immediately dismissed it. The book, Dangtian Dushi, was clearly visible. The principal, with calculating eyes, declared he would choose it as the next trial. Kim Gongja was confused, asking if the story hadn't already happened. So why choose a new stage? The principal smiled, reminding him that he was the chosen protagonist. The principal made a bold proposal to send all three of them into one of the events he had experienced. Kim Gongja immediately asked for clarification. What was that event? The principal smirked, revealing that event was his trauma. He said all that pain was recorded in this Book of Destiny. The principal recounted Lafanta Agem's trauma, a perfect apocalyptic tragedy. Everything was swallowed by the void. All characters vanished. A terrifying illusion. The principal's azure eyes flashed, shining with mischief. He seemed to have guessed Kim Gongja's thoughts, a terrifying intention about to be revealed. The principal declared he would bring them into Shinseo School's apocalypse. He would be the culprit. Kim Gongja would become Kim Yul, and the director would be the class president. A haunting role. The principal explained the role-playing system. Kim Gongja would absorb Kim Yul's memories when embodying him. A fated exchange, only 1% complete. The principal, with a pained expression, questioned Kim Gongja. He reminded him that the assassin had been abandoned by that world, and returning to restore his memories was too cruel. The principal smiled eerily, asking if this act was cruel. Kim Gongja coldly replied that it was merely his prejudice. A tense conversation ensued. The principal led Kim Gongja into a horrifying memory, where souls screamed in the snow. He defined true cruelty, losing everything because of the assassin without understanding the reason. The principal asked if Kim Gongja wanted to return the memories so the assassin could atone. Kim Gongja affirmed, "At least for the souls from the world I am shouldering." Kim Gongja looked at the principal with sharp, cold eyes, sarcastically remarking that he had a beautiful way of speaking about the path to hell. The tension between the two reached its peak. Kim Gongja was about to reveal something about someone who had walked a similar path to the principal. But he quickly stopped him, reminding him of the binding pact between them, a buried secret. The principal, in the form of a child, flipped through an ancient book, smiling mysteriously. He declared that the trauma Kim Gongja envisioned was merely an illusion, a side story that could not alter the main history. His eyes flashed as he realized the shadow was a remnant of the demigods Rakoa. The principal understood that a noble power had intervened, creating this world through trauma, a force beyond the Golden Covenant. Kim Gongja listened, a hint of worry in his eyes. He knew that, with the favor bestowed upon the four kings, many would be consumed by envy. The principal accepted that he could not directly intervene in the conquest. He declared that world now had a master, and only requested a record of the apocalypse when everything concluded. He extended his hand, smirking meaningfully, and called Kim Gongja an adorable clown for understanding his intentions. Amidst a dazzling light, the golden book opened. The headmaster announced, "The Si Wang, the Slayer, and the Guardian would be new characters in Tales of the Ascending City." Side story. The book glowed golden, and the headmaster warned, Kim Gongja would awaken in a world before side story was halted, but he must be extremely cautious. Kim Gongja looked up, his eyes bewildered. He questioned the headmaster about the powerful being who had taken notice of him, not understanding the intention behind the warning. The headmaster sneered, revealing that the tower remembers everything, not just the past, but also the tricks Kim Gongja used to reach the 50th floor. He declared that Kim Gongja had violated the strict laws of the tower and must face punishment. The principal questioned, did he truly trust his guardian and slayer? Images of the guardian and Kim Yul suddenly appeared. The principal sowed doubt. Would the guardian collapse under the weight of guilt? Would the slayer, driven by revenge, forgive the guardian? The principal continued to question whether those two could achieve a different outcome. Kim Gongja, despite a faint image of an apology appearing, firmly replied, yes. Kim Gongja, the guardian, and Kim Yul all fell into the abyss. The principal challenged, then prove it. However, Kim Gongja would not be the one to directly prove it. A cold notification appeared on the screen. A severe punishment has been imposed upon you. The notification continued to appear. Kim Gongja will be placed into the world 1 year earlier than others, and will have a deep immersion with a character from the very beginning. Kim Gongja opened his eyes in horror. The final screen appeared, like a condemnation. Your current immersion level is 95%. A dazzling electronic notification board appeared, confirming that Kim Gongja's immersion level had reached 95%. He woke up in an unfamiliar classroom, amidst the students' everyday questions. Like a cruel condemnation, he was thrust into the vortex of suffering 1 year earlier than others. During the book report class, Kim Gongja realized he was trapped, with no way back. Time was urgent, not allowing him to hesitate. The immersion level was rising, nearing 100%. Kim Gongja's gaze was resolute. He knew he had to complete all preparations before being completely swallowed by this role. His mission was to restore Kim Yul's past for the destroyer, and rekindle the will to live in the young man. Although the principal would do everything, he knew he also had to act. But how could the principal alone, as an exemplary schoolgirl, be enough? Kim Gongja observed the girl, realizing this was the younger version of the future principal, calling for the entire class to bow to the teacher. Amidst the bowing students, Kim Gongja thought to himself, he would give his all in this role, to help the two of them, Kim Yul and the principal, reclaim justice. Kim Yul, the white-haired young man sitting quietly, had not fully immersed himself in the role yet. Neither had the principal. He knew this was the crucial moment to change everything. Kim Gongja decided. He would spend an entire year gathering evidence of the violent acts, while Kim Yul continued to suffer. and heartless laughter echoed. A red mark on Kim Yul's neck, physical evidence of pain. Taunts echoed, he's in pain. He knew that if it was just once, the punishment would be light, not enough to pay the price. Kim Gongja needed to prove that these were not isolated incidents, but a prolonged series of violent acts carried out cruelly and intentionally. He recorded relentlessly. To overthrow the wicked, he had to transform himself into a monster. Kim Gongja's pen moved frantically, as if carving a vow of revenge. A brown-haired student, whom Kim Gongja recognized as the Waliang demon lord from his previous life, raised a camera. "Hey, look here," he ordered, pointing the lens at Kim Yul. Kim Gongja also raised his camera, recording the scene. He recognized the brown-haired student as the Waliang demon lord from his previous life. A wicked man, now appearing in this form. "Is it okay to film this stuff?" another student asked. "Don't worry, I'll just share it with a few people and then delete it," the brown-haired guy smirked. He ordered Kim Yul to introduce himself, beginning the cruel mental torment. Kim Yul, with a frightened expression, began to introduce his name. "Hey, Kim Yul, look at the camera!" Laughter echoed, and the lens captured that humiliating moment. June 1st, behind the school gate. The cruel footage fast-forwarded. Kim Yul was beaten, forced to drink milk, ridiculed. July 15th, then September 7th. "Tired of Kim Yul? Let's find something new to do?" These cold, malicious words echoed, deeply engraving the pain. The Kim Yul opinion poll began again, and today's winner was 7. The white-haired young man sat there, helplessly awaiting his fate. New request. Let him grow his hair long and tie it with a rubber band. The rubber band seemed harmless, but when tightened, it would bring extreme pain. The brown-haired male student smirked. The camera lens pointed directly at the victim.
Indeed, our customer, 7,
he exclaimed, his voice full of amusement. In the cold restroom, Kim Yul knelt, vomiting violently. Disgusting sounds echoed, shattering the silence. The white-haired young man's body lay writhing on the dirty ground. The number 95% appeared, like a cruel measure of his collapse. "This stench is from you, fatty." The brown-haired male student burst out laughing, holding a chicken, ridiculing Kim Yul, who lay on the ground. The number 96% continued to rise. "Want me to buy you some eggs?" he asked, a twisted smile on his face. The number 97% flashed, and a voice echoed, "This is truly dangerous." Piles of videotapes, each a brutal memory. Filming these things is no longer difficult. I even find it enjoyable. A pair of hands opened a box full of tapes. "This is a sign that my role is about to end." The words echoed with hidden meaning. Kim Gongja stared at the phone, his gaze heavy. 103 audio recordings, 311 videos, 30,790 photos and messages from 2 phones. A massive trove of evidence. In the middle of the night, Kim Gongja opened the door, surprised to see a mysterious package on the porch. "Huh?" he exclaimed. He bent down, his eyes falling on the recipient's name. "Is that my name?" A sense of unease rose within him. Kim Gongja's face clearly showed confusion and doubt. Who sent this package? What was its purpose? A piece of paper inside stated, "I'm sending you all the evidence. How you use it is up to you. If you act, start in 30 days. "What is this?" he mumbled. Kim Gongja stood up, still holding the paper. His gaze swept across, discovering a similar package in front of the next-door house. A chill ran down his spine. He bent down to look at the second package, a big question forming in his mind. Who was behind all of this? A frightened child's face peeked through the crack in the door, as if facing a dark abyss. In the dead of night, a mysterious man in a black hoodie stood silently, his sharp eyes hiding many unspoken things. He slumped down, leaning against the cold brick wall, a sigh escaping, heavy with invisible burdens. His hand clenched tightly, fingernails digging deep into his flesh. I persevered. A voice echoed, like a deeply etched vow. With heavy footsteps, he left into the night. Enough, he told himself. My mission is complete. A virtual screen appeared. Your current integration rate is 98%. He questioned himself. Was there a better path? Lying restlessly on the bed, he clutched his head. Would the coming days be more valuable than the 11 months of violence he had prevented? He didn't know. But because he didn't know, he couldn't give up. An iron will was evident in his eyes. In another room, 2 young men quietly existed. If anyone has the power to change the outcome of this world, it's those 2. The screen appeared again. Your current integration level is 99%. His eyes blazed with determination. The wicked would vanish. My role in this world is to wait, he whispered. I will wait. Kim Yul. Principal. Please. A video camera pointed straight ahead. The protagonist. Who was holding it? The camera screen displayed a black star. I, who once only played the hero, am becoming the villain for the first time. The gaze focused on the target, A mysterious black star, as if preparing for a hunt. The camera's angle, a school hallway, the sophisticated mechanism of a hunt. First, the prey must stand out. The lens locked onto Kim Yule's back. The white-haired young man. Kim Yule. Clearly poor. Hey, Kim Yule is walking by. The cameraman and his accomplices began the hunt. He smells awful, one whispered. I heard he's only here on scholarship. Taunts flowed easily, like poisoned arrows. This tape records the first moments of a cruel hunt. Phase 1. A gentle start. Kim Yule lives in the slum at the foot of the hill, right? Another voice interjected. That place is no different from a dump. Malicious words began to spread, aimed directly at the white-haired boy. I heard his dad collect scrap. Could it be the old man who picks up trash at my house? Trivial gossip, but enough to draw attention to the prey. Then it was time for a little spice. It really is Kim Yule's dad who picks up trash at my house. The cameraman sneered, turning a rumor into truth. I asked, Are you Kim Yule's dad? And he flinched, saying, Please take care of my boy. A blatant lie, but powerful enough to cause a stir. Hey, Kim Yule, is your dad? A small lie successfully drew everyone into the discussion about Kim Yule. The tape moved to Phase 2, observation phase. From here, the malice rolled on its own, needing no one to push it. Catch him! Pass the ball! Now, every action of Kim Yule was scrutinized by his classmates, as if he were an actor on a stage. Oh my God, what is Kim Yule doing now? Every mistake he made was exaggerated, as if viewed through a magnifying glass. He's been dozing off since 4th period. Even after lunch, Kim Yule was still fast asleep. Sneers rang out, like invisible blades. Hey, Kim Yule! A hand touched his shoulder. You have to feed the chickens, wake up! The voice was full of mockery. Oh, he's gone. Is he really going to feed the chickens? The cameraman sneered. Always remember, the mechanism of ridicule is to turn the victim into a joke. Kim Yule! Look here. The white-haired boy walked towards the chicken coop, every action captured by the lens, becoming a performance for others to witness. He's actually looking. Do you guys think when the chickens grow up, he'll get to take them home for free? Contemptuous remarks, easily drawing more accomplices into the fray. Ew, too. 2 students stuck out their tongues, their faces contorted in disgust, ultimately turning bullying into a game anyone could join. Bullying, sometimes, doesn't need a clear leader. It just spreads, like an invisible disease, eroding an entire group. But us, we take it to a new level, turning contempt into a cruel and systematic game. A little experiment, how about it? The cameraman smiled, holding up a brand new pair of shoes in front of the lens. What? A brand new pair of shoes, still with tags. What's with the star inside? He smirked. I drew it. He placed the shoes in the trash pile. Look, I put them here. Kim Yule's dad still picks up trash at my house, right? A malicious sneer. I bet Kim Yule wears these to school tomorrow. Haha, you're really devious. Just a little trick. In reality, there were 2 identical pairs of shoes. One pair was in his house's trash pile. The other was already placed on the path Kim Yule's father usually scavenged. A hand stealthily opened the locker. Hey, what if we get caught? Open it! And then, the unbelievable happened. The shoes with the mysterious star were now neatly on Kim Yule's feet. Unbelievable. That star, it really was there. Oh my God, it really is the pair you threw away. They all stared in astonishment, both excited and disgusted. Whoa, I'm not even sure, but it's real. The mastermind gave the order. Now retreat. Just pretend you don't know anything. This is just between us. He was about to expose Kim Yule, but another guy stopped him. Hey, Kim Yule, do you know? I told you not to say anything. Human malice. Truly terrifying. No way. Is it true? Kim Yule looked bewildered. What? What's going on? Rumors spread like wildfire, turning truth into a joke. That's what I heard. So Kim Yule wears other people's discarded old shoes? Another female student added fuel to the fire. Actually, I went to middle school with Kim Yule. That's so gross. So he reuses everything? The cameraman laughed mockingly, smirking. Recycling. Huh, recycling. He sneered. Brand new. But already stinks like feet? Another voice added. Pathetic, but still disgusting. Hey, the recycler's here. Hide! Sneers rang out. Kim Yule, are you feeding the chickens today? The taunts continued. Your shoes look pretty clean today, huh? The whole group burst into laughter again. Kim Yule walked away, his shirt fluttering, unaware he was being secretly filmed. A voice full of mockery rang out. Hey, Kim Yule, your indoor shoes. Isn't that the pair Unseo threw away yesterday? Giggles rang out. Check the insoles! Malicious words poured out, stabbing straight into the boy's back. The white-haired boy subtly turned his head, his gaze cold. Don't you have anything better to do? His voice was low, filled with weariness and disgust. He looked directly into the invisible lens, questioning. Is this fun? The question was like a sharp knife, piercing through his friend's mocking charade. Kim Yul left. 2 female students chatted. If you're free, mind your own business. What's wrong with that girl? It's just a joke. So annoying. As if she has the right to speak, while also wearing trash shoes. Against a starry black background, the text #3, violence is permitted appeared. Hey, someone throw out another pair of sandals. That'd be fun to watch. An indifferent voice rang out. The cameraman grimaced. Ugh, it stinks horribly. He ordered, put it in Kim Yul's desk before he arrives. The students all laughed, reveling in the malicious prank. An old pencil case lay on the desk. If someone had said stop, things wouldn't have gone this far. Oh, this is the pencil case I threw away yesterday. What the hell? Is Kim Yul recycling again? Kim Yul silently washed a rag in the sink, but saying that requires courage. One guy scoffed, Yul too, why are you washing a rag? A rag is still a rag, no matter how clean you wash it. Maybe he empathizes with it. As you know, your conversion rate is 100%, a mysterious voice echoed. Are you saying I wasn't a part of those school days? But I am clearly here, in the world you are living in. Suddenly, the voice called his name, Gongja. The brown-haired, purple-eyed young man looked directly at the viewer, as if breaking the fourth wall. He smirked, his purple eyes glowing eerily. That gaze seemed to pierce through everything, full of hidden meaning. Nothing. I suddenly can't remember your name? He asked a male student. What? Did you lose your memory, class president? Hwang Yunseo. Hwang Yunseo. He nodded, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. That's right. That's it. A smile that sent chills down one's spine, as if he were hiding a shocking secret. Kim Gongja, in the body of class president Hwang Yunseo, was chatting with a male student. Your girlfriend is running for student council president, right? He asked. That's right. Is there something wrong? He replied. I'm also running. Wish her luck, the other male student said. I heard if you win, you can put it on your transcript. Hwang Yunseo remarked, surprising the other male student. Great. Good luck, class president, the thick, brown-haired male student said with a smile, while Hwang Yunseo merely smirked. Another male student interjected, I'll vote for my girlfriend, but you do your best. He held the camera, his gaze sweeping over his friends, concealing something unpredictable. Yeah, thanks. Hwang Yunseo replied curtly, his eyes darkening. Deep down, he told himself, I've done my best. Then a chilling thought emerged. Now, let me tell you about my failure. A tragic declaration, signaling a dark story about to unfold. A long, brown-haired female student appeared, asking Hwang Yunseo, haven't seen any videos lately. He turned, looking puzzled. Huh? She continued, those videos about Kim Yul that you used to post at least once a week. Hwang Yunseo mumbled, videos. The girl urged, our friends are waiting. That nail-clipping video got a great reaction. A purple glint flashed in Hwang Yunseo's eyes, and he suddenly remembered. That's right, I filmed us teasing Kim Yul. His mind felt torn. The question, why am I doing this again? Echoing. Another voice, cold and mysterious, whispered, I will wait. Kim Yul, director. At the prestigious Shinseo school, academic pressure stressed many students. The long, brown-haired female student explained that these videos were a way for them to relieve stress without risk. Are you taking your time to choose something really good? She asked, her eyes full of anticipation. Hwang Yunseo revealed that, with the help of his girlfriend, who had been on the student council since freshman year, they used a suggestion box that teachers never checked. The purpose was to collect ideas for bullying Kim Yul and turn them into entertaining videos. A cruel plan, cleverly disguised. These requests all came from influential kids. Please make him cut his nails with scissors, one card read. Baggy clothes are fine, but I want to see him wear something else. Regular viewers used the initial letter of the card as a nickname and sent video ideas. We called it the Ace Club. Ever since Hwang Yunseo brought this entertainment, the students subtly sought him out. My girlfriend is also one of them, he said. She wondered. Excuse me, but aren't you running for student council president? He replied. I'm trying to cut back on everything during the election. The girl pouted. Oh, really, are you doing this for me? He chuckled. Without these things, how could someone like me date a rich kid, right? I like quick-witted guys, the long brown-haired girl said, then gently stroked Hwang Yunseo's hair. He grinned, letting out a woof-woof, like a praised dog. A sweet scene, yet concealing cold calculation. She giggled. You know what? Hwang Yunseo, you're really funny. But in Kim Gongja's mind, another voice echoed. I've been waiting, Gongja. His eyes once again gleamed with a strange purple hue. Hwang Unseo flinched, his brilliant purple eyes flaring. What's wrong with me lately? He wondered. Even so, he maintained his composure. Anyway, I'll stop filming for a while, he told his girlfriend. If anyone has a problem, could you talk to them for me? An alarm bell rang. Ding dong! This is an announcement from the Broadcasting Club. The voice from the speaker continued. Hwang Unseo of Class 2 to 5, please come to the broadcasting room immediately. Both he and his girlfriend looked up, the atmosphere growing tense. There's no reason for me to go to the broadcasting room, Hwang Unseo mumbled. He turned to his girlfriend. Maybe the club president just called me out? Like, why haven't there been any new videos lately? He lightly kissed her cheek. You go ahead. I'll text you later about what happened. With his backpack on his shoulder, Hwang Unseo walked down the hallway, the brilliant sunset painting the window frames red. Another perfect day, he told himself, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. But were things truly as perfect as he thought? I've made the kids laugh enough, he thought to himself. No strange conversations or anything. Playing the girlfriend role was also timely. A smug smile appeared on his lips. As expected, I did very well. But deep in his eyes, an indescribable coldness remained, awaiting the moment of eruption. In Hwang Unseo's body, Kim Gong-ja walked, smug about his talent for entertainment. He believed that the wealthy would remember him, even in college. Even if not remembered, becoming an entertainer was still a victory. He told himself that was enough to create a good memory. He dreamed of a golden future, where he would continue to entertain the elite, just as he had done with Kim Yul, to ensure a prosperous life. With a smirk, he was confident that he was superior to those who only knew how to study. But then, a panicked voice suddenly echoed from behind the door. The thick, brown-haired young man trembled, his hands glowing, begging him to close the door immediately, warning of something terrible about to happen. He screamed, accusing Hwang Unseo of humiliating and forcing him to participate in bullying Kim Yul, demanding that he not deny it. Hwang Unseo, Kim Gong-ja, calmly asked if this was a joke. The thick, brown-haired young man frantically demanded that he admit everything was real. He blamed Hwang Unseo for luring him in, but Hwang Unseo, Kim Gong-ja, immediately retorted, reminding him that he came on his own. The thick, brown-haired young man denied ever begging to participate, but Hwang Unseo, Kim Gong-ja, coldly exposed the truth. The thick, brown-haired young man continued to blame, but Hwang Unseo, Kim Gong-ja, only responded with a harsh truth. He himself had wanted to be in the video. Hwang Unseo, Kim Gong-ja, exposed his fear of the video being leaked. He frantically denied it, not believing Hwang Unseo's words. The thick, brown-haired young man cursed, demanding Hwang Unseo admit to deception, or he would expose all video evidence. Hwang Unseo, Kim Gong-ja, refused to plead guilty, reminding him that he had volunteered and that he still held other evidence from the suggestion box. Hwang Unseo, Kim Gong-ja, walked away, ignoring the desperate threats of the panicking person behind him, who promised to tell their parents. Standing in front of the broadcasting room door, he pondered, hands in his pockets, wondering what was truly happening. He recalled having destroyed the original video of Kim Yul, but still worried if any customers kept copies. Managing customers is much harder than attracting them. The phone's ringing shattered the silence, echoing through the space. He flinched, quickly pulling out his phone. The crimson sunset dyed the scenery, but his heart sank with an ominous premonition. The screen flashed continuously, displaying a series of missed calls. None of Kim Yul's usual clients picked up. He tried calling the video dealer, but only received a long, hopeless dial tone. The number you have dialed cannot be reached. A cold sensation ran down his spine. He knew something was terribly wrong. Someone was setting a trap, hunting him. He rushed off like a madman, his footsteps echoing. Kim Yul's case was being exploited to bring him down. But Kim Yul had no friends or family, did he? In his mind, Kim Yul's image appeared. He ran towards the familiar house, desperately calling the white-haired young man's name, hoping to find a clue. Suddenly, a thick-haired, brown-haired male student blocked him, his eyes burning with rage. What did you do to the others? A rough hand gripped his shoulder tightly, squeezing hard. The opponent's fury seemed to want to swallow the entire space. In that moment, Kim Yul's image became vividly clear again. The white-haired young man was shedding tears, a gentle hand lightly touching his shoulder. A melodious tune rang out, enveloping Kim Yul. He stared in astonishment at the white-haired young man, uttering the question, "Who are you?" Tears streamed down Kim Yul's face, reflecting a blurry figure. He wondered in confusion, who exactly is this person? Amidst his tears, Kim Yul softly uttered a word, beautiful, a melancholic, mysterious beauty. He asked again in surprise. Kim Yul turned, explaining that it was a piece by a deaf musician, a tragic and heroic melody. The white-haired young man thoughtfully recounted the humiliation and curses the musician had endured. He just stood there, confused, and uncomprehending. Kim Yul continued to philosophize about beauty that could only be seen by wounded souls. He thought to himself, "Is this guy crazy?" An angry roar rang out, questioning the origin of the trashy words. A punch landed squarely on the white-haired young man's face, accompanied by a harsh accusation.
What did you do to my client, you recycled monster?
Kim Gong-ja rushed through the weeds, but his mind was elsewhere, where a resolute voice denied.
I didn't do anything.
Four Kings. The brown-haired student gripped the white-haired young man's arm tightly, his face contorted with rage, as if wanting to tear apart all justifications. Kim Gong-ja, in the class president's body, looked at the phone in confusion. A strange feeling overwhelmed him, making him clutch his head and wonder, what the hell is this? His eyes widened, sweat pouring out. Reality was crumbling, and he couldn't understand what was happening. A timid student hesitantly handed him a folded piece of paper, stammering that he was told to deliver it to Yoon Seo. He slowly unfolded the paper, while the student's apologetic voice still echoed. Sorry. The words on the paper were like a knife. Hwang Yoon Seo lives in trash. Slippers, uniform, everything is recycled. The trash that cannot be recycled. Hwang Yoon Seo. He was stunned. What the hell is this? Is it a joke? He looked up at the person perched on the desk, his eyes blazing. Did that recycled monster instigate you? Hey, look at me, Hwang Yoon Seo. Then other students also successively held out similar papers, their eyes full of apology, only repeating, sorry, we were just asked to deliver them. Paper after paper flew towards him, piling up like an avalanche, burying him in humiliation. He could only utter, huh? The crumpled pieces of paper were filled with malicious words, revealing a truth he was unaware of. Something happened yesterday that I didn't know about. While he was still in shock, a teacher appeared at the door, calling Hwang Yoon Seo's name, asking him to follow. In the teacher's office, the teacher's voice rang out, full of scrutiny. You haven't done anything wrong recently, have you? No, sir. The teacher looked at him, trying to elicit a confession. Don't you remember anything? No, sir. The teacher handed him headphones, ordering him to listen, and warned him not to reveal this conversation, an implicit warning. Chilling sounds from the headphones went straight into his ears, like a cold threat. Don't hit him yet. Just make him kneel first. Strange sound waves appeared on the screen, revealing a cruel game called Queen, along with a suspicious budget. The teacher stared at the screen, his voice lowering, revealing that he had received this audio file via email, suspecting it was his voice. He denied it, but his face clearly showed panic. The shadow of suspicion was engulfing the young man. The teacher took his hand, anxiously asking about the mysterious Queen game. A bad premonition was creeping into the teacher's mind. The teacher's words were like a thunderclap. This audio file was sent specifically to Hwang Yoon Seo, a cruel blackmail tool. He tried to justify himself, but the teacher remained suspicious, ordering him back to class, warning him not to reveal anything. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he was stopped by a male student who grabbed his shoulder tightly. A hateful gaze was fixed on him. The male student growled a threat, declaring he would crush the person behind this cruel prank today. A stack of folded papers lay piled at the foot of the cabinet, like fragments of a dark secret. He bent down, his eyes wide with horror as he saw the papers, a chill running down his spine. Two female students whispered, revealing that a student from another class had dumped this pile of papers. A whisper full of insinuation. A hand suddenly grabbed the back of his neck from behind, pulling him sharply. A piece of paper was taped to his back with the blasphemous words, "Official trash of Shinsei School." Anger flared. He crumpled the paper, curses erupting just as the teacher walked into the classroom. Distorted faces appeared in his mind, the accusation echoing, "You all went along with it, mocked him, beat him. Now you want to back out?" Betrayal ran deep. The mastermind, his face contorted with rage, growled, "I created the Kim Yul game just for your entertainment. Now that you've freeloaded, you want to kick me out?" A growl echoed. The phone in his hand vibrated, a cold breakup message appearing. "Hwang Yoon Seo, what the hell have you done? Don't see me anymore. We're over," he exclaimed. "That's not fair." His face turned pale, his eyes vacant. A wave of despair surged, swallowing him whole. "I'm screwed," he mumbled, like a confession. In the empty classroom, he slumped his head onto the desk, alone. "Haven't found any clues. No one invited me to lunch." Helplessness and isolation weighed heavily. The pain of abandonment struck again. "My girlfriend dumped me via text. You bastard." Curses erupted, blending with the bitterness of fate. His eyes were fixed on the tabletop, a flicker of determination in them. "Heartless bastard. I need proof. I must find proof," he whispered, like a vow. A glimmer of hope appeared. He began rummaging through the desk drawer, searching for clues. There must be a lead, please. But a voice suddenly rang out. "Hwang Yoon Seo, what are you doing?" A group of male students in soccer jerseys stood tall, their eyes scrutinizing, Why are you rummaging through someone else's desk? The question was like a knife piercing his confusion. He stammered, trying to justify himself, but his friend's contemptuous gazes made him shiver. Am I just a clown for entertainment? The painful question echoed in his mind. The crimson sunset stained the school, like a wound. We had fun together. Why did everything change overnight? You trash, his inner voice screamed. The classroom was deserted. Only he remained, head down. Of course, no one's going home with me. A voice suddenly broke the silence. You're still here? The class president, with a worried expression, gently approached. Excuse me, can I talk to you for a moment? His appearance brought a glimmer of hope. The class president explained that he didn't want to get involved, but pressure from teachers and friends forced him to act. That's right, he's the class president, Kim Gongja thought to himself. Kim Gongja looked at the class president, a plan forming. The class president is smart, respected by teachers and friends. He might be my only way out. A spark lit up in his eyes. The class president nodded, his tone full of sympathy. I understand. You must feel it's very unfair. People are often cold when it's not their business. The class president nodded, his tone full of sympathy. He said, I understand. You must feel it's very unfair. People are often cold when it's not their business. He continued, his gaze distant as if in thought, then sighed softly. But I really don't know how to help you anymore. Suddenly, the class president turned back, a radiant smile on his face, offering a solution. The only way is for you to be forgiven by Kim Yul. Kim Gong. Ja flinched, repeating the name. The class president nodded, explaining, everyone else is just an outsider. If the victim forgives, no one else can say anything. He made a heart shape with his hands. Kim Gongja could only hum in acknowledgement. Kim Gongja was skeptical. Do you think he'll accept my apology? I don't think so. The class president patted his head, promising to talk to Kim Yul, even if it was a bit troublesome. He flashed a radiant smile, confidently declaring, Don't worry, Hwang Yun-seo. I'll help you get through this. A warm light enveloped the boy. The class president stood up, talking about running for student council president while asking for Kim Yul's phone number. Kim Gongja was surprised, thinking to himself, the class president doesn't have Kim Yul's number? Kim Gongja suddenly realized that the class president wasn't the culprit. He recalled that everyone who shared Kim Yul's video knew his number. A hypocrite like the class president couldn't have obtained that recording. The class president decided to ask Kim Yul himself tomorrow. Kim Gongja bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for helping me. The class president smiled brightly, stating a condition. Then, instead of your girlfriend, please vote for me. I just need one more supporter. Time passed, and the class president announced that he had spoken with Kim Yul. He wore a smug smile, as if this was his chance to rise. But then, the class president's words struck like lightning. He wants you to apologize publicly, in front of everyone. He won't accept a private apology. Kim Gongja's eyes widened in horror. Kim Gongja angrily yelled, Isn't that just humiliating me? The class president replied, He said it 3 times already. He won't forgive unless he feels it's sincere. Kim Gongja was stunned, collapsing onto the desk. He was filled with extreme regret. Why was I so stupid? Why did I pick a fight with Kim Yul? Everyone else did it. So I followed along. I shouldn't have done that. A crazy idea suddenly struck him. Honestly, I want to apologize in front of the whole school. Then he told himself, Wait a minute. Kim Gongja looked up, a spark in his eyes. I have an idea, but I need the teacher's permission. The class president asked curiously, What idea? The class president suggested Kim Gongja join him on stage to speak. I'm not a candidate, but perhaps I can also go on stage. Do you want to speak with me? He was surprised, not yet understanding the other boy's intentions. The class president continued, his voice full of calculation. I've already thought of a way to defeat your girlfriend. Just think about it. He was stunned that this class president could say such things. The class president's plan was audacious. Kim Gongja would apologize to Kim Yul in front of the entire school. Then he would follow up, turning the speech into a perfect theatrical performance. The class president further explained that they needed a story, not just empty promises. Your girlfriend has money. You can't win with just promises. So, what do you say? He began to understand. Kim Gongja's eyes widened as he realized the class president's true nature. He only cared about winning, regardless of anything else. Only a few days left. Are you sure? Kim Gongja asked. The class president replied with a confident smile. Winning is the most important thing, isn't it? The class president sneered, declaring he had invested too much to lose. Kim Gongja suddenly realized that his thoughts were strangely similar to his own. He realized that everything was just a play to get into university. The class president didn't care about class matters. He was just using everything for his campaign. I understand, class president, Kim Gongja said. I'll help as much as I can, but you also have to help me talk to the whole class. The class president smiled. All right, it's mutually beneficial. A firm handshake? A pledge for an unexpected alliance? I trust you. Me too, the class president excitedly reported. The teachers have given permission. They said others can go on stage for a moment during the student council speech. Kim Gong-ja breathed a sigh of relief. The plan could now proceed. He flipped through his notebook, proud of the script he had painstakingly written. It took me a lot of effort to finish this. Luckily, it wasn't in vain. The class president was surprised. You finished the script already? The class president was curious to see it. Kim Gong-ja handed him the notebook, saying, All right, you'll be on stage with me anyway. Line by line, the words appeared. Even for a little bit of joy, please vote for candidate number 2. Kim Yul, I apologize for everything. The class president finished reading and nodded. That's good, not bad. Kim Gong-ja was furious. Not bad? Are you blind? He laughed loudly. That's not bad. It's a masterpiece. Can you remember it all? Of course, I've memorized it while writing all night. The class president patted Kim Gong-ja's shoulder, his eyes full of calculation, and praised the apology script he had just written. Impressive, Hwang Yun-seo. Kim Gong-ja was bewildered, holding the notebook. Act? What do you mean? He hadn't yet grasped the hidden meaning behind the class president's words. The class president gave a faint, unpredictable smile. You're not truly sorry to Kim Yul, are you? His words were like a knife stabbing directly at the truth. Kim Gong-ja's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold glint, a naked truth exposed. He frowned, his face full of contemplation. The class president continued, his tone full of reason. It's fine, I'm not judging. When apologizing, attitude is more important than emotion. A pragmatic philosophy. He shrugged, admitting he didn't really understand what apology truly meant either. Behind him, a large banner reading 7th Shinzio High School Student Council Election was clearly visible. No matter how sincere you are, it can't surpass apologizing in front of everyone. The class president's words echoed. A long-haired female student sat on the podium, waiting. The class president concluded that Hwang Yun-seo, Kim Gong-ja, was hundreds, thousands of times better than others. A voice announced, Candidate number 2 will now speak. Kim Gong-ja and the long-haired female student stepped onto the podium together. The audience buzzed, wondering why that girl was also going up. An unexpected event. The long-haired female student turned back, her eyes fixed on Kim Gong-ja, and instructed, Wait. A warning or a signal? The class president sat below, a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips. Today is the day Hwang Yun-seo returns. He thought to himself, full of confidence in the plan. Kim Gong-ja looked at the long-haired female student, his eyes full of doubt. What the hell? He wondered silently, surprised by her calmness. He whispered to the girl, Hey, aren't you nervous? The girl, with a serene expression, simply replied, No. The long-haired female student raised her head, her gaze distant. I've been preparing for this day for a very long time. A cryptic remark that made Kim Gong-ja even more confused. Kim Gong-ja turned his back, his eyes still bewildered. Who exactly was this girl, and what was she planning? Another male student, the broadcasting club president, approached. Excuse me. If there are any presentation materials, please give them to me. He began to feel that something was off. The brown-haired boy handed over the USB, stammering as he asked if he just needed to open this file according to the plan. The broadcasting club president looked at him, secretly wondering why he was stuttering so much. That's right, just follow the rehearsal plan, the broadcasting club president replied concisely, completely unaware that the brown-haired boy was thinking, he must feel guilty for yelling at me earlier. A play was being set up. Kim Gong-ja, in Hwang Yun-seo's body, stood on the podium. He cleared his throat, preparing for the performance of a lifetime. The stage lights shone directly, and all eyes were on him. He bowed deeply, a solemn greeting echoing, Hello everyone. I am Hwang Yun-seo, class 2 to 5. The play had officially begun, and no one knew the truth hidden behind it. A camera was recording every moment. Hwang Yun-seo's voice, or rather Kim Gong-ja's, continued. The reason I stand here, even though I am not a candidate, is to confess my mistakes. The stage lights clearly illuminated his serious face. I participated in bullying a classmate, he declared, his words like a knife stabbing directly at the truth. A silence lasted for 2 seconds. Time seemed to stop, long enough for each confession to seep into the air, sowing extreme tension. Hwang Yun-seo's image appeared on the large screen. He recounted, When I saw my friend being bullied, I didn't stop it. Instead, I joined in the teasing. I didn't realize that even playful remarks could cause deep hurt. He bowed to the class president, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you. Thanks to the candidate's encouragement, I can stand here and confess my mistakes to everyone. A perfect performance. He looked around the auditorium, his eyes filled with remorse. Of course, today's apology won't erase the pain they've endured. I've also hurt many others. Many must be disappointed in me. No script, just real emotions, he told himself, then firmly said, I'm sorry. His face clearly showed repentance. A top-tier performance was being delivered. He promised all the students, I will never joke around or act thoughtlessly again, and I will always put myself in others' shoes. Inside, he secretly cheered. Damn it, it's working. He spoke about his bullied friend, who always cared for abandoned animals. From today, I will join them in caring for them every morning to atone for my mistakes. He confidently thought, I'm a better actor than anyone. Kim Gong-ja flashed a radiant, confident smile. I want to thank candidate number 2 for helping me change myself. He secretly thought, look at me. I won't fall. He raised his hand towards the audience, continuing his speech. Candidate number 2 is someone who always strives, a candidate who can change those around them. He confidently thought, even if the recording leaks, I can still cover everything up cleanly. His hand rested on the microphone, his final words echoing, for a better school life, please vote for candidate number 2. The play had ended, but would the truth be hidden forever? He bowed deeply, his heartfelt apology ringing out. Kim Yeol, I'm truly sorry for everything. I hope we can get along from now on. A perfect act? Or the truth? Dry applause rang out, like a knife cutting through the tense air. Who was the first to respond to this performance? The white-haired young man Kim Yeol calmly clapped. The crowd below also began to respond. The applause spreading, creating a strange consensus. The applause poured down like rain. It worked. He secretly cheered inside, watching the crowd get swept up in emotion. His plan had been executed perfectly. Thank you. He turned his back to the audience, a triumphant smile on his face. Even if I go to hell, I won't give up. I did it. He would fully savor this victory. It's just those idiots clapping emotionally, he smirked. Behind him, a brown-haired male student softly called, Senpai. It seemed not everyone was fooled. Is it okay to film this stuff? The brown-haired male student asked, his eyes anxiously looking towards Kim Gong-ja, who was standing at the podium, where a camera was operating. Don't worry, he replied, his eyes sharp. Just share it with a few people and then delete it. An implicit promise. Was it trustworthy? Hello, dear viewers. The Kim Yeol TV you've been waiting for is back. He smiled brightly, announcing the start of a new show, full of surprises. So, how are we going to prank Kim Yeol today? He reached into the complaint box. Today's lucky person from the Kim Yeol request box island. Drum roll, please. Queen! A black-haired female student suddenly jumped up, screaming in rage. Hwang Yun-seo, you crazy bastard! The cheerful atmosphere was suddenly torn apart. The Queen's request, island. Put a centipede into one of the 2 banana milk boxes. The female student screamed. You lunatic? You psycho? You bastard! He was stunned, not expecting things to go so far. Silence fell. The brown-haired male student, the class president, sat in front of the computer, his fingers trembling on the keyboard. His eyes looked at Kim Gong-ja, full of worry. Kim Gong-ja snatched the microphone from the class president's hand. Everyone. His voice rang out, breaking the silence, signaling an unexpected turning point. The class president began to speak. What you are watching is a real event. This is a scene of Hwang Yun-seo from Class 2 to 5 bullying fellow student Kim Yeol. Broadcasting Club President. Please, switch the slide. Thanks to an anonymous whistleblower, I've obtained these materials. The screen displayed countless files. In total, 103 audio files, 311 videos, and 30,790 photos. Undeniable evidence. A series of evidence accusing Hwang Yun-seo of school violence made him tremble, his eyes revealing extreme panic. The class president announced that he, along with the victim Kim Yeol, would officially report Hwang Yun-seo to the police after the presentation. But before that, he had one more question. The sharp question rang out. Did any teachers at Shinsu High School know about these violent acts? A male teacher angrily yelled, demanding he get off the podium. The male teacher continued to question, but the class president calmly reminded him, the presentation is being recorded by the student council camera. Please be careful with your words. Unable to bear it any longer, Hwang Yun-seo, Kim Gong-ja, frantically rushed forward, snatched the microphone, and yelled, It's all lies! Fabricated evidence! He gripped the microphone tightly, while the class president frantically tried to turn it off. Why is the microphone still on? He muttered, worry clearly visible on his face. The class president quickly pointed at Hwang Yun-seo, Kim Gong-ja, his voice firm. Please look at student Hwang Yun-seo standing here. A blinding flash of light suddenly flared, shining directly onto Hwang Yun-seo's Kim Gong-ja's face, stunning him. He quickly covered his face, growling. Don't film me, damn it. The class president continued. Remember this face well. Remember his reasoning and tactics, the class president emphasized. The way he spearheaded the violence and now tries to downplay it as just being involved. This is the bastard. Witness clearly how he tries to evade responsibility, the class president continued, pointing directly at Hwang Yunseo, Kim Gongja. The ringleader tried to hunt me down. Suddenly, Hwang Yunseo, Kim Gongja, smirked, his tone full of sarcasm. Ha, how tiresome, he continued. I mean, pretending to be his friend. I myself was too emotional when I was young. Talking to you always makes me sick. Kim Yul clutched his back, his face in pain. Hwang Yunseo, Kim Gongja, kept rambling about social welfare costs, causing Kim Yul to explode in anger, lunging to attack him, yelling, "What the hell are you talking about? You bastard!" The broadcasting club president anxiously asked the class president, "Is it okay to yell like that? The camera is still recording." Both were stunned by the chaotic scene. Kim Yul furiously turned to the broadcasting club president, roaring, "Hey, broadcasting captain, turn off that damn camera!" The entire classroom plunged into chaos, students realizing in panic that the relationships they once trusted were now useless, only wanting to erase their traces. With a sneer, Kim Gongja declared his apologies to Kim Yul, but stated this was the limit of a student. Then his tone turned cold, asserting that Hwang Yunseo's life was over. A voice echoed from the past, asking if he had forgotten the teachings from his youth. Humans should only do what they are capable of. The image flickered like an omen. The mysterious voice continued, warning of someone who would corrupt the world and urging him to destroy them without hesitation. The message was cold and cruel. Like a phantom, Kim Gongja lunged straight at Kim Yul, the powerful attack carrying a distortion of reality. The entire room seemed to shake. Kim Yul fell to the floor, his body distorted as if torn apart by an invisible force. He let out a desperate curse. Kim Yul was struck down, his body trembling. He mumbled that his life was over. The panicked students cried out to stop it, while the system announced, "Stage clear condition fulfilled." Kim Yul screamed in despair, refusing to accept his fate. The system registered an anomaly and requested an overwrite. Then the master of all life confirmed the stage had been cleared. The room began to disintegrate into sparkling fragments, like an illusory world being destroyed. A notification appeared. Side story. The City of Ascension will not be added to the main storyline. Amidst the vanishing space, a delicate hand appeared, and a brilliant purple butterfly gently landed on a finger. The system confirmed. Stage cleared. The master of all life appeared, her face gentle and pure. She declared on behalf of the tower that the 29th floor stage had been conquered. She praised their efforts, admitting a slight bias but believing it would be overlooked. She wished to bestow generosity upon those who struggled. With a final blessing, the master of all life concluded her message, leaving behind a mystical and promising feeling. Kim Gongja woke up, his head spinning. He was lying on a cold floor, his hand clutching his temple as if trying to ward off the dizziness. Amidst a space filled with books, Kim Gongja slowly stood up, his gaze scrutinizing. A voice echoed from above, calling his name. Kim Gongja looked up, his eyes surprised. The voice continued to tell of an ancient historical figure. During the spring and autumn period, there was a man named Wu Zixu. The enemy's grave was dug up, their bones turning to dust under the lash of hatred. The cold voice echoed, "But consider this. If Wu Zixu intended to dig up a grave for revenge, but someone had already dug a tunnel, would he thank that person?" The voice questioned, leaving Kim Gongja stunned. Or would he go mad? "How dare you touch the grave I marked for revenge?" The director mused, his eyes heavy. Kim Gongja looked up, flustered. "You just skipped the digging up the grave part in the digging up and whipping story." He pointed out the inconsistency. "Are you angry because I overdid it? Or because I chose to sacrifice myself too much?" Kim Gongja asked, his face showing confusion. The voice replied, full of weariness. "Raising you was hard enough. Do I still have to worry now that you're grown? You're an adult. Take care of yourself. Empathy is a gift. Sometimes it's good. But if you keep receiving it, you'll become weak. I raised you to be strong." The director sighed, and Kim Gongja quietly responded. The red-haired young man frowned, muttering, "She's always like this. I wonder where that zombie brat's attitude comes from." Kim Gongja sneered. "But I had to do something, didn't I? I entered the game a whole year before you, director. My synchronization rate is 95%. The director was astonished. "That's right. You told us to live as we pleased. I'm just doing what you taught me." He laughed loudly, full of defiance. Drops of water dripped in the illusory space, and a voice called out, "Sawang!" Kim Gongja, in his true body, looked up at the familiar back. Kim Yul stood there, his cloak fluttering, like an illusion. Kim Yul turned around, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Just as you wished." His voice was choked with sorrow. Kim Gongja watched Kim Yul, understanding everything. "I have understood," Kim Yul felt, remembered, realized. "But I have one thing to ask you." Kim Yul stood before the blazing red door, his hand gripping a chain with a demonic eye. What do you want me to do from here? Kim Yul's final will appeared. You were the one who killed me. Don't forget, you killed me. He had sacrificed himself to ensure they would never forget and would suffer. Kim Yul, in his illusory form, still stood there, his accusation echoing. You have forgotten. Forgotten the countless lives that fell because of you. Forgotten the worlds that perished. He admitted his mistakes. I made 2 mistakes. First, I didn't foresee that new constellations would appear when the old ones vanished. Second, Island. Kim Gong-ja, in Hwang Yun-seo's body, defended himself. I didn't know that jokes, that playful words, could cause harm. I did it all out of ignorance. He questioned himself, his voice full of remorse. I didn't mean to. So can I forget everything and continue living? Does Kim Yul think those who killed him have the right to forget? Kim Yul's eyes were sharp and cold, his warning stern. Don't make excuses like those who murdered me. What I want, Island. He pointed the way. Face it. Change. From a puppet, return to being human. Look directly at those who harmed you, and also those you have hurt. Kim Gong-ja was stunned, painfully questioning himself. Have I taken so many lives? Even one death is heavy enough, let alone countless people from so many worlds. The book in Kim Yul's hand suddenly glowed, and a title resonated with authority. Goddess of Protection. As each page turned, countless mysterious titles appeared. The Imprisoned Old Man, The Tracer of Ruins, The Seven-Toned Python, The Cosmic Crane, The Ice Witch, The Forgotten Lion, The Corpse Poison Flower, The Yellow Dragon of the Deep Lake. Kim Gong-ja watched Kim Yul close his eyes, tears streaming down, and understood. I don't know. But when I possessed his body, witnessing his furious curses against the world, I empathized. Kim Gong-ja, in his true body, clutched the book. He understood. Kim Yul wants revenge. I, too, must accept punishment from the world. Standing amidst countless pieces of knowledge, he realized, I must bear the world's vengeance. But even if I sacrifice my life, it won't be enough to atone. Amidst the pile of ancient books, he recognized his cruel fate. Eternal pain. Only when I endure forever will the worlds be appeased. He sat there, facing a strange man, pondering, but what's the point of merely being punished? How can pain apologize to the deceased? He looked up and called the person opposite him. Librarian. The librarian smiled, his tone friendly. Welcome. This time, I can't grant favors. I've just finished reading the new side story. Come on, come here. Kim Yul, in his illusory form, floated in the void, his voice echoing laments about the increasingly strict Death Sovereign. He was ready to await orders. His hand reached out, requesting a legendary book. The librarian, in his small form, looked up with azure eyes, questioning if he recognized anything special. Amidst countless ancient books, the librarian affirmed, each book was a sacred artifact, and only he could recreate them. He was displeased when they were treated like common fruit to be picked. Nevertheless, the librarian still smiled, handing the precious book to Kim Gong-ja. A mysterious transaction, an unwilling gift. He intently gazed at the ancient book, its cover exquisitely carved, concealing millennia-old secrets. In another moment, his hand again passed the book to Kim Yul, and a name echoed, Salchun Siang. Kim Yul embraced the book, words and white feathers swirling like memories. This book contains your story, the voice echoed. From when you first set foot in this world, met the guardian goddess, inherited Lapanta Ikim, and became Salchun Siang. Your entire life is recorded within it. The librarian looked at him, his tone full of hidden meaning. You have lost your memories, but not permanently. Reclaim them, just as you briefly glimpsed Kim Yul's past. Kim Yul turned his back, seemingly listening. He held a card, asking again, from the beginning? And the answer echoed, from the very beginning. Kim Gong-ja was stunned. My entire life. You're saying I have to relive centuries from the start? Kim Yul nodded, affirming. That's right. Kim Yul's image shattered like torn paper, revealing chilling warnings. What you have done, what you have thought, the worlds you have trampled, and the beings that exist within them. The words appeared like a curse. Kim Yul risked everything to beg us not to forget. Don't forget. You, too, must stake your very life. Once more, he handed the book to Kim Yul, like an endless loop of fate. His armored hand received the book, a heavy, I understand, escaping his lips. Kim Yul bowed his head, looking at the book, his voice contemplative. Indeed, just reliving one lifetime is enough to turn the world into hell. Perhaps everyone carries their own hell within them. Suddenly, another image appeared. A middle-aged man with brown hair. Amidst a messy pile of books, he called out, Class President. In the illusion, Kim Yul stood tall in the library, looking down at the bowing brown-haired man. "Yes, Kim Yule," he replied, his voice trembling. Kim Yule said in a low voice, "Kim Yule wants to forgive you, and I feel the same as Kim Yule." Beneath their feet, a pool of dark red blood reflected distorted images. The brown-haired man's face contorted, tears welling up. Kim Yule continued, "I want you to be forgiven." A choked sob escaped his throat. Thank you," the brown-haired man uttered through his tears. He cried out in pain and remorse, his heart-wrenching sobs echoing. Back in reality, Kim Gongja embraced the collapsing brown-haired man. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his unspoken words turning into groans. Kim Gongja gently touched the man's leg. He blamed himself. "If only I, just a little more." In the stream of memories, the brown-haired man was brutally beaten. Blood splattered. "If I had lived a little better. If I had been a little smarter," he agonized. A dark red object, like a beating heart, appeared. Kim Gongja realized, that's the director's scream. From now on, your sword will scream countless cries in their stead. An invisible hand touched Kim Gongja's forehead, a whisper echoing, "The world is a mixture of monsters and humans, among whom are solitary screamers, like isolated islands. And sometimes, their cries reach my ears. Their images appear before my eyes." Kim Gongja gripped the sword hilt, his gaze resolute. "I want to prove these screams." Beside him, a faint silhouette appeared. Even the first person to create demonic martial arts had to witness 9 lives and 9 deaths, seeking to become a witness to them. Kim Gongja's eyes glowed red, reflecting the image of a solitary figure. "I want to engrave the director's image into my demonic arts. Don't let me forget." He gripped the sword hilt, a brilliant red light emanating. "Now, I must engrave my own demonic arts." The first image that appeared in his mind, the dance of children, red as blood. And the second image, the wailing of hungry souls, extreme agony. Following the haunting images, a new power emerged. Third form, Master's sword. Then came fourth form, Labiel's sacrifice, a painful fragment. And finally, fifth form, the director's silence, containing boundless secrets. He bowed his head, fresh red blood splattering. Can I truly do it? Carrying countless lives on this blade. Amidst the desolate land, he swung his sword, a brilliant red light blazing. Prove it, that someone lived. Someone died here. Hold the roar of monsters, the screams of humans, and the lingering echoes of laughter. He stood there, looking at the towering spire, his blade still stained with blood, but not yet. His hand gently touched the sword hilt. Don't rush. For now, do what you can. In the library space, the brown-haired librarian floated, looking astonished. My real name? How embarrassing. Please call me by my alias. The librarian held an ancient book, carefully saying, Please let Salchan Seong read the Epic of Lapanta Ikim whenever he wishes. Kim Gongja pointed, saying there was no need to arrange it like a game. Let Salchan Seong observe the world from afar, just like you. The librarian replied, Then I will have to share my power. The librarian was flustered, not wanting to turn others into apostles. Other constellations make a fuss, but apostles aren't my style. Kim Gongja replied, You are a reclusive librarian, after all. Kim Gongja spread his arms, and light enveloped the librarian. You choose for yourself. The librarian's white robes fluttered. You have loved Salchan Seong's story for so long, but now he has reached a turning point. A path appeared, and Kim Yule emerged. Route 1. Salchan Seong doesn't meet me, doesn't remember me. He gets stuck on the 50th floor, forever upgrading the controller. Route 2. Salchan Seong will remember Kim Yule, gradually reliving Lapanta Akim's life. He will grasp the story, walking the 100-year path. On that journey, the director and I will always be by his side. Kim Yule looked down at the book, his voice contemplative. No need to swallow an entire life from the start. Take it slowly, little by little. Rest is fine too. But that will be Salchan Seong's life. Kim Yule mused, his gaze distant. The book in his hand seemed to hold destiny. And one day, it would also write his own life. Before Kim Gongja, Salchan Seong's path lay wide open. He had to choose for himself, to walk that fated journey himself. The mysterious librarian smiled, revealing Salchan Seong's identity, the one who nurtured the Death Sovereign. One name, 2 roles, destiny already set. In the vast library, the small librarian floated, extending a surprising invitation to Kim Gongja. Do you want to be a librarian here? A destiny-changing offer. Books floated in mid-air, carrying memories of a beautiful time, filled with joy and happiness. In the futuristic city, the librarian asked the Death Sovereign, Happiness disappears quickly, you know. Happiness is loving the present moment, loving that moment itself. Each moment passed like a rushing stream, carrying new stories and challenges on each floor of the tower. The librarian gazed at the list, smiling with satisfaction. This list is quite beautiful. Compared to other warriors, it's so precious that I almost don't want to give it to you. The Death Sovereign curiously asked about hunters from other worlds. The librarian replied, they only come in two types. Either they choose easy difficulty, or they only choose apocalypses beneficial to the tower. The librarian chuckled, admitting that even they were not exempt from that rule. A smile full of hidden meaning, as if concealing something. The librarian handed him a book, saying, you are too humble. If you only wanted to pass, there's no need to resolve the heavenly demon's grudge. Do you know the simplest strategy? Kim Gong-ja asked in return. The answer echoed, hide in a secluded cave. The scene of a snow-covered cave appeared, cold and lonely. In the cave, 3 hunters hid, waiting. Just wait for them to die. Watch out for wandering zombies. The librarian explained that these were hunters who had once challenged the heavenly demon. The librarian continued, they came from a different tower, not yours. They chose to hide until the heavenly demon and the Martial Alliance leader died. Kim Gong-ja listened in silence. The librarian excitedly explained. 10 days later, the Martial Alliance leader died. The heavenly demon went mad. His internal energy scattered. And then he died too. Done. Stage cleared. A radiant smile on his lips. What? The librarian said. They were unlucky enough to be killed by zombies, but the strategy was correct. You could surpass the heavenly demon's record just by waiting. A lone hunter fought in the cave. The small librarian smiled, explaining how to clear the stage simply by avoiding the heavenly demon and zombies. He asked if that B-rank difficulty was fair, but he quickly pointed out, the Death Sovereign didn't do that. He treated everyone with his whole heart, accepting the pain of the apocalyptic world. This is a scam, he exclaimed. A bound butler gnashed his teeth and screamed, pleading about the flowers and food he had offered. Why did his affection for that person still not increase? A white-haired queen coldly looked down, mocking the pathetic state of the constellation apostles. The bound individual still frantically begged for love from that half-baked constellation. The queen held a red potion, urging love, then muttered about her world being considered a cosmic trash can, constantly having garbage thrown into it. A surge of purple energy erupted, and the butler screamed in pain. The librarian explained that this was just one of countless tragedies that had occurred in the past. The librarian, with black blood gushing from his mouth, praised Kim Gong-ja. He said it was truly difficult for humans to treat each other properly, but Kim Gong-ja had managed to do it. We may never meet again, the librarian said, but I will always cheer for you. Kim Gong-ja asked again in astonishment, disbelieving the farewell. The librarian confirmed that he had to welcome warriors from countless other worlds. He couldn't forever care, only for him. He said that the worlds and the tower were endless, and he had to welcome them with the master of all life. Then he suddenly stopped, apologizing for not being able to say more. Kim Gong-ja gently said that he had done very well. The librarian replied that the library would disappear, replaced by a small resting place, a paradise he would bestow upon him. Amidst the shimmering space, Kim Gong-ja and the librarian exchanged a faded handshake, like an end and a new beginning. The librarian smiled mysteriously, saying it was truly ridiculous that life made him shake hands with his favorite character and turn others into his librarians. Ugly, isn't it? He asked. Kim Gong-ja asked if the Death Sovereign was sad. The librarian replied that he had cleared the 30th floor, and that floor would also become a resting place. He would personally prepare a doomsday retreat. With sharp eyes, the librarian looked at Kim Gong-ja, asking why he was looking at him like that. He wanted to ask one thing before they parted ways. Kim Gong-ja looked straight at him, asking a loaded question. As for you, you no longer have any meaning in life now, do you? The librarian revealed that Killing Heaven Star was his favorite character, then was surprised by the resemblance between Kim Gong-ja and a constellation. He had harbored a dream for a very long time. That dream was to be featured in his beloved novel. He waited for Killing Heaven Star to come to the Great Library, so he would officially appear in Lapanta Akim. But intervention and appearance were two different matters. He confessed his desire to die by the protagonist's hand, to become a part of the story he was passionate about. Kim Gong-ja looked straight, questioning. So now, your purpose in life has vanished, hasn't it? Kim Gong-ja repeated what the librarian once said. The dream of becoming a character, and Killing Heaven Star was the only one who could make it a reality. He asked directly, with sharp eyes. Are you still waiting for him to come and kill you? With an enigmatic smile, the librarian replied, denying everything Kim Gong-ja had just said, as if he knew nothing of those accusations. He asserted that the one who met the director was merely a shadow. The real Killing Heaven Star was still on the 50th floor. He believed that day would come, and that person would kill him. Kim Gong-ja unexpectedly grabbed his hand, cutting him off. Kim Gong-ja coldly declared that the killing heaven star the librarian was waiting for was not the one from the path he had chosen. He reiterated the two paths. One where the killing heaven star on the 50th floor did not meet the Death Sovereign and did not forgive the director. The other where he met the Death Sovereign and eventually forgave the director. You chose the second path, Kim Gong-ja stated decisively. You have accepted that killing heaven star as your true history. He questioned whether the librarian would truly be happy when the killing heaven star from the 50th floor appeared. The majestic silhouette of a white-haired person emerged, facing him. He continued to press. A killing heaven star who has never experienced all joys, angers, loves, and hates. Can you accept him as the true person in your heart? Accept being killed by such a person? Of course not, Kim Gong-ja asserted. You are someone who reveres stories above all else. Someone you've never acknowledged. You would never want to be killed by a mere extra. He yanked the librarian's hand. Kim Gong-ja gave an enigmatic smile, his eyes flashing. Let me tell you, he said casually, denial won't change anything. The librarian was suddenly surrounded by a strange interface, displaying favorite genre, protagonist, disliked character. He clutched his face, an expression of extreme pain. Your change, Kim Gong-ja declared. In the librarian's mind, Killing Heaven Star had now transformed into Kim Yul, an undeniable replacement. The librarian panicked, questioning what Kim Gong-ja had done. He simply replied, coldly and confidently, when the story of Killing Heaven Star ended, he loved my story more. Kim Gong-ja revealed a long-held plan, starting from the moment he heard the librarian's dream on the snowy mountain. The sole goal, to make the librarian love him more than the Killing Heaven Star. To achieve this, he spared no effort, even personally tracking and defeating the Killing Heaven Star. A hunt for an entire constellation, just for one person, Hamustra. Now, he declared, the librarian only had two paths left. Two paths, the librarian mumbled, his eyes filled with confusion. One was to forever imprison himself in the library, abandon his dream, accept a solitary fate, and treat warriors like trash, as he always had. The second was, if he didn't want that, then hand over that thing. Hand over what? The librarian asked again, bewildered. Kim Gong-ja looked straight at the librarian, demanding he hand over the book that recorded his entire life. He would turn it into the 30th floor of the tower. At that point, the librarian would become a part of the tower, a character in his story. Let's climb the tower together, Hamustra. He extended his hand, inviting him. Suddenly, a glowing book appeared. In ancient times, there was an entity called the Palace of Void Memories. That was just a name humans gave it. No one could pronounce the entity's true name correctly. Hamustra was merely a crude imitation. A blonde girl appeared in the library, smiling as she admired the space and the magnificent book collection. This mortal was different. A giant eye opened, recognizing that the girl was speaking the language of dragons. A foul stench emanates from you, the voice echoed. The scent of a dragon, yet not a dragon. The scent of a god, yet not a god. How did you get here? The giant eye growled, questioning the outsider. I have never allowed vermin to enter. State your purpose, the blonde girl replied. She wasn't a book thief, so don't be so wary. She introduced herself as an insurance salesperson, going door to door to persuade entities like it. But the entity still adamantly asked for her purpose. Consider me a landlord, trying to invite you to be a resident, the girl said. The giant entity fell silent, but its discomfort had begun. How detestable! A growl resounded. The books in the library shook violently, as if the entire space was enraged. Surrounded by black chains and chaotic currents, the blonde girl still stood firm, like a lighthouse in a storm. Be gone, the curse echoed, but she only smiled. A mysterious smile bloomed on her lips, her eyes hidden behind her golden hair. Though darkness surrounded her, she remained calm, as if everything was within her grasp. Her blonde hair fluttered like silk ribbons, and she smiled faintly, a smile that held too many secrets. Below, the librarian could only stare in astonishment, speechless. In the colossal library, the librarian, transformed into a dragon, growled. Sorry, I got a little carried away, the blonde girl said. But can we talk a bit longer? It wasn't easy getting here. She turned her back, looking at the towering bookshelves. What kind of library has no doors? Is this a library or a tomb? The air is stifling me to madness, she complained, her voice full of dissatisfaction. A slender arm flexed slightly, muscles subtly appearing. Or should I punch a few windows open for you? She suggested, her eyes sparkling with challenge. And then, the library shattered, glass splintered, books flew everywhere. The colossal green-eyed creature roared in horror. You lunatic! There, much airier, the blonde girl said casually, while the librarian, now transformed into a tiny form, was held by his head, by her, screaming in fear. I surrender. What do you want? Before the librarian's azure eyes, an ancient scroll floated. Would you kindly review this contract? The girl asked, her tone still strangely calm. A colossal tower stood tall, reaching for the sky. I am building a tower, the blonde girl declared. The librarian was astonished. A tower? Images of dragons and countless other beings surrounding the tower appeared. I will summon those like you. Even the vermin you despise will be allowed in. You will grant me the right to observe all worlds? The librarian asked. Only the worlds I can interfere with, the girl replied. That clause is non-negotiable. The librarian muttered. This damn clause. Her bare feet stood amidst fluttering golden butterflies. The librarian wondered, why start something like this? A glowing chasm, golden butterflies rising from it. No one is born by their own will, she said, her voice full of contemplation. She smiled gently, a butterfly landing on her hand. Therefore, everyone deserves to live again. Even if not by their will, at least by their choice. A golden butterfly landed on the girl's hand, and she gently touched the giant librarian's eye. One day, you too will live again, O reclusive librarian. Amidst the endless sea of books, the tiny librarian looked up at the outstretched hand. An invitation, a promise of a journey to conquer the tower. Together, he was flustered, trying to explain his identity. I am no ordinary constellation, no guardian spirit or sword god. I am a constellation in charge of an entire tower floor. My rank is not low at all. Kim Gongja turned his back, looking at the towering stacks of books. A tower floor manager belonging to a specific tower? Unheard of. This place was just a graveyard of books, only the remnants of past worlds, the breaths and stories of others sealed in time. A place that only knew envy, longing for the worlds of others. Kim Gongja flatly declared that he knew such a place well. Hamustra, don't live in a place like this anymore. Staying here too long will make you strange. Enter the battle right now, Kim Gongja urged. The tiny librarian was surprised. Strange? The chronicles of the apocalypse record human lives, don't they? Kim Gongja asked. He continued, you think reading it will tell you everything? No, Hamustra. Do you know how the Motianji chronicles the apocalypse? He asked. A sudden plague struck, and Motian died. What the hell is this? A single sentence says nothing. No master's final expression, no disciples' cries. Not even the mud children dug up can be known through the chronicles. The tiny librarian was excited, eyes shining brightly. But I can truly see them. That's right. You can step into worlds, Kim Gongja said. When my master passed away, you were also saddened, weren't you? The librarian stammered. Then maybe everything is fine as at Island. Kim Gongja and the librarian faced each other, his gaze sharp. But you weren't more saddened than I was. The librarian looked at the magnificent scene. When my master reached the realm of mind-death fusion, of course you were astonished. But it was all just emotion, nothing more, nothing less. Kim Gongja gave a faint smile, hand on his chest. You might love Raviel, but do you know? You can never love her as much as I do. You only tasted the flavor. You never staked your life on the stage, merely an audience member applauding or yawning. That's all. Come live with us. The librarian panicked, trying to refuse. I am bound by strict contract terms. Your proposal violates the rules. The tower will punish me. I could lose all my constellation privileges. And then, I'd be useless to you. Amidst the sea of books, Kim Gongja dismissed the librarian's refusal, asserting that the problem was not in the binding clauses. He knelt, taking the librarian's hand, promising a new dream, freeing him from the fate of dying at Sao Qianxiang's hand. A mysterious smile bloomed on Kim Gongja's lips, and he declared, You will appear in my story. I will appear in your story, and together we will become times us asterisk. The librarian trembled, a surge of blue energy erupting from his palm, as if Kim Gongja's words had touched the depths of his soul. Kim Gongja offered the glowing book, proclaiming himself the most loyal reader, and gave his final advice to the librarian. The librarian smiled bitterly, eyes welling up, warning Kim Gongja not to flirt too much, or Duke Ivancha might stab him through the heart. He merely chuckled, replying that he had already died once, but would remember the warning. The librarian looked at Kim Gongja, called him Sawang, then asked if a human's life was truly worth enjoying. Kim Gongja smirked, admitting life was terrible, but promised to help the librarian find sweet moments, even if it sometimes came at a cost. The librarian let out a curse, as if accepting fate, as a burst of white light enveloped him. He looked up in surprise, white ribbons fluttering as he was lifted into the air. I can't believe this is the final line of my apocalypse. Kim Gongja watched the librarian ascend, declaring that both Sawang and the librarian were now official protagonists, and everything would return to normal. He reached out his hand, a dazzling light erupted, and he declared loudly, I hereby announce the game is over. A system notification appeared amidst the blinding light. Stage clear, along with the image of a glowing book. Cheers and exclamations of surprise erupted as the notification "Today, the 33rd floor stage has been cleared" became visible in midair. Yao Wang yelled about his poor eyesight, demanding tonics. A man wearing glasses looked confused, while another cheered joyfully.
Amazing, Master!
Amidst the brilliant space, a blonde girl commanded, "All temple members, prepare for teleportation. Once we're back in Babylon, we need to clean up the backlog immediately." Kim Gongjia stood below, smirking slightly. How troublesome. Kim Yule, with his long silver hair and azure eyes, mused. I've never been a librarian before. A black-haired young man stood beside him, reassuring. At least I know the basics, Kim Yule. I'll help you. Kim Yule smiled faintly, his eyes full of trust. I'm counting on you. In the teleportation light, a black-haired girl reassured everyone, while a black-haired young man sighed in relief. It's been a long time since I breathed Babylon's air. Another brown-haired guy complained. 8 new warriors have been added to the tower, too much work to do. So boring, I just want to die. Let's go get a drink first. Are you coming? The screen flickered. The notification for completing the 30th floor appeared once more, accompanied by mysterious interference signal. Suddenly, a blazing red warning tore through space. Abnormal strategy detected. Warning sent to the librarian. No Hamustra, with a resolute expression, declared. It's fine. The 30th floor has been cleared. As the administrator in charge of floors 21 to 30, I confirm this. As a ruling constellation, I acknowledge the clearing of the floor. The final warning echoed, threatening severe punishment if the librarian continued. No Hamustra trembled but remained resolute. I will live in this tower. I demand this of you. The declaration echoed throughout space. Acknowledge my fall from heaven, O Lord of all life. A final notification appeared in the sky, confirming, today, the 30th floor has been cleared. A dazzling light erupted, accompanied by the notification. The librarian can no longer maintain his authority. Rank adjustment begins. The librarian's authority was stripped, and the blue light surrounding Nohamustra vanished. Good luck. Amidst the high-rise city, Kim Gongjia and Nohamustra stood side by side, the librarian's small hand grasping his. Nohamustra sighed softly, his eyes closed, as if accepting fate. Amidst piles of books, the librarian looked at Kim Gongjia, Sawang, and said sadly, Look, Sawang, I can't fly anymore. Nohamustra sighed softly, his eyes closed, as if accepting fate. Amidst piles of books, the librarian looked at Kim Gongjia and said, Look, Sawang, I can't fly anymore. He once enjoyed gazing at the world from above, but now that hobby had vanished. The librarian turned his back, his sad eyes gazing into the distance. He repeated, his voice full of regret, Many things have disappeared. Books floated around the librarian. He said he had achieved his dream of appearing directly in the story, but the feeling of joy was incomplete. The space gradually darkened, and the librarian took Kim Gongjia's hand, his voice trembling as he expressed his ultimate fear. I'm scared. Scared that I care deeply about you all. But in return, you might not like me. That's what I fear most. I want to be loved by everyone. Kim Gongjia squeezed the librarian's hand, his eyes resolute. Snap out of it. Those things are impossible. Kim Gongjia smiled, suggesting the librarian find a new hobby. Take your time. Your hobby is gone, so find a new one. What do you want to do to celebrate being demoted from a constellation? The librarian replied, Actually, I have 2 wishes. The librarian stated his first wish. First, stop using honorifics when talking to me. Kim Gongjia immediately agreed. All right. What's the second wish? Kim Gongjia chuckled, saying that the librarian's second wish sounded expensive, enough to make him tremble. He asked, What is it? The librarian, with wide azure eyes, looked directly at Kim Gongjia and boldly stated his second wish. I want to try a white mocha frappuccino, venti, quad shot, Java chip, half and half, with extra chocolate drizzle. Kim Gongjia burst out laughing at the librarian's strange and complicated wish, his laughter echoing through space. The scene shifted to a black-haired man trembling in Labiel's arms. She said coldly, I see. That's why your wife died. He quickly denied. No, I'm not trembling. Labiel, the white-haired, red-eyed girl sipping soda, looked at the black-haired man. She said, Really? You look like you're trembling, no matter how I see it. You've been walking around the campus like this for 3 hours, haven't you? The black-haired man carried Labiel, watching her in her school uniform and drinking soda. He wondered, is my body heavy? Is the no skill or aura magic too much for me? Then he asserted, No way. Labiel is as light as a feather. Labiel asked again, Is that so? Dinosaur feathers? Ancient bird feathers? He insisted, Labiel is lighter than even the down of a chick freshly hatched from an egg. The full city view appeared. This is the world of Apotheosis City-side Story, the 29th floor of the tower. An academy city centered around Shinseo Middle and High School, isolated as an island-like stage. When hunters like them entered the 29th floor, they were recognized as if they had always been students here. Labiel looked out at the scenery and said, "This world is truly beautiful." Labiel looked up at the school, dreaming of an ideal public education system. She declared that she would send talented individuals from the Empire to study here, asserting that her love was worthy of the moon of the Avancia family. The young man, holding Labiel, wondered if they would learn anything significant, but she brushed it off, stating that the purpose of education was to share common sense. He pondered an abstract nation where everyone shared a common dream. Then, the image of a mysterious long-haired man appeared, asserting that the world belonged to those who shared the same aspirations. A soda can was kicked away. He thought about connecting the tower's residents in the Empire through education, but then put politics aside for a moment. The young man, holding Labiel, recounted in surprise that he had just been sent back 24 hours in time. A blinding light enveloped them. A skill notification, Love of the Regressor, appeared, explaining the curse and the wish. He painfully realized that his wife must have died yet again. He bowed his head in apology. Labiel gently replied that she knew he had tried his best not to die. She accepted their cruel fate, saying there was nothing else they could do. He confusedly asked again, "Is it truly impossible?" Labiel lovingly scolded him, accusing him of recklessly jumping to the 50th floor and fighting the strongest opponent. He closed his eyes, apologizing in agony. She pinched his cheek, asking if he was truly remorseful. He was surprised, feeling Labiel's pinch. Under the twinkling starry sky, he secretly wondered if this was a reward. The two embraced, exchanging passionate words of love. Labiel contentedly declared that thanks to him, she had thoroughly explored this school. Behind them, a red-haired young man was sent flying. She took his hand and pulled him along, saying it was time to confront the one who had killed him. He reminded her that it was also her ancestor. Labiel's eyes glowed red. She angrily asserted that her ancestor should have passed everything down peacefully. She declared that the current Avancia belonged to her, and the enemy was dead. She also wanted to meet the person who had raised him. He smiled, extended his hand, and asked if she would lead the way for him. Their hands clasped tightly. He firmly replied, yes, affirming their agreement and bond. A blinding light erupted, engulfing the entire space. In the next moment, Kim Gongja and Labiel instantly teleported, appearing in the middle of a modern city with towering skyscrapers. Their hands remained clasped, as if affirming their new journey. They arrived at Planetarium, a magnificent library cafe where warm greetings echoed. "Welcome, Sawang. And your silver heart, too." Amidst the splendid space, a small person waved in welcome, eyes sparkling with curiosity. The small person spoke up, wanting to know the reason these esteemed guests were visiting the 30th floor. Labiel unhesitatingly replied that she was here to meet Kim Yul. Kim Gongja gently confirmed, with a meaningful look, that his face was worth the trip. The small person nodded in understanding. He announced that Kim Yul was currently busy organizing children's books, but would call him immediately. The entire space seemed to quiet down, awaiting the mysterious character's appearance. Elsewhere, a blonde girl gently closed her eyes, a meaningful smile on her lips. She whispered, as if she had foreseen everything. "So, it has finally come to this." A profound acceptance. The petite figure of the blonde girl floated in mid-air, surrounded by soaring musical notes. She continued to ponder, a decision very much like Sawang's. "Thanks to you, things are going to get much busier." Meanwhile, in another room, Kim Hanbi was on the phone. The voice on the other end continuously praised him, calling him young Master Kim and extolling his radiance, regretting not having followed him into the tower. Kim Hanbi was surprised, never expecting to see this person again. The familiar voice spoke, calling him by his old name, Hanbija Kim, but he immediately corrected. No, it's just Kim Hanbi now. I've changed my name." The old friend continued to congratulate Kim Hanbi on receiving the representative badge, calling him a national hero. Kim Hanbi merely replied that he had been offline for a while and was unaware of his fate. The old friend, now appearing in person, was a man in a black suit, sitting behind a desk. He smiled brightly, starting with, "Anyway, my friend," and then frankly stated, "I have a favor to ask." He was running for a local seat in the upcoming general election, but didn't have many advantages besides his youth. He asked Kim Hanbi if he could talk about their close friendship at the orphanage. Kim Hanbi firmly refused, advising him to practice honest politics. The man in the black suit was surprised, repeatedly exclaiming, Hey, as Kim Hanbi steadfastly declared, "Pursue politics that prioritizes the people, clean and honest politics." A stern admonition. The man in the black suit pleaded, asking Kim Hanbi for help and regretting not staying in touch, never expecting him to become so famous. Kim Hanbi didn't hesitate, ended the call, then muttered, Did I really succeed? Kim Hanbi lay sprawled on the floor, his face scowling. Just then, another video call request popped up, accompanied by a smiley face icon, and the message "Face take me." It seemed the trouble wasn't letting him go yet. Not long after, the man in the black suit appeared in person, kneeling before Kim Hanbi, bowing his head in apology. Kim Hanbi angrily replied, "Politics has made you shameless," but ultimately reluctantly agreed to listen. The man in the black suit began to explain, trying to persuade him with their shared hometown connection. He said many people in the party and the country highly respected Kim Hanbi, but Kim Hanbi remained wary, not wanting to be exploited. Kim Hanbi maintained his defiant attitude, bluntly demanding that the other person state their purpose directly. Clean politics? Then go build world peace. He scoffed, not forgetting to end with a contemptuous curse word. After a verbal sparring match, Kim Hanbi unexpectedly changed his tone. Actually, I also have a favor to ask. His voice was slightly hesitant, but his eyes remained calculating. A mysterious smile bloomed on Kim Gongja's lips. I knew it. What is it? Just say it directly. He muttered the young master's words. Sometimes, those thought dead return for revenge. Then he asked about a name, Hwang Unseo. Amidst the fierce battle, Kim Gongja remained calm. That's the law of nature, unavoidable. He recalled his peak. When I was number one, countless requests poured in. Nobles, politicians, CEOs, everyone, even Swedes. The clang of metal echoed, sparks flying. Each sword strike carried destructive power, tearing through the air, creating invisible cracks. The silver-haired man analyzed while fighting. Now, you are an undeniable, powerful figure, one of a kind. And your power doesn't come from politics, but from pure skill and merit, doesn't it? Kim Gongja dodged a dangerous blow, replying, People outside this world and even the hunters in the tower admire you. He gave a faint smile. You flatter me too much, sir. The silver-haired man attacked relentlessly, explaining as he struck, That only means you need to be more cautious, young man. I tried. Red chi erupted around the old man, transforming into a blazing sword blade. Live cautiously, right? His eyes were sharp and powerful. Kim Gongja also erupted with a blazing red chi, confronting it. Your chi control ability is truly impressive. He thought to himself, I guess I have more talent for chi than swordsmanship. On the cloud layer, the red-haired man mused. I don't know who said that, but it's truly accurate. Chi is spirit. It all depends on how vividly you visualize your intentions. Fierce flames engulfed the luxurious room. What did you just visualize? A voice rang out, replying, A kind old man. The two men faced each other, their eyes blazing with ki. It's a professional secret. I can't reveal it for free. It was a blunt refusal, full of hidden meaning. The mysterious person with blazing red eyes showed deep regret. I have one immense regret. That is giving the Tianmoji Lu to the sect master of Tianwu men. You became a completely different warrior after returning from that record. I should have gone with you, even if I had to force it. The silver-haired man erupted with a blue chi, creating a dazzling energy orb. Are you the type to constantly regret the past? That sounds exhausting. He scoffed. How arrogant. Kim Gongja also erupted with a brilliant blue chi, confronting it. I have no intention of giving up the number one spot. The two streams of power clashed, creating a magnificent spectacle. Kim Gongja swung his sword, blazing red chi erupting, an expression of extreme excitement on his face during the fierce battle. Standing before his opponent, the silver-haired old man smiled contentedly, enveloped in blue chi, exclaiming about the joy of having a worthy opponent. The two streams of red and blue power collided, creating dazzling sword slashes. The silver-haired old man exclaimed, never having thought Kim Gongja would mature so much, and was grateful to have him by his side. Kim Gongja smiled in response, his eyes flashing with red chi, teasing that the silver-haired old man seemed to be enjoying this match. Sword chi clashed fiercely, sparks flying between the two. Kim Gongja asked back, and the silver-haired old man unhesitatingly affirmed, Of course. The silver-haired old man continued to swing his sword, blue chi surging, praising Kim Gongja's remarkable progress. Life is truly worth living, the silver-haired old man said excitedly. Meanwhile, Kim Hanbi and the man in the black vest were recording the match. Kim Hanbi astonished by their chi control ability. Kim Hanbi, his eyes blazing with red chi, thought to himself that Jian Sheng was still slightly superior to Wu Wang, and this remained the general consensus. He worried it would become a problem if everyone thought that. Kim Gongja suddenly spoke up, calling out, Jian Sheng, sir! Kim Gongja swung his sword powerfully, creating a crack in the ground, declaring he didn't like to display incomplete techniques, as it was a disrespect to the opponent. The silver-haired old man calmly looked at him, asked if they were just ordinary training partners, then exclaimed in surprise, Oh! Kim Gongja smiled mysteriously, his eyes blazing red. The red-haired man appeared behind him, an astonished expression on his face. Kim Gongjia asked Wu Wang about the special connection between them, and the red-haired man immediately affirmed it. Both the red-haired man and the silver-haired old man flinched, their expressions tense. The red-haired man reminded them that they were both disciples of the same martial arts school. Memories flooded back. Jian Di had used his ultimate move against his master when they challenged the Tian Moji Lu. In a mystical white snowy landscape, their debate and martial arts match were broadcast to all hunters in the tower. Most didn't understand the match, but they would recognize the spirit enveloping Jian Sheng, because it was a martial art created by himself. Kim Gongjia swept his sword through the air, a stream of fresh red chi swirling around him. He thought to himself that Jian Sheng had never asked about his secret, just waited for him to speak first. Jian Sheng suddenly became flustered, trying to stop Kim Gongjia from saying something important. "Wait, young man, you can't say that here." Kim Gongjia curled his lips into a smile, his eyes closed, but blazing red chi erupted around his body, and he said, "Perfect, sir, please be even more flustered." Kim Gongjia's blazing red eyes flashed as he unleashed an incomplete technique. Desperate words, "I don't want to die. I'm hungry. I want to live," echoing like a curse. Jian Sheng was utterly terrified as countless bloody red hands reached out from the void, surrounding him. He couldn't believe his eyes. Kim Gongjia unleashed the technique improved Gui Tianshu first form. Huo Lu Jian, his entire body ablaze with fiery momentum. He declared, "Sorry, senior. This match, I claim victory." The red-haired man witnessed the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, that cunning bastard." Jian Sheng struggled to defend, sword chi clashing fiercely. He admitted that battlefields are not fair, but this move by Kim Gongjia was truly excessive. Kim Gongjia stood upright, the sharp, cold tip of his sword pressed against Jian Sheng's throat, declaring victory. "I've won, sir." Jian Sheng's face turned red with anger, veins bulging, and he roared, "What is this absurd trick? Isn't this too cheap?" Kim Gongjia turned his back and walked away, leaving Jian Sheng criticizing him for trampling on his heart. He replied indifferently, "All right, next loser." Jian Sheng was still reeling in shock, and he retorted, "A loser? I've won 52 out of 53 matches. Clearly I'm still the winner. The last match is the most important one." Jian Sheng demanded another round, but Kim Gongjia had already run off, declaring as he ran, "No more matches for the next 6 months. I'm going to brag everywhere that I defeated Jian Sheng." Jian Sheng clutched his chest, choked with indignation. He muttered, "You two seem quite close." Just then, a dazzling light appeared, and a purple-haired maiden in a splendid white cloak stepped out. Someone nearby exclaimed, "Hey, Longzhu." Hey Longzhu looked into the distance, her tone full of hidden meaning. "Indeed, when you first entered the tower, you also had a blazing spirit. It's not like I remember it or anything." The Sword Saint looked at Kim Gongjia, his tone full of challenge. "Enough playing around. Today, show me what ranks 1 and 2 truly look like." Everyone has gathered at the Grand Library, except for you two. Kim Gongjia was surprised. The Black Dragon Master frowned, muttering, "Trouble always appears, but this time it seems more serious." The Sword Saint declared decisively, "All right, things are more serious today. Open the 31st floor." A colossal tower stood majestically amidst the clouds. The Grand Library of all things, once the Sanctuary of the Stars, now welcomed important guests. The Black Dragon Master, the Sword Saint, and others stood in the vast space. After the fall of the stars, a library cafe was established on the 30th floor. The Star, who once guarded the sanctuary, now worked part-time at the cafe. Nohamustra greeted them with a smile. Nohamustra happily welcomed the special guests. An armored knight, a brown-skinned girl, and a man in a black and red cloak, all of whom had gathered. The Black Dragon Master and the Sword Saint sat down at a table. The Sword Saint asked about the rookie training. She replied, "Easier than expected." They grasped the tower's rules very quickly. It had been 56 days since the Grand Library was cleared. For low-level hunters, it was a long period of rest. But for those at the top, it was a time without a single minute of respite. A massive stream of people poured into the tower due to external events. Kim Gongjia looked up at the towering spire, repeating the Sword Saint's words, "Open the 31st floor." His eyes were filled with determination. The Sword Saint turned to Nohamustra. "Hamustra, everyone has gathered. Proceed." "No." Hamustra peeked out from behind the door, eyes sparkling. Nohamustra gave a mischievous smile and said, "Call the librarian." He received the reply, "Understood." Nohamustra stood before the door, announcing, "Milady, all participants are present." From inside, a voice echoed, "Understood too." A pair of bare feet stepped out from the brightly lit doorway. A voice rang out. "Since this seems important," the voice continued, accompanied by a long yawn. "I'll be serious for once then too." A blonde girl, hugging a fish-shaped pillow, stepped out. The blonde girl introduced herself. I am the librarian, Hamustra's proxy. The lady who walks among mirage greets you. She claimed to be one of the pillars. The Black Dragon Master interrupted. Enough with the pleasantries. Everyone is gathered. Shall we begin today? The blonde girl replied. Yes, 2 months ago, this blonde girl appeared, claiming to be the librarian's proxy, and declared arrogantly, we will open the next phase when we wish. No, she was still sleepy, clutching her pillow tightly, but her words carried weight. Everything has been cleared, so today we will continue the sweep. She softly muttered, you guys are really fast. Her pale golden eyes slightly opened, her sharp gaze piercing through all doubts. To avoid misunderstanding, there is no time limit for conquering this tower. Even if it takes 600 years, 1200 years, or is never conquered. The Black Dragon Master interrupted, her eyes sharp. Are you really unlocking the 31st floor today? The blonde girl replied, yes, that's right. The blonde girl slightly turned, hugging her pillow tightly, her tone a little sulky. Sorry, Black, I wasn't asking you. The silver-haired man spoke, his voice authoritative. The first rank decides such matters. That is our rule. It's the same in every tower. You are only 3rd rank, so you have no right to speak. The Black Dragon Master fell silent. Sorry. Does that sound arbitrary? The blonde girl continued. This tower has its own rules. Everything changes a lot depending on who holds the 1st rank. But this time, you're lucky. A cold voice interrupted. Her? No, Hamustra suddenly appeared from behind, a finger on his lips, giving a sly smile. I may not be in a position to criticize, but you're talking too much. The blonde girl flinched. Sorry, I've been sleepy ever since I came down here. The silver-haired man turned, his sharp gaze directed at Kim Gongja, and the black-haired man with an eye patch. Anyway, swordsman, are you really going to unlock the 31st floor? Kim Gongja was slightly surprised. The Black Dragon Master, with a cold expression, decisively ordered, unlock it. The blonde girl flopped onto the floor, her body pillow rolling beside her. Though she seemed tired, she accepted. All right. The blonde girl stood upright, raising both hands, and brilliant golden energy erupted. The lady who walks among mirages, as the temporary guide of this tower. Acknowledge your assent. An announcement echoed. Attention, everyone. As of today, the next phase has been unlocked. The blonde girl, her body gradually turning into light, slightly frowned. I'll skip the welcome speech. Since I'm already here, the blonde girl floated in midair, enveloped in brilliant golden light. Next island. An ancient scroll appeared, listing mysterious names. 1. Pure-blooded humans. 2. Nobles 1. 3. Manhwa tribe. 4. New record. A large question mark appeared in everyone's mind. The black-haired man with an eye patch stared at the list, exclaiming in astonishment, pure-blooded humans. Nobles? What are all these? Kim Gongja was also bewildered, while another voice whispered, it's finally here. The blonde girl, the strange librarian, lazily yawned. Good question, she replied, her eyes sparkling as if to tease. She pointed at the glowing golden scroll. Just touch any of them, and you'll know. A finger lightly brushed, selecting the first item, pure-blooded humans. Instantly, information about pure-blooded humans appeared. A race with average abilities in all aspects, claiming to be pure, untransformed, Kim Gongja exclaimed in surprise. The blonde girl continued to explain, her tone full of mystery. The theme from floors 30, 1 to 40 Island, the Great Race War. Illusory images of werewolves and elves flashed by. Now you must choose a race, she said. They will worship you as a god, building their civilization according to your will. Kim Gongja was stunned, muttering, a god. Memories of horrible things flooded back. Fanatical crowds screamed, for the fire god! Offer barbarian heads to the fire god! Kim Gongja shivered, recalling the elves destroyed by the fire emperor. The blonde girl yawned again, asking Kim Gongja about the meaning of building civilization. No, Hamustra, the small librarian, quickly replied, exactly as its name suggests. You can shape the civilization of your chosen race in any way, the blonde librarian explained. From a warlike, plundering society to an intellectual civilization, everything was in his hands. The top 7 ranked individuals of the tower, she declared. This time, you will experience becoming a star. 7 people stood under the ethereal light. A star is one who oversees an entire world. As the leaders who have managed the tower up to the 30th floor, can you become the chieftain of an entire race? Brilliant golden starlight poured down. The brown-skinned girl and the sword saint were stunned. We will become stars? She asked, her voice full of astonishment. The blindfolded man merely snorted, his expression annoyed. Kim Gongja pondered. considering which race would yield the best results. The Dragontooth tribe sounds cool, but they're just wyverns, aren't they? He muttered. He recalled being drawn to the fairy race before his regression, but the Fire Emperor had ruined their image. Is there any decent race? The blindfolded man let out a curse. I'll just choose pure-blooded humans, Kim Gongja told himself. You are human, I am human. One who has eaten the flesh knows best. One who has lived as a race knows best. A mysterious smile spread across Kim Gongja's lips. He had found his path, a bold plan brewing in his mind. Found it, he whispered. His gaze stopped at the item 103 designated race, an unexpected, calculated choice. Kim Gongja and Nohamustra stood before a race selection board. He looked at the 103 designated race item with a puzzled expression. Nohamustra beside him was also surprised, exclaiming, "What is this?" The information board appeared. Designated race, extinction level, a high risk. Images of 2 faint goblins appeared. The text alias, goblins, etc. made Kim Gongja even more confused. Kim Gongja was still surprised. Detailed information about high-level goblin society appeared. Ranked F. It described the cultural development of goblins and the intensification of internal conflicts. This was a skill copied from the Monster Goblin King. A magnificent scene unfolded. The Goblin King, with enormous white wings, along with other winged goblins, soaring through the brilliant sky. The narration echoed, "The time has come. It's time to rise." Kim Gongja stared at the goblin image, his gaze profound. He was contemplating something. In the luxurious room, the Black Dragon Master, the Sword Saint, the Armored Knight, the brown-skinned girl, and a man in a black and red cloak were seated. The Sword Saint said, "Dragons are the pinnacle of all races. Isn't Dragonkin the best choice?" The blonde girl, the librarian, appeared with a radiant smile. A blonde student raised his hand and asked, "Miss Gongyo, I have a question." The blonde girl happily replied, "I like students who ask many questions. It's an opportunity for me to show off my skills." The blonde student continued to ask, "Do we all only choose one race?" The blonde girl, lying on a fish-shaped pillow, yawned and replied, "That's a good question. It also depends on you." The blonde girl stood up, a brilliant aura surrounding her. "I will give the top 7 a gift." Gold coins fluttered, and a notification appeared. The lady who walks among mirages sponsors a startup grant. A screen displayed, "You have received 700 race points, and your current total race points, 700. The black-haired blindfolded man and the Sword Saint were both surprised. The blonde student was also astonished. The blonde girl smiled, her eyes gently closed. Now then, the top-ranked sword tank must choose. The scene shifted to a chaotic world, volcanoes erupting, tsunamis raging. The narration described, "From the 31st to the 40th floor, 10 calamities will descend. Each calamity is terrifying. The main goal is to survive and develop a civilization there." The blonde girl offered 2 choices. One was for everyone to invest all 700 points into a single race. The other was for each person in the top 7 to choose a separate race and divide 100 points for each race. The blonde girl explained, "If you invest all 700 points into one race, the initial advantage is clear, but the risk is huge. If that race is annihilated, all of you will fail together." The Sword Saint smiled, nodding in understanding. The blonde girl continued, "On the other hand, if each of us chooses a different race, the risk will be distributed. Even if one race perishes, the other 6 races can still survive." The Sword Saint looked at Kim Gongja with a meaningful gaze. The narration echoed, "In the past, a moment of contemplation, hinting at untold secrets. Memories resurfaced of one who once topped the rankings, the Fire Emperor. He unhesitatingly poured all his points into a single race, manipulating the elf race to his will, despite all warnings from other leaders." The Sword Saint spoke, his tone philosophical. "Evolution is the art of diversity and opportunity. To survive in this harsh world, racial diversity must first be ensured. I don't know how precious 700 points are, but it's hard to say they're worth more than 7 different races," the Sword Saint said. The blonde girl smirked, as if she had anticipated it. "We will choose dispersion," the Sword Saint declared firmly, turning to the blonde girl, calling her Gongyo. The decision had been made, witnessed by Kim Gongja and the others. The blonde girl frowned slightly, pondering. "Really? If you choose 7 different races, they will fight among themselves. One could stab another in the back at any time." The Sword Saint replied, his gaze distant. "But in the grander scheme, those wars are merely a form of competition. One without rivals will sooner or later be eliminated." Kim Gongja chuckled softly, his eyes sharp. He nodded, as if in complete agreement with the Sword Saint's viewpoint. "The lady who walks among mirages welcomes your choice." The blonde girl's voice rang out. She raised her hand, smiling. "All right, from now on, from rank 1 to rank 7, please choose the race you will rule in order." The blonde girl continued to instruct. Oh, and little ones, no duplicate choices. If someone chooses a race first, others won't be able to choose it, so be careful. The Sword Saint smiled. You can think for 120 years if you want. There's no time limit for selection. But there's no need to overthink it either. I choose the human race, pure-blooded humans, the Sword Saint declared decisively. The screen displayed selection complete. A blonde student standing nearby was surprised. No, I was going to choose that one. The blonde girl turned to Kim Gongja, her eyes half closed. A safe choice. What about you, Death Sovereign? The armored knight spoke, his gaze firm. I will choose these children. The Sword Saint and the black-haired blindfolded man looked at him, their expressions thoughtful. Huh? The armored knight was surprised. The screen displayed information about the chosen race, designated race, goblin, extinction level, a high risk, motto, Kirk, Gurk. The narration continued to describe goblins, a race with the lowest capabilities, completely inferior, intellectually below humans, weaker in combat than beastmen, worse at magic than vampires. From the perspective of any race, they are not beautiful. Even they themselves consider themselves ugly. Ugly, the narration emphasized. An image of a bewildered goblin clearly visible. Following the previous narration, a close-up image of the goblin appeared, confirming a harsh truth. Unacceptably ugly. In front of the leaders, Kim Gongja introduced the goblin race. They possess the characteristics of victims of racial discrimination, tower relations, tower greed, and the ability to evolve twice at an enormous cost. Nohamustra spoke up, calling Kim Gongja Death Sovereign. He was surprised, pointing at the information on the screen. This is a goblin, right? It's clearly written there. Nohamustra confirmed, then hesitated. Kim Gongja covered his face, chuckling to himself, as Nohamustra's words were cut short. He looked around, his sharp gaze sweeping over each face. Kim Gongja boldly declared, before the astonished eyes of the leaders, goblins, the chosen race, are the greatest race in the world. A shocking affirmation. The purple-haired woman coldly interrupted, suggesting he had overworked himself. She ordered the schedule canceled and asked him to reread the description. He reread the description. In every field, you can find a superior option to this designated race. Kim Gongja nodded. That's right. He clenched his fists, his face full of indignation. In other words, they always rank lowest in every field. Is this really a good thing? He pointed at two illusory goblin images. More importantly, they are truly pitiful. Every race considers goblins ugly. Even the description mocks them. He smiled, his eyes full of empathy. These children are not strangers to me. Children who are abused, scorned, and ostracized by everyone. Aren't we seeing the very people of our tower? He continued, his gaze fixed on the leaders. Goblins are our reflection. The truly ugly thing is not the goblins, but our hearts that scorn them. We all carry an ugly goblin heart within. Kim Gongja stood tall, looking towards the illusory goblin images. With a resolute gaze, he declared, Goblins will rise. He flashed a confident smile, asserting firmly, They will definitely rise. A promise full of weight. The golden-haired girl accepted, asking if Death Sovereign was sure about choosing goblins. Kim Gongja affirmed without hesitation. Yes, not a single doubt. The golden-haired girl smiled, wiping the corner of her eye. No wonder you're so adorable. Come on, continue. The golden-haired girl ordered the others to choose their races. The knight chose merfolk. Viper chose Oni. The count chose elf. The golden-haired girl and the purple-haired woman chose their races, the Inquisitor of the Manhwa race and Hei Longzhu of the vampire race. Kim Gongja was ranked Death Sovereign of the goblin race, while Jian Cheng was ranked first of the pureblood human race. The golden-haired girl asked if anyone wanted to change their decision. After everyone had finalized their choices, the golden-haired girl generously distributed 100 racial points to each person as a starting reward. The librarian smiled, suggesting they start gently from the 31st floor of the tower. A glass of milk coffee suddenly appeared, swirling like an enchanting dance, signaling the beginning of a new journey. And then, a magnificent scene unfolded, a verdant blue planet from above, like an invitation to endless adventures. Everyone floated in midair, gazing at the world below. The golden-haired girl declared this was where the chosen races lived peacefully. Their eyes fell upon a vast primeval forest. A character exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the elf race living there. The golden-haired girl instructed everyone on how to zoom in and out for a closer look. The purple-haired woman and the golden-haired young man also began interacting with the virtual screen. The golden-haired young man cheered upon seeing the snailfolk race living in the swamp, while the purple-haired woman coldly remarked that the vampire race lived in caves. Kim Gongja hovered in midair, his eyes searching for the goblins he had chosen. And then he saw them. 2 tiny goblins were conversing, emitting strange sounds deep within the forest. Kim Gong-ja approached, realizing they couldn't see him. He watched with amusement as a goblin ate something. Closer up, a baby goblin was noisily devouring a centipede, a sight both gruesome and indescribable. Kim Gong-ja smiled, exclaiming cute, which made the red-haired man behind him blurt out, "Are you crazy?" He looked up at the sky, as if contemplating the new world and the surprises that lay ahead. A virtual screen appeared in space, showing the stunned, brown-skinned girl. Beside her, the young man with the left eye patch and the armored knight were also surprised. "What the hell are you talking about?" he exclaimed. Meanwhile, a violent explosion erupted on the screen, flames blazing, signaling an impending disaster. Amidst the chaotic scene, the golden-haired girl appeared, smiling nonchalantly. "Is this a bit dangerous?" she asked, then declared, "Then I shall assign the first quest for the 31st floor." She explained about the primeval forest, where various races coexisted, but an impending volcanic eruption would destroy everything. Images of tiny goblins appeared, oblivious to their fate. A colossal quest board appeared. Quest for the 31st floor. The Golden Age ends. Kim Gong-ja stood there, solemn, as if ready to shoulder the mission. "This is your first quest, as their guardian constellation," Kim Gong-ja declared decisively, his gaze firm. "Save your followers." The volcano erupted violently, red lava surging. The golden-haired girl gently said, "I am merely your assistant." Amidst the desolate scene, trees burned to ashes. Creatures screamed as they drowned in the deluge. The golden-haired girl continued, "You are the guardian constellations watching over those children. You have chosen to unlock the next stage and selected the race you will care for. Please do your best." The armored knight looked at the horrifying scene, his face helpless. "Even if I want to help, there's no way to intervene." The armored knight's hand appeared. Inside were creatures struggling in despair. "My voice can't reach them. They can't see me either. How can we evacuate those children like this?" Kim Gong-ja turned to the lady who walks among mirages. The armored knight and the black-haired man with an eye patch also listened. "Princess, before the stage began, you gave us something called racial points," Kim Gong-ja continued, his eyes full of hope. "You must have had a reason to give them to us. Please tell us what we can do with those racial points, as your assistant." The blonde student suddenly realized. "Aha! Can we use them to buy some items or skills?" The purple-haired woman also added, "We'll use those points. Show us the services we can use them with." The lady who walks among mirages smiled confidently. "This is why having a sharp warrior makes a difference in clearing a stage." She reached her hand towards the screen, and a shop appeared with the words, "Civilization Shop." Sawang is right. This is definitely within an assistant's responsibility. Then she exclaimed, "Civilization Shop? Now this is the real deal." Kim Gong-ja pondered, recalling the words of Huo Di, who once proudly boasted about his strategy for clearing each stage. He had relied on it for so long, but now everything would be different. Although he understood the strategy, the minor details remained a mystery. He looked at the Civilization Shop interface, knowing that the shopping choices were now entirely in his hands. Amidst the blazing scene, Kim Gong-ja pondered how to lead the goblin tribe to safety. Suddenly, the armored knight raised his hand and asked, his eyes full of seriousness. The armored knight asked about the prophetic message, wondering if it could directly transmit commands to his race. A mechanical hand appeared, confirming, "Yes." The armored knight inquired about the method of transmitting the message. A voice echoed, revealing it was a familiar method, surprising the knight. The blonde librarian appeared, smiling as she explained, gesturing as if demonstrating an example. "The lady who walks among mirages will show you an example." The brown-skinned girl exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was a constellation's message. The blonde librarian's voice echoed, reminding them that this was a constellation's experience in this stage. The blonde librarian emphasized that the prophetic message could only be used once and for one person. The armored knight nodded in acceptance, deciding to buy one immediately. The blonde librarian warned that there would be no refunds, as 20 of the armored knight's racial points were deducted. She smiled, as if she had anticipated everything. The armored knight focused on the map, seeing lava surging from the east. He quickly ruled out going south, searching for another escape route. In the turbulent waters, the armored knight realized the green-haired merman was the leader. He was screaming, perhaps giving orders or reacting to danger. The armored knight transmitted an urgent message. "Swim west with all your might." The message pierced through space, aimed directly at the merman. The green-haired merman suddenly became confused, emitting incomprehensible sounds. "Kiao? Kiao? Kiao?" As if unable to interpret the message he had just received. The armored knight was stunned by the merman's reaction. A big question mark appeared in his mind. not understanding what was happening. The armored knight panicked, realizing something was wrong. The merman wasn't reacting to the message. The blonde librarian just smiled mysteriously, replying with a rhetorical question. Who knows? The blonde librarian, hugging a fish pillow, smiled and explained that even constellations don't always understand immediately. She squeezed the pillow tightly, mumbled something incomprehensible, then clicked her tongue and dismissed it. Amidst the blazing forest, 2 small goblins screamed in panic. Time was running out. If things continued like this, all races from the 31st floor would be annihilated, and their tower conquest would end. Kim Gong-ja, with eyes wide in extreme astonishment, witnessed the chaotic scene and realized the harsh truth unfolding before him. He turned to the armored knight, asserting that the prophecy was not wrong. The knight could only respond with a surprised, at his conviction. Kim Gong-ja explained that those primitive creatures probably hadn't even developed language yet. The 2 goblins were still standing there, while the armored knight exclaimed, "What?" In astonishment, he continued, "These creatures were truly too primitive. How could they understand the command 'Run west with all your might'? They didn't even know the concept of west. So the prophecy was useless?" Kim Gong-ja looked towards Heilongju, determined to find a way out. This tower had never presented an unwinnable stage. He looked at the control panel, where civilization options were available, thinking about how to lead the primitive creatures to safety without using language. An idea flashed in Kim Gong-ja's mind, making his eyes widen in astonishment and sudden realization. He asked the blonde librarian if a prey tracking skill could help find a specific animal, like a tiger. She yawned, replying that it could find the closest match. Kim Gong-ja grinned triumphantly, exclaiming, "Excellent!" The librarian added that one couldn't directly possess primitive creatures. A higher grade item was needed. He decided to buy a prey tracking skill. Heilongzu suddenly appeared, asking Sawang, "Are you hunting at a time like this?" The gold coin flashed, and Kim Gong-ja successfully purchased the prey tracking skill. He stared into space with a determined expression. Kim Gong-ja held the prey tracking voucher, ordering the librarian, "Find me the most prominent, fastest, and fairly large animal nearby." The blonde librarian smiled in response, saying those conditions were a bit vague, but she would search according to his request. Kim Gong-ja activated prey tracking, not wanting to be bound like others. A brilliant golden light spread from the card, signaling that the skill had been used. Not far from the target tribe's village, a majestic white lion was sound asleep in a dark cave, surrounded by an ethereal golden light. Kim Gong-ja grinned triumphantly, deciding to buy the animal possession skill from the shop, accepting the cost of 40 precious racial points. The blonde librarian's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had just awakened to Kim Gong-ja's profound intentions. The blonde librarian ordered everyone to buy animal incarnation cards, astonishing the sword saint and the armored knight. 15 race points for a normal card, 40 points for a premium card. He explained his bold plan. Primitives worship spirit beasts. In an apocalyptic crisis, if a white lion or black deer appears, I will incarnate it. Kim Gong-ja's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, full of determination, as if he had already seen the future. The Black Dragon Lord and the man with the eye patch also simultaneously ordered to buy cards, declaring they would incarnate animals to lead the children. A powerful lion's paw stomped on the ground, letting out a resounding thud. "Everyone, hurry up!" the urging voice echoed. Kim Gong-ja stood next to the white lion, declaring confidently, "All right, I have incarnated into the lion's body." The white lion rushed forward, and Kim Gong-ja felt awkward running on 4 legs. He wondered if he could use his aura in this body, despite the different energy flow. The lion's sharp eyes widened, gleaming with high vigilance as it detected something unusual. Before them was a goblin village, with green creatures dancing. Kim Gong-ja, in the lion's body, grimaced uncomfortably at their characteristic stench. The giant lion's paw stomped down, sending the tiny goblins into a panic. What a pitiful race, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. The white lion let out a resounding roar, terrifying the goblins. "At least I will save you," Kim Gong-ja declared powerfully. Panicked cries rang out as a goblin tumbled down, and the rest fared no better. They still didn't understand that the giant before them was not a threat. Kim Gong-ja, in the form of the white lion, sighed exasperatedly. "They don't even recognize me as an ally," he thought to himself. His sharp, cold eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth. Then, "I have no other choice but to use this method." An earth-shattering roar echoed. Kim Gong-ja decided to change his communication method to add to his majesty. The tiny goblins trembled at his feet. He roared out powerful Goruruk sounds, ordering the goblins, "Come on, you brats, follow me." The white lion started to run, and the goblins looked on in bewilderment. "That's right, just keep following," he urged. Step by step, the tiny goblins began to follow. "Good. They're all following me," he said, satisfied. In the sky, a giant, blazing fireball descended, engulfing everything. A goblin looked up, its eyes filled with horror. The fireball struck down, leveling everything to dust. The last stronghold of the designated race has been destroyed, the system announced. The White Lion turned back to look at the trembling goblins. That was too close. You should be grateful, he growled, his tone annoyed. Amidst the blazing ruins, the goblins looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion mixed with astonishment. Unexpectedly, the goblins began to cheer, one of them raising its hand excitedly. Kay, Karakar! The White Lion looked on in surprise at the goblins dancing and shouting, Kekakarakar! What the hell are they saying? Kim Gongja wondered, confused, while the goblins continued to cheer amidst the burning ruin. The system announced, Primitive faith. The designated race has awakened a primal religion. From now on, goblins will follow the White Lion faith. The goblins continued to cheer,